Su Li traversed into a fantastical realm, unexpectedly becoming the supporting character destined to perish for the protagonist. Initially, he was meant to meet his end shielding the main character from peril. Fortunately, he awakened a system designed for villains. Starting with the seduction of the protagonist's alluring mother, Su Li relentlessly plundered opportunities from the protagonist, acquiring beautiful women along the way. From that moment forth, the protagonist's luck began to wane even as girlfriend grew weary of him, leading her to seek solace elsewhere. Most intolerable of all, his erstwhile subordinate transformed into his own father. Chapter 1. Madam, I must apply force. In Yun City, at the Yi residence, gentle snowflakes danced through the air while the biting wind howled outside. However, within the confines of the room, warmth akin to spring enveloped the space, infused with a rich aroma of medicinal herbs. Little Su, be gentle, a woman with delicate features and an aura of maturity blushed, her eyes glistening as if on the verge of shedding tears. Her exquisite form lay bare before him, devoid of any covering. Madam Xiao Yun, your cold poison can no longer be delayed. This massage technique will significantly alleviate your symptoms. The young man replied with a soft smile, his hands continuing their ministrations across Xiao Yun's satin-like back. Madam, bear with me, I must apply force now. Su Li suddenly gripped firmly. Xiao Yun arched her snow-white neck, her body trembling slightly, a blush adorning her cheeks. They were mere inches apart. The young man's masculine energy brushed against her senses, causing her heart to race. Su Li, must we truly go this far? Xiao Yun's voice quavered. Su Li was the subordinate of her son, Yi Qing, and a renowned physician in Yun City. Although he lacked innate talent for cultivation, he was highly regarded by her son. In recent days, his treatment had remarkably alleviated her severe cold poison. As she felt his strong hands, a deeper flush enveloped her face, and her delicate hands clenched gently. Despite her gratitude towards Su Li, each treatment required her to lay herself bare emotionally. For a woman who had mourned for over a decade and scarcely encountered men, each session was a grueling psychological struggle. Fortunately, Su Li is a gentleman. Xiao Yun regarded the upright Su Li with a satisfied nod. Otherwise, facing someone of her son's age would have left her at a loss. Madam, do not panic. A physician's heart knows no gender, it only recognizes those in need of healing. Your cold poison has deeply infiltrated your lungs, only a potent remedy can restrain its further spread. Su Li maintained a facade of righteousness, though the remarkable softness of his hands, in prolonged contact, caused his breaths to grow heavier. Despite Xiao Yun being in her 30s with children, in this fantastical world, the lifespan of ordinary individuals could easily exceed 2 or even 3 centuries. In the context of her previous life, Xiao Yun could easily be mistaken for a blossoming maiden of 18. Alas, she was the mother of his elder brother. Su Li shook his head in resignation, suppressing the fiery turmoil brewing within him. He had traversed into this fantastical realm for a month now, a world he had once explored through the pages of a web novel in his previous life. His elder brother, Yi Qing, stood as a paragon among the elite. Rising from obscurity, endowed with extraordinary fortune and countless opportunities, he had vanquished formidable foes, amassed a harem, and ultimately ascended to the throne, becoming one of the most powerful beings in existence. He was the quintessential embodiment of a favored child of destiny. Meanwhile, Su Li found himself lamentably cast as Yi Qing's mere follower. Yi Qing, a man of vengeful disposition and self-serving nature, regarded his subordinates merely as instruments. A master of psychological manipulation, he painted grand visions for his followers, promising them a future that would never materialize once he attained his own greatness. In the original narrative, Yi Qing claimed every woman among his subordinates for his harem, while men were systematically exploited until their demise. Su Li, unable to cultivate, found solace only in his medical skills. Yi Qing possessed treasures that could unlock Su Li's potential, yet they languished in neglect, denied to him. To add insult to injury, even his childhood sweetheart had been taken by Yi Qing. As the favored son of destiny, all the women he encountered fell under his thrall, leaving Su Li with no share in any affection. His own fate was sealed in a grand battle, where he was sacrificed by Yi Qing to shield him from danger. At that moment, Xiao Yun had buried her head in the bed, and upon closer inspection, her ears had turned crimson, beads of sweat glistening on her neck, her exquisite form quivering slightly. The fiery essence behind her resembled blooming red plums, breathtakingly beautiful. How infuriating! Such an exquisite woman could only be approached through the lens of medicine. Su Li was filled with resentment from the first moment he laid eyes on Xiao Yun. He had been captivated by this perfect lady. However, due to Yi Qing's presence, he was forced to bury his desires deep within his heart. Could it be that he was destined to remain a mere tool? Just then a chime resonated. Ding. Detection of the host's dissatisfaction. The Destiny villain system has been successfully activated. What? A villain system? Su Li felt a shiver run down his spine as a seasoned aficionado of web novels. He understood the significance of such a system. The Destiny villain system is inherently adversarial to the protagonist. Any actions taken by the host that diminish the protagonist's fortune will yield system rewards and corresponding fortune points. Fortune points can be exchanged for rewards in the system shop. Individuals close to the protagonist and those destined to be with him also possess a measure of fortune. Now, distributing the beginner's gift pack. Boom! A sudden shockwave reverberated through Su Li's mind, causing his hands to tremble unsteadily with the silver needles. His body ignited with an intense heat, as if he were a blazing furnace. This was the fiery sun body, an elite cultivation physique. With the absorption of vast amounts of fire essence, along with the aid of rare treasures, he could potentially evolve into the infernal god body. The infernal god body was the pinnacle of fire-based physiques. It even held the promise of enlightenment and ascension to emperorhood. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, his heart racing wildly, as the rich fire attribute spiritual energy surged through his limbs and meridians. The body that had once been incapable of cultivation was now entirely transformed. Su Li was finally poised to embark on the path of cultivation. Furthermore, the novice gift pack possesses an additional feature. Su Li focused intently on the figure of Xiao Yun before him. Xiao Yun, mother of Yi Qing, he noted. Physique and cultivation both belong to mortals. Fortune value, 30,000. Indeed, she is truly Yi Qing's mother. The sheer amount of fortune value is a staggering 30,000. A subtle smile crept upon Su Li's lips previously. He had despaired of any hope for cultivation, merely existing as Yi Qing's follower. However, now that he had awakened the system, this was his fortuitous opportunity. By diminishing the luck of the child of destiny, disrupting their growth, or even eliminating them outright, he could ascend through the rewards of the system and gradually transform into the strongest. Every item within the system's marketplace is a masterpiece, including the supreme imperial weapons and Grand Emperor techniques. Yet, the required fortune values are indeed astronomical. As for the sources of these fortune values, Su Li's gaze fell upon the alluring form of Xiao Yun, who lay before him. In the past, even if he felt a stir within, he would not dare to approach Yi Qing's mother, fearing he might meet a gruesome fate. But now Su Li, Xiao Yun's voice trembled slightly. Suddenly, she felt a pair of fervent hands resting on her waist. Xiao Yun's body flushed with warmth, the cold poison tormenting her now replaced by a hint of pleasurable sensation. Realizing this, she bit her silver teeth and pinched herself fiercely. What am I thinking? Su Li is merely a friend of my son. How could I react so shamefully? At that moment, Su Li's voice emerged from behind, his breath noticeably heavy. Madam Xiao Yun, I possess a more profound healing technique. Though it requires applying some essence upon your person with the body of the sun-fire physique, Su Li became a nemesis to all cold poisons. And after spending so much time with Xiao Yun, how could he not discern her thoughts? Before she could respond, Su Li pressed forward. After a while. The room was filled with vibrant warmth. Outside, the wind continued to howl bitterly when a seemingly ordinary young man, with eyes sparkling like the stars, approached wearily. Knock, knock, knock came the sound of knocking. Mother dear, your son has braved great hardships to find the fire spirit mushroom, a miraculous remedy for cold poison. Chapter 2. Becoming the father of the protagonist. Outside, the cold wind howled, snowflakes danced in the air. Yi Qing gently knocked on the door, holding a fist-sized, fiery red spirit mushroom that radiated waves of warmth even amid the frigid winter. Mother dear? Yi Qing frowned slightly, receiving no response after a prolonged silence, so he knocked again. Shortly after, the door creaked open, revealing a woman with a rosy complexion and an alluring demeanor, her attire somewhat disheveled, her legs trembling slightly. Even amidst the biting wind, Xiao Yun emanated warmth, as if she had just engaged in some vigorous activity. Beside her stood Su Li, calm and composed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Unfortunately, Yi Qing arrived at the most inopportune moment. He had barely skimmed the surface of what had transpired, hastily concluding his business. Mother dear, Su Li, what are you two? Yi Qing held the spirit mushroom, casting a suspicious glance between the two. His mother appeared even more radiant than before. Brother Yi Qing, I was just treating Madame Xiao Yun, and the process may have been somewhat intense, Su Li said with a gentle smile. From then on, they would each play their respective roles before Yi Qing. He would be the younger brother, while behind his back, he would assume the position of a father. What a delightful arrangement. Xiao Yun's voice was tinged with coldness, her gaze evasive as she dared not meet Yi Qing's eyes. She distanced herself from Su Li, as if attempting to escape from something. How could she face Qing after what had transpired between her and her son's friend? Forcefully, no less? Treatment? Yi Qing quickly approached to examine Xiao Yun, his pupils narrowing slightly. Indeed, the cold poison within her was now barely detectable. Yet, he was acutely aware of Su Li's methods. Complete recovery would take at least a year or two. Could it be that he had encountered some fortuitous event? Yi Qing scrutinized Su Li, then shook his head gently. Su Li remained an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation. Even if he had experienced a stroke of luck, it bore no relation to martial practice. Since you have healed my mother's cold poison, you may claim 100 taels of silver from the family treasury, Yi Qing stated softly, his eyes radiating sincerity, filled with fervent gratitude. Thank you, brother. Su Li's face brightened, though inwardly he scoffed. That sincere gaze had surely ensnared countless subordinates and young maidens. Even his childhood sweetheart had been captivated by Yi Qing's eyes, turning into one of his little admirers. 100 taels of silver? While it may be a substantial sum for a mortal, Yi Qing was a practitioner of the void-breaking realm, the Yi family's most illustrious talent of late. To him, money was merely refuse. To reward him for healing his mother with refuse? With that thought, Su Li felt the lingering warmth in his body, and a smile crept onto his lips. The mistakes you have made shall be repaid by your mother. Madam, please accept this fire spirit mushroom. There is still a trace of cold poison lingering. Consuming this mushroom will ensure your complete recovery. Yi Qing hastily handed the mushroom to Xiao Yun before turning to leave. He had recently encountered a tremendous opportunity that allowed him to shine in his family, and now he must work even harder, wasting not a moment of time. Qing, Xiao Yun frowned, reaching out in an attempt to retain him. At that moment, she could not face Su Li, let alone be in his presence. Yet Yi Qing strode purposefully out of the courtyard, leaving only Su Li and his mother behind. Madam, stay away. Xiao Yun swatted Su Li's hand away, her brows knitted, her fair face clouded with frost. I never anticipated you to be such a person. I am your elder brother's mother. Have you considered the consequences of your actions? I have long admired you, madam, and I simply could not restrain myself earlier, Su Li said with earnestness. You may punish me as you wish. Even if you were to tell brother Yi Qing to expel me from the Yi family, I would bear no resentment. However, I must convey that my feelings for you will never waver. Xiao Yun turned her head away, her heart in turmoil. Very well, leave now and do not appear before me again. Confronted with Su Li's fervent declarations of love, her cheeks flushed with crimson, yet reason ultimately prevailed. How would she face Qing and her deceased husband if others discovered this? Let today's events be forgotten. You must erase your feelings for me, Xiao Yun urged, biting her lip and avoiding his gaze. I cannot acquiesce, Su Li declared resolutely. Forgetting my beloved is akin to a death sentence. Disregarding Xiao Yun's struggles, he embraced her. Having been raised under stringent decorum, Xiao Yun had never encountered such impassioned confessions. Release me. Not a chance. Until you acknowledge my feelings, I shall not let go. Su Li, I implore you, we are destined for no outcome. Xiao Yun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Why concern ourselves with the outcome when we can relish the journey? Su Li gently coaxed. Your husband's lingering poison remains. I cannot bear to see you suffer further. His hand subtly rested on Xiao Yun's waist. 2 hours later, Xiao Yun lay languidly on the bed, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she gazed at Su Li's retreating figure, releasing a soft sigh. He is truly handsome. With remarkable medical skills at such a tender age, he stands as the foremost physician in Yun City. Moreover, he dedicated a full 2 hours to her. Is he truly just an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation? As this thought crossed her mind, a warmth spread through her abdomen. Since her husband's passing, she had guarded her virtue for over a decade, Never having been intimate with any man yet today, she had engaged in such acts with a mere child in her eyes. Were it not for their significant age difference, she might have disregarded propriety and married Su Li. Alas, he remains but a youth. If their affair were to be unveiled, they would both bear the brunt of scorn. Even if it was merely to savor the moment, they existed in constant peril. Henceforth, she must distance herself from Su Li, for she could not afford to err again. Su Li, invigorated, supported himself by the waist as he exited the courtyard, a vibrant red spirit mushroom clasped in his hand. Though he had awakened the solar body, he had yet to embark on cultivation. 2 hours had placed a strain on his physique. Following his recent treatment, the cold poison within Xiao Yun had been thoroughly dispelled, leaving not a trace behind. The fire spirit mushroom, of no use to her, was thus bestowed upon himself. Su Li accepted it without hesitation, for with his solar body, all fire-based treasures would accelerate his cultivation. This fire spirit mushroom was an 8th grade elixir, procured through Yi Qing's arduous efforts and exceedingly rare. It must be acknowledged that while Yi Qing may be self-serving, he still exhibits commendable care for his biological mother. Ding! Congratulations, host, on establishing a super friendship with Yi Qing's mother, gaining 10,000 fortune points. The host has audaciously become, in a practical sense, Yi Qing's father, acquiring the technique. 9 revolutions profound yang art. Chapter 3. Such a woman must not be indulged. 1,000 points of fortune. Though there exists a vast chasm between the imperial level techniques worth millions of points and the mere 10,000 points of fortune I possess, I have yet to embark on my cultivation journey. Even if the supreme imperial weapon were laid before me, I would be unable to wield it. However, with 10,000 points of fortune, I can procure the finest elixirs and optimal cultivation environments, allowing for rapid advancement in my initial stages. Furthermore, the 9 transformations of Xianyang, in my mind, countless intricate and profound scriptures emerged, deeply imprinted within. This is an exalted fire attribute technique that can harmonize with my yang fire body, unleashing even more formidable power. It is indeed a treasure even within the grand sects and holy lands, a true gem. Excellent. Quite excellent. I nodded in satisfaction. Xiao Yun possessed a staggering 30,000 points of fortune, yet even after intimate contact, I had only managed to siphon a mere 10,000. It seems that I must dispel her concerns, allowing Xiao Yun to wholeheartedly embrace me, to completely seize her fortune. Xiao Yun is at that fervent age, appearing to distance herself from me, but with a bit of persistence, this young matron will inevitably succumb. As snowflakes danced and the sky darkened, I had already returned to my courtyard. At this moment, my room was suffused with waves of scorching heat, the air distorting from the overwhelming warmth. A blood-red spiritual mushroom floated before me, and the imperceptible essence was being incessantly absorbed by me. From an external perspective, I seemed to be seated within flames, my entire being transformed into a vivid crimson hue. In just half a day, I had surged from the mortal realm to the 9th layer of body refinement. I was but a step away from the chi condensation realm. I clenched my fists, my eyes alight with excitement. My limbs and bones were infused with terrifying strength, capable of shattering boulders with a single blow. Even Yi Qing had taken a full 7 days to reach this level. And those of mediocre talent often squander their lives without achieving perfection in body refinement. With the system's rewards, my yang fire body allows me to dramatically enhance my power by simply absorbing fire attribute energy without any adverse effects. It is indeed thanks to Yi Qing's fire spiritual mushroom that I could progress so swiftly. A gentle smile graced my lips as I nodded in satisfaction. The spiritual medicine sought by the son of fortune for his mother had inadvertently benefited me. In this world, there exist realms of body refinement, chi condensation, void breaking, divine powers, law merging, and formidable might. Above these realms, each being possesses the capability to scorch mountains and boil seas, their power unfathomable. The strongest in Yun City, the city lord, resides within the divine powers realm. Meanwhile, Yi Qing had rapidly risen half a year ago, breaking through from a mortal to the void-breaking realm, becoming one of the most renowned prodigies in all of Yun City. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have utilized the spiritual medicine painstakingly gathered by Yi Qing for his mother. Is this not a form of NTR as well? Reward, 1,000 luck points. Access to the primary Fire Spirit Land. Fire Spirit Land. Su Li scrutinized the system's description. He now possessed a day's worth of access to the primary Fire Spirit Land, which was imbued with an abundance of fire energy. Given his physique, the son of flames, the benefits from the Fire Spirit Land would multiply significantly. A day of training would be sufficient for him to break through to the Qi condensation realm. Achieving this realm would mark his true entry into the path of cultivation, positioning him among the elite within the entirety of Yun City, a formidable force alongside the prominent families. Excellent. System, enter the fire spirit land, Suli declared with unwavering resolve. The next day, Suli opened his door to find snowflakes still drifting outside. However, within 3 zhang of his residence, the snowflakes gradually melted away. Delicate flakes landed on his shoulders, evaporating into wisps of vapor almost instantaneously. Suli felt the surging spiritual energy within him and nodded in satisfaction. In a mere day, he had progressed from an ordinary mortal to the first layer of the Qi condensation realm, thus establishing himself as a significant force among cultivators in Yun City. Furthermore, with the enhancement from his physique and the 9 revolutions profound sun technique, his true combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of his peers. Next, he now possessed enough strength to partake in the original plot. Suli pondered. A month from now would mark the day when Yunqing sect would come to Yun City to recruit disciples. And the influence of Yunqing sect extended far beyond Yun City. It was a colossal entity encompassing the entire Guanghan prefecture. Within its ranks, one could find countless formidable cultivators, including those at the great ability realm and beyond. This was also where Yi Qing had thrived in the early stages, flaunting his prowess and gathering followers, rapidly growing in strength. Yet, if Suli remained at his current level, he would be unable to join Yunqing's sect, thus hindering his ability to disrupt Yi Qing's fortunes. He must continue to grow stronger. Resolute. Suli found that his memories of the original narrative had become clearer with his newfound cultivation. And now, an opportune moment to undermine Yi Qing's fortunes had presented itself. It is known that Yi Qing's most significant advantage in the early stages was his ring lady, a crucial factor in his meteoric rise 6 months prior. Yi Qing's next opportunity lay within the Liu family of Yun City. The Liu family. A smirk graced Suli's lips. Was this not the very family that had planted the cold poison in Xiaoyan? By avenging Xiao Yun and simultaneously sabotaging Yi Qing's fortune, he could achieve 2 objectives with one decisive action. Harvesting luck with fervor. However, just then Suli, you used to bring me medicinal meals every day. Why did you not do so yesterday? A cold voice echoed, belonging to a girl with a serene countenance, slender neck, and captivating long legs. Though her bosom did not rival that of Xiao Yun, she stepped into the courtyard, clad in a flowing azure robe, her long legs tantalizingly concealed beneath the garment, exuding an extraordinary allure. One could hardly doubt what a delightful experience it would be to be ensnared by those legs. Yet, Suli maintained an expression of calm. Name, Luo Qinghan. Physique, profound beauty physique. Fortune value, 20,000. Luo Qinghan, my childhood companion, possesses a rare physique known as the Xianxia body, which allows individuals to transcend a significant realm without any adverse consequences. In the original narrative, it was she who aided Yi Qing in breaking through to the divine passage realm, resulting in his astonishing growth during the early stages of his development. Moreover, Su Li and Luo Qinghan have grown up together, sharing an innocent bond since childhood. Su Li, in his unwavering attention to her needs, provided meticulous care, ensuring that all her daily expenses and the medicinal concoctions for her health were well taken care of, despite his inability to assist her in her cultivation. To outsiders, Su Li had seemingly reached the pinnacle of what he could offer to Luo Qinghan. However, in the original tale, even though Yi Qing diligently practiced every day, offering the occasional guidance to Luo Qinghan on her path, she entirely forgot his kindness and turned to embrace Yi Qing. Furthermore, she claimed she could not provide the life she desired for herself. What infuriated Su Li the most was an instance in the original story when he fell gravely ill, after enduring great hardships to acquire a precious remedy for his recovery. This foolish woman had the audacity to take his life-saving elixir and give it to Yi Qing to aid in his breakthrough. On the day of his illness, he felt as though he were living a fate worse than death. Although he miraculously survived, he was left with his legs crippled, forever unable to walk. Such a woman deserves no indulgence. Su Li coldly smiled, standing before Luo Qinghan, looking down upon her from a position of superiority. Chapter for Luo Qinghan. You do not wish for the body of Xianxia. In the early stages of the narrative, she is one of Yi Qing's most crucial allies. Utilizing Luo Qinghan's unique physique, Yi Qing directly ascended to the realm of divine powers. Upon her arrival at Yunqing sect, she was met with immense attention, rapidly rising to the position of the sect's eldest disciple. Ding. System prompt. The host has seized the Xianxia body, which grants a reward of a growing divine weapon and significantly diminishes Yi Qing's fortune. To seize this opportunity not only allows one to transcend realms, but also bestows fortune and even a growing divine weapon. Su Liu. Observing the calm demeanor of Su Li, Luo Qinghan's brows furrowed slightly. Her long, slender legs, partially concealed beneath her skirt, glimmered with an ethereal luster akin to jade. In the past, any hint of dissatisfaction from her would elicit a gentle response from her childhood companion, Su Li, who would fulfill her every request. Yet today, something felt amiss. As her childhood friend, was it not his duty to prepare medicinal meals for her? Why was he not presenting them promptly? My body can no longer endure this delay. If you bring me the medicinal meal now, I might pretend as if nothing has transpired. Luo Qinghan held her head high, her snow-white neck resembling that of a swan, her voice carrying a hint of frost. However, Su Li remained unmoved. Luo Qinghan, who had known him since childhood, was plagued by the consequences of her Xianxia body, which continuously absorbed her essence into the primordial yin, leading to various deficiencies in her constitution. Meanwhile, he, as the foremost physician in Yun City, was overwhelmed, having invested a significant portion of his fortune into her care, procuring precious spiritual herbs to prepare her medicinal meals. Yet, even with such efforts, in the original narrative, Luo Qinghan still unhesitatingly turned to Yi Qing, and even when he sacrificed himself to protect her, she merely feigned sorrow for a fleeting moment before forgetting him entirely. Is this how you approach someone in need? Or have I been too kind to you, leading you to believe that all of this is your due? Do you understand the value of a single medicinal meal, in terms of treasures and silver? Su Li scoffed, looking down at the visibly pained Luo Qinghan. Her prolonged reliance on his medicinal meals had rendered her exceedingly dependent. However, in the original story, Su Li had never entertained any ulterior motives, clinging to the naive hope of winning this woman over with sincerity. How utterly laughable. Enough of this. You know how vital the medicinal meals are to me. Luo Qinghan's tone softened considerably. Her complexion grew paler, and her eyes glistened with moisture. The craving surging within her was unbearable, and her long, delicate legs shifted restlessly, an arresting sight. In the next moment, Su Li stepped forward, towering over Luo Qinghan. What are you doing? Luo Qinghan's eyes instantly sharpened with caution as she tugged at the hem of her garment. Although she could not comprehend the reason behind Su Li's drastic transformation, which radiated an intense aggressiveness, she merely regarded him as a mere instrument for concocting her medicinal meals. It is utterly impossible for anything to transpire between Su Li and me. Recently, she encountered the one who holds her heart, Yi Qing. At such a young age, he has already become a renowned prodigy in the city, exhibiting a gentle demeanor and an elegantly courteous nature. In stark contrast to Su Li, who has achieved nothing, he is like the heavens compared to the earth. Should Su Li dare to overstep her bounds, even amidst the torment of illness, I shall never allow her to prevail. With a faint smile, Su Li approached, gently placing her hands on Luo Qinghan's shoulders. Her skin was as cold as jade, yet undeniably exquisite to the touch. One could only imagine the sensation of her long, fair legs. In the midst of Luo Qinghan's startled gasp, Su Li abruptly pulled her into an embrace, her hand brazenly resting upon Luo Qinghan's thigh, squeezing with fervor, a look of satisfaction etched upon her face. In terms of legs, even Xiao Yun pales in comparison to Luo Qinghan. Although Luo Qinghan is also at the qi condensation stage, her current frail state renders her incapable of exerting even a fraction of her strength. She could only submit to Su Li's whims. Feeling the searing warmth upon her thigh, Luo Qinghan struggled intensely, her face flushing crimson. Su Li, I have always considered you a friend, yet I never imagined you would stoop to such depths. I am utterly disappointed. I misjudged you. If you do not release me, I shall scream. When Brother Yi Qing arrives, matters will not be so simple. Despite knowing Yi Qing for less than a month, she was already captivated by his steadfastness and the aura of a true prodigy. Su Li, her childhood companion, had long been relegated to the recesses of her mind. Their only interactions occurred during her medicinal meals. Now, Yi Qing was her greatest trump card. Su Li was merely a subordinate under Yi Qing's name. Did she dare to continue her advances under such a reputation? A glimmer of pride flickered in Luo Qinghan's eyes. Yi Qing? Su Li chuckled softly, her actions unyielding. In fact, she pressed even further, leaving Luo Qinghan's expression frozen in surprise, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sinister whispers danced in her ear. You surely do not wish to remain a frail shadow of yourself, do you? Without my medicinal concoctions, you will endure daily torment from your ailments. Your abilities will plummet. Do you truly believe you will still stand before Yi Qing then? As Su Li's words lingered in the air, Luo Qinghan's body stiffened, her struggles waning slightly, her gaze filled with conflict and complexity. Indeed, though Su Li's actions were shameless. She spoke the truth. Su Li was the finest physician in the city of Yun, and only he could craft the remedies to restore her health. Even if she summoned Brother Yi Qing to teach Su Li a harsh lesson, the essence of the problem would remain unresolved. Moreover, if Brother Yi Qing were to witness the indignities she suffered at Su Li's hands, with that thought, her mind raced. A solitary tear escaped from Luo Qinghan's eyes, and she succumbed to quiet sobs, her shoulders trembling slightly. The tumult of emotions coursing through her left her at a loss for how to proceed. However, Su Li exhibited no trace of compassion. He retrieved a small box from within his garments, containing the ointment he had previously prepared for Luo Qinghan. With his long, slender fingers, he extracted a small amount and brought it to her lips. After the passage of half an hour, Luo Qinghan dashed out of Su Li's chamber, her face concealed in her hands, the faint sound of her weeping lingering in the air. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Su Li absent-mindedly twirled his fingers, relishing the exquisite sensation akin to that of a delicate snake. Yet, he refrained from taking advantage of Luo Qinghan's innocence, though she could endure his advances. She remained a Na'vi maiden, unlike the more worldly Xiao Yun. Should he force the issue, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he resolved to proceed with caution. As long as he maintained control over her nourishment, he could ensure her complete subjugation. Congratulations, host. You have disturbed Luo Qinghan's state of mind and acquired 2,000 points of luck. 2,000. Quite commendable. Su Li nodded lightly before making his way toward the exit. The soul-nourishing stone had yet to be discovered by Yi Qing, presenting an opportune moment for him to seize it. Chapter 5. As a father. It is only reasonable to care for the protagonist's mother in Yun City. The streets are awash with melting snow, splashing water with every step. Su Li ambles along, pausing at a tavern to casually order some food and drink, glancing toward a dark alley beside the Lu residence. In the original tale, it is on this very day that Lu Xiaodian, the scion of the Lu family, is treacherously slain by a demonic enchantress in that very alley. All of his belongings are taken, save for an unremarkable stone left upon his person. Little does anyone know that this seemingly mundane stone is, in fact, a precious soul-nurturing stone. However, few possess the discernment to recognize its value. Later, it is fortuitously discovered by Yi Qing, who utilizes the stone to nourish the soul of the empress. With her assistance, he astonishes everyone when he recruits disciples at Yunqing's sect. Su Li gently shakes his head, taking a sip of his drink. Before long, a surge of spiritual energy emanates from the shadowy alley. Yet it stirs not a ripple in the martial fervor of Yun City. However, Su Li's eyes brighten, his spiritual power circulating within him. Having reached the qi condensation stage, he can now project his spiritual energy outward, enveloping himself and isolating from the external world. He strides toward the alley. In no time, a young man, grotesquely lifeless, appears before him. Su Li, expressionless, parts the clothing over the youth's chest and retrieves a small, obsidian stone, no larger than a finger. Ding. Congratulations, host, for intercepting Yi Qing's opportunity. You have received a reward of 10,000 fortune points. 10,000 fortune points. Su Li stores the soul-nurturing stone within the system space, a faint smile gracing his lips. Since his transmigration, only during his union with Xiao Yun has he ever received such a substantial reward at once. Indeed, to swiftly amass fortune points, one must exploit Yi Qing's misfortunes. With this thought, the corners of Su Li's mouth lift slightly, since he has already ensnared him. Might as well do so thoroughly. Half an hour later, an unremarkable young man with strikingly bright eyes arrives at the alley. Master, the location of the soul-nurturing stone must be here. Yi Qing gazes calmly at the wretched corpse of Lu Xiaotian. Indeed. Yet I sense the essence of the soul-nurturing stone is somewhat faint. Delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Retrieve it swiftly and depart. A cool, ethereal voice resonates in his mind. Yi Qing's heart trembles, though he has only glimpsed his master once, in her frail spirit form. Her unparalleled grace is indelibly etched in his memory, rendering all other women in the world dull by comparison. Understood, master. Yi Qing nods gently, exploring Lu Xiaoyan's corpse. Yet, with each search, his brow furrows tighter. Empty. How can this be? Could it be that someone has beaten him to it? Impossible. In this small Yun city, who could discern this as the soul-nurturing stone and arrive here at the perfect moment? Let us go. It has already been taken. In his mind, the cool voice sighs softly. But in the next instant, boom. A tremendous explosion reverberates as the gates of the Lu residence are blown open. A multitude of figures soared into the sky, unleashing an overwhelming pressure, their faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. The Liu family, a prominent clan in Cloud City, had never before experienced such a catastrophic event at their doorstep. If the culprit were to be apprehended, they would undoubtedly face severe retribution. However, in the next moment, the crowd gazed downwards, where a seemingly ordinary young man was rummaging through a corpse. The sight of the body caused their eyes to widen in shock, a collective gasp escaping their lips, soon replaced by an insatiable rage. Liu Xiaodian, the most cherished grandson of their ancestor, had been brutally slain before the gates of the Liu family, and the murderer, witnessing this scene, could they still be unaware of who was responsible? Allow me to explain. Yi Qing's face was as dark as a pot bottom, instinctively retreating, his mind fervently urging his master to devise a plan. In this situation, there was no way to clear his name, not even by jumping into the Yellow River. A conspiracy. This was an unequivocal scheme. Who was behind his downfall? Yi Qing, you shall perish. The members of the Liu family glared with fiery eyes, a multitude of spells cascading down, swiftly enveloping the narrow alleyway. Originally, Yi Qing had slain a prodigy of the Liu family, prompting them to retaliate by inflicting a chilling poison upon his mother. But now, Yi Qing had audaciously crossed the line by directly killing the most beloved grandson of their ancestor. This enmity could only be resolved through bloodshed. Not far away, in a tavern, Su Li gently swirled his wine glass, lazily observing the battle unfolding nearby. Countless spells engulfed the alley, while members of the Liu family ascended into the air, hastily joining the fray. Furthermore, from the back mountain of the Liu family, a terrifying aura, surpassing all others, was slowly awakening. It was the ancestral elder of the Liu family, a master of supernatural powers. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Liu family regards Yi Qing as a thorn in their side, earning a reward of 10,000 fortune points. Delightful. Another 10,000 fortune points added to his account. Su Li smiled slightly. With his fiery physique and the 9 revolutions of Xianyang technique, he had quietly laid a trap of flame spiritual energy before the gates of the Liu family, poised to ignite at the opportune moment. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, who was currently examining the corpse, would find it impossible to clear his name. In the original narrative, Yi Qing had taken the soul-nourishing stone and departed unnoticed by the Liu family. However, now he had irreparably offended them, and the ensuing conflict would undoubtedly hinder his cultivation progress significantly. Nevertheless, as a child of fortune, he was akin to an indomitable cockroach, capable of carving a path to survival even in the direst of situations. Before long, within Su Li's gaze, a disheveled figure, covered in blood and wearing a grotesque expression, suddenly vanished without warning, leaving behind a seething Liu family. It seemed that the empress had intervened. Su Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. Bingpa the Great, Lung Wuyan. She was a transcendent being, having attained the status of an emperor and instilling fear across the myriad races of the heavens. In the midst of grappling with formidable foes, he was treacherously struck down, leaving behind only a wisp of his soul, which now languishes within the ring of his fated imperial weapon. He wanders aimlessly through the myriad realms, until fortuitously discovered by the fortunate Yi Qing. The original narrative unfolds in a rather cliché manner, with Lung Wuyan initially aiding Yi Qing in his rapid ascent, leading him through a series of trials. The once aloof empress ultimately finds herself ensnared in Yi Qing's harem, despite his duplicitous nature. Presently, Yi Qing and Lung Wuyan have forged a master-disciple bond, making it challenging for anyone to sow discord between them. However, alternative avenues may be explored. Assisting Yi Qing in his escape would undoubtedly impose a considerable burden on Lung Wuyan. Fortuitously, possessing the soul-nourishing stone presents numerous opportunities for manipulation. Yet, matters concerning the empress can be deliberated upon at a later time. Su Li offered a gentle smile as he made his way toward a courtyard within the city. At this juncture, Yi Qing's only remaining kin is Xiao Yun. Given the calamity he has wrought, the Liu family will undoubtedly seek retribution. As Yi Qing's father, it seems only reasonable to assist in caring for his mother. Chapter 6. Desire for Growth? Quite impossible. The battle has concluded. The area adjacent to the Liu family lies in ruins, a wasteland rife with chaotic spiritual energy. Simultaneously, the entire Cloud City is in an uproar. Yi Qing has slain Liu Xiaodian. This is monumental news. Liu Xiaodian was the favored grandson of the Liu family's esteemed ancestor, a renowned prodigy within the city, now extinguished by Yi Qing's hand. Alas, Yi Qing now finds himself in dire straits. Though he had previously harbored enmity toward the Liu family, he never anticipated such audacity, provoking the wrath of the Liu family's patriarch, who would undoubtedly seek retribution. It is whispered that the patriarch has personally set out to the Yi residence to demand justice. On the streets, where the crowd is sparse, Su Li strolls, listening to the discussions around him, a faint smile gracing his lips. At present, all eyes within Cloud City are fixated on Yi Qing. He is undoubtedly being subjected to scrutiny, and any hope of leisurely growth akin to the past is entirely futile. Even with the Yi family's backing, the Liu family has taken a grudge against Yi Qing. Any opportunity for revenge will leave him ensnared in a perilous predicament. Contemplating this, Su Li casually tosses a bean-shaped pill into his mouth. This is a condensation pill, a product of the system, guaranteed to be of the highest quality. Although it costs 1,000 fortune points for a single pill, its consumption eliminates the need for personal cultivation, allowing one's cultivation level to surge without any side effects. Boom. A resonating roar fills Su Li's mind. His entire body radiates warmth, an exquisite comfort enveloping him. The spiritual energy within him expands, doubling in magnitude. He has reached the 4th level of the condensation realm. Su Li's eyes gleam with excitement as he clenches his fist. At this rate, within a few days, he shall ascend to the pinnacle of the condensation realm. With the aid of Luo Qinghan's mysterious physique, he can directly break through to the void realm. Attaining parity with Yi Qing, the greater his strength, the higher the status he would gain upon joining the Yunqing sect, facilitating his ability to exploit Yi Qing's resources more effortlessly. Not long after, within the city, in a spacious courtyard, a captivating woman, appearing as though she is in the bloom of youth, wipes the sweat from her brow. Dressed in a flowing purple gown that accentuates her voluptuous figure, reminiscent of a ripe peach, she gazes at the freshly laundered garments, a hint of complexity flickering in her eyes. This white shirt is the very one she wore during her last meeting with Su Li. Merely seeing it causes her cheeks to flush. Days have passed since then. And indeed, Su Li has not returned, as if he has forgotten her entirely. Sigh. Xiao Yun gently shakes her head. Her connection with Su Li was inherently flawed. Now, both of them are leading their separate lives, and it is for the best that they no longer intertwine. Though a tinge of disappointment lingers in her heart, Xiao Yun feels a greater sense of relief. If Su Li were to indulge in the sweetness of their past encounters, she, an ordinary woman, would be at a loss as to how to navigate such complexities. If their meetings were to increase, it would surely attract the attention of Qing'er or others, even if she yearns to confide her tangled emotions to someone. However, such matters are exceedingly difficult to articulate. Merely contemplating them causes her to bury her face in her hands. Yet, in the next moment, a loud bang reverberates as the courtyard gate is forcefully kicked open, revealing 3 figures whose arrogance is palpable, exuding an overwhelming aura. This is Yi Qing's mother. She intends to take her away. The leader gestures lightly, and the other 2 begin to advance slowly towards Xiao Yun. What do you intend to do? Xiao Yun stammers, retreating hastily, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. She is merely a woman devoid of any means of defense, while the 3 before her radiate a potent spiritual pressure, clearly indicating their status as cultivators. She is no match for them. What do you think? Your son has slain the most cherished grandson of my family's ancestor, and as his mother, you cannot escape culpability. Now, surrender obediently and accompany us. The members of the Liu family chuckle derisively, their scrutinizing gazes lingering on Xiao Yun with evident interest. Unexpectedly, Yi Qing may possess an unremarkable appearance, but his mother is indeed a stunning beauty. It is simply astonishing. Qing'er, Xiao Yun momentarily freezes, her eyes suddenly filled with terror as she slowly retreats. If this widow were to be captured by a group of men, the consequences are too dreadful to imagine. Furthermore, if they were to use her as leverage against Qing'er with this thought, Xiao Yun discreetly draws a sharp dagger from her skirt, positioning it against her neck, her eyes glinting with determination. Even in death, I shall not allow you to succeed. Oh, you wish to commit suicide before our very eyes. How laughable. The leader scoffs, extending his hand as spiritual energy surges, clearly intent on taking action. To mere mortals, before cultivators, they are akin to fish on a chopping block, utterly powerless to resist. Even the act of taking one's own life is a luxury beyond their reach. In the courtyard, the atmosphere is unbearably tense. Holding the dagger aloft, Xiao Yun's eyes are filled with a tumult of emotions. If she were to perish, would anyone feel sorrow? Surely, Su Li would find his true love, no longer burdened by a woman of her age, who is merely as old as his child at that moment. A sudden thud echoes as Xiao Yun steps back, feeling a solid presence behind her, akin to encountering a warm wall, who she turns to see a strikingly handsome youth, a subtle smile gracing his features. Su Li? Xiao Yun's eyes widen in disbelief, only to be swiftly replaced by fear. Su Li, you must flee. You are but a physician, no match for these cultivators. Though Su Li is the foremost physician in Yun City, His utter lack of martial prowess is well known. How could he possibly contend with these formidable cultivators? Su Li, perfect, we can capture him along with Yi Qing's mother. The Lu family members lick their lips, their eyes alight with excitement. Just imagine the rewards they would receive for apprehending the foremost physician of Yun City alongside Yi Qing's mother. Su Li, you must leave at once. Observing Su Li standing there motionless, Xiao Yun wore an expression of acute anxiety, her eyes glistening with the threat of tears as her delicate, fair hands incessantly patted Su Li's body. Do not be concerned, Su Li replied with a calm demeanor, swallowing a qi-condensing pill, gently grasping Xiao Yun's small hand. He waved his other hand, unleashing a colossal wave of spiritual energy, radiating an immense heat that surged towards the Lu family members. Intermingled within it were flashes of blinding cold light. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed through the courtyard. The three members of the Lu family exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Their protective spiritual barriers were effortlessly breached, leaving tiny puncture wounds in their foreheads, which appeared charred and darkened. Silently, the trio's rigid bodies began to topple to the ground. Su Li retracted his hand, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The strongest among them barely reached the initial stage of qi condensation, while he himself had attained the fourth stage of qi condensation, possessing the fiery sun body and the 9 turns profound yang technique. His combat prowess vastly superior to those of the same rank. Slaying these individuals was akin to crushing mere ants. Nevertheless, Su Li feigned a pale expression and, with a cough, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chapter 7. All obey the Lady Xiao Yun. Her expression fraught with urgency, hurriedly supported Su Li, her eyes brimming with panic. In her mind, Su Li had always been a delicate youth incapable of cultivation, possessing only remarkable medical skills. When did he acquire such formidable strength? Nonetheless, even with this newfound power, the price Su Li paid to vanquish the Lu family's cultivators was immense. Did she not notice? He had coughed up blood. Moreover, that elixir. It was likely that Su Li had exhausted his own body to achieve such a feat of killing the Lu family members in one blow. To her astonishment, he had gone to such lengths for her. Xiao Yun's eyes reddened as she gently embraced Su Li, in her most perilous moment. It was this seemingly fragile Su Li who had appeared. He was the one who had rescued her from despair. Sigh, what attitude should I adopt towards Su Li, who has done so much for me, if he still wishes to be with me? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Xiao Yun gently fiddled with the hem of her garment, her emotions in turmoil, and her fair, jade-like thighs subtly shifting. Considering the cold poison, Su Li had saved her life twice, a profound debt of gratitude. How could she ever repay such kindness? Observing the complexity of Xiao Yun's expression, Su Li gently grasped her petite hand. My lady, I have returned. Su Li, you. Please let go. Xiao Yun urged, her voice laced with anxiety. Someone might come at any moment, and if they see us, I would be utterly ashamed. She pushed against Su Li, though she did not dare to exert much force. Her delicate face was suffused with crimson, and her chest rose and fell rapidly. You're injured, yet you still think of such matters. Su Li, however, boldly continued to toy with her small hand. This place is secluded, aside from the Lu family. No one would venture here. Otherwise, Xiao Yun would not have lived in such seclusion for over a decade, encountering so few men. Soft, tender, smooth. No words could encapsulate the overwhelming sensations he experienced at that moment. The intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air to Su Li's nostrils, prompting him to inhale deeply. A faint smile gracing his lips. Su Li, I beg you. Xiao Yun's voice was tinged with desperation as her gaze darted towards the ajar door, fearing someone might stumble upon this scene. Yet, a peculiar thrill began to blossom within her. Panic and fear intermingled with the exhilarating rush of having narrowly escaped death, compounded by the presence of her savior, a remarkably handsome youth who harbored deep affections for her. Moreover, despite his injuries, Su Li's strength remained formidable, leaving her with little chance to resist. Xiao Yun's body grew increasingly pliant, gently collapsing into Su Li's embrace. Without hesitation, Su Li lifted her and carried her into the room. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have initially breached Xiao Yun's heart, earning 5,000 fortune points. The following day, the sun shone brightly. In the territory of the Yi family, this was one of the safest places in Yun City, aside from the Lord's mansion presided over by a peak spirit realm lord, where an esteemed ancestor of the Yi family held sway. Even the Lu family. It is utterly impossible to breach this place and take anyone away. A handsome young man, accompanied by a mature woman adorned in a purple dress, whose visage resembles that of a stunning lotus, entered a courtyard. This is the residence of the Yi family, designated for the talented Yi Qing. Ordinarily, Yi Qing's subordinates would engage in training and sparring here. Previously, As a physician devoid of martial prowess, he seldom visited, dedicating his time solely to healing others. However, now that he has cultivated his skills, it is only a matter of time before his abilities are revealed. Rather than conceal them, it would be prudent to leverage the situation with Xiao Yun to unveil a portion of his strength. "Madam, please enter." Su Li gently pushed open a door, offering a soft smile. Remaining outside could invite retaliation from the Lu family, but with Xiao Yun residing in the Yi household, her safety is assured. Behind him, Xiao Yun's cheeks flushed as she stepped into the room. This was her son Yi Qing's chamber, adorned simply with a few cushions and a large bed, reflecting Yi Qing's diligent practice and disregard for material possessions. Su Li observed Xiao Yun's graceful figure, her mature silhouette akin to a ripe peach, causing his head to spin. In an impulsive moment, he embraced her. Indeed, the allure of purple was captivating. In his arms, she felt as soft as a cloud, delicate and silky, as if he had fallen into a dream. After yesterday's tumultuous events, Su Li sensed that Xiao Yun had begun to open her heart to him, and her previous rejections were no longer as resolute. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel, though cliché, proved effective. "Su Li, please don't." Xiao Yun's body trembled, weakening in his grasp as a hint of desperation flickered in her eyes. This was the Yi residence, and more importantly, her son Yi Qing's room. If Yi Qing were to return unexpectedly, how would she ever face him, and how could she assume the role of a mother? Yet, she felt genuinely moved by Su Li, for it was he who had rescued her during her direst hour, paying a grave price for her safety. If his feelings were not sincere, how could he possibly care for a woman like her, a mother? Even in her inclination to refuse, harsh words eluded her. "Madam, there is no need for alarm. Elder brother Yi Qing has been summoned by the family head and will not return until afternoon," Su Li whispered gently in her ear. Xiao Yun felt her strength waning, letting out a soft sigh. After years of drought, encountering a man again stirred something within her. However, the moral constraints and decorum she had adhered to since childhood still bound her, preventing her from casting everything aside. "Su Li, our affair must remain a secret from others. Can you promise me that?" Xiao Yun gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Su Li tenderly stroked her hair, smiling as he acquiesced. "As you wish, madam." It was fortuitous. If Xiao Yun desired recognition, it could be arranged. Two individuals have been exposed. How can he continue to reap the benefits from Yi Qing? This clandestine relationship is precisely what he desires. Nevertheless, he asserts, as long as you, my lady, resolutely shatter societal perceptions, I shall take you as my wife. Regardless of the obstacles we may face, I will bestow upon you a splendid wedding. With a shy nod, Xiao Yun acquiesces. Shortly thereafter, the door closes tightly. In the Yi family's council chamber, Yi Qing kneels upon the ground, his visage as dark as a soot-laden pan, his body marred by the scars of a recent fierce battle. The patriarch of the Yi family, his mustache bristling with indignation, incessantly berates Yi Qing. Despite being the pride of the Yi family, he must endure the consequences of his grave errors. Meanwhile, within Yi Qing's chamber, a warmth akin to spring envelopes the space. As Su Li luxuriates in unparalleled tenderness, while Yi Qing suffers, he revels in the satisfaction of having made his mother stand tall. How delightful! 2 hours later, amidst the clamor outside, Su Li emerges from the room, invigorated, while Xiao Yun lies exhausted, already deep in slumber. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have made Yi Qing's mother stand tall, earning 2,000 fortune points. Excellent. Another 2,000 points added to my account. Su Li nods in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the group gathered in the courtyard. Chapter 8. No cleansing in the Yellow River at this moment. Yi Qing, who had always exuded an air of gentlemanly grace with a faint smile, appeared utterly disheveled. His long robe was torn to shreds, stained with streaks of blood. Brother Yi Qing, your actions are truly audacious. Lu Xiaodian, a prodigy of the Lu family, exclaimed. To kill so decisively. That was the Lu family's most beloved grandson. A peak practitioner on the verge of breaking through to the void fragmentation realm. Indeed, it is our fortune to follow such a leader. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must forge ahead without fear. Even if it requires sacrifice, it is worth it, Lu Xiaodian remarked, for he possessed numerous treasures. In the courtyard, voices clamored as admiration for Yi Qing filled the air. Though he had forged an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu family, the realm of cultivation was one governed by the law of the jungle. Moreover, the treasures belonging to Lu Xiaodian were sufficient to compensate for Yi Qing's losses. Yet, Yi Qing's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a facade of calm that was beginning to crack. Lu Xiaodian, it was not I who killed you. Brother, do not be so modest. Now, Who in Yun City does not know that the illustrious Yi Qing has slain Lu Xiaodian at the Lu family's doorstep? You have become a figure of great renown in Yun City. When Yun Qing's sect recruits disciples, this will be a significant achievement for you. A rugged man, towering like an iron tower, gently patted Yi Qing's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Moreover, Lu Xiaodian has long harbored ill intentions towards Miss Yi Liuli. It was a worthy act. Should he dare to covet Miss Yi Liuli, even if you do not strike him down, I shall seek retribution once I break through to the void fragmentation realm. Li Buwei thumped his chest, delight glimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Su Li stood at the entrance, gently shaking his head. Li Buwei was Yi Qing's most loyal underling. Unlike Su Li, who had only mastered the art of healing, Li Buwei possessed a true martial body, boasting tremendous physical strength and commendable cultivation talent. Though not a top-tier prodigy, he was the most formidable fighter among Yi Qing's subordinates. Having reached the 8th level of the Qi condensation realm, alas, he was a sycophant, and his affections were directed toward Yi Qing's cousin, Yi Liuli. In the original narrative, Yi Qing had exploited Yi Liuli to keep him tethered, promising to assist Li Buwei in winning her affection, thus earning his unwavering loyalty. Yet, given Yi Qing's duplicitous nature, how could he ever relinquish his cousin so easily? Such promises were merely verbal. Li Buwei had devoted several years to adoring Yi Liuli. Despite never having touched the hem of her garment, yet he remained blissfully unperturbed. In the midst of it all, Yi Qing's face was a portrait of fury, his smile stiff and strained, as his heart raged with indignation. Explanation? It was utterly futile. Not only the head of the Yi family, but also his subordinates and the entire Yun City believed him to be the murderer of Lu Xiaodian. If he had indeed killed him, it would have been a different matter. At least he would have secured the soul-nourishing stone and the numerous resources Lu Xiaodian possessed. Yet, he was clearly the victim of a conspiracy. Not only had he failed to obtain the soul-nourishing stone, but he also found himself embroiled in a mess. Desiring to quickly cultivate the soul power restored by his esteemed master has become mere idle talk. In fact, the Yi family had to compensate the Lu family with numerous resources due to this predicament, a burden he must bear. With this thought, Yi Qing clenched his fists tightly. Woe betide the one who has schemed against me. If I uncover your identity, I shall flay you alive to vent my pent-up wrath. But what of my mother? Yi Qing's heart raced as he gazed at the gathered crowd. After enduring countless hardships to escape the Lu family's pursuit, he had become overwhelmed by the multitude of matters at hand. Now that he found himself in a semblance of stability, an unnamable fear surged within him. His mother, merely a mortal residing in the courtyard of the city, was vulnerable if the Lu family sought revenge. Madame Xiaoyan, the expressions of his subordinates grew grave. This is dire. While I was in the city, I saw 3 cultivators from the Lu family hastily making their way toward a corner of the city. I paid it no heed at the time, but now that I think of it, that was precisely the location of my elder brother's residence. One of his younger brothers remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Cursed be it. A crimson vein pulsed in Yi Qing's eyes. Just as he was about to dash out of the courtyard, Su Li suddenly appeared, albeit with a pale visage, clearing his throat softly. Elder brother Yi Qing. Madame Xiao Yun has been brought to the Yi family. She is currently in your chamber. What? A flicker of joy illuminated Yi Qing's face as he hurried into the room, and indeed, he found Xiao Yun peacefully asleep. Though her complexion was slightly flushed, perhaps due to the warmth of the room, her breathing was steady and normal. Yi Qing exhaled a breath of relief. His mother was his last remaining kin in this world. While he could exploit anyone, his feelings for Xiao Yun, who had raised him alone, were deeply rooted in familial affection. Su Li, I am immensely grateful to you. Had it not been for your intervention, my mother might have already fallen victim to the Lu family's treachery. Please, head to the Yi family treasury and procure 1,000 taels in silver notes as a token of my sincere gratitude. Yi Qing managed to smile as he patted Su Li on the shoulder. 1,000 taels in silver notes, while enough to ensure a mortal's lifetime of prosperity, held little value for a cultivator. Spirit stones, elixirs, techniques, and divine weapons were the truly coveted treasures. Yet, something felt amiss. Was not Su Li a physician devoid of cultivation? How could he have rescued Madame Xiao Yun from the clutches of 3 Lu family members? Moreover, Su Li appeared to be injured. One of the younger brothers, puzzled, observed the frail Su Li and voiced his doubts. Yi Qing too harbored uncertainty in his gaze. Su Li coughed lightly, appearing fragile, resembling symptoms of severe depletion. 6 months prior, a younger brother had suddenly awakened a physique suitable for cultivation and had since devoted himself to rigorous training, ultimately breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi condensation. The strongest among the Liu family was merely at the first level of qi condensation, making them no match for the younger brother. However, in dealing with them, he had sustained some injuries, which would heal with proper recuperation. As long as one possesses cultivation, it is inevitable that one will be exposed. By revealing oneself in advance, one can avert the suspicions of others. Moreover, breaking through to the second level of qi condensation within half a year, while indicative of talent, pales in comparison to prodigies like Yi Qing. Were they to discover that one could ascend to the fourth level of qi condensation in merely a few days, Yi Qing, the hypocrite, would undoubtedly harbor misgivings about such an uncontrollable variable. Thus, Yi Qing and his companions nodded slowly in understanding. The sudden awakening of a suitable constitution for cultivation after reaching adulthood is not as rare as one might think. On the contrary, many renowned masters have experienced this awakening in their 30s or 40s, subsequently rising to become formidable forces. Although Su Li can be regarded as talented, he still falls within the realm of acceptability among the others. Furthermore, Su Li's combat prowess is within reasonable expectations, as he appears to struggle significantly even against those at the first level of qi condensation. Congratulations, congratulations. The crowd gathered around Su Li, their faces adorned with warm smiles, though their eyes flickered with diverse sentiments. As subordinates of Yi Qing, they were not a monolithic entity. Naturally, rivalries and power struggles existed among them. Now, Su Li's ability to cultivate poses a potential threat to those who are dependent on Yi Qing. Chapter 9. My loyalty to brother Yi Qing is as true as heaven and earth. Fortunately, Su Li's talents appear rather ordinary. Li Buwei smiled. And despite Su Li being at the second level of qi condensation, he could still sustain injuries even when facing those at the first level, indicating that his combat prowess was unremarkable. As for himself, he was at the 8th level of qi condensation. Su Li posed no threat to him at all. Thus, Li Buwei maintained a friendly demeanor towards Su Li, displaying no signs of animosity. Only those who harbored doubts about their own strength would regard Su Li with caution, fearing he might siphon off their training resources. Meanwhile, Su Li wore a warm expression, exchanging pleasantries with others to minimize his presence and the impact of his sudden ability to cultivate. Congratulations, Su Li, Yi Qing said with a benevolent smile, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman as he patted Su Li on the shoulder. Now, I have gained another fierce warrior under my command. This is a blessing for me, Yi Qing, and for the entire Yi family. However, Su Li's expression remained unchanged, his heart stifled with contempt. This hypocritical Yi Qing, while feigning joy, failed to mention any rewards. After all, extracting resources from him was akin to inflicting the greatest pain. Even after saving his mother, he could easily turn his back, forgetting the kindness shown to him. Such a selfish, self-serving hypocrite would speak with grandiloquence, yet reveal a repulsive visage when it came time for profit distribution. In the original text, the rewards he offered his subordinates were merely useless trinkets he had no use for, while he kept the valuable silver notes for himself, devoid of any real worth. Nevertheless, Su Li would not allow himself to be deceived any longer. Although Xiao Yun had already paid her dues with her body, one must seize every opportunity. Brother, the wounds I sustained while rescuing Madame Xiao could heal swiftly with fire attribute spiritual medicine. My awakened cultivation physique is related to flames. It seems I have overestimated myself, and am now struggling to control the spiritual energy within. Su Li's brow furrowed, appearing quite pained. A subtle pallor graced his face as he coughed delicately, revealing bloodstains resembling plum blossoms on his hand, painting a scene of utter despair. Su Li, your loyalty to brother Yi Qing is truly commendable. Li Buwei and the others hurriedly supported Su Li, their expressions betraying genuine concern, whether sincere or feigned. They then turned their gazes towards Yi Qing simultaneously. Su Li's act of saving Xiao Yun was a tremendous favor in Yi Qing's eyes, and all present were well aware of it. Furthermore, not long ago, Yi Qing had led his subordinates to train outside the city, fortuitously discovering a field of spiritual herbs, predominantly fire attribute. All these herbs had been safeguarded by Yi Qing. Thus, it was clear to everyone that Yi Qing must possess a considerable quantity of fire attribute spiritual medicine. With such devoted subordinates, how could he possibly withhold adequate rewards? Since Su Li is capable of cultivation, rewards such as silver notes are naturally unworthy of mention. This is all the fire attribute spiritual herbs I possess. Feel free to select as you wish. A warm smile graced Yi Qing's face, yet his heart bled at the thought. These herbs were invaluable resources for his cultivation. Parting with them felt more painful than inflicting wounds upon himself. Nevertheless, allowing Su Li to choose one would not significantly impact his own cultivation plans. Moreover, he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Yi Qing rapidly contemplated as he presented one fragrant herb after another. In total, there were 5. Each was encased in a vial, and even through the glass, a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated. Among them, one vial contained a fiery red ginseng, its aura noticeably weaker than the others. A smirk tugged at Yi Qing's lips. This Qiyang ginseng, a 7th-grade spiritual herb, was his most treasured possession, though its subdued potency made it appear unremarkable. Few could discern its true value, and he doubted Su Li would select it. As for the other 9th-grade herbs, gifting one to Su Li would not be a significant loss. Thank you, elder brother. My injuries are not severe. A common herb will suffice. Su Li's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the spiritual herbs Yi Qing presented. In the face of Yi Qing's rigid demeanor, he swiftly seized the Qiyang ginseng. How ludicrous! He was the embodiment of the blazing sun. How could he not perceive the potency of the herbs? Even if the potency was restrained, it could not obscure his senses. This Qiyang ginseng, being a 7th-grade herb, was worth far more than all the other herbs Yi Qing possessed combined. This turn of events left Yi Qing utterly vexed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring cultivation resources from Yi Qing. Plundering 5,000 fortune points. 5,000 fortune points. Su Li's heart soared with joy as he turned to face Yi Qing. Name: Yi Qing. Strength: 9th level of the void-breaking realm. Physique: Great Yin sword body, a top-tier sword cultivation physique, which can lead to enlightenment and ascension to emperor when perfected. Remaining fortune points: 118,000. Indeed, he was the son of fortune, even after being plundered for so long. His current fortune still neared 12,000. The female characters in the original text paled in comparison to Yi Qing. However, the Great Yin sword body? Su Li pondered. This was a peak physique, comparable to his own evolved Inferno god body, both capable of leading to enlightenment and ascension to emperor. After all, as the son of fortune, he not only possessed the ring lady, but also had exceptional innate qualities. However, Yi Qing's physique had yet to fully awaken. It would only truly shine once he entered the Yunqing sect and grasped his opportunities. Indeed, the elder brother was worthy of his title. His generosity was unmatched. Alas, who in Cloud City did not know of Yi Qing's noble character and virtuous reputation? Merely a few spiritual herbs. Could it be that brother Yi Qing is truly unwilling to part with them? Su Li, ever loyal, willingly chose the one with the least potency among the herbs. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Being natives of Cloud City, they were unfamiliar with the likes of the Qiyang ginseng. They merely perceived Su Li's choice as an act of devotion to brother Yi Qing, believing he was not one to take advantage of favoritism. Simultaneously, their gazes towards Su Li brimmed with envy, and Li Buwei felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Su Li's unwavering loyalty seemed destined to elevate his standing in brother Yi Qing's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Li feigned a countenance of overwhelming gratitude, vowing to follow brother Yi Qing with unwavering allegiance in the future. In stark contrast, Yi Qing stood frozen in place, his hands trembling slightly, his heart raging in fury. Damn it, I do not desire your loyalty. Could you please return the Qiyang ginseng to me? Chapter 10. Scheming for the Empress. Sowing discord. Had I known, I would not have revealed everything. This Su Li, is he truly naive or genuinely discerning? The Qiyang ginseng is of paramount importance to him, even if I have no use for it myself. At auction, it would fetch a base price of thousands of spirit stones. Who can tell how many cultivation resources it could be exchanged for? In this predicament, am I to retrieve the spiritual herb? Now, I can only resign myself to misfortune. If I attempt to reclaim the herb, the gentlemanly image I have cultivated over the years would be irrevocably tarnished. As I gaze upon the Qiyang ginseng in Su Li's hands, each piece exuding a fragrant aura, crimson threads creep into my eyes, and my heart bleeds. Yet, I find myself at a loss for words, merely managing a stiff smile as I gently pat Su Li on the shoulder. Follow me, and how could I ever let you suffer? In my heart, you are already my brothers, my cherished friends. Once I ascend to a high position within the Yunqing sect, all present shall have the opportunity to become outer disciples. Having already paid the price of the spiritual herb, I must now maximize the benefits. Crafting grand visions for my subordinates is my forte. At this moment, unnoticed by anyone, the ancient ring on my finger emits a faint glow. Inside, a figure resembling a celestial maiden, more beautiful than any mortal, lets out a soft sigh. Her brows furrow slightly, and disappointment flickers in her eyes. As an imperial-level spirit, even as a mere remnant of a soul, she perceives all that transpires outside, including the anger concealed beneath my mask, fully aware of my sentiments. though I possessed the Dian sword body, with hopes of attaining the pinnacle of enlightenment in the future. Recent events involving the Liu family and rewarding my subordinates have revealed my vengeful nature and self-serving tendencies to her. Such character flaws, even if I were to become powerful, would not bode well for the world at large. However, it was I who awakened her, and she has absorbed many years of my cultivation, forming a bond of mentor and disciple. To abandon him for such trivial matters would be unthinkable. I shall wait for a more opportune time to counsel him further. Lung Wuyuan closes her eyes. Meanwhile, in the outside world, elder brother is magnificent. The crowd's eyes gleam with excitement, and under my relentless persuasion, they firmly believe in the grand visions I paint. Su Li, on the other hand, feigns agreement. Indeed, you have sacrificed your life to shield me, your brother, only to be exploited to the end. Just now, I observe my subordinates. The one with the highest fortune value is Li Bu Wei, yet it barely exceeds a few hundred. The others possess values as low as a mere few dozen. There is hardly any merit in attempting to profit from them. After all, in the original narrative, my subordinates were all utilized to their demise. How could they possibly possess substantial fortune? Only those young women associated with Yi Qing can live peacefully until the grand conclusion, for their fortune surpasses that of ordinary individuals, enabling them to reap plentiful rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for employing a subtle strategy that has led the Empress's spirit to harbor a modicum of disappointment towards Yi Qing, thereby allowing you to seize 5,000 fortune points. An unexpected gain? Su Li cast a glance at Yi Qing, and indeed, his fortune points had plummeted to a mere 113,000, a sudden drop of 5,000. It was evident that the Empress was Yi Qing's greatest boon. Even a shift in her attitude could cause significant fluctuations in his fortune points. It seems there may be opportunities to sow discord in the future. Should the Empress become entirely disillusioned with Yi Qing, his fortune might be halved. Su Li nodded gently, a slight smile gracing his lips. In his possession lay a soul-nourishing stone, a 6th-grade treasure specifically designed to nurture souls. While the soul-nourishing stone might not hold much value for an emperor, it would be immensely beneficial for the cold and fragmented soul of Lung Wuyan. However, at that moment, big brother Yi Qing, you truly concern me. A girl clad in a cerulean robe, with brows resembling distant mountains and lips akin to cherries, rushed toward him with strikingly long legs. Upon seeing Yi Qing disheveled and stained with blood, her brow furrowed in worry, her eyes revealing a glimmer of compassion. Ah, Qinghan, there is no need for concern. My body is perfectly fine now. The Liu family, to attempt to kill me, is still quite premature. Yet you, with your frail health, have come all this way to see me. Yi Qing gazed at Luo Qinghan, a warm smile illuminating his face, akin to the gentle caress of spring's first light, instilling a sense of comfort. Luo Qinghan, as he learned from his master, possessed the rare Xianxia body, which allows one to transcend a realm without future repercussions. Alas, the Xianxia body has its limitations, only aiding those of equal or one major realm higher than herself in their breakthroughs. With her average aptitude, Luo Qinghan was merely at the qi condensation stage, at most facilitating her ascent from the void-breaking stage to the divine ability stage. Even so, such rarity is invaluable. Achieving the divine ability stage would render him a top-tier expert within the entire Cloud City. Even the ancestors of the prominent families would merely be at the divine ability stage. At that point, the Liu family's ancestor would pose no threat to him. Yi Qing's thoughts raced. He was now capable of absorbing Luo Qinghan's essence. In recent days, he had painstakingly endeavored to draw closer to her, crafting a flawless image in her mind, all for this very moment. Big brother Yi Qing and Luo Qinghan truly make for a perfect pair. Nearby, onlookers gazed at the exquisitely beautiful and elegantly poised Luo Qinghan, their faces adorned with affectionate smiles. Within the city, she was indeed one of the most striking beauties. Though her cultivation aptitude was not top tier, her gentle and kind disposition had earned her the admiration of Yi Qing and his followers. Now, even though neither had explicitly stated it, however, it is evident to all that Luo Qinghan is indeed Yi Qing's beloved, and none would dare to show her any disrespect. Brother Yi Qing. Luo Qinghan gazed at Yi Qing, relieved to see he was unharmed. She took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the blood-soiled forehead, exuding an aura of tenderness. Shy and timid, her demeanor contrasted starkly with her earlier attitude towards Su Li. Yi Qing, the destined child of virtue, kind and gentle, was infinitely superior to that detestable Su Li. The mere thought of Su Li made Luo Qinghan clench her teeth in silent fury. The shadows he cast upon her lingered in her mind, haunting her for days. Although her most treasured possession had remained intact, Su Li had still dared to behave with wanton disregard. Nevertheless, it mattered not. This incident had not spread, and before Brother Yi Qing and the others, she still embodied the pure and unblemished Luo Qinghan. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly felt a tightness in her chest, sensing a gaze as sharp as a blade upon her. It sent chills through her, causing her body to stiffen. Turning to scan the crowd, her eyes locked onto those of a young man. He wore a calm expression, observing her standing alongside Yi Qing, a faint, mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Li. Luo Qinghan's complexion paled. The handkerchief she had been using to tend to Yi Qing fell to the ground, and her body trembled slightly. If Su Li were to reveal the events that had transpired, it would be a devastating blow to her. Would Brother Yi Qing truly still wish to marry a woman who had been so openly disrespected by others? No, this matter must not be exposed. Qinghan. What is the matter? Yi Qing furrowed his brow, eager to support her. These past few days had been crucial for her breakthrough with his assistance. Nothing must go awry. However, Luo Qinghan instinctively evaded Yi Qing's hand, her eyes unable to articulate her distress. Her intuition warned her that she could not afford to be close to Yi Qing in front of Su Li. If Su Li were to recklessly disclose their past actions, everything would be ruined. Qinghan Yu. Observing Luo Qinghan's retreat, Yi Qing's frown deepened. In the past, she would never have shied away. A most unpleasant and uncontrollable sensation surged within his heart once more. Chapter 11. Do not speak of it, Su Li. Luo Qinghan's complexion turned pale, and the handkerchief he was using to wipe Yi Qing's face fell to the ground, his body trembling slightly. If Su Li were to reveal the events that transpired at this moment, it would be a devastating blow to him. Brother Yi Qing, would you truly still wish to marry a woman who has been so wantonly trifled with by others? No, this matter must not be allowed to surface. Simultaneously, a peculiar, indescribable pain surged in his chest, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water, his body drenched in cold sweat. And the malady he suffered from chose this moment to strike. For Luo Qinghan, it was indeed an added misfortune. Is something wrong, Qinghan? Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Concern etched across his face, and instinctively reached out to support him. These past few days had been crucial for him, relying on Luo Qinghan to break through. He could not afford any mishaps. However, Luo Qinghan deftly evaded Yi Qing's hand, her eyes meeting his, stammering and unable to articulate her thoughts. Her intuition warned her that she must not appear close to Yi Qing in front of Su Li. Otherwise, if Su Li decided to expose their past indiscretions, everything would be ruined. Qinghan Yu. Yi Qing gazed at the evading Luo Qinghan, his brow furrowing deeper. In the past, she would never have shunned him. A most unpleasant and uncontrollable sensation resurfaced in his heart. Recently, Yi Qing found himself plagued by a series of misfortunes. It seemed she was suffering from her ailment. Luo Qinghan had always been frail, her body was weak, and if she neglected her medicinal diet, her symptoms would manifest, leaving her pale and feeble. A voice broke the tension as Su Li approached with a faint smile. He had personally prepared Luo Qinghan's medicinal concoctions, and it would be a simple matter to set a few traps. With just a hint, he could dictate when her ailments would strike. That wretched woman, wishing to indulge in sweet nothings with Yi Qing? How preposterous! Upon seeing Su Li, Luo Qinghan lowered her head slightly, unable to meet his gaze. Ah, I see. In that case, consuming some medicinal dishes should suffice. Qinghan, you should accompany Su Li to the training room, Yi Qing suggested softly. The training room, located in the Yi family estate, was not only a place for cultivation but also stocked with various medicinal herbs suitable for preparing medicinal dishes. He turned to Su Li. I entrust Qinghan to your care. Yi Qing offered a slight bow. Just a small favor, Su Li replied with a gentle smile. Brother Yi Qing, I shall take my leave now, Luo Qinghan said, biting her lip, her pallor evident, her voice trembling. Yet, Yi Qing thought little of it. This was her typical demeanor when her illness flared. He waved his hand, signaling for Su Li and Luo Qinghan to depart promptly. Before long, a waft of medicinal fragrance filled the training room, and a faint smile crept onto Yi Qing's lips. How could he have failed to notice Su Li's affections for Luo Qinghan before? For years, she has diligently prepared medicinal dishes for her. Yet Su Li's affection amounts to nothing but futile effort. Given Luo Qinghan's disposition, she could only harbor feelings for herself, forbidding even the slightest touch from Su Li. Thus, Su Li resolved to wait a few more days, until Luo Qinghan's health improved, to extract her enigmatic body. Once she transcended to the divine realm, she would no longer fear the Lu family, and upon joining the Yunqing sect, she would undoubtedly make a remarkable impression. At this moment, in the training chamber, a massive bronze cauldron blazed with flames, simmering the medicinal herbs in a veil of steam. On the floor's mat sat a handsome young man with a tranquil expression, while another figure, a delicately dressed woman in blue, appeared pale and on the verge of collapse, clutching her chest in agony. Su Li, is it not ready yet? Luo Qinghan furrowed her brow, her gaze fixed on Su Li, unmasked by the absence of Yi Qing. It was he who had disrupted her entire existence. Had he not failed to deliver the medicinal dish today, she would not have succumbed to illness in the presence of her brother. Want the medicinal dish? Su Li scoffed, abruptly toppling the cauldron, the scalding liquid spilling across the floor, saturating the room with a pungent aroma of medicine. Su Li, you. Luo Qinghan clenched her teeth, glaring fiercely at Su Li. Though her body trembled uncontrollably, her expression remained resolute. Su Li paid her no mind, closing her eyes instead. What a farce. Su Li was acutely aware of Luo Qinghan's suffering, a pain that would be unbearable for anyone, if she could endure it for half an hour. Her will must be as unyielding as iron. The room fell into silence. However, as time passed, Luo Qinghan's breaths grew heavier, resembling one pulled from water, emitting faint, anguished moans. Su Li, what must I do to receive the medicinal dish? Luo Qinghan's tone softened, her words laced with desperation. She could no longer bear the torment for even a moment longer. In contrast, Su Li's lips curled into a derisive smile, while her words were eloquent. She had not even managed to endure for half an hour. The medicinal dish was exceedingly precious. Why should she offer it to her? Or what would she provide in exchange? Luo Qinghan recalled the last time Su Li had treated her with blatant disregard, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Yet, the agony within her body intensified. Subsequently, she found herself involuntarily moving towards Su Li. Before long, Luo Qinghan's attire was disheveled, her fair thighs exposed, glistening enticingly. Su Li's hands roamed over them, eliciting an indescribable sense of humiliation within Luo Qinghan. Just moments ago, she had been engaging in courteous conversation with her brother Yi Qing, their laughter echoing, as everyone believed them to be a match made in heaven. Yet now, I find myself at the mercy of Su Li's playful whims, treated almost as though I were a mere toy. What is even more infuriating is that this entire situation stems from my own volition. I am stripped of all dignity. One must remember that Yi Qing is still outside, with only a door separating us. The thought of him stumbling upon this scene fills my heart with an indescribable dread, compelling me to urge Su Li to hasten his actions. Meanwhile, Su Li continues to savor the tofu, relishing its silky texture. Indeed, those legs, famed in the original narrative, possess an invigorating allure. If one were to compare, while Xiao Yun's entire presence evokes the softness of clouds, the majority of Luo Qinghan's charm resides in those captivating legs, rendering them utterly irresistible. Chapter 12. Silence. Continue eating yet. This woman, Luo Qinghan, despite having been the object of my affections for many years, merely regarded me as a tool. Presently, Su Li's interest in her is solely due to her mysterious physique and the rewards from the system, allowing him to engage in this charade while ruthlessly harvesting her fortune. In the room, the medicinal concoction simmered anew, its aroma intensifying. At last, Su Li released Luo Qinghan, extracting a bowl of milky liquid. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. With a forceful motion, he hurled the entire bowl to the ground, the liquid cascading and steaming in the air. Su Li, Luo Qinghan's eyes blazed with resentment as she trembled, gazing at the spilled concoction, while Su Li remained impassive, quietly observing her. Frustration surged within Luo Qinghan. However, the agony coursing through her body threatened to engulf her, relentlessly assaulting the remnants of her sanity. On the floor, the enticing liquid glimmered, its scent provoking an insatiable desire within her. As the potion seeped into the ground, time slipped away, diminishing the precious liquid with each passing moment. Eventually, unable to withstand it any longer, Luo Qinghan bent down. Cough, cough. She stifled a few coughs, her gaze blazing with a mixture of shame and longing as she looked at Su Li, remnants of the potion still clinging to her lips. Yet, in the next moment, her depleted body absorbed a hint of nourishment, albeit insufficient to satiate her needs. With an expressionless demeanor, Su Li delivered a sharp slap to her rear, eliciting a gasp of indignation from Luo Qinghan. Silence. Continue eating. What difference is there between your current state and that of a dog? As he spoke, he casually tossed another bowl of the medicinal dish onto the floor. This woman, who had surprised him by so readily compromising herself for mere observation, was indeed a curious case. With her mysterious physique and some fortune still to be exploited, she paled in comparison to Xiao Yun in terms of heart. If her aspiration was to marry Yi Qing, then he would personally shatter that dream. Once he had ruined her, how could she face Yi Qing again? With this thought, Su Li watched as Luo Qinghan, on all fours, licked the spilled potion from the floor, a smile creeping across his lips. In the room, the sound of swallowing echoed as Luo Qinghan indulged herself, her belly visibly rounder from her indulgence. After consuming the potion, she finally rose to her feet, adjusting her attire. Her icy gaze fixed on Su Li, her heart brimming with animosity. This person not only treated her with flagrant disdain, but also dared to humiliate her so brazenly. Nevertheless, the most crucial parts of her still remained intact. Allowing Su Li to continue in this manner would be a grave mistake. As long as one seizes the right opportunity to subtly plant seeds of disdain in Yi Qing's heart towards Su Li, suspicion regarding his character will surely flourish. Consequently, Yi Qing will inevitably cast Su Li out of the Yi family. If one were to adopt a more radical approach, one could utilize the resources and wealth accumulated over the years, even establishing connections with the demonic sect to ensure Su Li's demise without a trace. Do you suppose that such actions would go unpunished? Beware, for I may not relent. Even in the absence of medicinal cuisine, I shall not tolerate you any longer. Luo Qinghan's words were laced with frost. The situation between her and Su Li remained unseen by any third party. As long as she crafted the narrative, Su Li would be deprived of the chance to voice his grievances. Thus, she would continue to embody the pure and immaculate Luo Qinghan. However, upon hearing these words, Su Li merely curled his lips into a sardonic smile. How could he be unaware of Luo Qinghan's thoughts? Yet, despite her venomous heart, her methods were still rather naive. Look at this, Su Li said, producing a recording stone from his bosom, which captured Luo Qinghan's recent pleas and her proactive demeanor. The imagery was fragrant, alluring, and utterly seductive, with Luo Qinghan being the quintessential protagonist therein. Su Li, you shameless wretch. Luo Qinghan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Should Yi Qing lay eyes on such a thing, it would deal a devastating blow to their relationship. No man could bear to see his beloved woman being trifled with by others. How would she face Yi Qing then? Su Li maintained his icy demeanor, devoid of any emotion as he spoke. Do as you wish, but should I encounter any misfortune, this recording stone shall undoubtedly find its way into Yi Qing's hands, allowing him to witness how debased his woman appears before another man. I might even replicate hundreds of copies, so that the entire Cloud City may behold the true nature of the admired Luo Qinghan. To threaten him? Such delusions were laughable. You. Luo Qinghan was incensed, her chest heaving, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In her current state, she had no idea how to confront Yi Qing. If Su Li truly withheld the medicinal cuisine, she could not bear to experience that living hell again. The most lethal blow would be if that recording stone were to be exposed. Luo Qinghan would lose all face before Yi Qing and become a laughingstock throughout Cloud City. With a frosty glare directed at Su Li, she turned on her heel and departed. Previously, Su Li had shown her unwavering care, yet now, his demeanor had shifted dramatically. Surely, her prior indifference had driven Su Li to madness with jealousy. Moreover, her mutual affection with Yi Qing only deepened that jealousy. Nevertheless, no matter what Su Li did, it would not alter her innermost convictions. Her future lay solely with marrying Yi Qing. Su Li merely observed her retreating figure in silence, unfazed by Luo Qinghan's attitude. The fortune amassed in hand is the only true fortune. As long as Yi Qing does not acquire the Xincha body, victory is assured. Ding. Congratulations to the host for disturbing Luo Qinghan's state of mind and imposing a threat, earning 2,000 points of fortune. Excellent. Another 2,000 points credited. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. This medicinal dish serves a different purpose than the previous ones. It merely alleviates Luo Qinghan's suffering slightly and does not compensate for the deficits in her body. As the foremost physician in Yun City, Su Li finds it quite simple to achieve this. If Yi Qing were to seize her Xianxia body now, he would not accomplish his breakthrough. Yi Qing has always coveted Luo Qinghan's Xianxia body, yet in this situation, he could not possibly absorb it. Now, with a substantial amount of fortune points and the newly acquired 7th grade spiritual herb, Qiyang Ginseng, it is merely a matter of days before Su Li reaches the pinnacle of the Qi condensation realm. Once she attains that peak, she will be able to take Luo Qinghan's Xianxia body, propelling herself directly into the void-breaking realm. Even within the entirety of Yun City, she would be regarded as a formidable force. Chapter 13. It's all Su Li's fault. Upon this realization, Su Li promptly extracted the Crimson Sun Ginseng and swallowed it whole. The ginseng, initially no larger than a thumb, transformed into a searing elixir upon entering his mouth, brimming with formidable medicinal potency. Sensing the escalating momentum within his body, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Ordinary individuals, upon acquiring such a precious spirit herb, would undoubtedly refine it into a pill to maximize its efficacy. However, endowed with the flames of the sun physique, he could directly absorb any fire attribute spirit herb without fear of losing its medicinal properties. Any fire-related herb would unleash its full potential within him. Boom. The spiritual energy within Su Li surged, resonating with a powerful sound. Condensing Qi, 5th level. Condensing Qi, 6th level. Condensing Qi, 7th level. In mere moments, Su Li ascended to the 7th level of the condensing Qi realm. His speed was astonishing, akin to a cheat. Meanwhile, outside, Yi Qing wore a serious expression as he addressed Li Bu Wei and the others. Search the city thoroughly. If you find a stone like this, inform me immediately. He produced a piece of paper depicting an unremarkable stone, albeit strikingly bright and riddled with numerous tiny pits. The soul-nourishing stone. Even now, Yi Qing felt a pang of dissatisfaction. He had faced considerable trouble within the Lu family and failed to locate the soul-nourishing stone. If he possessed it, his master could bestow upon him a profound influx of spiritual energy, along with an incredibly powerful technique. Even if hope seemed faint, he could not afford to give up. If he could find and retrieve the soul-nourishing stone, the one who had wronged him. As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. The others, though puzzled, did not dwell on it, for it was Yi Qing's decision. They merely needed to follow his instructions. After all, Yun City was but a small locale, with its strongest practitioners merely at the divine ability realm. Even if the soul-nourishing stone were presented before them, they would be unable to discern its true nature, mistaking it for merely an unusually shaped, hard stone. At that moment, the door to the training room creaked open. A young girl clad in azure garments emerged, her cheeks still somewhat pale, yet her beauty remained undeniable. She staggered slightly, appearing somewhat frail. "Qinghan, are you all right?" Yi Qing's face lit up with a warm smile as he approached Luo Qinghan, wishing to stroke her hair. However, Luo Qinghan took a small step back, her eyes betraying a flicker of resentment. Su Li was inside the training room. If Su Li were to see her getting too close to Yi Qing, the consequences would be dire. Should he become jealous and recklessly expose the Shadow Stone? Everything stemmed from Su Li's threat. It was all Su Li's fault. Yi Qing's hand hovered awkwardly in midair, his expression stiffening. Yet he maintained a semblance of a smile as he extended an invitation to Luo Qinghan. "Qinghan, in the past few days, I have acquired a manor in the city. Why don't we take a trip to enjoy the snow scenery? Additionally, I can provide you with some guidance in your cultivation. In passing, take good care of yourself. Do you appreciate the beauty of the snow? Alas, that is but a falsehood. If only we could allow Luo Qinghan to attain the Xincha body, he would surely possess the means." However, Luo Qinghan gently shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Yeqing. But I find myself unwell at the moment and require a few days of quietude. Your assistance is not needed." Although he had just consumed the medicinal dish, alleviating his physical discomfort, Luo Qinghan could still distinctly feel his weakness. Moreover, the thought of Su Li discovering the two of them together. With this in mind, Luo Qinghan resolved to bid farewell to Yeqing and proceeded to walk outside. Yeqing extended his hand, gazing intently at Luo Qinghan's departing figure. His eyes tinged with a hint of bloodshot, yet his lips retained a smile. If Qinghan is unwell, then it is prudent to wait a few days. Meanwhile, others remained silent, noticing Luo Qinghan's peculiar state, yet they merely attributed it to his health issues, as this had been an ongoing concern for several years, rendering them somewhat accustomed to it. Indeed, Luo Qinghan's physical depletion was far too severe. Even with the medicinal dishes, it was challenging to replenish his vitality. He now required meticulous care, and I shall endure some hardship over the next few days to restore his health. A voice emerged. Su Li slowly stepped from the doorway, observing Luo Qinghan with a sigh, shaking his head slightly. "So that is the case. I entrust everything to you." Yeqing performed a deep bow, his expression earnest, appearing utterly smitten with Luo Qinghan. "There is no need for such formality, my lord. As your subordinate, it is my duty to alleviate your burdens." Su Li looked at Yeqing, who feigned gratitude, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Luo Qinghan had just endured humiliation at his hands, yet Yeqing remained oblivious, even expressing thanks. The satisfaction derived from this was not for others to know. As time passed over the next few days, Su Li resided within the Yi family courtyard, occasionally seizing the opportunity to visit his mother whenever Yeqing stepped out. After all, he held a genuine fondness for Xiao Yun, the alluring young matron, and her status as Yeqing's mother only intensified his affection. Each encounter felt akin to riding atop Yeqing's diminutive head. "Su Li, are you not overexerting yourself? You must remember that you were injured just days ago." Xiao Yun lay softly in Su Li's embrace, her delicate hands tracing circles on his chest, her languorous demeanor exuding temptation. Su Li gently patted Xiao Yun, a smile gracing his lips. "My lady, fret not. Thanks to the spiritual medicine provided by Yeqing, I am now quite well." As he spoke, he immersed himself in labor, seemingly striving to validate his words. Hours passed. All right, I understand. You are the strongest." Xiao Yun's face flushed with a rosy hue as she lay wearily upon the bed, her gaze towards Su Li imbued with shyness and timidity. Such intensity, truly overwhelming. Even though she had long been parched and was finally graced by the sweet rain, she remained, after all, a mortal being, and under Su Li's relentless assault, she found it increasingly difficult to endure. The waters surged forth, inundating the land. These two precious herbs were given to me by Qing. However, as a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation aptitude, possessing such resources is ultimately futile. Since you have embarked on your path of cultivation recently, you must be in dire need of resources. Xiao Yun gazed at Su Li, retrieving two fragrant herbs from the bedside, her eyes, as serene as water, fixed upon him. Over the past few days, she had heard of Su Li's remarkable feats from others, merely 6 months prior. He had commenced his cultivation journey and had already attained the second level of qi condensation, demonstrating commendable potential. Though she was but a mortal, she yearned to extend her assistance to Su Li. Chapter 14. The mind of a dog licker is unusual. Thank you, my lady. Su Li did not decline. Instead, he gazed gently at Xiao Yun and lightly patted her head. The two spirit herbs, both of the fire attribute and of the ninth grade, would undoubtedly aid in enhancing his cultivation. It seemed that aside from her inability to accept the public nature of their relationship, Xiao Yun's heart was wholly devoted to him. However, Xiao Yun remained merely a mortal for now. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Li furrowed his brow. Fortunately, within the Yunqing sect, there existed elixirs capable of enabling mortals to embark on their cultivation journey. Though they were costly, they were not entirely beyond reach. In the original tale, Yi Qing had rendered great service to the sect and exchanged such elixirs for his mother. Yet, with his presence, how could Yi Qing achieve such merit? Once he joined the Yunqing sect, he could certainly procure some for Xiao Yun. After all, even if mortals in this fantastical world could live for 200 or 300 years, compared to those cultivators with lifespans reaching thousands or tens of thousands of years, it seemed rather insignificant. He did not wish to witness the demise of the enchanting Xiao Yun in the future, after he had gained formidable strength. Moreover, bestowing elixirs upon her would also allow him to accumulate more fortune. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained greater reliance from Lady Xiao Yun. Acquired 2,000 fortune points. Lady Xiao Yun has gifted you spirit herbs from her son, while the herbs painstakingly gathered by Yi Qing have become your fortune. Acquired 1,000 fortune points. A total of 3,000 fortune points were credited. Su Li felt quite pleased and turned to Xiao Yun, ready for another bout. Half a day later, Su Li emerged from the room, satisfaction evident on his face. In Yi Qing's courtyard, several subordinates were already engaged in their cultivation. However, most were at the second or third level of qi condensation, while Li Buwei, at the 8th level, stood as the strongest among them. Yet, despite Li Buwei's abundant spiritual energy and the vigorous display of his fists, Su Li felt no sense of pressure whatsoever. With the enhancement of spirit herbs and the system's qi condensation elixirs, he had broken through to the 8th level of qi condensation in just one night. A slight smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he clenched his fists. With Xiao Yun's resources and the system's elixirs, his cultivation felt as effortless as eating or drinking. At present, he could be considered the strongest in this courtyard, second only to Yi Qing. Not long ago, he had merely been a mortal. Such a pace of cultivation was nothing short of terrifying, reaching astonishing heights. "Ah, Su Li, how is Lady Xiao Yun?" Li Buwei asked, a smile gracing his lips, appearing quite amiable. "The lady's cold poison has been cured, though her body still requires nourishment. As long as I tend to her from time to time, she will be fine," Su Li replied with a smile. When Yi Qing was absent, he had taken the opportunity to visit under the pretense of re-examining Lady Xiao Yun. Coincidentally, he had also reaped some fortune points, and today he had received the spirit herbs meant for Xiao Yun from Yi Qing. What bliss that was! That's good, that's good," Li Buwei softly echoed, hesitating beside Su Li, his gaze evasive, seemingly reluctant to speak. "Brother Buwei, if there is something on your mind, please speak candidly," Su Li remarked with a gentle smile, perceiving Li Buwei's hesitation. This sycophant, the only thing that could cause him such reluctance, must pertain to Yi Liuli. As expected, upon hearing Su Li's words, a glimmer of joy mixed with concern flickered in Li Buwei's eyes. The once robust figure now appeared somewhat bashful, sending a chill down Su Li's spine and leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. In the original narrative, Li Buwei had slaughtered the innocent for Yi Qing, showing no mercy even to mortals, yet here he was, displaying such a vulnerable side. Su Li, it is like this. Recently, for reasons unknown, Liuli has been in a rather poor mood, frequently throwing things and often clutching her abdomen in pain, displaying extreme coldness towards others. I suspect she may have contracted some ailment and wish for your assistance, Li Buwei said, gently patting his chest. If you, dear brother Su Li, can cure her, I would willingly offer you 100 spirit stones. Oh, Su Li's eyes brightened. This Li Buwei is quite generous. 100 spirit stones equate to the resources he would use for half a year of cultivation. Spirit stones are of paramount importance in this realm, serving as the currency of the cultivation world. 100 spirit stones is indeed a substantial sum in the early stages of the plot. Truly, the minds of sycophants are peculiar. For a woman, he is willing to forfeit his cultivation resources, thus sacrificing his future. What a farce. However, Li Buwei is not entirely virtuous. This money is too good to pass up. Since it is brother Buwei's request, how could I refuse? Miss Liuli is unwell, and being the cousin of brother Yi Qing, it is only natural for me to offer my aid. Su Li smiled softly, his expression tinged with genuine concern for Yi Liuli's condition. However, do not offend her. She is my goddess. Li Buwei gazed at Su Li's handsome visage, his smile unwavering, though inwardly he remained vigilant. This Su Li, despite lacking the talent and strength compared to himself, possesses an extraordinary charm. What if Yi Liuli? No, absolutely not. Liuli is not so superficial. Only I can bring her happiness. Of course, as a healer, I see only the patient, with no distinction between genders. Su Li nodded lightly, observing the hesitant Li Buwei with a smirk within. Silly sycophant, concerned that a physician might be too handsome? No wonder, in the original tale. Although Li Buwei harbored feelings for Yi Liuli, he never dared to touch a thread of her clothing. It seems he harbors some insecurity about his own appearance. Yet, in the original narrative, when he slaughtered those innocent civilians, he showed no such humility. As a cultivator, to strike against mortals is a grave taboo. He even captured attractive young women among the common folk for amusement before disposing of them. One could say, apart from being a sycophant, in other respects, he is nothing short of a villain, utterly deserving of 1,000 deaths. Very well. Li Buwei exhaled softly, nodding his head before continuing. Then follow me. Miss Yi Liuli is resting in the nearby villa. Before long, within a secluded villa of the Yi family, Su Li and Li Buwei stepped inside. The courtyard was meticulously arranged. Even in the depths of winter, delicate flowers bloomed, presenting a breathtaking sight. Despite the snowfall, the ground had been thoroughly cleared of snow. Nearby, a number of maidservants attended to their duties, with nary a man in sight. It was evident that this was a courtyard befitting a young lady of high status. Although Yi Liuli herself possessed average talents, both her parents were formidable figures in the void-breaking realm, serving as the backbone of the Yi family. Moreover, her cousin Yi Qing was one of the most outstanding prodigies in Yun City. Given such privileges, it was only natural. Chapter 15. What brings you here? Liuli, I have arrived. I recently learned of your ailment, and, despite numerous hardships, have summoned a physician to assist in your recovery. I beseech you to grant me but a moment of your time. A man, rugged in appearance and possessing an almost grotesque demeanor, bellowed from where he stood, resembling a gorilla in stature. Upon finishing his proclamation, Li Buwei stood awkwardly in the courtyard, exuding an air of humility while obsessively fixating on the closed door before him. His demeanor epitomized that of a devoted admirer, taken to the extremes. Nearby, the servants, though outwardly respectful, inwardly stifled laughter at his expense. Li Buwei had become the subject of ridicule throughout the Su family. Despite his infatuation with the young mistress, she showed him no interest whatsoever, never offering a definitive rejection, yet consistently failing to accept his advances. Even when he presented her with training resources and various gifts, she merely dismissed him, refusing to accept any of his offerings. Still, Li Buwei remained unwavering in his devotion, trailing behind her daily, becoming an incessant annoyance. Were it not for his association with Lord Yi Qing, the young mistress might have long since lost her patience with him. In the background, Su Li observed the scene quietly, a smirk of derision playing on her lips. A devoted admirer, utterly devoid of merit. There's no need for this. I merely require a few days of rest. Please, you may return. From within the room, a voice as melodious as a lark floated forth, stirring emotions within those who heard it. Liuli, I implore you, come out and see me. Your health concerns me deeply, and Su Li is here as well. He is the finest physician in Yun City and will surely cure your affliction. A glimmer of pleading appeared in Li Buwei's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the door, yearning for a miracle to transpire. As if answering his silent prayer, the door creaked open, revealing a young girl with flowing hair and doe-like eyes. Though petite, her figure was perfectly proportioned, and she gracefully stepped into view. Yi Liuli, while perhaps not as statuesque as Luo Qinghan or Xiao Yun, possessed a visage that was undeniably captivating. The moment she emerged, the wintry courtyard seemed to brighten, infused with a newfound vibrancy. Suli? Yi Liuli's gaze fell upon the young man amidst the gathering. Clad in a flowing dark robe, his countenance bore a gentle smile, exuding an air of calm confidence that enveloped him. Yi Liuli paused momentarily. Was this truly the Su Li she once knew? While he had been pleasing to the eye, he had previously emanated a sense of insecurity and timidity, merely a mortal lacking the bearing of a cultivator. She had never taken much notice of him. Yet now, Su Li presented himself with an entirely different aura, exuding elegance and grace, surpassing both Yi Qing and the scruffy Li Buwei in mere appearance. From her childhood to the present, she had never encountered such an extraordinarily handsome man. Time seemed to stand still. Although Yi Liuli clutched her abdomen, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple, rendering her incredibly alluring. Despite having heard earlier that Su Li had begun his cultivation journey, and although his aptitude was not exceptional, he had nonetheless reached the qi condensation stage. She had not anticipated that the enhancement in demeanor following one's cultivation could be so profound. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, rendering her somewhat incapable of coherent reasoning. Liuli, you have finally emerged. I have been so worried about you for quite some time. This is the elixir I possess. If you need it, please take it all. It is essential for you to restore your health. Li Buwei rushed forward, offering a handful of spiritual herbs without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, Su Li remained quietly observant, reflecting on the tenacity of a devoted admirer. These spiritual herbs, even if accumulated through great effort by Li Buwei, were now being offered freely. No, brother Li, your cultivation journey is not easy either. I cannot accept your elixirs, Yi Liuli gently replied, as she held no affection for Li Buwei. Had it not been for her cousin Yi Qing's advice that outright refusal would deeply hurt Li Buwei's feelings and damage his pride, she would have candidly expressed her true sentiments long ago. Li Buwei, however, felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Yi Liuli actually cares about my struggles in cultivation. She holds me in her thoughts. With this realization, a smile crept upon his lips, and even amidst the frigid surroundings, his heart felt warm. Then let us hasten to have Su Li treat you. With his capabilities, even your ailments can be cured. Li Buwei rubbed his hands together, a congenial smile gracing his face. Indeed, Yi Liuli nodded slightly, her gaze fixated on Su Li, neglecting to cast another glance at Li Buwei. Then I shall rely on Dr. Su, Yi Liuli said, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, appearing quite obedient. A healer's heart is filled with compassion, especially since it was Li Buwei who had offered remuneration. Su Li smiled gently. Beside them, Li Buwei beamed a grateful smile at Su Li, pleasantly surprised that Su Li could speak favorably of him in front of Yi Liuli, which filled him with joy, making him feel a step closer to his goddess. Wait, this is my private chamber. Only the doctor may enter. Yi Liuli frowned slightly as she prepared to invite Su Li inside, but noticed Li Buwei attempting to follow her in. Very well, I shall wait outside, Li Buwei acquiesced, bowing respectfully, his demeanor betraying none of the poise expected from someone at the 8th level of qi condensation, resembling more a devoted lapdog, which elicited quiet amusement from the surrounding maidens. Dr. Su, please come in, Yi Liuli said with a gentle smile. Brother Buwei, I will enter first, Su Li said, giving Li Buwei a friendly pat on the shoulder. Go on, do ensure that Liuli's afflictions are treated, Li Buwei urged, his eyes earnest with concern. Yi Liuli remained silent. Upon witnessing Su Li's entrance, he gently closed the door, effectively isolating Li Buwei from the outside world. The frigid landscape beyond the door was laden with snow and ice. However, for a cultivator of the 8th level of qi refinement like Li Buwei, it bore no impact whatsoever. He merely paced anxiously outside, his thoughts consumed by his beloved goddess. Chapter 16. Another tool of Yi Qing at this moment. In the room, Su Li observed the decor of the boudoir. It was adorned in soft pink hues, embellished with exquisite handmade crafts and fragrant sachets, reminiscent of a maiden's private sanctuary. Dr. Su Li, we are now. Yi Liuli lowered her head shyly, a delicate blush creeping up her neck. This was her first experience of having a man enter her chamber, and not just any man, but the remarkably handsome Su Li, a paragon of medical prowess. It was noteworthy that even her cousin Yi Qing had never been granted such access. The thought sent her heart racing. "Miss Lioli, please take a seat," Su Li said with a gentle smile, exuding an air of propriety. The details of Yi Lioli's profile materialized in his mind. Name, Yi Lioli. Identity, cousin of Yi Qing, object of Li Bu Wei's admiration. Cultivation level, 5th stage of qi condensation. Fortune value, 10,000 points. 10,000 points of fortune, though slightly lesser than the protagonists in the original narrative, still represented a considerable endowment. In the original tale, Yi Lioli was a minor character, merely serving as a backdrop, not part of Yi Qing's harem. Despite her modest talents and current cultivation, she later encountered fortuitous events, evolving into a formidable figure who ultimately survived the grand conclusion of the story. Such fortune was indeed a reasonable occurrence. Moreover, although Yi Lioli was Yi Qing's cousin, her character starkly contrasted with his. She was inherently kind-hearted, albeit somewhat enamored with handsome appearances. Su Li noted the blush on Yi Lioli's neck, a smile playing on his lips. "Dr. Su Li," Yi Lioli murmured, her timid gaze meeting his. The masculine aura emanating from him rendered her legs somewhat weak. Apart from her father, she rarely found herself in such close proximity to a man. "I shall check your pulse," Su Li said, placing his hand on Yi Lioli's soft wrist. The warmth akin to touching exquisite jade, captivating and delightful. It was evident that she was a pampered young lady, blessed with remarkable skin. However, as Su Li examined her pulse, a frown creased his brow. Yi Lioli did not appear to suffer from any illness, but rather from a depletion of her vital essence. While an ordinary physician might diagnose her with a deficiency in qi and blood, recommending merely some tonics, such a remedy would not address the root of the problem. Qi and vital essence were inherently different. For cultivators, vital essence was a crucial source of strength. A deficit would naturally lead to physical discomfort and mental fatigue, and in severe cases, could even pose a threat to life itself. Only Su Li, as the foremost physician of Yun City, could discern the true nature of Yi Lioli's condition. "Miss Lioli, have you recently been in contact with anyone? Or do you possess any intimate items that you wear frequently?" he inquired softly, aware of the implications of her vital essence deficiency. Aside from being directly drained by someone, the only entities capable of surreptitiously collecting essence would be certain objects designed for this purpose. Yi Lioli wore a perplexed expression. Could it be that her ailment was caused by someone or some entity? As this thought crossed her mind, she racked her brain for answers. During this period, she had remained confined to her quarters, diligently cultivating her skills. The only visitors had been her cousin Yi Qing and Li Bu Wei on a few occasions, and the only items she had worn for an extended time were a few pieces of jewelry. As she spoke, Yi Lioli rose and began to rummage through her belongings, soon returning with a collection of exquisite jewelry laid before Su Li. However, Su Li shook his head slightly. These items posed no issues, and it was inconceivable that Yi Qing or Li Bu Wei would extract Yi Lioli's essence in plain sight. After all, such behavior would be indistinguishable from that of demonic cultivators. "Miss Lioli, do you truly have no other personal belongings?" Su Li inquired, his brows furrowing gently, his picturesque visage rendering Yi Lioli momentarily dizzy. Yet, as the matter at hand was serious, she pushed aside her thoughts and replied softly, "These are all my personal ornaments. The rest are merely my garments and the jade pendant gifted to me by brother Yi Qing." As she spoke, she cradled a blood-red circular jade pendant in her hands and offered it to Su Li. Upon mentioning her garments, a faint blush graced Yi Lioli's delicate face. If Su Li wished to inspect them, should she acquiesce directly or feign reluctance first? The jade pendant? Su Li glanced at the pendant in Yi Lioli's hand, observing its blood-red hue and the potent spiritual energy emanating from it. His keen sense as a physician, coupled with his extensive experience, allowed him to discern at a glance that this pendant was an insidious object designed for the absorption and storage of essence. So that is the truth. A revelation swept through Su Li, illuminating the enigma that had previously eluded him. In the original narrative, Yi Qing had practiced a formidable blood-based technique known as the blood garment art. However, the author had glossed over its origins, and upon its introduction, this blood technique had already shown signs of minor mastery. Recently, Su Li had learned of a demonic sect near Yun City, known as the Chongming sect, which possessed a top-tier technique also called the blood garment art. Yet, to practice this technique, one must initially rely on the essence of blood relatives. Now it all made sense. A chill flickered in Su Li's eyes. The blood relatives of Yi Qing included only Xiao Yun, Yi Lioli, and Yi Lioli's parents. Given that her parents were at the void-breaking stage, any schemes involving them would be easily discerned, while Xiao Yun, being a mere mortal, could not aid in cultivation despite having essence. The most suitable target was none other than Yi Liuli. It appears that Yi Qing is not merely a hypocrite, but also ruthlessly cruel towards his own kin. To be drained of essence over an extended duration could lead to damaged meridians at best, or, at worst, result in death. Su Li, esteemed physician, is there something wrong with this jade pendant? Observing Su Li fixated on the vivid crimson jade pendant in her hand, Yi Liuli furrowed her brow and waved her hand dismissively before Su Li. Impossible. This was the jade pendant gifted to her by her cousin Yi Qing. How could there be any issue with it? Su Li averted her gaze, casting a look of pity towards Yi Liuli. This girl was indeed unfortunate. Not only reduced to a mere tool for Yi Qing's schemes to recruit followers, but also having had a significant portion of her vital essence siphoned away by him. She was undoubtedly a pawn. It was imperative that she not remain ensnared by Yi Qing's deceit. Moreover, revealing the true nature of this hypocritical gentleman to her and disrupting Yi Qing's cultivation of the blood garment technique would serve as a tremendous blow to his fortunes. This jade pendant you possess is fraught with peril. It is a malevolent gem capable of absorbing vital essence. Chapter 17. Is this the work of Yi Qing? What? The evil jade? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was a gift from my cousin Yi Qing. Yi Liuli's expression was one of shock. Her gaze fixed upon the vibrant red jade, her eyes filled with confusion. This was a present from her cousin Yi Qing on the occasion of her birthday, who had claimed it was a jade imbued with spiritual energy, stating that as long as she wore it, the energy within would increase. He had also urged her to wear it consistently to maximize the jade's potential. Yi Qing had always treated her with kindness since childhood. How could he possibly gift her an evil jade? Yi Liuli reached out towards the crimson jade pendant, but Su Li grasped her small hand firmly, preventing her from touching it. The texture was exquisite, akin to that of mutton fat jade, with a level of smoothness that Su Li had never encountered before. Do not touch it. Any living being that comes into contact with it will have their essence drained away. Su Li gently shook her head. Under Yi Liuli's incredulous gaze, she enveloped the blood-red pendant in spiritual energy and placed it atop a flower within the room. With a sizzle, reminiscent of fire-igniting oil, a sound erupted as the jade made contact with the blossom. A plume of green smoke enveloped the air, and the once delicate flower began to decay at an observable rate, swiftly transforming into a pile of ash. The jade had the power to plunder any living being, and even flowers were not exempt from its grasp. Ah! Yi Liuli stared blankly at the wilted flower, then turned her pleading gaze towards Su Li. Why would cousin Yi Qing do this? What benefit could he possibly gain from such actions? He must have made a mistake. I am his dear cousin, akin to a sister to him since childhood. Ding! Yi Liuli's emotions surged dramatically, and the host has plundered 1,000 luck points. Excellent. 1,000 points of fortune acquired. Su Li maintained a calm demeanor as she looked at Yi Liuli. How could elder brother Yi Qing, known for his chivalry, engage in such despicable acts? Perhaps he had indeed erred. Such jade capable of absorbing essence is exceedingly rare and cannot be obtained without considerable effort. Only certain demonic cultivators, when practicing blood-related techniques, require the essence of those with blood ties. Perhaps this was an item seized by elder brother Yi Qing during a confrontation with demonic cultivators, mistakenly believed to be a treasure. Although he was typically gentle and gracious with his comrades, in battle he was resolute and decisive, traits I greatly admire. On the surface, Su Li seemed to praise Yi Qing, attempting to exonerate him from suspicion. However, in reality, she was subtly casting doubt upon him. This evil jade could only be acquired through immense exertion, and did Yi Qing truly lack knowledge of its effects, despite the trials he endured to obtain it? Moreover, Yi Qing's loyalty to his allies and his harshness towards his enemies revealed a certain duplicity. Had he slain demonic cultivators and unknowingly acquired their blood techniques, secretly practicing them himself? Although Yi Liuli is kind-hearted, she is by no means foolish. With a little guidance, she can discern the intricacies herself. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Yi Liuli's delicate face fell, her eyes filled with doubt and confusion. All evidence pointed to Yi Qing being a prime suspect. I must confront him. Yi Liuli gritted her teeth and turned to rush out the door. However, Su Li blocked her path. She collided gently into his embrace, and he tenderly held her, stroking her head with care. Wouldn't questioning brother Yi Qing harm the bond between you siblings? If you harbor doubts about him, is it not wiser to wait? Su Li coaxed her softly. To send Yi Liuli to question Yi Qing while carrying the jade pendant would merely serve to grant him the essence within, aiding his mastery of the blood robe technique. Given Yi Qing's duplicitous nature, he would undoubtedly deceive her into relinquishing the pendant. Even if Yi Lioli were to sever ties with him afterward, he would remain unharmed. Wait. Yi Lioli's eyes brimmed with uncertainty. Su Li nodded gently, affirming, yes, precisely. I believe Brother Yi Qing would not stoop to such vile acts. As long as he does not seek the pendant from you in the future, it signifies his innocence. Conversely, if he does demand it, presently, I shall guide the essence within the pendant to alleviate your current affliction, for depleting your essence may lead to unpredictable repercussions in the future. All right, Yi Lioli nodded earnestly. Then, as if realizing the proximity of their bodies and the warmth of his presence, her cheeks flushed crimson. This was the first time she had been so intimately close to a man. Her heart raced, filling the room with a hint of romantic tension. However, Su Li did not advance further. Instead, he placed the jade pendant before them, activating the 9 turns Xianyang technique instantaneously. In the next moment, a powerful wave of heat enveloped the pendant, the temperature steadily rising, rendering the room intensely hot, causing even Yi Lioli to break into a light sweat. Soon, fine strands of blood mist began to evaporate from the pendant like steam, which Su Li collected in a small vial. Extracting the essence from the pendant can also be achieved through high-temperature evaporation, aside from specific techniques. After all, essence is a liquid that, at a certain temperature, will evaporate. Unlike ordinary blood, which leaves impurities upon evaporation, the essence contains the purest spiritual energy from the body, and even under high heat, it leaves no trace of impurity. A quarter of an hour later, Su Li maintained a calm demeanor, while Yi Lioli appeared as if she had just emerged from water. Her complexion flushed even under such extreme heat, resembling a ripe peach. In Su Li's hand, there lay half a vial of bright red liquid, the essence of Yi Lioli's blood. He extended his wrist. Su Li issued a command, gazing at Yi Lioli's pristine white wrist, as a complete set of blood transfusion tools materialized in his hand, preparing to reinfuse her essence. The process of infusing her vital essence was an exquisite torment, distinct from conventional blood transfusions. Within her essence resided an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. Even a mere drop would send tremors of vitality coursing through his entire being. Yi Lioli emitted soft, melodic sighs that stirred the imagination, her sounds crescendoing to a point where they threatened to escape the confines of the room. To ensure that Yi Lioli remained still, Su Li positioned himself behind her, his broad form enveloping her completely, securing her in place. The extensive contact of their bodies afforded Su Li an unparalleled experience of sheer ecstasy, even through the fabric of their garments. He could perceive the exquisite elasticity emanating from Yi Lioli, rendering her utterly irresistible. The faint fragrance lingering in the air, coupled with her occasional movements, made Su Li feel as though he were reclining in an ocean of blossoms, reluctant to depart from such a blissful haven. Chapter 18. What is our relationship now? At this moment, outside the room, Li Buwei paced anxiously, casting glances at the closed door, his eyes brimming with concern. The treatment was taking an unusually long time. He fervently hoped that Su Li possessed the skill necessary to heal Yi Lioli. Just as his anxiety peaked, a sudden cry of pain emanated from within the room, growing increasingly loud, causing Li Buwei's heart to race. He hurriedly knocked on the door. Lioli, Lioli, how are you? The agonizing sounds indicated that Yi Lioli must be enduring great suffering. Brother Li, I am fine. You needn't stay outside. Please go. Dr. Su is helping me with the treatment. Yi Lioli's voice came through, fragmented yet clear. I want to leave. I will wait here until your recovery is assured. Li Buwei declared, his face etched with worry, the torment of waiting gnawing at him. Rest assured, Brother Buwei, I will ensure Miss Lioli's recovery. Su Li's calm voice resonated, providing Li Buwei with a sense of relief. Such a steady tone suggested that Su Li was diligently attending to Yi Lioli. After all, a healer's compassion transcends gender, and Li Buwei chastised himself for having doubted Su Li earlier. That is good to hear. I entrust Lioli to you. But please be gentle during the treatment. She fears pain, he advised with lingering concern. Li Buwei then obediently waited outside the door, as the sounds within gradually quieted. At this moment, inside the room, the temperature rose. Yi Lioli's complexion was flushed, her body occasionally twitching from the recent surge of vitality. Su Li stood behind her, his warm, solid presence offering the most reassuring support. This alleviated Yi Lioli's earlier suspicions regarding Yi Qing's intentions, and her mood improved slightly. Leaning against Su Li, she allowed her thoughts to drift, her mind floating in a blissful haze. Miss Lioli, the infusion is complete. You need only to rest for a few days, allowing your vitality and body to fully merge, and all will be well, Su Li said with a gentle smile. Stepping back to face her. Thank you, Dr. Su. Yi Lioli replied, her cheeks flushing as she realized his departure. She lowered her head, embarrassed by the intimacy they had just shared. Yet, there was no trace of discomfort. Instead, she felt a comforting ease in his presence. Ahem. Su Li cleared his throat, prompting Yi Lioli to come to her senses. She surveyed her appearance, only to discover her pale shoulders completely bare and the neckline of her garment barely concealing her modesty. Oh no, my clothes, Yi Lioli exclaimed, hastily pulling her dress up to cover the straps that had slipped, revealing a glimpse of her intimate attire. This was utterly mortifying. Her cheeks flushed deeper, resembling the ripest of apples. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting Yi Lioli to glance aside at the blood-red jade pendant. Pointing towards it as she asked, Brother Su Li, how should we handle this? Oh, she now refers to him as Brother Su Li. Hearing Yi Lioli's address, Su Li could not help but smile inwardly. In such a short span, her attitude towards him had transformed remarkably. Although she was Yi Qing's cousin, her gentle and kind disposition was a refreshing contrast to that vile woman, Luo Qinghan. Su Li affectionately ruffled her hair and gazed at the pendant, softly stating, this jade pendant still harbors a small portion of your blood essence. However, even if it remains, it poses no significant harm. This pendant is too sinister. I shall take it into my custody for now. His tone was tender as he carefully wrapped the pendant in a piece of fabric and held it in his hand. But, Brother Su Li, this pendant is so dangerous, shouldn't we just dispose of it? Yi Lioli's eyes reflected her concern. Yet, a flicker of hope lingered within her. Although Yi Qing was under suspicion, there remained a possibility of misunderstanding, for her cousin was usually gentle and kind, making it hard to fathom that he could commit such acts. Do not worry, this pendant will serve a different purpose for me. Su Li gently patted her head, revealing Yi Qing's true, despicable nature to Yi Lioli in person could provoke his wrath, or, given Yi Qing's thick skin, he might simply deny everything, claiming ignorance, thus causing no repercussions for him. This was not the most advantageous course of action. Currently, Yi Qing was completely unaware the pendant was in Su Li's possession, offering numerous opportunities for manipulation. Then, Yi Lioli would be led to a complete disillusionment with Yi Qing. In the original narrative, the women's shift in attitude towards Yi Qing could yield substantial fortune value. He chuckled at the thought, feeling a thrill of excitement. Yi Qing would have no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Ding. Congratulations, host, for instilling doubt in Yi Lioli regarding Yi Qing, while also fostering a close relationship with her, thereby garnering 5,000 fortune points. Congratulations, host, for disrupting Yi Qing's cultivation plans and stifling his progress in the blood garment technique before it could bloom, thereby acquiring 3,000 fortune points. In just half a day, another 8,000 fortune points had been accrued. Not bad. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Since that is the case, I shall take my leave for now, otherwise, Brother Li might grow envious. Su Li chuckled lightly. Upon hearing Su Li's teasing words, Yi Lioli felt a sudden flutter of anxiety. She cautiously looked towards Su Li and softly explained, Brother Su Li, please do not misunderstand. I have no relationship with Brother Li. He has always pursued me, but I do not like him at all. If you do not like him, why not clearly refuse? Su Li retorted, his mind as clear as a mirror. In the original tale, it was Yi Qing who deceived Yi Lioli into not rejecting Li Buwei, merely tricking his cousin, who had never experienced romantic entanglements. Now, unmasking Yi Qing's vile nature would only diminish Yi Lioli's fondness for him, while allowing oneself to reap greater benefits. Cousin Yi Qing suggested that a direct refusal would leave him utterly humiliated. Yi Lioli softly replied, humiliated? Su Li scoffed, when it comes to matters of the heart. If it's meant to be, it will be. If not, then it shall not. Wherein lies the concept of face. You currently have admirers who pursue you relentlessly each day. Does this not signify an obstruction to your pursuit of happiness? Henceforth, every suitor of yours will be driven away by Li Buwei, without exception. Within the confines of the room, a profound silence ensued. The phrase pursuit of one's happiness struck a deep chord within Yi Lioli, compelling her to uncharacteristically inquire, Brother Su Li, what is our relationship at present? Chapter 19. Wool gathering feels like a waste of time. What is the connection? Su Li paused with his hand suspended in midair as he pushed open the door. He cast a smiling glance at Yi Lioli, surprised that this inherently gentle girl could display such boldness and pose such a question. Yi Lioli's face flushed crimson, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her dress as she lowered her head, utterly at a loss for words. Her legs shifted restlessly, the delicate whiteness beneath her skirt subtly visible, captivating in its allure. Her heart raced wildly, her mind a chaotic whirlpool. Oh heavens, what am I saying? This is my first genuine interaction with Brother Su Li, and I've dared to ask such a question. What if he thinks I am a frivolous person? With this thought, Yi Liuli cautiously observed Su Li's expression, relieved to find no hint of disdain upon his face. She finally exhaled in relief. While Su Li tactfully refrained from bringing it up again, Yi Liuli had merely been impulsive. Had she clung to that question, she might have felt mortified throughout the day, adversely affecting their relationship. Inside the room, the atmosphere grew somewhat enchanting, tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Yi Liuli kept her head down, unsure of what to say. After all, their understanding of each other remained scant, and this was Su Li's first intimate encounter with Yi Qing's cousin. With that in mind, Su Li decided to step outside, realizing that words were unnecessary at this moment. Outside the door, with a creak, Su Li emerged. The air was now adorned with delicate snowflakes, blanketing the courtyard in a pristine white, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Half a day had elapsed since Su Li entered the room. The day waned, and the sunset cast a warm glow across the courtyard, where a rather conspicuous snowman had appeared at the entrance. Su Li, you have finally come out. How is Liuli? Is she well? The snowman's eyes brightened as it watched Su Li emerge, shaking off the snow that clung to its form, revealing the rugged face of Li Buwei. Li Buwei hurriedly approached Su Li, his gaze constantly drifting back towards the room, revealing an unmistakable concern. He yearned for just a glimpse of the goddess he longed for. Even a fleeting glance would bring him joy for many days. Miss Liuli is merely experiencing some depletion in her vitality. Thanks to my medical expertise, she has already shown improvement. With a few days of further rest, she will be as good as new, Su Li replied with a gentle smile, patting Li Buwei on the shoulder. Depletion in vitality? Now it makes sense. I knew that the foremost physician in Yun City was not merely a title. Li Buwei's face was filled with gratitude. It was common knowledge that only Su Li could concoct the medicinal dishes necessary to remedy such depletions, so there was no doubt in his mind. Li Buwei retrieved a bulging package from his bosom. Even through the fabric, one could sense the rich, spiritual energy emanating from within. A mere whiff would bestow upon any mortal a sense of serenity and clarity. This is the promised reward. Brother Su Li, you must accept it, he insisted. As he caressed the package, a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes. After all, it contained 100 spirit stones. A considerable sum even for him. However, the thought of having spent just 100 spirit stones to alleviate the suffering of his goddess reignited his determination. He had sacrificed so much for her. Surely, Miss Liuli would notice his efforts, bringing him closer to winning her heart. With this thought, a sly smile crept onto Li Buwei's rugged face, though it bore an unsettling quality. Meanwhile, Su Li accepted the package, scrutinizing each spirit stone, each the size of a fingernail, radiating potent spiritual energy, and nodded slightly. Spirit stones were the hard currency of the cultivation world. 100 spirit stones represented a decent fortune in Cloud City, enough to purchase several courtyards or some formidable weapons capable of slicing through iron like mud. Even the inheritance techniques of certain families could be acquired with spirit stones. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have taken Li Buwei's spirit stones, earning 200 luck points. Only 200 luck points. Su Li gazed at Li Buwei with a hint of disdain. His total luck value barely reached a few hundred, far inferior to the female characters in the original narrative. No wonder he was discarded by Yi Qing after being used up. Extracting luck points from him felt like a waste of time, given their meager value. At that moment, Yi Liuli emerged from her room, her attire impeccably arranged, radiating vitality and vigor, though a blush crept across her cheeks upon seeing Su Li, enhancing her beauty to an extraordinary degree. Liuli, are you feeling better? Why are you out in this cold weather? Li Buwei inquired cautiously, attempting to drape his outer garment over her shoulders. Yi Liuli deftly evaded his gesture, her glistening eyes darting to Su Li, worried he might disapprove of the scene. Yet, to Li Buwei, it appeared as if he was offering his goddess a coat, and her bashful retreat in front of others only confirmed his belief. Her cheeks were flushed with shyness. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He reassured himself. I am not afraid of the cold. You are recovering from illness and need to take care of yourself. If you require anything, just ask me. His voice boomed with bravado, his chest thumping like a drum, embodying the image of a gallant man. However, to Su Li and Yi Liuli, he resembled a gorilla thumping its chest, prompting laughter. My family does not require anything from Brother Li, Yi Liuli replied, her brow furrowing as she sidestepped Li Buwei's attempt to drape his coat over her once more. After careful contemplation, she softly remarked, I am aware that Brother Li treats me with great kindness. However, at this moment, I wish to focus on my recuperation, and Brother Li need not visit any longer. After all, as a trusted subordinate of cousin Yi Qing, you should devote yourself to cultivating your skills and striving for strength, contributing to the Yi family's legacy. It would be unwise to spend too much time on me. At last, Yi Liuli spoke her mind. It felt as though she had expelled a heavy burden, dispelling the shadows that loomed over her. Initially, Yi Qing had advised her that a direct refusal might deeply wound Li Buwei and tarnish his pride, leading her to endure the situation. However, after conversing with Su Li, she came to realize that cousin Yi Qing was mistaken. She too deserves to pursue her own happiness. Affection is affection, and disinterest is disinterest. She must have the courage to voice her feelings boldly. Chapter 20. The infatuated man is truly impressive outside the room. Yi Liuli finally voiced her true feelings. She raised her head and looked at Su Li, resembling a child who had done something right, yearning for parental praise. Su Li, in turn, gently nodded. Yi Liuli's words were crystal clear, albeit somewhat indirect, yet they unmistakably conveyed a rejection. However, why did Li Buwei, this infatuated man, appear so deeply moved? Su Li observed Li Buwei, a grown man, whose eyes glistened with tears of sentiment as he gazed affectionately at Yi Liuli, causing a trickle of cold sweat to bead upon his brow. Liuli, I understand you need to rest, and are concerned that my preoccupation with you might hinder my growth. Nevertheless, it matters not. Love knows no boundaries. Mountains and seas are surmountable. Even if I must devote considerable time to you, I do so willingly. Rest assured, I shall train diligently and will not allow my concern for you to impede my progress. However, your worry for me truly touches my heart. Li Buwei was overwhelmed with emotion. What a remarkable woman. Miss Liuli, so considerate that she fears her own situation might affect my pursuits. She cares for me. She holds me in her heart. She is undoubtedly the kindest and most virtuous woman in existence. Observing her current hesitation and inner turmoil, it was clear she was anxious that I might not visit her. Yet how could that be possible? At that moment, outside the room, snowflakes danced in the air. Su Li and Yi Liuli exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mix of disbelief. What on earth had Li Buwei conjured in his mind? His misunderstanding was egregious. What was a gentle refusal had somehow morphed, in Li Buwei's eyes, into Yi Liuli's concern for his cultivation. Su Li's lips twitched slightly as he internally lamented. The infatuated man is indeed impressive. His ability to fabricate scenarios. He must have pinned the three-body problem. Beside him, Yi Liuli's mind was overwhelmed. After a moment, she regained her composure, her expression turning anxious as she hastily clarified. No, that's not what I meant, brotherly. That's all right. Liuli, no need to explain further. I understand completely. Li Buwei waved his hand dismissively, striking what he believed to be a heroic pose, and continued, I shall return to my training now. Rest assured, I will manage our affairs without letting them interfere with my cultivation. With that, Li Buwei enthusiastically departed, exuding an air of determination. Meanwhile, Su Li and Yi Liuli exchanged exasperated glances at his retreating figure. Even as he hurried to train, his spiritual energy surged, propelling him forward with remarkable speed. He was utterly uncatchable. The atmosphere grew awkward as Yi Liuli cautiously glanced at Su Li, her lips pursed in distress. Brother Su, I truly did not mean it that way. You must understand. Now, she feared that Su Li might misconstrue her intentions. After all, she and Li Buwei were truly innocent. However, the thoughts Li Buwei had just conjured were utterly fantastical, yet they were not entirely devoid of logic. What if Su Li believed them? Upon this thought, Yi Liuli felt a pang of anxiety and quickly glanced at Su Li. Su Li, in turn, offered a gentle smile, ruffled Yi Liuli's hair, and playfully pinched her nose. I certainly understand that Miss Liuli is expressing her refusal. Everything is Li Buwei's fault, and it is commendable that you could voice your feelings so bravely today. That's good. Knowing that Su Li did not harbor any misunderstandings, Yi Liuli's face blossomed into a radiant smile, akin to a flower in full bloom, captivating in its beauty. Brother Su Li, as the day wanes, shall we share an evening meal together? Yi Liuli gazed at Su Li with anticipation. Even cultivators require sustenance. Although some formidable practitioners can rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for nourishment, the strongest in Yun City are only at the divine power stage, far from the realm of subsisting on the elements of nature. However, Su Li gently shook his head. He still had pressing matters to attend to and could not linger here. Moreover, he had already reaped a considerable amount of fortune today. Staying any longer would yield no further rewards. With this in mind, Su Li bid farewell decisively. Yi Liuli simply watched Su Li's retreating figure, not attempting to keep him. For although she wished to spend more time with him, she was uncertain how to face him. With this thought, Yi Liuli gently clenched her small fist. After all, Su Li was in the Yi family. There would be ample opportunities to meet in the future, so there was no need to rush. As the moonlight illuminated the sparse stars, the sky gradually darkened. Su Li placed the evil jade in the system's space and made his way toward the gathering place of mortals in the city. His entire being was enveloped in spiritual energy, concealing even his appearance, ensuring he went unnoticed by anyone. The evil jade was a treasure that should not be wasted. In Yun City, there existed not only cultivators, but also a multitude of mortals incapable of cultivation, along with some practitioners who remained at the body refinement stage. Categorized among the common folk, the population of mortals in the city far exceeded that of cultivators. However, the majority of their yearly earnings had to be surrendered to the cultivators, serving as a form of protection fee to enter Yun City. Outside the city, in the wilderness, a single beast or dark cultivator could annihilate their entire village. The following morning, Su Li emerged from the gathering place of mortals, occasionally tossing a bean-sized qi condensation pill into his mouth. After recent training, his strength had ascended to the 9th level of qi condensation, reaching the pinnacle of this realm. Next, he aimed to break through to the void-breaking realm. The void-breaking pill required 10,000 fortune points, which was indeed quite steep. Su Li glanced at the valuable void-breaking pills in the system's space and shook his head slightly. Although the external pills had a high failure rate and did not guarantee a breakthrough, the system's pills offered a 100 success rate. Yet, 10,000 fortune points still felt excessively costly. Saving one's fortune for the future exchange of imperial weapons and supreme techniques is indeed a wise endeavor. Su Li returned to her courtyard, where a modest bronze cauldron stood at its center. Although empty, it was imbued with the lingering fragrance of herbs accumulated over the years. Considering the time, it was now the moment for Luo Qinghan to partake in her medicine. The previous concoction had been inadequate, merely sustaining her for a few days. With this thought, Su Li smiled gently, and the spiritual energy within her erupted, merging seamlessly with the air. Waves of spiritual energy, interspersed with flickering flames, enveloped the bronze cauldron. She retrieved handfuls of herbs and cast them into the cauldron. This time, the medicinal preparation would yield results far surpassing the last. Its potency magnified several times, allowing Luo Qinghan to exist in a state of complete vitality temporarily. The air was rich with the fragrance of the herbs, slowly drifting away into the distance. Chapter 21. Are you still not a man? In but a fleeting moment, a woman clad in a cerulean dress, with long, enticing legs that seemed to embody earthly perfection, entered with an air of urgency. Her exquisite visage was marred by an expression of anguish. At this very moment, she was succumbing to her ailment. The intoxicating scent of medicinal herbs was utterly irresistible. In the courtyard, a pristine layer of snow blanketed the ground, yet it paled in comparison to the brilliance of her legs. Su Li, seemingly indifferent, merely boiled a pot of hot tea, employing his spiritual energy to manipulate the concoction within the copper cauldron, entirely disregarding the frantic entrance of Luo Qinghan. However, Luo Qinghan appeared exceedingly proactive, hastening to stand before Su Li. A waft of fragrant air enveloped him. Though she cast a fierce glare at Su Li, her eyes brimming with animosity. Her body betrayed her with beads of cold sweat, and she gasped for breath, resembling a fish drawn from water. Her intimidation utterly diminished. Su Li, give me the medicinal dish. Luo Qinghan's voice trembled, yet her tone remained frigid, devoid of any emotion. She continued to regard Su Li with an air of superiority, her gaze rife with disdain. This Su Li, it seemed, could only resort to concocting medicinal dishes and employing the despicable means of the image stone to control her. He was nothing more than a psychologically twisted pervert. Merely growing closer to brother Yi Qing had driven Su Li into a jealous frenzy. His demeanor markedly altered from before. Do you still not recognize your own stance? Su Li maintained a tranquil expression, casually pouring himself a cup of fragrant tea. The aroma enveloped him as he carelessly tossed a handful of herbs to the ground, gesturing towards the bubbling copper cauldron. Whatever Luo Qinghan thought mattered little to him. The fortune and benefits he had secured were what truly counted. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to brew the medicine yourself. Luo Qinghan, exasperated, fixed her gaze upon Su Li, her silver teeth clenched tightly. She was well aware of the ratios required for the medicinal dish, having consumed it for many years. The herbs strewn across the ground were precisely what she needed. However, only Su Li, the foremost physician in Yun City, possessed the ability to brew a suitable elixir from such spiritual herbs. No one else could succeed. After all, creating a medicinal dish required not only the right materials, but also the mastery of boiling techniques and experience. In all of Yun City, only Su Li could achieve this feat. Luo Qinghan, incensed, found her gaze growing colder still. Yet within her, tumultuous waves surged, threatening to overwhelm her reason. as her body writhed in discomfort, her alluring legs restlessly shifting. Observing Su Li, who remained unfazed. A flicker of shame and hatred danced in her eyes as she inched closer to him. Under the eaves, one must lower their head. Had she not already bowed to Su Li before? With a sudden rip, the hem of her dress was torn asunder, fragments of blue fabric falling to the ground and revealing her alluringly white thighs. She leaned in closer to Su Li. At this moment, Su Li lay enveloped in a cocoon of tenderness, the delightful sensation of the cushion cradling him. Delicate hands, as white as jade, tirelessly massaged his head. Simultaneously, his large hands rested upon Luo Qinghan's thigh, smooth and soft, almost as if sculpted by celestial artisans. A sense of comfort permeated his entire being. There was not a single part that felt discomfort. Even though Luo Qinghan was a woman of questionable virtue, her physique was beyond reproach. In a previous life, she would have been regarded as a national goddess. After a few sessions of guidance from him, Luo Qinghan had grown accustomed to their closeness. Although her resentment towards him remained, she relaxed in his presence. However, this time, Su Li was not so easily appeased. Su Li, is it enough? Luo Qinghan's voice trembled slightly. Despite her cold demeanor towards him, her body entwined with his, exuding an alluring charm. Her attitude was frosty, yet her body was undeniably warm. Su Li pinched her sharply, provoking a pained cry from Luo Qinghan, her thigh now bearing a bruise. "You beast, Su Li!" she exclaimed, fury igniting within her. She attempted to strike him across the face, despite her weakened state. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed as Su Li retaliated faster, leaving a crimson imprint across her cheek. The stinging pain filled her with humiliation and rage, but she found herself powerless, cursing him silently to meet a miserable end. The current Su Li was no longer the mere mortal he once was. He had ascended to the realm of qi condensation. Even in her prime, she could not claim victory over him, let alone in her current weakened condition. Her strength diminished to a fraction of its former self. "Are you even a man? How could you strike me?" Luo Qinghan's disbelief was palpable. Though she had previously endured his lewdness and humiliation, this was the first time he had physically assaulted her. Recognizing her need, Su Li delivered another swift slap, noting with satisfaction the symmetrical flush on her cheeks. Luo Qinghan seethed, her eyes ablaze with fury, silently vowing to endure. She could not allow herself to be perpetually subjugated by Su Li. She would find his weakness and ensure that this perverse individual would suffer greatly in the future. As she glared at him, Su Li merely scoffed, devoid of any sympathy. The two locked eyes, and eventually, Luo Qinghan could no longer withstand the agony plaguing her body and capitulated. Su Li, I was wrong. Please, grant me the medicinal meal," she implored. Her heart heavy with shame, her face flushed with indignation, her body trembling from the dual torment of humiliation and pain. She had been struck twice by Su Li and yet found herself apologizing to him. What kind of world was this? Yet, that was precisely what she had done. Congratulations to the host. You have altered Luo Qinghan's mindset, inducing extreme fluctuations and earning 2,000 fortune points. Heh. Su Li pinched Luo Qinghan's chin and nodded lightly, acknowledging his perceptiveness. 2,000 fortune points, after enduring his humiliation and reaping a bountiful harvest. Quite satisfactory. In the courtyard, a small bronze furnace blazed with increasing intensity. As Su Li continuously tossed herbs into it, the fragrant aroma soon permeating the air. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan gazed eagerly at the brewing medicinal concoction, his body flushed with a hint of crimson due to overwhelming desire. At last, after some time, a bowl of medicinal broth appeared in Su Li's hands. Just as Luo Qinghan reached out to take it, Su Li abruptly smashed the bowl, the viscous, pristine liquid cascading across the table and occasionally splattering on the earthen floor. The medicinal liquid seeped into the ground beneath Luo Qinghan's furious gaze. Chapter 22. Su Li, immersed in work. Su Li Yu. Luo Qinghan's eyes were filled with resentment. However, as time dragged on, the agony within her body became increasingly unbearable. Even enduring such humiliation, she had no choice but to consume the medicinal concoction. As moments passed, Luo Qinghan could no longer restrain herself and gently bent her body. The table stood at half her height, and Luo Qinghan leaned forward, the curvature of her lower body elevated, her delicate lips grazing the potion on the table. The air was filled with the rich aroma of the medicinal liquid, more potent than ever before. As Luo Qinghan arched her body, her flawless curves were beautifully displayed, creating a stunning sight. With a resounding slap, Su Li struck, eliciting cries from her. Yet, Luo Qinghan continued to endure. Her brows furrowed as she greedily lapped at the potion on the table. Although the physical torment lessened, a deeper craving emerged within her, urging her to desire more. Su Li smiled gently. This time, he had increased the dosage, effectively replenishing the deficiencies in Luo Qinghan's body, fully restoring her xianxia physique and granting her the potential to cultivate further. After all, to reap the benefits of the xianxia body, one must first restore the body's deficiencies. Otherwise, one could only refine their cultivation without achieving a breakthrough. However, this concoction could only alleviate her physical shortfall, providing minimal relief from her suffering. To ease her pain, Luo Qinghan could only persistently lean over the table, licking the medicinal liquid. Time passed, with a series of crashes. Su Li relentlessly shattered porcelain bowls upon the table, the pristine potions spilling freely. In the courtyard, a young maiden, adorned in a flawless blue dress, revealed her immaculate thighs. Her exquisite beauty captivating a young man's gaze as she bent over, continuously indulging in the potion. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly. He understood Luo Qinghan's physique better than anyone. Having consumed his medicine, her deficiencies were now entirely replenished, making this the most opportune moment for her to attain the xianxia body. Furthermore, due to her physical suffering, Luo Qinghan exhibited no resistance. However, something peculiar occurred. After consuming the complete potion, her body turned a vivid crimson, a rosy hue enveloping her neck. Her once disdainful gaze towards Su Li became dazed and entranced. She slowly leaned closer to Su Li, as if the proximity would alleviate her pain. This is... Su Li's expression turned vacant. Luo Qinghan's state was unmistakably a sign of being under a seductive poison, yet his medicinal concoction had no such properties. Could it be that the increased dosage had allowed her to replenish her xianxia physique, flooding her body with essence and triggering unforeseen changes? It appeared as though she were ensnared by an intoxicating charm. Su Li stood behind her. Yet, Luo Qinghan, however, remained enchanting, her eyes glimmering like silk, as if her very rationality was being consumed. A pair of delicate hands, resembling white jade, stealthily climbed onto Su Li's body. Su Li felt the touch of these small hands upon him, his body becoming somewhat rigid. Although Luo Qinghan lacked experience, her instincts were surprisingly adept. In the next moment, her breath grew increasingly closer, gently pressing against Su Li, as garments slipped away one by one, creating an alluring spectacle. In the small courtyard, a scene of springtime splendor unfolded. Sensing the robust aura of the man behind her, Luo Qinghan twisted her body, pressing herself directly against him. Ah, Su Li, you. As time flowed, what once felt like a seductive poison began to wane. A sharp pain surged through her senses, and Luo Qinghan turned back in disbelief, only to find Su Li's face devoid of expression. In truth, none of this was initiated by Su Li. She had approached him of her own volition. She had fantasized countless times that her first would be brother Yi Qing, the two of them entwined on a soft, warm couch woven with golden threads. Or perhaps on their wedding day, when brother Yi Qing would gently lift her red veil, leaving her blushing with shyness. Yet now, Su Li's rough and domineering demeanor, coupled with her overwhelming sensations, ruthlessly shattered her dreams. In this exposed courtyard, on a filthy table stained with medicinal liquids, everything was taken from her so brutally. What she found most unbearable was that it was herself who had initiated all of this. Moments ago, her body had suddenly craved intensely. Though most of her rationality had vanished, she still retained clarity about everything that had just transpired. Ah, Su Li, you beast. How dare you tamper with the medicinal dish you prepared for me? Luo Qinghan attempted to struggle with all her might. But the relentless pain in her body tormented her incessantly, driving her to the brink of madness, yet she found herself powerless. In her current state, she could scarcely muster even 10% of her strength. Any attempts to resist were futile. What shattered her further was the realization that her body was beyond her control, continuously responding to Su Li's advances. Meanwhile, Su Li remained expressionless, executing his actions mechanically, a faint smile gracing his lips. Luo Qinghan's body was undeniably exquisite, almost irresistible, and what once belonged to Yi Qing was now so easily seized by him. It was exhilarating, an explosion of pleasure. Slap. Su Li delivered a sharp blow, eliciting a gasp from Luo Qinghan. Heh, you brought this upon yourself. How can you claim that I tampered with anything? Do not speak, continue. Regardless of Luo Qinghan's vehement curses, Su Li's resolve remained unshaken. Upon realizing her insults bore no fruit, Luo Qinghan began to weep, bloodshot eyes reflecting her icy demeanor. Humiliation, rage, the fear of having her most cherished possession taken from her. How would she ever face brother Yi Qing again? No longer the complete self. Yi Qing must surely disdain her. As this thought crossed her mind, Su Li's heart raced uncontrollably, prompting Luo Qinghan to cry out in desperation, tears cascading from her eyes. The anguish she felt was a relentless torment, compelling her to once again consume the spiritual elixir on the table. Under the influence of the seductive poison, Luo Qinghan could only acquiesce, despite her inner reluctance. Yet her body remained truthful. Meanwhile, Su Li stood upright with a decisive motion. With each action, he could perceive a rich flow of spiritual energy, intertwined with the enigmatic power of the Xianxia physique, surging into his being. He continuously elevated his cultivation, inching ever closer to the void-breaking realm, as the barrier before him grew increasingly fragile, on the verge of being shattered at any moment. Chapter 23. The mutual exploitation has concluded. Time flows. Several hours later, Su Li withdrew with satisfaction, a resounding thud echoing in his mind, as if a formidable barrier had been brazenly breached. His aura surged continuously. He had ascended to the first level of the void-breaking realm. Su Li clenched his fists, invigorated. Indeed, the Xianxia body was worthy of its name. His current state felt remarkably rejuvenated, as though he had been reborn. His entire being brimmed with powerful, untamed spiritual energy. Moreover, a glimmer of aquamarine energy had emerged within him. Anyone who had possessed the Xianxia body would find themselves attuned to ice attributes, making his future cultivation of ice techniques significantly more effective. Coupled with the yin-yang body, he was now adept in both ice and fire, with the two energies coexisting harmoniously within him, representing the very essence of his power without conflict. Very good. Quite splendid. Su Li nodded in approval as he gazed at Luo Qinghan, who lay sprawled on the table, trembling with rage, his eyes filled with resentment, as if he wished to carve Su Li into 1,000 pieces. A smirk of derision curled at the corner of Su Li's mouth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for seizing Luo Qinghan's Xianxia body, earning 13,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for disrupting Yi Qing's plans, thwarting his rapid breakthrough to the divine ability realm, earning 10,000 fortune points. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, receiving a growth-oriented divine weapon, Yin Huang Lei Zhe. Ah, a bountiful harvest. Su Li's lips curled upward. A staggering 25,000 fortune points had been credited. Furthermore, there was the reward of a growth-oriented divine weapon. Su Li beheld the strikingly designed long blade in the system's space, its sharpness radiating an intimidating presence, and nodded in satisfaction. The blade was intermittently adorned with crimson flames and pale lightning, infused with an extraordinarily potent essence of fire and thunder. Fire and lightning, inherently destructive elements, would further amplify the might of Yin Huang Lei Zhe. Moreover, as the system described, this growth-oriented divine weapon could evolve alongside his cultivation. Bound to his soul, even if destroyed, it could be reforged within his spirit. Should he attain the status of an emperor in the future, Yin Huang Lei Zhe would evolve into an imperial weapon. There would be no need for him to gather materials or laboriously forge it. It was truly the most exquisite weapon. Additionally, a blade, unlike a soft and yielding sword, exuded unparalleled dominance, perfectly aligning with the explosive ferocity of his yin-yang body. At this moment, Su Li was in high spirits. Before him, Luo Qinghan's status panel slowly materialized. Name, Luo Qinghan. Physique, Xianxia body, broken. Fortune points, 1,000. Luo Qinghan's current utility had been thoroughly exhausted. His Xianxia body was under Su Li's control, and even his fortune points had dwindled to a mere 1,000. Su Li gently shook his head, yet a pair of icy eyes fixed their gaze upon him. Su Li, I shall make you pay the price. Luo Qinghan gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Su Li. The piercing pain emanating from her lower body relentlessly assaulted her nerves, driving her to the brink of madness. Especially since all of this occurred while she was fully conscious, a humiliation she had willingly subjected herself to. Rage and resentment consumed her, and the most precious aspects of her life had been stripped away. If Brother Yi Qing were to discover this, he would undoubtedly cast her aside. After all, no man could bear the thought of his woman being trifled with by another. How detestable. All of this was Su Li's fault. As this thought crossed her mind, Luo Qinghan's eyes, overwhelmed by the tremendous shock, appeared vacant, and she felt as though she might lose her sanity. The price? Su Li scoffed softly. Do not think you are at a disadvantage. Take a moment to sense your body. Do you still require my elixir? The root of your ailment has already been resolved by me, and you shall no longer endure the torment of illness. Su Li spoke gently. What? Luo Qinghan's furious expression momentarily faltered, and she meticulously probed her body with her spiritual energy, discovering that aside from the remnants of Su Li's essence within her, she was in impeccable health. The chilling energy that had long plagued her lower abdomen and consumed her vitality had vanished without a trace, leaving no mark behind. It was as if she had been reborn. Is what you say truly real? Luo Qinghan murmured in disbelief. Since her childhood, she had been tormented by this strange affliction. Each episode was agonizing to the point of wishing for death. Only upon meeting Su Li had she found temporary relief through his medical expertise, which could concoct medicinal dishes to suppress her condition, yet none could provide a permanent cure. She had been forced to ask Su Li for remedies at regular intervals. And particularly in recent times, Su Li's temperament had shifted dramatically, subjecting her to unbearable humiliation each time she sought his assistance. If her ailment were to be eradicated, then perhaps exchanging her purity would not be an entirely unacceptable proposition. If Brother Yi Qing truly loved her, he would likely come to forgive her in time, despite any initial reservations. From then on, they could coexist peacefully. She would walk her own path while he walked his, and she would no longer use the recording stone to coerce him. As long as he swore never to reveal the matters between them, she would willingly relinquish the recording stone to him. A faint smile graced Su Li's lips as he regarded Luo Qinghan, producing the recording stone from their earlier intimate encounter. At this moment, their mutual exploitation had reached its conclusion. Luo Qinghan had freed herself from her affliction, while he had acquired the Xianxia body, disrupting Yi Qing's fortunes. Truly a win-win situation. As for Luo Qinghan, it was likely that she was still lost in her beautiful dream of winning Yi Qing's heart with her sincerity. Just the thought was rather amusing. Su Li smiled faintly, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. He looked forward to the moment when Luo Qinghan would seek out Yi Qing, only for Yi Qing to discover that the coveted Xianshan physique he had longed for had already been claimed by another. In that instance, how would Yi Qing react? One could only imagine the surge of fortune that would follow, a delightful prospect indeed. As long as Luo Qinghan vowed to keep silent, who would ever suspect that I orchestrated this? For now, it is prudent to remain concealed, having stealthily intercepted Yi Qing's resources. After all, although I have transcended to the void-breaking realm, my true combat prowess still pales in comparison to Yi Qing's. A gradual and discreet approach, nurturing my development in the shadows, is the true path to success. Chapter 24. The wool has been completely shorn. Is it true what you said? Luo Qinghan's eyes widened, her body trembling with excitement. The mere act of her swearing an oath symbolized that she would no longer be bound by Su Li's constraints. Even if she was not perfect, her feelings for Brother Yi Qing were sincere. She believed that he would forgive her upon seeing her true heart. She vowed to treat Brother Yi with even greater devotion. Moreover, the last time she had received the memory stone had been a source of torment for her, a leverage that Su Li could use against her. If she could obtain the stone now, it would be most fortuitous, freeing her from any further threats from Su Li. With this thought in mind, Luo Qinghan swore an oath, vowing never to disclose any details about her relationship with Su Li, lest the heavens strike her down. Instantly, an enigmatic force enveloped the entire courtyard, instilling a sense of trepidation and reverence in the hearts of all present. This was the watchful gaze of the heavenly Tao, signifying that her vow had been established. Su Li nodded, handing the memory stone to Luo Qinghan, unperturbed by the possibility of her reneging on her promise. In this fantastical realm, every oath was observed by the heavenly Tao. To break one would surely lead to repercussions. Even the mightiest emperors would face the backlash of the heavens should they violate their oaths. Luo Qinghan understood this well, otherwise, she would not be so naive as to think that a mere oath would earn her complete trust. However, Su Li's words lingered in her mind, casting doubt. Do you truly believe that your brother Yi Qing is wholly devoted to you? He chuckled lightly, gazing at her with a nonchalant demeanor. Luo Qinghan's expression paled, and she glared at Su Li, her anger flaring. What do you mean? Even now? You wish to sow discord between me and Brother Yi Qing? Our love is mutual, a match made in heaven. Brother Yi has expressly stated that he will bring me happiness. Yet, as she spoke, a sense of indescribable fear began to creep into her heart. Though she proclaimed her faith, her body betrayed her. After her encounter with Su Li, she distinctly felt a loss, while the afflictions that had plagued her vanished without a trace. Everything felt amiss, yet she could not comprehend what had transpired, only sensing an unprecedented lightness within her. Nevertheless, what did any of this have to do with whether Brother Yi Qing liked her? She had faith in him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have disturbed Luo Qinghan's mindset, acquiring 100 fortune points. Humph, only 100 points? Su Li shook his head in mild exasperation. It appeared that he had drained Luo Qinghan of her worth. The essence of her fortune lay in her unique physique, which he had now completely extracted. His earlier words had merely been an experiment to see if he could glean any more benefit from her. Clearly, he had overestimated the situation. With a sense of weariness towards further discourse, Su Li turned and departed, making his way toward the Yi family estate. Su Li, stop. You must clarify this. As Luo Qinghan called out towards Su Li's retreating figure, Su Li continued onward without the slightest hesitation. Despite their earlier profound connection, Su Li exhibited no sentiment towards this place, discarding it like a worn-out shoe. This left Luo Qinghan alone in the courtyard, consumed by impotent rage. Before long, in the city, within the confines of the Yi family's courtyard, Su Li sat in a secret chamber, assessing his remaining fortune value, 70,300. Upon noticing the 200, a slight twitch graced Su Li's lips. While others boasted thousands, even tens of thousands, Li Buwei, the sycophant, appeared rather pitiful. Even Luo Qinghan had been drained of value, now yielding a mere 100. In truth, Su Li had accumulated a total of 85,300 fortune value in recent days, though he had exchanged 1,000 for a chi consolidating pill, which depleted a significant portion. Nevertheless, it remained a considerable figure. System, open the shop, Su Li quietly commanded in his mind. Before him, a semi-transparent interface emerged, filled with a plethora of goods, from fortune values as low as 1 or a few for snacks and beverages, to the extravagant treasures worth millions, including supreme imperial weapons, imperial techniques, and an array of extraordinary physiques, an overwhelming sight indeed. With 70,000 fortune values, he could acquire a commendable combat technique. Su Li scrutinized the assorted offerings. Currently, he possessed the Fiery Sun Body, the 9 turns profound sun technique, and the enhancement of system elixirs, facilitating rapid cultivation. However, the primary function of the 9 turns profound sun technique was cultivation, accompanied by various formidable spells. Yet, it offered little in terms of enhancing his combat experience. After all, having only recently embarked on his cultivation journey, his combat experience lagged far behind that of the talented individuals who frequently engaged in battle. In genuine life and death confrontations, he could easily expose his vulnerabilities. System, recommend the most suitable technique for my current circumstances, Su Li silently implored. Although his system lacked sentience, merely being a fixed program, it would provide answers when he encountered dilemmas. Ding. Based on the host's current situation and strength, the most suitable technique is being recommended. As he spoke, Su Li observed an ancient tome materializing on the panel, inscribed with the 4 characters, Victory through combat technique. Victory through combat technique? Su Li's pupils slightly contracted. Having resided in this world for some time, he had perused relevant texts and gained a fair understanding of his surroundings, even having read the original novel. One could say that Su Li now comprehended this realm better than its original author. The victory through combat technique was created by an emperor who specialized in battle, a supreme imperial technique that commanded the very essence of existence. However, what was this introductory chapter? Glancing at the tome, he noticed 3 smaller characters beside it. Introductory edition. Just an introduction? Was this not merely a censored version? However, upon observing its price of 50,000 fortune points, Su Li could comprehend the rationale behind it. After all, imperial-level cultivation techniques often demand several million fortune points. Acquiring a truncated version for 50,000 fortune points is indeed quite economical. At this moment, the system thoughtfully provided clarification. The complete version of the Supreme Combat Technique requires several million fortune points, while the introductory volume was created by the Emperor in his youth, representing the most primitive and original iteration of the Supreme Combat Technique. By redeeming it now, the host can unlock the entirety of the Emperor's combat experiences from the same age and utilize this foundational version to forge a unique path, free from the constraints of the Emperor's experiences. Although it is merely an introductory volume, the host will be able to stand upon the shoulders of the Emperor during future cultivation, gaining a significant perspective, and the accomplishments that await may rival those of the Emperor himself. Chapter 25. The Art of Combat Victory, the Young Emperor. The mechanical voice of the system gradually subsided. Su Li gazed before him at the Art of Combat Victory, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. This was no mere abridged version. It was the complete compilation of the young Emperor's experiences, an original edition. Moreover, it provided him the opportunity to forge his own path upon the foundation laid by the Emperor. With 50,000 fortune points at his disposal, it was an extraordinary gain. In his heart, Su Li silently intoned, "I wish to exchange for the introductory chapter of the Art of Combat Victory." In an instant, the 50,000 fortune points on his interface were swiftly deducted. Simultaneously, the introductory chapter materialized in his mind, manifesting as a small, golden emblem radiating an aura of ultimate combat. Everything contained within was the purest essence of battle instinct. encompassing various lethal techniques for overcoming adversaries. Su Li suddenly felt an influx of intricate and elaborate techniques flooding his mind, as his combat prowess surged at a terrifying pace. In terms of battle experience, he had already reached the level of the young emperor, invincible among peers and capable of challenging those beyond his rank. He truly stood at the pinnacle of his realm. Furthermore, the art of combat victory was inherently an emblem, requiring no cultivation on his part. Instead, it relied on his battles. Each encounter would serve to strengthen the emblem. As he engaged in countless battles, the emblem would be infinitely reinforced, ultimately attaining the status of an imperial-level technique, invincible across the world, subduing all. Indeed, quite remarkable. Su Li mused, nodding in satisfaction, a smile gracing his features. His previous shortcoming in combat experience had been resolved, though his current realm was still somewhat lacking. Otherwise, he would confidently dare to engage in a life-and-death duel with Yi Qing. However, although Yi Qing had yet to grow to the level of the young emperor, he was privileged to have a formidable master. Should his mentor intervene, Su Li would undoubtedly find himself unable to withstand such might. After all, that was the remnant soul of an emperor. Reflecting on this, Su Li gently shook his head. Lung Wuyan could be considered Yi Qing's greatest asset in the early stages. Their relationship as master and disciple rendered it exceedingly difficult for him to sow discord between them, even with the soul-nourishing stone in his possession. At the very least, he needed to wait until Lung Wuyan felt further disillusioned with Yi Qing to increase his chances. Su Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. Previously, Lung Wuyan had expressed some disappointment in Yi Qing. If he could showcase more of Yi Qing's inherent flaws, leading her to profound disillusionment, he could then exploit the opportunity to intervene. After all, that was the remnant soul of an emperor. And the most invaluable treasures lay within her mind: imperial techniques and countless years of cultivation experience. As long as Lung Wuyan continued to assist Yi Qing, even if he were to sabotage Yi Qing's opportunities and disrupt his growth, Yi Qing would still accelerate his advancement at a rate far surpassing that of ordinary prodigies. At this moment, however, the outside world was somewhat noisy. Su Li pushed the door open with a creak, revealing a gathering of numerous figures in the courtyard. Among them was Yi Qing, accompanied by Li Buwei and other loyal subordinates, fervently discussing the recent events transpiring in Yun City. Have you heard? Recently, in Yun City, the prodigies have fallen. Members from several prominent families, such as the Shao, Li, and Feng clans, have been secretly harmed and tragically perished in the streets. Their cultivation resources swept away. Who possesses such audacity? This is Yun City. Do they not fear the retribution of the city lord and the ancestors of the great families? Li Buwei expressed his surprise in response. The others, too, wore expressions of confusion, for the perpetrator not only exhibited formidable strength, but also remarkable boldness. This incident stands out as one of the most heinous events in Yun City in recent years. The fall of prodigies? As Su Li stepped out of his dwelling, a flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. It appeared that the time had come for that matter. The recent prodigies of Yun City, including the earlier Lu Xiaotian, had, in fact, fallen victim to the machinations of the alluring demoness from the Chongming demon sect. After all, the time for Yunqing sect to recruit disciples was drawing near. Each time the Yunqing sect formally accepted apprentices, it would only recruit 5 individuals from the territory of Yun City. Coincidentally, the Chongming demon sect was also within Yun City's domain, and like the great families, they aspired to have more disciples join the Yunqing sect. However, the number of disciples is limited, and they cannot enhance their strength in a short period. If they cannot rise, why not diminish others? Slaying the prodigies of Yun City is merely a strategy employed by the Chongming demon sect to secure more positions. Nevertheless, this also presents an opportunity for Yi Qing. Su Li stroked his chin, reminiscing about the plot of the original narrative. In that tale, Yi Qing had once slain his enemies and acquired the blood garment technique, a demonic art that just so happens to be a legacy of the Chongming demon sect. Thus, the bond between Yi Qing and the Chongming demon sect deepened. In pursuit of the sect's techniques and cultivation resources, Yi Qing betrayed the information of various prodigies in the city, effectively becoming a double agent. This enabled the demoness to succeed repeatedly in her clandestine assassinations, acquiring considerable cultivation resources. Naturally, he and the demoness became friends. That demoness is no ordinary foe. Su Li narrowed his eyes. Li Wuyue, possessing the body of a heavenly demon, cultivates the demonic path at an astonishing rate, and is among the rare individuals in the original narrative capable of rivaling Yi Qing's talents. Although she ultimately did not attain the title of emperor, she became an extraordinary powerhouse on the brink of that realm, providing immense aid to Yi Qing in his cultivation journey. At this moment, The crowd continued to discuss fervently. This incident had a profound impact on Yun City. Each prodigy felt a sense of trepidation, fearing that they might be the next victim. Within Yun City, it was only my brother Yi Qing who had recently executed such a remarkable feat of slaying the prodigies. Now, the methods employed by these attackers echoed his own. Could it be that my brother Yi Qing is behind this? If that were the case, then I would bow in reverence to my brother. Li Bui gazed at Yi Qing with exhilaration, marveling at his brother's prowess. One death of Lu Xiaotian was insufficient. He appeared intent on eliminating every prodigy in Yun City. Indeed, the demise of those prodigies bears a striking resemblance to that of Lu Xiaotian. Could it truly be that my elder brother was the one responsible? Rumors swirl through the city, suggesting that my esteemed brother Yi Qing intends to forge his path to enlightenment through the annihilation of all adversaries. He aims to establish an unparalleled legacy before the arrival of the Yunqing sect. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes fixed upon Yi Qing, their eyes brimming with admiration. How formidable! How extraordinary! Moreover, his actions were executed with such decisiveness. The more they pondered, the more convinced they became that this was all orchestrated by Yi Qing. You must not speak recklessly. How could I possibly commit such acts? I have been diligently meditating in my secluded chamber during this time, Yi Qing protested, his face etched with concern. Just previously, Lu Xiaotian had nearly stripped him of his skin, and now this situation entailed the involvement of nearly every prominent family within the city. Should he be unjustly accused? Even the ancestral guardians of the Yi family could not shield him from the consequences. Chapter 26. Is Yi Qing about to turn his fortune around? How infuriating! A rigid smile adorned Yi Qing's face, yet within his heart, a tempest of anguish roared. Was he destined to bear this unjust blame forever? In recent days, even the head of the Yi family had personally inquired multiple times, seeking to ascertain whether Yi Qing had taken action against those prodigies. Yet, in truth, he had merely exchanged information with the demonic sect for cultivation resources. He had never laid a hand on anyone. Although this act undeniably betrayed Yun City, he was resolute in his innocence. He had only bartered information for the resources he required. Particularly concerning the Lu family, he had relayed exhaustive intelligence regarding their prodigies, resulting in the heaviest losses for them within the city, thus avenging a prior grievance. Contemplating this, Yi Qing felt a slight alleviation of his spirits. Why should the fates of others concern him? As long as he could grow stronger, nothing else mattered. It was their honor to perish for his sake, after all. Meanwhile, within the ancient ring he possessed, a gentle sigh emanated from a feminine voice. Yi Qing, it lamented, though you possess ambition and a desire for strength, your penchant for vengeance is excessive, and you lack a moral compass. Willing to harm innocent lives for your own gain, such actions are no different from those of the demonic sect. Yet, as your mentor, I must guide you back to the right path. Qing, it is not too late to halt your actions. After all, the people of the city have yet to uncover your deeds, the spirit of Lung Wuyan urged, flickering in and out of visibility as it addressed Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing merely shook his head gently, resolutely affirming within his heart, Master, my mind is made up. The path of cultivation demands unwavering perseverance. No sacrifice is too great. For only through my own strength can I attain true power. Moreover, the lives lost are of no consequence to me. The ones who fell were merely young demons of the sect, contemporaries at best. Their demise is merely a reflection of my own inadequacies and has nothing to do with me. Yi Qing's gaze turned frigid. How could he not comprehend Lung Wuyan's counsel? Yet, at this juncture, he desperately required the resources at hand. With a few succinct words, he absolved himself of any responsibility. After all, the soul-nourishing stones had yet to be acquired, and his mentor could not assist him extensively. Only by obtaining this batch of resources from the demonic sect could he surpass everyone else and emerge victorious at the disciple recruitment event of Yunqing sect. A single step forward would lead to an unbroken succession of triumphs. Upon hearing Yi Qing's declaration, the spirit within the ring fell into a solemn silence, followed by a soft sigh. Ding. Miss Ring, Lung Wuyan's disappointment in Yi Qing deepens, and the host gains 3,000 fortune points. Oh, a delightful surprise. At the front, Su Li's lips curled into a smirk. Let her be disappointed. The greater her disappointment, the better. Once the Miss Ring's disillusionment with Yi Qing reaches a certain threshold, it would then be his turn to take action. After all, he still possessed the soul-nourishing stones, which the Empress's spirit had likely longed for at this moment. Within the courtyard, a gathering of individuals convened. Is it truly not Brother Yi Qing? This situation has become rather complicated. The elders of the prominent families in the city have ignited their true fury, taking matters into their own hands. and have laid numerous traps. Should the thief strike again, they will undoubtedly face a united assault from these formidable ancestors. Even a being of divine prowess would be reduced to ashes. I had intended to caution Brother Yi Qing that, if it were indeed him taking action, it would be prudent to refrain from further endeavors at this time. Li Bu Wei sighed softly, casting a glance at Yi Qing. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. It truly wasn't I who committed the murders. Yet why does it seem they harbor a tinge of disappointment? Nevertheless, with the ancestors of Yin City preparing to intervene, I ought to advise Li Wuyue to lie low for a few days. With this thought in mind, Yi Qing resolved to depart for the rendezvous point to convey the message to Li Wuyue. However, in that instant, a woman draped in a cerulean robe, radiant and alluring, her long legs utterly captivating, entered the room. She gazed at Yi Qing, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Qing Han. Yi Qing's eyes brightened at the sight of the approaching Luo Qing Han, his heart racing momentarily. Has your ailment been cured? You appear even more enchanting than before. Did you know that during these past 2 days without seeing you, I could hardly eat or drink? Had you not come, I might have been compelled to seek you out personally. Fortunately, you have arrived. As he spoke, he took her hand, and they appeared exceedingly affectionate. A fortunate union indeed. Now, witnessing Luo Qing Han's robust condition, Yi Qing felt assured that the time for harvesting the Xianxia body was at hand. After a long wait, the fruits of labor were finally within reach. Yi Qing clenched his other fist tightly, desire gleaming in his eyes. Once I transcend to divine prowess, all current obstacles shall be effortlessly surmounted, and in my dealings with the little demoness, I will seize greater initiative, acquiring more resources. Furthermore, Yunqing sect places immense value on potential. As a divine practitioner at my age, I could secure a position among the core disciples upon joining Yunqing sect. It is truly an ascent to greatness. Nearby, the other younger brothers gazed on with envious eyes, recognizing the perfect match between Brother Yi Qing and Luo Qing Han, a pair of exceptional talents destined to be together. Luo Qing Han, with a slight smile, cast a teasing glance at Su Li. Do you see? Brother Yi Qing and I remain as affectionate as ever. His feelings for me are genuine. How could he possibly harbor ulterior motives? We are truly a match made in heaven, devoid of any ulterior motives. Since liberating herself from Su Li's control, Luo Qing Han vowed to keep their affairs private. And since the two have maintained a respectful distance, she no longer fears Su Li. She intends to use Yi Qing's actions to decisively confront Su Li, demonstrating that their bond is growing stronger, while Su Li's narrow-mindedness only isolates him further. Brother Yi Qing, my ailment has naturally been cured. Shall we now proceed to your courtyard? I wish to admire the snow scenery with you. And I also have some questions regarding my cultivation that I would like to consult you about. A faint blush graced Luo Qing Han's face, enhancing her already breathtaking beauty. With Su Li no longer a hindrance, she could finally be openly together with Brother Yi Qing. Since she could remember, today was the most carefree day she had ever experienced. Of course, let us go at once. Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with delight, and a smile threatened to break through his composed demeanor. Could it be that fortune was finally smiling upon him? Indeed, he had faced a series of unfortunate events recently, failing to acquire the soul-nurturing stone and subsequently attracting unnecessary troubles. Just days ago, he sought after the Xianxia body while Luo Qing Han was still unwell. Now, it seemed that a turn of fortune was imminent. Chapter 27. Who is the scoundrel? Yi Qing is truly wonderful. With a smile gracing her face, Luo Qing Han appeared utterly blissful, prompting those around her to express their admiration. Miss Luo, renowned for her purity and elegance, stood as one of the most distinguished women in the entire Yin City. Her talents, beauty, and figure were all exceptional. Naturally, her association with Yi Qing seemed fitting to all. However, Su Li observed from the side with a cold gaze, a faint smirk curling at the corners of her lips. It appeared that today would be yet another opportunity for her to accumulate fortune. What genuine affection could that hypocrite Yi Qing possibly hold for Luo Qing Han? To him, women were merely accessories. The current Yi Qing was but a man desperate for success, seeking to exploit Luo Qing Han's influence. For now, it was prudent to prepare for the impending confrontation with Li Wuyue, Su Li mused. According to the original narrative, it was on this very day that the Grand Masters of the city united, during which Li Wuyue sustained severe injuries while vanquishing a prodigy. Seeking refuge with Yi Qing, she was taken back to his residence. Despite her ruthless methods, Li Wuyue proved to possess an unexpectedly admirable character. Grateful for kindness received, she later provided Yi Qing with numerous cultivation resources, and when he ascended to power, she stood by him as an invaluable ally. To Yi Qing, such a person was indeed a benefactor. Nevertheless, Their current relationship was merely transactional, at best akin to that of ordinary friends. Suli believed it would be quite simple to interject herself into their dynamic. Moreover, in the original tale, when Yi Qing rescued Li Wuyue, she gifted him the profound techniques of the Dark Abyss sect, enabling him to cultivate magical arts alongside his orthodox practices, propelling his growth at an astonishing pace. Additionally, Li Wuyue held leverage over Yi Qing. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Suli made her way outside, returning to her courtyard. After making some arrangements, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Everything was in place. She merely awaited the right moment. Now, with her prowess at the void-breaking realm, she could sense any significant conflict within the city almost instantaneously, making it effortless to intercept Li Wuyue. Meanwhile, within the courtyard Yi Qing had arranged, a young girl clad in a water-blue dress stood beside an unremarkable young man whose eyes sparkled like stars, a gentle smile adorning his lips. Yi Qing's heart raced with excitement. After all his efforts to approach Luo Qinghan and nurture their relationship, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. Yet, as he gazed upon the breathtakingly beautiful Luo Qinghan, a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. She seemed even more enchanting than before, exuding an essence reminiscent of a mature woman. However, he dismissed these thoughts, reasoning that since she had recently recovered from a serious illness, her uplifted spirits might naturally enhance her allure. A gentle sweetness graced Luo Qinghan's countenance. Su Li's words gradually faded from her heart, and she found herself dismissive of them. What schemes could Brother Yi Qing possibly harbor? His demeanor towards her had not wavered in the slightest. What could she possess that would intrigue him? Truly, Brother Yi Qing was the best. Luo Qinghan mused inwardly. The two of them, amid the snowy courtyard, practiced together, their actions harmonious and resembling a genuine newlywed couple. Qinghan, when you circulate your spiritual energy to your lower abdomen, be exceedingly cautious, lest you experience discomfort, Yi Qing advised, observing Luo Qinghan's earnest efforts in cultivation. He affectionately ruffled her hair, a tender smile gracing his lips. Luo Qinghan possessed the Xianxia physique, with its essence concentrated in her lower abdomen. Any turbulence in her spiritual energy could cause her excruciating pain, which would subsequently affect his own harvesting of her Xianxia body. However, a hint of skepticism flickered in Luo Qinghan's eyes as she softly replied, "Brother Yi Qing, I felt nothing when the spiritual energy flowed into my lower abdomen. It was just like ordinary cultivation, devoid of any discomfort." "Ah, experiencing discomfort is normal." "What? No discomfort?" Yi Qing, initially wearing a smile, was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. A sudden chill gripped his heart, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. A sense of panic surged within him, as if everything had spiraled out of control. Surely not. As long as the Xianxia physique remained intact, the influx of spiritual energy would inevitably cause discomfort. Could it be? No. Impossible. Luo Qinghan was pure as ice and jade. She could never engage in such actions. He fervently hoped he was mistaken. "Brother Yi Qing, I have brought the spiritual herbs you requested," a coarse voice interrupted, as Li Buwei strode into the courtyard, accompanied by several of Yi Qing's subordinates, each bearing a plant exuding rich spiritual energy. "This is Brother Yi Qing's directive for the next few days. He will utilize his treasured collection to restore Miss Luo Qinghan to her peak condition." Li Buwei observed the affectionate exchange between the two, his eyes filled with envy. Yi Li had never been that close to him. He had yet to even brush against the hem of her garment. Yet, Li Buwei felt no despair. Instead, he was filled with determination. Li was merely concerned that her presence might obstruct his path to cultivation, hence her request to avoid meetings. If he diligently practiced, he would undoubtedly prove to her who could truly bring her happiness. The onlookers regarded Yi Qing and Luo Qinghan, though now Yi Qing's facial muscles twitched slightly. His previously upright demeanor somewhat distorted, the forced smile more akin to a grimace than a grin. He gently instructed, "Please, set the spiritual herbs down." "Understood." Li Buwei and the others responded, albeit still wearing expressions of bewilderment. As Yi Qing gradually approached Luo Qinghan, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from him as he discreetly examined her physique. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan's face flushed with embarrassment as she gently pushed against Yi Qing's chest. "What is the matter, Brother Yi Qing? There are still so many people here." Yi Qing offered no response. Instead, he enveloped her in a shroud of spiritual energy, meticulously probing the essence of her Xianxia body. However, he soon discovered that her current physical state was remarkably robust. Even the cluster of energy that had long been concentrated in her lower abdomen had vanished. Upon realizing this, a layer of crimson veiled Yi Qing's eyes. and his fingers trembled slightly from overwhelming fury, nearly betraying his composure. Xianxia body. Where has my Xianxia body gone? He had long taken notice of Luo Qinghan, investing considerable time and effort into her, and he was on the verge of reaping the fruits of his labor. Yet, where was her Xianxia body? Which scoundrel had shattered Luo Qinghan's Xianxia body? Chapter 28. Verdant leaves at this moment. Luo Qinghan gazed upon Yi Qing's suddenly somber visage, her heart jolting with alarm. A hint of panic flickering in her eyes as she hastily grasped his hand. Brother Yi Qing, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me. My body has miraculously healed itself recently, and it shall not relapse henceforth. I shall no longer require medicinal meals. I am now the healthy Luo Qinghan. Despite the presence of certain unspeakable matters, my feelings for you have remained unwavering. Though my first experience was not with you, in that moment, I was unable to resist. And trading my innocence for a healthy body seemed a fair bargain to me. If I can explain my past helplessness, surely Brother Yi Qing will come to understand. Even if I have wronged you, I vow to shower you with affection in the future, allowing you to feel the sincerity of my heart. With these thoughts, Luo Qinghan's eyes, glistening with hope, gazed earnestly at Yi Qing. How is it that your body is healed? Yi Qing, somewhat coldly, withdrew his hand, his expression rigid. It dawned on him that Luo Qinghan's recovery was complete. He had assumed it was merely an alleviation of her ailment, but it was a full restoration. In an instant, Yi Qing's thoughts turned to Su Li, realizing that it had always been Su Li who treated Luo Qinghan. This matter was likely connected to him. Even if Su Li were not directly involved, he could very well be aware of the situation. Yi Qing felt an overwhelming urge to uncover the man who had broken the Xianxia physique and subject him to 1,000 tortures. These past days had been fraught with misfortune, and despite Yi Qing's customary facade of a gentleman, his heart seethed with extraordinary fury. Bring Su Li to me, he commanded. Suppressing his wrath, a strained smile gracing his lips as he regarded Li Buwei and the others. Li Buwei and the others, sensing the unusual turmoil within Yi Qing, noted the disarray in the usually composed brother. They quickly excused themselves and departed. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan felt as if her heart had plummeted into an icy abyss as she slowly released Yi Qing's hand, her eyes surveying him in disbelief, as if she were encountering a stranger. How is it that your body is healed? This question echoed incessantly in her mind, causing her heart to grow heavier. Brother Yi Qing, what do you mean by that? Luo Qinghan's lips parted slightly as she retreated a couple of steps, her eyes misting over. She was not a foolish person. Yi Qing's words implied a reluctance for her to be cured. Yet how could a lover not wish for their partner to possess a healthy body? In that moment, Su Li's words resurfaced in her mind. Could it be that Brother Yi Qing's approach towards her harbored ulterior motives? Was his meticulous care and genteel demeanor merely a fade? Stop pretending. Who was that man? Truly? Yi Qing's words had grown notably cold, his hands trembling slightly with anger as he directly questioned Luo Qinghan. That man. A tightness gripped Luo Qinghan's heart. It became evident that Brother Yi Qing had discovered her imperfections. His anger was, under the circumstances, quite understandable. If Brother Yi Qing truly cared for her, a sincere explanation should suffice. Given his consistent character, it was unlikely he would resort to abandoning her. Brother Yi Qing, please allow me to explain. I did not act of my own volition. This entire situation was a mere accident. Luo Qinghan's voice quivered. However, Yi Qing interrupted her, stating, I have no interest in your excuses. I only wish to know who that man is. He had always regarded Luo Qinghan as a means to an end. Now that someone had jeopardized his plans, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. As for Luo Qinghan, she was merely a fragile flower, now even more wilted. Were it not for his need of her unique abilities to transcend his current limitations, he would not have squandered so much time and energy on her. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. Luo Qinghan's attempts to explain were caught in her throat, her wide eyes filled with disbelief, her body trembling. The current Yi Qing felt utterly foreign to her. Typically, a lover would seek to listen and understand in such a situation, prioritizing the well-being of their beloved. Yet, Yi Qing seemed devoid of concern for her, fixated solely on identifying that man. This realization struck her like a bolt. Did he harbor no feelings for her at all? Had everything prior merely been an act? At that moment, Su Li and the others arrived in the courtyard. Upon witnessing such a dramatic scene, they were utterly astonished. Yi Qing's face was marred with dark lines, his expression rigid, while Luo Qinghan had distanced herself from him, her eyes filled with heartbreak as she gazed at him. Particularly, when Yi Qing inquired once more about the identity of the man, everyone present was left speechless. The elixir in Li Buwei's hand fell to the ground with a thud. In this moment, even the dimmest of minds could deduce the implications. Their elder brother had likely been cuckolded. All eyes turned towards Yi Qing, as if he wore a vivid green hat, a sight both ridiculous and comical, akin to a jester. It was unfathomable that Luo Qinghan, who had always shown deep affection for Yi Qing, would betray him in such a manner, leaving everyone incredulous. Nevertheless, Yi Qing's display of anger, while excessive, was entirely justified. No man could accept the betrayal of his beloved without turmoil. "I only wish to know who that man is, daring enough to commit such an act," murmured the crowd. Li Buwei patted his chest, a glimmer of confidence and tenderness shining in his eyes. "My beloved Liuli would never engage in such actions. She is patiently awaiting my ascension to strength so that I may wed her. Moreover, my Liuli is so gentle that, aside from me, she would hardly find any other man worthy of her affection." Although whispers circulate among the crowd, it is undeniable that Yi Qing stands at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Such trivial maneuvers could hardly escape his notice. Presently, he feels as though a green hue has overtaken him, even his hair transformed into a verdant shade. Nevertheless, he can endure this. After all, she is merely a woman, one whom he has exploited, and he feels no remorse in discarding her like a worn-out garment. What truly gnaws at him is the realization that the coveted Xianxia physique he has long sought has been plucked away by another. Chapter 29. Brother, be strong, Su Li. During these days of preparing medicinal meals for Luo Qinghan, have you ever observed her interacting with anyone? Yi Qing fixed his gaze intently on Su Li, as he was now the sole informant. Furthermore, he was discreetly scrutinizing Luo Qinghan's demeanor. If Su Li were indeed the culprit, Luo Qinghan would undoubtedly harbor immense hatred towards him, thus allowing Yi Qing to conclusively identify the perpetrator. However, even when Luo Qinghan looked towards Su Li, her eyes betrayed no animosity, maintaining her characteristic indifference. "It seems I have overthought this," Yi Qing mused. Su Li had always been diligent and loyal, a truth evident to heaven and earth. How could he possibly frame his elder brother? Moreover, it was Su Li who had saved his own mother. How could he entertain doubts about him? Truly, it was shameful. "Yi Qing, during these days, I have merely interacted with Miss Qinghan while preparing medicinal meals. Our encounters were limited, and I have not seen her in contact with anyone else. However, a few days ago, Miss Qinghan's ailments suddenly healed, and she no longer felt any sense of loss. I genuinely feel happy for her." Su Li spoke calmly yet assertively. At that moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Yi Qing's emotions surged violently, filled with uncontrollable rage. The host gains 3,000 fortune points. Another 3,000. How delightful. Su Li observed Yi Qing's tense expression, secretly amused. Luo Qinghan had sworn not to reveal anything. Yi Qing remained oblivious, a mere victim in the dark, not even knowing whom to seek revenge against. Yi Qing slowly nodded. Although Su Li was the premier physician of Yun City, he had never encountered significant situations, and his limited experience could not possibly rival that of someone guided by a ring-clad lady. Surely, Su Li did not even comprehend the essence of the Xianxia physique. The onlookers regarded Yi Qing with sympathetic eyes, particularly Li Buwei, who patted Yi Qing on the shoulder, offering words of consolation. "Brother, be strong." "Oh, I truly appreciate your concern," Yi Qing replied, his lips twitching slightly as he inwardly cursed. Now, with so many subordinates watching, they were all part of his foundation. If he appeared too weak, it could adversely affect his future reputation. With this thought, Yi Qing forced himself to regain composure and addressed everyone gently. "I apologize for the spectacle. This matter is merely a personal affair, and you need not concern yourselves with it. Please, depart. I can handle this on my own. Furthermore, you need not worry. This incident will not impact my cultivation in the slightest. I remain your familiar brother Yi Qing, and when we enter the Yunqing sect, you shall all accompany me as my attendants, becoming outer disciples." A facade of insincere smiles returned to Yi Qing's face as he dispensed his motivational platitudes. Su Li observed coldly. This Yi Qing truly lacked emotion, even while his own head was green with infidelity. He continued to play the role of a motivational speaker before the crowd. However, it is precisely the hypocrites who pose the greatest danger. Meanwhile, the others looked invigorated as they gazed upon Yi Qing, with Li Buwei even patting his chest, his face radiating loyalty and admiration. Truly, Yi Qing is our esteemed brother. He remains unperturbed by romantic entanglements, and even in the face of such a profound humiliation, he maintains an air of indifference. Indeed, he is worthy of our unwavering allegiance. Rest assured, we shall devote ourselves entirely to our brother. The crowd expressed their loyalty in unison. Beside them, Luo Qinghan observed Yi Qing with a frigid gaze, her heart growing heavier and colder by the moment. In the face of such circumstances, Yi Qing displayed no concern for her whatsoever. His anger was not directed at her as a person, but rather stemmed from a fury at having something he deemed his own taken from him. Under normal circumstances, would a couple in a healthy relationship behave as they had just moments ago? Especially considering Yi Qing's earlier words, dismissing women as utterly unimportant, discarding them as one would refuse worn-out shoes. Was this truly the Yi Qing she had come to know? Or had all his previous displays of affection merely been a fade, a meticulous act crafted to exploit her? Luo Qinghan pressed her forehead, feeling a throbbing pain. It seemed that Su Li had spoken the truth. Yi Qing indeed harbored ulterior motives. Although the exact nature of his schemes eluded her, she could now unmistakably sense that he held no genuine affection for her. Rather, he regarded her as one would an inanimate object. Yi Qing, did you ever truly care for me? Luo Qinghan's expression was frosty, her words as devoid of warmth as the biting cold of winter. At that moment, Yi Qing had already composed himself. He felt no excess emotion towards Luo Qinghan. Everything revolved around the Xianxia body. His willingness to converse with her was solely to uncover the identity of that man. Qinghan, why such words? Your feelings for me are clear to all, yet your actions have been profoundly disappointing. However, if you can truthfully reveal to me the identity of that man, I may reconsider our situation. A disingenuous smile graced Yi Qing's lips, while Luo Qinghan remained expressionless. And if I choose not to disclose? She replied, having vowed never to reveal the events that transpired between her and Su Li. The promise had been witnessed by the heavens. Should she violate it or show any inclination to do so, divine retribution would surely befall her, leaving her without a place to rest. Indeed, even her vow forbade her from speaking of this matter. Why won't you speak? Yi Qing's expression stiffened. He could not fathom Luo Qinghan's reasoning. He was certain that during this time, she could not have developed any intimate feelings with another man. If such feelings existed, that man could only be him. Given that she was coerced, why would she refuse to speak? Was she perhaps intent on protecting that scoundrel? A chill crept into Yi Qing's voice. Luo Qinghan, with an expressionless countenance, gazed at Yi Qing with an air of profound indifference. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke softly. Ever since you discovered that I am not flawless, you have relentlessly inquired about the identity of the perpetrator, without uttering a single word of concern for my well-being. You have disregarded my explanations and shown no interest in understanding the circumstances surrounding this matter. Do you truly believe that the person you are now bears any resemblance to the Yi Qing I once knew? Or is it that you have never cared for me even a little? Perhaps you have been scheming to obtain something from me all along. And now that your plans have faltered, you are merely lashing out in frustration. Luo Qinghan's words were frigid. At this juncture, she had come to believe that Yi Qing harbored ulterior motives towards her, most likely concerning her essence, and that his persistent closeness had been nothing more than a ruse. Chapter 30. No man is truly worthy. Qinghan, how could you harbor such thoughts? Previously, my affections for you were evident to all present, yet now you have betrayed me, leaving me profoundly disillusioned. What merits does that man possess that compels you to defend him so ardently? Yi Qing gazed at Luo Qinghan, his face revealing a touch of heartache, regret, and the desolation of a heart shattered by betrayal. He embodied the image of a victim whose sorrow eclipsed even death. Nearby, Li Buwei and others observed Yi Qing, their eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Indeed, everyone had witnessed Yi Qing's unwavering affection for Luo Qinghan in recent days, and her actions were truly heartbreaking. Any man would struggle to endure such treachery. However, Yi Qing's standards of emotional purity were even more stringent than anticipated. He appeared utterly disinclined to hear Luo Qinghan's explanations, likely due to the deep wounds she had inflicted upon him. Luo Qinghan let out a cold laugh, watching Yi Qing's performance with disdain. Having come to a realization, she now perceived Yi Qing as profoundly hypocritical. She finally understood that Su Li's words were indeed correct. Yi Qing had always sought to exploit her, devoid of any genuine feelings. It was only today that I have fully discerned your true nature. No man is truly worthy. Luo Qinghan's words were frigid as they lingered on Yi Qing's insincere facade before she turned to leave. Explanations? They were utterly unnecessary. Engaging further with someone like Yi Qing made her feel repulsed. Yet, the sorrow and pain etched on Yi Qing's face were not entirely feigned. The loss of the Xianxia body, which he had long coveted, was indeed a source of profound anguish. Do not let me discover who is responsible for this calamity, otherwise, I shall surely exact a merciless vengeance. Yi Qing clenched his fists. At that moment, an ancient ring upon his hand emanated waves of ethereal energy, and a gentle female voice resonated within his heart. Qinger, that girl harbors sincere feelings for you. Why do you refuse to hear her out? Even without the Xianxia body, she remains a worthy companion. I can see the depth of her affection for you. Lung Wuyan's translucent soul sighed softly within the ring. After her recent observations, she was certain that Luo Qinghan's emotions for Yi Qing were genuine and that the loss of the Xianxia body was merely an unfortunate accident, not a deliberate act. If the two could communicate openly, this matter might yet find resolution. Resolve? With the Xianxia body lost, what resolution is possible? I am destined to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. How could I possibly entangle myself with a woman shrouded in ambiguity? Yi Qing scoffed inwardly. His pursuit of Luo Qinghan had merely been motivated by the allure of the Xianxia body, and now that it was lost, she no longer held any allure for him. Moreover, even if he were to achieve a successful union with Luo Qinghan, the value of Luo Qinghan, having lost her Xianxia body, would diminish to a mere trifle. In the future, merely granting her the title of a concubine would be the greatest of rewards for her. The position of the rightful wife? Perhaps only a master, possessing the unparalleled might of a great emperor and the ability to reshape her body, would truly be worthy of such a designation. Contemplating this, a twinge of greed flickered within Yi Qing's heart. Although he had only glimpsed his master once, in her ethereal form, that breathtaking beauty, unlike anything mortal, had left an indelible mark upon his soul. Only such a remarkable woman could rightfully assume the title of his legitimate wife and provide him with greater assistance in the future. As for Luo Qinghan, compared to his master, she was merely a decorative vase. Sighing softly, Lung Wuyan observed Yi Qing's hypocritical demeanor, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition, and her heart sank. Despite Yi Qing's extraordinary talent and desire for strength, he lacked the compassion and relentless determination characteristic of true power. His mind was rife with conspiracies, and anyone could potentially be a pawn in his schemes. This realization deepened her disappointment. Was her role as his master merely a means to his ends? She began to doubt the sincerity of Yi Qing's promise to harness his power for her benefit once he became a formidable force. Clink. Congratulations, host, for seizing Luo Qinghan's Xianxia body, causing Yi Qing's psyche to falter, inciting immense anger, and acquiring 3,000 points of fortune. Congratulations, host, for provoking Yi Qing into revealing his true nature in his fury, leading to the Empress's change of heart and disappointment, thus acquiring an additional 5,000 points of fortune. Indeed, Su Li nodded in satisfaction, observing Yi Qing's forced smile and hypocritical facade with immense pleasure. Truly, he was the child of fortune. Merely by making a brief appearance, he had accrued 8,000 points of luck. Furthermore, the Empress's attitude was of paramount importance. After all, she housed the soul of an emperor. Should the Empress become utterly disenchanted with Yi Qing and depart from him, then even with his remarkable gifts, he would pose little threat. After all, the world is replete with geniuses, yet far more have fallen. Without Lung Wuyan's guidance, Yi Qing would merely blend into the sea of mediocrity among countless talents. Forgive me, esteemed brothers, for my family's shortcomings. I kindly ask you to keep this matter to yourselves. Yi Qing offered an apologetic smile to the crowd. Simultaneously, he discreetly collected the spiritual herbs brought by everyone, tucking them into his embrace, refraining from mentioning his intent to use them to nourish Luo Qinghan's health. Su Li snickered inwardly. Truly, he was a miser, even hoarding 9th-grade spiritual herbs that held little use for his current self. We all understand. However, there is no need for my brother to dwell too heavily on sorrow. There are plenty of virtuous women within the city, so why should one fixate on a single individual, Luo Qinghan? Even beyond the city, in the depths of the CHNGM demon sect, the enchanting Li Wuiyue is renowned for her beauty. Only such extraordinary talents are worthy of brother Yi Qing. Li Buwei and the others, with their sycophantic demeanor, incessantly lavished praise upon Yi Qing, which softened the dark expression on his face somewhat. Indeed, Li Wuiyue, her worth is by no means inferior to that of Luo Qinghan. In fact, it may even surpass it. After all, she possesses the supreme techniques of the demon sect, the CHNGM demon art. This is a method that leads directly to the sacred realm. Even within the Yunqing sect, such a level of technique can only be cultivated by true disciples. If I could obtain it, upon entering the Yunqing sect, I would undoubtedly rise above all competitors at an astonishing pace, achieving the esteemed reputation of a true disciple. Chapter 31. It is a privilege for Yi Lioli to become stronger. With that said, I shall not delay you any longer. I must attend to my cultivation today. At this moment, Yi Qing had adjusted his mindset. Although he harbored thoughts of inflicting 1,000 tortures upon that scoundrel, he betrayed none of his fury on his face. Instead, he appeared exceedingly humble and exuded an aura of approachability. In light of this, my dear brother, we shall take our leave. The group departed promptly, with Su Li offering a respectful gesture to Yi Qing as he exited the courtyard. After watching them leave, Yi Qing retreated to his tranquil chamber for cultivation, his entire being enveloped in a rising mist of blood, the spiritual energy swirling ominously around him, creating an atmosphere thick with malevolence. The chamber was bathed in a crimson glow. The blood garment technique indeed possesses extraordinary power, even without the aid of the Xinxia body. I fear that through diligent practice of this technique alone, I could transcend to the divine realm within a month. By then, the entire Yun city shall pose no threat to me. Nevertheless, I do feel somewhat remorseful towards Yi Liuli. With an impassive expression, Yi Qing channeled the blood garment technique, his aura dark and foreboding. The cultivation of this technique necessitates the essence blood of one's blood relatives. Currently, the only candidates are my mother, the parents of Yi Liuli, and Yi Liuli herself. Xiao Yun is but a mortal. Should her blood be extracted, it would surely spell her doom. Moreover, her essence blood pales in comparison to that of Yi Liuli. As for Yi Liuli's parents, both are masters of the void-breaking realm. Should I attempt to draw from them, the risk of discovery would be considerable, with dire consequences. Only Yi Liuli remains an option. She is merely at the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, with a nature that is innocent and gentle, kind-hearted. She would never suspect me even if I bestowed upon her the evil jade. However, her body might struggle to endure the absorption of the evil jade, which could potentially endanger her life. But once I become stronger, I shall undoubtedly compensate Liuli tenfold. Yi Qing silently hypnotized himself. While familial bonds are undeniably important, they pale in significance compared to the pursuit of cultivation. Besides my mother, all others may be utilized. It is indeed a privilege for Yi Liuli to aid in my ascent. I have heard that recently, Su Li attended to Yi Liuli's ailments, even replenishing the deficiencies within her body. Su Li is truly my most loyal subordinate. In the future, I shall bestow upon him some inconsequential rewards to exemplify my discernment in reward and punishment. With these thoughts, a smirk played at the corners of Yi Qing's mouth as he envisioned his grand blueprint for the future. As time passed, 3 days later, the city was aglow with lights, the stars twinkling in the night sky, creating a breathtaking nocturnal scene. A gentle snowfall drifted through the air, enveloping the entire Yun city in its embrace. Yet, at that moment, with a thunderous roar, a tremendous pressure erupted from the city center, an overwhelming spiritual energy surging outward, dispersing everything in its path. A blazing inferno illuminated the entirety of Yun City in an instant. The entire Cloud City suddenly erupted into a cacophony. As countless individuals rose to gaze at the distant flames, their eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. It was the manifestation of the ancestral powers. Such overwhelming might could not be attributed to a single individual. At the very least, 3 ancestral beings were involved. Who, one might ponder, possesses such esteemed favor and has committed acts worthy of such an extraordinary response? But you remain oblivious. In recent days, the eminent figures of Cloud City have faced assassination attempts, numbering no less than 10. Investigations have revealed that these acts are the work of the demonic sect, and the elders of various clans have long been simmering with indignation. Furthermore, rumors circulate that the instigator is none other than the recently renowned little enchantress of the demonic sect, known for her mastery of the formidable Dark Abyss sorcery, a supreme technique capable of leading one to the sacred realm. Whether seeking vengeance for their descendants or coveting sorcerous power, these elders are bound to take action. Within the city, discussions abound. The sky is suddenly alive with a kaleidoscope of fleeing lights, accompanied by a multitude of clamorous voices. Search meticulously. The little enchantress has been struck by the ancestral blood transformation palm. She cannot have gone far. Her combat prowess is diminished to nearly nothing. To find her would be a momentous achievement. Were it not for the little enchantress employing forbidden techniques from the Dark Abyss sorcery, how could she have escaped? Yet, she is not far from death. As long as she remains within Cloud City, her evasion is impossible. Numerous cultivators scurry throughout the city, their keen eyes incessantly scrutinizing the streets. In a shadowy corner, amidst a flurry of drifting snowflakes, a girl clad in black, her body marred with bloodstains and appearing on the brink of collapse, huddles in the shadows. A surge of spiritual energy envelopes her, isolating her essence from the external world. Despite the fervent searches, unless one approaches her directly, her presence remains undetectable. How infuriating! Were it not for these ancestral beings. The blood transformation palm continues to sear my flesh. If no one arrives to rescue me, a girl with bright eyes and a proud, elongated gaze curls her pale form, Her silver teeth clench tightly as she endures the piercing agony radiating from within her. Li Weiyuan narrows her eyes, concealed within the snow, her mind racing with contemplation. She is the little enchantress of the demonic sect, the foremost prodigy of the sect. Her arrival in Cloud City was not solely to eliminate the eminent figures, but also to secure additional disciples for the Cloud Purity sect, enhancing her sect's standing. Moreover, she sought to hone her own combat abilities, hence the minimal entourage. Regrettably, her recent battle has resulted in the complete annihilation of her subordinates. Despite her status as a peak void-breaking genius, she is no match for the combined forces of those ancestral beings. Were it not for the forbidden techniques of the Dark Abyss sorcery, she would have surely been reduced to ashes. However, Yi Qing should be arriving soon. Li Weiyue gazes at the falling snowflakes above. Her collaboration with Yi Qing is a matter of partnership, and all intelligence concerning the city's eminent figures has been relayed by him. He could not bear to watch himself being taken away by various powerful families, for he still possessed evidence of his connection with them. Once he was captured, Yi Qing would have no chance of escape. Yet, as time slipped away, the corner remained desolate and uninhabited. Li Weiyue trembled uncontrollably, her complexion ashen, her flesh and blood eroded by the corrosive grasp of the blood palm, pushing her to the brink of collapse, on the verge of losing consciousness. In the stillness of the corner, the sound of deliberate footsteps echoed. A young man, clad in dark robes and possessing striking features, stood before her. He appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting, exuding a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs. His eyes were as calm as still waters, revealing no trace of emotion, even upon witnessing her pitiful state. Chapter 32. The highest fortune value at this moment. Within the confines of the Yi family courtyard, Yi Qing was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, the communication talisman in his hand flickered, emanating a frigid female voice. The tone was urgent and weak, as if it had just emerged from a fierce battle. Come quickly to save me. I am in a small alley at the western edge of the city. What? Yi Qing's pupils constricted violently, and he sprang to his feet. That was the voice of Li Weiyue. For a long time, they had relied on this talisman to communicate, and it was through this very device that he had managed to relay information about the city's prodigies to Li Weiyue. If this talisman were to be intercepted by the families within the city, the thought sent a wave of pallor across Yi Qing's face, compelling him to rush outside in haste. On the streets, chaos reigned. The sky was awash with vibrant escape lights, and a cacophony of sounds filled the air. That little demoness was now on the brink of death. How dare she venture alone into Yin City? Having fallen victim to the ancestral blood transformation technique. Even if she were at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, she could not possibly survive the night. Amidst the tumult, voices buzzed with speculation, and some recognized Yi Qing, approaching him with greetings. Yi Qing, what brings you out as well? The demoness of the demonic sect deserves to be slain by all. I too shall contribute my strength for Yun City. Yi Qing spoke with righteous fervor, appearing every bit the gentleman. Though his heart raced with anxiety, his demeanor remained composed. With a prodigy like Yi Qing in Yun City, it was indeed a blessing for the place. The crowd clasped their hands in reverence, gazing at Yi Qing with admiration. However, he had no time for idle chatter, offering only perfunctory responses before departing swiftly. Amidst his worries, a flicker of joy ignited within him. The blood transformation technique. Was that not the renowned move of the Liu family's ancestor? Once struck, the victim's flesh and blood would be incessantly corroded. Without the correct antidote or method, one could easily dissolve into a pool of blood. Nevertheless, his blood garment technique was precisely the nemesis of the blood transformation technique. It could extract the toxic blood and malevolent spiritual energy from the wounds and within the body. If he could rescue Li Weiyue, not only would he evade exposure, but he would also significantly deepen the bond between them. Perhaps he could even aspire to the resplendent demon art. The mere thought of it sent a thrill through Yi Qing's heart. That was a technique capable of leading directly to the sacred realm. Although he had a great emperor master as his mentor, he was merely a remnant soul, and many memories of techniques had been lost. Currently, his assistance lay only in exceptional cultivation experience and extraordinary perception, allowing him to seize every opportunity and avoid unnecessary detours on his path. Yet, the acquisition of techniques still depended on his own efforts. The resplendent demon art was undoubtedly a perfect fit for him. He could simultaneously cultivate orthodox techniques and demonic arts, advancing his prowess at an astonishing pace. A flicker of yearning ignited within Yi Qing, and a smile graced his eyes. How fortuitous and splendid it would be to heal. He proceeded towards the location of Li Weiyue. At this moment, in a silent chamber, Su Li gazed upon the communication talisman in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. This talisman was not merely for sending messages. When infused with spiritual energy, it could even record the words spoken by the recipient, akin to a recording device from a previous life. At present, Li Wuyue had only recently acquainted herself with Yi Qing, and their relationship was predominantly transactional, leaving little room for complete trust. Therefore, she had taken precautions. This talisman contained evidence of Yi Qing's communications with the demonic sect. Should it be revealed, Yi Qing would become a pariah in the entire Yun city, universally reviled, for no one holds affection for a traitor. However, the timing for such exposure was not yet ripe. Su Li carefully stored the talisman away. The moment when Yun Qing's own would arrive to recruit disciples was drawing near. And then this talisman would prove invaluable. For now, preserving Li Wuyue's life was paramount. He observed Li Wuyue, who lay on the bed, her eyes tightly shut, pallid complexion, and twitching body, exuding the stench of blood. If she were not treated promptly, this delicate beauty would surely perish. Moreover, if she were to die, how could he possibly harvest her fortune? Name, Li Wuyue. Cultivation level, 9th layer of void-breaking realm. Physique, heavenly, demon body. Fortune value, 50,000 points. Reaching the 9th layer of void-breaking realm, she stood equal to Yi Qing, truly worthy of being a top-tier prodigy with a heavenly demon body. And her fortune value was an impressive 50,000. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. She was the woman with the highest fortune value he had encountered in quite some time. Suddenly, the figure on the bed let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a modest yet impeccably clean room, faintly imbued with the scent of medicinal herbs. She found herself lying on the bed, utterly devoid of strength. Oh, to awaken from such severe injuries? Su Li marveled internally. Indeed, she was a woman of the heavenly demon body and had practiced the abyssal demon technique. Despite her grievous wounds, she managed to regain consciousness. Su Li had just assessed Li Wuyue's condition, which was indeed dire, particularly her back, where she had been struck by the blood corrosion palm, a signature technique of the Liu family's ancestor. Once afflicted, one's flesh and even spiritual energy would be corroded. Li Wuyue now stood at the precipice of life and death, yet she clung to the thread of life. She was akin to an unyielding cockroach. However, time was of the essence, treatment was urgent. With this thought, Su Li gradually approached Li Wuyue. "What are you doing?" Li Wuyue exclaimed. Noticing her body being handled with disregard, her back fully exposed before the young man. Moreover, he wore a faint smile and held some dark, unidentifiable substance, seemingly intent on applying it to her. Audacious. Li Wuyue widened her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that not only had she failed to receive Yi Qing's rescue, but she was also to endure the humiliation of this scoundrel in her final moments? Despite her severe injuries, she remained at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. She was far from powerless. The strength she could still muster, if not at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm, would be utterly incapable of withstanding the impending threat. In the air, a pressure surged forth, and the chamber was suddenly enveloped in a vast aura of spiritual energy. A blinding crimson light erupted, ruthlessly aimed at Su Li. Within the room, an eerie silence descended. Yet beneath this tranquility lay a palpable, lethal danger. This was the divine light of seizure. Should one lack the requisite strength and mental fortitude, they would be instantly dominated, rendered utterly immobile and grievously injured in an instant. Chapter 33. A good person is one who saves themselves at this moment. Su Li maintained a stoic expression, merely waving his hand. In his delicate grasp, a faint crimson glow enveloped him, emanating a formidable aura. The blinding light, upon making contact with Su Li's palm, melted away like snow under the sun, the spiritual energy within seemingly scorched by divine flames, evaporating furiously, without inflicting the slightest harm upon him. In the air, a persistent hissing sound echoed. This was the sound of spiritual energy being incinerated. The devastating divine light, which even a mid-stage void-breaking expert could hardly resist, was effortlessly dispelled by Su Li in an instant. Meanwhile, Su Li narrowed his eyes, gazing at Li Wuyue, his imposing presence cooling significantly. "Is this how you treat your savior?" The divine light, while not lethal, could severely injure even a mid-stage void-breaking expert if struck. Yet Su Li, possessing the body of the sun god and the unparalleled combat techniques of the fighting victory method and the 9 turns profound sun skill, already surpassed his peers in strength. With Li Wuyue in a heavily wounded state, her capabilities had diminished substantially, rendering her incapable of causing him any harm. "Savior? But you just..." Li Wuyue's expression faltered momentarily before clarity returned to her gaze. She had merely acted on instinct upon awakening, but now her mind had settled. The current Su Li appeared harmless, resembling a physician, and the unsettling darkness that had previously distressed her now carried a hint of medicinal fragrance. However, how could a physician possess such terrifying power? Li Weiyue was filled with astonishment, her unwavering stare fixed on the unscathed Su Li. As a master of the void-breaking realm, her intuition was remarkably keen, allowing her to sense the vast and vibrant spiritual energy pulsating within Su Li. Yet, it ultimately remained at the mid-stage of void-breaking. She understood the might of her divine light all too well. This was a technique from the abyssal demon art. Even in her wounded state, she was certain that no mid-stage void-breaking expert could withstand it, let alone so effortlessly. There was only one explanation. A grave expression settled in Li Weiyue's eyes. This physician had concealed his true strength or possessed combat prowess far exceeding that of his peers. Who exactly are you? Li Weiyue stared intently at Su Li, her eyes brimming with wariness. A stranger, whom she had never met before, had inexplicably rescued her. Surely, he had ulterior motives? He was not much older than she, and with his current strength, he could be deemed a prodigy in Yun City. Yet, she had never heard of him. What I am is inconsequential. However, your attitude towards your savior is truly disheartening. Su Li replied, his expression serene. Though his voice chilled slightly as he gently shook his head, he turned to leave. Wait. Li Weiyue extended her hand, attempting to grasp Su Li's retreating figure. Simultaneously, she clutched her chest in pain. Cough, cough. The sound of harsh coughing erupted, blood spilling continuously from Li Weiyue's lips. The effects of the blood transformation palm had transcended mere flesh. It was now eroding her internal organs. Just moments ago, due to Li Weiyue's actions, her spiritual energy had become somewhat chaotic, exacerbating her current injuries. Without treatment, it was likely she would not survive even for a quarter of an hour. Now, trapped in this chamber, where neither heaven nor earth responded, if Su Li did not come to her aid, she could only await her demise. The desire to survive overwhelmed her thoughts. Regardless of who he was, as long as he could save her, he would be a benefactor. Esteemed sir, I must apologize for my earlier disturbance. I am willing to offer 10,000 spirit stones as compensation. I implore you to show leniency. As she spoke, she produced a storage bag, opening it to reveal a dazzling array of light, instantly filling the chamber with spiritual energy. Even a single breath brought about a refreshing sensation. Congratulations, host. You have received Li Weiyue's earnest plea. You are now her last hope, gaining 5,000 luck points. With the 5,000 points added, Su Li felt a marked improvement in his mood. He halted his movement and turned to regard the desperate, waning figure of Li Weiyue, the brilliance from her storage bag reflecting in his eyes. The 10,000 spirit stones were indeed substantial. Even in the eyes of some prominent families within the city, this was a considerable sum. It could sustain an entire clan and all its cultivators for several months of cultivation. Li Weiyue was quite the affluent young lady, not only possessing luck points to collect, but also carrying a wealth of cultivation resources. However, this was hardly surprising, as during this period, she had personally vanquished no fewer than 10 prodigies from Yun City. The resources she had plundered were indeed of vast fortune. Although 10,000 spirit stones were a great deal, for someone like Li Weiyue, parting with such an amount to save her own life was still a wise investment. Furthermore, assisting her did not entail the worry of being ungrateful afterwards. Despite her affiliation with the demonic sect, Li Weiyue was surprisingly principled, repaying enmities and kindness alike. Otherwise, in the original narrative, Yi Qing would not have extracted a wealth of resources from her, nor the profound demonic arts, simply for saving her life once. It could be said that saving Li Weiyue would bring nothing but benefits. Not only would it disrupt Yi Qing's fortunes, but Su Li would also gain Li Weiyue's friendship and additional luck points, an opportunity that was indeed threefold. Su Li nodded indifferently and accepted the spirit stones. Meanwhile, Li Weiyue felt a wave of relief. Had Su Li chosen to leave abruptly, she would have been at a loss for what to do. Although her combat prowess was commendable, in her current injured state, she could only rely on a capable healer. Thank you, sir, for setting aside past grievances. My condition has reached a critical state. I earnestly request your assistance. Li Weiyue's words were sincere. Yet, Su Li gently shook his head. 10,000 spirit stones may allow me to overlook past grievances, but to provide my aid requires a consultation fee. Li Weiyue's expression darkened. On the brink of death, this man still dares to ask for money? Moreover, that sum amounts to a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. I merely spoke words of forgiveness. After all, this includes the costs of my own treatment. To my astonishment, this man possesses such a heart of stone, demanding an additional consultation fee? Surely, this is excessive. Li Weiyue's lips twitched slightly. I am well aware of your identity. Should I choose to hand you over to the Liu family or the city lordess mansion? I have no doubt they would reward me handsomely. The deeds you have committed within this city, along with the techniques and treasures you carry, would surely be worth 100,000 spirit stones in their eyes, and they would gladly offer an exchange. Su Li spoke with a tone devoid of any compassion or tenderness. Chapter 34. As cunning as I am. Yet, Li Wuyue felt a chill in her heart. Indeed, her current strength was insufficient, and the man before her posed no threat. Moreover, given her recent actions in Yin City, it was likely that the bounty on her head from the Liu family and the city lord's mansion had reached an astronomical sum. Her appearance was no secret. Any cultivator of a certain prowess would easily recognize her. The mysterious and formidable cultivator standing before her was certainly no exception. If she could not offer a satisfactory reward capable of offsetting her bounty, it was likely that this man would hand her over to the local factions. Contemplating this, a flicker of struggle appeared in Li Wuyue's eyes. After a few moments, she continued, "If you can heal me, I shall reveal to you the secrets of the Chongming demon art. This is a technique that leads directly to the sacred realm. They could never present a reward of greater value." It was well known that she possessed the Chongming demon art, and it was likely the only thing capable of captivating the young prodigy before her. However, a glimmer of cunning shone in Li Wuyue's eyes. The Chongming demon art was divided into core and peripheral techniques. Only the core technique could enhance the speed of cultivation and amplify the power of various demonic spells. The peripheral techniques, while powerful, lacked the extraordinary prowess conferred by the core, rendering them rather unremarkable in execution, at best, slightly superior to ordinary techniques. Chongming demon art? Su Li nodded in satisfaction. The fighting victory technique and the 9 transformations of Xianyang, while commendable, could never be too many, even in the original text. Although the Chongming demon art was not on par with the Emperor's Realm techniques, it was still an excellent method in the early to mid stages of cultivation. Moreover, the Chongming demon art possessed a passive cultivation effect, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, perpetually enhancing one's strength. Though the progress may be slow, the cumulative effect over time could be formidable. Most importantly, the core technique of the Chongming demon art was a unique mark, capable of being passed down solely to one individual. If Li Wuyue transmitted it to Su Li, she could never pass it on to another. If he acquired it, then Yi Qing would undoubtedly be deprived of it. Yet, could this little vixen truly be so benevolent? Su Li scrutinized Li Wuyue, his eyes narrowing slightly. While she was known for repaying kindness, the Chongming demon art was ultimately a technique of the sacred realm, and it was inevitable that she might harbor ulterior motives. After all, her celestial demon physique had yet to fully awaken. She herself was unaware of possessing such a body. It was likely that, in her mind, the Chongming demon art was even more precious than her own life. Merely saving her life might not guarantee him access to the art, at most. He could expect some other form of gratitude. After all, he did not possess the protagonist's halo like Yi Qing, nor the charm to deceive others. In that case, bow to me, Su Li said softly. Simultaneously, from the depths of the system's realm, 1,000 fortune points were spent to exchange for a scroll, which was discreetly concealed behind her. The words of the little demoness are not to be trusted. Anyone who believes her is a fool. In the original tale, she had led many illustrious figures astray with the fringe techniques of the dark abyssal sorcery. So how could he possibly let his guard down? Very well. I, Li Wuyue, hereby vow that if you can cure my affliction, I shall impart the dark abyssal sorcery to you. Li Wuyue's voice rang with resolve, her phoenix eyes narrowing as she regarded the figure of Su Li before her. Meanwhile, an enigmatic aura enveloped the surroundings, signifying that the vow had been sealed. Now, are you satisfied? I have never encountered such a miserly man. I have already promised to give it to you, and you think to backtrack? Li Wuyue's tone was laced with playful sarcasm, and inwardly, she felt quite clever. Although the vow was witnessed by the heavens, making it impossible to defy, the dark abyssal sorcery was divided into core and fringe techniques. As long as she bestowed upon this youth the fringe technique, she would not be in violation of her oath. Truly, I am remarkable. Observing the trusting nod of Su Li, Li Wuyue felt a surge of delight. He truly believed her. Even as she approached death, she would allow him to take advantage of her, which served as a lesson for him. In that case, lie down and let me staunch the bleeding from your back. If more blood is lost, even the mightiest of deities would struggle to save you. Su Li remained calm. Meanwhile, Li Wuyue feigned a pained expression. The dark abyssal sorcery is my trump card. You must treat me well. I am ready. Li Wuyue's voice trembled slightly as she turned over, acutely aware that even the slightest movement caused excruciating pain. As she watched Su Li approach, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Her injuries were on her back, And if he were to apply medicine and stop the bleeding, would she not be fully exposed? Although she had interacted with many men, they were either subordinates or rivals, always treating her with utmost respect and never daring to show any disrespect. No man had ever been within 3 feet of her. Her skin had never been seen by anyone, just as she was lost in her thoughts. The sound of fabric being torn echoed in the air. Li Wuyue suddenly felt a chill on her back, exposed to the air, as a pair of large hands gently covered the area. The heat radiating from his touch, combined with the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, compelled her to bury her head in the pillow. However, Li Wuyue felt a sense of relief. It seemed this young physician was a man of integrity, for his hands only grazed her wounds without encroaching upon other areas. Unconsciously, her perception of Su Li began to shift. At the very least, he was not the type to be consumed by lust. Meanwhile, Su Li narrowed his eyes, taking in the beauty before him. Li Wuyue's skin resembled the finest silk, as smooth and flawless as milk, with not a hint of imperfection. The fine, delicate hairs on her body were scarcely noticeable, akin to the most exquisite mutton fat jade. Moreover, her current posture revealed the subtle contours of her rounded form, exuding an astonishing whiteness and elasticity, which, if held in one's hands, would surely be a delight beyond compare. However, a slight blemish marred her beauty. On her back lay a deep crimson-purple handprint, the mark of the blood-seizing palm. With the passage of time, this imprint continued to consume her essence and flesh, blood trickling from its edges, cascading down her smooth back like a plum blossom in the snow, evoking a haunting beauty. Simultaneously, Su Li's large hands roamed over Li Wuyue's back, coated in a dark, fragrant hemostatic medicine. While feeling the milk-like smoothness, he infused the healing elixir into her body through the fire attribute spiritual energy coursing within him. Chapter 35. I have come to save you. A quarter of an hour later, a dark and viscous ointment enveloped the wound, staunching the flow of blood. However, this was merely a temporary measure, providing only fleeting relief rather than a cure. Meanwhile, Li Wuyue buried her head into the pillow, her delicate neck tinged with a rosy hue, rendering her an alluring sight. Her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat. The touch of a man, even when merely for the purpose of healing, ignited an overwhelming sense of shyness within her, causing her legs to shift restlessly. The once resolute demoness now appeared somewhat bashful. At that moment, Su Li's calm voice resonated. Your injuries have penetrated deeply. Conventional treatments will likely prove ineffective. Even if the bleeding is temporarily halted, it will only delay your condition. By dawn, you may well become a lifeless corpse. Su Li scrutinized Li Wuyue, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Is there no other way? Li Wuyue abruptly lifted her head, her flushed face now pale, reflecting a sense of helplessness. The vitality within her was incessantly ebbing away, tormenting her. She never anticipated that after all her struggles, she might perish here. At present, she was clinging to mere existence. And if this seemingly competent youth turned out to be a quack, even her extraordinary talents would not be enough to save her. Well, considering his formidable abilities, it would be reasonable for his medical skills to be somewhat lacking, she mused. I possess my own methods, though it may entail some suffering on your part. Su Li smiled gently as he retrieved a complete set of surgical instruments from a nearby cabinet. The gleaming scissors, scalpels, and even saws, each fashioned from the rare metals of this fantastical realm, were of considerable value and vastly superior in strength to any surgical tools from his previous life. They could even cleave through the resilient flesh of cultivators. With memories of his past life blending into his current existence, Su Li, being the foremost physician in Yun City, naturally absorbed the medical knowledge from his previous experiences. Unfortunately, there was no anesthesia available here. Otherwise, you would endure less agony, he lamented, shaking his head gently while holding the scissors. What do you mean? Li Wuyue stammered, exasperation creeping into her voice. Could you articulate your thoughts fully? Cough. Her irritation was swiftly quelled by the pain coursing through her body. Did this physician intend to drive her to madness with his half-uttered words? What did it matter to endure a little suffering? At worst, it would be a matter of consuming some unpalatable medicinal dishes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have evoked a roller coaster of emotions in Li Wuyue, earning 3,000 fortune points. Excellent. I have already tripled the fortune points obtained from the recently exchanged scroll. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, while Li Wuyue regarded him with a hint of suspicion, pondering the nature of the items he held. Even though the young man before her possessed striking features, the sight of him now, particularly with scissors in hand and surrounded by an array of peculiar instruments, caused her heart to sink. Is this truly his method? Is this a remedy or a means to dismember her? Fear not, For your affliction necessitates surgery. We must excise the tainted blood and rotten organs within you, and then concoct a medicinal dish capable of rejuvenating your flesh and blood. What you have just been applied is merely a hemostatic agent to prevent excessive bleeding during the procedure, Sully spoke softly. In this world, the concept of surgery has never existed. Even in cases of poisoning or illness, the only recourse has been the brewing of medicinal dishes or the consumption of detoxifying pills. Such physical treatments are utterly unheard of here. However, with the memories of her past life and her status as the foremost physician in Yun City, Sully could seamlessly integrate the art of medicinal cuisine with physical therapy. What? Surgery? Excision? Internal organs? Just a raw cut? Wait. Is there truly no other option? Excision, physical therapy. I have never heard of such medical practices. You cannot be deceiving me. Li Weiyue gazed with trepidation at Su Li, who was approaching her, an ominous feeling stirring within her. Especially upon noticing the saw in his hand. Wasn't he that meant for cutting trees? What could he possibly intend to do with it? Time is of the essence. Your ailment cannot be delayed any longer. Su Li maintained a gentle demeanor, yet the steel saw in her grasp gleamed ominously. Lie still. I am about to commence the operation. Wait. The room echoed with Li Weiyue's anguished cries, reminiscent of the sorrowful lament of a cuckoo, bringing heartache to all who heard. At this moment, in the western part of Yun City, a young man with an unremarkable appearance but eyes that sparkled like stars was anxiously searching for something. Though there were many alleys and corners in the western district, Yi Qing, being at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, could scour the area thoroughly in no time. Hold on, Li Weiyue, I am coming to rescue you. A glimmer of greed flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. If he were to become Li Weiyue's savior, then requesting her to impart the profound techniques of the reclusive demon arts would be quite reasonable, would it not? If all went well, he might even recruit Li Weiyue into his ranks, which would be immensely beneficial for him. After all, Li Weiyue was not a mere vase like Luo Qinghan, who only possessed a singular mysterious body. She was a genuine talent, a competitor who could rival him on the path of cultivation. Just wait. I will find you. Yi Qing clenched his fists, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he darted through the streets and alleys. However, as time passed, his expression gradually became vacant, bloodshot eyes creeping with a terrifying look, and his aura grew increasingly unstable. He had scoured every possible location. How could she simply vanish? Why was she not to be found? It cannot be that he has been captured. Reaching this point, Yi Qing clenched his teeth tightly, his fists trembling with veins protruding, on the verge of madness. Should he fail to locate Li Weiyue, not only would he lose the opportunity to master the Dark Abyss sorcery, but his current standing would also be jeopardized. One must understand that Li Weiyue possesses another transmission talisman, given that little demoness nature. She would undoubtedly have recorded the dialogue in which he sold out the young talents of Yun City. If this were to be discovered and circulated, the consequences would be dire. I have been swift enough. Why have I still failed to find him? Yi Qing knelt on the ground, his hands buried deep in his hair, murmuring in anguish. During this time, aside from gaining Su Li as a loyal subordinate, he has encountered nothing but misfortune. Chapter 36. If taking medicine, just take it. No need for superfluous words. Yi Qing's expression darkened, akin to the soot-stained bottom of a pot. Upon reflection, he realized that every endeavor had ended in failure. With the soul-nourishing stone in the past and the Xianxia body looming ahead, he had yet to retrieve the evil jade placed upon Yi Liuli. However, contemplating the situation, it seemed manageable. Yi Liuli possessed a pure disposition, and the presence of the evil jade on her person brought Yi Qing a sense of reassurance. It was imperative to leave Yun City, should the truth come to light. Even the Yi family would be unable to shield him from the united front of the city's prominent clans. Thus, it was prudent to temporarily retreat beyond the city's confines to evade scrutiny. With this resolution, Yi Qing rose decisively and strode toward the outskirts, his face etched with dark lines, emanating an aura of pent-up resentment. Simultaneously, a notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have intercepted Li Weiyue, leading Yi Qing to a fruitless endeavor. Yi Qing is now seething with rage and has resolved to seek refuge outside the city. You have acquired 5,000 fortune points. Indeed, another 5,000 points. In the warmth of his chamber, Su Li gazed at Li Weiyue, sprawled on the floor like a fish that had just been beached, gasping for air. Satisfied, he nodded. The incisions had been neatly sutured, resembling a dark tattoo that contrasted vividly against her porcelain skin, enhancing her allure. She still retained vitality. The blood loss was minimal, indicating that this surgical approach was viable. The hemostatic concoction he had prepared ensured that, even with surgery, substantial hemorrhaging was averted. Moreover, in just one night, he had already amassed over 10,000 fortune points due to this young woman. In the next moment, Su Li hefted the bloodied steel saw in his hand, his garments stained crimson, presenting the visage of a butcher. Meanwhile, Li Wuyue lay on the bed, her gaze vacant. Observing as Su Li wielded the saw and thin blades over her, an incessant wave of terror coursing through her body, delivering excruciating jolts of pain. However, for a cultivator endowed with unwavering resolve, though this agony was nearly unbearable, it did not drive her to despair. What truly shattered her composure was the realization that her body had become akin to a mere plaything, manipulated at will by the butcher before her, wielding his instruments with impunity, while she could not even twitch a finger in resistance. This loss of control was intolerable for one who had always been a paragon of excellence. If my body deteriorates further, I shall haunt you even in death, Li Wuyue uttered weakly, her eyes betraying a flicker of palpable fear as she regarded Su Li's impassive countenance. Though she could distinctly sense that Su Li's strength was inferior to her own, the recent physical treatment had instilled an inexplicable dread within her regarding the butcher's current state. Having always relied on medicinal remedies for healing, she had never encountered such a brutal method of treatment. Drink this potion, Su Li commanded, casting the steel saw and surgical knife aside, and with a flourish, produced a steaming bowl of medicinal concoction designed to expedite the restoration of vitality and flesh. In light of Li Wuyue's generous contribution of over 10,000 fortune points this evening, as well as the favor of imparting the profound moongloom magic to herself, Su Li took the liberty of adding 2 ninth-grade spiritual herbs to the concoction. Li Wuyue parted her lips, her delicate visage marked by uncertainty, as she softly bit her lip. At this moment, she possessed no strength whatsoever and was entirely incapable of consuming the medicine herself. However, the thought of that young man feeding her was utterly ludicrous. She cast a glance at Su Li. What a joke! She was the foremost prodigy of the Moongloom sect. Even the elders within the sect treated her with utmost reverence, daring not to overstep their bounds. Moreover, she had grand aspirations that transcended the confines of the small city of Yun, with intentions to join the Yunqing sect and become an unparalleled powerhouse. How could she possibly allow a man to feed her? Furthermore, her upper body was still unclothed. To be fed medicine by this man would mean exposing herself entirely. Absolutely not. Unable to move, Su Li stroked his chin, observing the vulnerable Li Wuyue lying on the bed, her form exposed. It was entirely normal to feel weak after surgery, especially since a portion of her internal organs had been excised. Although her cultivation was formidable and her organs could regenerate, time was still required. This bowl of medicinal broth was imperative for expediting the recovery of her essence and physique. Otherwise, her healing would take an eternity. Do you require assistance with feeding? Su Li gazed at her in silence. Li Wuyue initially intended to refuse. However, despite the sutures on her back, the torment of her excised organs and depleted essence relentlessly plagued her, rendering her movements uncontrollable. Her head drooped, appearing as if she were nodding in acquiescence. Oh, can't wait. Can you? A subtle smile graced Su Li's lips as he effortlessly lifted Li Wuyue, enveloping her in a layer of crimson spiritual energy to shield her from exposure. Feeding service incurs a fee, mind you, 1,000 spirit stones per dose. His tone was casual, yet it resonated in Li Wuyue's ears like the whispers of a demon. Li Wuyue's lips trembled slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Su Li. Was this man truly so mercenary? Charging 1,000 spirit stones for a single dose? Why not resort to thievery instead? 10,000 spirit stones constituted the majority of her savings. Parting with another 1,000 would utterly deplete her. Yet, he would provide her with cover for her modesty. Did he harbor no interest in her whatsoever? Although a sigh of relief washed over her, convincing her that Su Li was a man of integrity, a faint sense of defeat began to blossom within her. Despite her usual avoidance of men, she held unwavering confidence in her beauty. In all of Yun City, few could rival her allure. Countless young prodigies had previously been entranced by her, becoming her loyal subjects. Yet, this Su Li seemed entirely consumed by monetary concerns, showing her no compassion. His every word laden with the weight of spirit stones. He still desires his own profound demonic arts. Is he truly not a man? Yet before she could utter more, a spoon was thrust into her mouth with astonishing speed, delivering a subtle and fragrant medicinal liquid down her throat. With a soft gulp, it was swallowed. Wait a moment. Leaning against Su Li, Li Wuyue felt the scorching heat radiating from her back, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Even beneath the aura barrier, her body took on a faint pink hue, appearing exceedingly vivid. It is essential to note that the aura barrier merely obscures vision. It does not inhibit the sense of touch. At this moment, she was essentially bare, lying in Su Li's embrace. Taking medicine is one thing. But why all this unnecessary chatter? Observing the hesitant Li Wuyue, Su Li gently shook his head and boldly forced another spoonful of the medicinal liquid into her mouth. Chapter 37. The Butterfly Effect. Cold dragon grass. At this moment, outside Cloud City, in the wilderness of Wolf King Mountain, Yi Qing, with a visage marked by the trials of life, sought refuge beneath a cliff. This territory belonged to the white-eyed Wind Wolf King, who had been absent for the past few months, rendering the Wolf King Mountain a suitable sanctuary. After all, the Wind Wolf King was a legendary entity of formidable power, while the Lord of Cloud City was merely at the level of divine prowess. However, the Wind Wolf King had established a pact with the human race, promising not to trouble Cloud City as long as the tributes were delivered on time. Thus, a harmonious coexistence had persisted, with neither side encroaching upon the other's domain. Even when the people of Cloud City discovered that he was the one responsible for the demise of their prodigies, they dared not venture into the territory of the Wind Wolf King. As long as he remained there, he felt secure. Qinger, I sense an immense aura of spiritual energy emanating from the cave above the cliff. It must house some extraordinary treasure. A cool, feminine voice echoed within Yi Qing's mind. In her ethereal state, Lung Wuyan resembled a treasure-seeking mouse, able to perceive any artifact within a 10-mile radius. Is that true? Yi Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This truly was a fortuitous turn of events. The Wind Wolf King was a being of great might, and such powerful beasts often bore treasures of heaven and earth. When the time came for him to break through his limits, he could consume these treasures directly. To think he would stumble upon such an opportunity, a treasure capable of aiding a being of great power in their ascension. He was determined to seize it for himself. Master, I shall retrieve it at once. Yi Qing trembled with anticipation, his body vibrating with excitement as he dashed toward the dark, unfathomable cave above the cliff. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by a dense wave of spiritual energy that washed over him, intoxicating even for one at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. As he ventured deeper into the cave, a blinding light pierced his vision, and the air crystallized into frost as an overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, nearly crushing him under its weight. Before him lay a small grass, entirely silver-white, radiating a chilling brilliance, resembling a celestial dragon, accompanied by the faint echoes of a dragon's roar. The grass was no larger than a palm, yet it seemed to embody the very essence of the universe. Drawing his gaze irresistibly, this was the cold dragon grass. It even contained a trace of dragon energy. The intrinsic value of this cold dragon grass far surpassed anything he had previously acquired. This was a genuine 6th-grade spiritual herb. Within the ring, Lung Wuyan assessed the cold dragon grass with astonishment in her eyes. Although, for her at her peak, it was merely a common weed. In a place as modest as Cloud City, it was undoubtedly a treasure of the highest order. Yi Qing stood transfixed, his mind echoing with the words 6th-grade spiritual herb. Spiritual herbs, ranked from 1 to 9, each represented a disparity as vast as that between heaven and earth. In the annals of Yin City, the rarest elixir known to have graced its history was but of the 7th grade, yet it commanded an astonishing price of 100,000 spirit stones at auction. As for the 6th-grade elixirs, their worth transcends mere spirit stones. A single 6th-grade elixir is equivalent to a dozen 7th-grade ones. For a lesser sect, selling such a treasure could sustain their cultivation for decades or even centuries. Even within a prestigious sect like Yunqing, such a celestial rarity is exceedingly precious. The time has come for my fortunes to change. Yi Qing struggled to contain the smile creeping upon his lips as he reached forward. However, a cold voice emanating from the ring caused him to momentarily stiffen. This place had been ensnared by the Wind Wolf King's sensing and teleportation formations. Attempting to remove it would surely invite the wrath of the Wind Wolf King. Even I would require a significant expenditure of my essence to assist you in your escape. Cold Wu Yuan's spirit trembled. Master, is there truly no way to break this formation? Yi Qing's expression grew anxious. There is none. Your current strength is still too feeble. You may return for it in the future, Cold Wu Yuan replied calmly. In the future? By the time I return, the cold dragon grass may have already been utilized. How then can I reclaim the treasure? As a cultivator, one must always advance fearlessly. Yi Qing's words were resolute, imbued with a sense of grandeur. He had just gleaned that his master required a sacrifice of essence to aid his escape, which indicated that escape was indeed possible. So what was there to fear? He would procure the cold dragon grass and rely on his master as strength for his flight. As for her expended essence, he would repay it manifold when he grew stronger. Within the ring, Cold Wuyuan's weakened spirit trembled slightly, her exquisitely beautiful visage revealing a clear disappointment as she sighed softly. This Yi Qing, though they shared a bond of master and disciple, she was merely a tool for his ambitions. Clearly, each depletion of her essence brought her closer to oblivion. Yet Yi Qing seemed utterly unconcerned, wholly fixated on the present. After this incident, Cold Wuyuan felt increasingly disheartened towards Yi Qing. Master, I entrust everything to you. Yi Qing clasped his fists and began to walk slowly towards the cold dragon grass, while Cold Wuyuan merely responded with a somewhat indifferent acknowledgement. At this moment, within the secret chamber, Su Li gently fed Li Wuyue with medicinal cuisine, each bite finding its way to her rosy lips, which flushed with color akin to blooming flowers, her body temperature gradually rising. Embracing Li Wuyue felt akin to cradling a warm jade, her skin as smooth as cream, a delight to hold. I am full, I cannot eat anymore. Li Wuyue protested, sensing a slight improvement in her condition, hastily declining further nourishment. The longer she spent with Su Li, the more her heart became a tangled mess. Yet, this alone is insufficient to heal your body. I must learn this soon, Su Li stated calmly, his demeanor carrying an irresistible authority. Open your mouth and continue eating. As Li Wuyue caught a whiff of the medicinal dish, her body was overtaken by an insatiable longing for it, as if consuming it would yield immense benefits. Thus, despite her outward display of refusal, she obediently parted her lips. However, just as Su Li was quietly feeding her, a notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to your butterfly effect, Yi Qing has failed in his attempt to steal the cold dragon grass, suffering significant injuries in the process, resulting in a gain of 5,000 fortune points for the host. Congratulations, host. Because of your butterfly effect, Lung Wuyin has further discerned Yi Qing's hypocritical nature during his attempt to steal the cold dragon grass, leading to her increased disappointment in him. And the host has gained an additional 10,000 fortune points. I merely fed her a medicinal dish. And yet over 10,000 fortune points have been credited to my account? Chapter 38. Cold Wuyuan in slumber at this moment. A howling sound reverberated through the heavens and the earth, a cacophony imbued with boundless fury and a sense of impending destruction. The entire Cloud City felt the tremors of this unbridled wrath. Instantly, countless cultivators soared into the air, while those lacking sufficient strength remained grounded. All eyes fixated on the direction of a towering cliff beyond the city. The ancestors of the Lu and Yi families, as well as the city lord, convened in a gathering fraught with apprehension. What had provoked the white-eyed Wind Wolf King to such fury? The onlookers regarded the formidable beast with trepidation. It was a creature of immense power, dwelling in the realm of the mighty, while the strongest among them barely reached the level of divine abilities, rendering them utterly defenseless in its presence. Fortunately, there existed a pact between the Wind Wolf King and humanity. So long as tributes were rendered punctually, the city would remain unscathed. Yet, the atmosphere was charged with unease. The ramifications of the Wolf King's rage were unfathomable. Whispers filled the air, discussions unfolding as they momentarily set aside the matter of the young demoness to devise various countermeasures. After all, she was merely a prodigy from the void-breaking realm, harboring a precious treasure. The Wind Wolf King, however, was a beast capable of annihilating the entire Cloud City. Meanwhile, within a secluded chamber, Su Li too had heard the resounding howl. A sense of confusion stirred within him. This Wind Wolf King had not made an appearance in the early narrative, surfacing only midway through the plot as a stepping stone for Yi Qing's ascension to the realm of the mighty. It seemed that his own actions had indeed altered the course of the story, a testament to the butterfly effect that had subtly shifted the entire narrative. In the original tale, it was foretold that during the absence of the Wind Wolf King, Mu Yunhuang, the leader of the Yunqing sect, would seize the opportunity to pilfer the cold dragon grass for the crafting of a potent elixir. The endeavor had been seamless, devoid of peril. However, with the Wind Wolf King now returned to its lair, Mu Yunhuang's quest for the precious herb would undoubtedly prove challenging. Su Li squinted thoughtfully, while beside him, Li Wuye's expression mirrored a grave concern. The voice of the Wind Wolf King echoed ominously. What calamity had transpired? Yet, there was a silver lining. With the Wind Wolf King's presence, once his body recuperated, departing from Cloud City would become considerably easier. Li Wuyue nodded gently, her gaze upon Su Li filled with astonishment. She was acutely aware of her own injuries. Healing them typically required rare herbs or specialized techniques. Yet, this young man had managed to stabilize her condition using only commonplace medicinal herbs, the most precious among them being merely 2 ninth-grade spiritual plants. With a single bowl of concoction, he had pulled her from the brink of death. At this rate, Within 3 to 5 days, she would be nearly restored, albeit the healing process itself was far from pleasant. The man fell into a money pit. However, his medical skills and strength were unparalleled. Despite her best efforts, she could not fathom when such a youthful prodigy had emerged in Yun City. What are you dawdling for? Continue eating. Su Li observed the dazed Li Wuyue, pinching her cheek, which was quite delightful, elastic, cool to the touch, reminiscent of exquisite jade. She brought a spoonful of medicine to Li Wuyue's lips. Li Wuyue, her face tinged with indignation, summoned all her strength to swat Su Li's hand away. Do you truly think of me as a child? I can eat it myself. With that, she bit down fiercely on the spoon, as if she were biting Su Li herself. Days later, in Yun City, at the main entrance, a disheveled young man, appearing weary and stained with blood, stumbled inside. Gazing upon the still thriving city, his eyes brimmed with anger and resentment. After days of observation, Yi Qing realized that his dealings with the little demoness had not been disclosed, and there were no signs of the prominent families in Yun City searching for him. Thus, he returned from the outskirts. After all, being within the city was far more reassuring than the perilous wilderness, fraught with dangers, and the lurking Wind Wolf King. As he surveyed the bustling streets, Yi Qing felt a sense of revival. The harrowing days of being hunted were truly unbearable to recall. Damn it! That white-eyed Wind Wolf King has even set up a teleportation array within the cave. I hadn't even laid my hands on the frost dragon grass before the array was activated, leaving me no chance to claim the treasure. Moreover, my master has expended nearly half of his soul power to fend off the Wind Wolf King. Yi Qing clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. A 6th-grade spiritual herb is invaluable. He believed it to be an extraordinary opportunity, yet he ended up losing more than he gained. Not only did he fail to obtain the herb, but he also sustained severe injuries, depleting his essence, and his master had to pay a hefty price for his sake. Sigh. A gentle sigh emanated from the ring. Qing, my soul power is depleted. For now, I can only enter a state of slumber. Unless it's a matter of utmost urgency, do not awaken me. Cold Wu Yan, observing the rage in Yi Qing's eyes, furrowed her brow and eventually closed her eyes softly, slipping into slumber. Wait, master? Master? Yi Qing urgently called out in his heart, but there was no response from the ring. Only silence remained. Damn it! These days have been nothing but misfortunes. My master's slumber will greatly impact my usual cultivation. After all, his rapid progress in cultivation was not solely due to fortune and talent, but also because of his master's imperial insights guiding him. Yet now, it was nothing but heartache and tears. Oh, is that not Brother Yi Qing? In recent days, where have you been? People have become scarce, and the time for the Yunqing sect to recruit disciples approaches ever closer. The talented individuals throughout the city are exerting themselves to the utmost. The Yi family has also opened its martial arts arena, providing unfettered access to cultivation resources, all in a bid for a final push. In the city, a rugged man gazed incredulously at the tattered figure of Yi Qing, rubbing his eyes in disbelief before cautiously approaching. The martial arts arena, indeed. Yi Qing nodded slightly. The arena serves not solely for sparring, but is also adorned with spiritual formations designed to expedite cultivation, particularly advantageous now, with resources available for the taking. Upon entering the arena, one could swiftly recuperate from injuries. It is rumored that the Yunqing sect has suffered significant losses in its confrontations with other major regional powers, leading to a notable expansion in the quota for new disciples. Beyond the recruitment of inner disciples, they are now also seeking numerous outer disciples and miscellaneous workers. At present, everyone is fervently striving for gaining entry into the Yunqing sect, even as a mere miscellaneous disciple promises access to resources far superior to those found in Yun City. Chapter 39. The Butterfly Effect. Fortune points credited. As he spoke, a glimmer of light flickered in Li Bui's eyes. If I could become an outer disciple, surely Lu Li would regard me with newfound respect. Yi Qing smirked internally. What did he care for mere outer disciples? His aspirations soared towards becoming an inner disciple, or even a legendary true disciple. However, Lu Li? Yi Qing seemed to recall something and casually inquired. Is Lu Li also at the martial arts arena? Naturally, this was the largest recruitment event in decades for the Yunqing sect. Although Lu Li was a woman, gentle and kind, she too needed to strive diligently. When Li Bui mentioned Yi Lu Li, pride emanated from his gaze, as if he considered her his destined counterpart. Well, without further ado, let us hasten our return. Yi Qing said, a slight smile curving his lips. He had planted a sinister jade on Yi Lu Li capable of absorbing her essence. Even though his recent progress had been sluggish, fraught with obstacles, as long as he could absorb the essence from the jade during this period and master the blood garment technique, He would surely astonish everyone at the Yunqing sect's recruitment event. An inner disciple spot would undoubtedly be within his grasp. With this thought, Yi Qing's expression returned to one of calm detachment. Aside from his tattered clothes and a smudge of blood on his face, the insincere smile he often wore reappeared. He strolled slowly towards the Yi family's martial arts arena. At that moment, in the underground chamber, ding! Congratulations, host. Due to your butterfly effect, Yi Qing's supporter, Leng Wuyan, has fallen into a temporary slumber, granting you 5,000 fortune points. Ah, another 5,000 fortune points credited. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. His butterfly effect had its merits and drawbacks. The downside was that some familiar plotlines might deviate. The upside, of course, was the current situation, simply lying back and accumulating fortune points without any effort. Subsequently, Su Li gazed at the graceful figure before him, a woman with striking phoenix-like eyes. Over the course of several days, he had administered medicine to Li Weiyue 7 times, and her injuries had significantly eased. As long as she did not engage in extensive use of spiritual energy, she would be fine. In just a few more days, she would be fully healed, and it would not hinder her participation in the Yunqing sect's recruitment event. Thank you, Mr. Su Li, Li Weiyue said sincerely, her gratitude genuine. Over these past few days, she had come to understand the name of the young man before her. She realized he was the renowned physician from Yun City, previously unable to cultivate. With this knowledge, her admiration deepened. After all, Su Li had once been known as a talentless waste, famed only for his extraordinary medical skills. Had it not been for his connection to the Yi family, he would have been seized by powerful factions and made a personal physician long ago. Yet, it had only been a matter of days since he began to cultivate, barely a month, in fact. This Su Li had astonishingly reached the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Such a pace of cultivation was utterly astounding, unheard of. He was truly like a monster. Though she possessed considerable talent, when compared to Su Li, she fell significantly short. Indeed, it was a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Nevertheless, during this period, I have administered medication 7 times, totaling 7,000 spirit stones. Su Li extended his hand towards Li Weiyue. Li Weiyue, somewhat irritated, thought to herself about the persistent focus on money. This Su Li was utterly engrossed in wealth. Previously, she had not heard of the renowned physician of Cloud City being so avaricious. However, he had indeed saved her life. Moreover, 7,000 spirit stones were merely trifles when juxtaposed with the value of the soul-devouring demon art. Soon, she would impart the foundational techniques of the soul-devouring demon art to Su Li, providing him with a valuable lesson. With this in mind, Li Weiyue's mood improved significantly, and a faint smile graced her lips. She tossed a storage bag to Su Li, exclaiming, "Here are your 7,000 spirit stones. You are truly stingy. Charging for medication. Did you feel wronged while treating me?" Recalling the moments they had shared while administering the medication, leaning against Su Li's chest, her heart involuntarily raced, and her cheeks flushed. Though several days had passed, she could still vividly remember that sensation. In contrast, Su Li merely accepted the storage bag, a satisfied smile emerging on his face. Not only had he gained fortune from Li Weiyue, but he had also acquired 17,000 spirit stones, quite a lucrative venture. Next, he intended to receive the soul-devouring demon art. "Please bestow upon me the complete soul-devouring demon art," Su Li gently requested, as an ancient scroll appeared in his hands. "Huh, you see only the benefits. Here, take it all," Li Weiyue feigned indignation, handing over an ancient tome inscribed with the 4 prominent characters of the soul-devouring demon art. Meanwhile, she secretly chuckled to herself. Without the specific imprint, the soul-devouring demon art would remain nothing more than an ordinary technique, devoid of any remarkable power. Previously, she had used this very imprint to deceive many, with consistent success. "Oh," Su Li received the tome, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Is this truly the soul-devouring demon art?" Knowing the original narrative, how could Su Li be unaware of its nature? Indeed, the enchantress remained true to form. Even after saving her life, she had left a safeguard for herself. Authenticity guaranteed. "This is the genuine soul-devouring demon art. I have sworn an oath. How could it be a forgery?" Li Weiyue feigned sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, appearing pitiful. "I had hoped that after our days together, we could cultivate more trust between us. Yet to my dismay, you still doubt me. How hurtful this is. You saved my life. Naturally, I would repay you. How could I deceive you with counterfeit goods?" Meanwhile, Su Li merely smirked, filtering out the enchantress's deceitful words as he slowly unfurled the scroll in his hands. "If you wish to impart to me the complete soul-devouring demon art, now is the time." Otherwise, he chuckled, You possess the soul-devouring demon art, yet you still harbor doubts. If you do not wish to share, then return it to me. Li Weiyue appeared somewhat enraged as she reached for the book in Su Li's hands. However, in the next instant, a sudden sound echoed as an ancient scroll unfurled, and a beam of spiritual light surged into Li Weiyue's mind, rendering her motionless. The light penetrated her body and swiftly entered her spiritual realm, where her soul resided, resembling a sinister serpent lurking, poised to obliterate her very essence. Should her soul be shattered, her intellect would be entirely extinguished, leaving her akin to a mere walking corpse, indistinguishable from a living dead. What have you done to me? Li Weiyue's eyes widened, fixated on Su Li, as the chilling sensation emanating from her soul caused her body to tremble involuntarily. Chapter 40. The Art of Heavy Abyss Magic. In the room, Li Weiyue's expression froze. It seemed that as long as she refrained from passing on the mark of the heavy abyss magic to Su Li, that venomous serpent would effortlessly crush her soul, leaving her with no means of resistance. What on earth is this? It is something unheard of and unseen. Meanwhile, Su Li revealed a hint of an intriguing smile, warning her that if she did not impart the true essence of the heavy abyss magic to him, the consequences would be dire. This cursed scroll was a treasure he had exchanged for 1,000 fortune points from the system's shop, representing exceptional value. Its sole function was to document oaths, yielding results far superior to those witnessed by the heavens. It compelled Li Weiyue to divulge everything related to the heavy abyss magic, not merely the entire technique, but even her insights into cultivation could not be omitted. However, the power of such a scroll paled in comparison to the punishments of the heavenly Tao. After all, even the mightiest emperor in the world could be severely injured by the retribution of the heavenly Tao. Conversely, the cursed scroll could only threaten the souls of those beneath the level of a great power. Nevertheless, it sufficed. Unless Li Weiyue could immediately ascend to the realm of great power, the cursed scroll would swiftly obliterate her soul. You. Fine. You are ruthless. Li Weiyue bit her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at Su Li. Although she was oblivious to his methods, she realized that if she did not convey the heavy abyss magic to him, she would perish in the next moment. Instantly, Su Li was enveloped in an aura of mystery in her mind. Not only was he exceptionally powerful at such a young age, but he also possessed such inscrutable means. Now, she found herself devoid of any other choice but to impart the technique to Su Li. Upon considering this, and the conditions required for passing on the heavy abyss magic, Li Weiyue's face turned slightly crimson. Even as a knowledgeable little demoness, the thought of the transmission scene caused her legs to shift awkwardly. Observing her expression, Su Li's lips curled into an amused smile. What could be so vexing that the transmission required some exceedingly shameful conditions? Meanwhile, as Li Weiyue wrestled with her inner turmoil, that chilling sensation resurfaced in her spiritual platform, causing her soul to tremble uncontrollably. If she delayed any further, she would meet her demise before even completing the transmission. The imperative was clear. She must transmit the technique immediately. You. Hurry. I can barely hold on. Li Weiyue's body trembled slightly. Her gaze filled with indignation as she looked at Su Li, as if she wanted to devour him whole. As a little demoness, she had always been the one to deceive others. When had she ever been the one deceived? This was her first time falling into the hands of a man. Yet, she found herself utterly at a loss against Su Li. The thought of this only intensified her frustration, biting her silver teeth in defeat. This man was impervious. His mind consumed solely with techniques and wealth, and he seemed to possess no weaknesses. Su Li, however, merely smiled gently, sitting cross-legged, facing the indignant Li Weiyue. Their hands met, and the moment they touched, as Su Li felt the delicate and ethereal touch of Li Weiyue's small hand, it was as if he had encountered a cloud, fragile and insubstantial. The mere contact of their palms was profoundly comforting. The transmission of power was about to commence. He needed to open his eyes and closely observe the flow of demonic energy, guiding the mark into his own body and sealing it upon his spiritual platform. The transmission began, and Li Weiyue's tone bore a weight of seriousness. After all, the transfer of demonic skills allowed for only a single opportunity. Should it fail, her life would be extinguished in an instant. Su Li nodded gently. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed. An infinite expanse of pitch-black demonic energy enveloped the entire chamber. From Li Weiyue's body, waves of black spiritual energy erupted, gradually enveloping Su Li. Accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric, their garments instantly disintegrated into tatters, cascading to the ground. Li Weiyue quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet Su Li's eyes. However, Su Li found himself equally unclothed, unable to escape the gaze of either party. Simultaneously, a rosy hue blossomed upon her cheeks, resembling a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. Even her alabaster skin blushed a delicate pink due to overwhelming embarrassment. Such shame. Such profound shame. This was her first experience exposing her complete form to a man's gaze. Yet, when Li Weiyue inadvertently locked eyes with Su Li, she noticed his unwavering focus. His expression was intensely concentrated, devoid of any lascivious intent. Even though Li Weiyue understood that Su Li was solely focused on the flow of their spiritual energies, observing her was entirely natural. The embarrassment in her heart intensified uncontrollably. No, why must he gaze upon me? I must return the look. With this thought, Li Weiyue fixed a fierce glare at Su Li. The atmosphere became thick with tension. His physique was rather commendable. Such a thought suddenly sprang to Li Weiyue's mind. Meanwhile, Su Li was diligently observing the trajectory of the demonic energy to prevent any failure in the transmission, while also allowing a portion of his consciousness to appreciate the beauty before him. Indeed, she was exquisitely crafted, akin to a celestial sculpture of white jade. Her long legs elegantly crossed, exuding an irresistible allure. The air was infused with a faint, enchanting fragrance, as if one were immersed in a sea of blossoms, intoxicating the senses. Moreover, as Li Weiyue was a peak practitioner of the void-breaking realm, she possessed an aura that others, such as Xiao Yun and Yuli, could not compare to. She radiated an ethereal vitality, truly a paragon of beauty, an unfair standard of perfection. As time passed, the demonic energy within the chamber gradually dissipated. Su Li narrowed his eyes, centering his thoughts. A dark, formidable imprint of demonic energy was slowly entering his body through Li Weiyue's porcelain-like hand. Upon entry, the imprint surged directly toward the spiritual platform. A thunderous sound resonated in Su Li's mind as the dark imprint hovered above the spiritual platform. However, the imprint representing the profound and arcane art of the heavy abyssal sorcery merely occupies a corner of the spiritual realm, as if it were trembling in fear, daring not to approach the primary position. Above the primary seat, a resplendent golden imprint, exuding an air of disdainful superiority, floats serenely, radiating the essence of unparalleled combat prowess. This is the emblem of the supreme combat technique. Even though it is merely the nascent version crafted by the youthful emperor, it undeniably serves as the precursor to imperial-level methodologies. In terms of rank, it far surpasses the heavy abyssal sorcery, which is confined to the holy realm, by innumerable degrees. Originally, the pitch-black imprint required nurturing and refinement by Su Li, yet at this moment, it humbly submits without necessitating any effort from him. Indeed, Su Li nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, a faint stream of demonic aura flowed through his body, nourishing his entire being. His spiritual pressure gradually increased, even without deliberate cultivation. This exemplifies the benefits of the heavy abyssal sorcery's passive cultivation. Although the enhancement is slow, as long as he remains alive, he will continue to grow stronger, truly a boon for the indolent. Chapter 41. How could it be lost? Meanwhile, Su Li's cultivation level had reached the pinnacle of the 5th stage of the void-breaking realm. Thanks to the accumulation of time and the continuous exchange of fortune points for elixirs from the system. In an instant, under the influence of the heavy abyss demon technique, he broke through to the 6th stage of the void-breaking realm. It had been less than a month since he awakened his memories. Such a terrifying pace of cultivation is indeed astonishing, even by global standards. Some young emperors had not achieved such heights. Indeed, quite impressive, Su Li mused, a slight smile gracing his lips as he admired the beauty of Li Weiyue before him. Have you finished looking? Li Weiyue's sharp gaze narrowed at Su Li, who had successfully fused the mark. A hint of shyness and anger flitted across her face as she swiftly turned and retrieved a black gauzy dress from her storage bag, donning it in an instant. However, even amidst her attire, Su Li feasted his eyes upon her, noting the scars on her back nearly healed, leaving only a faint pink mark that adorned her alabaster neck, rendering her even more exquisite. Su Li, too, retrieved a dark robe, dressing himself, for the chill in the air was not particularly pleasant. This is the entirety of the insights from the heavy abyss demon technique. I have a premonition that this must be given to you, or else that vile thing in my soul will continue to haunt me. Li Weiyue, now clad, regained her haughty demeanor, though her cheeks remained flushed, revealing her unusual state of mind. Simultaneously, the chilling sensation that had clung to her soul vanished the moment she relinquished her insights, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the heavy abyss demon technique. Successfully outsmarted Li Weiyue and obtained 5,000 fortune points. The host has obtained the heavy abyss demon technique. successfully intercepting Yi Qing's opportunity, and acquired another 5,000 fortune points. Excellent. Another 10,000 fortune points added to my account. Given this, I shall not keep Miss Li any longer. Su Li accepted the insights with a faint smile. Many events must have transpired in Cloud City over the past few days. Having gleaned enough from Li Wuyue, it was time for her departure. You. Li Wuyue clenched her silver teeth, glaring intently at Su Li. This man is truly infuriating. He takes the technique and wishes to send her away? Such a notion is absurd. However, how could Su Li have broken through again? Just moments ago, he was at the 5th stage of the void-breaking realm, and now he has ascended to the 6th? He is nothing short of a monster. Did he instantly refine the heavy abyss demon technique? It took her a full month to do the same. Oh, you wish to stay? Then rest a while longer. I must take my leave. Su Li rose, showing no sign of reluctance as he strode towards the exit. Wait for me. I will remember this humiliation. Li Wuyue's fists tightened as she watched Su Li's retreating figure. She had always been one to hold a grudge, having been schemed against by Su Li this time. She is determined to retaliate in kind on the next occasion. A prodigy like Su Li, upon recruiting disciples in the Yunqing sect, would undoubtedly not remain obscure. Becoming an inner sect disciple would be effortlessly within her grasp, and she might even ascend directly to the status of a true disciple. Before long, Su Li arrived at the Yi family courtyard and first paid a visit to Xiao Yun, indulging in tender moments together. After 2 hours, Su Li stepped out of the room, where a voluptuous and disheveled beauty, appearing utterly exhausted, had already succumbed to deep slumber. Ding. Congratulations, host. While Yi Qing was in dire straits, engaging in intimate relations with his mother has yielded an acquisition of 1,000 fortune points. Su Li, it has been several days since I last saw you. What have you been up to? Never mind. We shall discuss this later. Come with me to the training ground. In the courtyard, a rugged-looking man with an unkempt appearance waved at Su Li from a distance. Upon seeing her, Li Buwei's eyes brightened, and he became noticeably more animated, swiftly employing his movement technique to reach Su Li in an instant. Brother Buwei, why the urgency? Su Li asked with a slight smile. I still harbor concerns about Lu Li's condition. Though she appears to be in better spirits now, there are moments when she seems troubled, which truly aches my heart. I would like you to check on her again to see if her health has fully restored. Coincidentally, Brother Yi Qing and Lu Li are both at the training ground. Let us hurry there. Li Buwei sighed softly, his expression filled with worry and compassion. Meanwhile, Su Li could not help but smirk inwardly. Li Buwei seemed to have completely lost himself in infatuation. In the original narrative, he displayed no sorrow at the death of his biological parents, yet now, for the sake of a woman, he exhibited such emotions. Nevertheless, Su Li clasped his hands in a gesture of agreement, stating, since this is your request, I shall not decline. With Yi Qing and Yi Lu Li present, the sinister jade I obtained previously may prove useful. Excellent. There is no time to lose. Let us set off at once. Rest assured, I shall not allow you, Brother Su Li, to toil in vain. I will provide you with 100 spirit stones as a consultation fee for helping Lu Li. Li Buwei gritted his teeth and placed a small cloth bag into Su Li's hands. The bag radiated with rich spiritual energy, containing exquisite spirit stones that produced a crisp, clinking sound. Though in his own time, he had to divide a single spirit stone into 8 pieces. For the sake of Yi Lu Li, such stones were of little consequence. I am most grateful, Brother Buwei. Su Li replied with a smile as he accepted the small bag. Ding. Congratulations, host. By acquiring 100 spirit stones from the sycophant Li Buwei, you have delayed his cultivation progress and gained 50 fortune points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Though these items may not hold much value for Su Li, they were willingly offered by Li Buwei, leaving no reason for refusal. Before long, the two traversed the various courtyards of the Yi family, arriving at a vast plaza. However, as soon as they entered, a rich aura of spiritual energy surged forth. As the Yunqing sect prepared to accept disciples, the Yi family expended considerable resources to activate the spiritual formation within the training grounds, enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy to expedite the cultivation of their disciples. Each quarter hour of activation consumed hundreds of spirit stones. Prolonged activation over several days amounted to a substantial expenditure for the Yi family. At that moment, the square was abuzz with voices. Everywhere one looked, one could see figures seated in meditation, occasionally consuming elixirs, diligently engaged in their cultivation. These were the practitioners of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Su Li, under the guidance of Li Buwei, hastened towards a corner, soon spotting 2 figures standing together, accompanied by an anxious voice. Lioli, the jade pendant I gifted you. How could you have lost it? Chapter 42, The Devoted Protector. Li Buwei, as you are aware, I once engaged in a fierce battle against a formidable foe, sustaining grievous injuries before finally vanquishing him. From his storage pouch, I painstakingly selected this most precious jade pendant as a gift for you. Yet now, you have carelessly misplaced it, which brings me profound sorrow. Yi Qing's expression darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. His hands trembled slightly from an overwhelming rage, struggling to maintain the facade of a gentleman, which was becoming increasingly difficult. However, despite his intense frustration, he exerted every effort to restrain himself. After all, his master was now in a deep slumber, leaving him with less confidence in his endeavors. That cursed jade was something he had acquired through great hardship, and he had finally found a suitable justification to present it to Yi Liuli, enduring an internal struggle in the process. He envisioned that once he absorbed Yi Liuli's blood essence and grew stronger, he could repay her tenfold or even 100-fold. Considering the passage of time, the blood essence within the pendant should now be sufficient for him to absorb. If he could successfully do so, his blood cloak technique would progress rapidly, and he would fully recover from the injuries inflicted by the white-eyed Wind Wolf King. Yet, Yi Liuli had managed to lose it. This upheaval shattered his plans entirely. It was imperative to note that the time for Yunqing's sect to recruit disciples was drawing ever closer. If he remained in his current state, how could he ever aspire to become the foremost individual in Yun City? How could he garner the favor of the Yunqing sect? Moreover, the initial standing upon joining the Yunqing sect was of utmost importance. A single misstep could hinder his ascension significantly. The jade pendant represented his hope for a turnaround. With it, he could aspire to be the top candidate during the Yunqing sect's recruitment, earning the sect's favor. Ding! Congratulations, due to the host's acquisition of the cursed jade. Yi Qing's emotions have become complex and extremely angry, resulting in a gain of 2,000 luck points. Another 2,000 luck points credited. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. While Li Buwei hurriedly advanced towards the two, his expression tinged with anxiety. What could be troubling Yi Qing? He had always been fond of Liuli. Why was his demeanor so unusual today? There must be some misunderstanding, Li Buwei pondered, quickening his pace as he approached them. Meanwhile, Su Li regarded the infuriated Yi Qing with a smirk of derision. At this moment, within the confines of the system space, a blood-red cursed jade lay quietly, emanating a strong, sinister glow. It appeared eerie and malevolent. The blood within was collected in abundance, almost overflowing, yet only a small amount of Yi Liuli's blood essence remained, capable of mimicking her aura. Without a meticulous examination, one could never discern that the blood threatening to spill forth was not of Yi Liuli's origin. A subtle smile played upon Su Li's lips. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, and the sinister jade instantaneously vanished, enveloped by the surrounding spiritual energy, transforming into a streak of light that disappeared at the edge of the training ground. Currently, the most formidable presence in the arena was none other than Yi Qing, who had reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. The others posed no threat to him whatsoever. Moreover, Yi Qing was preoccupied with conversing with Yi Liuli and remained oblivious to her subtle maneuvers. At this moment, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, gazing solemnly at Yi Liuli. Liuli, have you truly pondered this thoroughly? Can you not recall where that jade pendant might have been misplaced? It was a heartfelt gift from me, acquired with great difficulty, and it must not be discarded lightly. If you can at least recall a general vicinity, I shall endure any hardship to retrieve it for you. That pendant is crafted from a rare spiritual jade, which would greatly benefit your well-being. Yi Qing's words were delivered with fervor, exuding a facade of benevolence for Yi Liuli's sake. However, Yi Liuli's gaze towards Yi Qing was laced with complexity. Did Yi Qing genuinely remain unaware that the pendant was an accursed jade, capable of absorbing one's life essence? When he had presented her with the pendant, he had merely described it as a fine piece of jade, abundant in spiritual energy, beneficial for nurturing the body. She had believed him without doubt and worn the pendant faithfully, trusting that her dear cousin would never wish her harm. Yet, following Su Li's treatment, she had come to understand the truth. The so-called beautiful jade was nothing more than a death token, capable of endangering her life if worn for too long. Yi Qing's frantic demeanor upon learning of the pendant's loss caused Yi Liuli's heart to sink further, and her perception of him began to shift, becoming increasingly estranged. How could the brother who had once cherished her so deeply transform into someone like this? Brother, it is merely a pendant. I do not know where it has gone. There is no need for you to worry. Even without it, I can manage just fine, so you need not go to such lengths in search of it. I appreciate your kind intentions, Yi Qing. A glimmer of hope flickered within Yi Liuli as she regarded Yi Qing. What if his concern stemmed merely from a place of sibling affection? However, Yi Qing resolutely shook his head. That pendant was a birthday gift for you, imbued with profound significance. Throughout your life, I have given you little. That pendant is the most precious item I possess, and I must retrieve it. Very well. Then do your best. I genuinely do not know where the pendant has fallen. During my time in Cloud City, I have explored many places, and searching for it would likely prove to be a daunting task. Yi Lioli's tone grew cold, her heart turning icy. Yi Qing, a paragon of excellence in Cloud City, with boundless resources for cultivation and the unwavering support of his family, how could he possibly lack a mere pendant? Regardless of how grandiose his claims appeared, Yi Qing surely harbored ulterior motives. The jade pendant has long been in the possession of brother Su Li. No matter how ardently Yi Qing searches, it would be a futile endeavor. Alas, brother Yi Qing, it is merely a piece of jade. Why must you invest so much concern? I shall present 10 pieces to Lu Li. A coarse voice resounded, and simultaneously, the rugged visage of Li Bu Wei, accompanied by the serene smile of Su Li, came into view. Li Bu Wei took the lead, stepping forward to offer a respectful gesture to Yi Qing before turning to Lu Li with a solicitous grin. Lu Li, the loss of the jade pendant is of little consequence. As long as you express the desire, I shall promptly provide you with 10, or even 100. No matter how many pieces it takes, your happiness is my priority, and I will deliver them to you at once. Li Bu Wei patted his chest, embodying the fervent protector of his beloved. Chapter 43. A physical examination. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly. This Li Bu Wei was indeed more of a hindrance than a help. He was utterly oblivious to the full scope of the situation. How could his ordinary jade possibly compare to the evil jade? Even 1,000 pieces of jade would pale in comparison to a mere fragment of the evil jade. However, he could not voice his thoughts too openly. After all, should the truth about the evil jade be unveiled, the gentlemanly image he had painstakingly cultivated over the years would be shattered in an instant. Although he remained a prodigy in Yunqing, once his reputation was tarnished, who would dare to rally to his cause? Who would be willing to collaborate with him? To secretly conspire against his own cousin? Even those of the demonic path would not be as ruthless as he. In this world governed by propriety and law, once his deeds came to light, he would become the target of universal condemnation, losing the trust of the people. On the other hand, Yi Lioli's words were gentle, yet clearly tinged with detachment. In response to Li Bu Wei's concern, she seemed unfazed. Thank you, brother Bu Wei, but as a maiden in waiting, I cannot accept gifts from other men. Besides, I am not in need of jade. It is merely an external possession. True strength lies within oneself. It would be wiser for you to invest your resources in your own cultivation, striving for progress. With that, she gracefully declined Li Bu Wei's goodwill. Simultaneously, she glanced at Su Li, who was following closely beside Li Bu Wei, and a faint blush appeared on her cheeks, resembling a radiant red apple, strikingly beautiful. Scenes from their previous treatment together replayed in her mind, filling her with a sense of shyness. During this time, she had not seen Su Li at all. Even during her recent excursions in the city, he had eluded her gaze, leaving her inexplicably disheartened. Now, upon seeing him once more, Su Li remained as charming as ever, his demeanor even more composed, exuding an irresistible allure with every gesture. Young yet remarkably skilled in medicine, his prowess was exceptional. Moreover, he was the one who had discovered the evil jade hidden in her midst and saved her life from its grasp. With this thought, Yi Lioli's gaze towards Su Li softened even further. Su Li, you are here as well, she greeted him, taking a deep breath, somewhat bashful. Of course, with the Yi family now opening the training grounds and the spiritual formations activated, I must dedicate myself to cultivation if I hope to join the Yunqing sect in the future. Furthermore, Brother Bu Wei has specifically invited me to come for a checkup to see if I have fully recovered. Su Li smiled gently. I see. Yi Lioli offered a polite smile to Li Bu Wei. Thank you, Brother Bu Wei. Of course, your health is of utmost importance, Li Bu Wei replied with a hearty laugh, his heart swelling with pride as he observed Yi Lioli's flushed face. Look at that. Just seeing him made her blush. It must be his sincerity that moved her. And she was also considerate of him, worrying that his gathering of jade would detract from his own cultivation. How could one not cherish such a gentle and kind-hearted girl? Su Li, during your last healing session with Yi Lioli, did you happen to see a red jade pendant? Yi Qing inquired, regarding his loyal subordinate, Su Li, with a forced smile gracing his lips. Such an object as the evil jade, born from the blood garment technique, would hardly be recognized in a remote place like Yun City. Even though Su Li was the foremost physician in Yun City, it was unlikely he would identify it. Thus Yi Qing held no suspicions toward him. He directly asked, what if Su Li truly knew the pendant's whereabouts? I regret to inform you, Brother Yi Qing, that when I treated Miss Lioli, the pendant was still in her possession, radiating an extraordinary luster, a beautiful gem imbued with spiritual energy. Its loss is indeed a significant pity. A trace of regret appeared on Su Li's face as well. I see. Yi Qing's expression stiffened momentarily. Now, where should he search for the pendant? All leads had vanished. Although his blood garment technique could resonate with the pendant, there were limitations to its range. Observing Yi Qing's rigid demeanor, Su Li secretly chuckled. Presently, the evil jade held little of Yi Liuli's blood essence. Even if Yi Qing managed to find it, it would bear no significance for his technique. Instead, it would bring him an unexpected surprise. Su Li, since you wish to examine my health, please follow me to the training room, Yi Liuli suggested, her heart growing colder at the sight of Yi Qing's anxious gaze. At this moment, she no longer desired to see Yi Qing, who had proven to be profoundly disappointing. She wished to distance herself from him, and her trust in Su Li had far surpassed her feelings for Yi Qing. After all, one was the benefactor who saved her life, while the other, her cousin, had nearly caused her demise by bestowing upon her the evil jade. The choice of who was closer was unmistakable. Very well. Su Li nodded and followed Yi Liuli to the training room. Behind them, Li Bue wore a smile, watching the retreating figures of Su Li and Yi Liuli. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he called out to Su Li, "Remember to be gentle during this examination. I was truly pained by Liuli's cries last time." "Certainly," Su Li replied with a light chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. Internally, he scoffed. He had heard that Li Bue had recently taken the lives of several innocent civilians merely for obstructing his path. Such behavior was already that of a malevolent practitioner. However, since Li Bue was Yi Qing's subordinate, and the slain civilians had no backing, the matter faded into obscurity. In the original narrative, the way Yi Qing exploited him until his demise was, in fact, a mercy. Yi Liuli, however, offered no response. As she watched Su Li enter the training room, she promptly shut the door, the facade of calm she had maintained collapsing instantly, revealing a hint of sorrow in her glistening eyes as she gazed after him. "Su Li, brother, Yi Qing," she began, unable to suppress the stinging sensation that rose in her nose. All her innocence shattered for the first time, she found herself betrayed by the one she trusted the most. Her heart was in turmoil, leaving her at a loss for what to do. In the next moment, Yi Liuli gently embraced Su Li, burying her head in his broad chest, inhaling his comforting presence, which gradually soothed her once tumultuous emotions. Su Li tenderly stroked her hair, softly murmuring reassurances. "Liuli, it's all right. After all, there is no definitive evidence yet. Perhaps Brother Yi Qing is merely concerned for your well-being." Yet, she couldn't shake the unease. It was the first time she had seen such a look of urgency on his face. "Su Li, where's that cursed jade now? You must not keep it on you. If Brother Yi Qing discovers it, the consequences would be dire." Yi Liuli's voice trembled with a hint of panic. Her doe-like eyes filled with concern as they gazed up at Su Li. Chapter 44. Perceiving the hypocrisy of Yi Qing, fear not, for I have meticulously arranged this matter. The jade pendant was placed in a secluded grove, far from human presence, and enveloped in spiritual energy to isolate it from the outside world. I believe the aura surrounding it is gradually dissipating. However, those techniques associated with blood possess a certain sensitivity. Soon, the true culprit will come to retrieve the pendant. Even if it is discovered and exploited by ill-intentioned individuals, your blood essence within it has diminished to an inconsequential degree, rendering it devoid of any benefit. Su Li spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Truly, Brother Su Li, your foresight is commendable. I was merely concerned that the malevolent jade might attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals." Yi Liuli gazed into Su Li's eyes, admiration evident in her expression. At that moment, she realized that in her earlier fluster, she had unconsciously embraced Su Li, causing a flush to rise to her ears as she quickly released him. How could she have acted in such a manner? Surely, Brother Su Li would not think her lacking in decorum. However, observing Su Li's demeanor, she discerned no hint of disdain, allowing her heart to settle. "Now, let us attend to the matter at hand. Your body has been compromised by the malevolent jade, and the depletion is considerable. I shall assess your recovery during this time," Su Li said with a gentle smile directed at Yi Liuli. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she extended her delicate wrist, reminiscent of jade, for Su Li to take her pulse. The sensation was smooth and silken. While Yi Liuli may not have been the most exquisite, her skin was undoubtedly the finest, having been sheltered within the confines of her home. Her complexion was as smooth as silk, devoid of any blemish. A faint blush crept across Yi Liuli's face, even extending to her neck. Though they were not particularly intimate, merely sharing the same room and being in close proximity to Su Li filled her with an unparalleled sense of security. Before long, Su Li exhaled softly and remarked, Your deficiencies have been largely replenished. Henceforth, you need only to consume the medicinal meals daily for a month. With that, he produced a piece of paper and, with a flourish of his pen, inscribed a prescription, handing it to Yi Liuli. The ingredients listed were common nourishing herbs, easily prepared without any specialized technique, even suitable for servants to concoct, ensuring the full efficacy of the medicine. Thank you, Brother Su Li, Yi Liuli said as she accepted the prescription, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. How wonderful it would have been had Su Li personally prepared the concoction for her. Then she could see him every day. Yet, as the esteemed physician and a practitioner of cultivation, how could he devote his time and energy solely to her? Dedicating himself to his training to eventually become an inner disciple of the Yunqing sect, or even a true inheritor, was the true path to follow. At that moment, sounds of cultivation and the clashing of techniques could be heard from the outside, as the disciples of the Yi family engaged in their sparring. Yi Liuli seemed to recall something as she gazed at Su Li. Is the evil jade about to be exposed? Su Li merely nodded gently. I must verify the truth with my own eyes. Yi Liuli contemplated, a flicker of determination emerging in her gaze. Although she was certain that Yi Qing was the mastermind behind the scenes, she still harbored a glimmer of hope, for there was no conclusive evidence against him. If the evil jade were to be revealed, and Yi Qing remained oblivious, failing to retrieve it, then it would mean she had misjudged her elder brother, and she would surely make amends in the future. However, if it truly was Yi Qing, with this thought in mind, Yi Liuli approached the window, discreetly observing Yi Qing and Li Bui outside through the sheer curtain. Meanwhile, Su Li feigned ignorance of Yi Liuli's surveillance, closing his eyes to meditate within the room. Brother Yi Qing, why is it that I lack medical skills? If I had them, I would be the one checking on Liuli now, Li Bui lamented, his voice tinged with envy. Yi Qing, however, could only chuckle coldly within. This Li Bui was merely a tool, foolishly aspiring to marry his cousin. When his usefulness was expended, who would care for his fate? Yet, on the surface, Yi Qing maintained a semblance of a smile, patting Li Bui on the shoulder. Your feelings for Liuli are as clear as day. Given time, she will surely be touched by your sincerity. Indeed, only a man of my caliber is worthy of Liuli. Li Bui laughed heartily, his unkempt stubble quivering, presenting a disheveled appearance. Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly, astonished by Li Bui's naivete. However, now was not the time for such reflections. Discovering the whereabouts of the evil jade was of utmost importance. With this thought, a flicker of urgency crossed Yi Qing's eyes. Both Yi Liuli and Su Li were unaware of the evil jade's location. How was he to search for it? Was it possible that the evil jade was hidden in a place that obstructed perception? If so, finding it would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, an enigmatic and faintly sanguine aura reached his senses, alarmingly close. This was the aura of the evil jade. Yi Qing's pupils constricted slightly, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, having previously been unable to detect the evil jade. How could he suddenly sense its presence now? Caution was warranted. Yet, the significance of the evil jade was paramount. Even with a sliver of hope, he felt compelled to pursue it. Bui, focus on your cultivation. I have matters to attend to, Yi Qing said, patting Li Bui's shoulder before nonchalantly striding towards the grove from whence the aura emanated. Meanwhile, within the room, Yi Liuli watched Yi Qing decisively walk towards the grove, her figure trembling slightly, her eyes brimming with sorrow and disappointment from the perceived betrayal. Just now, Su Li had already mentioned that the aura of the evil jade could only be sensed through cultivation methods related to blood. Now, as Yi Qing resolutely strides towards the grove, does this not signify that he is secretly practicing the blood-related techniques, concealing his actions from everyone? Moreover, she is acutely aware that certain peculiar blood techniques require the blood of one's own kin. She has truly been manipulated by Yi Qing. Ding. Congratulations. Under the host's design, Yi Liuli has seen through Yi Qing's true nature as a hypocrite. The host receives a reward of 5,000 fortune points. Delightful. Another 5,000 fortune points added to her account. Yi Liuli has discerned Yi Qing's hypocritical facade. Henceforth, even if he wishes to bestow upon her the evil jade, she will resolutely refuse. His aspirations to cultivate the blood garment technique will remain nothing more than a mere fantasy. Chapter 45. Indeed, this is the essence. Su Li refrained from approaching to observe the situation, adopting a demeanor of ignorance as he made his way to Yi Liuli's side. After all, his current identity was merely that of Yi Qing's subordinate, and he had not yet fully matured. He was only at the 5th level of the void-breaking realm, while Yi Qing had reached its pinnacle. As the son of destiny, Yi Qing possessed not only the Emperor's trump card, but also practiced various top-tier techniques, rendering him virtually invincible among his peers. Su Li's strength paled in comparison to Yi Qing's, and revealing Yi Qing's hypocritical nature would yield little benefit. It might provoke Yi Qing's wrath, placing both himself and Yi Lioli in peril. Moreover, Yi Qing currently held an impressive fortune of several tens of thousands of destiny points. Should he perish, how would Su Li ever reap the rewards? Brother Su Li. Yi Lioli's eyes betrayed a profound sadness. Yi Qing's betrayal had left her emotions in tatters. Aside from her parents, Yi Qing had been her closest kin, akin to a brother. Yet, he had betrayed her trust. What troubles you, Miss Lioli? Su Li feigned innocence. Nothing, just feeling a bit unsettled. Could you hold me for a moment? As Yi Lioli spoke, she noted Su Li's lack of opposition and embraced him, softly weeping against him. Her shoulders trembled slightly. She refrained from disclosing what she had just witnessed, for Yi Qing was a prodigy in Yun City, even with some talent. Su Li had only been training for about a month. How could he possibly confront Yi Qing? However, she resolved to be vigilant, urging brother Su Li to be wary of Yi Qing, for if Yi Qing could conspire against her, what kindness could he possibly extend to a subordinate like Su Li? Ding. Congratulations, host. Yi Lioli has completely severed her psychological ties with Yi Qing and now leans towards you, gaining 1,000 destiny points. Another 1,000 points added to the tally. Su Li gently patted Yi Lioli's smooth back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Simultaneously, peering through the window, he saw only Li Buwei, while Yi Qing had long vanished. Surely, his meticulously devised sinister jade would deliver a significant surprise to Yi Qing. At that moment, outside, Li Buwei heard the faint sounds of weeping emanating from within the room, and a look of concern washed over his face as he approached the door, knocking urgently. Su Li, why is Lioli crying again? Did you apply too much pressure? She fears pain. It's nothing, brother Buwei. Lioli's condition is nearly resolved. There's no need for excessive worry, Su Li's voice reassured. The treatment was drawing to a close. Inside the room, the sobbing gradually subsided. Outside, though Li Buwei's heart ached, he felt a sense of relief. Su Li had caused Lioli to cry more than twice, and it seemed her feelings toward him had soured considerably. What good was being handsome if, in the end, Lioli's heart belonged to another? At this moment, in the training grounds, within a tranquil grove nearby, a figure darted through the air with astonishing speed, employing a technique that allowed for rapid movement. And in the blink of an eye, it materialized at the heart of the grove. Yi Qing wore a blend of excitement and vigilance upon his visage. Despite the lurking dangers, the prospect of obtaining the malevolent jade could turn the tide in his favor. It drew nearer, ever closer. A faint aura of demonic energy emanated from Yi Qing as he activated the blood garment technique, attuning himself to the location of the sinister jade. Suddenly, his pace diminished as he beheld a piece of jade, crimson as blood and exuding a subtle, sanguine scent. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in his eyes. The surrounding woods remained eerily silent, devoid of threats or ambushes. Although the reason for the jade's presence here eluded him, it mattered little. Yi Qing gently retrieved the jade. Savoring the intensely bloodthirsty aura it radiated, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yi Lioli, his blood relative, infused it with a shared essence. Time was of the essence. He needed to absorb it immediately. Yi Qing nodded softly. The solitude of the grove provided an ideal opportunity for the absorption of this vital essence. Moreover, it would require minimal time. As long as the blood shared a common origin with him, it would seamlessly merge with his innate spiritual energy, propelling his blood garment technique to perfection, to fruition. With a rush, the jade emitted the sound of crashing waves. An abundance of blood essence, akin to fine threads, was drawn forth and directly absorbed by Yi Qing. It coursed through his skin, integrating into his being. The tranquil grove pulsed with a heavy crimson light. Yi Qing's exterior radiated sanguine energy, his eyes ablaze with a scarlet hue, resembling a demonic cultivator. Yes, this was precisely the essence he sought. The corners of Yi Qing's mouth curled upward. With each influx of blood essence, he felt his strength surging. The blood garment technique within him vibrated with joy. However, as time progressed, the blood essence streaming from the jade darkened in hue, even emitting a faintly rancid odor. Yi Qing furrowed his brow. Could it be that the blood essence had deteriorated due to prolonged storage? Nevertheless, he dismissed the concern and fervently activated the blood garment technique, consuming the essence with fervor. Before long, the entire reservoir of blood essence within the jade was depleted. Indeed, Yi Qing clenched his fists, exhilaration flooding his eyes. The essence had coursed through his limbs, merging with his very being. The power unleashed by the blood garment technique now surpassed its previous might tenfold. Yet, an insatiable itch surged within him. As a faint sanguine aura enveloped his exterior, while inside, he began to experience a series of piercing pains that intensified with time, surpassing the limits of human endurance. No. Wait. Yi Qing's pupils constricted sharply as he hastily grasped the jade, sensing the residual foul blood energy within, leaving him as if turned to stone. Moreover, the essence and blood coursing through his body, apart from a minuscule portion that shares his original source and can be refined by the blood garment technique, are vehemently repelled by his own being. Yi Qing's body felt as though it were on the verge of tearing apart, his entire aura fluctuating erratically. Imbued with an uncontainable restlessness, akin to cold water splashed into a seething cauldron of oil. This bodes ill. The blood garment technique can only absorb essence and blood of the same root as mine. There is something amiss with the essence contained herein. In the next moment, Yi Qing violently expelled a copious amount of viscous black blood, exuding a putrid stench, his visage paling to that of parchment. At this juncture, how could he remain oblivious? This piece of malevolent jade is undoubtedly flawed. Within it lies but a scant quantity of Yi Liuli's essence and blood, while the remainder comprises an unknown, perhaps even ignoble, liquid that is devoid of any spiritual energy, leaving only an indescribable stench and a sense of degradation. Chapter 46. Who is the one secretly undermining me? Who is it that seeks to harm me from the shadows? Yi Qing's teeth clenched to the point of fracture, his eyes bloodshot and filled with an unsettling intensity. Could it be that other prodigies in Yun City, envious of his talent, had discovered the peculiarities of the evil jade and thus pilfered it from Yi Liuli? However, the current situation left no room for contemplation. The longer he delayed, the more severe his internal injuries became. Leave. All of you get out. Yi Qing roared, desperately channeling his energy in an attempt to expel the foreign blood coursing through his veins, yet the results were disheartening. After a full quarter of an hour, he had only managed to expel a few mouthfuls of black blood. Half of his vital essence had been absorbed directly by his body, merging with his limbs and bones. His face turned pale at a visible rate, and he appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Once at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, he now found himself regressing to the 7th level of the void-breaking stage. Feeling the changes within his body, Yi Qing trembled with rage. The veins on his clenched fists protruding ominously, his countenance increasingly ghastly. This time, he had suffered a complete miscalculation. Not only had he failed to cultivate the blood garment technique to perfection with the evil jade, but his body had also been tainted by foreign blood, compromising his foundational essence. Moreover, his cultivation had regressed. This was undoubtedly a devastating blow for someone who aspired to make a remarkable impression when recruiting disciples at Yunqing sect. Let me discover the identity of my secret adversary. Otherwise, I shall ensure you suffer the most excruciating fate. At this moment, in the training arena, the door creaked open, and Su Li stepped out first, followed by the still red-eyed Yi Liuli. Though she mourned Yi Qing's betrayal, Su Li's comforting words had greatly calmed her troubled heart. Ah, Liuli, you're finally out. Are you all right? I heard your cries, and it truly pained my heart. Li Buwei approached with a sheepish grin, his gaze towards Yi Liuli imbued with deep affection. Thank you, Brother Buwei, for your concern. However, we must maintain a respectful distance. Our relationship does not warrant such familiarity, and I would prefer if you refrain from such sentiments in the future. Yi Liuli cast a glance at Su Li, fearful that he might harbor discontent upon witnessing this exchange. After all, in her heart, Yi Qing had irrevocably become a villain. Her only support now lay with her elder brother Su Li and her parents. Haha, it is indeed Miss Liuli who remains ever so gentle and kind. My affections have not been misplaced. Li Buwei showed no signs of disappointment at Yi Liuli's refusal. Rather, he appeared somewhat exhilarated. Her words reverberated in his mind. The current lack of a relationship, did this not imply the possibility of one in the future? Meanwhile, Su Li observed Li Buwei's performance from the sidelines, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Yet, at that moment, cough, cough, a series of violent coughs erupted, and a pale, unsteady young man emerged from the nearby woods. Yi Qing, at this moment, bore faint traces of blood upon his person. His meticulously groomed hair appeared disheveled, and he presented a woefully disheveled visage. Ah, Brother Yi Qing, what has happened to you? Li Buwei exclaimed, alarm flickering in his eyes as he hurried to support Yi Qing. Could there be a master lying in ambush within the forest? Wait, I shall notify the family head at once, Li Buwei said, urgency lacing his words. To inflict such grievous injury upon Yi Qing, the assailant must at least possess the prowess of a transcendent being. Only an ancestor from their clan could contend with such a foe. Following closely behind Li Buwei was Su Li, who appeared concerned as he assisted Yi Qing on the other side. "There is no need," Yi Qing replied, his complexion dark and exceedingly grim. "I merely encountered a slight mishap in my cultivation. A period of quiet recuperation will suffice. There is no need to trouble the family head." He had suffered this humiliation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was swallow his bitterness. Must he allow everyone to discover that his own scheming against his cousin had led to this dire predicament, resulting from a treacherous plot? Meanwhile, Yi Liuli regarded Yi Qing with a cool detachment and merely uttered, "I am feeling unwell and shall return to my room." With that, she turned and departed, slamming the door shut behind her. At this moment, the sight of Yi Qing's face filled her with revulsion. She could not bear to remain in his presence for even a moment longer. However, witnessing Yi Qing's dismal state brought a flicker of satisfaction to her heart. As she observed Su Li supporting Yi Qing, admiration and trust glimmered in her eyes. Indeed, Su Li was commendable, though she was unaware of the methods he employed. It was evident that his design had exacted a heavy toll on the shadowy figure of Yi Qing, avenging her own near betrayal at his hands. Truly, Su Li was infinitely superior to the treacherous Yi Qing. Ding! Congratulations, host, for punishing the mastermind behind the attempted harm to Yi Liuli. You have earned her gratitude. And the host receives 1,000 fortune points. Congratulations, host, for your design causing Yi Qing to absorb the tainted jade, resulting in his severe injuries and regression in cultivation. The host has plundered 10,000 fortune points. 10,000 fortune points. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in Su Li's mind, prompting a satisfied nod from him. As he felt Yi Qing's increasingly weakened aura, his heart swelled with joy. Possessing the power of the victorious war technique, his spiritual perception far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. He could readily sense that Yi Qing's cultivation had plummeted from the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm to the 7th level. Moreover, his internal injuries were grievously severe. "Damn it, Buwei, Su Li, you must not let anyone know of my grievous injuries. Henceforth, I shall retreat for a period of introspection. I implore that no one disturbs my solitude." Yi Qing gazed at his loyal subordinates, who remained steadfastly by his side despite his grievous injuries. And he could not help but nod with satisfaction. Although he currently faced adversity, he was fortunate to have devoted allies like Su Li and Li Buwei, which was indeed a blessing. Should the news of his injuries reach others, it would inevitably attract those of ill intent who might seek to exploit his vulnerability, particularly with the upcoming recruitment of disciples at Yinqing's sect. While he harbored no fear of such threats, challenges would nonetheless prove cumbersome and impede his recovery. Thus, it was prudent to keep this information concealed as long as possible. Chapter 47. Leave your mother to me. Rest assured, brother. I swear I shall not utter a single word. We are on the cusp of a critical phase in accepting disciples, and I would never hinder you at this juncture. Li Buwei patted his chest, hastily assuring with an image of unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, Su Li gently nodded, affirming that your matters are my matters, brother. Fear not, for I shall take care of your mother, Madame Xiao Yun, and all other trivial affairs during this time. Indeed, with your unwavering loyalty, what concerns could I possibly harbor? Yi Qing strained to maintain his stance, forcing a faint smile upon his lips, utterly satisfied by the gazes of Su Li and Li Buwei. Su Li, observing Yi Qing's frail form, still emanating a faint scent of blood, felt a surge of joy within. Not long ago, after acquiring the evil jade, he had ventured into the realm of mortals, utilizing the evil jade to absorb the essence of various livestock. Not even the most ordinary human blood was bestowed upon Yi Qing. Moreover, he extracted the essence of Yi Liuli, allowing all the blood to exude the essence of Yi Liuli, which resonated with Yi Qing's own lineage. Although this method would not withstand meticulous scrutiny, currently, the soul of the Empress within Yi Qing lay dormant, unable to provide any warnings. Yi Qing would need at least 7 days to ascertain the true nature of the evil jade. By then, the discipleship at Yinqing's sect would have commenced. The opportunity would be lost. For Yi Qing, who yearned for strength, risking the absorption of the evil jade became imperative. As anticipated, the absorption of livestock essence proved to be a lethal blow for someone of Yi Qing's pure constitution. The regression in his cultivation was secondary. Far more concerning was the impact on his internal spiritual energy and blood, which would be severely diminished by such foreign essence. However, what of Liuli? Beside him, Li Buwei regarded the departing figure of Yi Liuli with a trace of confusion, for she had always shared a close bond with Yi Qing. Yet now, in his time of injury, Her indifference struck him as peculiar. Meanwhile, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes, pondering whether Yi Liuli had learned something. If that were the case, how should he address Yi Liuli? Miss Liuli has merely recently undergone my treatment. Her health is compromised. The medication I prescribed will dull her perception of the world and temper her emotions, preventing any excessive fluctuations, Su Li interjected. Ah, I see now. I thought it strange that such a gentle soul as Liuli could act in such a manner. However, if her emotions are muted, does that not mean that my ardent feelings for her will also become subdued? The thought alone is disheartening. Li Buwei nodded gently, a flicker of heartache crossing his gaze. Yi Qing's doubts were quelled as he observed the pained expression on Li Buwei's face, his lips twitching slightly. Although loyalty is commendable, his intellect is undeniably lacking. In such circumstances, how can one still contemplate a woman's sentiments? If that is the case, I shall take my leave. I must now focus on healing. You too should diligently pursue your training with the aim of entering the outer sect of Yunqing's sect. Yi Qing offered this counsel. Given his current predicament, he could only aspire to join the inner sect of Yunqing, unless his esteemed female mentor were to awaken and clandestinely assist him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become a true disciple of the sect. Without achieving that status, he would lack the authority to appoint outer disciples at will, and his previous recruits would be unable to enter Yunqing's sect. He could only rely on his own abilities. Su Li and Li Buwei, however, were individuals he held in high regard, both loyal and with potential to enter the outer sect of Yunqing. Contemplating this, Yi Qing clenched his teeth and retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robe, pouring out 2 plump elixirs, one for each of them, and handed them to Su Li and Li Buwei. These are 2 qi-nurturing pills. You must devote yourselves to your training during this period. When you enter Yunqing's sect, I will undoubtedly lead both of you to the pinnacle of success. The adage rings true, one must invest to reap rewards. Should Su Li and Li Buwei be unable to enter Yunqing's sect due to insufficient cultivation, he would inevitably find himself in an awkward position upon his own entrance, lacking capable allies. His current investment would surely yield returns manifold in the future. Thank you, Brother Yi Qing, Li Buwei replied, visibly moved as he accepted the qi-nurturing pill. Su Li, feigning a facade of excitement, carefully received the pill while inwardly scoffing. How could he not discern the ulterior motives of this hypocritical Yi Qing? It was merely a qi-nurturing pill for cultivation, something Yi Qing himself had no qualms about parting with, and yet he appeared so reluctant to give it away. Furthermore, the quality of the pills Yi Qing provided was rife with impurities, a far cry from the pristine ones available in the system's marketplace. The efficacy of Yi Qing's pills barely reached 30% of that of the system's elixirs. Ding! Congratulations, the host has acquired training resources from Yi Qing, causing him distress. The host gains 1,000 fortune points. Indeed, Su Li nodded. Although the qi-nurturing pill was lackluster, the fortune points were a valuable asset. In that case, I shall take my leave. You too must train diligently. Do not tarnish my reputation. Yi Qing patted their shoulders, encouraging his 2 prot-gs. Take care, brother. Su Li called, a smirk of mockery gracing his lips as he watched Yi Qing's retreating figure, then slowly made his way toward Yi Qing's courtyard. With Yi Qing now in seclusion, he must ensure the well-being of his esteemed mother. A few days later, in Yi Qing's courtyard, Su Li stood up refreshed from his time in Xiao Yun's chamber, while Xiao Yun leaned wearily against the bedside, quietly observing Su Li's silhouette, her cheeks still bearing a hint of blush. The entire figure exudes a captivating and mature charm, reminiscent of a mischievous sprite that ensnares one's very essence, rendering it impossible to divert one's gaze. Just moments ago, after undergoing a rigorous education from Su Li, she now feels utterly drained, unable even to rise. Su Li, you have truly become increasingly formidable of late. Reflecting on the recent days of fervor, Xiao Yun's cheeks flush with warmth. Having been widowed at such a tender age, she has never encountered the myriad of styles and postures that Su Li has brought from a past life. All of this is a testament to the lady's overwhelming allure, which has ensnared my very will. Su Li smiled gently, tenderly stroking Xiao Yun's head, the delicate fragrance of her hair wafting through the air, extraordinarily pleasing, leaving Su Li feeling both invigorated and at ease. Chapter 48. The arrival of Yunqing's sect within the room. The atmosphere was as warm as spring. Xiao Yun, however, lowered her head shyly. To her surprise, amidst her seclusion, only you occasionally cast a glance in my direction. It has been ages since Qing'er last visited. Has she perhaps forgotten her own mother? As she spoke, a tinge of melancholy enveloped Xiao Yun's heart. After all, while Yi Qing treated her with utmost respect, he had been diligently immersed in his cultivation, showing little concern for her as a mother. Recently, He had not come to see her even once. There is no need for such sorrow, my lady. Yi Qing may simply be preoccupied with his affairs. Yet, even amidst my own busyness, I always keep you in my thoughts and visit when I can. Su Li gently consoled, enveloping Xiao Yun in his embrace. It felt as though he was cradling a soft cloud, a sensation of utmost comfort. Indeed, it was the allure of a mature woman, her figure undeniably voluptuous, a feeling that the younger girls like Li Weiyue and Yi Liuli could not provide. Moreover, in his words, Su Li subtly contrasted himself with Yi Qing, creating an impression that his concern for her surpassed that of her own son. Regrettably, their relationship could only remain as it was, unable to openly flourish. Xiao Yun gazed at Su Li's handsome profile, her eyes brimming with emotion. As long as their feelings were genuine, what significance did worldly matters hold? Rest assured, my lady, no matter the time or place. You occupy a significant place in my heart, Su Li murmured softly, comforting the melancholic young matron. Ding. Congratulations, host, for advancing your relationship with Xiao Yun. While Yi Qing is preoccupied with healing, you have captured Xiao Yun's heart, earning 3,000 fortune points. Excellent. Another 3,000 added to my account. Su Li nodded in satisfaction as he glanced at the reserve of fortune points in his system space, now totaling 118,300, a substantial sum indeed. With such an abundance of fortune points, he could once again exchange for an excellent cultivation technique, further enhancing his strength. As the time for Yunqing sect to recruit disciples drew near, it was evident that you must hasten your own cultivation. Thus, I shall not keep you any longer. You must strive with Qing'er to join Yunqing sect. Xiao Yun gazed at Su Li with sparkling eyes, offering him encouragement. Certainly, Su Li affirmed with unwavering determination. Before long, Su Li exited Yi Qing's courtyard and made his way into the bustling streets, ready to retreat to his secret chamber to thoroughly digest the fortune points he had recently acquired. Considering the time, the arrival of Yunqing sect was imminent. On the streets, people appeared noticeably hurried, either purchasing precious weapons or trading medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, fervently preparing for the upcoming disciple recruitment trials. It was said that this year, Yunqing sect had suffered considerable losses in the battles against other great states, making it a historic year for the sect as they planned to recruit a significant number of disciples. Perhaps, with our qualifications and a bit of diligence, we could ascend to become outer disciples of the Yunqing sect. Even if we were to serve as mere errand disciples, it would surely be 1,000 times better than languishing in this remote corner of Yun City. I find myself wondering when they will arrive. I have finally managed to break through to the 5th level of the Qi condensation realm, and I am eager to take on disciples. My anticipation is overwhelming. The gathered cultivators engaged in animated discussions, their gazes turned skyward, eyes glimmering with hope. Meanwhile, the city lord's residence was adorned with festive decorations. The city lord, who typically appeared disheveled and haggard, now presented himself with meticulous care, appearing vigorous and ethereal. After all, the Yunqing sect looms as a colossal entity across the entirety of the Guanghan prefecture, rendering both Yun City and the Chongming demon sect mere specks of dust, easily extinguishable with a flick of the wrist, existing on entirely different planes. As the city lord, facing the imminent arrival of the Yunqing sect's disciples, he was naturally compelled to muster every ounce of energy, lest he offend the formidable cultivators of the sect and meet a swift demise. Su Li observed the fervent atmosphere of Yun City, gently shaking his head as he made his way towards the secret chamber. Although the Yunqing sect would be recruiting numerous disciples this time, without sufficient strength and capability, entry into the sect would merely lead to a life of stagnation, devoid of any recognition. There was even the risk of becoming cannon fodder for the Yunqing sect. Neither outer disciples nor errand disciples could truly be considered cultivators of the Yunqing sect. Only the inner disciples, true disciples, and those of the saintly lineage, such as the holy sons and holy maidens, represented the true future of the Yunqing sect and would receive substantial cultivation support. At that moment, a thunderous rumble echoed from the horizon, startling everyone, including Su Li, whose eyes widened in surprise as he gazed skyward. The sound drew nearer, revealing a tiny black dot in the farthest reaches of his vision. Within mere moments, the shape of the dot began to crystallize, appearing entirely silver and exuding an aerodynamic beauty, reminiscent of a carrier from a bygone era, yet soaring through the sky. As the flying vessel approached, an immense shadow enveloped the entire Yun City. This single vessel resembled a small city in its vastness, occupying an area nearly equivalent to half of Yun City. With a resounding thud, the various luminous formations aboard the vessel gradually ceased their motion, and the craft came to a steady halt above Yun City. Figures emerged, clad in pristine white garments, some bearing long swords or precious blades, each exuding an aura of formidable power. Notably, the foremost figure in white captivated the attention of countless onlookers below, though her face was veiled by a delicate gauze. Her ethereal presence evoked the image of a celestial being descending from the heavens, inspiring a profound sense of reverence. Her eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, possessed a gentle yet sharp quality, surveying the crowd of Yun City with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. The entire presence exudes an ethereal charm, instilling an involuntary sense of reverence. The Cloud Clear Sect. The Cloud Clear Sect has come to recruit disciples. This time I must showcase my abilities. As long as I can join the inner sect of the Cloud Clear Sect, my future prospects shall be boundless. Inner sect? What a delusion. Even a prodigy at the pinnacle of chi condensation, unless exceptionally gifted, would merely be relegated to the status of a servant disciple. To ascend to the inner sect, one must be youthful and break through to the void-breaking realm. However, the scale of this year's recruitment by the Cloud Clear Sect is indeed remarkable. Previously, only a true disciple would come accompanied by inner sect members, but this year, even a flying vessel has been dispatched. It appears that the Cloud Clear Sect is indeed, as the rumors suggest, with a grand scale of disciple recruitment. This flying vessel resembles a small city, gathering countless prodigies from numerous cities across the Guanghan Prefecture. Chapter 49. The Sequence of the Saintess, the Ninth Saintess. On the ground, the numerous cultivators of Cloud City were abuzz with excitement, gazing longingly at the flying vessels soaring through the sky, marveling at the might of the Yunqing sect. Those aboard, clad in the sect's robes, appeared youthful, yet each possessed the formidable strength of at least the void-breaking realm. Among the entire Cloud City, there were but a handful of individuals who could achieve such a breakthrough at a tender age, rendering them exceptional prodigies, revered throughout the city. However, within the Yunqing sect, they seemed rather ordinary, mere disciples among many. Some among the crowd, however, were entranced by the lady standing at the forefront of the vessel, her eyes reflecting a hint of infatuation. In a place as modest as Cloud City, while there were certainly strikingly beautiful women, none could compare to the ethereal aura and extraordinary grace of the woman atop the flying vessel. She was akin to a celestial being. Moreover, her position at the forefront suggested an immensely noble status. Could she be a direct disciple of the Yunqing sect, or perhaps even one of the Saintess candidates? The crowd buzzed with admiration. The direct disciples held a status above that of the inner disciples, amounting to merely a few hundred within the entire Yunqing sect. As for the Saintess candidates, there were scarcely 10, each a remarkable prodigy from the vast Guanghan domain. Meanwhile, Su Li stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, his pupils slightly constricting as he beheld the enormous flying vessel, roughly the size of half of Cloud City. Although he was well versed in the plot of this novel, the various divine weapons, techniques, transportation methods, and beautiful figures described within its pages could never truly be captured by mere words. Now, witnessing it firsthand, even Su Li felt a tinge of awe. However, in the original narrative, it was an elderly elder with white hair who came to recruit disciples. What was this woman doing here? Su Li observed the lady at the front of the vessel, surveying the crowd with an air of divine grace, his brow furrowing slightly. Undoubtedly, she was the most esteemed figure aboard. Yet, in the original text, it was not she who was meant to recruit disciples. It seemed that the butterfly effect of his transmigration had indeed influenced the unfolding of the narrative. Nevertheless, Su Li paid little mind to this. For the Yunqing sect valued talent, potential, and practical combat ability above all else. Who came to recruit disciples mattered little. Ultimately, it was a matter of merit, determined by one's own strength. At that moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city lord of Cloud City, a pinnacle expert of the divine passage realm, floated into the air and bowed deeply toward the flying vessel, his demeanor filled with reverence and awe. Despite being the lord of a city, the strongest in Cloud City, wielding authority over the realm, he was but an insignificant insect in the presence of such a colossal entity as the Yunqing sect, unable to stir even the slightest ripple. I am Yun Sanqiong, the lord of Cloud City. The arrival of esteemed masters from the Yunqing sect today truly illuminates our humble city. It would be a great fortune for our youth to join the Yunqing sect. Uncertainly, one wonders how the Yunqing sect will conduct its apprenticeship this time, so that we may prepare in advance. Yun Sanqiong humbly clasped his hands and lowered his head, not daring to meet the gaze of the woman standing at the forefront of the flying vessel, fearful that his glance might offend her. Above, the woman gently spoke. I am Bai Si Miao, the ninth saintess of the Yunqing sect's holy order. The process of accepting disciples need not be overly complicated. From this moment forth, Anyone who can board the flying vessel by their own merit shall qualify as a servant disciple of the Yunqing sect. Subsequently, further assessments will be conducted aboard the vessel, and those who have not boarded within 7 days shall lose their chance to join the sect. Bai Ximiao's voice was soft, yet devoid of any discernible emotion. With a graceful wave of her hand, the spiritual array aboard the vessel activated with a resounding force, emanating a kaleidoscope of spiritual light, enveloping the entire vessel in an enigmatic energy field powered by the array. Brilliant steps of light materialized in the air, forming a direct connection from the heart of Yun City to the vessel above. These steps could automatically assess the visitor's cultivation level, age, and approximate potential, determining the extent of obstacles they would face. Only those whose age, cultivation, and aptitude met the criteria would be permitted to ascend the vessel. Having completed this, Bai Ximiao maintained her calm demeanor, observing the eager talents within Yun City, and continued, "There is no need for concern about injury. The Yunqing sect's array merely serves to create obstacles for selection. It will not harm anyone. Those wishing to join the Yunqing sect are encouraged to attempt the ascent. As long as the requirements are met, they may cross the dragon ascending steps. After all, we warmly welcome all who possess strength and potential." As Bai Ximiao spoke, she gazed serenely at the scene below. Bai Ximiao? Below, Su Li watched the ethereal woman above, his mind racing to recall the details from the original text. Soon, he remembered that this saintess was scarcely mentioned in the narrative, merely described as a woman of decent talent. However, her soul bore an unusual quality. In the original tale, it was this anomaly that led to her untimely demise. Meanwhile, as Bai Ximiao's words echoed, the crowd below erupted in fervent discussion. What? We can become disciples of the Yunqing sect simply by boarding the vessel? Is it truly that easy? They scoffed at the notion. Even though the Yunqing sect was accepting many disciples this year, they would not simply accept anyone. There must be a catch to these steps. Among the throng, Yun Sangxiong felt a stirring within. As the strongest in Yun City, despite his advanced age, his cultivation was formidable, and perhaps he truly had a chance to ascend. After all, though older, reaching the pinnacle of the divine ability realm in a remote city like Yun City was a testament to his potential. A glimmer of hope sparked in Yun Sangxiong's eyes. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. His lifespan was drawing to a close. Having lingered at the pinnacle of supernatural realms for centuries without any prospect of advancement, the thought of joining the Yunqing sect filled him with hope. With access to the vast resources of the sect, he believed he could significantly enhance his chances of breaking through to the realm of great power, thereby not only extending his lifespan, but also unlocking a future of boundless possibilities. Why should he not give it a try? With this determination in mind, Yun Sangxiong attempted to move forward, yet under the oppressive force of the flying vessel's array, it felt as though his knees were weighed down by a towering mountain, rendering him immobile. Each step forward imposed immense strain on his body, akin to a small insect trapped within amber, completely unable to move. His face twitched slightly, and the corners of his mouth quivered as he endured the overwhelming pressure. Before him, the brilliantly illuminated steps emanated an aura of rejection, disheartening him further. Chapter 50. The Ascending Dragon Steps. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Yun Sangxiong stood frozen, his old face reddening, even with all his might. He could barely take a single small step forward. Despite being the strongest in Yun City, he felt as insignificant as an ant before the grandiose steps, utterly incapable of transcending the rules governing them. Subsequently, he despondently shook his head, realizing he had succumbed to failure. Indeed, the Yunqing sect was not so easily joined. Although he possessed the highest cultivation, his age was a substantial barrier, rendering him unqualified for acceptance. No amount of effort would change this stark reality. Observing the city lord's struggle, the crowd below buzzed with whispers, their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. What they once deemed an unremarkable set of steps had transformed in their minds into a formidable beast. No one dared to underestimate the stringent criteria for joining the Yunqing sect. Even the city lord had faltered. Not even a position as a mere servant disciple could he secure. It appeared that only true prodigies could gain entry into the Yunqing sect. Those lacking genuine merit were not even worthy of boarding the vessel. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel, the tightly packed individuals seated in meditation observed the city lord's humiliation with faint smirks. Possessing only cultivation without true potential, they wondered how one could aspire to ascend the dragon steps. All were formal disciples of the Yunqing sect or former elites from other cities who had endured countless hardships to board the vessel and earn their place within the sect. The dragon steps represented their greatest obstacle. Only those with exceptional talent could tread upon them. Successfully completing the ascent signified that an individual possessed the requisite potential worthy of the Yunqing sect's nurturing, granting them at least the status of a servant disciple. According to rumors, those extraordinary prodigies who ascended the dragon steps would provoke numerous extraordinary phenomena. Yet, such prodigies were exceedingly rare. Contemplating this, the onlookers cast their eyes upon three figures seated in meditation, who stood out even among thousands, exuding formidable strength. Each of them radiated brilliance, whether through their sword energy, overwhelming might, or an eerie chill. These three were constantly emanating an aura of immense power. As the flying vessel traversed hundreds of cities, each housing hundreds of thousands of cultivators, only they could invoke the phenomena associated with the dragon steps. Once such phenomena manifested, it indicated at least the potential to achieve a level of great power, future ascension to marquis rank, royal status, or even the legendary realm of a sage was not beyond the realm of possibility. Thus, even before formally returning to the Yunqing sect, these three had already established themselves in the hearts of the people as the pinnacle of strength. Having trodden the dragon steps, they excelled in other evaluations aboard the vessel, effortlessly overshadowing all others and displaying terrifying prowess. Endowed with exceptional talent and strength, each secured the coveted title of true disciple. Upon their return to the Yunqing sect, they would immediately be granted the status of true disciples. With their strength and potential, there remains a glimmer of hope for future cultivation within the Yunqing sect, whether it be the Holy Son or Holy Daughter sequence. At this moment, the people of Yun City gathered below, their gazes fixed upon the immense silver airship not far away. Even though the city lord had just failed, their hopes of entering the Yunqing sect remained undiminished. After all, it dawned on them that the city lord was already in the twilight of his years, lacking in potential, and his failure seemed not entirely unacceptable. Meanwhile, Yin Sanqiu, his face flushed with embarrassment, retreated into the city lord's mansion. Having made such a blunder before the entire city, he would find it difficult to show his face for a considerable time. However, after the city lord's initial failure, no one dared to approach the ascending dragon steps to test their fate. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. One brave man with a face full of scars declared fiercely, charging forward without hesitation. As he stepped onto the steps, he grimaced as if encountering immense resistance. Yet, he fared better than the city lord, managing to move forward step by step with great difficulty. The crowd observed him intently. After a full half-hour, the robust man finally completed the ascent of the ascending dragon steps and entered the airship. Upon stepping inside, a smiling attendant of the Yunqing sect presented him with a token. Congratulations. You have qualified as a miscellaneous disciple of the Yunqing sect. Whether you can become an outer disciple, inner disciple, or even a true disciple will depend on your performance in the upcoming assessment in 7 days. The man, filled with uncontainable joy, waved frantically at those below, expressing his elation. Damn, Li Matzi has only reached the 8th layer of qi condensation and is 2 years younger than me. Yet he can join the Yunqing sect? I must give it a try. I'm going to. Charge. Instantly, over 10,000 cultivators from Yun City swarmed like locusts onto the ascending dragon steps. However, while aspirations were lofty, reality proved harsh. Most could barely take a step forward. Even those few who managed to grit their teeth and move ahead eventually succumbed, utterly exhausted, and had to retreat. Only those distinguished individuals, meeting the criteria of age, aptitude, and cultivation, could traverse the ascending dragon steps and board the airship. Among these exceptional individuals, out of the entire 10,000, merely a few dozen succeeded, and even then, most would only attain the status of a miscellaneous disciple within the Yunqing sect. As Su Li observed the fervent crowd, he gently shook his head, dismissing the bustling scene of the Yunqing sect's recruitment. Though he could confidently ascend and secure a place in the sect based on his current accumulation, he still had over 100,000 luck points yet to be utilized. To recklessly board the airship now would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, should he wish to use his luck points or cultivate. Why not utilize the fortune value now to enhance one's strength, thereby securing a superior starting point within the Yunqing sect when embarking on the journey ahead? Moreover, I still possess leverage against Yiqing, whether it be his injuries, rendering him less formidable, or the prior betrayal in divulging information about the celestial prodigies of Yun City to the Chongming demon sect. Exposure would inflict a significant blow upon Yiqing. Even if it does not lead to his demise, merely troubling him would yield a substantial influx of fortune value for me. With this thought, a faint smile graced Su Li's lips. As he swallowed, he altered his voice, transforming his youthful tone into one that exuded a sense of weary maturity. From within his garments, he retrieved a transmission talisman, capable of connecting to the Liu family within the city, a family that stands in staunch opposition to Yi Qing after he had slain Liu Xiaodian. Beneath the ninth loft in the western part of the city lies a secret regarding Yi Qing that I am certain you will find intriguing. Chapter 51, 12,000 Fortunes. The Inferno body at this moment, within the Liu family, a servant hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the family head. The matter mentioned by the mysterious individual was of utmost significance, concerning a monumental secret about Yi Qing. The Liu family harbored an immense grudge against Yi Qing. If this information proved true, the Liu family would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Shortly thereafter, several experts from the void-breaking realm soared into the air, heading towards the direction indicated by Su Li. After delivering the news, Su Li strolled leisurely through the city, observing the bustling crowd hurrying towards the ascending dragon steps. His expression calm. The Yunqing sect was accepting disciples for a total of 7 days. On the first day, most attendees were ordinary cultivators seeking a stroke of luck. In contrast, true experts would devote these days to intensive training, striving to reach their peak state, ensuring they possessed absolute confidence before making their move. Before long, upon returning to his own courtyard, Su Li entered a secret chamber, a small room situated a full 10 zhang above the ground. The fluctuations emanating from within were so minuscule that they barely reached the surface, safeguarding any secrets within. Su Li sat cross-legged on a mat. Ding. Congratulations, host. The secret of Yi Qing's betrayal and the harm caused to your cousin has been exposed, which will greatly impact Yi Qing's mindset and reputation in the future. The host gains 2,000 fortune points. Excellent. Another 2,000 fortune points. Su Li glanced at the system panel displaying 300 fortune points, nodding in satisfaction. A total of 12,000. This was the first time he had amassed such a considerable amount of fortune points. It was time for a significant upgrade. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Li's eyes. His efforts over this arduous period had finally yielded fruit, allowing him to accumulate such wealth. Subsequently, he surveyed the dazzling array of items in the system store. Although the Imperial-level techniques and divine weapons priced in the millions were still far out of reach, he could now exchange for some holy-level techniques or decent physiques below the Imperial grade. Among them, the 9 turns Xianyang technique was priced at 100,000 fortune points. With the strength of a holy-level technique, when paired with the Inferno divine body, once cultivated to perfection, it could unleash power comparable to that of Imperial-level techniques. However, evolving his Yang body into the Inferno divine body would require a staggering 1 million fortune points. Su Li couldn't help but shake his head. After all, the Inferno divine body was an exalted fire attribute physique, possessing terrifying potential for attaining the Tao and becoming an emperor, its price rivaling that of unparalleled physiques like the primordial saint body and the celestial overlord body. The system recommended the most suitable method for his advancement. Su Li gazed at the mesmerizing array of items, gently shaking his head. Each item in the store was a masterpiece, and their exposure to the outside world would undoubtedly incite a cataclysmic bloodbath, igniting wars among major sections. The Imperial-level techniques and weapons are bound to attract the attention of formidable emperors. He yearned for each of them, yet regrettably, his fortune value was merely a meager 12,300. His fortune value felt insufficient. Initially, he believed his fortune was considerable, but upon witnessing the wares within the system's shop, Su Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Ding. Based on the host's current circumstances and strength, it is recommended that the host exchange for the advanced version of the Flame Sun body, the Flame Hell body. Additionally, in exchange for the Thunder attribute physique, the 10,000 Thunder body. 2 physiques? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. He surveyed the shop, noting that the Flame Hell body was priced at 100,000, representing the initial advancement of the Flame Sun body. With further progression, it could lead to a physique potent enough to attain the status of an emperor. The Flame Hell divine body, the 10,000 Thunder body, priced at 10,000, was a commendable physique for cultivating Thunder attributes. Moreover, like the Flame Sun body, it could continuously advance, ultimately evolving into the Heavenly Thunder body and culminate in the perfected Thunder Emperor body, comparable to the Flame Hell body. Both aimed at the path of the Great Tao. Su Li pondered deeply. His foremost concern was the recruitment of disciples by the Yunqing sect. Yun City, merely a speck within the vast expanse of the Guanghan domain, was an exceedingly inconspicuous corner. There were easily tens of thousands of cities comparable to Yun City throughout the domain. Conversely, the Yunqing sect wielded influence across the entire Guanghan domain, being one of its most prestigious sects. When they came here to recruit disciples, their primary focus was not on cultivation levels. After all, even the city lord of Yun City, standing at the pinnacle of the divine realm, could not ascend the dragon's step. What they valued most was potential. Possessing both thunder and fire cultivation physiques would undoubtedly maximize his potential. This would allow him to shine remarkably during the recruitment ceremony, elevating his starting point upon joining the Yunqing sect. With the sect's robust support, a virtuous cycle could be established. With this thought in mind, Su Li decisively commanded the system to exchange for the Flame Hell body and the 10,000 Thunder body. Then, a tremendous force surged through his mind. A torrent of fire and thunder energy abruptly manifested, reshaping his very being. An endless stream of energy enveloped Su Li entirely. This power seemed to arise from the void, unexpectedly emerging from an exalted existence. Su Li trembled as dense, viscous fire energy flowed through his body like molten lava, interspersed with deep purple streaks of thunder, resonating with the sound of rolling thunder. The entire secret chamber was filled to the brim with this ferocious energy. Outside Su Li's dwelling, hurried passers-by halted mid-step, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, their hair standing on end as if struck by lightning. What was happening? How could the temperature be so high in the midst of winter? Could it be that a powerful being was cultivating nearby? Or perhaps the demon sect was up to some mischief again? The Yunqing sect was currently recruiting disciples in the city. Did these rogue demon cultists dare to act so boldly in front of the Yunqing sect? There was no need for concern. Even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear the weight. However, this situation is indeed rather peculiar. It would be prudent for us not to linger here any longer. We must hasten to ascend the dragon steps and become disciples of the Yunqing sect, for that is of paramount importance. Once we secure our place as disciples, even if merely as outer disciples, the resources for cultivation we would obtain are beyond imagination, far surpassing the prospects of being confined in this small place known as Yun City. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, showing no inclination to tarry or investigate the surroundings, and they hurriedly made their way towards the location where the Yunqing sect was recruiting disciples. Meanwhile, atop a magnificent silver airship, a woman, ethereal and serene, reminiscent of a celestial being from the vast heavens, seemed to sense something, her gaze fixed intently upon a particular spot within the city. Chapter 52. The thunderous lightning by Simiao narrowed her eyes, gazing intently in a particular direction. It was there that the temperature surged, and the presence of lightning and fire attributes became strikingly evident. Such an aura, such an intensity, suggested a mere breakthrough realm. Could it be that Yun City would witness the emergence of another prodigy bearing extraordinary manifestations? She murmured softly, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Su Li's courtyard. For reasons unknown, although she stood at the pinnacle of the divine ability realm, her spiritual power was remarkably formidable, comparable to that of a mighty being, even capable of perceiving the energies of the world with greater finesse than those of the higher realm. This was the paramount reason she had distinguished herself among a host of terrifying prodigies and ascended to the status of a holy maiden. Within the entire flying vessel, she alone had discerned the anomaly in that location, while the other elders of higher realms merely rested with closed eyes, unresponsive to the unfolding events. However, acquiring power inevitably demands a price. In the next moment, a fleeting haze crossed by Simiao's gaze. A voice echoed in her mind, by Simiao. Are you still struggling in vain? If the mighty ones of Yunqing sect were to discover the peculiarities within your spirit, what do you suppose would be their reaction? Do you think you can maintain your position within the holy maiden hierarchy? Surely, even your most esteemed master would be profoundly disappointed in you. The noise was relentless. Bai Simiao's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of anxiety and trepidation appeared in her eyes. Tom was not on her side. Simultaneously, as she looked towards Su Li's courtyard in the distance, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. Could it be that there existed a prodigy possessing both lightning and fire attributes? Yet, this glimmer of hope swiftly extinguished. The lightning and fire, both fierce and radiant, could obliterate myriad illusions and were the nemeses of all spirits. To possess both attributes simultaneously would elevate this conflict against the spirit to a terrifying degree. Despite Yunqing sect's abundance of formidable beings and an array of diverse attributes, none possessed the duality of lightning and fire. In the past decade, even as she sought out disciples, traversing much of the vast expanse of the Guanghan domain, she had yet to encounter any prodigy with such a unique constitution. At best, she had encountered cultivators practicing both lightning and fire techniques, yet lacking the innate dual attributes. The benefits of relying solely on the techniques to ameliorate her current plight were exceedingly minimal. Perhaps it was merely another prodigy simultaneously practicing the arts of lightning and fire, she mused with a sigh. Then turned her gaze to the stream of cultivators ascending the dragon stairs, falling silent. In the secret chamber, Su Li was drenched in sweat. Even though all the energy within the system was devoted to transforming his body, the mere energy that dissipated had scorched the surrounding walls to an extraordinary hardness, radiating a ceramic-like sheen. Furthermore, due to the rampant thunder, the chamber was filled with the relentless crackle of electricity, sending shivers down one's spine. Purple arcs of lightning danced wildly, etching deep scars into the ceramic-like walls. As time progressed, the external anomalies diminished, gradually descending into silence. While the energy within the chamber dissipated, Su Li's overwhelming and terrifying aura began to stabilize, and he appeared as a glimmering blade, exuding an aura of formidable power. In the next moment, he gently opened his eyes, which sparkled with a fusion of thunder and flames, only to vanish an instant later. Su Li clenched his fist, and the air, compressed to an extreme, produced a piercing sonic boom, as waves of scorching heat radiated outward. The void-breaking realm, at its pinnacle, Su Li murmured softly, a flicker of brilliance gleaming in his eyes. During his fusion of physiques, the sheer magnitude of energy had naturally aided his cultivation. Within just a day's time, he had ascended several stages, directly becoming a top prodigy at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. His current cultivation had transcended that of Yi Qing, firmly establishing him at the zenith of the prodigies in Yun City. Simultaneously, Su Li sensed the myriad changes within his body and nodded in satisfaction. The infernal body, compared to the solar body, provided a significantly greater enhancement to fire-based techniques, amplifying them by a staggering 5-fold. The fire-based abilities he wielded consumed an equal amount of spiritual energy, yet yielded 5 times the potency compared to others. Moreover, should anyone attempt to use fire-based abilities against him, the effects would be diminished by a staggering 90%. Even formidable beings of the divine powers realm, if they focus solely on fire techniques, might find themselves challenged by him. Not to mention, the infernal body possessed its own unique phenomenon. With this thought, Su Li concentrated, and the very earth around him melted, transforming into a viscous, molten magma. The temperature in the air soared dramatically, and under the influence of the environment, the power of Su Li's fire abilities surged even further, reaching an astonishing 10-fold compared to others. Indeed, Su Li nodded with satisfaction. It was truly worth the expenditure of his 100,000 fortune points for this physique. Furthermore, he possessed not only the infernal body, but also the thunderous body. As this realization dawned, Su Li raised his arm lightly, and arcs of purple lightning manifested in his palm, radiating a devastatingly sharp aura, as if ready to annihilate all that lay before him. However, the thunderous body, having cost only 10,000 fortune points, was only comparable in strength to the solar body, falling far short of the infernal body. Only through the complete absorption of thunder-based treasures and the enhancement of thunder techniques could he hope to match the infernal body. And perhaps only by unlocking the heavenly thunder body could he achieve parity. With these two physiques, his mastery of weaponry would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, allowing him to unleash the full potential of the flame and thunderblade. With a thought, Su Li conjured a gleaming blade, adorned with patterns of lightning and flames. As it materialized, an aura of unparalleled sharpness and dominance enveloped the entire chamber, and under the augmentation of Su Li's physique, the flame and thunderblade even emitted a soft hum, radiating an ecstatic energy, perfectly attuned to Su Li's system, exchange for the technique, extreme thunder and lightning. Su Li declared resolutely. In the next moment, 10,000 fortune points vanished in an instant, and within Su Li's mind emerged a brand new lightning attribute technique, Extreme Thunderbolt. Su Li contemplated the technique, nodding in satisfaction, for as one who cultivates both lightning and fire, it was only fitting to possess a technique of his own in the realm of lightning. Although the Extreme Thunderbolt required only 10,000 fortune points and was limited to the Great Ability realm, the system's description revealed that it was created by a formidable emperor in his youth, possessing the power to dominate within the same realm. Not only did it unleash a ferocious and explosive offensive, but it also enhanced one's agility and speed, rendering opponents defenseless. Once he ascended to the Great Ability realm, he could leverage the fundamentals of Extreme Thunderbolt to exchange for the Emperor's primary cultivation technique, the Thunder Emperor Scripture. Chapter 53. The hypocrite Yi Qing exposed. Once the Extreme Thunder cultivation is mastered to the threshold, one can partake in the disciple selection of the Yunqing sect. Su Li mused softly. Before taking on disciples, it is essential to enhance one's strength to the utmost. Subsequently, he glanced at the system panel. Noting the mere 300 luck points remaining, his lips twitching slightly. In just one day, 120,000 luck points had been entirely depleted. The arduous effort to accumulate luck points pales in comparison to the ease with which they can be squandered, requiring but a few thoughts. However, fortuitously, this expenditure was worthwhile. Su Li sat cross-legged, fully immersing himself in the extreme thunder cultivation, arcs of electricity wildly dancing around him, his aura steadily yet resolutely escalating. Possessing the body of 10,000 thunders, his cultivation of any thunder attribute technique yielded remarkable results. To reach the entry level, merely 2 or 3 days would suffice, ample time to meet the disciple selection. 2 days later, the disciple selection at Yunqing sect remained fervent. Meanwhile, the entire Yun city was ignited by another piece of news. Have you heard? Yi Qing, the prodigy of Yun city, has betrayed his own, previously relaying information from the prominent families of Yun city to the Chongming demon cult, resulting in the tragic demise of many young talents at the hands of the cult. This individual is utterly detestable. As a prodigy of Yun city, he has committed such despicable acts. I had thought him a gentleman, yet he is revealed to be such a vile character. Furthermore, it is rumored that Yi Qing, in pursuit of blood path cultivation, even harmed his own cousin, truly monstrous and deserving of universal condemnation, unworthy to be called human. What? Such a thing exists. Yi Qing truly deserves his fate. Alas, the Yunqing sect does not assess character in its selection. Otherwise, if these matters were disclosed, Yi Qing, that hypocrite, would surely face dire consequences. The crowd buzzed with fervor, casting disdainful glances toward the Yi family's direction. A traitor is always more abhorrent than an enemy, especially one so depraved, having fallen into the demonic path, deserving of universal retribution. Were it not for the pivotal moment of disciple selection at Yunqing sect, the prominent families of the city would have long since besieged the Yi family, demanding the surrender of Yi Qing. How infuriating! Yi Qing, the treacherous wretch, possesses cultivation talent that ranks among the strongest in Yun city. According to the Liu family, Yi Qing is now in a state of demonic deviation, his cultivation regressing. We can only hope he never ascends the dragon steps. Should he become a disciple of the Yunqing sect, even if merely as a servant disciple, the entire families of Yun city would be powerless against him. If such a scoundrel could enter the Yunqing sect, it would be a grave injustice indeed. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. With the Liu family in possession of definitive evidence and spreading it deliberately, Yi Qing had become a pariah, universally reviled. His reputation in Yun city plummeting to an abysmal low. The transmission talisman that illustrated Yi Qing's collusion with the demon cult had been reproduced by the Liu family in hundreds of copies, disseminated throughout the entirety of Yun city. The news reverberated throughout the realm, revealing that Yi Qing had divulged the movements and approximate combat prowess of the prodigious descendants from various families in Yun city to the Chaoming demon sect, resulting in the slaughter of numerous outstanding individuals. Consequently, the Yi family faced an unwarranted calamity as its practitioners, due to Yi Qing's actions, found themselves diminished in stature when mingling with others. Even among the ranks of the Yi family, there was a profound disdain for Yi Qing's conduct. A considerable number of cultivators united in petitioning the family head to expel him from the clan. Regrettably, despite his reprehensible methods, Yi Qing remained the most illustrious prodigy of the Yi family, rendering them compelled to protect him, especially with the imminent selection of disciples by the Yunqing sect. This information was vigorously suppressed by the Yi family, employing various means, whether through resource acquisition or by appeasing the public, such as offering the martial arena to cultivators from Yun city free of charge as a form of compensation. Consequently, although the incident circulated, it did not escalate to the point where Yi Qing was universally reviled or subjected to public assault. Most critically, there was no conclusive evidence to substantiate the allegation that Yi Qing had plotted against his own cousin. Had there been definitive proof, even the Yi family would have been unable to contain the fallout under the prevailing laws of this world, regardless of their efforts. Meanwhile, in the Yi family's assembly hall, Yi Qing stood silently, his expression darkened as he gazed at a burly man with a thick beard, the family head, whose frustration was palpable, his fingers trembling as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Qing. You, of all people, could have kept this under wraps. Do you realize that if you fail to join the Yunqing sect this time, our entire Yi family will face retribution from the prominent clans of Yun city? The family head lamented, having initially regarded Yi Qing as a prodigious talent. Despite Yi Qing's previous blunders, he had always been willing to shield him. However, this time, the situation was too grave, too widely known to conceal. Yi Qing's long-standing reputation lay in ruins. Committing misdeeds without discovery might mark one as a cunning strategist, but when such actions became public knowledge, it was undeniably foolish. Yi Qing stood at the bottom, silent, his previously pretentious demeanor now twisted into a somewhat menacing expression. His fists clenched tightly. Anger blazed in his eyes. Who was responsible for this? He seethed internally. In recent days, all his prior actions had been exposed, leading to his present state of being universally condemned, too fearful to step outside the purview of the Yi family or the Yunqing sect, lest he fall victim to a brutal mob. Yi Qing felt as though he were an insect ensnared in a spider's web, every move scrutinized by an unseen observer, ensnared in a colossal conspiracy targeting him. Yet now, he found himself utterly ignorant of the identity of the puppeteer behind it all. He had entangled himself in myriad affairs, involving countless individuals, and with the Yunqing sect's disciple selection looming, he lacked the energy to investigate thoroughly. Even more intolerable was the fact that the followers he had painstakingly gathered had all abandoned him upon hearing the external news, leaving him in an awkward predicament devoid of allies. Thus, he now found himself in a state of utter isolation. Only Su Li and Li Buwei, two steadfast subordinates, remained faithfully by his side. Very well, you may go and make preparations. If you are able to join the Yunqing sect, you may yet survive. However, if you cannot gain entry, even I will be unable to protect you any longer. The head of the Yi family sighed softly and gestured for Yi Qing to depart. In light of this incident, the Yi family temporarily quelled the dissenting voices within the city by dispatching a considerable amount of resources and leveraging the deterrent presence of an elder of the Divine Passage realm. Nevertheless, this was merely a fleeting remedy, akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst, for the Lu family possessed decisive evidence of Yi Qing's betrayal of the talents of Yunqing. It was only through a formidable display during the disciple selection ceremony that Yi Qing could silence all opposition. Chapter 54. The Hypocrite, Both Foolish and Dull. Thank you, clan leader. Yi Qing clasped his hands in gratitude, his eyes bloodshot, and turned to leave, his body trembling slightly from overwhelming fury. Ever since recent events unfolded, he had been beset by an unrelenting tide of misfortune. Nothing had gone as he wished. In every endeavor, he had found himself thwarted, and in the past month, his cultivation had stagnated, even regressing by 2 minor realms. Upon returning to the training chamber, Yi Qing gazed upon the array of cultivation resources, spiritual herbs, and elixirs within the room, yet they all seemed tasteless and devoid of appeal, akin to chewing wax. Even his efforts to heal had been adversely affected. With great restraint, he swallowed a medicinal pill to replenish his ailing body. However, the training room was in close proximity to the outside, where the voices of other Yi clan cultivators began to echo. That traitor Yi Qing has truly brought ruin upon us. I no longer dare to claim my association with the Yi clan, fearing mockery from others. Indeed, it is now a foregone conclusion. Yi Qing has betrayed the prodigies of Cloud City. While there is no evidence of his conspiracy against his own cousin, the fact that his cultivation has regressed is undeniable. Surely the rumors of him absorbing the sinister jade and falling into madness are true. It is beyond comprehension why the clan leader would protect such a heartless hypocrite. He has squandered so many of our clan's resources, and yet his cultivation has plummeted into madness. What a waste. Hush, we can speak of this privately, but if the clan leader were to overhear, we would surely face repercussions. And if that hypocrite Yi Qing were to catch wind of our words, we might even incur his wrath. Outside the chamber, the Yi clan members exchanged scornful remarks regarding Yi Qing's actions, filled with indignation. What is there to fear? He dares to act as he pleases, unbothered by the opinions of others. If he were to grow stronger, it might be one thing. But having committed such heinous acts and yet failing to advance to the Divine Passage realm, only to regress instead, he is both foolish and incompetent, utterly useless. The murmurs continued to circulate. The dignified image Yi Qing had painstakingly constructed was now utterly shattered, replaced instead by the label of a foolish hypocrite. With a face pale and tinged with green, Yi Qing felt the chaotic energy within him surge, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body trembling uncontrollably. He fought to suppress the overwhelming urge to silence the gossips outside. Lies may not inflict wounds, but the truth is a sharp blade. The words spoken outside felt like daggers, mercilessly stabbing at his heart. Most disheartening was the realization that had he gained anything from his actions, it might have been bearable. Yet, he had reaped no benefits whatsoever, truly a case of losing more than one gained. Suppressing his emotions, Yi Qing's face flushed crimson as he stared at the blood pooling upon the ground, emitting a foul stench. In contrast, a truly accomplished cultivator would possess blood free of any odor, with even the blood of great masters rivaling the potency of spiritual herbs. Yi Qing was acutely aware that the lingering effects of the blood he had absorbed from the malevolent jade had yet to dissipate entirely. This realization only fueled his inner fury. Nonetheless, he remained resolute in his belief that he was the most exceptional prodigy of Cloud City. Clenching his fists tightly, he acknowledged that even in the face of regression in his cultivation, he was still a mere youth at the 7th level of the void-breaking realm. His master had also enlightened him about possessing a mysterious sword physique. Though dormant at present, it held the potential to point him toward the path of enlightenment when awakened. What were a few adversities in comparison? As long as he could join the Cloud Clear sect and attain the status of an inner disciple, or even higher, he could still turn the tide once his master awakened. Yi Qing's trembling hand grasped a pill, which he forced into his mouth, striving to stabilize his tumultuous emotions and adjust his physical state. At that moment, within the Yi family courtyard, amidst a vibrant array of blossoms and the gentle fragrance of sweet aromas, Su Li reclined comfortably on a large bed, embraced by a captivating and voluptuous woman. In light of Yi Qing's recent tribulations, Su Li felt compelled to assist him by caring for his mother. The beauty's smooth shoulders were exposed, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to jade, tempting the eye irresistibly. Her long, supple legs exuded an allure that was simply enchanting, enveloped in a delicate blush that exuded an air of languid elegance. Su Li, during your visit to the Cloud Clear sect for the discipleship ceremony, please do counsel Qing earnestly. His recent actions have been exceedingly disappointing. If he continues down this path, he may well descend into darkness. And even if he joins the sect, it is unlikely to be enduring. Xiao Yun sighed softly, a flicker of concern crossing her brow. She had heard of Yi Qing's situation, and initially, she was taken aback, struggling to accept it until presented with irrefutable evidence that rendered her silent. The communication talismans had been extensively copied by the Liu family and disseminated throughout Cloud City, leaving her at a loss for words. There were even members of the Yi family who sought to complicate her life, pressuring her to sever ties with Yi Qing. Fortunately, Su Li had arrived just in time to alleviate her plight. Though her own son Yi Qing resided within the Yi family, he had not shown his face in days, as if he had forgotten her entirely. Rest assured, my lady, I shall handle everything, Su Li murmured gently as he embraced Xiao Yun's shoulders. I am truly grateful for your presence. Otherwise, I would be at a complete loss. Xiao Yun gazed at Su Li's handsome profile, her eyes filled with trust. During the discipleship ceremony, you must exercise the utmost caution. Your life is paramount. My lady, there is no need for concern. Once I am accepted into the Cloud Clear sect and become a true disciple, I will acquire my own spiritual mountain, a domain entirely mine. And I shall ensure that you join me, so that we may be together forever. Su Li continued to share tender moments with Xiao Yun. In the Cloud Clear sect, attaining the status of a true disciple would grant one their own spiritual mountain, a territory that would belong entirely to them. Should one ascend to the status of a saintly son, the dominion of their fief could indeed expand once more. Some saintly sons command territories equivalent to entire dynasties within the mundane realm. At that moment, a mechanical voice from the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. Due to your design, the hypocritical visage of Yi Qing has been thoroughly unveiled, his mentality profoundly impacted, even causing him to spit blood during his cultivation. The host has gained 10,000 fortune points. On the eve of the disciple recruitment ceremony, the host engaged in intimacy with Yi Qing's mother, siphoning an additional 2,000 fortune points. Ah, splendid. Another 12,000 points added to my account. Su Li nodded in satisfaction, as the intelligence he previously provided to the Liu family proved invaluable. Even if he cannot strike Yi Qing down with a single blow, he can certainly vex him and disturb his mental state. Chapter 55. Su Li's unwavering loyalty after receiving the rewards from the system. Su Li turned his gaze toward Xiao Yun. The time was ripe. It had been 3 days since the disciple recruitment ceremony, and he believed that the experts had thoroughly adjusted to their states. It was time for him to set forth. Very well, I shall await your good news, Xiao Yun replied, her delicate hands, akin to that of a devoted wife, tidying Su Li's attire. Shortly thereafter, Su Li departed from the courtyard and made his way towards the radiant golden staircase, the ascending dragon steps, which connected the Cloud City to the Cloud Qing sect like a celestial ladder. At that moment, beside the ascending dragon steps, a throng of people surged forth. A sea of countless cultivators from Cloud City eagerly rushing towards the steps, their expressions brimming with excitement and longing. However, despite the multitude, only a mere handful among the 100 could barely ascend, and the odds of successfully boarding the flying vessel of the Cloud Qing sect to qualify as a servant disciple were dismally low, merely 1 in 100. The qualification for servant discipleship had a staggering success rate of only 1%. As for the prodigies capable of manifesting extraordinary phenomena, not a single one had yet emerged. Charge forth. To join the Cloud Qing sect, even as a servant disciple, is a boon that lasts a lifetime. Should one rise to become an outer sect disciple, it would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Alas, the stringent conditions of the ascending dragon steps were exceedingly harsh, reserved solely for the gifted. Among the distinguished families in the city, only a scant few dozen had managed to ascend, while the chances for wandering cultivators were appallingly slim. On the ascending dragon steps, individuals occasionally plummeted down like dumplings in boiling water. Though they suffered no significant injuries, they gasped for breath. Countless onlookers gazed longingly at the steps, which appeared deceptively ordinary, yet loomed like an insurmountable chasm, separating them from the Cloud Qing sect, rendering them unable to advance even an inch. Meanwhile, Su Li sat cross-legged, striving to elevate his state to its zenith. He observed the scene upon the ascending dragon steps, reminiscent of the intense competition of his past life as college entrance examination. A veritable throng attempting to traverse a narrow bridge. At that precise moment, a young man clad in black, with an unremarkable visage yet eyes that sparkled like stars, unexpectedly appeared before the ascending dragon steps. He was enveloped in a hazy aura of sword intent, reminiscent of a sharp, chilling blade, exuding an undeniable and formidable presence. His overwhelming momentum, emanating from the 7th level of the void-breaking realm, stood in stark contrast to the majority of the surrounding cultivators, who were predominantly at the Qi condensation realm, making him appear exceptionally distinguished, especially with his youthful countenance that drew attention. However, the current state of Yi Qing was somewhat pallid, with dark circles under his eyes, suggesting a concerning level of fatigue. On the flying vessel above, elders and disciples from the Cloud Qing sect regarded Yi Qing below with slight nods. After 3 days, Cloud City had finally produced a prodigy of note. Nonetheless, Bai Ximiao did not even lift her brow. Having frequently ventured out to recruit disciples, she had encountered countless prodigies and had long since become immune to their allure, unless that prodigy possessed some remarkable distinguishing trait. With Yi Qing's current strength, he perceives the so-called genius before him as merely an ordinary individual. Indeed, it is Yi Qing. This treacherous being has truly arrived. How blind fate can be. Even with diminished cultivation, he remains among the elite in Yun City. Was he not severely injured? If only he were to fail on the ascending dragon steps, the entire Yun City would seek retribution. What does it matter if he boards the flying vessel? He is merely a foolish hypocrite, foolishly believing that by joining the Yunqing sect, he could ascend to greatness in one fell swoop. The crowd gazed at Yi Qing, their eyes brimming with derision and disdain. After all, had it not been for the presence of the Yunqing sect and the various compensations offered by the Yi family, they would have long since united to slay him where he stood. Listening to the mockery around him, Yi Qing's expression darkened, his lips twitching slightly, and his eyes were veined with crimson. The scars within his heart were being laid bare, layer by layer. The epithet of a foolish hypocrite ignited a tempest of rage within him. However, as long as I join the Yunqing sect, a resurgence may yet be possible. Once my master awakens, with her wisdom and experience, I shall thrive even within the Yunqing sect. Yi Qing clenched his fists, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. At that moment, he seemed to have discovered something, and he set off in a particular direction. Su Li sat cross-legged, adjusting his state as his immense cultivation gradually subsided, building momentum for a powerful resurgence. Su Li, you must also strive diligently to secure your place as a disciple of the Yunqing sect. The prior events were merely slanders from others. Fortunately, I still have you and Li Buwei, 2 loyal subordinates who believe in me. Rest assured, when I join the Yunqing sect, I shall not neglect either of you. Yi Qing managed a stiff smile, gently patting Su Li's shoulder. Currently, after the previous revelations, Yi Qing's loyal followers had dwindled to just Su Li and Li Buwei, while the others had scattered like leaves in the wind. He found himself in a precarious position, devoid of allies, and could only strive to win over the 2 who had yet to flee. By joining the Yunqing sect, he at least hoped to retain some semblance of companionship, avoiding the fate of solitude. Brother Yi Qing, I will certainly give it my all, Su Li replied calmly, secretly mocking Yi Qing's forced demeanor of a gentleman. Let us see how you fare on the ascending dragon steps. Yi Qing turned his gaze toward the resplendent ascending dragon steps and strode purposefully forward. Before long, a resounding clang of swords echoed from atop the ascending dragon steps. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom of a sword materialized before all, exuding an aura of formidable strength. However, the sword bore the scars of rust, with jagged edges that were marred. The once mighty sword intent that could have enveloped the entirety of Yun City was now confined to the ascending dragon steps, reminiscent of a dragon ensnared in a quagmire. revealing a flicker of resentment and discontent. Below, the crowd looked on with bated breath. A multitude of individuals witnessed their pupils constrict sharply, and even those who initially aspired to ascend the dragon steps halted in their tracks, their eyes fixated on the seemingly unremarkable figure atop the stairs. The heavens seemed blind. How could it be that one like Yi Qing could evoke such a phenomenon? It is truly infuriating. Alas, a formidable individual who manifests such anomalies upon entering the Yunqing sect, if they maintain a steady performance during subsequent trials aboard the flying vessel, would undoubtedly ascend to the status of an inner disciple. Despite Yi Qing's disreputable character, his talent is undeniable. Indeed, the prominent families within the city would likely tread carefully in their dealings with him. However, given Yi Qing's apparent foolishness, what does talent amount to? Cultivation encompasses more than mere aptitude. One's state of mind is equally crucial. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, their discontent palpable as they watched Yi Qing ascend the dragon steps. Step by step. Chapter 56. Rusty Sword. Demonic energy surges in the Yi family. The patriarch gazed at the extraordinary phenomenon atop the ascending dragon steps, erupting into hearty laughter. His unwavering support for Yi Qing had indeed borne fruit, and he felt no regret. Although the sword's manifestation appeared peculiar, tarnished, and devoid of luster, it was nonetheless a manifestation in itself. Even if Yi Qing's intellect was somewhat lacking, once he joined the Yunqing sect and became an inner disciple, the Yi family's standing in Yun City would correspondingly elevate. Other families would think twice before challenging the Yi family, considering the influence of the Yunqing sect. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, Bai Simiao regarded Yi Qing with an indifferent expression. A second-tier phenomenon, indeed, she mused. The recent rusty sword manifestation merely encompassed the ascending dragon steps and did not extend beyond, indicating its modest scale. Although Yi Qing possessed commendable talent, he was not exceptional by any means. Rest for now. After the 7-day disciple recruitment ceremony concludes, further assessments will be arranged aboard the vessel. With your qualifications, you may contend for a spot as an inner disciple, Bai Simiao casually instructed, then turned her attention away. Despite the disdainful attitude exhibited by the residents of Yun City upon boarding the vessel, she paid little heed to such trivialities. As long as Yi Qing's aptitude was sufficient, his admission to the Yunqing sect was assured. Should he violate the sect's regulations post-admission, there would undoubtedly be consequences. Thank you, esteemed maiden. Yi Qing clasped his fists, his face adorned with a gentle smile, exuding the demeanor of a gentleman, though internally he seethed with rage. Watching the rusty sword gradually fade from view, a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes. He ought to be a divine sword, a once-in-a-millennium genius. Yet now, he was reduced to the status of a mere rusty blade. Were it not for the treachery that led him to absorb strange blood, causing his cultivation and foundation to falter, how could he have settled for such a paltry second-tier phenomenon? Why did the maiden exhibit such indifference toward him? However, he could not allow his inner turmoil to surface. Within the flying vessel, no one dared to provoke him, for among the new disciples, including Yi Qing, there were only 4 with manifestations. Even if he possessed only a second-tier phenomenon, he stood at the pinnacle among the new initiates. No one would willingly seek to provoke him. In truth, this was satisfactory. As long as he could join the Yunqing sect, hope remained. Once his master awakened, with her wisdom and insight, she would undoubtedly find a way to restore his depleted foundation. At that time, being merely an inner disciple would be far beneath his aspirations. Yi Qing felt a surge of frustration, yet there was also a glimmer of relief. The slumbering master within his ring remained his greatest asset. Moreover, the events had unfolded relatively smoothly. At least he had successfully ascended the dragon steps. Had he faltered there, it would truly have been a dead end. However, before he could fully exhale in relief, a tremendous surge of formidable demonic energy suddenly erupted from the ascending dragon steps. In the gaze of all, darkness enveloped the surroundings. And at the epicenter of this obscurity, a formidable figure emerged, exuding an aura of dread that evoked profound reverence. A maiden, adorned in a black gown, possessed of extraordinary beauty and piercing phoenix eyes, gracefully ascended the dragon ascension steps, her form entwined with malevolent energy, flames of ferocity radiating from her being. As she traversed through the swirling dark energies, she resembled a sovereign of the abyss, instilling awe and submission in all who beheld her. The ominous miasma not only cloaked the dragon ascension steps, but also extended outward, casting a shadow over a significant portion of the heavens. Below, the populace of Cloud City stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the captivating maiden atop the steps, her demeanor enchanting, her gaze mesmerizing. It was the demoness of the cult, Li Wuyue. This phenomenon was even more terrifying than the one recently conjured by Yi Qing. It was an inferno of demonic energy. It was unexpected that within our Cloud City, the most outstanding disciple would be one from a demonic sect. Two prodigies manifesting extraordinary phenomena within a single city. Even across the vast expanse of Guanghan Prefecture, apart from a few ancient metropolises, only Cloud City could boast such a rarity. Oh, as long as it is not Yi Qing claiming the top position, I would welcome any contender, even if they belong to a demonic sect. They would be 1,000 times preferable to that hypocritical Yi Qing. What is Yi Qing's rusted sword in comparison to this surging sea of demonic energy? The entire Cloud City was ignited by this spectacle of dark energies, buzzing with fervor, while Su Li raised his head, gazing at Li Wuyue's unwavering silhouette. A smile curling at the corners of his lips. Li Wuyue, possessing the heavenly demon physique, was on par with the legendary ancient sacred body and the celestial dominance body, an unparalleled constitution for the cultivation of the dark arts. Although her heavenly demon physique had yet to be fully awakened, her innate talents surpassed those of ordinary mortals. Thus, such an extraordinary manifestation was entirely justifiable. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel, excitement erupted among the onlookers as they beheld Li Wuyue striding upon the dragon ascension steps, their pupils dilating in astonishment. A first-rate phenomenon. Such a prodigy was indeed remarkable. Only a prince from a worldly dynasty could achieve such heights aboard this vessel. This prince, nurtured by the entire secular dynasty since childhood, was accustomed to consuming elixirs like mere sustenance, laying a solid foundation to astonish all during the disciple selection ceremony. Unexpectedly, this small Cloud City not only harbored a second-rate phenomenon, but also a first-rate prodigy. Meanwhile, Bai Ximiao, observing the tempestuous energy surrounding Li Wuyue, could not suppress a smile. This was the epitome of genius, a first-rate phenomenon, even when she ventured forth from her sect to recruit disciples. She encountered no more than 3 to 5 candidates across hundreds of cities. The potential of this maiden far surpassed that of the recently mentioned rusted sword phenomenon. Regrettably, her manifestation belonged to the demonic path, not the thunderfire path that she held in such high regard. Previously, why had the thunderfire essence she sensed not yet materialized? Once Li Wuyue boarded the flying vessel, a smile graced Bai Ximiao's ethereal visage. It was astonishing to discover such hidden talents within the small confines of Cloud City. In the realm of extraordinary magical phenomena, the inner discipleship quota undoubtedly includes you. Furthermore, should you excel in the forthcoming trials and return to the sect, a place as a true disciple shall be yours. Thank you, esteemed saintess. Li Wuyue wore an expression of utmost reverence, her mischievous nature elegantly restrained, displaying impeccable obedience before Bai Ximiao. Subsequently, she gazed downward, seemingly in search of a familiar silhouette from her memories. Su Li's potential was most evident to her. Only Su Li might stand a chance to rival her. As for that Yi Qing, during this time, he had become akin to a rat in a gutter. While he might be considered a prodigy, he certainly did not rank among the elite. Reflecting on Su Li's previous actions towards her, Li Wuyue bit her silver teeth in determination. During this grand disciple ceremony, she must take special care of him. Chapter 57. Yi Qing encounters yet another setback at this moment. Aboard the flying vessel, a throng of people surged forth. The expansive deck teeming with figures of cultivators seated in meditation. Within the confines of the vessel, cultivators occasionally ascended to the deck. For the flying ship of the Yunqing sect was a substantial structure, akin to a small city, and could not possibly boast only a single broad deck. The interior featured various training rooms and ample individual quarters for each cultivator, all meticulously arranged. Practicing on the deck was merely a pretext for the vessel's arrival in a new city to recruit disciples. They were merely there to witness the spectacle. With the emergence of Li Wuyue's extraordinary phenomenon from the demonic sea, discussions erupted among the crowd. They gazed at Li Wuyue's magnificent silhouette, their eyes shimmering with admiration and longing. Who could have anticipated that this time, Yin City would produce not one, but 2 exceptional talents, with one being a top-tier prodigy who overshadowed most cities in the Guanghan domain. It was heard that this young woman, named Li Wuyue, was the most formidable of the new generation from the Chongming demonic sect. Although the Chongming demonic sect was far inferior to the Yunqing sect, their cultivation technique, the Chongming demonic art, was indeed formidable, which explained the emergence of such a genius. It appeared that Li Wuyue's entry into the inner sect was all but assured. Should she continue to excel, she might even vie for the singular position of an authentic disciple. Aboard the vessel, a multitude of figures sat closely packed together. most of whom hailed from various cities within the Guanghan domain, having previously witnessed the selection process of the Yunqing sect. However, even with their ascent onto the flying ship, and despite their long-standing reputations in their respective cities, the majority could only aspire to the role of servant disciples. Fewer than 10% would secure the title of outer sect disciples, while the inner sect disciple positions were extraordinarily rare, existing at a rate of 1 in 1,000. As for the authentic disciple, there could only be one chosen. It seemed that both Li Wuyue and Yi Qing would likely distinguish themselves in the forthcoming practical trials. For prodigies of such caliber, obtaining the status of outer sect disciples would be as effortless as plucking a flower from a bush. Yet, to gain entry into the inner sect or to secure the authentic disciple title, one would require not only strength, but also a measure of intellect. It was not solely the strongest who would prevail. Amidst the chatter, many voices expressed their thoughts. Previously, a series of cities had failed to produce even a single prodigious talent, which had dampened their desire for communication and gossip. Yet this seemingly inconspicuous Yun city had bestowed upon them a significant surprise. Meanwhile, on the edge of the vessel, Su Li and Li Wuyue, clad in a black gauze dress, exuded an unparalleled grace. Her exposed neck, smooth and delicate, radiated a lustrous sheen. She softly murmured as she gazed downward. Yet, the crowd in Yun city surged, and the dragon ascendant steps were overwhelmed with a dense stream of people, making it impossible for her to locate anyone. She could only await the moment when Su Li would board the vessel. With your talents, you are undoubtedly a top-tier prodigy. After all, the previous Su Li had already achieved the void-breaking realm at such a young age, a feat that she herself could not have accomplished at that age. You are truly a rare genius among thousands. Moreover, considering Su Li's fervent demeanor while treating his ailments and the fiery crimson aura he exhibited, Li Wuyue harbored suspicions that Su Li possessed an exceptionally formidable fire attribute spirit body. Contemplating this, a surge of excitement welled up within Li Wuyue. As a bearer of a first-rate anomaly, she undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle of all prodigies. The emergence of Su Li sparked within her a desire for competition, for only those of equal caliber could capture her attention. Wuyue, it has been long since our last encounter. Congratulations. As a prodigy of the first-rate anomaly, you are the pride of our entire Yun city. A clear and resonant voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a rather unremarkable young man whose eyes sparkled like stars. At that moment, Yi Qing appeared somewhat pallid, his depleted energy causing his steps to waver slightly. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of cordiality, greeting Li Wuyue with a feigned smile. Though he felt a twinge of jealousy towards Li Wuyue for eclipsing him, he recognized that the fault lay not with her, but rather with the insidious puppeteer behind the scenes. He realized the necessity of engaging with Li Wuyue. Given their past collaboration and the semblance of a friendship they shared, it was prudent for him to cultivate a favorable rapport with her. Should he join the Yunqing sect in the future, leveraging Li Wuyue's influence as a first-rate anomaly would undoubtedly facilitate his initial stability. Ah, it is young Master Yi, Li Wuyue remarked with a slight nod, her tone devoid of warmth, displaying no inclination towards familiarity. While a second-rate anomaly was commendable, it ultimately paled in comparison. More critically, she recalled the time she had sustained grievous injuries in Yun City and had dispatched a message to Yi Qing, only to receive no assistance from him. Instead, she was rescued by the unfamiliar Su Li. This had sown seeds of doubt in her mind regarding Yi Qing. Had he deliberately abandoned her in her time of need? As a practitioner of the demonic path, the risks and costs of aiding her were indeed substantial. Had Yi Qing forsaken her at that moment? Moreover, she had disclosed her approximate location to him. Given Yi Qing's cultivation level and prowess at the time, he certainly surpassed Su Li. If he had arrived promptly to her aid, how could she have encountered Su Li? As a young enchantress of the demonic sect, Li Wuyue had never subscribed to the notion of luck. Was it merely a coincidence that Su Li discovered her before Yi Qing did? Furthermore, during this time, she had become aware of Yi Qing's actions. They had once shared a common friendship, yet now she felt a growing aversion towards his duplicitous demeanor. Wuyue, as fellow citizens of Yun City, it would be wise for us to communicate well as we aspire to enter the Yunqing sect together. Perhaps we should forge an alliance now, ensuring mutual support in the future. In the esteemed Cloud Clear sect, whether within the inner circle or among the true disciples, the competition is exceedingly fierce. Thus, having multiple friends offers a supplementary path. Yi Qing spoke earnestly, seemingly oblivious to Li Wuyue's aloofness. There is no need. As cultivators, we should focus on forging ahead, contesting against the heavens and the earth, striving to attain our rightful status and resources through our own strength. If one becomes entangled in trivial matters, they risk descending into mediocrity. It would be better for young Master Yi to seek companionship elsewhere. Li Wuyue's response was unremarkable and direct. In her heart, she regarded Yi Qing's preoccupation with schemes and his desire for alliances even before entering the Cloud Clear sect as utterly disgraceful. After all, which true powerhouse, renowned throughout the world, does not possess a pure heart dedicated to the great Tao? They place their faith solely in their own abilities. Temporary calculations may yield certain benefits, yet they undeniably reflect a doubt in one's own strength. For if one were truly formidable, why would they resort to such insidious tactics? Over time, this could inflict a fatal blow to one's indomitable spirit. Chapter 58. Mastering the Infernal Lightning. Yi Qing's lips stiffened, yet a faint smile lingered on his face. Since this is the case, I shall no longer intrude. With a rigid turn, he sought a vacant space to sit cross-legged. Veins throbbed violently at his temples, while an inner tempest of fury raged. Had he not been ensnared in a scheme, it might have been Li Wuyue seeking his counsel instead. Why had he humbled himself to pursue collaboration with a mere woman? Success would have been one thing, but for Li Wuyue to outright refuse him was infuriating. Master, when will you awaken? Gazing at the dormant ancient ring adorning his finger, a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. If only his master were awake to guide him, he would not have fallen to such depths. Once his master regained consciousness, with their assistance and wisdom, everything he had lost would be reclaimed. At that moment, beneath the long ascension steps, a throng of thousands of cultivators from Cloud City gathered under the golden light, their eyes brimming with anticipation to join the Yunqing sect. Our Cloud City boasts two prodigies of extraordinary phenomena, heralding a new generation of talents. Perhaps the next prodigy will be me. Some, filled with ambition, dreamt of becoming a paragon of distinction, worshipped by all of Cloud City. Do not be so naive, Yi Qing. Li Wuyue was once the most formidable prodigy in our domain, naturally gifted with extraordinary phenomena. How could you, an unremarkable individual, aspire to possess such gifts? Furthermore, the esteemed prodigies from Cloud City had all boarded their flying vessels, leaving behind those lacking in strength or merely hoping for a stroke of luck. With all the prodigies aboard, the emergence of any new extraordinary figures was utterly improbable. In Cloud City, discussions swirled among the crowd. As anticipated, even with a continuous influx of cultivators approaching the long ascension steps, those capable of joining the Yunqing sect had already done so after the recent recruitment days. Now, the opportunity to join the sect was markedly diminished, with the majority of cultivators unable to advance even 3 steps before being pushed off the stairs. Nearby, on a meditation mat, a strikingly handsome young man clad in azure stood, his eyes deep and sharp as a cold spring, radiating an intense brilliance. Though his cultivation remained concealed, he emanated the aura of a sword, sharp and resplendent, exuding an air of calm and profundity that eluded comprehension. A mere glance at him conjured visions of the terrifying infernal lightning sea. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled from Su Li, unaware of the formidable presence that lingered beside them moments before. Ding! Congratulations! Due to the host's influence, Yi Qing's attempt to seek cooperation with Li Wuyue aboard the flying vessel has ended in failure, causing a significant blow to his morale. The host has thus acquired 5,000 fortune points. Splendid. Another 5,000 fortune points added to my account. As Su Li's eyes flickered, they emanated a sharp brilliance, seemingly ablaze with the flickering of thunder and fire. The spiritual energy surrounding him surged with unprecedented vitality, as torrents of fire and lightning attributes swirled around him like fledglings returning to their nest. Now, it is indeed the opportune moment to ascend the dragon steps. Su Li gazed upon the radiant golden pathways of the dragon steps, the celestial staircase leading to the heavens, his eyes narrowing slightly. At this point, he possesses both the infernal body and the thunderous body, alongside the indelible mark of the battle-defeating supreme law, the 9-turned profound yang technique, the extreme thunderbolt, and the churning abyss demon technique. Except for the churning abyss demon technique, which is a sacred level skill, the rest are all pathways that lead directly to the great Tao. Even the least impressive churning abyss demon technique, among sacred level techniques, is considered a rare gem, worthy of careful preservation even by the Yunqing sect. Moreover, after a recent period of refinement, Su Li has reached the zenith of his condition. He feels more powerful now than ever before. Boom. Su Li began to stride toward the distant dragon steps. His entire being resembled a tempest of infernal flames and raging thunder, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to soar, interspersed with the crackling sound of lightning, painting the scene in a vivid crimson hue. Simultaneously, with each step he took, the hard stone beneath him gradually melted into viscous magma, exuding a terrifyingly scorching aura, with deep purple lightning dancing within, enhancing its formidable presence. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the air around Su Li began to warp, a clear sign of the rapidly rising temperature. The cultivators standing slightly closer to him found themselves breaking into a fine sheen of sweat, which soon turned into torrents, forcing them to retreat further away from Su Li. This overwhelming aura was simply too powerful, instilling in them a sense of imminent peril akin to facing the likes of Yi Qing or Li Wuyue, those unparalleled prodigies. No, even Yi Qing and Li Wuyue could not evoke such a profound sense of dread. Simply approaching him felt as if their very beings might be incinerated into ash. Their hearts raced as if gripped by a colossal hand, on the brink of shattering at any moment. Who exactly is he? Such a terrifying mastery of fire, seemingly intertwined with the path of thunder, reveals an astonishing depth. If he were a prodigy from Yun City, surely his prowess would not have gone unheard. Could he be an extraordinary talent arriving from an external city? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Just look at the ground he traverses. It has transformed into magma. What unfathomable temperature could induce such a phenomenon? Even an ancestral figure at the divine ability realm could only achieve such effects through fire-based techniques. Yet this individual, so youthful, manifests fire abilities comparable to those of the divine ability realm. He must possess some extraordinary fire attribute spirit body. At the foot of the dragon steps, amidst the clamor of public discourse, the cultivators obstructing Su Li's path, unable to withstand the terrifying heat, hastily retreated to the side. The street that Su Li traversed had transformed into a meandering river of molten rock, flowing languidly. Just as countless onlookers pondered his identity, a rugged voice pierced through the murmurs. Ah, is that not Su Li? How could he have come to be in such a state? Chapter 59. He conceals himself deeply. The crowd turned towards the sound, and there stood a towering figure, a man whose appearance was as rugged as a gorilla, staring incredulously at Su Li not far away. It was Li Buwei. He had just visited Yi Lu Li and learned that she was also attending the disciple recruitment event at Yunqing sect, prompting him to join the gathering. He intended to assert his dominance by ascending the long dragon steps, thereby becoming a disciple of Yunqing sect, showcasing to Yi Lu Li that only a man of his caliber was worthy of her. However, not far off, a figure radiating intense heat and commanding lightning captured his attention, immediately seizing his gaze. Upon recognizing that it was Su Li, his jaw dropped in astonishment. He realized that even now, he could not fathom the depths of Su Li's power, only knowing that he was undeniably unparalleled. Su Li's cultivation was far beyond his own. When had he become so formidable? Wasn't Su Li merely a vessel of fire attributes? What then? Was this lightning emanating from him? Just how much had Su Li concealed? Damn it, we are both under Yi Qing's command. Yet this Su Li has secretly grown so formidable without my knowledge. Perhaps even Yi Qing himself could not rival him. Su Li had truly kept his capabilities hidden from us. Oh no, Lu Li is also attending the recruitment event today. Although I am aware that she is not the type to be fickle, Su Li's overwhelming presence poses a significant threat to me. Li Buwei's mind raced, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Su Li shone brilliantly, drawing everyone's attention. No one, not even he, could overshadow his brilliance. Today, he was destined to be the protagonist. If Yi Lu Li. No, that is impossible. Li Buwei abruptly shook his head. Yi Lu Li had long harbored feelings for him. Even if other men were exceptional, in her eyes, he was undoubtedly the only one. In her heart, there was only a place for him. At that moment, others who heard Li Buwei's voice narrowed their eyes in surprise, gazing at Su Li's silhouette, emitting exclamations of awe. Su Li? That man is Su Li? The renowned doctor of Yuncheng, known as the Saintly Hand? How strange. Truly strange. I remember Su Li was not only exceptional in medicine, surpassing even the medical skills of ancients in the divine transformation realm, but was also incredibly weak, unable to cultivate. Huh, how long ago was that information? Rumor has it that Su Li has long been able to begin his cultivation. However, no one expected him to reach such heights. Meanwhile, a woman, as striking as a snow lotus, exuding an aura of icy independence, with long legs that drew attention, also noticed Su Li from a distance. Her eyes were filled with a myriad of complex emotions. During this time, the cold poison within her had been resolved, and free from the entanglements of romantic feelings. She had been diligently pursuing her cultivation. Now, the arrival of the Yunqing sect to recruit disciples is indeed a rare opportunity for the entire Yun city, and she naturally wishes to seize the moment. However, she never anticipated that Su Li could be so profoundly concealed. Given his intellect and potential, it is only fitting that he has reached such heights. Luo Qinghan gazes unwaveringly at Su Li as he ascends the dragon steps, her emotions towards him swirling in complexity. She harbors both resentment for having everything taken from her and gratitude for the clarity he has provided regarding Yi Qing's true hypocritical nature. Simultaneously, another pair of eyes watches Su Li's retreating figure, gently clenching a small fist. Yi Lioli, adorned in a flowing green gauze dress, gazes at Su Li with increasing admiration. Mastering thunder and fire, he embodies the ideal man in her heart. As for Li Bui, she does not even seek him out, nor does she feel inclined to. The only man worthy of her pursuit is Su Li alone. Brother Su Li, you must persevere, she silently encourages him. A few days prior, she had heard of Yi Qing's recent exposure, with his numerous misdeeds coming to light, causing half of Yin City to realize he is a hypocrite. Although the Yi family attempted to suppress the news, the truth cannot be concealed. Even with the resources expended for compensation, public discourse may have quieted, but many privately acknowledge Yi Qing's true nature. Immediately, she suspected Su Li was behind this revelation. Alongside the satisfaction of vengeance, she felt immense gratitude and emotion towards him. After all, tarnishing Yi Qing's reputation not only served her purpose, but also bore no benefit to Su Li. Moreover, Yi Qing is Su Li's elder brother, and should Su Li be discovered to be involved, it could incite Yi Qing's retaliation. Su Li, in seeking her justice, willingly undertook significant risk. Such a man is truly decisive, formidable, and astute. In comparison, Yi Qing is unworthy even to carry Su Li's shoes. With this thought, Yi Lioli's gaze softens further as she admires Su Li's broad silhouette, biting her silver teeth. Rest assured, Brother Su Li, I shall not linger in Yun City forever. I shall strive to join the Yunqing sect. Even if it means becoming a mere servant disciple, I will remain by your side. At this moment, beneath the dragon steps, as Su Li's presence intensifies, all eyes converge upon him, truly the focus of the crowd. Everyone holds their breath, eager to witness the capabilities of this suddenly prominent physician. Su Li, can he rival Yi Qing and Li Wuyue, becoming the third prodigy of Yun City to possess extraordinary manifestations? Meanwhile, on the flying vessel, a woman clad in a black silk gown, her long hem billowing in the gentle breeze, with skin as delicate as porcelain, observes the commotion below and the fiery crimson traces of lava on the ground, a slight smile gracing her lips. Su Li, allow me to witness the extent of your capabilities. Should you fail to reach even the first-tier manifestation, I shall be quite disappointed. Li Wuyue gazed intently at Su Li below, harboring anticipation for the heights he might attain. Simultaneously, aboard the flying vessel, the other prodigies became aware of the commotion below, and the entire craft erupted in fervent discussion. Could it truly be? With such an imposing presence, might another prodigious manifestation emerge from Yin City? A gasp. The emergence of 3 prodigious manifestations would undoubtedly be a remarkable phenomenon in the annals of Guanghan Prefecture's history, aside from the long-established grand cities, where 3 or more prodigious manifestations might grace the land in several centuries. For a city like Yun City to produce 3 such talents would be an unparalleled spectacle, both unprecedented and unmatched in the ages to come. Chapter 60. The ascending dragon steps simultaneously. Aboard the flying vessel, an unremarkable youth sat cross-legged, suddenly becoming aware of the din surrounding him. Astonished, he rose to his feet and approached the vessel's edge. Gazing down at the searing figure below, his pupils constricted sharply, his fingers trembling ever so slightly. Could it be Su Li? How could he possess such formidable strength? Yi Qing was utterly bewildered. For so long, he had regarded Su Li merely as a subordinate, or perhaps as a tool to be utilized, failing to appreciate his true worth, viewing him solely as a healer. Yet now, Su Li's prowess, even from a distance, exuded an aura that undeniably reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, overshadowing countless individuals from Yun City. His presence akin to that of Yi Qing in his prime. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Qing's fingers tangled in his hair, crimson veins spidering across his eyes as he murmured softly, a deeply unsettling sense of losing control creeping upon him. This Su Li, he had thought he understood well enough, aware only of his remarkable medical skills but oblivious to his cultivation, which had seemed unremarkable, coupled with an inferior fire attribute spirit body. Yet today, he realized he had been gravely mistaken, profoundly so. This Su Li had concealed his true capabilities far too deeply, ascending to such heights in silence. Observing his power, it was evident that he had reached the zenith of the young elites of Yun City. Behold that searing essence, even accompanied by flashes of lightning dancing nearby. This Su Li possessed both lightning and fire attributes in his spirit body. Or perhaps he had cultivated techniques of both elements to an extraordinarily advanced level. At this moment, Yi Qing's mindset was profoundly shaken. If Su Li were to be classified as a second-grade anomaly, or even a first-grade one, how could he, as the elder brother, reconcile his own position? Even if he were merely a second-grade anomaly, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 prodigies aboard the vessel. However, all cultivators from Yun City knew that Su Li was his subordinate. Should such revelations emerge upon their entry into Yun Qing's sect, how would he navigate the aftermath? With this thought, Yi Qing felt an overwhelming sense of agitation, nearly driven to madness. His reputation in Yun City had already soured. Would he, upon joining Yun Qing's sect, bear the disgrace of being surpassed by his own junior? There must be no anomaly, there must be none. Yi Qing whispered softly, filled with anticipation as he observed the scene upon the ascending dragon steps. Perhaps Su Li had simply trained diligently to enhance his strength. His innate qualities not being particularly remarkable, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. As long as Su Li lacked an anomaly, Yi Qing could still maintain his status as the elder brother upon entering Yun Qing's sect. He could still utilize him. But if Su Li were to possess an anomaly, would such a prodigy willingly remain beneath his command? At the forefront of the flying vessel, a figure clad in a white gown, as ethereal as a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace, gazed down with eyes that had once held a serene demeanor. Upon witnessing the simultaneous surge of thunderous flames below, her countenance betrayed a tumultuous wave of emotions. This was lightning and fire. He is the prodigy endowed with the power of thunder and fire that I had sensed earlier. Bai Simiao's heart raced with fervor, her emotions in a tumultuous state. Even her pale, jade-like palms were slick with a fine sheen of sweat. Her chest rose and fell gently. How many years had she waited for this moment? Countless delays in her cultivation, venturing beyond the sect to take on disciples, with over 100,000 students brought to Yun Qing's sect. Now at last, she had encountered a prodigy wielding the power of thunder and fire. She hoped he possessed a spiritual body of the thunder-fire attribute. If he were limited to a single attribute, the effect on the essence within her soul would likely remain insignificant. A flicker of anticipation appeared in Bai Simiao's eyes as she fixated on the young man beneath the dragon ascending steps, the center of attention for all. At that moment, the peculiar voice within her soul seemed to sense something, becoming increasingly agitated, the formidable power of the soul rampaging uncontrollably. Bai Simiao, if you persist in your desire to eliminate me, you will not fare well. Should the matter come to light, everything you have done and sought shall render you unwelcome in the entirety of Yun Qing's sect. Even if you manage to dispose of me, the possibility of exposure remains. Why not coexist peacefully? With our combined strength, given time, would you still be confined to the mere 9th Holy Maiden rank? Ascending to the 1st rank is not beyond the realm of possibility. At this moment, Bai Simiao's consciousness finally sensed a hint of danger, issuing a veiled threat. Yet, her expression remained unchanged, devoid of emotion. She simply gazed quietly at Su Li below, eager to discern the nature of his phenomenon. Meanwhile, beneath the dragon ascending steps, a young man clad in a blue robe, surrounded by swirling thunder and flames, approached with an air of tranquility. As the crowd parted to create a vast space around him, all eyes were upon Su Li. He exhaled softly, placing one foot upon the steps. The golden pathway appeared as if forged from pure light, yet stepping upon it felt remarkably solid, akin to ascending a genuine staircase. Moreover, the steps emanated an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy, transporting one to a realm akin to an immortal's abode. After merely a moment there, Su Li felt an unparalleled clarity of mind, a profound sense of tranquility enveloping him. The spiritual energy array within the Yi family's training ground paled in comparison to these dragon ascending steps, reminiscent of the stark contrast between a small hill and towering mountains. Utterly incomparable. Simultaneously, Su Li sensed mysterious energies enveloping him, warm and comforting, as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring. It felt as though he had returned to the embrace of the cosmos, with no anticipated barriers hindering his progress, and an unseen force seemed to propel him forward. Meanwhile, in Yun City and aboard the flying vessels, a tremendous uproar erupted. This Su Li, standing upon the dragon ascending steps, felt not the slightest obstruction. Observing his expression, it was evident that he felt no resistance whatsoever as he ascended the dragon steps, as if he were merely traversing ordinary stairs. The acknowledgement he received from the dragon steps was astonishing. Just how extraordinary was his innate talent. The onlookers murmured among themselves, their pupils quivering with astonishment as they fixated on Su Li's figure. After all, when they had attempted to climb the dragon steps, the obstacles had loomed like towering mountains. their bodies seemingly burdened by immense weights. Even a single step forward had posed a formidable challenge. Yet Suli, to the dragon's steps, he appeared to be invisible, effortlessly recognized for his exceptional abilities, facing no hindrance whatsoever. Chapter 61. The Ominous Phenomenon, Infernal Thunder Sea. At this moment, the crowd gazed intently at Su Li's silhouette. As time progressed, within mere breaths, the inferno emerged, and the world seemed to burn with an intense heat, suffused with blinding crimson light. The entire Cloud City, and even the flying vessel, was engulfed in an uproar. Look, quickly, what is that? The phenomenon. Su Li had only just set foot on the dragon ascending steps when this extraordinary spectacle unfolded. Everyone was left agape. In their sight, Su Li ascended the steps, while simultaneously an endless vision of the inferno expanded around him. Before they could react, it swiftly enveloped the entire dragon ascending steps. Within this inferno, a towering figure emerged, its visage obscured, surrounded by swirling fire phoenixes, emitting resonant cries akin to phoenix song. This figure seemed to descend from the heavens, and merely gazing upon it tightened the heart, as if it were on the verge of being extinguished. Below, the crowd was drenched in perspiration from the overwhelming heat, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, and even cold sweat soaking their backs, as they cautiously retreated from the dragon ascending steps. Should they draw any closer, those with lesser strength might be scorched to mere ash, endangering their very lives. It was indeed terrifying. This nascent phenomenon rivaled the earlier spectacle of Yi Qing. He had merely begun his ascent. Could he possibly surpass Li Wuyue and emerge as the strongest prodigy in all of Cloud City? The crowd buzzed with excitement, fervently discussing. It is well known that the Cloud Qing sect categorizes phenomena into first, second, and third ranks. Typically, a first-rank phenomenon represents the pinnacle of genius within the Guanghan domain, yet it is rumored that beyond the first rank, there exists an exceptional rank. However, in the decades that the Cloud Qing sect has recruited disciples within the Guanghan domain, only a handful have ever reached such heights. Each has garnered immense attention from the sect, receiving substantial resources for their cultivation. The least among them are of the true disciple caliber. Some have even ascended to the ranks of holy sons and daughters, standing at the apex of the younger generation within the Guanghan domain. Their status comparable to that of senior elders in the Cloud Qing sect. Perhaps Su Li might indeed achieve such greatness. The crowd widened their eyes, captivated by the unfolding events. Yet, it was evident that the spectacle was far from over. Under the watchful eyes of all, Su Li continued to ascend with unwavering resolve, unimpeded, as the inferno phenomenon trailed closely behind, expanding further. A deafening rumble resounded in everyone's ears, akin to the wrath of the heavens, foretelling a torrential downpour. As flashes of thunderclap surged wildly, dark purple lightning flickered in the high heavens, while Su Li's inferno phenomenon entwined with countless arms of dark purple lightning. Inscribed with intricate dark purple thunder runes, which emanate a faint ethereal glow, the atmosphere is charged with an overwhelming force capable of annihilating all existence. This power surges intensely, leading everyone to sense that it could effortlessly shatter anything in its path. Below, the gathered crowd stands in stunned silence, their gazes fixed in a daze upon the figure of Su Li, who strides slowly on the dragon ascending steps. Evidently, Su Li's current level of cultivation alone cannot account for such a formidable presence. Even a powerful practitioner at the divine ability realm would find it impossible to manifest such an extraordinary phenomenon. However, the dragon ascending steps serve as a treasured artifact of the Yunqing sect, designed to discern the cultivation level, potential, and talents of those who ascend its heights. Remarkably exceptional individuals may evoke a manifestation upon these steps, which serves as a projection of their future greatness. As long as they progress steadily, they are destined to reach the level of that manifestation. It appears that Su Li, provided he does not meet an untimely demise, is bound to become a formidable figure within the Yunqing sect. His name may even resonate throughout the entire Guanghan domain. To think that beyond Yi Qing, our Yun city harbors such hidden talents. Compared to this prodigy, even Yi Qing's rusted sword manifestation pales in significance. At this moment, within the city lord's mansion, the lord of Yun City gazes intently at the celestial phenomenon above, a soft sigh escaping his lips. What merit does Yun City possess to give rise to such a prodigy? This is indeed a boon for the entire city. To have ties with someone of such caliber could prove invaluable. Should Yun City ever face dire calamity, perhaps Su Li would remember old ties and lend a helping hand. After all, with his entrance into the Yunqing sect, his future is boundless. The divine ability realm, or even the realm of great beings, is far from his zenith. Such a powerhouse, Merely a fraction of their benefits could suffice to bring endless prosperity to all of Yun City. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, Li Wuyue, Yi Qing, and Bai Si Miao, all are captivated by the boundless infernal thunder sea phenomenon below. This manifestation has swiftly enveloped nearly half of Yun City and continues to expand. Its might threatens to envelop the entire city, far surpassing the previous manifestation of Li Wuyue. Not only does the enigmatic figure within the phenomenon elude discernment, but the sheer scale of this manifestation completely eclipses Li Wuyue's first-rate phenomenon. Thunder and flame. The spirit body possesses both attributes. In Bai Si Miao's eyes, a glimmer of hope ignites, her form trembling with excitement. For the first time, she stands so close to a prodigy with the Thunderfire constitution. The spirit that has plagued her for years now seems to have a potential resolution. Furthermore, his Thunderfire constitution is not of the inferior variety, but rather possesses tremendous potential. Even a single aspect could invoke a manifestation, let alone both. Bai Si Miao murmurs softly, gazing at the infernal thunder sea below, when suddenly, as if realizing something, she instinctively covers her cherry blossom lips, her pupils dilating in shock. In her line of sight, the figure within the extraordinary phenomenon, whose features had previously been obscured, suddenly revealed a pair of eyes brimming with brilliance. In an instant, the already fearsome spectacle took on an ethereal quality. Moreover, it subtly emanated an unparalleled aura of fierce combativeness. What was once merely an awe-inspiring display of energy now seemed to possess a semblance of sentience. The intensity radiating from it was not merely several times greater than before. Bai Si Miao was left bewildered. This Suli not only possessed astounding talent, but had also carved out his own path, the path of martial combat. Chapter 62. Astonishment among the crowd, an extraordinary manifestation. As the holy maiden of Yunqing's sect, the erudite Bai Si Miao was well aware of the terrifying prowess possessed by those exceptional individuals who carve their own paths. Within the same realm, they are akin to invincible entities, only rivaled by peers of equal caliber. Engaging multiple adversaries or overcoming foes of higher ranks was merely a commonplace occurrence for them. After all, with the reinforcement of the great Tao, even if one's cultivation is slightly inferior, they would undoubtedly dominate others of the same level in all other aspects. The techniques they practiced and the spells they unleashed were magnitude stronger, often by several times or even tens of times. It can be said that forging one's own path is a necessary condition for ascending to the ranks of the Holy Son or Holy Maiden of Yunqing's sect. And only such prodigies would attract significant attention from the sect's leader and esteemed elders. In fact, many true disciples, having cultivated for decades within Yunqing's sect, have failed to reach this pinnacle. Yet this young man, in the modest confines of Yun City, devoid of ample resources and expert guidance, has independently forged a path uniquely his own. Moreover, he has chosen the path of combat, characterized by an overwhelming aura of battle and formidable strength. Other avenues such as ice, blood, strength, and sword paths pale in comparison beneath the might of this combat path. Such a formidable journey directly points toward the great Tao of becoming an emperor. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, a remarkably gifted emperor discovered his own combat path in his youth and ultimately ascended to emperor through it, ranking among the strongest of emperors, with a record of facing 3 imperial beings simultaneously without defeat. Now, after several hundred millennia, there exists him. Bai Si Miao's heart was in tumult as a flicker of light ignited in her eyes. If it were he, surely he could resolve the turmoil within my soul. As long as he does not fall, he is destined to become a powerful figure in the future. Even if his cultivation is currently lacking and unable to cure me completely, given time and thoughtful nurturing, his powers would surely ascend. With this thought, Bai Si Miao gently stroked her chin, her eyes brimming with contemplation. What price must I pay to ensure such a prodigy willingly keeps my secrets and offers his healing? Simultaneously, aboard the flying vessel, all eyes were fixed upon the sky above Yun City, where an awe-inspiring vision of a sea of blazing infernal lightning unfolded, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief and jaws to drop in astonishment. The indistinct figure within radiated an unparalleled and formidable aura, flames swirling around him, interwoven with intricate patterns of thunder. More terrifying still, an inexplicable and chilling essence enveloped the figure, exuding an overwhelming aura of slaughter and combat, as if the very heavens were on the brink of being violently torn asunder by this force. It felt as though a mere breath could reduce the entire Yun City to ashes without resistance, akin to facing an unspeakable terror of the highest order. Even though everyone understood that this phenomenon merely represented an aura and a glimpse of potential, without manifesting the true power it signified, nonetheless. The crowd was unable to contain their trembling hearts, reverently bowing before such formidable power. This extraordinary phenomenon had transcended Li Wuyue, enveloping the entire city. Its might was utterly terrifying, emanating an inexplicable aura of dread that neither Li Wuyue nor that prince, both prodigies of exceptional phenomena, had ever possessed. This was a phenomenon of the highest order. People were engaged in fervent discussions. The atmosphere aboard the flying vessel was filled with a cacophony of astonishment, all captivated by Su Li's terrifying manifestation. Meanwhile, those exceptional prodigies seated at the front of the vessel, their presence as profound as the abyss, rose in unison, their gazes trembling as they beheld the figure steadily ascending the dragon steps below. The prince, clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and wearing an expression of solemnity, was visibly unsettled. The phenomenon obscured the heavens, casting a shadow over the entire city, its power astonishing, a hallmark of extraordinary manifestations. What origins did this seemingly insignificant Yun city possess? It was utterly terrifying. Even if all the prodigies of my dynasty were to unite, they would still pale in comparison to these three. Before arriving in Yun city, as the sole prodigy of exceptional phenomena, he had been confident of securing the position of the sole true disciple. To him, the others were as inconsequential as mere poultry. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries in this small city, especially the young man bearing the infernal thunder sea, who instilled in him an unparalleled sense of pressure. This was an extraordinary phenomenon. Even the Yunqing sect had only been able to accept a few over the decades. How could he be so unfortunate as to confront such strong rivals during his recruitment? The other prodigies also sensed the gravity of the situation. This small Yun city had birthed three prodigies of exceptional phenomena all at once. Exceptional, first-rate, second-rate, all had made their appearance. Even the weakest among them, Yi Qing, possessed a rusty sword phenomenon and had reached a high stage of the void-breaking realm, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. It is known that the greater the number of prodigies, the more intense the competition that lies ahead. As prodigies of exceptional phenomena, their positions as outer disciples seemed assured. However, only inner disciples, and even more so true disciples, could access the core resources of the sect. Aside from the singular position of true disciple, the slots for inner disciples were limited, with a maximum of only 10 being accepted each time. Thus, the stronger the other prodigies, the greater the competitive risk they faced. Despite appearances, one must not underestimate the significance of inner disciple and true disciple quotas, which are determined by one's innate talent, strength, and capabilities. Even if he possessed outstanding qualifications, if other aspects fell short, the outcome of the competition remained uncertain. The other prodigies engaged in animated discussions, while a girl donned in a black gauzy dress, whose beauty transcended the ordinary, observed the youth on the dragon steps with a bittersweet and complex smile. Su Li, what has transpired within you? Li Wuyue pondered, his heart filled with a myriad of confounding questions. It is noteworthy that not long ago, Su Li was merely at the mid-stage of the void-breaking realm. Even as a prodigy, she was, at best, comparable to him and Yi Qing. Furthermore, she possessed only a fire attribute spirit body and had not revealed any other abilities. It appears that Su Li had been concealing his true prowess, having secretly cultivated to the limits of his age long ago. That insufferable Su Li. Li Wuyue bit her silver teeth in frustration. She had been ensnared by him and had intended to take good care of him, only to discover that he had become so formidable. Meanwhile, Yi Qing observed Su Li ascending the dragon rising steps, the center of attention. The originally gentle expression on his face became somewhat rigid, his fingers trembling slightly, revealing his inner turmoil. Chapter 63. Fortune seems justifiable to me originally. Su Li was merely his subordinate. How could he have suddenly grown so powerful? Yi Qing's complexion turned an ashen hue, his body trembling violently from the turmoil of his emotions. The prospect of his own defeat was not terrifying. What truly stung was the success of another, especially when that individual had once been his subordinate. Yi Qing had summoned Su Li at will, viewing him merely as a tool with the ability to heal. Yet now, as a genius of second-rate anomalies, Yi Qing believed he should stand proudly above the entirety of Yun City. Even with Li Wuyue possessing a first-rate anomaly, Yi Qing felt no concern, for he had confidence that once his master awakened, he would undoubtedly rise above and surpass them all. However, encountering Su Li, Yi Qing gazed quietly at the astonishing spectacle unfolding outside, an anomaly that radiated a power capable of enveloping the entire city, his teeth grinding together in frustration. Envy. Jealousy. Why him? How could it be him? Su Li was merely his little brother. How dared he? This brilliance, This attention from the masses should have belonged to him. Su Li had undoubtedly concealed something from his elder brother. How infuriating. He had placed such trust in him, only to discover that he had outshone him in such a grand event, leaving Yi Qing in a precarious position. A chill enveloped Yi Qing's heart, his eyes reddening. That was a special anomaly. It represented the pinnacle of the celestial prodigies from the Guanghan domain. Even with his exceptional talent, the support of his master, and no loss in his original essence, reaching such heights was not guaranteed. A special anomaly could be said to have 1 foot already in the realm of the powerful. As long as he did not falter, an extraordinary future awaited him. In such a short span, reaching this level of cultivation, anyone could discern that something was amiss. What had transpired within you, or what fortuitous event had you encountered that you concealed from me? Yi Qing watched as Su Li ascended the dragoness steps, his face suffused with envy and jealousy, turning a deep shade of purple, alongside a flicker of greed in his eyes. After all, not long ago, Su Li had been an ordinary mortal, deemed a waste incapable of cultivation. Yet, merely a brief period had elapsed, and he had already achieved the void-breaking realm, his innate talent soaring to such terrifying heights. It was utterly astonishing. He must have encountered some monumental fortune, skillfully hidden from everyone, to have reached this level of cultivation. If only that fortune were his. Yi Qing fixated on Su Li. After all, he was his nominal elder brother. It would only be reasonable for the fortune to be shared, or even wholly bestowed upon him. If Su Li refused, as his nominal elder brother, if he did not share the fortune, Yi Qing would ensure that Su Li's path would not be an easy one, even if he joined the Yunqing sect. Meanwhile, beneath the dragon's steps, countless figures crowded together, lifting their heads and widening their eyes to behold the celestial phenomenon above. Some even took out recording stones to capture this moment, a day destined to be etched in the annals of Yun City. For thousands of years, Yun City has stood. Yet this is the first time a paragon of an extraordinary phenomenon has emerged from its humble confines. It is said that this Su Li was originally a subordinate of Yi Qing, but who would have thought he concealed his prowess so deeply? It is indeed terrifying. Yi Qing, merely a worthless entity. Now, the sole genius of Yun City is none other than Su Li. Other prodigies, even those with first or second-tier phenomena, pale in comparison to his exceptional talent. One can only imagine how indignant Yi Qing must feel witnessing the strength of his subordinate. Such a hypocrite deserves this treatment. Well done, Su Li. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Meanwhile, within the throng, figures such as Yi Liuli and Luo Qinghan displayed varied expressions. Yi Liuli's eyes sparkled like tiny stars, fixated on the figure in the sky. Brother Su Li, I always knew you were the strongest. To her, he epitomized the ultimate prodigy, a hero of unmatched caliber. In comparison, Yi Qing was but a mere footnote, hardly worth mentioning. Luo Qinghan narrowed her eyes, a complex expression flickering within them as she gazed intently at Su Li, who ascended the dragon steps, his silhouette becoming increasingly indistinct. Ultimately, she sighed softly. The future of Su Li remains boundless as he leaps over the dragon gate. His prospects within Yunqing's sect are limitless. Initially, she believed that while Yi Qing was despicable, he was still commendably talented. But now, it is evident that Yi Qing is unworthy even to be compared to Su Li. No wonder Su Li dared to treat her as he did. His strength had long surpassed Yi Qing's. He harbored no fear of exposure or retaliation. Li Buwei, observing Su Li's retreating figure, felt his rugged face twitch slightly. Who could have imagined that he was the most concealed of them all? However, he remains a subordinate of Yi Qing. If he does not relinquish his fortune, Yi Qing will undoubtedly not let him off lightly. Perhaps, after yielding his fortune to Yi Qing, I might receive a portion for myself. Li Buwei murmured softly, a glint of greed manifesting in his eyes. In a world steeped in ritual and decorum, Su Li, as Yi Qing's subordinate, would see his reputation plummet should he suddenly become powerful and abandon his elder brother. If I could obtain a share of Su Li's fortune, even a small part would surely earn me Yi Liuli's admiration. Simultaneously, as Li Buwei gazed at Yi Liuli immersed in her focus on Su Li, a pang of pain shot through his heart, and he clenched his fists tightly. Liuli, just wait. Once I acquire Su Li's fortune, I will make you see me in a different light. I am the one truly deserving of you. Far more than Yi Qing or Su Li ever could be. At this moment, atop the dragon steps, under the gaze of the multitude, Su Li walked slowly, his presence resembling the furious tides of a vast ocean, enveloping the entire realm. The figure behind him emanated an aura of unparalleled combativeness, symbolizing the unique path that Su Li had forged for himself. As he approached the flying vessel, one would expect the journey to become increasingly arduous. Indeed, Even the formidable Li Wuyue, during the final few steps, had slowed his pace. However, for Su Li, the ascending dragon steps posed no hindrance. They could not disrupt his progress in the slightest. In fact, the entire staircase radiated with brilliant golden light, and even in this culminating phase, Su Li felt an enigmatic force propelling him forward, as if urging him not to falter. Gazing ahead, he observed that, aside from the vessel, numerous individuals were seated cross-legged or observing him intently. At the very end of the ascending dragon steps stood a figure clad in white, resembling an ethereal being, patiently awaiting his arrival. Chapter 64. The Treasures Within by Si Miao. Under the watchful gaze of all, Su Li advanced steadily, his expression impassive, while extraordinary phenomena unfolded behind him, exuding an aura of immense power. Above, the sky was overcast, thunder rumbling intermittently, and beneath Su Li's feet blazed a fierce inferno, radiating such intense heat that it distorted the very air around it. Bathed in flames and tempestuous thunder, Su Li resembled an emperor enveloped in fire and lightning, emanating an unparalleled sense of authority. Ding! Due to your exhibition of an exceptional phenomenon, Yi Qing harbors jealousy, resulting in a damaging effect on his Dao heart, and the various daughters of fortune regard you with newfound respect. You have gained 20,000 fortune points. In Su Li's mind, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. He nodded in satisfaction. With 20,000 fortune points, once he amassed 100,000, he could advance his thunderous body to the heavenly thunder body, reaching a new pinnacle. Before long, with a steady tread, Su Li ascended to the flying vessel, and the crowd fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixated upon him. The elders and disciples of the Yunqing sect regarded him as if he were a rare beast. Yi Qing's eyes were bloodshot, a stiff smile twisting his lips, while Li Wuyue wore an expression of disbelief. A young man clad in a dragon robe, bearing the demeanor of a prince, scrutinized Su Li with grave intensity, as if perceiving a formidable adversary. At this moment, Su Li was the focal point of everyone's attention. Congratulations. Your exceptional phenomenon marks you as one of the most outstanding new disciples of the Yunqing sect in nearly a century, securing your place among the inner disciples. Should you choose to compete for the position of a true inheritor, your chances are considerable. A cool, melodic voice interrupted, as by Si Miao. Draped in flowing white robes reminiscent of a celestial maiden, glided gracefully towards Su Li. Rarely did a smile grace her typically frosty features. As she drew closer, she could better perceive the searing heat and the tempestuous aura that surged from Su Li, two contrasting, yet complementary energies converging within him, radiating a brilliance that signified Su Li as the most resplendent prodigy at this disciple recruitment assembly. Moreover, although the fire spirit body surpassed the lightning spirit body in power, both were of exceedingly high caliber, far from mere feeble pseudo-spiritual entities. Bai Simiao surveyed Su Li thoughtfully, her mind racing. The peculiar dark aura within her consciousness grew increasingly agitated as it neared him, howling furiously in her mind. Su Li's presence evoked a palpable sense of existential threat. Prepare yourself, for the recruitment assembly is nearing its conclusion, and you, the prodigies of Yun City, are to undergo a unified trial. Though, given your prowess, these trials will be nothing more than trifling challenges. This is the token for the second training chamber of the heavenly character, where you may temporarily reside before returning to the Yunqing sect. I typically occupy the first training chamber. Should you encounter any queries regarding your cultivation, feel free to approach me. Bai Simiao smiled gently, resembling the first bloom of a winter plum, exuding an irresistible allure as she regarded Su Li with a hint of kindness. She stood in close proximity, easily discerning Su Li's current prowess, at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, and not far from the divine ability realm. At such a tender age, he was undoubtedly a top-tier genius. Moreover, his aura was remarkably stable and powerful, a testament to his profound foundation. Not merely the result of hastily consumed elixirs or artificially enhanced spiritual energy. With this in mind, Bai Simiao nodded satisfactorily, gaining considerable confidence in Su Li's ability to resolve the anomalies within her soul. At this moment, she longed to invite him to assist her directly, believing any price to be worthwhile, for after decades of seeking disciples, she had finally encountered such a rare talent, one adept in both thunder and fire cultivation. However, aboard the flying vessel, with so many eyes upon them, she realized that being overly generous or directly soliciting his help might attract unwanted attention and complications. It would be wiser to wait until the tests concluded before seeking him out in his training chamber. Their close quarters would undoubtedly facilitate any endeavors. Thank you, Saint Espai, Su Li said, bowing slightly as he accepted the token, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, despite Bai Simiao harboring no ill will towards him. He felt an inexplicable surge of eagerness as he approached her. His Thunderfire's spiritual body grew increasingly restless, and deep within, he sensed a peculiar craving directed at Bai Simiao, as if she possessed something immensely beneficial for him. Strange. Su Li scrutinized Bai Simiao, noting that her outward appearance revealed no abnormalities. Regrettably, the original text provided scant information about the Ninth Saintess, leaving him somewhat in the dark about her. Meanwhile, below, the onlookers gazed at the exchange between Bai Simiao and Su Li with envy, particularly when Su Li received the token for the second training chamber. Their eyes widened in astonishment, almost wishing to take his place. This was the second training chamber of the heavenly character, nestled closely beside the first, which belonged to the Saintess herself, while the differences among the chambers were minimal. Residing adjacent to the Saintess signified her recognition of Su Li. It was said that the Saintess had sought disciples numerous times, yet this marked the first instance of her bestowing the token of the second training chamber upon a prodigy. Su Li truly embodied an extraordinary phenomenon. To have garnered such favor from the Saintess immediately upon boarding the vessel was remarkable. The crowd below buzzed with chatter, while some young cultivators bore expressions of anguish, for Bai Simiao was the epitome of ethereal beauty, pure and untainted, akin to a celestial being. Naturally, many cultivators regarded Bai Simiao as their spiritual anchor. However, they were taken aback to discover her profound admiration for a particular man. This revelation shattered their hearts into countless pieces. Li Weiyue fixed his gaze intently on Su Li, his lips twitching slightly. From the moment Su Li arrived, he had already attached himself to Bai Simiao, and his talent appeared to surpass his own. How could he possibly care for Su Li in the future? It seemed that the humiliation he had endured in the basement would have to be swallowed down in silence. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's eyes glistened with a hint of red, his hand clutching a token inscribed with the character D, number 8. This was his cultivation chamber, a privilege granted to the prodigies of extraordinary talent. Nevertheless, in comparison to Su Li's token marked with the character Tian, number 2, his seemed rather meager. Moreover, whispers from other prodigies hailing from Yun City reached his ears, further igniting the blood vessels in his eyes with a surge of indignation. Chapter 65. Is Su Li the mastermind behind the scenes? Oh, Yi Qing must be consumed with envy and jealousy now. How can he still regard himself as the elder brother of Su Li after being so thoroughly surpassed by his own subordinate? How can he continue to claim the title of the foremost prodigy in Yun City? TSK. The current Yi Qing resembles a lost dog. His reputation has not only suffered, but even his once proud cultivation and talent pale in comparison to that of his subordinate. The onlookers regarded Yi Qing's retreating figure with barely concealed amusement, shaking their heads in disbelief. One young man scoffed derisively. Not long ago, Yi Qing had approached me, attempting to rally the prodigies of Yun City to unite, hoping to band together for entry into the Yunqing sect. Only a fool would follow him. With merely a second-rate anomaly, how could he still dare to speak so boldly? Whether it be Su Li or Li Weiyue, each possesses far greater qualifications than Yi Qing. Moreover, Su Li is currently favored by the White Holy Maiden. What need does he have for a useless elder brother like Yi Qing? In my view, if Yi Qing had any sense of shame, he might even find himself reduced to being accepted as a junior by Su Li. The reversal of roles between elder brother and younger brother could indeed be a delightful turn of events. Such remarks were not concealed aboard the flying vessel. Even if Yi Qing overheard, he could not retaliate. If fellow disciples were to turn against one another, even with unmatched talent, Yi Qing would be stripped of his cultivation and cast off the vessel, or worse, directly executed. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qing's lips twitched slightly, veins bulging on his fists, and a metallic taste rose in his throat. Yet he forced down the blood that threatened to escape. Casting a glance at Su Li, a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. While the chatter around him was as bothersome as flies, it posed no threat to him. What he ought to focus on now were Su Li and the other prodigies aboard the vessel. If he maneuvered wisely, perhaps he could surpass Su Li and vie for the position of a true disciple. After all, the criteria for true discipleship encompass not only cultivation and talent, but also cunning and luck. With the right strategy, he could very well rise above the rest. Simultaneously, Yi Qing observed Su Li engaging in lively conversation with Bai Simiao, and his jealousy surged uncontrollably. Su Li, once his subordinate, had audaciously latched onto Bai Simiao's favor upon arrival. This incited profound discomfort within him. Previously indifferent and dismissive of Su Li as a rival, his emotions were now a tumultuous mix of jealousy and resentment. Why him? Why was it Su Li who basked in such glory? All of this recognition should have been his. Yi Qing was not oblivious. Su Li's ability to conceal his strength and then reveal it spectacularly raised doubts about the sincerity of his previous loyalty. Su Li was, in fact, the one who had hidden the most. Furthermore, during this time of repeated setbacks, could Su Li have been the one orchestrating them from the shadows? After all, Su Li now stood unrivaled, a genuine prodigy of Yun City. Yi Qing's decline in cultivation and diminished foundation only served to benefit Su Li the most. If one finds themselves in a state of impeccable condition, it is not inconceivable that they could contend with Su Li in terms of potential. However, Yi Qing harbored uncertainty within, for throughout the years of their acquaintance, no anomalies had ever come to light. How could it be that Su Li, having only practiced for a brief period, could cultivate such a formidable intellect? This was, quite frankly, astonishing. At the bow of the flying vessel, Bai Simiao imparted some pertinent advice to Su Li, including the location of the Tianzi No. 2 cultivation chamber, before observing Su Li nod gently in acknowledgement. Su Li's demeanor pleased her immensely. He exuded neither arrogance nor subservience, and even in the presence of extraordinary phenomena, he displayed no hint of hubris. Previously, she had sensed an overwhelming pride in the second-tier prodigies, which did not sit well with her. After all, without an unwavering spirit and a balanced mindset, even the most gifted individuals could not ascend to the pinnacle of greatness. In contrast, Su Li epitomized her conception of a true prodigy. Setting aside his advantageous physique, Yunqing's sect was in dire need of such extraordinary talents. Perhaps, in the near future, during the prodigy assembly encompassing all the major sects of the Guanghan domain, Su Li would surprise many. Please proceed with your cultivation, Bai Simiao said reluctantly, diverting her gaze from the thunder and flames surrounding Su Li and returning to preside over the disciple initiation ceremony. After decades of waiting, she had finally found the right individual. Could she not endure a few more days? Farewell, Su Li replied with a respectful gesture. Through their recent conversation and observation, he had come to ascertain that Bai Simiao possessed something he desperately sought, though he could not discern what it was. Moreover, her attitude raised considerable questions. Despite being a prodigy of extraordinary caliber, as a saintess, she had undoubtedly encountered many exceptional talents, and she herself was a prodigy of the highest order. It was said that her temperament was inherently aloof. Why then had she taken the time to impart so much advice and engage in prolonged conversation with him? Shaking his head, Su Li chose to ponder no further. As long as he could ascertain that Bai Simiao harbored no ill intentions, that was sufficient. As he stepped into the flying vessel, the other prodigies regarded him with expressions of reverence, instinctively retreating from his path. At this moment, Su Li stood as the foremost prodigy aboard the vessel, and naturally, they dared not oppose him. The other disciples of Yunqing's sect, including the elders, cast kind smiles in Su Li's direction. A prodigy of extraordinary caliber, he was destined to become a formidable force, and thus warranted their goodwill. Su Li, a melodious female voice rang out, followed by a captivating figure clad in a black gauze dress, her enchanting phoenix eyes drawing near. The sheen of her arms and the tantalizing glimpse of her thighs left one parched with desire. She was undeniably a bewitching enchantress. You have deceived me terribly. You possess an extraordinary physique and an abundance of martial arts techniques, yet previously displayed such pettiness, seizing spirit stones from my grasp and demanding that I impart the profound secrets of the heavy abyss demon art? In this world, is there truly a man like you? Li Weiyue gazed at Su Li, her silver teeth clenched tightly. At this juncture, she had come to a realization. With such a remarkable manifestation, how could Su Li possibly lack spirit stones or martial arts? Moreover, within his manifestation, there was not a trace of demonic energy to be found. It seemed as though her heavy abyss demon art was regarded as mere trifles in Su Li's possession. The suppressed manifestation could not even emerge. It is important to note that her first-rate manifestation was primarily composed of the demonic energy from the heavy abyss demon art. Yet, in Su Li's presence, the heavy abyss demon art appeared utterly unremarkable. This was not a reflection of its weakness, but rather an indication that the other martial arts Su Li possessed overshadowed its brilliance. Chapter 66. Demanding resources. What secrets does Su Li still harbor? Li Weiyue gritted her teeth, observing Su Li. He had just undergone the baptism of the Dragon Ascension steps, and the aura surrounding him had yet to fully dissipate. The closer she drew to Su Li, the more a tremor of trepidation arose within her, as if she were confronting some primordial beast. Miss Li, your words are misplaced. Who would ever disdain an abundance of techniques? Su Li replied with a gentle smile. Although the heavy abyss demon art could only reach the saint realm at best, it paled in comparison to his own 9 transformations of the profound sun and the battle conqueror technique, which aimed directly at the great Tao. Nonetheless, The heavy abyss demon art continually assisted him in his cultivation, albeit at a slower pace. Su Li could sense that his strength was perpetually on the rise under its influence, akin to the gentle spring rain, subtle yet undeniably present. In comparison to the benefits of this automatic cultivation, the other secret techniques and forbidden arts of the heavy abyss demon art seemed trivial, especially when held against the battle conqueror technique, which directly aspired to the emperor realm. Even if it were merely the nascent version crafted by a youthful emperor, it was not something the heavy abyss demon art could hope to rival. Yuli Wuyue found her words caught in her throat, a wave of frustration surging within her. She was aware that she was in the wrong, and though she was not one to yield easily, she felt unqualified to act unreasonable in front of Su Li. In terms of cultivation, they were both at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, yet in potential, Su Li far surpassed her. With no arguments to counter and no strength to prevail very well, I shall not relinquish the position of true disciple so easily, Li Wuyue declared with a fierce expression before turning on her heel to leave. Though Su Li possessed remarkable talent, the title of true disciple represented immense benefits, status, and influence, and the selection process was not solely based on innate ability. If talent were the only consideration, why even hold a selection? Previously, there had been prodigies with extraordinary phenomena who, upon entering the Yunqing sect, had been bested by other disciples. Thus, talent did not equate to everything. With this thought rekindling her fighting spirit, Li Wuyue resolved that if she could secure the position of true disciple, there was no telling what heights she might reach, potentially surpassing Su Li. At that time, wouldn't he be at her mercy? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have caused Li Wuyue to feel defeated, and she has designated you as her target to surpass. The host has received a reward of 3,000 fortune points. Excellent. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. His decision to reveal his brilliance had proven wise. In such a brief span, he had accrued over 20,000 fortune points. Meanwhile, the others nearby observed Li Wuyue and Su Li with keen interest, their eyes betraying a sense of intrigue. Who would have thought that Li Wuyue and Su Li were acquaintances? It certainly came as a surprise. Just moments ago, I observed Yi Qing seeking out Li Wuyue. Her demeanor was rather indifferent, yet she exuded an undeniable warmth towards Su Li. Undoubtedly, in comparison to Su Li, Yi Qing is but a trifling presence. Were I in Li Wuyue's position, I would scarcely spare Yi Qing a glance. In the arena, the crowd buzzed with chatter. Yi Qing, who had intended to approach, found her complexion pale and her gaze icy as she glared at the gossiping onlookers, suppressing the urge to spew blood, and continued her strides towards Su Li. Oh, is that not Yi Qing? It seems her subordinate has proven exceedingly formidable, prompting her former superior to attempt to curry favor. Others, observing Yi Qing's movements, gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Su Li, congratulations. Yi Qing disregarded the murmurs around her and approached Su Li, a faint smile gracing her lips. As the elder brother, it brought her joy to see her most valued subordinate achieve such success. I always knew you were destined for greatness, yet I never anticipated such a remarkable surprise. The extraordinary phenomena you exhibit might even surpass what I, as your elder brother, have accomplished. However, given her recent injuries and the depletion of her spiritual resources, she found herself unable to present any worthy gift. Yi Qing fixed her gaze upon Su Li, feeling the intense energy radiating from him, along with the tempestuous thunder, a flicker of envy and jealousy dancing in her eyes. Originally, she believed herself to be on par with Su Li, yet a string of misfortunes had plagued her recently, as if an unseen hand were persistently obstructing her advancement. Although she had once suspected Su Li to be that very puppeteer, she was acutely aware of his trajectory and the conditions of his growth. Many of his secrets were beyond his knowledge. If he were truly so cunning, how would he differ from the creator of this world? Now, her foremost priority was to extract as many benefits as possible from Su Li and, at the forthcoming True Disciples Conference, to clandestinely plot to eliminate this major destabilizing factor ahead of time. As her thoughts whirled, the smile on Yi Qing's face grew ever more pronounced. She gently patted Su Li on the shoulder, as if the bond of brotherhood between them remained unscathed. Su Li, in return, merely smiled faintly. Why must you be so formal, brother Yi? My status as an extraordinary phenomenon is merely a stroke of luck. As for any congratulatory gifts, I believe you are in greater need of resources than I. Just moments ago, Yi Qing had addressed him as elder brother and subtly lamented her injuries and lack of resources. Was she not attempting to extract resources from him? How absurd. There was no way he would acquiesce to her demands. Were it not for the substantial fortune of luck that Yi Qing possessed, Su Li would hardly have bothered to engage her. For now, his strength had undeniably surpassed hers. With the infernal prison body and the body of 10,000 thunder, coupled with a myriad of other techniques, his foundation had completely eclipsed Yi Qing's. The only aspect that warrants attention is the awakening of Yi Qing's female master, and whether she might act against him under Yi Qing's instigation. After all, she is the remnant soul of a great emperor. Despite her current frailty, she remains a formidable force, posing a lethal threat. It is imperative that he remains vigilant. Alas, Su Li, my dear brother, finds himself in a predicament. If you possess any spiritual herbs or spirit stones, I implore you to lend me some for the time being. I assure you that I shall repay you double in the future. If my brother's foundation is not restored soon, it will become exceedingly difficult to recover. Yi Qing gazed at Su Li, his words laden with turmoil, as if he were driven to desperation, seeking resources from Su Li with no other recourse. Chapter 67. Moral coercion. After all, I am still nominally the elder brother of Su Li, and with so many onlookers present. If Su Li were to decisively reject my request, it would significantly tarnish his reputation. If Su Li were to produce resources this time, I could leverage my title as his elder brother to continue extracting resources from him, even uncovering the secrets behind his rapid ascension. At that point, possessing Su Li's resources along with the support of my master, the minor deficiencies in my own cultivation would be inconsequential. I could even surpass others and become the foremost genius of Yinqing's sect. Meanwhile, others looked on in astonishment at Yi Qing's shamelessness. How brazen of him, to be surpassed by his own junior and feel no shame, yet still approach him to speak? He shamelessly referred to himself as Su Li's elder brother. However, there is some truth to Yi Qing's words. After all, Su Li was once a mere mortal, the foremost physician of Yin City. Had it not been for Yi Qing and the protection of the Yi family, he might have been seized by other prominent families in the city and made their personal physician long ago. Despite Yi Qing's shortcomings, he has rendered Su Li a debt of gratitude. Debt of gratitude, indeed. Do you think Yi Qing is a virtuous person? On the surface, he appears to protect Su Li, but in reality, the Yi family has merely ensnared Yun City's top physician. Hasn't Su Li healed countless members of the Yi family over the years? He owes them nothing. Nearby, other exceptionally gifted individuals from Yun City, privy to certain secrets, whispered among themselves, their gazes fixed on Su Li and Yi Qing. Su Li, is it your elder brother's request that puts you in such a predicament? If you find it troublesome, simply speak to him. He will not force you. Yi Qing observed Su Li's calm demeanor and patted his chest, donning an expression of noble righteousness, as if he were a caring elder brother concerned for his younger siblings' well-being. In truth, he was secretly laughing within. With so many spectators, if Su Li were to refuse him, he would inevitably earn the reputation of being ungrateful. If he did not refuse, he would have no choice but to part with his resources. In either scenario, there was no loss for him. With this thought, Yi Qing's expression grew even more sincere as he gazed intently at Su Li. Su Li, feeling the scrutiny from Yi Qing and the onlookers, chuckled lightly and shook his head, softly replying to Yi Qing, "It is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is merely that I have recently expended considerable resources in my cultivation, and I am left with hardly any spirit stones." As Su Li spoke, he opened his storage bag for all to see, revealing its desolate emptiness. It was cleaner than if a thief had ransacked it. Only in one corner lay a few scattered fragments of spirit stones, totaling less than 10. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply, incredulously staring at Su Li, their eyes trembling with disbelief. Who would have thought that this foremost genius of Yun City was so impoverished? The sight within the storage bag was truly heartbreaking, leaving listeners in tears. No one harbored any doubts regarding Su Li's authenticity. After all, his attire was remarkably simple, devoid of any compartments in which to conceal items, save for a solitary storage pouch. Moreover, to create a personal space of one's own, one would require the prowess of a Saint Realm expert. Su Li, presently a mere void-breaking realm cultivator, was leagues away from attaining such heights. The elite of the Yunqing sect, as legend has it, were of the Saint Realm caliber. As for Yi Qing, he fixated intently on Su Li's storage pouch, his countenance turning a shade of green. At Su Li's level of cultivation, who could possibly believe he possessed no resources for his practice? Yet, astonishingly, he truly did not. Yi Qing found his intended words lodged in his throat. The moral coercion he had anticipated was rendered futile, as Su Li currently possessed nothing from which he could extract benefit. Regarding Su Li's opportunities, now was not the time to inquire, especially in front of such a multitude. If they were of the informational variety, it would be an utter revelation. How infuriating! Su Li was truly inscrutable. Had he foreseen Yi Qing's approach for resources, promptly concealing everything or consuming it all? In the distance, Li Weiyue also observed the unfolding events. Noticing the emptiness of Su Li's storage pouch, a twitch played at the corner of her mouth. Previously, she had been swindled out of thousands of spirit stones by Su Li, along with various precious treasures. Now, when Su Li claimed to have exhausted all his resources, who would believe him? It seemed Su Li was indeed cunning, having concealed his resources well. However, Li Weiyue refrained from exposing Su Li. After all, there was no animosity between them. Su Li was her aspiration to surpass, and moreover, he had once saved her life. Though the circumstances were far from glorious and she had been taken advantage of in the process, it remained a genuine act of salvation that she would carry in her heart. In contrast to Su Li, Yi Qing, the hypocrite, harbored ulterior motives in this public setting. Seeking to morally browbeat Su Li, such behavior was indeed despicable. I am truly unable to assist, Su Li observed Yi Qing's expression, shaking his head lightly, while inwardly he chuckled coldly. Typically, all his resources were securely housed within the system space. Compared to a storage pouch, which could easily be lost or stolen, the system space was an unequivocally safe haven. The pouch at Su Li's waist was merely a facade. Spirit stones, medicinal pills, martial arts techniques, and weapons, all manner of precious treasures had long been stored away in the system space. Furthermore, the system space was far more convenient. With a mere thought, he could summon whatever he desired. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have rendered Yi Qing's moral coercion ineffective. Yi Qing's mindset has been adversely affected, and you have gained 1,000 points of fortune value. Just 1,000. Su Li observed Yi Qing, shaking his head slightly. Previously, the fluctuations in Yi Qing's mood were stirred by fortune values of at least 2,000 or 3,000. Now, he could only elicit a mere 1,000. It appears that the resources available to Yi Qing have become exceedingly scarce. System, what will occur if Yi Qing's fortune value is completely depleted? Su Li inquired within her mind. If the fortune value is exhausted, the halo of the Chosen One will transfer, the system's mechanical voice responded, addressing Su Li's query. Su Li nodded, realizing that her role as a villainous system was not merely to extract from Yi Qing, but rather to drain him entirely before moving on to another target. With that in mind, she decided to take her leave, wishing him success in securing the position of true disciple. Yi Qing's expression darkened. He departed immediately. Should he linger any longer, he might find himself compelled to offer resources to support Su Li. Chapter 68. Yi Qing's scheming, contacting the prince. Oh. Yi Qing still seeks to exploit his elder brother's reputation to extract benefits from Su Li? Truly, he is a petty individual. Fortunately, Su Li has devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, leaving no opportunity for Yi Qing to seize. Nearby, numerous onlookers engaged in animated discussions, particularly the young prodigies hailing from Yun City, who cast scornful glances at Yi Qing. Some even voiced their mockery aloud. Yi Qing, do you not pride yourself on being Su Li's elder brother? Now that you see he lacks cultivation resources, why do you not generously offer him some assistance from your own pocket? Could it be that you are reluctant to part with your wealth? Let us not make things difficult for Yi Qing. Compelling him to provide cultivation resources would be more torturous than demanding his very life. I have heard that this Yi Qing is notoriously miserly with his subordinates, offering them only a few spirit stones each month at most. Moreover, if his subordinates discover any treasures, they are required to present everything to Yi Qing. Just recently, they uncovered a spirit herb field outside the city. Yet Yi Qing claimed the majority of the herbs, leaving his subordinates without even a single 9th-grade spirit herb. Anyone who serves under Yi Qing is truly cursed. As the crowd's derisive remarks echoed around him, Yi Qing's fists clenched tightly. His bloodshot eyes, straining to maintain a semblance of a smile, were on the verge of breaking down. As Yi Qing departed, Su Li maintained an indifferent demeanor, offering no words to retain him. After all, with his current strength, he had no need to engage in hollow pleasantries with Yi Qing, nor did he require Yi Qing's approval. Keeping Yi Qing around merely meant that he had not yet fully extracted all the benefits from him. With a staggered gait, Yi Qing made his way out. It appeared that he was stumbling, for he had gained nothing while losing face, subjected to the disdainful stares of the crowd. However, the words of these insignificant creatures posed no real threat to him. They were merely an annoying buzz, akin to flies. Regardless of how much they chattered, it would not alter his current situation. At the same time, Yi Qing furrowed his brow, perplexed by Su Li's lack of surplus resources. This was unexpected. To cultivate to such a level, one would require not only spirit stones and elixirs, but also exceptional techniques. Given Su Li's current aura, the techniques he possessed must surely be extraordinary. Yet, he had just searched Su Li's storage bag and found not even a single trace of a technique, which was quite abnormal. Could it be that Su Li employed a more advanced method of storage, or perhaps he had long since committed his techniques to memory, or transmitted them through some form of imprint? Legend has it that those formidable techniques are passed down through generations via a single imprint or inscribed directly within the fabric of the universe, accessible only to those with great fortune or exceptional talent who can comprehend them from the cosmos. Yi Qing's mind raced. Given Su Li's indifferent attitude moments ago, he realized that he could no longer manipulate Su Li at will. Even a direct confrontation would be a perilous endeavor. Without the guidance of a master, it would be utterly impossible to contend with Su Li. If I were to continue treating Su Li as a subordinate, and if he were to withhold his favor from me, I would lose what little dignity I have left completely and irretrievably. Furthermore, with Su Li's current prowess, as long as he performs to his potential, the position of true disciple is undoubtedly his, rendering any collaboration with me unnecessary. Presently, I find myself in dire need of assistance from others, even if it entails sharing my techniques, as long as it serves to diminish Su Li's power. I would not hesitate to proceed. With this thought, Yi Qing gazed at the figure not far away, clad in a dragon robe, meditating with closed eyes. Ji Chong, a prince of a certain dynasty, an unparalleled genius of the first class. On this flying vessel, he is the only talent capable of rivaling Li Wuyue. Now that Li Wuyue stands idly by, unwilling to aid me, my only hope lies in motivating Ji Chong to join forces. Su Li may not be able to withstand such an alliance. Moreover, Ji Chong, having boarded the vessel earlier, is quite familiar with several other geniuses of the second class, some of whom have readily aligned themselves with him. If I can reach out to Ji Chong, the combined strength I could garner would far exceed that of Ji Chong alone. With this in mind, Yi Qing's gaze sharpened. He did not approach directly, but instead, his lips moved slightly as he utilized a sound transmission technique, his voice weaving like fine threads, directed towards Ji Chang's ears. There was not the slightest hint of leakage, ensuring that no one would discover this communication. Meanwhile, Ji Chong, during his cultivation, abruptly opened his eyes and quietly scrutinized Yi Qing from a distance before closing them once more. However, a keen observer might notice that his lips were also trembling, as if he were engaged in a dialogue with someone. As time passed, Su Li returned to the interior of the flying vessel, to his designated cultivation chamber, and sat cross-legged. He scrutinized the system panel. At this moment, his fortune value had reached an impressive 33,300. In just a few short days, he had accrued over 30,000 fortune points. Initially, he thought that 100,000 fortune points for the Thunderbolt body was considerable. However, at this rate, it seems he would soon be able to upgrade the Myriad Thunder body to the Thunderbolt body, complementing the Infernal body and unleashing even greater power. Nevertheless, the upcoming selection is of utmost importance. I cannot afford to be complacent. Though my various techniques and physique have reached a bottleneck, there are still avenues for improvement. Su Li murmured softly. Over 30,000 fortune points, neither too many nor too few, can still be utilized to enhance his strength. Although he possesses a rare talent, he would not allow himself to become arrogant and underestimate his opponents. Be it Li Wuyue, that prince, or even Yi Qing, each harbors their own formidable secrets. If I do not maintain my composure, I could very well falter at the last hurdle. I must secure that position of true disciple. Upon contemplating this, Su Li narrowed his eyes. If he could secure a position as a true disciple, he would attain an exceptionally elevated starting point within the Yunqing sect, potentially garnering the attention of the entire Guanghan domain. Most importantly, he would receive the vigorous support of the Yunqing sect. Relying solely on his own resources for exchange would impose an overwhelming burden on his fortune value. However, if he could benefit from the Yunqing sect's generosity, he would conserve more of his fortune value for the acquisition of even more significant items in the future. Indeed, with sufficient fortune value, he could exchange for imperial weapons, imperial realms, sacred bodies, tyrannical physiques, and chaotic bodies, extraordinary constitutions of unparalleled distinction. As long as his fortune value was ample, Su Li could effortlessly ascend to the ranks of unrivaled power. Regrettably, it is not so simple to reap benefits. Accumulating 30,000 fortune value took him several days. And should he wish to redeem a complete imperial weapon, it would require at least several months, if not years, of dedicated effort. Chapter 69, Phoenix Blood Golden Flame. Blazing Thunder. Subsequently, Su Li gazed at the weapon selection within the system panel, nodding gently. With a mere thought, he watched as 2,000 fortune points vanished into thin air. In that instant, a long sword, adorned with fiery thunder patterns and exuding a chilling brilliance, materialized in his hand, erupting with an endless radiance and an aura of unfathomable, supreme authority. Though the pressure it exerted was not overwhelmingly powerful, its quality was undeniably exceptional. Just a fleeting perception ignited an impulse to worship, a sensation that most could hardly withstand, as if confronting a being of the highest order. Concurrently, the fiery patterns on Su Li's longsword grew increasingly luminous. Viscous liquid, akin to molten lava and infused with a heavy metallic essence, began to flow along the patterns, gradually solidifying. As Su Li observed the solidified liquid, he was struck by the illusion of a phoenix's ethereal shadow within. Even with his fiery constitution, a horrifying sense of searing heat assailed him as he drew nearer. As time passed, the oppressive aura within the room gradually subsided. The viscous metallic liquid solidified further, while the longsword in Su Li's grasp appeared ever more razor-sharp, emanating a terrifying aura of destruction. As he infused spiritual energy into it, the fiery patterns suddenly blazed to life, as if awakening, with the sword producing a soft hum reminiscent of a phoenix's cry, exuding an unparalleled and invincible majesty. Indeed, Su Li nodded in satisfaction, gently caressing the longsword. This blade, the blazing thunder, was a reward from the system, destined to evolve alongside his cultivation, with the potential to ultimately transform into an imperial weapon. It was an exceedingly formidable weapon, harmonizing perfectly with his physique and techniques. Yet, while the material from which the weapon was forged felt commendable, Su Li sensed it lacked something until just now, when he beheld the system panel. He discovered that his blazing thunder could be further enhanced. By utilizing fortune points, he could exchange for various top-tier materials to integrate into the longsword. Earlier, Su Li had used 2,000 fortune points to exchange for a pea-sized piece of phoenix blood golden flame, a material for forging imperial weapons. Even in its diminutive size, its worth surpassed that of many sacred-grade weapons. It could be deemed one of the rarest treasures in existence. Although scarce, upon merging it into the blazing thunder, Su Li distinctly felt a transformative essence imbue the longsword. No longer a lifeless, cold weapon, it now possessed a spark of sentience, its power having more than doubled. Indeed, Su Li stroked the longsword, a smile gracing his lips, nodding in contentment. At the same time, he surveyed the diverse array of materials displayed on the system panel: phoenix blood golden flame, dragon pattern black gold, celestial tear green gold, primordial essence. Each one a material capable of forging imperial weapons, as long as one can redeem it and integrate it into their own long sword. Harnessing the strengths of various imperial materials, one might just forge an unparalleled weapon. A weapon the likes of which has never been seen before in history, the strongest imperial armament ever. Now is indeed the time to venture forth, as the Disciple Recruitment Conference is nearing its conclusion, and a new trial is about to commence. Su Li clutched the Yanhuang Luai's, feeling its scorching and terrifying aura, which brought him a sense of calm. A fine weapon can enhance combat prowess even more than some supreme techniques. Within the secret chamber, the fusion of Yanhuang Luai's occurred in an instant. However, Su Li had previously devoted 2 full days to preparation. Calculating the time, it was now precisely when the Disciple Recruitment Conference was to conclude. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel on the deck, as Su Li extracted the phoenix blood red gold and fused it into the Yanhuang Luai's, a palpable shock coursed through the hearts of those present. It felt as though their hearts were gripped tightly by an unseen force, on the verge of exploding. It was as if they were being observed by a transcendent existence, from an entirely different dimension, whose level and essence of life far surpassed their own. It was an unmatched power. What on earth could this be? The crowd aboard the flying vessel appeared somewhat flustered. Some mentally fragile cultivators even felt compelled to leap overboard in a frantic bid for survival. Even the disciples of the Yunqing sect turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, utterly bewildered by the source of this terror. They could only remain in place, casting pleading glances towards the front of the vessel at the equally astonished Saintess by Ximiao. However, this sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Within mere breaths, that supreme feeling vanished, as if devoured by the void, leaving no trace behind. There's no need for concern, everyone. It was likely just a powerful being passing through. The Disciple Recruitment Conference will proceed as usual. In another hour, the conference will conclude. So please make the most of your time, Bai Ximiao stated calmly, her expression betraying no sign of tension. Yet, her peripheral gaze remained fixed on the direction of the second secret chamber, Su Li's room. Her spiritual strength was already exceptional, surpassing that of many elders present. Though the source of the recent terrifying pressure eluded the crowd, she could vaguely sense that it emanated from the second chamber. It seemed you possess a secret unknown to others, Bai Ximiao mused. That transcendent aura was something she had only felt from the sect's revered divine weapon, and the foundational saints. Even though the pressure from those sacred beings was far greater than the feeling just experienced, the essence and depth of their roots seemed to pale in comparison. In comparison to the profound essence just displayed and the overwhelming pressure it emanated, even the most revered saints and their sacred artifacts seemed merely like insignificant trifles, hardly worthy of mention. How infuriating! What extraordinary fortune has that young man encountered to possess such a rare treasure? It is utterly vexing, even amidst the myriad realms. Such a possession is exceedingly precious. Meanwhile, within the depths of the soul, a chilling voice suddenly roared. Laden with palpable fear and disbelief regarding the object held by Su Li, Bai Si Miao let out a cold snort, redirecting her thoughts and exerting immense effort to suppress that sinister soul. Simultaneously, aboard the flying vessel, directed towards Su Li's chamber, her eyes widened in astonishment, and a flicker of anticipation ignited within her heart. She understood the profound nature of that soul, evidently. The secret that Su Li harbored was far more intricate than she had ever imagined. Chapter 70. I can also do it before long. Su Li ascended to the deck. The sight that greeted him was one of numerous figures seated in meditation, as all were distinguished prodigies hailing from various cities within the Guanghan domain, diligently immersed in their cultivation. However, the moment Su Li appeared, a ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. After all, he was renowned for his extraordinary talents. The crowd parted to create a pathway, refraining from obstructing Su Li's passage. In recent days, the apprentice recruitment in Yun City was nearing its conclusion, and several familiar figures had also gathered on the deck: Yi Liuli, Luo Qinghan, and Li Buwei. Although their talents were not the most exceptional, they were among the top echelon of their peers in Yun City, so their presence on the flying vessel was hardly surprising. "Brother Su Li," Yi Liuli exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she approached him directly. Gazing at Su Li, who exuded an aura of latent strength akin to a long-forgotten divine weapon, she smiled radiantly. "Brother Su Li, I have succeeded. Although I do not possess the extraordinary manifestation you do, I have been accepted into the Yunqing sect. I will strive to improve further." The prospect of joining the same sect as Su Li filled Yi Liuli with joy. In comparison to Yi Qing, the current Su Li felt like an elder brother to her, and simply standing before him brought her immense comfort. "Well done," Su Li replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Yi Liuli's hair, his eyes reflecting encouragement. Yi Liuli's innate talent was commendable, though in the original narrative, her essence had been significantly drained by Yi Qing, leading to a depletion of her potential. Now, having thwarted Yi Qing's sinister plot, if Yi Liuli devoted herself to her practice, she could very well emerge as a formidable force in the future. Ding. Yi Liuli is elated to join the same sect as the host, and has completely disregarded Yi Qing in her heart. The host gains 1,000 fortune points. Excellent. Another 1,000 points in fortune rewards. Su Li nodded in satisfaction. While it may not seem substantial, it was essentially a windfall. Accumulated over time, the amount would indeed become formidable. At that moment, Su Li sensed a piercing gaze. Turning, he found Luo Qinghan, clad in an ice-blue gown, her long legs strikingly attractive. Observing him intently, however, Su Li had no intention of greeting her. Their relationship was one of mutual benefit, and there was no necessity for excessive interaction. With that thought, Su Li proceeded toward the front of the flying vessel, finding a spacious spot alongside Yi Liuli, where they both sat down to meditate. Luo Qinghan watched as Su Li blatantly ignored her, her fists clenched tightly. It was one thing for Su Li to conceal his true depth, but given the multitude of events they had experienced together, it was disheartening for her to be so completely overlooked. A profound sense of defeat welled up within her. Although she had successfully ascended the dragon steps, her performance had been rather unremarkable, only slightly better than that of others, and she had not manifested any extraordinary signs. In comparison to Su Li, the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. There exists no basis for comparison between the two. Since Su Li chooses to disregard her, there is no need for her to present her warmth to a cold shoulder. However, as Luo Qinghan gazed into the distance, her eyes fell upon a young man, ordinary in appearance, seated in meditation. A flicker of deep resentment surfaced within her gaze. Yi Qing. In contrast to Su Li, this Yi Qing is far more contemptible. At the very least, her relationship with Su Li was one of mutual benefit, and in the end, Su Li genuinely cured her cold poison. Yet, Yi Qing had treated her with nothing but a utilitarian attitude from the very beginning. Upon discovering that she was no longer in her pristine state, he callously discarded her. If it were mere abandonment, she might comprehend it. However, what she cannot accept is that this despicable hypocrite, Yi Qing, never harbored any feelings for her whatsoever. Yi Qing. Luo Qinghan's gaze turned frigid. She would not forget Yi Qing's actions. Retribution would surely come in due time. With this thought in mind, she settled into meditation, emanating an icy aura that sent chills through those nearby. During this time, she had not remained in Yun City but had ventured beyond its borders, acquiring some fortuitous opportunities. Although these gains paled in comparison to the terrifying prodigies like Su Li, her combat prowess was nonetheless among the upper echelons within her realm. Only by enhancing her strength could she hope for a chance at vengeance in the future. Meanwhile, not far away, a rugged man, resembling a humanoid gorilla, fixated intently on the departing figures of Su Li and Yi Lu Li, his eyes bloodshot and fists clenched tightly. Why? Why did Yi Lu Li show such warmth towards Su Li? After all, he, Li Buwei, had endured countless hardships to finally board the flying vessel and become a disciple of Yunqing's sect. Everything he did was for Yi Lu Li. Yet, she did not come to offer him any comfort, but instead followed Su Li away. Perhaps Yi Lu Li had her own reasons. Li Buwei exhaled a heavy breath, his thoughts churning. After all, Su Li was extraordinarily powerful. The extraordinary phenomena suggested that the other prodigies aboard the vessel would not stand a chance against him one-on-one. It seemed likely that Yi Lu Li had been compelled by Su Li's overwhelming presence to follow him, all the while feeling deep resentment within. Yi Lu Li is in dire straits now. I must protect her. With this thought, Li Buwei clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes, yearning to rush over immediately and rescue Yi Lu Li. However, he soon shook his head in despair. He knew well his own limitations. How could he possibly contend with Su Li? Brother Yi Qing is still here. Perhaps he has a solution. After all, Yi Qing is also Su Li's elder brother, and undoubtedly knows Su Li far better than I do. With Yi Qing stepping in, it is quite possible that he could extract the resources held by Su Li, perhaps even share in his fortuitous opportunities. At that point, by leveraging Su Li's chances, I might just surpass him. A glimmer of ambition flickered in Li Buwei's eyes as he observed the retreating figures of Su Li and Yi Lu Li, silently encouraging himself. After all, Su Li was merely a mortal until recently. How could he possibly comprehend the intricacies of cultivation? Achieving such a remarkable level in such a brief period is nothing short of astonishing. The opportunities he has obtained must be extraordinary. Should I manage to seize them, my future accomplishments would undoubtedly far exceed those of Su Li. I can do this too. With this thought in mind, Li Buwei scanned the surroundings in search of Yi Qing's presence. Before long, a young man, sitting cross-legged in meditation and possessing an unremarkable appearance, came into view. A faint smile curled at the corners of Li Buwei's mouth as he approached. Chapter 71, Strength Test. Time passes. As dusk approaches, a multitude of figures gathers aboard the flying vessel, while the radiance of the Dragon Ascension steps in Cloud City gradually fades. Although many silhouettes still congregate below, the hour has come. They have attempted this numerous times before, only to be rejected by the steps due to their mediocre talents. At this moment, they can only lament the loss of the monumental opportunity to join the Yunqing sect. Alas, should I fail this time, I may never gain entrance to the gates of the Yunqing sect in my lifetime. Sighing, one might find solace in spending one's days in Cloud City. After all, being part of the Yunqing sect entails a life of relentless cultivation, and one might even find themselves embroiled in conflicts with top sects over resources beyond the Guanghan domain. For those who do not reach an exceedingly high realm, ordinary disciples become mere cannon fodder. Countless individuals beneath the Dragon Ascension steps console themselves, yet deep down, they all recognize that despite the myriad dangers, joining the Yunqing sect signifies access to a higher stage, abundant resources, and an irretrievable path in the realm of cultivation. Each heart harbors an insatiable desire to grow stronger. Mediocrity may be the fate of many, but not everyone possesses the terrifying talent of Su Li. Nevertheless, this time, the final phase of recruitment culminates in a test of combat prowess. Only those who meet the requisite standards and strength can truly join the Yunqing sect and become outer disciples. Those lacking in combat ability must settle for the role of auxiliary disciples, whose treatment is starkly inferior to that of their outer counterparts. It is likely that Su Li will emerge as the frontrunner. However, this is not certain, despite his astonishing talent. No one has witnessed the full extent of his true combat power. Some prodigies may possess commendable potential but lack the necessary combat experience to stand out. In contrast, I hold greater hopes for Li Wuyue. Though this little demoness can be quite infuriating, she is undeniably an exceptional anomaly, having carved her name from among the throngs of prodigies with remarkable prowess in practical combat. As for Yi Qing, although he previously ranked among the foremost prodigies in Cloud City, his character is rather lacking, and having sustained injuries has diminished his potential. Thus, he is not eligible to vie for the title of champion this time. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, some individuals ascend into the air, gazing at the multitude of figures aboard the flying vessel. While they may not have the chance to join the Yunqing sect, witnessing the battles of these prodigies will undoubtedly aid their own cultivation. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, Bai Ximiao observes the throngs below and the encroaching twilight. With a delicate wave of her pale hand and a subtle movement of her lips, it seems she is silently chanting an incantation. As she performs this gesture, the once resplendent light of the dragon ascension steps, suspended in the sky, gradually dims and vanishes, while a soft blue luminescent barrier envelopes the vessel, isolating it from the outside world. Even formidable beings at the pinnacle of power would find it impossible to breach this layer of defense. Having completed these actions, hundreds of prodigies from Cloud City below exhibit expressions of tension and excitement, their eyes reflecting a tapestry of complex emotions. They were all acutely aware that what lay ahead was an event that would profoundly impact their lives, the combat strength assessment. This was pivotal in determining their eligibility to become outer disciples and to enjoy greater opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Disciple Recruitment Conference in Cloud City has concluded successfully. Those who have ascended to the celestial vessel are all qualified to join our Yunqing sect. Meanwhile, those cultivators in Cloud City who did not reach the Dragon Ascension steps may still strive diligently. During the next recruitment by the Yunqing sect, they may find another chance to ascend. However, although you have attained the qualification to join the Yunqing sect, there exists a hierarchy among our disciples. In a quarter of an hour, we shall conduct a strength assessment. Those lacking sufficient power shall only qualify as servant disciples within the Yunqing sect. Bai Ximiao spoke with a calm demeanor, addressing the numerous prodigies below, detailing the necessary precautions. The crowd murmured with anticipation. For this practical test, I must showcase my true strength. Alas, the prohibition against using medicinal pills is regrettable. Otherwise, even at the cost of exhausting my cultivation and foundation, I would secure a position as an outer disciple without hesitation. This is only natural, for it is said that within the Yunqing sect, the disparity in resources between servant disciples and outer disciples is a staggering tenfold. Furthermore, outer disciples enjoy complementary access to numerous secret realms and treasures to aid their cultivation, while servant disciples must toil in menial tasks to earn contribution points, which can then be exchanged for access to those treasures and realms. Most importantly, upon entering the Yunqing sect, all disciples may select a primary cultivation method. The options available to outer disciples far surpass those of servant disciples, while inner disciples have even greater choices. As for the true inheritors, they can select from core methods. Core methods, at the very least, are those that lead directly toward the Holy Realm. Everyone was eager and ready to demonstrate their prowess. The allure of the outer disciples' benefits was simply too enticing to resist. Meanwhile, after Bai Ximiao concluded her briefing, her gaze lingered on Su Li for a moment longer than usual. Previously, she alone had sensed the anomaly emanating from the number 2 training chamber. Although she had inquired with the entity residing in her soul, that being was inherently adversarial to her. How could it possibly divulge Su Li's secrets? Thus, Bai Ximiao could only form simplistic conjectures. There were many mysteries surrounding Su Li. He might possess a secret treasure or have cultivated an extraordinary technique. A glimmer of curiosity flickered in Bai Ximiao's eyes, while she sought something from Su Li regarding her soul's concerns, which only he might be able to address. She was also tasked with the responsibility of recruiting exceptional disciples for the sect. Even if Su Li's talent was remarkable, authentic combat strength could not solely rely on innate gifts. There had been instances where disciples with first-rate anomalies were unable to defeat those with second-rate anomalies. The question lingered, could Su Li's displayed combat strength rival his innate talent? This was a shared thought among all present. Su Li casually sat cross-legged, while countless gazes were fixed upon him, their hearts brimming with questions regarding the performance he was about to unveil. Su Li is undoubtedly the most gifted individual in Yun City, and it is presumed that the spots for both outer and inner disciples would be easily within his grasp. However, it is worth noting that we have never heard of Su Li demonstrating his abilities before, despite his prior reputation as the foremost physician of Yun City. It is common knowledge that he was merely an ordinary mortal incapable of cultivation. Now, having advanced to such a remarkable level in such a short span of time, one wonders whether his strength can indeed match his extraordinary potential. Chapter 72. Liu Li must have been coerced. In the arena, a multitude of voices filled the air with speculation. Li Weiyue, Ji Chong, and other extraordinary talents had long since forged their formidable reputations, leaving no room for doubt regarding their combat prowess. After all, one was a demoness of the evil sect, while the other was a genuine prince. Their experiences far surpassed those of typical prodigies. Conversely, Sully had remained relatively obscure until today. No one could fathom how this previously unremarkable individual could achieve such an exceptional phenomenon, becoming the center of attention as an astounding genius. However, when compared to Li Wuyue and Ji Chong, Sully lacked any noteworthy accomplishments, which served as the foundation for the skepticism surrounding him. Sully, while his medical skills were commendable, no one had ever witnessed him engage in direct combat. It seemed likely that even with his newfound talents and strength, he would be at a loss on how to wield them effectively. One could surmise that if Brother Yi Qing possessed the same resources as Su Li, he could undoubtedly surpass Su Li tenfold. In a corner of the flying vessel, Li Buwei observed Su Li, a flicker of jealousy and envy surfacing in his eyes. His gaze shifted to Yi Liuli, who sat beside Su Li, and he clenched his fists in silence. Nearby, Yi Qing wore a congenial smile, exuding an air of gentlemanly grace. He chuckled softly and placed a reassuring hand on Li Buwei's shoulder. Do not concern yourself. Su Li has his own opportunities. As his older brother, I am genuinely pleased for him. However, should you fail to make any changes, Liu Li may very well be claimed by Su Li. Yet, in comparison to him, I hold greater faith in your ability to bring happiness to Liu Li. Though Yi Qing's words were adorned with eloquence as he regarded Li Buwei, a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes, his thoughts racing. Presently, Li Buwei was his sole subordinate. Yet, when juxtaposed with Su Li, Li Buwei appeared significantly lacking. For Su Li possessed an extraordinary phenomenon, a genius of utmost importance to the entire Yunqing sect. While Li Buwei's aptitude was decent, his potential was limited to that of an outer disciple. He could scarcely touch the threshold of inner discipleship. Unless one were an extraordinary prodigy, joining the Yunqing sect would merely place one among the ranks of ordinary disciples, anonymous unless fortune favored them, thereby achieving little distinction. Thus, his utility was quite limited. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to test Su Li's depth. After all, losing such a subordinate would not be a significant loss. How infuriating. This Su Li must have employed some underhanded means to coerce Liu Li. She has always held a deep affection for me. How could she possibly associate with Su Li? She is not the kind of woman who craves vanity or admires the strong. Her current actions must surely be the result of Su Li's manipulations. Li Buwei's eyes burned with rage as he gazed at Yi Liuli seated with Su Li, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails seemed poised to pierce his flesh. The physical pain paled in comparison to the icy despair that enveloped his heart, as if a multitude of ants were gnawing at his very soul. Beside him, Yi Qing observed Li Buwei's demeanor with a silent, mocking smile, yet his face wore a mask of concern for his subordinate. Buwei, do not take offense. With your current abilities, you pose no threat to Su Li. Even if Liu Li accompanies him, it is a situation beyond her control. However, if you desire to gain Liu Li's attention, why not showcase your true potential in the upcoming assessment? Show Su Li that you are not someone to be trifled with. Yi Qing encouraged subtly. But the strength assessment is exceedingly rigorous. What can I possibly achieve? Li Buwei scratched his head, feeling a mix of frustration and clarity regarding his own aptitude and strength, which were far from being a match for Su Li. Even without innate combat talent, Su Li's cultivation level and spiritual energy would easily overpower him. Alone, he feared that making a move against Su Li would lead to immediate capture by the enforcement disciples of Yunqing sect. Even if the sect were indifferent, Su Li could effortlessly resolve the situation. It was indeed a dilemma with no clear solution. If he acted rashly, he might find himself facing dire consequences. I have gleaned some insider knowledge about the practical assessments through discussions with other prodigies. Allow me to elaborate. Yi Qing and Li Buwei engaged in low conversation. Recently, after a telepathic exchange with Ji Chong, they had begun preliminary discussions, and it was evident that Ji Chong regarded Su Li as a formidable adversary. After all, the extraordinary phenomena surrounding Su Li posed a significant threat. Consequently, the two had struck an accord, with Ji Chong revealing numerous secrets regarding the Yunqing sect's assessments. Although the methods of practical evaluation varied with each recruitment by Yunqing sect, Ji Chong, being a person of a secular dynasty with profound heritage, had conducted extensive research on the sect's recruitment processes, with many records found in his family's archives. While it was impossible to predict the inner disciples' assessment details, they had gathered some information on the outer disciples' practical evaluations and discerned certain patterns and their vulnerabilities. At this moment, within the flying vessel, a blue luminescent membrane enveloped the entire craft, casting a soft azure hue over the light that filtered in from outside. In the chamber, The talented individuals who had boarded the vessel from Yun City were all brimming with energy, eager to excel in the forthcoming assessment and secure their places as outer disciples. It was said that the Yunqing sect was exceptionally stringent in its selection of outer disciples. From 10 candidates, only 2 or 3 would earn the coveted title, while the rest would be relegated to serving as miscellaneous disciples. Though there were instances of miscellaneous disciples rising to outer disciples and even ascending to inner disciples or true disciples over the millennia, such occurrences were exceedingly rare. The hope of achieving that was indeed minimal. Only through outstanding performance in the upcoming practical assessments could one access an abundance of resources and earn the right to reach the pinnacle of their potential. The crowd murmured among themselves. While the title of outer disciple may seem modest, history had shown that even those with unremarkable talents could ascend from the outer ranks to the inner sanctum, and even into the ranks of the holy sons. Yet all of this remains far beyond their reach. It could be said that outer sect disciples serve as the gateway to becoming formidable individuals, with resources tenfold that of the outer disciples. The various benefits they receive utterly overshadow those afforded to the outer disciples. Alas, one cannot help but envy those prodigies, Su Li, Li Wuyue, Ji Chong. Their status as outer sect disciples, or even inner sect disciples, seems all but assured. This practical test may merely be a formality. However, it is unwise to make assumptions. Even among prodigies, disparities exist. While these gifted individuals may navigate the practical test with ease, their performances will undoubtedly vary in quality. Should their performance fall short of expectations, it could displease the Yunqing sect, jeopardizing their eligibility for contention as inner sect disciples. Chapter 73. The Golden Man's Trial. Let us observe their forthcoming performances. The crowd buzzed with lively discussions. While meditating to attain their optimal states, they kept a watchful eye on the other prodigies in the arena. At this moment, Bai Simiao gazed downwards, noticing the multitude preparing below, and she gently nodded. With a graceful wave of her hand and a soft murmur, it seemed she was uttering some arcane runic incantation. As she pronounced the final spell, an earth-shattering roar erupted. The entire flying vessel trembled violently, and the blue aura enveloping it rippled like waves on water. In that instant, at the heart of the vessel, 2 enormous plazas, each measuring 1,000 meters in circumference, emerged. They radiated golden light, exuding an overwhelming and fervent aura. Potent golden runes spiraled around the periphery of the plazas, their presence immensely formidable. Between the 2 plazas, there was but a narrow gap, emanating a vast and majestic spiritual energy. At the center of each plaza stood 3 towering golden figures, each radiant and seemingly forged entirely from gold. Their expressions remained indistinct, shifting and contorting in the play of light and shadow, as if perpetually in flux. Their bodies were inscribed with intricate patterns, resembling countless array formations, shimmering with a rich spiritual essence that unabashedly exuded the aura of a peak transcendent being. This spectacle rendered all present wide-eyed with disbelief, their gazes transfixed upon the sprawling plazas and the elaborate engravings. Even a fleeting glance was enough to induce a sense of dizziness. They hailed from various prominent cities within the vast cold domain, where they were regarded as prodigies, yet none had ever encountered such a fearsome formation. Particularly, the 3 colossal golden figures emanated an aura as weighty as mountains, their peak transcendent presence unabashedly spreading in all directions. It is worth noting that even some city lords might not possess the cultivation of a peak transcendent. Yet, the Yunqing sect, merely employing these 3 peak transcendent figures for strength assessment, had summoned them as mere puppets. Instantly, the crowd felt an even deeper reverence for the Yunqing sect, especially the prodigies who had recently arrived from Yun City, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The might of the Yunqing sect signified the prosperity of the sect itself, and those who could become outer disciples would gain access to even greater resources. Su Li, Ji Chong, Li Wuyue, and other extraordinary prodigies observed the golden figures with grave expressions. The mere presence of these 3 peak transcendent beings was sufficient to annihilate all the prodigies aboard the flying vessel. The depth of the Yunqing sect's foundation was profoundly impressive. Truly, it stood as a behemoth force within the entire vast cold domain. These peak transcendent golden figures were merely instruments for recruiting new disciples and assessing strength. It is likely that only those who attain the great ability realm can hold any significant standing within the Yunqing sect. Meanwhile, not far away, in Yi Qing's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance ignited, and an overwhelming sense of exhilaration enveloped him. Indeed, as Ji Chong had surmised, this test relied upon these 3 golden figures. It is worth noting that the Yunqing sect conducts strength assessments at every city. each process varying, be it battling fierce beasts or competing against the esteemed disciples of the sect. The ultimate aim remains the same: to gauge the prowess of those aspiring to join the ranks of the Yunqing sect's elites. Among the array of tests, these 3 golden figures represent one of the most formidable challenges, particularly unfriendly to the prodigies of Yin City. However, Yi Qing nodded in satisfaction, casting a glance at his companion, Li Buwei. Buwei, did you observe? As anticipated, these golden figures are indeed tasked with the evaluation. Nevertheless, I must advise you, my brother. While you seek to prove your worth and liberate Lu Li from Su Li's clutches, do remain vigilant for your own safety. Should you proceed recklessly, it may lead to your own detriment. A hint of concern graced Yi Qing's countenance, as if he genuinely cared for Li Buwei's well-being. My brother need not worry. Even if I were to act upon what I just mentioned, I could easily disguise it as an accident. Should Su Li detect any irregularities, he would never dare confront me openly. After all, we have trained together and served the Yi family in unison. If he were to strike at me, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. I shall ensure he swallows this bitter fruit, regardless of my status as an outer disciple. Li Buwei's rugged visage twitched slightly, especially upon catching sight of Yi Lu Li's silhouette, a fierce determination igniting within him. If he could not grow stronger himself, could he not at least bring Su Li down to his level? In that case, not only would he earn rewards from Yi Qing, but he might also gain resources from other mysterious prodigies. Perhaps he could even surpass Su Li. Yi Lu Li would surely be his. Clenching his fists, Li Buwei steeled himself. At this moment, aboard the flying vessel, the atmosphere was electric. The prodigies of Yun City, upon learning the secret of the golden figures, displayed expressions of dismay. Alas, why does our Yun City face such misfortune? The strength test has drawn one of the most challenging options. It feels as though we are being driven to our doom. Yet, it cannot be said in such a manner. After all, the Yunqing sect has always treated everyone fairly. As long as one demonstrates sufficient combat prowess, they can become an outer disciple, albeit the test is rather arduous. A chorus of voices erupted as the crowd debated. At the front of the vessel, Bai Simiao, clad in flowing white attire, stood upon a high platform, her demeanor as cool and ethereal as a celestial being. Esteemed prodigies, the time has come for the trial of the golden figures. Our Yunqing sect has prepared 2 arenas, each featuring 6 pinnacle puppets of the divine transformation realm. However, there is no need for concern. These puppets bear intricate formations inscribed upon them. Once you enter the arena, they will automatically adjust to match your level of cultivation based on the aura you emit. As long as you can endure in the presence of the puppets for the duration of a single incense stick, you shall be granted the status of an outer disciple. Should you manage to defeat 1 or more puppets within that time, you will earn the opportunity to vie for a place among the inner disciples. The selection process for inner disciples and true transmission disciples will take place after our recruitment concludes, under the guidance of the sect leader and esteemed elders upon our return to Yunqing sect. Bai Simiao's words were gentle, imbued with spiritual energy, allowing all the cultivators in the square to hear her clearly. Chapter 74. The test commences above. Bai Simiao stood quietly. On this flying vessel, only a rudimentary evaluation could be conducted, designed to differentiate between the disciples of menial status and those of the outer sect. It was only upon returning to the sect that the conditions would suffice for the selection of inner disciples and true inheritors. Simultaneously, her autumn-like eyes gazed down at the numerous prodigies below, momentarily lingering on Su Li. At this moment, the atmosphere below had already erupted with fervor. Are we to engage in combat of the same realm? Murmured the young talents from Yun City. Except for a select few, most were drenched in sweat. Their opponents could be equated to 3 prodigies of the same level. Moreover, these golden figures were originally at the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Even when suppressed to match their own cultivation, they were still grounded in the foundation of the divine power realm. Though their combat strength might not be formidable within the same realm, the weight of their cultivation posed a significant challenge. While merely enduring for the duration of an incense stick was sufficient to attain the status of an outer sect disciple, sustaining that for even such a brief period proved to be no easy feat. The crowd shook their heads, engaging in fervent discussions. Some hastily rummaged through their belongings to find various temporary enhancement pills, while others exhibited a glint of determination in their eyes, clutching pills capable of temporarily elevating their cultivation, ready to consume them once they entered the fray. Though these pills would undoubtedly impact their foundational strength, the prospect of the advantages granted by outer sect discipleship rendered such concerns trivial. The other prodigies, having completed their evaluations, cast cold glances at the performance of the Yun City participants. Ji Chong, adorned in a dragon robe and exuding an air reminiscent of royalty, revealed a faint smirk. How could Yunqing sect possibly leave such an obvious flaw? Even if they consumed pills to temporarily enhance their cultivation. The strength of the golden puppets within the arena would also rise in tandem, leaving no room for exploitation. To attain the status of an outer disciple, one could only rely on their own foundation and combat prowess. As for Li Wuyue, Yi Qing, and Su Li, their expressions remained composed, as prodigies of exceptional talent. The title of an outer disciple was but a triviality within their grasp. It was only upon entering Yunqing sect and contending for the positions of inner disciples and true inheritors that their true abilities would come into play. The sole distinction lay in this test. Who could present a more remarkable performance and demonstrate combat skills commensurate with their innate talent? Li Wuyue, clad in a black gauzy dress, narrowed her phoenix eyes as she gazed at Su Li, lightly biting her silver teeth. Although Su Li surpassed her in innate talent, she possessed her own confidence in practical combat, having carved her reputation through countless battles. After all, Su Li had seldom ventured beyond Yin City, let alone engaged in combat with other prodigies. This time, Su Li, I shall surely leave you astounded and make you regret your past actions towards me, Li Wuyue thought, her heart brimming with resolve as she clenched her fists. As long as one demonstrates sufficient combat prowess, the prospect of surpassing Su Li in the future is not entirely out of reach. The quota for true disciples is not exclusively bestowed upon Su Li. One possesses the qualification to compete as well. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's countenance remained composed as he observed Su Li, a hint of coldness flickering in his gaze. Beside him, Li Buwei, though consumed by anxiety, wore an expression of resolute determination, brimming with enthusiasm, ready to seize the moment. At that instant, Bai Simiao softly announced from above that the test was officially commencing. The distinguished talents need not be alarmed. The test puppets had been ensnared within a formation. Should anyone voluntarily concede or lose their combat capabilities, the puppets would cease their assault. However, such actions would relegate them to the role of servant disciples. There was no need for concern. They were encouraged to give their all. As Bai Simiao's words resonated, relief washed over the gathered crowd. Previously apprehensive about being overwhelmed by their adversaries, they now felt unencumbered. Some bolder individuals gradually advanced towards the arena. To dare was to win. In the moment they entered, 3 indistinct figures radiating golden light materialized, their eyes sparkling with vitality. The overwhelming aura surrounding them gradually condensed to the level of the second realm of the void-breaking stage. The spectators nodded in approval. As long as they were of equal standing, there was still a chance to fight. In the next heartbeat, the 3 golden figures transformed into dazzling beams of light, swiftly appearing before the challenger. Their fists, the size of cauldrons, were adorned with intricate patterns, exuding an indomitable aura. In an instant, a bloodied figure was sent hurtling backward, soaring over 100 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His hands hung limply, seemingly shattered. As he coughed up blood, his unwilling gaze fixated on the 3 golden figures before him. With a roll of his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, absorbing the grim scene with bated breath. Although the challenger was of middling strength among the elite of Cloud City, having attained the second realm of the void-breaking stage with a solid foundation, he had been unable to endure even for a few fleeting moments. These puppets were truly formidable. Concern flickered in the eyes of the crowd as they shook their heads gently. The combat capability of these puppets surpassed that of their peers at the same level. How could one possibly contend against them? Wang Lin, challenge failed. You are now designated as a servant disciple, an elder of the Yunqing sect, with hair as white as snow, stated blandly from the periphery of the arena. Following this, several cultivators clad in azure robes, bearing the insignia of the Yunqing sect, entered the arena to carry away the unconscious challenger and attend to his injuries. Despite his grievous wounds, however, for the Yunqing sect, it posed no significant dilemma. After a period of treatment, one could recover completely. While nursing their wounds, a dark and unremarkable token was placed into his hand, signifying his status as a servant disciple. The elder of Yunqing sect continued, gazing at the crowd in Yin City, stating that if no one entered within a quarter of an hour, all present would forfeit their identities as outer disciples. Instantly, some hesitated, willingly relinquishing their claims. After all, among the elite of Yin City, they were merely the lowest tier, inferior even to the freshly tested Wang Lin. To proceed to the test now would only exacerbate their injuries and lead to further humiliation. Meanwhile, those who held confidence in their abilities gritted their teeth and strode directly towards the square. Chapter 75. Yi Qing takes action. Time flows inexorably. The sky darkens further. Yet, aboard the flying vessel, a vibrant scene unfolds. illuminated by brilliant lights. The golden patterns of the formation in the plaza resemble miniature suns, casting a radiant glow that transforms the entire vessel into a realm of daylight. Within the plaza, a steady stream of prodigies from Cloud City enters. Most, however, barely endure a few breaths before being violently expelled. Only a handful manage to withstand the trial for a full incense stick's duration, earning their places as outer disciples. Though they emerge battered and bruised, their eyes shine with an unmistakable brilliance, their spirits invigorated. The coveted status of outer disciples is finally within their grasp. Yet even now, among the hundreds of prodigies in Cloud City, merely 30 have secured their places as outer disciples, while none have succeeded in defeating the golden figures to qualify for inner disciple status. What is the rush? Su Li, Li Wu Yu, and Yi Qing have yet to make their moves. Once they do, victory will surely be certain. Is there even a possibility of failure for them? After all, these golden figures are truly terrifying. I consider my own cultivation decent, yet enduring even a single incense stick's duration is a perilous endeavor, heavily reliant on luck. Do not allow your narrow perspective to underestimate these talents. Their strength is beyond our comprehension. In the arena, the prodigies from Cloud City engage in fervent discussions, with nearly every participant bearing some form of injury. Brother Su Li, when will you take action? Yi Lu Li, her skirt stained with a hint of blood and weariness etched upon her face, radiates excitement, a smile perpetually gracing her lips as she stands beside Su Li. She too participated in the trial, narrowly escaping with her life, yet successfully secured her place as an outer disciple. Patience, Su Li replies with a light chuckle, affectionately ruffling Yi Lu Li's hair. He has recently integrated a piece of phoenix blood crimson gold within the Yan Huang Thunder Marsh, subtly altering the weight and feel of the entire marsh, its might now magnified beyond its previous limits. For now, he must familiarize himself with this newfound power to unleash his most formidable combat prowess. Observing carefully, Su Li notes that among every 10 prodigies from Cloud City, only one earns the title of outer disciple. The rest serve merely as supporting greenery. A ruthless trial indeed. Furthermore, that Luo Qing Han, for reasons unknown, exhibits strength second only to the prodigies of extraordinary phenomena, even managing to inflict slight damage upon a puppet. Though her injuries are minor and the puppet quickly self-repairs, she remains one of the standout performers. However, Su Li remains indifferent. Perhaps the butterfly effect of his alterations to the narrative has shifted Luo Qing Han's mindset and strength trajectory significantly from the original tale. Yet she poses no threat to him. At that moment, Yi Qing stirs. Yi Qing takes action. What a remarkable occurrence. Today marks the first time that an extraordinary prodigy has taken the stage in person. Although the extent of Yi Qing's capabilities remains uncertain, it provides us with an opportunity to witness the true prowess of these exceptional beings. Even if Yi Qing may be perceived as a hypocrite, his formidable strength is undeniable. Presently, he stands at the 7th level of the void-breaking realm, yet within this tier, his combat prowess is undoubtedly among the elite. Instantaneously, a wave of commotion ripples through the crowd. All eyes are fixed upon the seemingly ordinary young man, whose eyes twinkle like stars. As he strides purposefully towards a designated square, his aura is as imposing as towering mountains, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite his pale complexion that suggests fragility, the sound of sword chants resonates around him, emanating an overwhelming and sharp energy. Yi Qing's emergence has undeniably stirred the other prodigies from various cities gathered in the square, as well as the attention of disciples and elders from Yunqing's sect. Even the Prince Ji Chong, who had been disinterestedly meditating, opens his eyes to scrutinize Yi Qing. They must regard this individual with utmost seriousness, for he is the first prodigy from Yun City to take action, albeit a second-tier prodigy. His true strength remains shrouded in mystery. Before long, Yi Qing stands at the center of the square, sword in hand, his expression composed. Before him, 3 puppets suddenly radiate an immense pressure, each at the 7th level of the void-breaking realm. Instantly, the square is illuminated with a golden light, interspersed with numerous sharp sword energies. Yi Qing and the 3 golden puppets move with lightning speed, the sounds of metallic clashes echoing like the ringing of hammers on iron. The force of this confrontation is nothing short of terrifying. Though Yi Qing is merely a second-tier prodigy, his performance and combat abilities have reached their zenith, with his actual fighting strength far surpassing that of a typical second-tier prodigy, even allowing him to stand shoulder to shoulder with those of the first tier. At this moment, as the spectators behold Yi Qing engaging in battle, they collectively gasp in astonishment. The elder from Yunqing's sect, with hair as white as snow, narrows his eyes slightly. Yi Qing's display has exceeded their expectations. What incredible fortune has befallen Yun City to produce such remarkable talents? If Yi Qing exhibits such prowess, what heights can the likes of Li Wuyue and Su Li possibly attain? As time passes, every eye in attendance remains fixated on the unfolding battle in the square, and Bai Ximiao nods gently in acknowledgement. This Yi Qing, while perhaps lacking in innate talent, possesses an abundance of combat experience. With proper guidance, he could undoubtedly blossom into a formidable figure. Meanwhile, on another square, an unremarkable prodigy from Yun City receives no attention whatsoever. As the incense burns down to its end, Yi Qing sheaths his sword with a resounding clang. Before him, the three battered puppets collapse weakly to the ground, their golden glow significantly dimmed. Resembling victims of a devastating defeat, the arena falls into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the venerable elder of the Yunqing sect, with hair and beard as white as snow, spoke with astonishment. Yun City's prodigy, Yi Qing, has vanquished 3 formidable puppets within the span of a single incense stick. He has thus earned the status of both an outer and inner disciple, as well as the eligibility to vie for the position of an inner sect disciple and the privilege of a true inheritor. As he spoke, he extended a silver-white token towards Yi Qing, who had just emerged from the square, his eyes gleaming with admiration. It is noteworthy that, though the Yunqing sect had previously accepted prodigies of second-tier anomalies, their displayed prowess during assessments paled in comparison to that of Yi Qing. Throughout the annals of the Yunqing sect, there are scarcely a handful of second-tier anomaly prodigies who have managed to defeat 3 golden puppets. Some of these individuals have even surpassed the achievements of first-tier and even exceptional anomaly masters. Yi Qing is indeed destined to defy the heavens. Should Su Li and Li Wuyue falter in their forthcoming performances, the title of Yun City's foremost genius may once again revert to Yi Qing. Chapter 76. Li Wuyue. Thank you. Yi Qing accepted the token, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although his foundational strength had suffered damage, he still possessed a prior level of insight and combat experience, rendering his true prowess far superior to that of a mere second-rate prodigy. Had his foundation remained intact, even a first-rate prodigy would be but a trivial challenge for him, perhaps even allowing him to contend with an exceptional prodigy. As Yi Qing made his way back, all the young talents from Cloud City quietly parted to allow him passage. Despite Yi Qing's fade of a hypocrite, he undeniably possessed genuine strength. This Yi Qing. Li Wuyue murmured softly, a flicker of urgency appearing in her eyes. If she could not surpass Yi Qing, how could she hope to catch up to Su Li? Resolving this, she rose and headed towards the 2 squares. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a buzz, their eyes fixed on Li Wuyue with palpable anticipation. Just moments ago, Yi Qing had demonstrated extraordinary prowess. What level of prowess would Li Wuyue unveil? Discussions erupted among the onlookers, with voices overlapping. If Li Wuyue performed at a standard level, it would be acceptable, yet should she fall short of Yi Qing, it seemed that only Su Li would remain as a worthy rival. The members of Yunqing sect also regarded the advancing Li Wuyue with solemn expressions. The elder with white hair and beard gently stroked his beard, a glimmer of anticipation shimmering in his gaze. If Yi Qing was this formidable, how powerful could Li Wuyue, who hailed from the same city, be? Should they also emerge as a paragon within their respective realms, it was likely that Yunqing sect would prioritize Cloud City as a focus of attention. After all, a city that produced 3 prodigies was indeed a remarkable phenomenon, even within the entirety of the vast cold domain. At that moment, amidst the throng, Su Li remained seated in meditation with closed eyes. Beside him, Yi Liuli appeared somewhat bored, her expression growing indignant at the remarks regarding Yi Qing's impressive strength. Brother Su Li, when will you participate in the test? Those people even dare to say you might not surpass Yi Qing. It's utterly intolerable. Yi Liuli clenched her fists. Were it not for the multitude of onlookers, she would have surely confronted them to establish who the true foremost prodigy was. Patience. Su Li chuckled softly, ruffling Yi Liuli's hair and gently shaking his head. He had nearly synchronized with Yan Huang and Lei Zhe, needing only to solidify his mastery over the previously fused phoenix blood and crimson gold to unleash even greater combat strength. At the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, he could manifest spiritual energy comparable to that of the divine ability realm. For now, he would observe how Li Wuyue fared. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Li Wuyue step onto the square, her aura surging like an ocean, embodying the essence of a fearsome sorceress. Meanwhile, on another square, another prodigy struggled valiantly against the onslaught of 3 golden puppets, managing to hold his ground for nearly the duration of a joss stick's burning. Yet, under the radiance of Li Wuyue, she attracted little attention. At this moment, Clad in a flowing black gauze gown, Li Wuyue strode confidently into the plaza. An overwhelming surge of demonic energy swirling menacingly behind her, as if attempting to shroud everything in darkness. The aura she exuded rose steadily, reaching the zenith of the void-breaking realm, even hinting at a potential breakthrough into the divine transformation realm. Before her, 3 golden puppets unleashed a terrifying power, their eyes flickering with newfound vitality, instantly ascending to the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Boom! The plaza was instantly enveloped in an endless golden light, which simultaneously erupted with tumultuous demonic energy, intertwining in a chaotic dance, while an intoxicating essence of spiritual energy surged outward in all directions. Surrounding them, sounds akin to the clashing of gold and iron echoed in the air. With her hands unarmed, Li Wuyue fervently formed seals, unleashing powerful spells that bombarded the golden figures, each strike resonating like a tremor through the earth. Even those standing on the deck of the flying vessel could feel the subtle vibrations beneath their feet. Who was this Li Wuyue? Observing her intricate spellcasting, one couldn't help but wonder if she had mastered the formidable heavy abyss demonic art, a pathway that leads directly to the sacred realm. Even within the Yunqing sect, such knowledge is cherished and meticulously safeguarded. It was astonishing to witness her attain such profound mastery. Truly, she was a prodigy of exceptional phenomena, far surpassing Yi Qing. In the arena, onlookers were transfixed by Li Wuyue, their hearts brimming with awe. Any prior admiration for Yi Qing had been cast aside. Indeed, a first-rate phenomenon is a first-rate phenomenon. Yi Qing, with his second-rate distinction, despite his commendable performance, could not even hope to compete. And if Li Wuyue was this formidable, one could only imagine the sheer terror that Su Li must embody. As time passed, with the 3 resplendent golden puppets crashing to the ground, Li Wuyue stepped steadily from the plaza, her demonic aura awe-inspiring. Those of weaker cultivation felt an indescribable weight pressing upon them as they drew near. Li Wuyue, the paragon of Yun City, had within half a stick of incense defeated 3 puppets, earning the outer sect disciple token and qualifying for the inner sect and true disciples. Nearby, an elder with snow-white hair gently presented the token to Li Wuyue, gazing at her in scathed form, even her breath steady, with an uncontainable admiration in his eyes. Although Li Wuyue had only taken half the time compared to Yi Qing, the disparity in their strength was not merely a matter of multiples. Each moment saved demanded an exceedingly rigorous standard, and Li Wuyue had reached the limits of a first-rate phenomenon. Furthermore, the prince who had previously held a first-rate distinction might not have achieved such mastery. Meanwhile, the illustrious youths of Yun City, upon witnessing the return of Yi Qing, felt their reverence wane, replaced now by a hint of mockery. I must say, although Yi Qing has demonstrated commendable performance, how could he possibly compare to true prodigies like Su Li and Li Wuyue? Perhaps in the past, it was feasible, but following his injury, his current prowess has plummeted significantly, and he has long lost his invincible resolve. When Su Li takes action, one can only imagine the resentment that will brew within Yi Qing. Previously, Su Li was merely his subordinate, yet now, not only does Su Li's talent surpass his own, but even his combat skills have eclipsed Yi Qing's. It is truly laughable that Yi Qing once considered himself Su Li's elder brother. In the arena, the crowd murmured softly. However, how could all of this escape Yi Qing's notice? One could see the veins subtly appearing in Yi Qing's eyes, and his fists were clenched tightly. Chapter 77. Yet again, Su Li. Once more it is Su Li. During this period, it seems as though he has been living under the shadow of Su Li. In every endeavor, he finds himself compelled to draw comparisons with Su Li, and even the recently surpassed Li Wuyue hardly incites any resentment within him. However, this time, he is once again being used as a topic of conversation, particularly in comparison to Su Li, which drives him to the brink of madness. Su Li, your time of triumph is fleeting. Yi Qing cast a brooding glance at Su Li in the distance, his heart steeling with determination. Should that plan succeed, Su Li will not only suffer, but will be stripped of his advantages. Even if he manages to secure a place as an outer disciple, he would be forced to reveal most of his hidden cards, thereby losing any chance to seize the initiative in the future inner disciple recruitment. Moreover, if the plan unfolds as intended, Su Li may not even attain the status of an outer disciple, relegated instead to the role of a mere servant disciple. Even though he has the backing of Bai Simiao and connections that could elevate him beyond the status of a servant disciple, can Bai Simiao dare to openly grant Su Li any favors in front of so many witnesses? As long as he can delay Su Li's progress, it would be a victory for him. Beside him, Li Wuyue wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Su Li, ever ready to act. This plan is of utmost importance to him. If successful, even if he faces punishment and is relegated to a servant disciple, the rewards from Brother Yi Qing and other prodigies will afford him a life more opulent than that of inner disciples. Liuli, wait for me. I will ensure you break free from your shackles. I wish to show you that I, Li Wuwei, am the one deserving of your lifelong trust. Observing Yi Liuli's closeness to Su Li, Li Wuwei clenched his fists quietly, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Ding! The host has incited strong jealousy from Yi Qing and Li Wuwei, gaining 2,000 fortune points. Wasn't it Li Wuwei who was being tested just now? Why are they envious of me? Su Li's expression remained calm as he gently shook his head. Although he could not fathom the thought processes of Yi Qing and Li Wuwei, he had unexpectedly gained 2,000 fortune points, which could be considered a windfall. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant. Li Wuwei, the brutish fool, and Yi Qing, the hypocrite, may very well conspire against him from the shadows. While he harbored no fear, he knew it wise to stay alert and avoid any potential pitfalls. At this moment, Li Wuwei gracefully approached Su Li and, noticing Yi Liuli by his side, slightly furrowed her brow. However, she said nothing, merely lifting her head proudly towards Su Li. Su Li, when will you make your move? If you cannot slay the 3 puppets within the span of a single incense stick, I shall look down upon you. I have no intention of relinquishing the position of the first prodigy of Yun City to you. Li Wuwei spoke with a nonchalant tone. Beside her, Yi Liuli clenched her teeth, regretting her own lack of power, feeling utterly voiceless in the presence of a prodigy like Li Wuwei. At this moment, all eyes aboard the flying vessel were fixed upon Su Li. Yi Qing and Li Wuwei have both completed the test, demonstrating extraordinary prowess. Yi Qing's performance is remarkably exceptional, rivaling the talents of the first-tier anomalies, while Li Wuwei is even more terrifying, exuding an overwhelming demonic aura and surpassing the limits of his innate abilities in true combat strength. Compared to the prodigies from other cities, the exceptional talents emerging from this humble Yun city are nothing short of monstrous. Although it is said that Su Li was merely a physician with little combat experience prior, others cannot help but feel a glimmer of confidence in him. After all, if the other two are so formidable, he, as Yun city's hidden gem, cannot possibly be lacking in strength. On the high platform of the flying vessel, Bai Simiao, clad in white, gazes intently downward. Su Li's current performance will determine his eligibility for the coveted position of true disciple and will dictate the future attention bestowed upon him by the Yunqing sect. Should Su Li falter, even as a special tier anomaly, the sect may reduce his cultivation resources accordingly. Conversely, an outstanding performance would lead to increased investment. This is the nature of the Yunqing sect. To obtain something, one must demonstrate commensurate strength. At this moment, Su Li's previously closed eyes suddenly open, erupting with 2 beams of brilliance. Within their depths, flames rage fiercely, intertwined with countless dark purple bolts of lightning. The once smooth skin on his neck reveals faint, interwoven patterns of red and lightning, emanating an awe-inspiring and terrifying presence. Ignoring Li Wuwei's provocation, Su Li rises and strides quietly toward the square. Su Li has moved. The special tier anomaly, Su Li, what kind of performance will he exhibit? Will he be able to slay 3 puppets within the span of a joss stick's burning time? Or perhaps an even less? As Su Li stands, the crowd aboard the flying vessel erupts in excitement, all eyes fixated on him, voices buzzing with speculation. Finally, after a long wait, he has taken action. Beside Yi Qing, Li Wuwei's eyes gleam with exhilaration, his spirit soaring as if invigorated by a surge of energy. A mocking smile stretching across his lips. Su Li is currently basking in glory. Soon, however, he shall witness the depths of his own humiliation. Wuwei, exercise caution. If you sense that you cannot contend, retreat immediately. Do not recklessly endanger your life. Yi Qing advises, his tone laced with concern. Yet, his eyes betray no warmth. Casting a lifeless gaze upon Li Wuwei. This fool is merely a pawn. Should my plan succeed, Su Li, with Bai Simiao's backing, will not offer Li Wuwei any rewards. Contemplating this, a smirk graces Yi Qing's lips. Without any cost to himself, he could thoroughly vex Su Li, making him pay a price he would never forget. Moreover, the cultivation resources promised to Li Wuwei might just be something he could appropriate for himself under the guise of his elder brother's name. After all, if Li Wuwei does not survive, those promised resources will rightfully belong to him. Do not fret, my brother. I shall ensure that Su Li pays the price he deserves, allowing Lu Li to comprehend who truly merits a lifetime of devotion. Li Wuwei's rugged visage bore a hint of intensity, his thick beard quivering slightly. As he observed Su Li's retreating figure, An expression of resolute courage enveloped him. After bidding farewell to Yi Qing, he stealthily trailed behind Su Li, appearing as though he intended to accompany him to the practical assessment. After all, Su Li had delayed his departure slightly, and those due to participate in the test had already completed their evaluations. The squares now lay desolate, providing an opportune backdrop for their scheme. Truly, a fortuitous opportunity had presented itself. A glimmer of determination flickered in Li Buwei's eyes as he strode towards one of the squares. Chapter 78. The unyielding rooster and the fragile dog. Su Li walked slowly, emanating a presence as profound as the ocean, though meticulously restrained. Those around him could discern that, despite the subtlety of his aura and energy, a careful gaze would reveal a depth akin to staring into an abyss, evoking an indescribable sense of dread. It felt as though, under this overwhelming force, all present would be effortlessly obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Indeed, Su Li was a prodigy of exceptional distinction. His cultivation and aura surpassed even Li Wuyue, leaving Yi Qing far behind. The crowd murmured in anticipation, eager to witness Su Li's performance. Yet, amidst their focus, a seemingly inconspicuous figure stealthily emerged from the shadows, unnoticed as it slipped into another plaza. With hundreds of talents in Yun City, only 3 exceptional figures truly commanded attention. However, both Yi Qing and the prince clad in the dragon robe shared a knowing smile, their eyes reflecting a gleeful anticipation. Should Li Buwei succeed, then Su Li would either meet his demise or suffer greatly. In the ensuing competition among the true disciples, they hoped to eliminate their formidable foe early, with the investment being merely a promise of resources. As for Li Buwei, he was but a waste, yet to even reach the realm of breaking void, hardly worthy of their concern. At the same time, Su Li had indeed noticed the scheming Li Buwei. Nevertheless, his aura had reached its zenith, placing him in an optimal state. Even the most devious plots would crumble before absolute strength. Boom. As Su Li stepped into the plaza, the air, saturated with spiritual energy, erupted with a tremendous roar. Invisible waves of force surged outward in all directions. Crimson and violet patterns danced wildly across his form, drawing in a copious amount of fire and lightning elemental energy, which crackled audibly. Sparks and thunder cascaded around him, making Su Li appear as a divine being of fire and lightning against the somber night. Simultaneously, across from Su Li, 3 twisted golden puppets sprang to life, their eyes suddenly ablaze with boundless golden light. The dense spiritual energy surrounding them surged like a vast ocean, exuding an aura of terrifying might. As they rose with a thunderous sound, their golden patterns seemed to animate, twisting and intertwining in the air, with waves of spiritual power rippling outward. Nearer to the plaza, cultivators of lesser strength turned pale, their faces drained of color under the immense pressure. They felt as if their hearts were gripped tightly by an unseen hand, on the verge of bursting. This sense of oppression was unparalleled, surpassing even that of Yi Qing and Li Wuyue, having reached the pinnacle of the breaking void realm, merely a step away from the domain of divine powers. Su Li, despite previously exhibiting an impressive aura, has surprisingly tempered some of his momentum. Judging by the strength of the 3 puppets, it is clear that Su Li has reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. It is likely that he is not far from transcending into the divine passage realm. A true monster, indeed. Su Li's innate talent stands unrivaled in the entirety of Cloud City, and his cultivation places him at the zenith of this realm. Outside the plaza, spectators engaged in animated discussions. Whether they hailed from Cloud City or other domains, be they prodigies or disciples and elders of the Yunqing sect, all eyes were fixed intently upon the scene. That proud and extraordinary figure, under the weight of such a formidable presence, compelled everyone to hold their breath in anticipation. However, while Su Li's strength is formidable, it also signifies that his adversaries are equally powerful. These are 3 puppets on the verge of breaking into the divine passage realm. It remains to be seen how Su Li will perform. Furthermore, this trial is time-sensitive. Should Su Li fail to vanquish all 3 puppets within the span of a single incense stick, his evaluation would still fall short of Li Wuyue's. After all, this assessment focuses solely on the prowess of prodigies within the same realm, rather than determining who possesses the greater strength. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Li maintained a calm demeanor. Suddenly, the 3 puppets vanished, as if transformed into beams of golden light, instantaneously materializing before him. Their golden, resplendent fists grew larger in Su Li's vision, exuding an aura of terror, accompanied by a piercing wind that distorted the very light around them. Yet, a crackling sound erupted in the air, and Su Li was enveloped in a surge of lightning. Boundless, dark purple bolts of thunder wrapped around him, augmenting his speed to an unprecedented level, allowing him to vanish from sight and reappear behind the three puppets in an instant. His velocity was easily tenfold that of the puppets. Simultaneously, a vibrant crimson flame erupted from both of Su Li's fists, laced with dark purple lightning, resembling two miniature suns that captivated the attention of all present. In the vastness of the night, they shone with unparalleled brilliance. Fire and lightning, traditionally the two most potent elements of attack, when fused, surpassed the simplicity of mere addition. Su Li's expression remained serene, his gaze indifferent as he observed the exposed weaknesses of the three puppets. His fists, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space, struck the golden figure with devastating force. An overwhelming torrent of thunderfire energy pervaded the entire area, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that rippled through the surroundings. With a resounding crash, the golden figure's chest underwent a cataclysmic transformation, and its thrashing body was propelled away at an even swifter pace than before. As for the remaining golden figure, before it could even turn around, Su Li unleashed a powerful kick. Behold the might, which surpasses even the formidable power of the preceding dual fists. With a resounding crash, three golden figures descended upon the square, creating enormous, gaping craters. The energy that Su Li had just unleashed had yet to dissipate, causing fierce flames to erupt within the depths of the pit, accompanied by crackling dark purple lightning that danced violently. This relentless onslaught inflicted tremendous damage upon the three golden beings. Meanwhile, Su Li floated gracefully in the air, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that he had indeed prepared excessively. At present, Su Li's combat prowess, at the same level, would find none but the most extraordinary of talents a worthy adversary. Even the three puppets, reaching the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, were rendered as fragile as mere clay figurines in Su Li's hands, utterly defenseless. Chapter 79. A collective shock indeed. The Nine Turns mysterious Yang technique, the supreme combat method, the heavy abyss demon technique, and the extreme thunderbolt. For an ordinary prodigy, even mastering a single one of these arts would be an extraordinary fortune. Yet, these formidable techniques are all conjoined within Su Li, rendering him exceedingly terrifying. Furthermore, he possesses the thunderstorm body and the infernal prison body, both of which are brimming with potential. He need not even reveal the flame radiance thunder sea. These golden figures are utterly no match for him. Outside the arena, an eerie silence prevails. All are rendered speechless, gazing in awe at Su Li. Among them, some of the less resolute prodigies tremble slightly at the sight of Su Li, who hovers mid-air, commanding thunder and flames. The notion of resisting him has vanished entirely from their minds, as their spirits have been shattered by the force of Su Li's dual fists. How could they hope to catch up? Even if they were to devote their entire lives, they might never reach such heights, let alone aspire to attain the path of greatness. Moreover, observing Su Li's current demeanor, unflustered and unperturbed, even without drawing a weapon, clearly indicates that he has yet to approach his limits. Li Wuyue, draped in a flowing black gauze gown, rests her delicate, jade-like wrist against her cheek, her expression tinged with bitterness as she gazes at Su Li. His performance is utterly disheartening. This individual always manages to eclipse the brilliance of others at their moment of triumph, and this time, the recruitment event in Yun City has become nothing but a backdrop for Su Li. Even her own pride has been thoroughly crushed by his display. If she finds herself so easily subdued by Su Li, how can she hope to educate him or contend for the position of a true disciple? Perhaps if other extraordinary prodigies were to unite against Su Li, they might stand a chance. However, Li Wuyue is unwilling to resort to such underhanded tactics or associate with individuals like Yi Qing. If she were to lose her unwavering determination, how could she ever aspire to reach the pinnacle? Current advantages do not guarantee eternal supremacy. With diligent cultivation and the right opportunities in the future, she may yet surpass Su Li. With this thought, Li Wuyue clenches her fist gently and continues to observe Su Li's performance. Meanwhile, within Yunqing's sect, an elder with hair as white as snow strokes his beard with trembling hands, his gaze fixed on Su Li, drawing in a sharp breath, his eyes bulging in astonishment. Such terror, truly, it is unfathomable. Just moments ago, in the span of 2 breaths, Su Li grievously wounded 3 golden figures, nearing instant annihilation. This signifies that prodigies of equal standing to Su Li, unless exceptionally gifted, face only a fate of being effortlessly dispatched. There exists no alternative possibility. The fastest record for the golden figure trial, set 300 years prior by the extraordinary prodigy Xiao Wuji, who now holds the esteemed title of the first Holy Sun, was achieved in 5 breaths. Yet, Judging by Su Li's current might, it appears he might complete it in even less time. Could he possibly break Xiao Wuji's record? If so, wouldn't that mean Su Li's potential is comparable to that of the foremost Holy Sun? Might Su Li's name soon be added to the ranks of the Holy Sons? At this thought, the elderly man with white beard and hair felt his heart racing wildly, nearly leaping out of his throat. It was utterly astonishing. Today, he seemed to witness the rise of a prodigy destined to shake the very foundations of the Yunqing sect. On the high platform, clad in a white robe, the ethereal Bai Si Miao, reminiscent of a celestial being, observed Su Li's performance below and the formidable sea of flames and thunder. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Su Li's display had far exceeded her expectations. Indeed, his current prowess was on par with that of the previous Xiao Wuji, the reigning Holy Sun. In terms of status and identity, he even surpassed her own standing. What a treasure she had stumbled upon. Truly, a remarkable find. Not only was he a genius excelling in both thunder and fire, possessing extraordinary abilities, but his combat strength among his peers was also terrifyingly formidable. Su Li appeared to have no discernible weaknesses. Yet, as Bai Si Miao reveled in her delight, a slight furrow creased her brow. Such a formidable talent must surely possess immense pride, or perhaps some eccentricities in character. Even if Su Li posed no issues, what conditions could she offer to persuade him to assist her in her healing? After all, with his current gifts, upon returning to Yunqing's sect, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of others eager to extend their olive branches. Even other holy sons and holy maidens would likely seek to invest in Su Li in advance. If she could not present sufficient terms, it was doubtful she could sway him. Meanwhile, not far away in the square, Yi Qing and Ji Chong stared intently at Su Li suspended in the air, their eyes betraying deep-seated apprehension. Yi Qing clenched his fists, his eyes aflame with indignation, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. In contrast to his earlier performance, the current Su Li epitomized what it truly meant to be a prodigy, especially upon overhearing the discussions among the onlookers from Yin City, who continued to draw comparisons between himself and Su Li. Yi Qing felt a surge of fury threatening to consume him. The immense sense of disparity gnawed at his very core. Previously, he had exerted all his effort to achieve a commendable performance, only to be overshadowed by Li Weiyue. And now he was utterly eclipsed by Su Li. Su Li, your moment of pride will not last long. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, casting a dark glare toward the direction of Li Buwei. Though Li Buwei had entered the arena nearly at the same time as Su Li, he had done so slightly earlier. However, in light of Su Li's seemingly effortless display, Li Buwei paled in comparison. At that moment, he was drenched in sweat, desperately evading the pursuit of 3 golden statues. Although Li Buwei's aptitude was considered commendable in Yun City, he fell woefully short of the caliber of prodigies. Even attaining the status of an outer disciple would be a significant achievement for him. Yet, this time, Li Buwei had a mission to fulfill. In Yi Qing's case, though Li Buwei fervently evaded the relentless pursuit of the 3 golden figures, appearing seemingly frantic in his escape, his trajectory consistently gravitated towards the vicinity of Su Li. In mere moments, he was nearing the cusp where the 2 squares converged. At that moment, among the spectators, some cultivators began to notice Li Buwei's peculiar behavior. After all, the prior prodigies had engaged in combat with utmost integrity, employing only their agility to evade. Meanwhile, adjacent to Su Li, the cultivators in the square appeared to have been cornered, teetering on the brink of desperation, with the imminent risk of being flung out of the square. If misfortune struck, they could very well tumble into Su Li's square. It is worth noting that this time, the Yunqing sect, in a bid to enhance efficiency, had established 2 squares, with a mere 10 meters separating them, almost in close proximity. Chapter 80. Today, let Su Li's reputation be ruined. What on earth is he doing? Others whispered among themselves, their eyes wide as they observed the struggling Li Buwei. Although they were unfamiliar with him, this was indeed the moment of testing for Su Li. Should this individual inadvertently step into Su Li's arena, the consequences remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the elderly man with white beard and hair furrowed his brow, a shadow of deep concern etched across his face. This was merely a trial for new disciples. Yunqing's sect would not invest excessive resources. Efficiency was paramount. As long as the rules were not violated, no harm would befall the trial participants, allowing for a swift selection of capable disciples. However, all of this hinged upon adherence to the rules. Should any rule be broken, the trial would be rendered void, relegating the participants to the status of mere servant disciples. Thus, throughout this entire disciple recruitment endeavor, all talents had remained respectful and compliant, fearing the consequences of rule-breaking that would lead them to the fate of servant disciples. Yet, this individual, not only the elder, but also by Si Miao. Seated high above, narrowed her eyes as she observed the unfolding events below. As a saintess, albeit of the 9th rank, her insight far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The performance of Li Bue bore the marks of theatrics, rife with coincidences and intent. It appeared that Yin City was not as unified as it seemed. Even Su Li had his adversaries, daring to undermine him in such a setting. Nonetheless, despite her discernment, she showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, she merely squinted her eyes, watching Su Li to see how he would respond. At this moment, on the plaza, Su Li regarded the 3 golden figures, who had gathered their strength and emerged from the deep pit, his expression remaining calm. Simultaneously, he diverted a fragment of his focus to the frantic Li Bue, his countenance unchanged, his eyes resembling a tranquil deep pool. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a brilliant flash of lightning. He reappeared directly before the 3 golden figures, his hands adorned with swirling red and purple patterns, while an endless surge of thunder and fire attribute spiritual energy was drawn from the air, converging within his palms. The vast waves of spiritual power expanded wildly in all directions. Boom! A sound resonated, echoing through the heavens and earth, mingled with the noise of shattering bodies. The arena was engulfed in smoke, the ground cracked, and the 3 shimmering golden figures were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their breaths shallow and labored. They had evidently sustained grave injuries. The once brilliant golden light upon them dimmed significantly. Their former imposing presence now appeared weak and feeble. In a mere heartbeat, Su Li had reduced the 3 golden figures to a state of utter exhaustion. Only one final step remained to complete the trial. As for the others, the pupils of all present trembled, their hearts brimming with awe, as if witnessing a new star of the Yunqing sect ascend, vanquishing all adversaries in its path, destined to become a renowned figure across the realm. However, in another corner of the square, Li Bue was spitting blood, struggling to endure under the relentless onslaught of 3 golden figures. Nonetheless, he was now merely a few meters away from the square where Su Li stood. Even though he was only at the qi condensation stage, this distance could be traversed with a mere leap. Simultaneously, he could not help but allocate a portion of his focus to the developments in the other square, observing Su Li as he effortlessly navigated through challenges, poised to conquer the trial in just a matter of breaths. In stark contrast, Li Bue, despite exerting his utmost effort, could only barely withstand the combined assault of the 3 golden figures, on the verge of defeat. This comparison gnawed at him, causing his teeth to clench with frustration, his fists to tighten, and his eyes to brim with resentment. That Su Li was utterly detestable. With such formidable strength, what kind of female cultivator could he not attract? Why must he covet Li Bue's own Lioli? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a sinister smile crept upon Li Bue's lips, reminiscent of the scheme his brother Yi Qing had previously divulged. Su Li believed he could effortlessly complete the trial. He was, indeed, overly ambitious. Today, Li Bue would ensure Su Li's utter disgrace. Then, observing Su Li's calm demeanor as he severely injured the 3 golden figures, a sense of urgency flickered in Li Bue's gaze. Time was not on his side. Faced with the united assault of the 3 golden figures in his square, Li Bue appeared frantic, unwittingly neglecting a critical defense. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, Li Bue's figure hurtled towards Su Li's square like a cannonball. In an instant, he crashed onto Su Li's square, hitting the ground heavily and letting out a gasp as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Su Li narrowed his eyes, piecing together Li Bue's reckless determination to reach his square, forming a rough conjecture about his intentions. Yet, even in such a predicament, there was no sign of panic on Su Li's face. Instead, a sardonic smile played at the corners of his lips as he regarded Li Bue. The plan was well conceived, but all schemes and cunning paled in the face of overwhelming strength. In Su Li's square, the 3 golden puppets, who had been on the brink of defeat, suddenly glimmered with an enigmatic light. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the moment Li Bue, gravely injured, fell into Su Li's square, a tumult of astonishment erupted. Particularly in Yun City, those acquainted with Li Bue gaped in disbelief, their eyes fixed on the scene unfolding in the square. What on earth was Li Bue doing in such a vast square? Why did he choose to approach Su Li's side? And how could he have fortuitously been struck and sent tumbling into Su Li's domain? It was utterly absurd. Did he not realize that such actions would forfeit his chance at becoming an outer disciple, relegating him to the status of a mere servant disciple? Regrettably, Li Bue possesses considerable talent. Had he performed consistently, he might have harbored hopes of becoming a disciple of the outer sect. Alas, it is indeed a pity. Presently, the focus should rightly be on Su Li, should it not? Li Buwei's sudden intrusion into Su Li's arena raises concerns about any potential repercussions for Su Li. After all, Su Li represents the pride of our entire Yun City. If Li Buwei were to disrupt his standing, the consequences for him would be dire indeed. In the outside world, people chattered incessantly, each voice adding to the cacophony of speculation. Among them were astute individuals who sensed an insidious plot lurking beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the cultivators from Yunqing's sect, along with their elder, were in an uproar. This individual, he is nothing but a blemish upon the fabric of our community. Is he truly unaware of the ramifications that arise when two individuals enter the same arena? Chapter 81. Disrupting Su Li's trial path. Alas, aside from other matters, the foremost priority is the safety of Su Li. This is a once-in-a-century prodigy of exceptional talent, and he must not be diminished by a mere strength assessment. Contemplating the potential consequences, a hint of indescribable dread flickered in the elder's eyes. Should any misfortune befall Su Li, it would not only implicate him, but also result in repercussions for Bai Simiao. After all, Su Li is a rare and extraordinary talent who could have shone brightly within the Yunqing sect. Yet now, he faces the risk of being extinguished in this trivial strength test. This is utterly unacceptable to the higher echelons of the Yunqing sect. A genius may perish in the throes of battle against foes, but they must never suffer an ignoble fate in a minor strength evaluation. Lady Saint, why do you not declare a halt? The elder gazed at Bai Simiao upon the platform, her demeanor serene, yet a flicker of confusion crossed his gaze. In the past, when confronted with such situations, whether dealing with ordinary prodigies or exceptional ones, Bai Simiao would decisively announce the termination of the test and take action to preserve the lives of those gifted individuals. Yet now, despite the apparent tranquility, it is inconceivable that she remains oblivious to Su Li's peril. Why does she not intervene? Meanwhile, on the platform, although Bai Simiao's countenance remained composed, her heart was already on high alert, her profound spiritual energy coiling like a spring, ready to respond to any unforeseen developments concerning Su Li. After all, should she take action, Su Li's results would be rendered void. Although a new evaluation could be initiated, it would require a return to the Yunqing sect and the oversight of the elders to commence. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications and potentially disrupt Su Li's aspirations of becoming a true disciple. Thus, Bai Simiao was resolute in her decision not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. I wonder what hidden cards you still possess, Bai Simiao murmured softly, observing Su Li's calm demeanor. Unperturbed even in the face of emergencies. Despite her belief that Su Li's odds were slim, his current performance instilled a modicum of confidence within her, particularly when recalling the formidable surge emanating from the second training chamber. Su Li appeared enshrouded in an enigma, elusive and opaque. Despite her status as a peak practitioner of divine abilities, her cultivation far surpassing his, she could not discern his true capabilities, nor could she fathom his hidden strengths. Perhaps this Su Li still harbors the potential to surprise her greatly. Meanwhile, in the square, although Li Buwei coughed blood and was on the brink of collapse, a fierce joy flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Su Li, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. The plan had succeeded. He had successfully disrupted Su Li's path in the trial. Moreover, having lost his combat capabilities, the golden figures, bound by specific formations, would not act against him, leaving only Su Li in their sights. The three golden figures have once again transcended their previous limits. I wonder how you, Su Li, will meet your demise this time. Su Li, despite your extraordinary talents, how will you survive this ordeal? Li Buwei lay on the ground, observing the spectacle with a glint of mockery in his eyes. He was utterly unconcerned that Su Li might lash out in anger against him. After all, despite his grievous injuries, he had secured a position as a menial disciple of the Yunqing sect. With the future assistance of Yi Qing and Ji Chong, it was not beyond the realm of possibility to ascend to the ranks of outer or even inner disciples. The Yunqing sect imposes strict penalties for infighting among its own, and if Su Li possessed even a modicum of intelligence, along with aspirations for growth within the sect, he would surely refrain from attacking him. With this thought, Li Buwei's earlier unease gradually dissipated, and he awaited Su Li's failure, anticipating his own escape from the square. At that moment, within the square, the three golden figures emanated a mysterious aura, their ethereal energy intensifying to an overwhelming degree, as if an endless storm of spiritual energy were surging towards them. The intricate array patterns, resembling dense dragon-like figures, suddenly blazed forth with brilliance. Instantly, the momentum of the three golden figures soared, escalating at an alarming rate. And in the blink of an eye, they broke through the limits of the void-breaking realm. achieving the level of the divine ability realm. The intimidation radiating from these three entities was not merely tenfold greater than before. Although the distinction between the first level of the divine ability realm and the peak of the void-breaking realm was but a thin veil, the strength they could wield was worlds apart. Those in the divine ability realm could employ various formidable techniques, and any spells they cast would be significantly amplified, their potency surpassing that of the most powerful techniques previously unleashed by those in the void-breaking realm by dozens of times. It can be said that, apart from those exceptionally gifted individuals capable of leaving their mark on history, others in the void-breaking realm were akin to mere chickens and dogs before the masters of the divine ability realm, easily dispatched with a single blow. Even a simple water sphere technique could rival the powerful spells requiring great expenditure of essence from those of the void-breaking realm. There was simply no contest between the two. The chasm between them was insurmountable. At this moment, a grave expression flickered in Su Li's eyes. He was merely at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, facing three early-stage divine ability figures. Even though they were but puppets, their combat strength was somewhat inferior to that of ordinary divine ability prodigies. Yet, they were still divine ability entities. A moment's lapse in vigilance could lead to disaster. Before he could ponder further, three golden silhouettes vanished in an instant, moving so swiftly that the naked eye could scarcely perceive their forms. All that could be seen was a flash of golden light, which appeared before Su Li in the blink of an eye. Their speed was not merely tenfold greater than before. Boom! The three golden lights, resplendent and adorned with intricate patterns, bore down upon Su Li with fists the size of cauldrons, infused with an immense torrent of spiritual energy, growing ever larger in Su Li's gaze. Su Li's pupils constricted slightly, leaving behind an afterimage as he evaded the onslaught, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. The onlookers gasped as Su Li narrowly escaped the attack of the three golden puppets. However, as the ethereal energies dissipated, one could observe that the left sleeve of Su Li had been entirely torn asunder, drenched in crimson, while countless strands of golden energy coiled around his arm, perpetually emanating the oppressive force characteristic of the divine realm. This energy silently gnawed at Su Li's corporeal form, radiating waves of annihilation. Fortunately, Su Li's body was already a fusion of the attributes of thunder and fire, bestowing upon him an extraordinary regenerative capability. Thus, even while ensnared by the golden light, his condition did not worsen. Rather, the injury to his left arm began to mend at a slow, yet resolute pace. However, this rate of recovery was excruciatingly sluggish. Within the span of a mere incense stick, complete restoration was far from achievable. It could be said that Su Li's combat prowess had been significantly diminished in that fleeting moment. Chapter 82. Yi Qing's smile, even though he had meticulously prepared. Narrowly evading the principal assaults, he ultimately failed to completely escape unscathed, sustaining injuries. The extreme lightning technique, while formidable in its lightning attribute, significantly enhanced Su Li's speed. However, the chasm between the void-breaking realm and the divine ability realm represents a substantial disparity in raw strength. At present, it seems that Su Li's speed lags just a fraction behind the three golden automatons on the field. This marginal difference in a battle among experts is exceedingly fatal. Losing the advantage of speed equates to relinquishing the initiative. At this moment, in the square, Li Buwei observed the blood seeping from Su Li's left arm, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Even if Su Li were unmatched in the void-breaking realm, how could he hope to contend with the divine ability realm? Today, Su Li is destined to falter in this trial. Meanwhile, outside the arena, the disciples of Yunqing's sect and the elders widened their eyes, fixated on the injury to Su Li's left arm. The elder with white hair and beard scrutinized both Su Li and Bai Si Miao with unceasing intensity. This is dire. If things continue this way, Su Li is bound to fail. Furthermore, the formation of these automatons merely restrained them from inflicting lethal harm on peers of equal standing. Yet now, these automatons are no longer under control. Their assaults are equivalent to those of the divine ability realm. A moment's inattention could leave Su Li gravely injured or even perish. Why has the Saintess Bai Si Miao not intervened? The elder's heart raced with anxiety, his body trembling slightly. Simultaneously, his furious gaze fell upon the lifeless Li Buwei on the square. This incompetent fool, had it not been for him, how could Su Li find himself in such a predicament? If it weren't for the rules of Yunqing's sect, even if Li Buwei survived, I would have struck him down with a single blow. However, the deed is done. What matters now is to immediately halt the test and preserve Su Li's life. Yet, the authority aboard the flying vessel rests solely with Bai Si Miao. Only she possesses the power to make decisions. Even he, a mere subordinate, cannot act without her command. Alas, I shall observe a while longer. Should Su Li falter, even without the Saintess's orders, I will have to take action. The elder gently shook his head, his spiritual energy already stirred, akin to a slumbering dragon, poised for action at any moment. Simultaneously, atop the high platform, Bai Si Miao found herself increasingly restless. Su Li's injuries tightened her heart, yet his composed demeanor stilled her inclination to intervene. Indeed, Su Li was still engaged in hand-to-hand combat, without even drawing his weapon. What if he possessed hidden cards yet to be revealed? After all, should the test be halted now, Su Li's future integration into Yunqing sect would undoubtedly be fraught with complications. If he could endure on his own, that would be ideal. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to act to safeguard his life. In but the briefest moment, I believe you shall endure, Bai Si Miao gently murmured, her autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Su Li amidst the fray. Meanwhile, aboard the flying vessel, the inhabitants of Cloud City erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Their eyes wide and pupils constricted as they beheld the clash unfolding in the square. They had initially presumed this trial to be a mere formality for Su Li, one he would conquer with ease, even surpassing Li Wuyue and Yi Qing. Yet now, the emergence of Li Bue was utterly bewildering. What schemes does Li Bue harbor? He seeks to undermine Su Li with such malicious intent. How ruthless! Su Li represents the pride of our Cloud City. Should he rise to prominence within the Yunqing sect, we, who hail from Cloud City, would share in that glory. He must not falter. However, facing 3 puppets of the Divine Passage realm is no trivial matter. No matter how formidable Su Li may be, confronting these 3 puppets without any hidden cards would spell disaster. Throughout the annals of the entire Guoheng domain, it has been a remarkable feat to slay a being of the Divine Passage realm while at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Yet now Su Li must contend with 3. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, shaking their heads in despair, as if witnessing the fall of a once great prodigy. After all, in Cloud City, attaining the Divine Passage realm is enough to elevate one to the status of an esteemed ancestor within prominent families, revered and lavished with the support of an entire lineage. A single practitioner of the Divine Passage signifies the zenith of Cloud City's martial prowess. Slaying an ordinary void-breaking realm cultivator is akin to slaughtering a chicken, and even prodigies struggle to endure more than a mere 10 breaths under the pressure of an ancestor of the Divine Passage realm. Yet, here stands Su Li, facing 3 adversaries at once. This dire predicament extinguished all hope for the people of Cloud City. Simultaneously, all eyes turned towards Li Bue, united in a shared animosity. Even if he survived this encounter, he would undoubtedly bear the wrath and vengeance of the city's prodigies. Not far off, Li Wuyue, Luo Qing'an, and Yi Liuli gazed intently at Su Li in the arena. Li Wuyue furrowed her brow, sensing the scent of conspiracy in Li Bue's actions. Her suspicion deepening as she glanced at Yi Qing, who sat nearby in a meditative state. Regrettably, she lacked concrete evidence. Observing the injured Su Li, an inexplicable absence of worry filled Li Wuyue's heart. After all, the impression Su Li had left on her was indelibly profound. Initially, she had thought him merely an ordinary physician, only to discover he was a top-tier genius. Subsequently, she believed Su Li to be an unparalleled talent. Yet he had achieved an extraordinary anomaly, becoming the strongest prodigy of Cloud City. It is safe to assert that given Su Li's character, he could not possibly reveal all his strengths. Even now, standing at the pinnacle of Cloud City, Li Wuyue remained convinced that he possessed hidden capabilities. Now, let me observe whether these 3 Divine Passage entities can extract your utmost limits, she thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her eyes. Confronting even a single one of them would force her to flee, resulting in a brief skirmish. There is absolutely no chance of slaying a master of the Divine Realm. If Su Li were indeed capable of vanquishing 3 such formidable beings, he would not only stand as a paragon within Yun City, but would also be recognized as a leading figure throughout the entirety of the Guanghan domain. Meanwhile, Yi Liuli glared at the lifeless body of Li Bue with a mixture of rage and frustration, her eyes blazing with fury. At the same time, her gaze was filled with concern and worry for Su Li. Brother Su Li, you must persevere, she thought, clenching her small fists and silently praying for his success. However, not far away, a seemingly ordinary figure, who had been meditating with closed eyes, quietly opened them. Observing the wounded Su Li in the square, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 83. The Blazing Thunder Marsh. Observing the blood streaming from Su Li's left arm, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within Yi Qing. What of the extraordinary phenomena? When confronted with the realm of divine powers, one's fate is still that of a lamb awaiting slaughter. Moreover, they were facing not one, but a formidable trio of practitioners at this level. At that moment, Yi Qing and Ji Chong exchanged glances, both nodding in mutual satisfaction. It was evident that Li Bu Wei, the pawn they had set in motion, had indeed played a crucial role at this pivotal juncture. Su Li now found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Should he abandon the trial, he could re-enter Yinqing's sect and restart the assessment. However, unforeseen circumstances could arise, potentially affecting Su Li's selection process for inner disciples. Conversely, if he chose to persevere, even if Su Li were exceptionally gifted and managed to endure for the duration of an incense stick, he would undoubtedly emerge gravely injured or expose the majority of his hidden strengths. Either outcome would signify victory for them. Should Su Li be defeated, it would be even more favorable. A failure due to unforeseen factors would relegate him to the status of a mere servant disciple, or he would have to return to Yinqing's sect to face a new assessment. In the external world, all eyes were fixated on Su Li's performance. At that moment, within the square, Su Li appeared composed, undeterred by the sharp pangs radiating from his injured arm. Such an injury, trivial in nature, would heal within a day or two and was far from severe. However, in the next instant, a brilliant light erupted throughout the arena. The three golden puppets resumed their assault, emanating the formidable aura of the divine realm, each presence overwhelmingly majestic, far surpassing that of an average pinnacle void realm practitioner. Su Li's gaze sharpened, and the crimson flames along with violet lightning surged around him as he clashed fiercely with the three golden figures, unleashing a wave of intangible spiritual energy that radiated outward with fervor. The spectators, lacking in strength, could only perceive a flurry of afterimages darting through the air, rendering the true spectacle nearly impossible to discern. Before long, Su Li stood suspended in midair, his garments tattered and appearing somewhat disheveled, panting heavily, yet maintaining a tranquil gaze fixed upon the three golden puppets before him. Their imposing presence showed no sign of waning, despite having just engaged with Su Li. The damage inflicted by his onslaught was minuscule, hardly qualifying as even a minor wound. It became apparent that continued efforts in this manner would yield no results. Su Li gently shook his head. To persist in this manner would only serve to squander his spiritual energy. After all, upon reaching the divine realm, not only do spells receive a substantial enhancement, but one's physical capabilities are also immensely fortified. Attacks from the void realm, even those from a youthful emperor, would feel like mere pinpricks against the divine realm, even if he only needed to endure for the duration of an incense stick. Such a disheveled state was clearly unsatisfactory for Su Li. As his thoughts stirred, a long sword adorned with crimson and violet patterns, emanating the essence of inferno and lightning, materialized in his grasp. The very moment it appeared, the space around seemed to warp under immense pressure, the light and shadows dazzlingly distorted. To the onlookers, the intricate designs on Yanhuang Lei appeared to writhe as if alive, resembling sinuous dragons in a fierce struggle. An overwhelming aura, as if it sought to rend the heavens and the earth, radiated outward, captivating all who beheld it. They were engulfed in a blinding scarlet brilliance interlaced with dark violet lightning, evoking an involuntary shudder. This blade. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the longsword in Su Li's hand, a sensation of unease creeping over them. This weapon was undeniably extraordinary. Even Bai Si Miao felt her pupils constrict slightly. Although the aura was not as grand as before, she could still discern its essence. This was indeed the same force that had stirred commotion aboard the flying vessel. What was the origin of this sword? Speculations abounded among the onlookers. Yet, in the square, as Su Li wielded the long sword, his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. The lightning and fire attribute spirit energy coursed violently into Yanhuang Lei. The patterns on the blade flickered subtly, even revealing a phantom of a phoenix, whose melodious cry resonated in Su Li's ears. That was the oppressive might of Huang Xueqi Jin, a material formidable enough to forge imperial weapons, even having previously merged only a fragment the size of a fingernail. The might of this long sword had surged tenfold. Now, the aura emanating from Su Li was on par with that of an early-stage divine ability realm practitioner. The sharpness of his presence was beyond compare. No, it couldn't be. Below, the previously inert Li Bu Wei murmured softly, his gaze fixated on the longsword in Su Li's hand, his heart seemingly gripped by an unseen force, as if it were about to burst. Even the mere pressure emanating from Su Li was almost unbearable. Simultaneously, he noticed the chilling intent in Su Li's eyes, sending a wave of dread coursing through him. It couldn't be. Li Bu Wei's pupils dilated in alarm, but in the next instant, a blade of fiery red, infused with the power of thunder, filled his entire field of vision. With a swift sound, the blade pierced through flesh, and in an instant, Li Bu Wei's head rolled away like a deflated ball, his decapitated body erupting in a fountain of blood. On the ground, it pooled into a lake of crimson. Su Li had, with a single stroke, slain Li Bu Wei. Outside, the crowd was wide-eyed in astonishment. Su Li acted with such decisiveness. Even in this life-and-death moment, he resolved to eliminate Li Bu Wei. However, before they could further marvel, Su Li had vanished, his movements imperceptible to the naked eye. All that remained were streaks of fiery red and dark violet light flashing across the square. Furthermore, an immense, resolute aura of battle began to unfold. In by Simiao's eyes, Su Li's movements appeared as though sculpted by the heavens, flawless in every aspect, each ounce of spiritual energy utilized with exquisite precision. Even when engaged in combat with 3 puppets of the Divine Passage realm, he remained unyielding. Although he occasionally sustained injuries, Su Li exchanged wounds in a manner that rendered his adversary's injuries far more severe. Thus, it seemed entirely plausible that Su Li could indeed annihilate the 3 puppets within the span of a single incense stick's burning time. This exemplified the pinnacle of his martial prowess. It was the essence of Su Li's path of combat. Despite facing disadvantages in spiritual energy, he adeptly compensated for his shortcomings with unparalleled skill. Was this truly the essence of Su Li's path of combat? The sheer terror of it left by Simiao astounded. In this world, while countless paths can lead to the attainment of emperorhood, those who achieve such heights through the path of combat undoubtedly stand as paragons even among the emperors. And Su Li has forged his own unique path of combat. Chapter 84. Is it truly this disturbing? Time elapsed. Nearly an incense stick's worth of moments passed. The moments dwindled. Yet the blades of light in the square showed no signs of abating. Rather, they intensified, exuding an aura capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Shadows flitted across the scene, their speed almost unfathomable. For those lacking in cultivation, all they could perceive were fleeting afterimages, rendering any attempt to glean insights from this confrontation utterly futile. Then, with a sharp sound, Su Li wielded his long blade, decisively severing the head of a puppet. This act triggered a chain reaction. The remaining 2 puppets, having lost one of their combatants, plummeted in effectiveness. In but 2 breaths, Su Li dispatched each with a single strike, claiming their heads. At this moment, Su Li stood at the center of the square, appearing disheveled, his complexion pale, and blood streaming from numerous wounds, embodying the very essence of exhaustion. Yet, within his eyes sparkled an extraordinary brilliance as he gazed upon the 3 decapitated puppets of the Divine Ability realm and Li Bu Wei, gently clenching his fist. Despite having revealed some of his hidden strengths, the outcome was favorable. Even within the realm of divine ability, he realized they were not invincible. Nevertheless, Su Li did not allow pride to take root in his heart. After all, there existed a vast chasm between a divine ability puppet and a living practitioner. The disparity with the true prodigies of the divine ability realm was insurmountable. If he were to encounter a prodigy from the Yunqing sect at this moment, the likelihood of his defeat was exceedingly high. However, through this battle, Su Li sensed he had brushed against the threshold of the divine ability realm, bolstered by the profound, mysterious abyss devil art. Although progress was gradual, his cultivation was steadily advancing with each passing moment. Now, he had grasped the bottleneck of the divine ability realm, and with the support of the mysterious abyss devil art, breaking through would be significantly easier for him than for others. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the entire airship fell into a profound silence. As if the very essence of sound had been snatched away, all gazes were fixated on the slain puppets within the arena. The elder, with a white beard and hair, could scarcely believe his eyes as he rubbed them in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had prepared to assist Su Li, yet he was astonished to witness him truly slay 3 puppets of the divine ability realm. What a terrifying feat! What manner of creature was this? To strike down the divine ability realm from the void-cutting realm, and to have accomplished such a feat 3 times? Even if they were merely puppets, the horror of it was palpable. One could surmise that even the foremost scion, Lord Xiao Wuji, in his youth, could scarcely achieve such heights. The elder narrowed his eyes, observing Su Li intently. Xiao Wuji was a legend of the Yunqing sect, renowned for his extraordinary talent as a youth, dominating all prodigies aboard the airship. Furthermore, upon joining the Yunqing sect, his cultivation soared like a rocket, and in just a few decades, he ascended to the pinnacle of the great ability realm, triumphing over all adversaries in the selection of the Holy Scion, securing his place as the foremost among them. At present, Xiao Wuji's cultivation has surpassed that of many elders. his true combat strength far outstripping that of the formidable elders by leaps and bounds. Should this trend continue, Xiao Wuji may well ascend to the position of the young master of Yunqing sect, the successor to the current sect leader. Yet, in this modest Yun city, a prodigy has emerged, one capable of rivaling Xiao Wuji. This development is likely to stir some turmoil within the sect. The elder sighed softly, given Su Li's exceptional talent. Upon returning to the sect, he would undoubtedly face pressure and attempts at manipulation from various factions. However, with the backing of the Ninth Saintess by Simiao, Su Li would at least have a support system upon his return, and it is unlikely anyone would overtly act against him. After all, with Su Li's innate gifts, he would inevitably draw the attention of the sect's higher-ups, who would allocate resources for his cultivation. At most, he would encounter some covert schemes. Nevertheless, these are trials that prodigies must endure. No matter how many plots and schemes arise, as long as one's pace of advancement is swift and their strength formidable, all concerns can be disregarded. Any conspiracy is but a mere trifle, easily vanquished. Meanwhile, the people of Yun City and other prodigies aboard the flying vessel were abuzz with excitement. Su Li had truly accomplished the extraordinary feat of slaying 3 beings of the divine ability realm while still in the breaking void realm. What an impressive record. Historically, such a feat of eliminating even a single being of the divine ability realm had been rare in Yun City. Yet, Su Li had achieved the remarkable by defeating 3. Is this truly the extent of his power? Presently, Su Li surpasses most ancestors of the families within Yun City. The crowd was rife with speculation. He merely relied on the advantage of his weapon. If I had that blade in my hands, I could do the same, someone remarked with a hint of envy. Advantage of a weapon? Have your eyes been blinded? Is Su Li's combat prowess truly lacking? Moreover, that weapon originally belongs to Su Li. If you possessed such a fine instrument, you could wield it as well. Why boast so brazenly? The atmosphere was charged with animated discourse. Nevertheless, Su Li has now been universally acknowledged as the foremost prodigy of Yun City, indeed the brightest talent aboard the entire vessel. Luo Qinghan gazed at Su Li with wide eyes, biting her lip as a complex expression crossed her face. Su Li had concealed his strengths too well. Previously, after acquiring certain opportunities, she had believed that the gap in their prowess had narrowed. Yet now, she realized her error. She had been gravely mistaken. Su Li's rate of progress was astonishingly swift. Even with her own continuous fortuity, the distance between her and Su Li only seemed to widen. However, this was sufficient to deal with Yi Qing. Luo Qinghan's gaze turned cold as she observed the unremarkable young man not far away. In comparison to Su Li, though Yi Qing could be deemed a genius, he was undoubtedly a mere firefly compared to the brilliance of the moon. If Yi Qing were gravely wounded, she would not be without the chance to act. In contrast to the mutually beneficial relationship with Su Li, this Yi Qing, the hypocrite who had deceived her feelings throughout, was, without a doubt, far more detestable. Once she seized the opportunity, vengeance was inevitable. Previously, seated in meditation, Yi Liuli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Su Li in the arena, her heart releasing a heavy sigh of relief. Indeed, brother Su Li is the strongest. No hardship or peril can deter him. At that moment, Yi Liuli's eyes seemed to twinkle like stars, completely transforming her into an ardent admirer of Su Li. As for the demise of Li Buwei, it stirred not a single ripple in her heart. After all, he was the root cause of all this chaos. His death was nothing short of just deserts. Meanwhile, Li Wuyue, standing nearby, was filled with astonishment. Although she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing Su Li slay 3 formidable opponents within the span of a single incense stick still left her breathless, her heart overwhelmed with awe. Chapter 85. Astonishment among the crowd. Yi Qing's resentment ordinarily, a single practitioner at the divine ability realm could leave her feeling exposed and vulnerable. Yet, Su Li had astonishingly vanquished 3 such beings. What sort of anomaly was this? Her own first-tier manifestation lagged behind Yi Qing's second tier by merely the span of half an incense stick. In contrast, Su Li shattered all preconceived limits, leaving everyone far behind. Even a first-tier manifestation could scarcely glimpse his silhouette. Was the special-tier manifestation truly this extraordinary? Or was it that, among the prodigies of the special tier, Su Li was indeed a paragon? Li Wuyue's mind was a tumultuous whirl. The only certainty she possessed was that she could no longer regard Su Li with her previous mindset. If she wished to educate him, she would need to weigh her own capabilities. Perhaps in the future, when she acquired opportunities to surpass him, she could revisit this matter. Moreover, this internal disciple selection might very well be her chance to overtake him. If she were to secure the position of a true disciple and gain preferential resources from Yunqing sect, Surpassing Su Li would not be an unattainable feat at that moment. Upon the flying boat platform, Bai Ximiao stared intently at Su Li in the square, her cherry-like lips slightly parted. Did such extraordinary beings truly exist in this world? Among all the prodigies of Yinqing sect, only Xiao Wuji seemed to rival Su Li in potential. Even at her age, having barely slain a practitioner of the divine ability realm, she had garnered respect among her peers, emerging as a remarkable talent of Yinqing sect. Yet, in comparison to Su Li, her prior accomplishments appeared rather insignificant. Not only had he walked the path of combat, but he also possessed a spiritual body infused with the attributes of thunder and fire. The techniques he practiced seemed profoundly esoteric, beyond her comprehension, and he wielded an extraordinary divine weapon. The more Bai Ximiao contemplated Su Li, the more astonished she became. Unbeknownst to her, he had already reached such heights of achievement. In terms of talent, technique, combat prowess, and weaponry, he stood at the pinnacle among his peers, especially that divine blade. Even she could not fathom its essence. When she inquired of the spirit within her mind, it too appeared to encounter a great taboo, remaining silent. Indeed, from the spirit's demeanor, she sensed a palpable fear. What manner of blade could instill such trepidation in that entity residing within her soul? It was simply unfathomable. Bai Ximiao understood the weight of that existence well. Could Su Li's blade truly surpass its standing? With such an array of techniques and treasures, Su Li's entrance into Yinqing sect was bound to attract envious gazes. However, that divine weapon had already recognized him as its master. Should it be seized, it would be rendered useless, alleviating many concerns. As for the techniques, many of which even she could not perceive the origins of, their levels must undoubtedly be exceedingly high, with some possibly rivaling the foundational techniques of Yinqing sect. Bai Ximiao gently shook her head, contemplating quietly within. I resolved to remind Su Li that his innate talent need not be concealed. It is something that cannot be taken from him by anyone. However, one must exercise caution regarding techniques and weaponry to avoid attracting the attention of those with ulterior motives. After all, while Yinqing sect possesses fundamental rules, the competition therein is exceedingly fierce, and only the strong can seize greater opportunities. If the stakes are sufficiently high, even those in the ranks of holy sons and holy maidens would not hesitate to act decisively. Should a holy son or holy maiden take note of Su Li, I might have to sacrifice a portion of my own interests to ensure his safety. At this moment, Su Li is irreplaceable. He alone can heal the peculiarities afflicting my soul. With this thought in mind, Bai Ximiao gazed at Su Li in the arena, her mind whirring as she contemplated how best to approach him. As for Li Buwei, whom Su Li had dispatched with a single strike, she paid him no heed. What was Li Buwei, after all? While others may have been oblivious to his performance on the square, she, as a holy maiden, was well-versed and could easily discern the clumsiness of his act. It was all merely a ruse to disrupt Su Li's trial. Even if Su Li chose not to kill him, she would ensure that he faced execution publicly once the assessment concluded. As a holy maiden, she still wielded considerable authority. To dare to engage in such underhanded schemes during a trial was a path to certain demise. Moreover, Bai Ximiao recognized that Li Buwei was merely a pawn pushed forth by the true mastermind. After all, how could an ordinary prodigy from Yun City possibly know of the loopholes in these trials? Nevertheless, Bai Ximiao had no intention of delving deeper into the matter. The puppet master would serve as an excellent sharpening stone for Su Li. Without experiencing setbacks, how could one grow into a true powerhouse? In stark contrast to the astonishment of others, in a corner of the arena, a youth of unremarkable appearance was suffused with a bloodshot gaze, his fists clenched tightly, breathing heavily like a fish gasping on dry land. Yi Qing's eyes were fixed intently on the resplendent figure of Su Li in the square, his teeth gritted in frustration. How infuriating! Even in this situation, he had not managed to inflict any harm upon him. Yi Qing seethed with rage. Li Buwei had performed admirably, though he had perished. He had nonetheless forced Su Li into a seemingly insurmountable predicament. Yet, Su Li was far too formidable. Who could have anticipated that he would slay 3 beings of the Divine Passage realm with merely the power of the Void realm? The plan itself was sound, but Su Li's strength was the crux of the issue. Despite having endeavored to assess him as accurately as possible, Yi Qing now realized he had still failed to fully comprehend Su Li. Even now, though Su Li bore some wounds, it was evident to all that they were nothing more than superficial injuries that could be mended with a few days of recovery. Furthermore, Su Li's recent battle had been so swift and decisive that there had been no time to analyze any useful intelligence. At most, it is known that Su Li wields exceptional weaponry and has cultivated techniques of both lightning and fire attributes, which can complement each other and unleash tremendous power. Beyond this, However, little else is known. At this moment, Yi Qing finds himself in a predicament, having failed to gain any advantage. Infuriated, he strikes the ground with a fist, causing the floor to crack beneath the force of his blow. The rage within him threatens to consume him entirely. Just then, a voice reaches his ears. Originating from Ji Chang's transmission, Yi Qing raises his gaze and sees Ji Chang not far away, his expression dark as soot, watching Su Li with a profound sense of wariness in his eyes. The purpose of this communication is to solidify their collaboration. Ji Chang feels an unsettling anxiety regarding Su Li's strength. If this continues, what chance will they have for the position of true disciples? It appears that Su Li is already a predetermined choice. Only through further collaboration, united against Su Li, do they stand a chance at competing for the coveted title of true disciples. Chapter 86, Immortalized in History. Yi Qing responded to Ji Chang's telepathic call. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. As a prince, Ji Chang naturally possessed his own hidden cards, and the other distinguished prodigies aboard the flying vessel had long been won over by him, forming a close-knit alliance. It could be said that, in comparison to the solitary Li Wuyue, Ji Chang's influence far surpassed that, posing a greater threat to Su Li. Although Yi Qing harbored intentions to exploit Li Wuwei's death, aiming to cast Su Li in the light of a traitor to his own sect, the current situation revealed that the members of Yunqing's sect aboard the vessel showed not the slightest reaction to Li Wuwei's demise. Bai Simiao didn't even furrow his brow. Yi Qing's heart sank. It appeared that Li Wuwei's death was in vain. If Bai Simiao chose not to pursue the matter, who could hold Su Li accountable? A fallen ordinary prodigy and an extraordinary one with immense potential. One could easily discern which was of greater significance. It was imperative to strengthen the collaboration with Ji Chang without delay. If Su Li continued to progress, they might never find another opportunity. Meanwhile, not far away, Ji Chang wore a grim expression. Originally composed and dignified as a prince, his eyes now bore an intense gravity, as if facing a formidable adversary. The earlier nonchalance had vanished. After all, within the imperial court, he had always stood out, even dominating the competition for disciples in Yunqing's sect, achieving an extraordinary status. He harbored his own pride. However, the current Su Li had utterly shattered that pride, teaching him that there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Could this truly be just a youth of similar age? Ji Chang pondered in confusion. Yet, the most pressing matter remained, confronting Su Li. Only by becoming a true disciple could he hope for a chance to surpass him. Even if collaborating with Yi Qing was akin to courting disaster, he could not afford to hesitate. After all, Yi Qing had once been Su Li's elder brother, possessing a profound understanding of him that surpassed all others. Moreover, as an extraordinary prodigy, his potential eclipsed Yi Qing's second-tier status. In the future, during the competition for true disciples, he too had his own hidden cards. The two exchanged telepathic messages, engaging in lively conversation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shattered the resolve of Yi Qing and many other prodigies, making them perceive you as a formidable rival, an insurmountable figure. The host gains 10,000 fortune points. At this moment, in the square, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Su Li's mind. The recent battle had brought him a reward of 10,000 fortune points. Satisfied, Su Li nodded. Although his garments were tattered, his complexion pale, and his spiritual energy nearly depleted, he now radiated an imposing aura. He resembled an ancient ferocious beast, or a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding an air of sharpness. Having just vanquished 3 formidable puppets of the divine transformation realm, Su Li has made remarkable strides both in temperament and combat prowess. Particularly, the art of combat victory has undergone a wondrous transformation amidst this life and death struggle. Su Li focused inward and discovered that the imprint symbolizing the art of combat victory radiated a dazzling brilliance in his mind. The intricate patterns upon it were exceedingly complex, and merely gazing at them for a moment induced a sense of vertigo. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura of combat surged through his entire being, coursing through his limbs and bones. While the imprint that once represented the heavy abyss demon art now cowered in a corner, trembling without a desire to contend with the art of combat victory. It seemed that even the slightest tremor from the latter could utterly obliterate it. A faint smile graced Su Li's lips. Though uncertain of the changes within the art of combat victory, he found his comprehension of this path to be profoundly enriched. Having already reached a pinnacle of mastery in combat, he had achieved yet another breakthrough, attaining a height not confined to the void-breaking realm. It was now time to emerge. Su Li murmured softly, and then took a step forward, effortlessly striding past Li Buwei and the 3 golden puppets strewn across the ground, not sparing them a glance. Outside, Both the disciples of the Yunqing sect and the venerable elder with white hair eagerly anticipated Su Li's appearance. Shortly thereafter, a strikingly handsome youth, whose aura resonated with the heat and thunder, stepped onto the square. His mere presence incited a tumultuous roar of cheers. Su Li. It is Su Li. He has emerged. With his peak status in the void-breaking realm, having slain 3 divine transformation puppets, Su Li was destined to be etched into the annals of the Yunqing sect's history. This was a talent seldom seen in a century. Not only did he exhibit extraordinary phenomena, but his combat experience was also remarkably rich. His true power had long surpassed the limits of the void-breaking realm. Now, he could slay the puppets of the divine transformation realm. One could only imagine how terrifying he would become upon breaking through to the divine transformation realm himself. Would he not then be capable of defeating beings of the great ability realm? Outside the arena, spectators engaged in fervent discussions. Whether they were the prodigies aboard the flying vessels or the disciples of the Yunqing sect, they cast envious and awestruck glances at Su Li. Had he merely possessed a second-tier phenomenon, they might have felt envy and jealousy, believing themselves capable of similar feats. However, Su Li had proven through his strength that he had ascended to heights beyond their reach. Even if they had previously been regarded as rare talents in their own regions, they now appeared ordinary in comparison to Su Li. The disparity in strength was so vast that envy dissipated, leaving only reverence in its wake. The white-haired elder, stroking his beard, gazed at the approaching Su Li, as if witnessing the birth of an extraordinary talent once more. Even he had felt his blood surge with excitement during the recent battle. Had Su Li not fallen from grace, he would undoubtedly have ascended to the pinnacle of the Yunqing sect, becoming a figure of great significance. The status of a holy son would be within his grasp. Presently, he stands as the sole genius comparable to the esteemed holy son of the first rank, Xiao Wuji, among those admitted to the Yunqing sect in the past century. You have successfully endured through the duration of an incense stick, triumphing beyond your current rank. Well done, indeed. This is the token of the outer sect disciple, and you have now earned the right to contend for the status of an inner sect disciple. If all goes smoothly during this recruitment of disciples, you shall undoubtedly emerge as the leader among the new entrants to the Yunqing sect, the rightful newcomer king. Take hold of this token. As for the injuries you bear, rest assured that specialized individuals will attend to your healing. The elder gazed intently at the proximity of Su Li, quickly extending an ancient token into his hands. His satisfaction unmistakably reflected in the lines of his face. Chapter 87. What enchantment does Su Li possess? Having recruited such a prodigy, the sect would undoubtedly lavish rewards upon him. Although the majority of the credit belonged to the White Saintess, as an elder, he would naturally partake in the benefits. Listening to the elder's high praise of Su Li, others nodded in agreement. After all, Su Li had proven his worth through his own prowess. Thank you, elder. Su Li replied with a gentle smile as he accepted the token offered by the old man. The token felt cool to the touch, yet it emanated a rich aura of spiritual energy. Undoubtedly, it was crafted from a rare spiritual jade. If it were to be auctioned in Cloud City, such a token would fetch at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, spirit stones. However, within the Yunqing sect, it merely served as a token for outer disciples, showcasing the sect's considerable wealth. Moreover, Su Li's gaze inadvertently scrutinized the elder before him. He sensed a restrained aura emanating from him, devoid of any hint of energy leakage. Although the man appeared to be an unremarkable elder, a deeper inspection revealed a presence akin to gazing into an abyss, stirring an involuntary tremor within his heart. At this moment, even a master of the divine power realm could not evoke such a feeling in Su Li. It was evident that this elder was a formidable being, a powerhouse beyond the divine power realm. Even the strongest in Cloud City, the city lord, merely reached the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Yet here was an elder of the Yunqing sect, seemingly not of particularly high rank, possessing the cultivation of a powerhouse. And that by Simiao. Su Li observed the figure on the high platform, draped in white, resembling a celestial being from the Moon Palace, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could undoubtedly sense that Bai Simiao was a peerless talent at the pinnacle of the divine power realm. Yet such an individual could command the respect of a powerhouse elder. This indicated that Bai Simiao's true capabilities must far surpass the divine power realm. Otherwise, in this ruthless, strength-driven realm of cultivation, how could a powerhouse elder willingly submit? Regarding your injuries, you may return to your meditation chamber for recuperation. Shortly, a designated attendant will come to treat you, the elder said softly. In mere moments, he had arranged for Su Li's needs. Though a hint of curiosity lingered in his mind about the White Saintess's recent communication urging Su Li to rest, he deemed it inconsequential. He simply needed to execute his orders. Su Li then bowed respectfully and proceeded towards the interior of the flying vessel, heading to his meditation chamber. Along the way, all the prodigies automatically parted to create a path for him, their eyes filled with admiration and awe. Some beautiful female cultivators even cast flirtatious glances his way, eager to attach themselves to such a formidable figure. However, Su Li did not pause in his stride. Within a few breaths, he vanished from their sight. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Bai Simiao observed Su Li's departure and nodded gently. It seemed the elder fulfilled her obligations. And now that Su Li has demonstrated his worth, it is time for her to bestow upon him certain benefits. After all, the peculiarities within her soul still rely on Su Li's assistance. Thus, it is only natural to extend a gesture of goodwill towards him. Even if Su Li returns to the training chamber, with his strength, he would undoubtedly perceive the general circumstances surrounding the events on the deck. Allowing Su Li to return to the training room is also a precursor to the forthcoming transaction between them. With a gentle cough, she announced that the strength assessments had been completed. As for Li Buwei, who harbored malicious intent and sought to harm the prodigy, he deserved his punishment. However, since he had already met his demise, the sins he committed would be repaid by his kin. Though Su Li may be indifferent, the retribution for Li Buwei was imperative. Otherwise, if anyone dared to conspire against the prodigious talents and secrecy, where would that leave the reputation of Yinqing sect? The prodigies of Yinqing sect may fall in battle, but they must not perish in such a humiliating manner due to the treachery of their own. As she spoke, a flicker of coldness appeared in Bai Simiao's eyes. She had already gathered all pertinent information regarding Li Buwei during the previous interval. With a flick of her delicate hand, a radiant blue barrier enveloped the flying vessel, and a magnificent column of icy blue spiritual energy manifested in the air in an instant. Subsequently, it surged towards an inconspicuous courtyard within Yun City, striking with tremendous force. The ground trembled. Countless inhabitants of Yun City, awakened from their slumber or meditation, gazed in astonishment at the courtyard that had been reduced to rubble. Their hearts filled with trepidation. Was that not Li Buwei's residence? What crime had he committed to warrant such a response from Yinqing sect? Fortunately, the representatives from Yinqing sect were not those who indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Even though Li Buwei had erred gravely, only his family would face punishment, sparing the innocent from harm. The citizens of Yun City exchanged murmurs of speculation. Meanwhile, the newly inducted prodigies aboard the flying vessel fixed their eyes on the flattened courtyard below. They beheld a gaping abyss, unfathomably deep and dark, instilling fear in their hearts, as everything within had been vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Even though the energy had been immensely contained, they could still sense the overwhelming, irresistible power that had emanated from the luminous column, a force far surpassing that of the divine realm, akin to a strike from a formidable entity. At that moment, the respect for Yinqing sect grew among the onlookers, and the previously raucous discussions diminished significantly. Even the prodigious talents, including Su Li himself, could not withstand the onslaught from the realm of the mighty. After all, the chasm between the two great realms is not something that mere talent or techniques could bridge. That Su Li has indeed latched onto the esteemed White Saintess. Previously, while there had been occurrences of ghostly incidents and secretive plots among the prodigies, the White Saintess merely administered light punishments or expelled individuals from the Yinqing sect. When has she ever exhibited such intense fury? Not even the death of Li Buwei sufficed. She annihilated not only his residence, but also his family. Contemplating this, the crowd elevated Su Li's status to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, Yi Qing and Ji Chong wore expressions of profound dismay, as they had not anticipated that Bai Simiao would display such blatant favoritism towards Yi Qing, branding Li Buwei as a traitor who secretly conspired against the prodigies. After all, despite Li Buwei's previous oversights, the abrupt and severe labeling of him signified Bai Simiao's unequivocal stance. Anyone who dares to harm Su Li will face utter devastation. What is it about Su Li that captivates even the White Saintess, a figure of such high regard? Chapter 88. Learning from others to recruit subordinates? What nonsense! As Bai Simiao gracefully departed, the thought flashed through the minds of all the talented individuals harboring animosity towards Su Li. I must never confront Su Li in her presence. It was evident to even the simplest of minds that Bai Sheng held Su Li in high regard. If she were to sense any malice directed at him, it could very well lead to her targeting them. At that moment, Yi Qing's expression was the most dismal of all. He had invested so much to enter Yinqing's sect, expecting to garner admiration and respect from everyone, only to find himself overshadowed by a mere subordinate. The thought of Su Li's current glory was more unbearable than consuming excrement. As the crowd dispersed, the flying vessel continued its journey. In the following days, several more talented individuals were to be selected. However, for those who had already received their results, it was of little concern. The upcoming cities, such as Xuanfeng City and Dongshan City, would primarily yield menial workers and outer disciples, with only a handful sparking minor phenomena, barely comparable to the first-class events, especially Su Li's extraordinary manifestation. Nevertheless, those disciples who were eventually chosen had, to varying extents, heard of Su Li's astonishing achievements. Once the final city selection concluded, the flying vessel officially set sail back to Yinxing Sect. During this time, Su Li had fully recovered from his injuries and returned to pristine condition. However, unlike most other talented individuals, he did not seek to bond with the newcomers. It turned out that many of the new arrivals boarding the vessel were eager to find a protector among the esteemed figures like Ji Chong and Li Wuyu, hoping to secure their future in Yinxing Sect. Yet, apart from Ji Chong and Mo Shan, Li Wuyu showed little interest in these aspirants. In her eyes, true strength could not be casually followed by mere trash. Just like Su Li, despite his formidable prowess, he had never sought the limelight. Su Li? That was my former subordinate. Suddenly, a voice from the corner of the vessel caught attention. It was Yi Qing, speaking in a hushed tone, yet loud enough for Luo Qinghan and Li Wuyu to overhear, prompting their astonished glances in his direction. There they saw Yi Qing attempting to impress two newcomers who had just secured their outer disciple status. Are you serious? Brother Yi, weren't you only at the second-class manifestation? One exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Yi, that unparalleled genius Su Li. I heard he possesses an extraordinary manifestation. The other added, their surprise palpable. To this, Yi Qing's face darkened with frustration. His notorious reputation had preceded him. Many even suspected him to be behind Li Dawei's actions. Consequently, he found himself devoid of any subordinates. Aware that relying solely on his own strength, even with Ji Chong and Mo Shan's aid to scheme against Su Li, would ultimately leave him at a disadvantage against other talents, he recognized the pressing need for resources. If he could persuade these newcomers to ally with him, he might even manage to acquire some much-needed resources. Could it be that he is poised for a resurgence? What has become of the extraordinary anomaly? This suggests that by following me, you too may attain greater strength in the future. I have heard that the trials for inner disciples are exceedingly perilous. Just the two of you. Do you truly believe that without aligning with me, you stand a chance against Ji Chong, Mo Shan, or even Li Wuyu for the qualification of inner disciples? Do not underestimate my own second-tier anomaly. I possess a formidable sword-type manifestation. In his pursuit of favor before arriving at Yinxing Sect, Yi Qing has indeed humbled himself. Yet, his words have undeniably stirred something within the two. Previously, they had clashed with the prodigies from nearby cities. Those adversaries have now allied with Ji Chong and Mo Shan. Should they cross paths in the future without a stronger ally, they would certainly suffer significant losses. Moreover, it seems that Yi Qing has a favorable relationship with Su Li. After all, he was once their leader. Even if Su Li were to disavow him, he should at least accord Yi Qing some measure of respect. Should he not? However, just as the two were about to agree to follow Yi Qing, a voice rang out. Yi Qing, you hypocrite! Luo Qinghan's enchanting long legs, partially concealed beneath a cerulean skirt, were a sight to behold. Though her figure lacked the fiery allure of Xiao Yun and her demeanor did not possess the noble elegance of Bai Miao, her exquisite visage, coupled with the faint chill emanating from her, imparted an aura of an ice-cold beauty, like a pristine lotus that one could admire from afar but dare not approach. Yet, her furious words momentarily stunned the two newcomers, who were on the verge of being deceived. They were well aware of Luo Qinghan, one of the most beautiful among the newly selected disciples, who had rebuffed many suitors. Qinghan, what did you just say? Upon witnessing Luo Qinghan confront him, Yi Qing's expression darkened further. You have caused the demise of Li Dawei and plotted against your benefactor, Su Li, who once saved so many from the Yi family. Do you still have the audacity to claim to be Su Li's elder brother in their presence? Furthermore, what of the misdeeds you committed in Yun City? Luo Qinghan, seizing this rare opportunity, aimed to provoke Yi Qing, hoping to prevent him from manipulating his newfound followers with his grandiose promises. Silence. Yet, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Yi Qing, nearly compelling him to strike. To be honest, he had no idea what misfortune had befallen him lately. Women had been taken from him, his underlings had met untimely ends, and even his own cousin treated him with disdain. Just as he had finally managed to recruit two subordinates, and was preparing to exert his influence over them, Luo Qinghan intervened. Were it not for the restrictions against harming fellow disciples on the airship, he would have surely retaliated. Go ahead, strike me if you dare. Luo Qinghan scoffed, harboring even greater resentment towards Yi Qing. In the past, when her Xianxia body was still intact, Yi Qing had treated her exceptionally well. Now that she held no value for him, speaking a few truths had warranted his desire to strike. Luo Qinghan secretly hoped Yi Qing would act, providing an opportunity for the Yunqing sect to charge him with attacking a fellow disciple. Humph. Yi Qing's face contorted with anger as he noticed an increasing crowd around him, pointing and whispering. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed in frustration. What? He had been surpassed by his own subordinate, and yet he felt an unbearable resentment? With such a petty disposition, he dares to take on the role of a leader? How foolish. Yi Qing, it appears you are nothing but a hypocrite. I had held you in some regard, but now it seems I would rather face my former enemies than associate with someone like you. The two newcomers, who had nearly been deceived, finally grasped the situation and began to curse. Yet, Yi Qing nearly stumbled in shock. What the hell? His subordinate had not received anything, and he was being insulted? Very well. At that moment, Yi Qing found himself consumed with hatred for these individuals, especially towards Su Li. In the days of reflection, he realized that ever since Su Li began to shine, he had not experienced a single stroke of good fortune. Moreover, his cousin Yi Liuli and his girlfriend Luo Qinghan had both grown distant, primarily due to Su Li. Although Yi Qing lacked tangible evidence, it did not diminish his envy and resentment towards Su Li. He felt an overwhelming urge to destroy. All the glory and admiration should rightfully belong to him. Ding. Yi Qing's resentment towards the crowd deepens, leading to a psychological transformation. Host gains 3,000 points of fortune. Chapter 89. She is indeed a noble saintess. Can one truly garner fortune while reclining? In room number 2, Su Li nearly burst into laughter upon hearing the system notification. Although he had not ventured outside in recent days, he could easily deduce that Yi Qing must be suffering greatly during this time. One might speculate that by nightfall, he would be gnashing his teeth in anger. However, Su Li felt no fear of him, save for the lingering remnant of the Empress's soul within Yi Qing. Nonetheless, after several previous encounters, Su Li was confident that even that formidable spirit had been rendered exceedingly weak. Even if it retained some power, it could at most ensure its own survival or provide critical aid to Yi Qing. At the very least, it posed no significant threat to him. Su Li, have you recovered? Suddenly, a melodious voice rang from outside the room, causing Su Li to pause. Was it Bai Ximiao? Please, enter, White Saintess. A thought flickered through Su Li's mind. He had sensed something unusual about Bai Ximiao's condition. Although he had been in the process of recovery every night, he could faintly perceive the erratic aura emanating from the adjacent room. A chaotic energy that was neither demonic nor sinister, but rather a frenzied essence that Bai Ximiao seemed unable to contain. Though each time it was swiftly subdued, Su Li could still ascertain that she was indeed facing a predicament. It is good to hear you have fully recovered. I had thought you would need a few more days of rest. Soon, we shall embark on the return journey to Yunqing sect, and within a month, you will be able to participate in the selection of inner disciples. Bai Ximiao gracefully seated herself, adorned in a white robe with lace trim, the flowing fabric subtly accentuating her fair, snow-like thighs, which were tantalizingly concealed yet alluring. Her delicate ankles and healthy, rosy fingertips were evident as she lifted her teacup to savor its contents, leaving a faint imprint of her lips upon the rim, exuding a sweet fragrance. White Saintess, your visit must entail more than such simple pleasantries, Su Li remarked, regarding Bai Ximiao with an appreciative gaze. This was the first occasion he had the leisure to admire her fully from head to toe. He could not deny that her mere presence was sufficient to incite fervor in many men. Astute. Bai Ximiao's lips curled slightly. From their previous interactions, she had sensed that Su Li was indeed extraordinary. Most men, upon encountering her, either cowered in awe or stared at her as if they could devour her with their eyes. Yet very few, like Su Li, could regard her with such calm appreciation. However, what Bai Ximiao remained unaware of was that, while she was indeed captivating, her figure and beauty were not necessarily superior to those of the women Su Li had known before. Moreover, Su Li was not foolish enough to reveal an insipid infatuation. The truth is, the reason I personally came to select disciples for Yunqing sect. Bai Ximiao soon provided Su Li with a brief overview of the situation, and upon discovering that another consciousness resided within her mind, Su Li's expression revealed little astonishment. Upon witnessing the situation, Bai Ximiao exhaled in relief. From the expression on Su Li's face, she discerned that he must possess some confidence. Hence, as long as you can assist me in resolving this. Bai Ximiao gestured towards her own head, her words trailing off. Beep. Mission activated. To assist Bai Ximiao, the betrothed of Yeshuan, the holy son of the Sutian Pavilion, will grant you 20,000 fortune points. I shall help you. Su Li, seeing the system had already triggered the task, hastily responded without a second thought. Oh. Bai Miao was momentarily taken aback, then half-jokingly covered her mouth and said, I haven't yet mentioned what reward you will receive upon helping me. Aren't you afraid I might renege on my promise? As she spoke, Bai Miao carefully scrutinized Su Li's expression. She had presumed Su Li's eagerness was indicative of his interest in her. Saintess Bai, although you have not said much before, your effortless annihilation of Li Dawei's entire family indicates that you do not care for the fates of his kin. Rather, it seems you wish to intimidate those talented individuals who harbor ill intentions towards me. I acknowledge this favor, hence, I shall also assist you, Su Li replied with poise, exuding confidence and charm. Bai Miao's eyes sparkled at his words. It was preferable that Su Li understood her intentions. At that moment, Su Li began to examine Bai Miao's fortune points. Name, Bai Miao. Realm, Pinnacle of Divine Passage. Constitution, Water Honey Body. Fortune points, 50,000. Goodness, 50,000. Quite impressive. Truly befitting of a saintess. Furthermore, Bai Miao was actually the fiancé of Yeshuan, the holy son of the Sutian Pavilion, if memory served him correctly. The Sutian Pavilion was one of the few powers in the vicinity that could rival the Yunqing sect, and their relationship was exceedingly close, almost akin to an alliance. However, the term water honey body struck him as peculiar. Bai Miao's demeanor seemed to contradict the sweetness implied by the word honey. Yet, Su Li had no time to ponder further. Having committed to assisting her, he decided to assess Bai Miao's condition first. After establishing a barrier within the room, Su Li naturally reached out to support Bai Miao's delicate head. Initially, she felt no discomfort. However, as Su Li activated his spiritual awareness, intertwining thunder and flame spiritual energy to probe her mind, a dense cloud of dark mist suddenly erupted, writhing and distorting while emitting piercing shrieks. Subsequently, it attempted to escape from Bai Miao's head to other parts of her body. Seeking to flee, Su Li's expression darkened. He raised Bai Miao's exquisite chin with his right hand and simultaneously used his thunder and flame spiritual energy to seal her throat, leaving the ghostly remnant with no avenue of escape. Even Bai Miao's complexion began to visibly redden. What a posture! Having her chin lifted, she was a noble saintess. After all, typically, men, and even ordinary women, did not dare to touch her garments. Yet now, she found herself in a position where Su Li held her chin as if she were a mere decorative vase, subject to his scrutiny. What troubled Bai Miao further was the fact that she had a fiancé, Yeshuan, who she was already betrothed to. Although this marriage was arranged by the elders of the Bai and Yi families for the purpose of alliance, Bai Miao, despite her lack of deep feelings for Yi Xian, found herself unable to defy her family's wishes. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, sensing an unfamiliar force struggling within her mind. Su Li was attempting to prevent its escape. You wretched creature, you cannot stop me. Just as Su Li harnessed the power of thunder and flame to compress the space in which the ghostly saint's remnant soul could exist, it unexpectedly erupted within Bai Miao's consciousness. Subsequently, like countless dark filaments, it dispersed throughout her limbs and bones. What should I do? Bai Miao could distinctly feel something amiss within her body, and panic ensued. She wished to resist with her own spiritual awareness and power, but feared harming Su Li. Had it ever used such a method to evade capture when confronting you before? Su Li inquired calmly. No, Bai Miao reflected. She was fortunate enough not to have been completely overtaken by this entity, let alone force it to such a desperate point. In truth, they had often found themselves at an impasse. That's precisely it. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Li's mouth as he explained. This indicates that it indeed fears my thunder and flame. Yes. Bai Miao's excitement surged at this realization. However, in the next moment, she felt as if struck by lightning. Su Li had laid her flat, and, with a firm grip, began to knead her delicate, snow-like feet. What are you doing? Bai Miao blushed fiercely, had it not been for the force's relentless resistance. Preventing her from unleashing her true strength, she would have struck back long ago. Yet even so, her physique was unparalleled. If Su Li did not provide her with a satisfactory explanation, she might truly resort to violence. After all, how could her precious feet be treated so by another? Chapter 90. The Saintess's Patronage? What do you think? However, Su Li cast her a sidelong glance and focused intently on his task. I say, you are certainly taking liberties with me. Bai Miao's mind briefly entertained this thought before she was astonished to discover that the dark forces in the areas of her feet that Su Li was kneading gradually dissipated, as if being erased little by little, without retreating to other places. At that moment, Su Li's expression was solemn, devoid of any malice. Bai Miao realized she had misjudged him. Yet, With each gentle knead from Su Li, Bai Ximiao felt as though her feet were enveloped by a pair of warm, large hands. The overwhelming sense of embarrassment made her wish she could burrow into the ground. Nevertheless, Su Li's lack of eye contact with Bai Ximiao was not only due to his admiration for her ice cream-like feet, but also because he was taken aback by the cool sensation of her touch. However, with each repeated knead, her originally snow-white feet began to radiate a blush. It was then that Su Li discerned that Bai Ximiao's constitution had been suppressed by this internal force, rendering her outward demeanor so frigid. In truth, she was a being of fiery passion at her core. Otherwise, she would not have felt her blood surge so intensely, as if ready to burst forth. From such a simple touch, after tending to her small feet, Su Li moved on to her ankles and calves. As Bai Ximiao observed Su Li inching closer to her thighs, she was uncertain whether it was the gradual restoration of her essence releasing the suppression of the soul force, causing her to yearn to moan, or if it was merely the sensation of Su Li's hands that rendered her unable to control herself, leading her to inadvertently rub her thighs. However, suppressing her shame, Bai Ximiao suddenly recalled a grave concern. That area, it wouldn't require kneading as well, would it? As soon as she voiced this thought, she regretted it. Why had she brought that up? Even if it were to happen, could she not simply pretend it never occurred? After all, Su Li was a physician. To him, she was merely a patient, right? Like those men, cats, or dogs. Surely there was no difference? It could hide throughout her entire being, requiring not only kneading but also delving into her mind afterward, lest any remnants linger and return once more. At that moment, Su Li's words nearly brought Bai Ximiao to tears. Had she known it was going to be so difficult, she would have reconsidered. Moreover, that cursed soul had previously been so arrogant in her mind. Yet upon encountering Su Li's thunderfire power, it fled faster than a rat. Even more shamelessly, it attempted to scatter throughout her body, leaving her to ponder how she would face Su Li in the future. Furthermore, Bai Ximiao was still a maiden. What if that area were to be violated by Su Li's kneading? How would she confront Yi Xian afterward? Would she have to confess to her fiancé that she was broken for the first time in the name of healing? It would be absurd to think he would believe such a tale. Additionally, even Yi Xian had never touched her in such a manner. Their interactions had been limited to holding hands at most. They had never even kissed, because she believed that unless it was a partner she cherished for a lifetime, no one else could touch her in such a manner. Yet now, she found herself in a state of turmoil, desperately wanting to flee from this place. Finally, she felt the warmth of Su Li's large hand around her knee. The tingling sensation compelled Bai Ximiao to involuntarily let out a sound. She wished to suppress it, but she realized that her skin and nerves seemed more sensitive than before, especially where Su Li had caressed and kneaded. It felt as if, after expelling the lingering remnants of that soul, her previous physical condition was now manifested in a healthier manner. However, this manifestation made each passing second feel like an eternity. Ding! Bai Ximiao, with her chaotic emotions, both resisting and inviting, gains 2,000 fortune points. It was not until Su Li's hand reached, treated, her thigh that Bai Ximiao instinctively placed her hand against his. Even as a saintess, and despite her desire to regain her strength, she was ultimately still a girl. How could she allow such intimacy? Moreover, if Yi Xian were to find out, he would certainly harm Su Li. Su Li, what is wrong with you? However, Bai Ximiao was astonished to find Su Li, already drenched in sweat, alternating between red and pale. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ximiao was splattered but quickly rose to support Su Li. Yet, her legs felt weak, and she was gritting her teeth to hold herself up. Cough, cough, cough. Su Li glanced at Bai Ximiao's alluringly long legs with a hint of regret, offering a wry smile. I apologize, Saintess. My cultivation is still insufficient. Despite my utmost efforts, I could only help you eliminate a third of it. I estimate that only at the 5th level of the Divine Power Realm will I be able to completely eradicate the remaining remnants of that soul. Su Li appeared to be in a poor state, which dispelled Bai Ximiao's earlier tumultuous thoughts, replacing them with a sense of guilt. After all, Su Li had been diligently treating her, and yet she had been lost in her own chaotic musings, even harboring murderous intent towards him. It was crucial to remember that once Su Li arrived at Yinxing's sect, he would participate in the inter-sect trials. If he were to suffer any lasting effects while rescuing her, it would be a disaster. It's all right. I'm not in a hurry. Bai Ximiao hurriedly waved her hand, indicating that Su Li need not rush. For even though only a third had been dispelled, she could already sense the soul fragment significantly weakened. It could no longer seize control of her body as it once did. Most importantly, and what relieved Bai Ximiao the most, was that Su Li had halted his touch precisely at her thigh. This gave her a moment to breathe. as even such medical contact still made her uneasy. However, Bai Simiao discovered that Su Li had never harbored the malevolent intentions akin to those of a lecherous man. The areas he had previously touched would not be revisited, and his refined demeanor and comportment instilled in her a sense of admiration and a fluttering heart. Particularly, when she reminisced about Su Li's gentle ministrations on her delicate feet, that sensation was indeed exquisite. At least, during her interactions with Yi Xian, she often found him to be cold and devoid of any charm, which was rather disheartening. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won the favor of Bai Simiao, earning 5,000 fortune points. What a surprise. Just as Su Li feigned a restoration of his stamina, he could not help but feel a sense of secret delight. He certainly would not engage in repeated advances, for he had already thoroughly explored every permissible touch. If it were not for the fact that his own cultivation was somewhat lacking, could Bai Simiao's petite hands truly withstand his larger grasp? Ah, here, take this token. Once you arrive at Yinxing sect, feel free to seek me out at any time. Suddenly, Bai Simiao, whose heart raced like a startled deer, regained her composure and retrieved a white jade token from her waist. The token bore the inscription Bai Zefeng, while the reverse side displayed the words Ninth Saintess, Bai Simiao. You are too courteous, Saintess, Su Li thought, sensing that Bai Simiao regarded him as one of her own. Do not worry. Your healing has taken a significant toll on you. You must rest well. Upon your arrival at Yinxing sect, I will provide you with all the resources you need to advance to the Great Ability realm once you break through to the 5th layer of the Divine Passage realm. Bai Simiao proclaimed generously, patting her chest. What? Su Li exclaimed in astonishment, teasingly adding, Are you sponsoring me? Upon hearing this, Bai Simiao's face turned a deep crimson. Oh, what are you saying? She responded, somewhat flustered but attempting to maintain her composure. For so long, I have been troubled by this spiritual disturbance, which has significantly hindered my progress. Thus, the sooner you reach the 5th layer of the Divine Passage realm, the more advantageous it will be for me. Helping you is, in essence, helping myself. Chapter 91. The honey that can be drawn into threads. Bai Simiao's words indeed garnered Su Li's acknowledgement. Moreover, her willingness to provide resources beyond the 5th level came as a delightful surprise. Clearing his throat, Su Li refrained from discussing this matter further. He inquired, Have you ever considered who might be scheming against you, particularly in regard to that Li Daowei? Observing the playful glint in Su Li's eyes, Bai Simiao quickly shifted the topic. Never thought about it, she replied. However, Su Li shook his head, presenting an innocent smile. In response, Bai Simiao's expression froze momentarily, and a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed her gaze. Although this fleeting emotion went unnoticed by Su Li, it was undeniably palpable. Bai Simiao had initially presumed that Su Li, being astute and immensely powerful, would have sensed something amiss, or at the very least, would have taken precautions. Yet, his nonchalant response of never thought about it suggested either an excess of confidence bordering on arrogance or a youthful naivety, oblivious to the world's harsh realities. If it was the former, Bai Simiao would deem Su Li unremarkable, as she had encountered numerous prodigies. Some of the prominent holy sons displayed a similar level of hubris, which she found unappealing. Conversely, if it was the latter, she would see him as excessively immature. Consider, if the intrigues were so profound even before reaching Yinxing sect, how much more perilous would they be upon arrival? Facing the cunning schemes of the elite from major domains, could Su Li's naive disposition ensure his longevity? Yet suddenly, Su Li's words struck Bai Simiao profoundly. He remarked, I can sense hostility in the gazes of Yi Qing, Ji Chang, and Mo Shan. Have you prepared for this? Bai Simiao's pupils dilated in realization. It appeared that Su Li was aware after all. What preparation? Su Li smiled, an air of tranquility gracing his features. If I perform well, their jealousy is to be expected, and I can overlook it as long as they do not go too far. However, should they seek their own demise, even in collaboration, I shall not cower. With indifference, I shall dismantle their schemes. I have no qualms about shattering their conspiracies. As he uttered these words, Su Li's expression remained devoid of both sorrow and joy, as though everything was firmly within his grasp. Bai Simiao, gazing at him in astonishment, felt an inexplicable sense of admiration for his youthful, yet formidable spirit. It is worth noting that such composure, calmness, and resolute will were traits she had observed in only a select few within Yinxing sect. The sect leader and the foremost holy son, the esteemed Xiao Wuji, deemed the rightful heir to the sect. This confidence was not blind. Rather, like Su Li, it stemmed from an acute awareness of danger, yet remained unshaken, firmly believing that his strength would be the key to altering the course of events. To be candid, Bai Simiao experienced a fleeting moment of attraction. At the very least, She found Su Li far more intriguing than her cold fiancé. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked by Simiao's heart, earning 8,000 fortune points. Is that even possible? Su Li nearly chuckled. Su Li, I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performance. At this moment, however, Bai Simiao's face reverted to its customary icy demeanor. She did not wish for Su Li to discern her growing affection for him. Once Bai Simiao departed, Su Li tidied the room, only to discover a glistening pool of moisture where she had lain. What is this? Su Li paused, extending his hand to touch it. To his astonishment, the substance stretched like honey. His expression turned peculiar. Could it be? Is it from Bai Simiao? Meanwhile, after exiting Su Li's room, Bai Simiao hastily retreated to her own, setting up a barrier. She needed to bathe. It was not that she felt her feet or calves were sullied by Su Li's touch. Rather, she felt uncomfortably sticky. During this time, the elders aboard the airship explained to the assembled prodigies the advantages of participating in the selection process. Upon learning that those who became inner disciples, or even true disciples, could freely access the treasure vault and the divine armory, as well as be chosen by an inner elder as a disciple and exchange contributions for coveted treasures, the prodigies aboard the airship were filled with exhilaration. It is known that the Cloud Clear sect's treasure vault and divine armory house an abundance of priceless artifacts. If they could amass substantial contributions, they could even exchange for imperial-grade treasures, especially for true disciples. Not only would they be personally taken under the wing of the Grand Elder or even the sect leader, receiving guidance, they would also have the opportunity to contend for the prestigious titles of Holy Son or Holy Daughter, an unparalleled honor within the Cloud Clear sect. As the prodigies aboard the airship recalled the white-haired elder's words, they could not contain their excitement. Particularly, Yi Qing, Ji Chong, and Li Wuyue were all determined to shine brilliantly in the upcoming trials. After all, it was not unheard of for prodigies who had activated second-tier phenomena to be accepted as personal disciples. In fact, among the current holy sons and daughters, several had reached their status from second-tier phenomena, having persevered to this day. The efforts and sacrifices they made were, naturally, beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. However, while most prodigies were caught up in their excitement, Yi Qing was utterly infuriated. For the past few days, wherever he went, he could overhear discussions about Su Li. What aggravated Yi Qing further was that the conversations had shifted from whether Su Li would be chosen as a true disciple to how long it would take him to become a sequential disciple, even catching up to the first holy son, Xiao Wuji. As for him, just yesterday, in an attempt to mend relations with the newcomers, he overheard a few scoundrels seemingly conspiring against him. It turned out that although the inner sect trials were shrouded in mystery, whispers of their nature had circulated, especially among those like Ji Chong who had backing. Before being accepted as disciples of the Cloud Clear sect, they had already received news. It was said that the inner sect trials were a true test of brutality, filled with deceit and competition, where only the strong prevailed. If those with slightly lesser abilities, or those who have not activated their manifestations, can unite to vanquish even the second or first-tier prodigies, they may very well capture the attention of the formidable elders within the inner sect and ascend to the status of inner disciples. As for Su Li, these individuals naturally would not dare to provoke him. However, Yi Qing's reputation is rather tarnished. Furthermore, he has recently found himself without allies. Even Ji Chong and Mo Shan, who had superficially collaborated with him while secretly guarding against him, have grown distant during this period, exchanging nothing more than mere greetings, clearly viewing him as a pawn. It is likely that once he has been utilized in the trials, they will turn against him. Consequently, Yi Qing has been in a dismal state, feeling unsettled even though he is merely 2 or 3 days' journey from the Liyunqing zone. Yet that night, Yi Qing was on the verge of shouting in excitement. "Qinger, have you not diligently reinforced your strength over this past month?" The feeble voice of Leng Wuyan finally echoed within Yi Qing's mind. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. He had endured enough grievances during these days. The awakening of his master has finally provided him with a sense of solace. "Master, I was so worried about you during your recuperation that I could hardly remain calm," Yi Qing said with a bold face. Chapter 92. Cold Wuyan was taken aback. The sensation of being manipulated? However, Cold Wuyan fell silent. It turned out that during her recuperation, she was not oblivious to the happenings outside. Yi Qing had truly disappointed her. First, he tainted his own constitution, causing his extraordinary potential to diminish, and then he devised a scheme against Su Li, leading to Li Daoi's demise. Recently, Yi Qing's resentment had nearly disrupted her healing state. Upon awakening, witnessing Yi Qing's suffering softened her heart a bit. Thus, she questioned him as to why he had not diligently practiced during this time. It is crucial to understand that even in adversity, a true warrior should not be swayed by external circumstances. Yi Qing's setbacks had given rise to wicked thoughts and misguided ambitions, distancing him from the path of greatness. His future achievements might not be particularly lofty. More critically, it was Yi Qing's temperament. If it were merely a matter of inferior talent, Cold Wu Yin would undoubtedly have the confidence to nurture him. However, after this period of interaction, especially given Yi Qing's recent deceitful flattery, she found it rather distasteful. Master, what? What is wrong with you? Speak to me. Yet, upon seeing Cold Wu Yin's silence, Yi Qing became flustered, fearing she might once again slip into a deep slumber. Qing'er, I am fine. At that moment, Cold Wu Yin noticed Yi Qing's emotional fluctuations were indeed rooted in his concern for her. She thought he still possessed a shred of conscience. That is good, that is good. But when Yi Qing sighed in relief and continued speaking, his words nearly drove Cold Wu Yin to the brink of fury. Master, I have discovered that Su Li, that scoundrel, had previously concealed himself too well. I suspect my recent misfortunes are connected to him, and we are merely a day or two away from Yinqing's sect. As Yi Qing spoke, Cold Wu Yin began to sense something amiss. Yi Qing paused, and to her astonishment, began to weave grandiose plans. Master, if you quietly assist me in eliminating him, once I seize his opportunities and fortunes, I will surely be able to rekindle my extraordinary potential and ascend to the ranks of true disciples with ease. Master, rest assured, once I become a true disciple, I will certainly attend to your healing. Master, by then, when you restore your physical form, surely you could effortlessly vanquish even the sect leader of Yinqing, correct? As Yi Qing spoke, he reignited boundless fantasies about the future. Or rather, these fantasies had always resided deep within his heart. It was merely Cold Wu Yin's awakening that compelled him to voice them. At this moment, Yi Qing endeavored to maintain a facade of earnestness and innocence. Yet within, he fantasized that once he became a true disciple and helped his beautiful master restore her physical form, he might take advantage of her vulnerability to draw closer to her, ultimately winning her over completely. At that time, the entire world would be his to soar through, free from the shackles of humiliation. However, Yi Qing was unaware that his duplicitous thoughts had long been perceived by Cold Wu Yin. Nevertheless, as her master had just awakened and was currently in a state of great weakness, even if not at Yinqing's sect, the chances of successfully subduing Su Li were less than 1 in 10, not to mention the presence of formidable experts aboard this vessel. Cold Wu Yin suppressed her anger, her voice icy and rigid. She still held a glimmer of hope for Yi Qing. What did it matter if he was at the great being level? Master, you are the empress. I refuse to believe that you cannot subdue a mere void realm Su Li. Even if you were to fall into slumber again, rest assured that once I obtain Su Li's fortune and opportunity, I will find a way to restore your power, even if it means not joining the Yinqing sect. Upon hearing Cold Wu Yin's words, Yi Qing mistakenly thought she was merely making excuses to refuse him. After all, Cold Wu Yin possessed the strength of an emperor. Even if her soul was incomplete, he could not fathom that she was incapable of dealing with a mere void realm opponent. But in that moment, Cold Wu Yin felt utterly despondent. What did it mean that she would fall into slumber again and he would find a way to help her recover? If she fell into a deeper sleep, she might cease to exist, fade away. She might never recover. Moreover, last time, in the face of the monstrous beasts, Yi Qing acted recklessly, which led to her sustaining grievous injuries. Now, the experts aboard this flying vessel were only stronger, not weaker. Even if she managed to succeed, she was destined to be slain, or worse, have her essence devoured by those from the Yinqing sect. In that case, even if Yi Qing obtained the inheritance, he would be unable to save her. At this moment, Cold Wu Yin was completely disheartened. She resolved to escort Yi Qing to the Yinqing sect one last time before parting ways with him. Master, please speak. Yi Qing realized that after he finished speaking, Cold Wu Yin fell silent again, as if engaging in a form of silent aggression, which made him yell out in frustration. At that moment, Yi Qing's eyes were bloodshot. He even doubted whether Cold Wu Yin had come to despise him for absorbing that tainted blood. But had this wretched woman forgotten who had awakened her using spiritual energy? I am weary. Ultimately, Cold Wu Yin left this statement before returning to silence. However, she was not truly asleep, but rather contemplating Su Li. With her intellect, she could discern that Su Li had been making significant strides during this period, rising to prominence in the selections, shining brightly. All those events were, to some extent, intertwined with Su Li. Cold Wu Yin even suspected that everything that had transpired in the city was orchestrated by Su Li. Even the soul-nourishing stone could very well be in his possession. Thus, Cold Wu Yin suddenly felt compelled to see Su Li. Perhaps he held the key to her own turning point? Ding. Cold Wuyin has decided to leave Yi Qing, and the host gains 20,000 fortune points. In an instant, Su Li, who was cultivating, opened his eyes wide. Good heavens, what on earth did that fool Yi Qing do to this empress? Su Li pondered, even suspecting that Yi Qing might have lost his mind, attempting to absorb Cold Wuyin's remnants to gain strength. Was that why Cold Wuyin chose to leave him? Regardless, with the last of Yi Qing's trump cards gone, Su Li felt utterly unencumbered. Yet, in the dead of night, Cold Wuyin arrived outside Su Li's room, first setting up her hidden defenses to prevent any potential attack from him before entering, clearly concerned that Su Li might covet her soul. And upon the bed, Su Li's striking visage was as handsome as a jade statue. His demeanor was starkly different from when he was merely a humble physician in Yun City. Lung Wuyin scrutinized Su Li intently, her lips parting in admiration as she exclaimed, "Impressive. Your internal essence is remarkably condensed, encompassing two formidable yet gradually merging constitutions. There seems to be an unparalleled domineering mark as well." Su Li's heart quivered at her words. That voice. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the breathtakingly exquisite form of Lung Wuyin, coalescing before him like a wisp of ethereal smoke. Instantly, Su Li was taken aback. Indeed, Lung Wuyin was the remnant soul of an empress. How had he failed to perceive her presence earlier? However, he soon realized that Lung Wuyin's spiritual essence was exceedingly frail, rendering her incapable of launching a surprise attack. She had merely employed formidable means to conceal her aura, which had prevented him from noticing her presence moments ago. "Youngster Su Li, it is an honor to meet you, esteemed elder." Without a hint of hesitation, Su Li extended his goodwill. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lung Bieshuang's eyes as she regarded him with caution. "You know of me?" Truthfully, Lung Bieshuang felt a twinge of regret. She had not anticipated that the Su Li standing before her would exhibit neither fear nor panic upon their encounter. Instead, he emanated a sense of composure and an enigmatic quality that was difficult to decipher, as though her appearance was entirely anticipated by him. Chapter 93. The Eternal Youth Technique. Yi Qing, a hypocrite, could not have flourished without the right opportunities. At that time, he exploited my service to the Yi family solely to extract our utilitarian value. Later, when he was pursued by the Liu family and other forces, I pondered how he possessed neither formidable artifacts nor extraordinary techniques. Surely, he must have had some elder guiding him from behind. Yet, I did not anticipate that this elder would seek me out at such a late hour for a particular purpose. Su Li maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. Though joy blossomed within him, he sensed that the remnant soul of this empress was exceedingly frail. Without the nourishment of soul-nurturing stones, it would be challenging for her to recover, even while residing within Yi Qing's body. At this moment, Lung Wuyin stared intently at Su Li and finally sighed. "I did not expect you to know Yi Qing so well. No wonder you have endured until now to rise. It was you who devised the scheme to take the soul-nurturing stone from him, wasn't he it?" Su Li thought it amusing. "Elder, to say scheme feels somewhat unjust. Was he not also plotting against us? In this world, though it is often a case of the strong devouring the weak, it was Yi Qing who first deceived us. Li Dawei serves as a prime example. Unless I were a fool, how could I continue to follow him? As for the soul-nurturing stone," as he spoke, Su Li retrieved the soul-nurturing stone from his possession. Indeed, in an instant, Lung Wuyin nearly leaped forward in excitement. The surface of the stone radiated resplendent patterns, evoking an overwhelming desire within her to embrace it. However, she restrained her agitation and said, "You are indeed astute. Let us discuss further. If you are willing to part with it, I can impart to you a powerful technique, one that will ensure your dominance in the Yunqing sect in the future." Yet, Su Li shook his head. "You do not wish to acquire it?" Lung Wuyin's pupils constricted sharply, unable to fathom how anyone could resist the allure of such potent techniques, particularly as Su Li was on the verge of participating in the inter-sect disciple trials. Acquiring an additional technique would certainly enhance his chances of success. "Elder, do you believe the techniques I possess to be weak? Even the Yi Qing you nurtured? Should I desire to eliminate him, it would be a trivial matter. In truth, I am more curious about how you, with only a remnant of your soul, have managed to endure for so long, and even how you have managed to recover several times within the body of that waste, Yi Qing." As Su Li spoke, a smirk danced upon his lips, for he recalled that the most formidable aspect of the Empress, Yi Qing's master, was undoubtedly her original technique, the Eternal Youth Technique. As for any other techniques, Su Li held them in little regard. However, Su Li's incisive acuity certainly left Lung Wuyin astounded. Were it not for her ability to discern the age of ordinary souls, she might have suspected Su Li to be an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. Otherwise, How could his perceptions be so keen? Yet, the eternal youth technique was a secret she had never even imparted to Yi Qing. It remained one of her absolute trump cards. The esteemed elder may take their time in contemplation. Moreover, I am willing to forego the essence of your soul's origin imprint. Should you choose to impart to me the foundational techniques, not only could I assist you in restoring your spirit, but I could also aid in the reconstruction of your physical form. Ultimately, the decision to remain or depart rests solely in your hands. Seeing the lingering hesitation in the elder's demeanor, Su Li unveiled this profound proposition. Indeed, the elder was taken aback. It is essential to note that she currently exists in a fragmented state. If captured by those formidable beings of high caliber, even if they do not consume her, they could very well seize her soul's origin imprint. In such a scenario, she would become a soul thrall to those powerful entities. Should her master perish and shatter the imprint, even if she were an empress, her existence would meet its end alongside them. Yet now, Su Li astonishingly relinquished this advantageous threat against her. Furthermore, he promised to assist her in reconstructing her soul, even if Su Li were to renege on his word. The soul stone in his possession was undeniably real. At worst, she could nurture her soul and depart on her own accord. With her imperial soul, reclaiming her body and cultivating a perfect form would not pose a significant challenge. Thus, before you impart your techniques, let us forge a soul contract. After a moment's consideration, the elder realized she had nothing to lose and promptly expressed her agreement. Soon, both Su Li and the elder finalized the soul contract. Come forth, esteemed elder. Su Li placed the soul-nurturing stone before him, allowing the elder to approach with newfound assurance. Almost instantaneously, she felt the stone's revitalizing essence. The once indistinct remnants of her form grew more solid. However, she would require prolonged nourishment for complete restoration. In close proximity to the elder, Su Li soon discovered that her alluring figure surpassed even that of Xiao Yun, with her curvaceous form nearly bursting forth during her soul's inhalation and exhalation. Her enchanting long legs, even in a soul state, were strikingly captivating. Yet, Su Li merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Acutely aware of the elder's keen sensitivity to soul perception, should she detect his gaze, it would not bode well for him. At that moment, recognizing Su Li's composed demeanor and absence of any untoward actions, the elder concluded he was indeed a man of integrity. She then proceeded to convey the inheritance of the everlasting vitality technique. Boom. Su Li felt a surge in his mind. In the next instant, the knowledge pertaining to the everlasting vitality technique surfaced in his consciousness. It was indeed a genuine imperial-level technique. Elation coursed through Su Li's heart. His combat prowess was inherently rooted in battle, destined to emerge from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, with the aid of this self-healing and highly regenerative everlasting vitality technique, his combat strength would undoubtedly multiply several times over. Moreover, Su Li discerned that the everlasting vitality technique possessed formidable self-healing properties not only for the physical body, but also, upon reaching the 6th volume, it even held the power of soul regeneration. The preservation of the elder's fragmented soul until now was solely attributable to this technique. At the same time, as Su Li attempted to channel its energy, streams of azure vitality enveloped him, with a vast influx of life force continuously converging within. However, he quickly realized that, given his current level, he could only practice the initial volumes of revitalization and return to origin of the everlasting vitality technique. Yet, despite this, Su Li's self-healing ability had increased by at least tenfold. When he attempted to separate flesh with a weapon, the blood had not even begun to seep out before the flesh had miraculously restored itself. Senior, your foundational technique is so formidable, yet your physical body has been shattered. Over the years, you must have endured great hardships, haven't you? Su Li instinctively offered words of comfort, causing the soul of Lung Wuyin to tremble. Throughout these years, Yi Qing had never inquired about her well-being. At most, he had only shown concern for her recovery to enable her to impart more techniques and guidance. In stark contrast, Su Li's warmth was truly remarkable. Ding! Congratulations to the host for stirring the emotions of the Empress Lung Wuyin, fostering a sense of fondness, and earning 2,000 fortune points. Well, not bad. However, Lung Wuyin stubbornly replied, then fell silent. Having only recently interacted with Su Li, she was not yet ready to fully open her heart. Nevertheless, Su Li merely smiled and remained quiet. This beauty was indeed resilient, just like the previous by Si Miao, who clearly harbored feelings for him, yet deliberately maintained an aloof demeanor. Now, this Empress Lung Wuyin appeared to be quite similar, did she not? Chapter 94, The Son of Fortune? The fortune returns to zero. As dawn approached, The sky was just beginning to brighten. With only half a day's journey remaining to Yinqing's sect, it was time for me to sever my ties with Yiqing. After a night of nurturing, Lung Wuyan's soul had become significantly more solid. She gracefully stood before Su Li, yearning to take the soul-nurturing stone for herself. However, the contract stipulated that Su Li was only responsible for her recovery and would not grant her the stone. Nevertheless, once she departed from Yiqing, she would still be able to reside within the soul-nurturing stone. During this period, she had to ensure that the powerful members of Yinqing's sect remained oblivious to her presence, as her life would be in peril otherwise. Last night had been particularly distressing for Yiqing. No matter how loudly he called, Lung Wuyan did not appear, and he was on the verge of losing control. He had initially threatened her using the same method he had employed during his last visit to the Monster Beast Mountain Range, intending to provoke Su Li and have Lung Wuyan assist him in eliminating Su Li. To his dismay, Lung Wuyan continued to disregard him. Consequently, he had not rested well throughout the night. However, when Yiqing discovered that Lung Wuyan had returned and her soul had solidified somewhat, he was overwhelmed with excitement. "Master, did you find a way to recover out there?" All of his previous frustrations vanished in an instant. After all, had his master merely left his body? "Yes, I am weary." Lung Wuyan nodded, but upon returning to Yiqing's body, she once again fell into a state of silence. "Master? No. You have regained some strength, haven't you? Hurry and help me eliminate that worthless Su Li before we reach Yinqing's sect." "Master? Speak. Please, say something." Yiqing's initial joy transformed into a sense of urgency. He resembled a gambler who had lost everything, clinging to the last remaining beautiful wife at home, only to find that she had returned from the outside world radiant and flourishing, yet indifferent to him. Yiqing was on the brink of exploding with rage. He even began to suspect that Lung Wuyan had sought the company of other prodigies. Otherwise, how could she have regained her strength? "Lung Wuyan, speak to me." At that moment, Yiqing trembled all over as he faintly detected Su Li's presence emanating from Lung Wuyan. This wretched person, had she truly sought refuge with Su Li? "Qing'er, we are nearing Yinqing's sect. From here on, you must fend for yourself." Lung Wuyan spoke decisively, severing the only connection between her and Yiqing without delay. In an instant, Yiqing's mind became a void. "Master, master," he called out repeatedly, only to be met with silence. The last trace of his connection with Lung Wuyan had vanished without a trace, as if she had never existed at all. At that moment, Yiqing felt as though his most beautiful wife had spent an entire night with another man, only to return and sever all ties with him. The suffocating sense of injustice and resentment left his eyes reddened with fury. Unbeknownst to him, the unpurged, tainted blood within him began to fester anew under the weight of such negative emotions. Hatred, bitterness. Yiqing found it increasingly difficult to restrain himself. "Su Li, it must be you. And you, Lung Wuyan, you wretched person. I will surely kill you both." Yiqing curled his body, suppressing his fury. He resembled a rat, casting dark glances towards Su Li's room. Ding. Yiqing has descended into madness, succumbing to a twisted psyche, deducting 250 fortune points. Ding. The system has detected Yiqing's fortune points have reached 0. In room 2, Su Li was baffled. How could Yiqing, the son of fortune, be left with merely 250 points? Had his fortune truly been reduced to nothing? Simultaneously, Su Li noticed a fleeting pink glow on the surface of the soul-nurturing stone. "Senior, have you entered?" Su Li inquired tentatively. Do not disturb me. I need to recuperate," Lung Wuyan replied, savoring her state of nourishment. Observing this, Su Li decided to store the soul-nurturing stone away. Truth be told, he had contemplated coercing Lung Wuyan into surrendering the source imprint. However, doing so would easily expose his innermost thoughts to her scrutiny. As a villain, even though Lung Wuyan was the soul of an empress, it was not worth the risk. Moreover, his strategy of retreating to advance had inadvertently garnered her favor, and in the future, he would have ample means to manipulate her. Meanwhile, in a suspended island illuminated by a celestial blue light, ancient yet elegant structures were surrounded by a dense, mist-like aura of spiritual energy. Within this paradise, reminiscent of a realm inhabited by immortals, stood countless magnificent pavilions. The island's towering peaks were lush and breathtaking. At its center lay a resplendent golden-purple grand hall. The most striking of all, this was the Yinqing sect. Above the grand hall, upon a throne resembling a cloud, reclined an extraordinarily beautiful woman clad in a splendid robe and a crimson cloak, her graceful figure exuding the aura of a sovereign. She surveyed the magnificent hall from her elevated position. Yet, none of the saints, saintesses, or various attendants and elders dared to lift their gazes to her. For she was the current leader of the Yinqing sect, Mu Yunhuang. I have heard from Si Miao's communication talisman that we have received an exceptionally gifted prodigy, one whose achievements rival those of Wu Ji. Mu Yunhuang's ethereal yet commanding voice resonated throughout the hall. Barefoot, her fair left leg crossed over her right, and with each word, her left leg gently tapped. Her skin was as white as jade, imbued with a hint of pink, resembling an ethereal being descended into the mortal realm. Amidst her imposing presence, there was a sense of ease, as though she possessed complete confidence in the current situation of the Yunqing sect. However, when Mu Yunhuang mentioned the term saint, a stir arose below, particularly among the ranks of the saints. There, in the foremost position stood Xiao Wuji, tall and elegant, his form exuding an air of nobility accentuated by his purple gold belt and jade crown. Even though many in the hall speculated that Su Li would soon qualify for the title of saint, the atmosphere was rife with tension. No one truly believes that Su Li possesses the potential to rival Xiao Wuji. While outsiders may perceive both Su Li and Xiao Wuji as extraordinary prodigies with rare celestial phenomena, those within the ranks of Yunqing sect are acutely aware that Xiao Wuji's exceptional manifestation is anything but ordinary. As for Su Li, he might at best be able to chase the fading silhouette of Xiao Wuji. At this moment, an elder named Gu Yun, whose hair was completely white, with a remarkably slender frame, smiled broadly and remarked, Congratulations to the sect master. Such exceptional phenomena are exceedingly rare. I have also heard that Su Li has achieved remarkable feats during the trials, even defeating puppets at the divine ability realm, truly a prodigy of unparalleled talent. However, Gu Yun's words elicited a scornful smile from Chen Zhantian, the ninth-ranked saint among the holy sons. Elder Gu, spare us the flattery. A prodigy of unparalleled talent? As if no one has ever slain a puppet at the divine ability realm. Ultimately, strength is determined by one's own capabilities. While phenomena may reflect certain aspects, they are not the decisive factor. One must remember that with sufficient power, even a second-rate phenomenon can vanquish a first-rate one. As soon as Chen Zhantian's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room, for everyone noticed that he was casting a provocative gaze towards the first-ranked holy son, Xiao Wuji. Chapter 95. The Sole Disciple of True Heritage. It is well known that Chen Zhantian shares a close relationship with the second sequence saint son, Changsun Hanlong. He is, in fact, the formidable existence who was single-handedly supported by Changsun Hanlong, ascending from the ranks of outer disciples to the esteemed position of Saint Sun. Although Chen Zhantian is classified as a second-tier anomaly, the number of first-tier prodigies who have perished at his hands exceeds 5. Among them, 3 are disciples of the Yunqing sect itself. Among the 9 saint sons, the most renowned and powerful is Xiao Wuji, while the most discreet is Changsun Hanlong. However, the most audacious is undoubtedly Chen Zhantian. Many true disciples, despite possessing the qualifications to challenge the saint sons, refrain from confronting Chen Zhantian. Engaging him in battle, even with rules in place, could lead to severe injuries or even the crippling of one's cultivation. Aside from Su Li, there are indeed numerous first-tier prodigies, one of whom, a girl named Li Wuyue, has garnered the attention of the White Saintess. Moreover, figures like Ji Chong and Mo Shan have also demonstrated impressive performances. As Elder Gyun's words trailed off, the disciples, led by the saint sons and saint daughters, began to murmur among themselves. Many of these disciples were set to participate in the inter-sect trial competition alongside the newly selected disciples. Regarding these new disciples, aside from Su Li, the rest were hardly regarded by them. What was that Li Wuyue worth? It was said she could only employ assassination techniques, hardly worthy of recognition. Indeed, as for Ji Chong, although he hails from a royal lineage, how could he possibly compare to those of us who have undergone rigorous training and trials in the Yunqing sect? And as for Yi Qing, let us not even mention him. A mere second-tier anomaly, albeit a sword-shaped one, is of the most inferior type, far from being a formidable threat. Within the hall, many disciples, eager to express their opinions ahead of the inter-sect trial, voiced their sentiments. Being defeated by these newcomers seemed to them a source of great shame. Suddenly, a loud crash came from outside the hall. Mu Yunhuang's heart stirred, and with a wave of her sleeve, she transported everyone in the hall to the plaza. In the plaza, the prodigies and elders looked up to see Bai Si Miao and her entourage disembark from their flying vessel. Greetings, sect master. Greetings, esteemed elders. Bai Si Miao, with her captivating figure, performed a graceful bow. After receiving a nod of approval from Mu Yunhuang, she returned to her designated position among the 9th sequence saint daughters. At that moment, the newly arrived prodigies from the flying vessel were left in awe. The dense crowd of disciples, numbering in the thousands, was alarming. as few possessed cultivation levels inferior to those of the newcomers who had just alighted. Meanwhile, the demeanor and aura of the saint sons and saint daughters on either side of the crowd rendered these new prodigies feeling utterly unattainable. A few curious prodigies, resembling the saint daughters, attempted to scrutinize closely, only to find that many of the sequenced saint daughters were shrouded in a faint mist, obscuring their divine sense and rendering their features indecipherable. They could only vaguely discern that each of these saint daughters possessed a physique and silhouette that were of the utmost excellence. A myriad of types and temperaments, all present. Brother Su Li. They are all so formidable. Yi Lu Li timidly shrank behind Su Li. When she stepped forward moments ago, she noticed many male cultivators casting greedy glances her way. The same sensation was shared by Luo Qinghan and several other ladies. It is evident that beauty attracts attention wherever it appears. It is no wonder that the saintesses from the rankings choose to conceal themselves. In the future, Lu Li will grow stronger too, Su Li reassured, gently ruffling Yi Lu Li's hair. Mu Yunhuang's gaze swept across the group of prodigies descending from the flying vessels. Her imposing eyes lingered momentarily on Su Li, and after a flicker of surprise crossed her gaze, she nonchalantly declared, "Now that everyone is present, I shall grant you all a brief moment to recuperate, equivalent to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. After this interval, I will unveil the inner door's trial secret realm. Remember, the spiritual entities within are remarkably powerful. Only by hunting them and acquiring rare treasures will you earn corresponding points as rewards. In this trial, only the one with the highest score shall qualify to become a true disciple. Furthermore, those within the top 10 will attain the status of inner disciples." However, upon hearing Mu Yunhuang's proclamation, everyone was taken aback. Even the prominent saint sons and daughters could not help but murmur among themselves. It is known that previous trials would typically yield at least 3 true disciples and 30 inner disciples, with exceptional performances earning additional special rewards, even catching the favor of powerful elders. Yet this time, Mu Yunhuang announced that only 1 true disciple would be accepted. Indeed, as her words settled, the prodigies who had descended from the flying vessels became agitated, particularly Yi Qing and Ji Chong. Previously, they had secretly conspired to eliminate Su Li and subsequently divide the position of true disciple. But now, it appeared that they were all adversaries. With ambitions to contend for the title of true disciple, a fierce competition was inevitable. Only 1 true disciple? At this moment, Li Wuyu took a deep breath, her beautiful eyes disregarding the numerous outer disciples around her, and fixated intently on Su Li. She perceived him as her greatest obstacle. Had there been 3 true disciples, she would have never contended with Su Li. At least, without securing a better opportunity, she believed she could not educate Su Li. But now, she had no choice but to fight. While everyone was subtly sizing each other up, Luo Qinghan clenched her delicate fists and sighed in relief. Let them compete for that true disciple position. It grants me an opportunity to enter the inner door. Luo Qinghan's thoughts were evidently more straightforward than those of the prodigies. She felt unqualified to vie for the title of true disciple. However, she was determined to obtain the status of an inner disciple. Only then could she seek her vengeance. In stark contrast to the prodigies who had just descended from the flying vessels, the group already within the Yunqing sect erupted in cheers. Among them, many approached a young man to extend their early congratulations. "Brother Wang Lin, the Yunqing sect has not had such an opportunity in nearly a century. A single slot for a true disciple, indicating that the rewards this time are undoubtedly of great significance. Indeed, Brother Wang Lin, for us, merely striving for a position in the inner sect is already commendable. The true disciple's title rests solely upon you. Brother, when the time comes, do show some mercy, for once you become a true disciple, do not forget your humble juniors." Many individuals began to flatter Wang Lin amidst the crowd, while he smirked slightly, surveying the entire assembly with a hint of pride, especially casting a sharp glare at Su Li, who was rumored to have activated a special phenomenon. Wang Lin, at the first layer of the divine ability realm, has activated a first-class phenomenon, the Raging Seas. Moreover, his first-class phenomenon is immensely terrifying, deemed the pinnacle of first-class phenomena. I once overheard the sect leader mention that he was on the verge of attaining a special class phenomenon. Bai Ximiao silently conveyed this to Su Li, who immediately understood. No wonder those disciples were eager to curry favor with Wang Lin. Chapter 96. The Rift of the Secret Realm. The power that affects one's nature? However, aside from Wang Lin, Su Li quickly observed that many gazes of exceptional talents in the crowd were directed towards him. After all, he was the sole individual to witness the extraordinary phenomenon this time. Moreover, the sect master, Mu Yunhuang, had established a position for a true disciple. clearly indicating a desire for the CR de la CRME, a selection from the best among the best. Thus, any prodigy vying for the qualification of a true disciple regarded Su Li as their adversary. Before long, as the tea brewed for half a cup, Mu Yinhuang elegantly pointed her delicate finger towards the sky. Boom! The once tranquil and clear sky suddenly tore open, revealing a rift. Like an eye of the heavens that had opened slightly. The suffocating sense of oppression surged forth like the Milky Way, making it difficult for the disciples to breathe. Within the depths of that rift, darkness prevailed, as if a demonic eye sought to devour one's very soul. Slap! Elder Gu Yun swiftly struck his grandson on the back of the head. Why did you hit me, Grandpa? Bone Yulin, at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Winston Payne. Elder Gu Yun, exasperated, scolded. Have you forgotten my previous warning? That rift should not be gazed at continuously, otherwise, it may awaken the essence of your soul, leading to a loss of reason once you enter the secret realm. Upon hearing Elder Gu Yun's reminder, Bone Yulin recalled, indeed. No wonder I felt an uncontrollable urge when I first glimpsed the rift. But Grandpa, shouldn't this rift merely serve as a portal? Why does it possess such an eerie power? Could it be that the sect master's power is interfering with us? As one of the formidable contenders for the position of true disciple, Bone Yulin was rather uninformed about this rift. At this moment, Elder Gu Yun gazed at the rift with profound respect and solemnly stated, I only know that this rift is part of the secret realm, a remnant of a saint's eye. Yet, even the sect master cannot fully control this eye. She can only activate it. As Elder Gu Yun spoke, he contemplated whether to encourage his grandson to attempt to engage with the source of this eye's power that could possibly allow him to master it. However, seeing his grandson's awestruck expression, he couldn't help but shake his head. If even the sect master could not achieve this, it was unlikely that his grandson, or any of the disciples participating in the trial, would have such an opportunity. Moreover, this secret realm was exceedingly perilous, far more terrifying than those secret realms outside the Yinqing sect. Therefore, he discreetly advised his grandson to crush the identity token and escape if his life were in danger. Rest assured, Grandpa, this time, I will undoubtedly become a true disciple. Bone Yulin, undeterred, displayed a fierce determination, his eyes ablaze with ambition. Swish! As one prodigy after another was drawn into the rift, Elder Gu Yun sensed a peculiar change in his grandson's aura. Just as he intended to urge him to remain vigilant, it was already too late. The true disciple is mine. I have decided. Bone Yulin roared. Even before entering the secret realm. Damn it, the true disciple is mine. Ha ha ha, you foolish imbeciles. Go seize that position of true inheritance, and then you shall witness how I will bring your demise. Ha ha ha. However, it was not only Gu Yulin who expressed his innermost thoughts. Many gifted individuals, enchanted by the aura emanating from the depths of the rift, revealed their true feelings. Death, you all shall perish. Among them, Yi Qing's resentment soared to the heavens, instilling fear in many who dared not approach him. Brother Su Li, I am so scared. At this moment, Yi Liuli, similarly awakened to her true nature by the aura from the rift, clung tightly to Su Li's arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Having already succumbed to tears before even entering the secret realm, Su Li, I refuse to believe I cannot surpass you. The determination in Li Muyue's gaze intensified under the influence of the secret realm's aura. Su Li, you bullied me back then. This time, I truly want to bring you and Yi Qing to ruin. Luo Qinghan also fell prey to the aura's influence, voicing her thoughts. Yet, as the gifted individuals revealed their true natures, their fervor, dominance, deviousness, and other traits became increasingly pronounced. The upper echelons of Yinqing's sect, including those holy sons and daughters, shook their heads in disappointment. It turned out that this secret realm, known as the Eye of True Vision, could unveil the deepest and most genuine thoughts of its targets. Within this realm, everyone would become exceedingly agitated, frenzied, or, shall we say, driven to extremes. To achieve their goals, they would stop at nothing. Yet, this would also filter out the strongest of talents. However, in the eyes of these leaders and holy figures, if one could not even withstand this minor disturbance and was led around by the nose by such an aura, then regardless of their innate abilities and character, they would find it difficult to achieve greatness. Suddenly, the first sequence holy maiden, Lu Qingshan, exclaimed in astonishment. Her exquisite visage and alluring figure appeared shrouded in the white mist, obscuring the truth. Yet the direction of her gaze drew the attention of the other holy sons, daughters, and elders alike. It was him. Even though Bai Simiao held high expectations for Su Li, she was taken aback upon discovering that he remained clear-headed, even comforting the nearby Yi Liuli, completely unaffected by emotional turmoil. It was known that the aura from the depths of the rift could cause many elders to lose their sense of self. Yet Suli remained utterly unperturbed. At this moment, Suli noticed the gazes directed at him, yet he remained neither surprised nor delighted, offering a faint smile. As he and Yilioli were drawn into the secret realm, the entire rift abruptly sealed. But in the next moment, boom! The previously closed secret realm projected an aerial view of the realm above the square. The conditions and ranking of those gifted individuals were laid bare. Simultaneously, Suli felt a fleeting sensation before his eyes. It seemed but a moment, and upon opening his eyes, a blinding light cascaded upon him. As he stood firmly on the ground, the pervasive stench of decay sent a chill through his heart. Before him lay a dense forest suffused with violet radiance, where beams of light pierced through the leaves like arrows. Strangely, the area illuminated by the radiance seemed to writhe incessantly, twisting. Moreover, a foul, white mist ascended into the air. Beside him, Yilioli had vanished. It was evident that upon entering, everyone had been assigned their positions at random. However, recalling the sensation he experienced while observing that fissure in the square, Suli felt a pang of trepidation. Despite appearing unaffected at the time, it was the terrifying aura emanating from the imprint of the battle-conquering method in his mind that had dispelled that eerie power. Before Suli could ascertain his surroundings, a sudden roar erupted from behind, startling him into a jolt. Boom! Simultaneously, the thunder and flame essence within Suli surged explosively. A dreadful arc of violet lightning, entwined with a fiery force akin to molten lava, coalesced into a searing protective barrier around his body. Clang! A piercing sound of friction resonated as a dark blue claw struck forcefully against Suli. Fortunately, his defense was formidable. The claw was ignited by the electric flames, failing to breach his protection. Die! A glint of murderous intent flashed in Suli's eyes as he unleashed a domineering punch straight into the skull of the approaching beast. Chapter 97. What should I do if you die? Thunderous roars echoed as the azure steel phantom claw wolf let out a mournful cry and fell lifeless to the ground. To my astonishment, how could this beast, merely at the void-breaking stage, possess such swiftness? Suli's pupils constricted sharply as he observed the beast transform into a streak of azure light, merging with his identity token, which then displayed a score of 100 points. The air hummed with energy as Suli comprehended the nature of this spirit-formed beast. Until its demise, it bore a striking resemblance to any ordinary beast. Suddenly, a peculiar sound engulfed him. He looked up, bewildered, to behold a swarm of venomous peaks, the majority at the pinnacle of the body refining stage, with a few fist-sized venomous queens hovering around the chi condensation stage, all surging toward him en masse. The overwhelming sensation of their presence, coupled with the eerie forest, cast a shadow over the very sky. Burn them. Suli sneered coldly, dismissing the notion that such meager venomous bees could pose a threat. He unleashed the power of thunder and flame, pouring it forth like ink, evaporating swathes of the venomous swarm in his wake. The azure light converged around Suli, and his score continued to climb steadily. He soon realized that beasts of the body refining, chi condensation, and void-breaking stages yielded tenfold additional points. Slaying a void-breaking beast granted him 100 points, while a divine ability stage beast would yield a staggering 1,000 points. These points, ultimately convertible into rewards, meant that the more he accrued, the more bountiful his eventual prizes would be. With this thought ignited in his mind, Suli's fervor intensified. However, just as his rankings soared to the top, a startling revelation struck him. Upon accumulating 1,000 points through his slaughter of the venomous bees, his identity token illuminated with a brilliant glow. What could this mean? He glanced at the dazzling token amidst the darkness, a surge of foreboding washing over him. Indeed, mere seconds later, powerful auras began to converge upon him. To make matters worse, he discerned that among these auras were those of hidden human prodigies. It turned out that reaching a score of 1,000 while ranking in the top 10 would cause one's token to illuminate, attracting the attention of nearby prodigies and beasts alike. Faced with the impending siege, one could either relinquish their points before being overwhelmed or brace for the onslaught. Come forth. Perfect timing to stretch my limbs. Rather than feel fear as the formidable auras multiplied, Suli felt an exhilarating surge of combat spirit. His heart burned with fervor, ignited by a fiery passion. Yet, this was not merely a response to the mystical forces within the secret realm. Rather, it stemmed from his unwavering confidence. With his thunder and flame spirit body, the battle-conquering method, the 9 turns of profound yang technique, the abyssal demon art, and the first 2 volumes of the eternal evergreen technique freshly mastered, Su Li boldly summoned the Inferno Thunder Marsh, directly entering slaughter mode. Illuminated, he held no fear. In fact, he had been concerned about not accumulating enough points. As the battle raged on, Su Li was ready to face the challenge head-on. Across almost every corner of the secret realm, astonishing battles have erupted. Some prodigies, endowed with extraordinary abilities to swiftly rally their forces, have even banded together to confront the spirit beasts. Meanwhile, the accumulation of points has polarized significantly. Those prodigies whose temperaments have been warped by the secret realm, succumbing to bloodlust and frenzy, have seen their scores soar. In stark contrast, some cunning and insidious prodigies have remained stagnant in their points. Among them, the psychologically warped Yi Qing stands out. Cackling with glee, he muses, "Go on, kill, kill. The more you slay, the better. I shall annihilate you all in one fell swoop." At this moment, Yi Qing hides within the underbrush, witnessing a gruesome slaughter of spirit beasts by human prodigies. He contemplates that the more prodigies he eliminates during this trial, the greater the techniques and resources he can seize, perhaps even paving his way back to the pinnacle of power. Even without the aid of Lung Wuyan, he could ascend to become the mightiest prodigy. Meanwhile, in the square, the high-ranking members of Yinxing sect, including the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, begin to comment on the unfolding events. Naturally, the most attention is drawn to Su Li. Good heavens, this lad is impressive, truly deserving of being the activator of a rare phenomenon. He has only just entered, and his points have already soared to 3,000, surpassing even the illustrious Holy Sun Xiao Wuji in his prime. An elder exclaimed, visibly impressed by Su Li's talent and combat prowess. "Well, it's about right. I assent it." Back in our day, Xiao Wuji amassed nearly 2,500 points in just half a stick of incense, a follower of Xiao Wuji remarked, unable to contain his expressionless demeanor. Indeed, one could argue that luck is on his side. It appears he has ventured into the island of swarming bees, a place teeming with low-tier spirit beasts, so it is only natural for his points to accumulate rapidly, another follower chimed in. Huh, that lad must be unlucky. Let us not forget what that island truly is. Given the speed at which he is slaughtering the beasts, he is bound to awaken it, and he may find himself with no opportunity to escape that area, sneered the ninth sequence Holy Sun, Chun Zhantian. At the mention of the island, many in attendance turned pale. Even Bai Simiao could not suppress her growing concern. It turns out, within this secret realm, there exist 9 terrifying spirit beasts, each a formidable entity of transcendent power. These spirit beasts, unafraid of death or suffering, possess combat capabilities far surpassing ordinary transcendent creatures. Even the Holy Sons and Holy Maidens would hesitate to claim they could slay them one-on-one at the first layer of transcendent power. It is crucial to understand that, aside from their own terrifying might, these 9 beasts are surrounded by numerous lesser spirit beasts in the void-condensing realm. Typically, these beasts remain dormant, and the lesser creatures may not gather in full force. However, once awakened, the 9 spirit beasts will unleash a tide of chaos. In such a scenario, all schemes and hidden strategies will be ruthlessly consumed by the onslaught of spirit beasts. Su Li, you must escape from there at once. Bai Simiao did not wish for Su Li to inadvertently provoke such a terrifying entity upon entering the trial. However, in the next moment, a chilling scene unfolded before Bai Simiao's eyes. Su Li's score had inexplicably returned to 0. What? Bai Simiao gasped in utter shock, nearly losing her footing as if struck by lightning. A score of 0? That was tantamount to death. Could it be that Su Li had awakened that monstrous being? Ha! I told you so. What extraordinary talent could he possibly be? Just a worthless individual. Chun Zhantian, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted into uncontrollable laughter, nearly losing his meal from the previous night. He had initially believed Su Li to be a formidable contender for the position of the Holy Sun. Yet, it now appeared that he had greatly overestimated Su Li. Was he already defeated? Mu Yinhuang's eyes glimmered with profound disappointment as she gazed toward the square. For every failed disciple, their identity token would shatter and be teleported out. However, despite dozens of disciples gradually appearing, there was no sign of Su Li. How peculiar. Why hadn't Su Li emerged? Indeed, logically speaking, a score of 0 indicated that the token had shattered, rendering it impossible to accumulate points. An elder could not help but murmur, "Have you forgotten?" At that moment, the first sequence Holy Sun, Xiao Wuji, spoke for the first time. If both the identity token and the body are destroyed simultaneously, and there is no time to shatter the token, it is possible to perish within the secret realm. If Su Li truly disturbed that island, with his peak void-breaking realm strength, he would stand no chance of escape. Xiao Wuji's words struck by Si Miao like a heavy hammer to her heart. She had initially thought Su Li's absence was due to some extraordinary circumstance. Yet, upon hearing his words, it seemed plausible. But if Su Li had indeed perished within, what would become of the malevolent spirit within her? Would there be no one to assist her in breaking the poison? Chapter 98. The celestial insight of the mystic sage. Suddenly, the fifth sequence saintess, Yang Momo, mockingly remarked. Someone previously claimed that Su Li was a once-in-a-century prodigy, but it appears he is nothing extraordinary after all. Yang Momo's sardonic tone was undeniably directed at by Si Miao. It is well known that within Yunqing's sect, there exists considerable rivalry among the saints and saintesses, particularly between Yang Momo and Bai Si Miao. The two beautiful saintesses had harbored significant grievances since their early years. Therefore, upon learning that Bai Si Miao had brought back the exceptional talent Su Li, Yang Momo could not help but criticize Bai Si Miao's fortune behind her back. However, with Su Li's sudden demise, it was a resounding slap to Bai Si Miao's face. Indeed, Bai Si Miao discerned Yang Momo's underlying sarcasm, her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. It is important to note that Bai Si Miao not only held a favorable first impression of Su Li, but she also discovered his admirable qualities through their subsequent interactions. Especially the sensation of his hands gliding over her feet and calves during his treatment lingered in her mind during the nights she returned to Yunqing's sect. Yet, the most crucial matter was that with Su Li's death, who would assist her in resolving her malevolent spirit? It was precisely due to this spirit that she had gradually waned in her rivalry with Yang Momo. If Su Li were truly gone, her solitary hope would be extinguished. Our sect leader possesses remarkable foresight, intentionally establishing a quota for a true disciple, compelling those individuals to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Only through such trials can we discern who the true prodigies are. An elder unexpectedly flattered, yet he remained oblivious to the cold disdain lurking in Mu Yunhuang's eyes. For Mu Yunhuang had not anticipated Su Li's demise to occur so swiftly. Meanwhile, in the trial ground, Lung Wuyan, should you dare to deceive me, I shall destroy the soul-nurturing stone and spare no effort to eliminate you. Su Li stood proudly, his surroundings scorched by his thunderous and fiery energies, leaving a desolate expanse of charred earth, shattered stones, and remnants of battle. Rest assured, how could I, the illustrious empress, possibly deceive you, a mere void realm practitioner? Lung Wuyan absorbed substantial spiritual entity points from Su Li's token. Moreover, upon entering the trial ground, she realized that these spiritual entities significantly aided her soul's restoration. More importantly, she discerned the truth of this trial ground. It was unfathomable that this place was a realm transformed from the eye of a fallen sage. Su Li gazed into the distance, observing the vastness of this world. A hazy mist of spiritual energy veiled the more distant areas. After Su Li accumulated a considerable number of points, Lung Wuyan revealed to him that this place was indeed the manifestation of a sage's eye. And if one were to locate the eye's essence, they could gain control over it. Thus, as an exchange, Lung Wuyan's profound spiritual perception and insight would guide Su Li, while he would provide her with those valuable points, serving both their needs. What is there to be astonished about? Upon attaining the sacred realm, even the most unassuming blade of grass or tree can be inscribed with the power of the laws, embodying the essence of a universe within a single flower. Moreover, this is an eye left behind by a saint. After absorbing thousands of points, the previously nebulous soul of Lung Wuyan has regained a degree of solidity. However, if what you say is true, then why has the leader of the Yunqing sect not refined it? Nevertheless, Su Li is no fool. He quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It is known that the leader of the Yunqing sect, Mu Yunhuang, likely possesses strength that surpasses that of a formidable being. How could such an existence hold on to this eye for so many years without refining it? Or perhaps, this eye possesses extraordinary resistance? Even one who transcends the formidable realm might struggle to refine it. This indeed speaks to the limits of perception. At this moment, the exquisite contours of Lung Wuyan's face shimmered with a lustrous hue, as if her flesh had been restored, becoming more three-dimensional and enchanting. Below her face remained a hazy soul, akin to an ethereal sprite, which circled Su Li before returning to the soul-nourishing stone, simultaneously explaining, if it were an ordinary saint's eye, then not only would Mu Yunhuang, who has reached the void god realm, be capable of refining it, but even someone of your caliber in the void-breaking realm could accomplish it, albeit with some effort to harness its power. Yet, the owner of this eye is no ordinary saint. Lung Wuyan's voice, melodious and resonant, echoed in Su Li's mind. No ordinary saint. Su Li's pupils constricted sharply. Could it be that he has stumbled upon a treasure? Indeed, not only did Lung Wuyan elucidate, but after absorbing a vast amount of spiritual energy, she conjured a grand tableau in Su Li's mind. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Li inhaled sharply. He beheld numerous formidable beings engaged in fierce combat, shattering the heavens and rending the earth, with anguished cries resonating through the air. Amidst this chaos, a breath-stealing violet beam of light swept across the battlefield as if it had cleaved the very heavens and hell in twain. Regrettably, this vision was incomplete. As the image drew closer, Su Li could only discern a shattered corpse of a saint, which, despite its demise, still radiated a profound holy brilliance. Its eyes had long since been obliterated, leaving only the third violet eye in the center of its forehead, still aglow. This was the Xian Sheng of the sky-gazing, a powerful entity from millennia past, who tragically fell amidst the cataclysmic turmoil. This world was, in essence, his third eye, crafted from the primordial power of the laws, the sky-gazing sacred eye. Lung Wuyan's tone turned grave, for this saint was born 3,000 years before her ascent to fame. This image was one she had once glimpsed in a mural at a relic, allowing her to project it into Su Li's consciousness. The sky-gazing sacred eye. How formidable! Su Li's heart raced with astonishment. If I were to obtain it, would I also be able to unleash the earth-shattering beams depicted in that vision? Certainly. Lung Wuyan spoke with unwavering certainty, but soon added, the reason Mu Yunhuang cannot refine this eye is not solely because it belongs to the sacred eye, which is a manifestation of the essence of a saint, but rather because this sacred eye possesses not only offensive capabilities, but also the power to create illusions and penetrate all phantoms. In simpler terms, the eye in Mu Yunhuang's possession is merely a projection of the sacred eye. To truly master it, one must delve deep into the sanctuary of the sacred eye. Moreover, absorbing the sacred eye requires a formidable incantation, which Mu Yunhuang lacks. Lung Wuyan's words left Su Li in a state of realization. No wonder Mu Yunhuang had not refined the sacred eye despite holding it for so long. After all, the essence of this sacred eye was a complex interplay of reality and illusion, imperceptible to those beneath the imperial realm. Reflecting on this, Su Li felt that the points exchanged were indeed worthwhile. However, before he could bask in his satisfaction, the scene before him suddenly began to ascend rapidly into the sky. Chapter 99. The Beast Egg? What is happening? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. What is the situation? Has it awakened? Suddenly, a chilling yet subdued voice emanated from the soul-nurturing stone, seemingly attempting to conceal its presence from certain beings. Who has awakened? As Su Li instinctively inquired, the voice of the cold and aloof figure ceased. Just as he took a step to distance himself from the area, he found himself at the edge of a precipice, gazing in horror as the ground below receded further away from him. It was at this moment that Su Li comprehended the gravity of the situation. He was, in fact, standing atop the back of a colossal beast, nearly 100 meters in height and 400 to 500 meters in length. As this beast stirred from its slumber, the rocky armor adorning its back erupted, revealing vast expanses of massive purple rock. Roar! As the beast unleashed a thunderous roar, the talented individuals atop its back trembled in fear, their faces paling to a ghostly hue. It appeared that these gifted individuals had long since noticed Su Li's movements and were poised to strike. However, not long ago, Su Li's identity token had dimmed, rendering them unable to locate him momentarily. They were also apprehensive about whether Su Li had been dispatched by some terrifying creature. Consequently, they hesitated. Now, with this fearsome monstrosity suddenly awakened, those who had sought to ambush him were instantly paralyzed with terror, desperately attempting to flee from the creature's domain. Roar! Yet, in the next instant, a terrifying sound wave erupted from the beast's maw. The airborne talents felt an invisible force constricting them. Boom! Boom! With a cacophony akin to hail, the talented individuals plummeted to the ground. The gigantic beast, shaking its crocodilian head with an air of languor and indifference, carelessly stomped down. No, no, I concede. I surrender. In a mere 2 seconds, these gifted individuals were rendered utterly powerless to resist. Just as they contemplated shattering their identity tokens to escape, they were horrified to discover their bodies were beyond their control. No, help! Instantly, a wave of despair engulfed all hearts. Yet, despite their frantic screams, it was in vain. As the beast's mountain-like hoof came crashing down, those dozen or so talents had no chance to teleport away, instead being crushed into oblivion. So powerful. Though Su Li remained composed, he could not help but feel a pang of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, he finally beheld the creature in its entirety. Its body was enshrouded in a dense array of purple rock, resembling the most formidable armor. The beast's 100-meter height resembled a towering mountain, while its several hundred-meter length evoked the image of a crocodile magnified by thousands, albeit with a tail considerably smaller than that of its reptilian counterpart, overall resembling a mobile hill. The purple rock ferocious crocodile, third layer of the divine ability realm. Su Li immediately recognized this formidable creature from the intelligence previously provided by Simiao. At this moment, the purple rock ferocious crocodile distinctly sensed the lingering presence of a human upon its back. In a fit of rage, it violently shook its body, causing the once dense foliage to scatter like moss. Several other celestial beings, whether timid or composed, were jolted away, leaving only Su Li in concealment. Curiously, Su Li noticed that since his identity token's points had been reduced to 0, both the distant spiritual beasts and the human prodigies seemed to perceive him with diminished acuity. When the purple rock ferocious crocodile thrashed about, it did not deliberately target his vicinity, allowing him to remain unscathed. Wait, what was that? As Su Li remained hidden behind the back of the purple rock ferocious crocodile, witnessing its pursuit of the other prodigies, he was astonished to discover that the very spot where the crocodile had been resting contained a beast egg. Moreover, the surface of this egg was adorned with intricate purple patterns, a marvel to behold. As the purple rock ferocious crocodile continued its onslaught against the other celestial beings, Su Li, masking his presence, leaped from the crocodile's back to the side of the beast egg. This must be its unhatched offspring, he thought with joy, swiftly collecting the egg. However, at that moment, the previously silent Lung Wuyan murmured in astonishment, "This is no ordinary beast egg. It is an emperor beast egg." Upon hearing these words, Su Li was left dumbfounded. An emperor beast egg? Surely it could not be true. The purple rock ferocious crocodile was, at best, a being of the divine passage realm. Even if it were to evolve to its utmost potential, it could only reach the realm of great powers. There remained an unfathomable distance to the emperor realm. Indeed, it was an emperor beast egg. Yet, Lung Wuyan spoke with certainty tinged with regret. Alas, this is a dead egg, likely acquired by the purple rock ferocious crocodile from the celestial seer after millennia of slumber. It sought to hatch this egg, but the passage of time has rendered it unviable unless it is infused with potent life force. Su Li could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. So it was a worthless egg? This suggested that the purple rock ferocious crocodile possessed a somewhat benevolent nature. Wishing to nurture another's egg? Observing the ferocity with which it pursued the celestial beings, and then imagining it acting as a caretaker for the emperor beast egg, he found the contrast rather striking. Benevolent indeed? However, Lung Wuyan, suppressing a laugh, remarked, "It merely aims to hatch it, allowing the complete emperor beast bloodline to emerge. Once birthed, it can consume it, gaining a trace of emperor beast lineage, thus enabling its own mutation and evolution." Such ruthlessness startled Su Li. He was grateful that the parents of the emperor beast egg were absent. Otherwise, a mere sneeze could have obliterated the purple rock ferocious crocodile. This world was indeed one of survival of the fittest, where many human powerhouses, upon realizing that certain prodigies bore terrifying bloodlines or physiques, could resort to devouring them. Let alone the beasts. Lung Wuyan's sudden reminder sent a shiver down Su Li's spine. However, Su Li remained unfazed. "Ah, I have detected the aura emanating from the holy eye. Seizing the opportunity while the purple rock fierce crocodile is distracted, you must make haste." After absorbing the spiritual essence, Lung Wuyan seemed considerably uplifted and took the initiative to offer this warning. Upon hearing her, Su Li wasted no time and surged forward in the direction indicated by Lung Wuyan. At that moment, the purple rock fierce crocodile, having dealt with those prodigies, wore a puzzled expression. "How strange. Where has that wretched human who slaughtered my subordinates vanished to?" The purple rock fierce crocodile surveyed its surroundings and, upon noticing the absence of Su Li's identity token's aura, it surprisingly uttered human speech. However, when it realized that the imperial beast egg from its lair was missing, it immediately sprang into action. Behind the purple rock fierce crocodile, massive purple rocks seemed to bristle with agitation, expanding and contracting in response. Chapter 100. Yi Qing is truly starving. Bang, bang, bang. The purple rock ferocious crocodile sprinted eagerly to its lair, only to discover that the imperial beast egg had vanished, and the lingering aura of Su Li's identity token surrounded the area. In an instant, it was consumed by rage. "Damn the human. I shall slay you." The purple rock ferocious crocodile followed the faint trace of Su Li's identity token. It appeared that the higher the score associated with the identity token, the more potent the emitted aura. After all, their essence was merely a consciousness formed from spiritual bodies. Fortunately, it was swift. Su Li glanced back and saw the purple rock ferocious crocodile trailing far behind. Despite its formidable combat prowess, its speed was woefully lacking. As long as he evaded the range of its sonic attacks, it could not hinder him. Meanwhile, close to Su Li's intended destination, a dense purple mist enveloped the swamp, where numerous bodies of fallen human prodigies lay strewn about, staining the entire area crimson. Yi Qing stood proudly amidst these corpses, emitting a chilling, sinister laughter. They are all mine. He collected the storage rings of nearly 100 human prodigies and began to channel his magical powers to absorb the essence from their blood. Yi Qing had inadvertently followed these battling prodigies into the swamp, but due to his unique constitution, which bore a potent toxicity, the enchanting purple mist did not inflict any significant harm upon him. Instead, as he observed the prodigies and beastly creatures fighting desperately over a 6th-grade purple mandrake, he stealthily launched surprise attacks, systematically eliminating the bewitched prodigies and beasts. Like a rat in the sewers, he would occasionally emerge to take a bite. Once all the prodigies and beasts had perished, Yi Qing realized that everything now belonged to him. Furthermore, he was pleasantly surprised to see that the purple mandrake, having absorbed the blood of over 100 prodigies, showed signs of imminent evolution, nearing the threshold of a 5th-grade spiritual plant. He speculated that by luring in some more prodigies, he might succeed. As Yi Qing navigated through the swamp, setting his sights on potential prey, the Yinqing Sect Plaza was thrown into an uproar. The trial projection displayed the scene of the swamp and Yi Qing's score. After absorbing the points accumulated from nearly 100 prodigies, skyrocketed from a mere few hundred to an astounding 13,000 points, momentarily placing him in first place. He surpassed the second-ranked Wang Lin by over 5,000 points. How could he have amassed such an extraordinary score? Among the saintesses, Bai Ximiao's expression shifted upon seeing Yi Qing. Wow, Yi Qing has struck incredible fortune, ambushing so many prodigies. Hiss. Those nearly 100 prodigies were completely entranced, and none managed to shatter their identity tokens before meeting their demise. This substantial loss of prodigies affects us as well. Oh, it appears that the rankings of this trial diverge significantly from earlier speculations. Su Li's score remains at 0, never having increased, indicating his certain demise. Presently, Yi Qing has acquired such abundant resources that he might very well ascend to the realm of divine abilities during this trial. Indeed, the spectacle is set to unfold, as it seems some of the slain prodigies were followers of Wang Lin and Ji Chang. What if all the top-ranking prodigies converge upon that marshland? The disciples and elders in the square murmured among themselves. Yi Qing's tainted spiritual body has absorbed so much essence from others. This may not bode well for him. Suddenly, the second sequence Holy Son, Chang's son Han Long, with keen insight, spoke softly. His current actions suggest he seeks to take advantage of this opportunity to break through. Yet his foundation is lacking. If he were devoid of that vile blood within him, perhaps the essence could aid him in advancing further. However, as it stands, with the refuse still within him and having absorbed so much mixed blood, even if he were to step into the divine realm, he would inevitably stagnate here, with no hope for further progression. Chang's son Hanlong's words caused the crowd to awaken to the reality of the situation. Their gazes toward Yi Qing shifted from shock to profound pity. After all, in the eyes of these elite from Yinqing sect, Yi Qing was consuming anything and everything in a desperate bid for strength before the strongest prodigies could find him. He is truly starving. Yet, the side effects of such actions are immense, even irreversible. Indeed, within the projection, they observed Yi Qing relying on those resources to recover to the 9th level of the void-breaking realm. After devouring the essence, his face contorted in agony, struggling as if countless souls he had imprisoned within sought to escape through his visage. Yet, with eyes aflame, Yi Qing frantically employed his demonic arts to absorb them. Boom. Once Yi Qing finally reached the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, his aura appeared disordered, akin to a realm amassed with countless spiritual herbs, blood plasma, and foreign substances, resplendent on the surface yet decaying within. I have returned to the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm. Once I refine this purple mandala to the 5th grade and consume it, I shall have the opportunity to challenge the divine realm. At that moment, the images of Su Li, Lung Wuyan, and even his cousin Yi Liuli flashed through his mind. He yearned to eliminate all those who had betrayed him. However, as more and more prodigies gathered, Yi Qing prudently chose to conceal himself. Damn it! At this moment, outside the marshland, Ji Chang had arrived with several subordinates. Yet, he discovered that the aura of one of his followers had completely vanished. This signified that the subordinate had been eradicated. Oh, Ji brother, you have arrived too? Suddenly, another imposing figure descended, accompanied by only one subordinate wielding a sword, none other than Imo Shan, one of the prodigies who had previously shared a flying vessel with Ji Chong and others. Imo, you must have sensed Yi Qing's presence as well, I presume? Indeed. That individual has experienced several breakthroughs, clearly reaping considerable benefits within. What do you think? Shall we join forces for a daring venture? Perhaps we might even extinguish Yi Qing in the process. Ji Chong and Imo Shan communicated through subtle gestures. Although they had previously allied with Yi Qing to confront Su Li, deep down, they harbored a profound disdain for him. After all, he was merely a second-rate anomaly with a rather tarnished reputation. Had it not been for Yi Qing's potential utility to them, they would have been disinclined to collaborate with him. Presently, having discerned that numerous prodigies had perished in this swamp, undoubtedly leaving behind a trove of treasures, coupled with the envy stirred by Yi Qing's recent breakthrough, they were unwilling to allow him to monopolize such riches. Yet, as Imo Shan hesitated, an individual descended from the void. With each step he took, the air trembled, sending ripples through space itself, as if the very fabric of the surroundings quivered beneath his weight. Chapter 101. The overbearing Wang Lin hiss. Such a formidable aura. It's that fellow, Wang Lin. My heavens, the mere essence he exudes renders my breath labored. No wonder those disciples of the Yunqing sect congratulated him in advance. Is this the chasm that exists between the realm of divine abilities and us? Around Ji Chong and Imo Shan, many subordinates gasped in astonishment. Even Ji Chong and Imo Shan exchanged instinctive glances, their eyes flashing with caution. Clearly, they too sensed Wang Lin's extraordinary power. Should this man dare to act recklessly, they would undoubtedly join forces. You worthless lot, are you hesitating out of fear? However, after Wang Lin passed by, he made no effort to stop and greet them, leaving behind a scornful remark before plunging into the marshlands, where an overwhelming aura of a magical artifact swept forth. Wherever this aura traversed, it enveloped the entire swamp. In the next moment, Yi Qing, who was concealed in the grass, was illuminated by the golden light emitted from the artifact. Yi Qing, haha, this fellow has been exposed. Good, this rascal was indeed hiding, waiting for us to enter. Seeing this, Ji Chong, Imo Shan, and the others hastily followed. They observed that the golden toad-shaped artifact in Wang Lin's possession seemed to possess the ability to pierce through concealment techniques and formations, rendering Yi Qing's crouched, furtive figure in the grass utterly visible to them. Boom. At this moment, Yi Qing burst from the underbrush and soared into the air. With a sullen expression, he confronted Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and the others, immediately conveying a message to Ji Chong and Imo Shan. Brother Ji, Brother Imo. This Wang Lin is in the realm of divine abilities. If we unite to eliminate him, our chances of competing for the sole true disciple will significantly increase. What do you think? In response to Yi Qing's transmission, Ji Chong merely smiled coldly, offering no reply. He had realized that Yi Qing's strength had surged dramatically and did not wish to be manipulated by him. In fact, Ji Chong preferred to witness both Wang Lin and Yi Qing exhaust each other. Even if Yi Qing was no match for Wang Lin, he could at least serve as a means to gauge Wang Lin's true capabilities. Likewise, Imo Shan was not foolish. He recognized that Wang Lin was the strongest among them, both in rank and likely in combat prowess. However, with Ji Chong as his ally, he felt confident in their ability to deal with Wang Lin without the need for Yi Qing's involvement, especially considering Yi Qing's treacherous nature from his recent stealthy posture. It was evident he had ambushed many who entered the marsh. Imo Shan even worried that this scoundrel might attempt to backstab him. Useless, they dared not advance. At that moment, Wang Lin, as if seeing through Yi Qing's thoughts, strode forward with an air of dominance, completely disregarding Ji Chong and Imo Shan behind him. After witnessing a series of changes in Yi Qing's expression, Wang Lin beckoned to him. Yi Qing, either surrender your soul mark and follow me from this day forth, or you shall meet your end here today. As soon as Wang Lin's words fell, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him. The ground beneath him resembled a rocky outcrop. From all directions, an endless surge of spiritual energy coalesced into tumultuous waves, crashing violently against the shore. Yet, the figure of Wang Lin stood resolutely, resembling an imposing pillar of heaven, instilling awe in all who beheld him. In a fit of rage, Yi Qing, witnessing Ji Chong and Imo Shan standing idly by, bellowed furiously, channeling the pinnacle of his power in the void-breaking realm, while simultaneously unleashing the full might of the poisoned sword spirit within him, enveloping his surroundings in a thick, acrid miasma. Despite the formidable presence of Yi Qing's rusted poison sword manifestation, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Lin. Seeking death, Wang Lin murmured, his lips parting slightly as he pointed a finger at Yi Qing. Instantly, a dazzling torrent of azure water attribute spiritual energy surged forth like a rampaging dragon, its terrifying force dispersing the entrancing violet mist in its wake. Kill! Yi Qing's eyes burned with fury. He would not concede defeat. The ground trembled with the resounding clash of their powers. Meanwhile, Ji Chong and Mo Shan, observing the fierce confrontation, were struck with trepidation, for they realized that while Wang Lin was indeed engaged in battle, he was not exerting his full strength. Remarkably, he had been fighting with only one hand, clearly reserving the other to guard against any potential threat from them. Yet, even under the full force of Yi Qing, who had reached the 9th level of the void-breaking realm, he found himself unable to close the distance to Wang Lin. The battle, though seemingly fierce, had already tilted in favor of Wang Lin from the outset. Simultaneously, taking advantage of the chaos above, while Ji Chong and Mo Shan were fixated on Wang Lin, Su Li stealthily approached the purple mandragora, guided by the directions of Lung Wuyan. Although Yi Qing had absorbed a chaotic mix of blood essence and regained his peak status in the void-breaking realm, he was still no match for Wang Lin. Lung Wuyan, seemingly attentive to Yi Qing, remarked in a calm tone, "Elder, do you feel pity for him?" Su Li, examining the purple mandragora, noted that it still required a bit more blood essence to ascend to the 5th tier, and he jokingly raised his head to the ongoing battle, commenting, "There is no pity, I merely state the facts. Moreover, had Yi Qing not been hypocritical and arrogant, refusing to heed my counsel, he would not have fallen to this state." As Lung Wuyan observed Yi Qing's furious counterattack, still suppressed by Wang Lin, she showed no inclination to intervene. After all, she had completely severed ties with Yi Qing and could not return. Furthermore, although her soul had regained some strength, it was still fragile, reliant on Su Li's soul, nurturing stones, and spiritual energy to improve. She was loath to expend her soul power. "Elder, I have followed your guidance to this place. Yet it seems there are no traces of the sacred eye here," Su Li remarked, hesitating to pluck the purple mandragora just yet. He wished to wait until it evolved into a 5th-tier specimen. It was well known that a 5th-tier purple mandragora would significantly enhance both the soul and physical body's resistance to elemental attacks, yielding even more astonishing effects. Why the haste? Do you not see those violet mists? Do not be deceived by their beguiling nature. In truth, they are projections conjured by the sacred eye. And this violet mandrake too was birthed from the nurturing embrace of the purple mists. Grant me but a moment, and I shall accurately uncover the concealed location of the sacred eye. Naturally, Lung Wuyan would not renege on her word. Soon, she began to assist Su Li in the search. Meanwhile, the fierce battle above escalated to a crescendo of intensity. "Kill! Slaughter them!" Yi Qing's countenance was a mask of fury, his blood-red veins coursing to the surface of his eyes. With each strike, he envisioned Wang Lin as Su Li and others whom he harbored deep-seated hatred for. Wang Lin, too, was taken aback by the increasingly ferocious onslaught from Yi Qing. Though his foundation was unstable due to the recent absorption of a vast amount of blood essence, his momentum surged like a tempest. Consequently, Wang Lin found himself compelled to engage with both hands in this fierce confrontation. Chapter 102. Acquiring the 5th-rank Purple Mandala. In an instant, Yi Qing seized the opportunity and swiftly maneuvered behind Wang Lin, striking down with the venomous sword that had coalesced within his spirit. A suffocating toxin erupted upon contact with Wang Lin's skin. Hiss! He was struck. Ji Chong, Mo Shan, and the others could not help but exclaim in shock. Even the hearts of the inner disciples and elders gathered in the Yunqing sect's plaza skipped a beat. Only Mu Yunhuang and the assembly of holy sons and daughters maintained their composure. "You think you can harm me?" Indeed, in the projection, Wang Lin mechanically turned his head, enduring Yi Qing's strike. A cruel smile emerged on his face. "Your filthy blood and your vile sword cannot possibly wound me." No sooner had Wang Lin's words left his lips than a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, crashing against Yi Qing's rusted poison blade. Boom! Yi Qing was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily into the marshland. It turned out that Wang Lin had not even used half of his power. He bore the first-class anomaly, the Raging Sea, which inherently possessed the ability to dilute and even wash away those toxins. Coupled with his formidable physique and defensive capabilities at the divine ability stage, how could Yi Qing, who had merely relied on external means to elevate his realm, dare to kill him? Such aspirations were but the dreams of a fool. At that moment, as Wang Lin descended, he approached the struggling Yi Qing, who was attempting to crawl out of the muddy mire. Before Ji Chong, Mo Shan, and the secretly observing Su Li, he placed a foot upon Yi Qing's face. "Roar! Get away!" You get away from me. Yi Qing howled in agony, consumed by a sense of profound resentment and rage. Yet, his struggles only served to amplify Wang Lin's derisive laughter. Haha, you worthless trash. If it weren't for waiting for my subordinates to gather, would I still be toying with you? Wang Lin's lips curled upwards, regarding Yi Qing as one would a dead rat. However, sensing imminent danger, Ji Chong and Mo Shan exchanged glances and suddenly launched a fierce counterattack against Wang Lin. As Wang Lin's subordinates drew nearer, their auras intensifying. Ji Chong and Mo Shan realized that Wang Lin's true aim extended beyond Yi Qing and his accumulated points. It included them as well. Too late to react. Wang Lin turned with a commanding presence and unleashed a powerful punch. His right arm emanated spiritual energy like mist, conjuring a colossal water buffalo apparition. The ferocious creature trampled with barbaric force, generating a tide of overwhelming momentum in its wake. Together, strike. The Emperor's seal. Ji Chang's countenance shifted dramatically, acutely aware of the terror behind Wang Lin's strike, which concealed a tempest within its calm. If he and Mo Shan had been a moment slower, the oncoming water buffalo's charge would have been sufficient to inflict grievous harm upon them. Pointing to the 7 rotations of Daintree, Mo Shan unleashed a decisive blow, sending forth a golden seal and a pale white stream of energy that tore through the air, colliding with Wang Lin's ferocious assault. Boom! The powerful shockwave immediately sent all 3 of them reeling back. Close to the battlefield, Ji Chong and Mo Shan were accompanied by their followers, who were unexpectedly struck by a shockwave, causing them to spew blood uncontrollably. Run! They cried. Can we not withstand the aftermath of this battle? Just how formidable are they? The few followers exchanged glances, lacking even the courage to remain. However, before they could escape the mire, Wang Lin's subordinates had already encircled the area. Boom, boom, boom. Following a brief encounter, an intense battle erupted. Since Ji Chong and Mo Shan's followers were mere fledgling prodigies, their innate abilities were significantly inferior. Coupled with their injuries from the shock, they were consumed by a singular desire to flee. In terms of numbers, they were at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, having lingered too long in the purple toxic mist, they were unable to even contemplate activating their identity tokens to escape the trial grounds. Fear and despair filled their hearts. In just a short span of time, Ji Chong and Mo Shan's subordinates were all obliterated in the swamp. Damn it, this is troublesome. We should flee as well. Despite their combined efforts, Ji Chong and Mo Shan struggled to break through Wang Lin's relentless assault. As they battled, they realized their followers were being systematically eliminated, and both began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Yet, unbeknownst to them, after the demise of their followers, the purple mandala secretly absorbed enough vitality to undergo evolution. With each deepening hue of the purple mandala, intricate patterns emerged on its leaves and petals. Su Li swiftly collected this now 5th-tier purple mandala. What a tremendous gain! Due to the dense toxic fog surrounding the mandala, its presence remained concealed. Hence, aside from Yi Qing, who had previously detected its location, even the embroiled Ji Chong, Mo Shan, and Wang Lin were oblivious to the existence of this treasure. At this moment, Yi Qing, enduring humiliation and burden, crawled slowly towards the purple mandala, a sinister grin upon his face. Like a shadowy serpent, he slithered forward. Though gravely wounded, he still had a substantial amount of vital blood to utilize. The remaining essence from those prodigies was sufficient for him to ascend to the realm of divine powers. Now, with the addition of the presumably upgraded purple mandala, he felt confident in achieving that state. When the time came, he would return the humiliation he had endured from Wang Lin tenfold, 100-fold. Yet, upon reaching the blooming site of the purple mandala, he found it utterly vacant. His mind went blank. What the hell? Where's the purple mandala? Had Wang Lin's earlier assault damaged his head, causing him to forget its whereabouts? However, as Yi Qing painstakingly crawled closer, he discovered the flower's stem still stood. But the mandala flower had been plucked away. Instantly, he was overwhelmed with an urge to scream in frustration. My flower. It was stolen. Wait, could it be him? At this moment, filled with a fury tempered by utmost calmness, Yi Qing, determined to reclaim the purple mandala, sensed the lingering presence of a familiar aura. It was none other than Su Li's. Yi Qing's anger erupted completely. You beast! I shall end your life. Unable to contain himself any longer, Yi Qing consumed the remainder of his essence blood in one fierce gulp. He yearned for a breakthrough. He was resolute in forcibly attaining the realm of divine abilities. Then, he would hunt down that scoundrel Su Li, subjecting him to 1,000 tortures until he was reduced to mere fragments. Boom. In an instant, after absorbing the remaining essence blood, Yi Qing's aura surged violently. He charged forward like a madman, striving to penetrate the divine abilities realm. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Yinqing's sect, the onlookers who had been engrossed in the fierce battle between Wang Lin and Ji Chong suddenly took notice of Yi Qing's predicament. Wait, did I just see a shadow dart past? Among the assembly of saintesses, Bai Ximiao's heart skipped a beat. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the projection, tracking the direction in which the purple mandala had been whisked away by a vague figure. Though the silhouette was indistinct, it evoked a sense of familiarity within her. Chapter 103. The ethereal dispersal. However, all eyes were fixated on Wang Lin and Ji Chong, as well as Mo Shan and Yi Qing. It was widely believed that the true disciples of inheritance might emerge from their midst. As Wang Lin and the others engaged in fierce combat, Su Li, guided by Lung Wuyan, swiftly arrived at the edge of the marshland. Before him stood a magnificent stone wall, imposing and formidable. The twisted runes etched upon the wall appeared even more enigmatic and mysterious, shrouded in a mist of violet haze. Within the stone wall lay the sacred eye. Lung Wuyan spoke with unwavering conviction, as if she had glimpsed the sacred eye through the very rules emanating from those runes. At that moment, Su Li was astonished to discover that, apart from himself, a familiar silhouette was already probing beneath the stone wall. How peculiar. The positioning of the Qinquan compass indeed indicated this location. Logically, there should be the most powerful treasure within this secret realm behind the stone wall. Yet why was I unable to unlock it? Li Wuyue's enchanting eyes sparkled as she focused intently on deciphering the cryptic symbols on the stone wall. However, she remained unaware of what lay beyond it. Upon entering the trial realm, she had sensed a power that bewitched the mind. Fortunately, Li Wuyue possessed her own means. Having severed the influence of that force, she meticulously searched using previously acquired secret treasures. Unlike those competitive prodigies, Li Wuyue excelled in assassination and ambush tactics. Her strategy was quite simple: to reap the rewards after the prodigies engaged in a deadly struggle. During this time, she devoted herself solely to searching for treasures within the secret realm. Could she truly find this place as well? Su Li concealed his presence entirely, astonished. This girl. Lung Wuyan was evidently caught off guard as well. She had not anticipated that, apart from herself, another young prodigy could locate this spot. However, when her gaze fell upon the compass, a smile of amusement crept onto her lips. Hee, I never expected this girl to be so audacious. Daring to steal treasures from the Qinquan Tower? Senior, are you referring to that compass? Su Li pondered, recalling that prior to his crossing, he had read about the Qinquan Tower in a book. However, it had only been mentioned in the latter part of the text. When Yi Qing had already stepped into the realm of the mighty and held an inexplicable connection with the beautiful mistress of the Qinquan Tower. Now, Su Li had altered the timeline of this world. The butterfly effect had surprisingly brought the Qinquan Tower into the conversation here. Although that item may not be considered a top-tier treasure, it was undoubtedly a premier choice for powerful beings venturing forth to seek rare gems. Yet, he recalled that only 100 of such compasses had been manufactured in the entire Qinquan Pavilion, scattered across the continent. Many formidable void gods would be unable to possess one. To think this girl would have one in her possession? Since Lung Wuyan had regained some of her composure thanks to her spirit points, she appeared to be in good spirits, thus taking the liberty to explain to Su Li. Buzz, at last, it remains uncertain whether it is the fortunate luck of Li Wuyue or some guidance from the mysterious Qinji compass, but after a series of explorations, the runes on the stone wall began to distort, revealing a grand golden door at its center. It swung open. Li Wuyue exclaimed in delight. Yet, just as she stepped inside, swoosh, another figure suddenly launched a fierce ambush from behind her. Who could it be? Li Wuyue's hair stood on end. Her delicate face momentarily clouded with frost as she retaliated with a powerful strike aimed at her assailant. Bang! However, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, and her body was hurled backward. To her astonishment, her attack merely left a shallow mark on the assailant's armor. Ha! At that moment, the ambusher laughed maniacally, slowly advancing. With each step, he emanated a formidable aura, causing clouds of dust to rise beneath his feet. His resplendent silver armor gleamed brilliantly, reminiscent of a war god emerging from the ruins of battle. It was utterly chilling. Who are you? Li Wuyue's complexion paled, as she did not recognize him. Yet, the aura of this young man had reached a terrifying first level of the divine passage realm. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Lin, who was fiercely battling against Ji Chong, Mo Shan, and others outside. My dear little beauty, it's quite natural for you not to recognize me. I am Yang Xiao. By the way, our esteemed sect's 5th-ranked saintess, Yang Momo, is my elder sister. Yang Xiao tilted his head, regarding Li Wuyue's graceful figure with a covetous gaze. Strangely enough, while she had previously attacked others with ferocity, her current delicate demeanor was rather endearing, resembling a startled little rabbit. Upon learning that Yang Xiao was the brother of the fifth-ranked Saintess, Li Wuyue's expression shifted dramatically. Such formidable backing. Moreover, this fellow's strength was immensely potent. Coupled with that powerful armor, her chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Meanwhile, in the square, the higher-ups of Yinqing's sect were closely monitoring the situation of Wang Lin and his companions. Only Yang Momo cast a wry glance at the spot where her brother had vanished on the trial projection. It turned out she had been keeping tabs on her brother's movements, and upon noticing that he had been following Li Wuyue, who had previously shown impressive prowess, she realized that trouble lay ahead for Li Wuyue. Although the area where Li Wuyue and Yang Xiao had entered seemed to be some sort of secret realm, invisible to the projection, she knew her brother could never be defeated by someone as insignificant as Li Wuyue. However, just as Yang Momo was about to shift her gaze and observe the fierce battle involving Wang Lin and the others, she was taken aback to see another blurry figure dash into the golden door just before it closed. This is not good. Yang Momo's beautiful eyes narrowed in concern. After all, judging by the speed with which that figure entered, they were at least a pinnacle expert of the void-breaking realm. If they were to ambush her brother alongside Li Wuyue, Yang Xiao might be in considerable danger. Nevertheless, Yang Momo quickly regained her composure, as she realized that, apart from Wang Lin and another adept who had stepped into the first layer of the divine realm, everyone present in the scene indicated that the figure who had entered was merely at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, and could not possibly pose a threat to her brother. With this thought, Yang Momo felt completely at ease. The figure she observed was none other than Su Li. It turned out that Su Li had not anticipated that Li Wuyue was being followed. Thus, when Yang Xiao ambushed Li Wuyue, Su Li seized the opportunity like a mantis stalking its prey, rushing through the golden gate at the last moment. At this juncture, Su Li noticed that an intense battle between Yang Xiao and Li Wuyue had erupted. Unfortunately, despite Li Wuyue activating a first-rate anomaly and possessing a significant advantage in such a confined space, Yang Xiao's formidable prowess in the divine realm, combined with the terrifying defense of his silvery armor, rendered Li Wuyue's attempts to employ her techniques of stealth and surprise attacks futile, resulting in her sustaining injuries from Yang Xiao's counterattacks. When Li Wuyue attempted to conceal herself once more, Yang Xiao smirked, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, and jestingly remarked, "Little beauty, I must concede that your technique of concealment is indeed impressive. However, you have just fallen victim to my floating fairy powder, and before long, you will reveal yourself." Chapter 104. The Intense Battle in the Divine Realm. Despicable. In the shadows, Li Wuyue spat at Yang Xiao, her face etched with panic. No wonder, during her earlier ambush, she felt a searing pain in her shoulder from Yang Xiao's counterattack. Now, she could sense the fiery tides surging through her limbs and bones, rendering her entire being restless and her breath increasingly rapid. Li Wuyue attempted to employ various antidotes, hoping to alleviate the poison. However, despair washed over her as she realized that the ethereal elixir was concocted from an advanced toxin. Her antidotes, rather than neutralizing the venom, only intensified the flames within her, like dry kindling igniting in a fierce blaze. I bear you no grudge, so why did you ambush me? Yang Xiao, everything within this secret realm, I can relinquish it all to you. Shall we part ways amicably? At this moment, her tone had undeniably grown complex. Her thighs involuntarily rubbed against each other, yet reason urged her not to allow Yang Xiao to prevail. Her purity, save for her future husband, must not be seized by another. TSK, from the sound of your voice, it seems you're on the verge of collapse. Yang Xiao, however, appeared unperturbed by the prospect of capturing Li Wuyue. Instead, he was preoccupied with searching for treasures, teasing, "Little beauty, you haven't consumed other antidotes, have you? I neglected to inform you that within this ethereal elixir is a powdered substance ground from the devouring grass bug, specifically designed to counteract other medicinal properties. Thus, the more antidotes you ingest, the stronger the effect of the ethereal elixir becomes. As for the ambush, that was merely a lesson learned from you. You've ambushed many before, haven't you?" Yang Xiao scanned the surroundings. Upon noticing that aside from some exquisite high-grade spirit stones embedded in the cave walls, there was only a shriveled eyeball floating in midair, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, the moment he touched the withered eyeball, a terrifying pressure surged forth. Hiss. As a cultivator at the first level of the divine realm, Yang Xiao was violently thrown back several meters by the sudden eruption of purple light and oppressive force. As he scrambled to his feet and gazed at the dimming eyeball, shock and elation filled his face. The aura of a saint's rules? Yang Xiao was astonished. Although he had never encountered a saint, it was known that the Yunqing sect had once birthed a saintess of the sacred realm. From various accounts, Yang Xiao discerned that the eerie aura emanating from the eyeball was a manifestation of a power more fearsome than that of formidable beings or even those in the void divine realm. Thus, the instant he made contact, he had no chance to resist and was sent flying. This eyeball, it is a sacred eye. Meanwhile, Li Wuyue, equally horrified, could no longer hold on. Thud! She slumped against the wall, sitting in a position akin to a duck, gasping for breath, yet unable to dissipate the searing sensation within her body even a fraction. The hidden art of concealment had been lost. Li Wuyue's face flushed a deep crimson. Her cherry-like lips trembled as she gasped, glistening droplets of moisture clinging to her lips, captivating Yang Xiao, whose gaze grew fixed. Furthermore, his eyes trailed down her snowy neck, and the undulating waves of her figure stirred a primal response within him. At that moment, realizing he could not approach the sacred eye, Yang Xiao contemplated resolving matters with Li Wuyue first before gradually stowing away the sacred eye. Don't come any closer. As Yang Xiao began to shed his armor and loosen his belt, Li Wu nearly burst into tears from fright. She had envisioned her first time, perhaps with the man she adored in their marital chamber, or with the man she idolized beneath a starlit sky in the wilderness. Certainly, it was not meant to occur in this dark cavern, being coerced by someone as despicable as Yang Xiao. Shout all you want, no one will hear. Yang Xiao lunged at her fiercely, but as the words lingered on his lips, a searing pain surged through his chest, striking him like a bolt of lightning. Li Wuyue, caught off guard, screamed as she pushed him away. Thud! In that instant, she realized Yang Xiao lay motionless beside her, resembling a corpse. His heart had been pierced by a blade emanating with the fury of thunder, dead beyond recovery. No more shouting, he has gone cold. Su Li stepped on Yang Xiao's back and extracted the Yan Huang Lei. Yet, Li Wuyue stood in stunned silence. Yang Xiao, dead just like that? You? How could you? In that moment, she recognized that her savior was, in fact, Su Li. But before she could express her gratitude, a surge of medicinal potency overwhelmed her senses, nearly erasing the last remnants of her rationality. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the center of Yang Xiao's corpse. Su Li's pupils constricted sharply as he instinctively raised the Yan Huang Lei to shield himself. Bang! However, Li Wuyue was sent crashing into the rocks by the shockwave, losing consciousness on the spot. Small fragments. Yang Xiao's corpse began to levitate slowly. Then, the wound in his heart, once open, healed at a visible rate, and the chilling aura that had enveloped him reignited, even more formidable than before. I shall kill you. Yang Xiao's eyes burned with fury, fortunate that he had consumed a revitalization pill after being ambushed. Yet, even for him, such a pill was a rarity, one given by his sister, the Holy Maiden. For the sake of his survival, with his war spear summoned, he donned the gleaming silver armor once more. In his furious yet slightly apprehensive gaze, two beams of silvery light, akin to death's rays, shot forth and locked onto Su Li. Boom! Yang Xiao struck down with his spear, the speed dazzling to behold. Clang! Su Li countered with the Yan Huang Lei, but as Yang Xiao's relentless assaults continued, the pace quickened, and within mere seconds, countless afterimages of the war spear descended upon him, as if to engulf him entirely. Clearly, Su Li had not anticipated such ferocity. The man was pierced through the chest by the blazing Huang Lei and had his heart shattered, yet he miraculously still clung to life. At this moment, Su Li inwardly cursed himself for not having severed the man's head with a single stroke or obliterated his soul instead. Die! Seeing that his usual attacks could not vanquish Su Li, Yang Xiao's silver aura erupted violently, propelling Su Li several meters away. He then wiped his right palm across the edge of the spear, revealing that the blood flowing from Yang Xiao was astonishingly silver. Upon drinking the silver blood, the war spear erupted with a brilliance intensified tenfold, 100-fold. Starfall slash. As the spear descended, the unleashed silver light streaked forth like the tail of a meteor, instantly enveloping Su Li. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying cacophony erupted, shaking the entire cavern as if it were on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Li Wuyue, awakened by the tremors, witnessed Su Li being engulfed by that devastating strike. Hiss! She gasped in shock. Su Li was surely doomed. Chapter 105, Yang Xiao Wait. Su Xiao Su Gu. Yang Xiao's war spear, while not an artifact of divine origin, possesses terrifying lethality against those in the void-breaking realm. Coupled with Yang Xiao's own prowess as a formidable figure in the divine passage realm, That strike imbued with silver blood could likely intimidate even Wang Lin, who occupies the same realm, compelling him to evade its edge and suffer significant losses in the process. As for Su Li, he stands merely at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, though Li Wuiyue holds his strength in high regard. Confronting Yang Xiao's wrathful assault leaves Su Li, even if he survives, grievously wounded. In such a scenario, she would remain ensnared in Yang Xiao's clutches. Moreover, should Su Li provoke Yang Xiao further, who knows if this man would unleash his fury upon her delicate form. Amidst Li Wuiyue's growing alarm, Yang Xiao's attention shifted to the exceptional anomaly, the one named Su Li. Following his successful strike, the wrath that had once consumed Yang Xiao's expression began to ease. A mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What a pity you are but a void breaker. Before me, you are utterly insignificant. Your strike was hardly impressive. However, from within the billowing smoke, a calm voice emerged. What? Yang Xiao's countenance shifted dramatically. The slight ease he had felt now replaced with a tightening dread. He gazed in disbelief at the figure emerging from the haze. Su Li. Encircled by crackling thunder and blazing flames, the intense heat distorted the smoke around him, while sporadic bursts of lightning effortlessly reduced the scattered stones to powder. Astonishingly, Su Li bore not a single wound. Is this truly possible? Yang Xiao scrutinized closely and confirmed that Su Li was indeed unscathed. Surprised? Su Li replied, disappointment lacing his tone. I had anticipated that the prodigy of Yunqing's sect in the Divine Passage realm would be formidable. Yet I find you to be nothing more than a fool. I recall you mentioning that your sister is a fifth sequence saintess. Here's my proposition. You shatter your token and teleport away, and I shall spare your life. Su Li's icy smile belied the truth. He was not entirely unscathed. However, the convergence of his thunderous body and infernal body granted him formidable defense, complemented by the regenerative powers of the eternal green art, allowing his injuries to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Thus, Yang Xiao remained oblivious to the truth. You should be the one praying for your life. Yang Xiao's dark expression morphed into one of fury. This time, he held nothing back as the savage aura of his silver spirit erupted forth. He appeared to be enveloped in a silver celestial dome, the resplendent silver radiance signifying the pinnacle of extraordinary phenomena. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, an omnipresent silver glow descended, clashing violently with the thunder and flame energies within Su Li. The cavern reverberated with a chilling cacophony as the two adversaries, blinded by their zeal for battle, recklessly disregarded the force of their strikes and collided with tremendous impact. Impressive. Is this truly his real strength? Li Wuiyue's delicate form trembled, yet the shockwaves jolted her back to reality. Otherwise, she could scarcely fathom the action she might take under the influence of such potent substances. Meanwhile, Su Li's combat prowess left her utterly astounded. After all, he was Yang Xiao's brother, the younger sibling of the fifth sequence saintess, a being of divine power. Armed with a formidable war spear and clad in silver armor, he embodied both offense and defense, radiating a terrifying silver light that seemed to dominate this realm like a celestial deity. Yet, no matter how fiercely Yang Xiao attacked, he could not subdue Su Li. In fact, as Su Li fought with increasing fervor, buoyed by the astonishing regenerative capabilities of the eternal green art, his assaults became ever more reckless. On 2 occasions, he even dared to meet the spear head-on, delivering a crushing blow to Yang Xiao's eye. Bang! Despite inflicting a deep gash upon Su Li's neck with his spear, Yang Xiao was sent sprawling, rising in disarray, expecting to witness Su Li desperately clutching his neck to staunch the flow of blood. To his astonishment, however, he found Su Li's wound had miraculously healed. What the hell? Are you still alive? Silver Feather Thousand Blades. Yang Xiao, both astonished and enraged, nearly unleashed his strongest card. The silver war spear fragmented repeatedly. 10 spears, 100 spears, 1,000 spears. Each one emanated a suffocating aura of murderous intent. In the next instant, the multitude of spears descended like missiles with ferocious intensity. Come on, bring it on. Su Li, caught up in the thrill of battle, infused his powers of thunder and flame into the flame radiance thunder lake, summoning a blood-red phoenix, its wings shimmering with arcs of violet lightning, soaring defiantly upwards. With an ear-piercing cry, the phoenix sliced through the spears in its path. Amidst the cacophony of explosions, Su Li struck Yang Xiao's chest. Boom. At that moment, as Yang Xiao, eyes wide with shock, attempted to retaliate, he was horrified to discover that his weapon had been shattered. The blazing fire phoenix loomed larger in his vision, seeming to penetrate his very soul. When he was struck into the cave's rocky structure, the silver armor upon him began to crack. No, this is impossible. At this moment, Yang Xiao's lips trembled, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. He could hardly believe it. He was a first-tier being of divine power. How could Su Li, merely at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, accomplish this? Yet, in truth, Su Li had been holding back initially. Had he unleashed his full might to gauge the true strength of the divine prodigies from the Yunqing sect, this Yang Xiao, despite his higher cultivation, would have faltered within 50 exchanges. Su Li, you beast. Today, I concede defeat, but do not forget my sister is the saintess. When you emerge, I will ensure she ends your life. Upon uttering this, Yang Xiao crushed his identity token, fearing to remain any longer, terrified of being slain by Su Li. Wait. However, with a face twisted in rage, Yang Xiao, after shattering the token, was shocked to find himself still within the confines of the cave. In that instant, panic washed over him. How could this be? I wish to leave, I must leave. Yang Xiao racked his brain in confusion. Hadn't the sect master previously stated that shattering the token would grant one opportunity to exit the trial grounds? Oh, it appears you cannot leave? Su Li, initially wearing a cold expression, had anticipated that Yang Momo would trouble him in the future. However, upon seeing that Yang Xiao was not teleported away, he quickly realized the situation. It was evident that the Sacred Eye's secret realm could not be influenced by the token or the external rules of the realm. Thus, the regulations from outside held no sway here. Wait, hold on. Su Xiao Sugo. The severely weakened Yang Xiao, witnessing Su Li approach step by step, was suddenly gripped by panic. I was just joking with you. However, regardless of Yang Xiao's desperate screams for mercy, Su Li delivered a decisive strike, shattering his head and obliterating Yang Xiao's very soul into dust. Chapter 106. It should be said, I used my hand to help her detoxify. What? Yang Xiao's points have been reset to 0. Hiss. I was so engrossed in watching the fierce battle between Wang Lin and Ji Chong. How did Yang Xiao lose? I don't know. I didn't see it either. He must have been defeated by some monstrous beast, right? Goodness. Yang Xiao is a master of divine powers. I thought he could last until the decisive battle with Wang Lin. At this moment, in the square of Yunqing sect, many disciples and elders gasped in astonishment. Hee, young Momo, it seems your brother is not all that impressive. Bai Ximiao followed the crowd's exclamations to gaze at the projection of the points leaderboard, where Yang Xiao, who was originally ranked 7th, had his points instantly cleared. However, Bai Ximiao noticed that the expression on Yang Momo's face was one of utter despair. Wait, why hasn't Yang Xiao been teleported out yet? Yes, oh no. Could it be that Yang Xiao has died in there? Impossible. He is a master of divine powers. Even if he encounters some terrifying entity, he would have the chance to crush his identity token and escape. How could he possibly die in there? The clamor among the crowd grew louder. Many instinctively turned their eyes towards Yang Momo. Among them, including those holy sons and daughters, the outstanding individuals closer to Yang Momo were astonished to find her visage shrouded in mist, trembling uncontrollably, clearly indicating her emotional turmoil. Momo? Mu Yunhuang's beautiful eyes narrowed as she cast a surprised glance at Yang Momo. Apologies, sect master. I lost my composure just now. Despite being enveloped in white mist, Yang Momo's face and figure could not conceal her anguish from someone as perceptive as Mu Yunhuang. In her eyes, Yang Momo was crying with profound sorrow. Just as Mu Yunhuang began to form a conjecture, she heard Yang Momo's voice chillingly declare, "My brother has been killed." As Yang Momo's words echoed, the entire square fell into a profound silence. An elder opened his mouth, intending to offer comfort, perhaps suggesting that Yang Xiao might have encountered other circumstances within the secret realm, and it was not necessarily a death. However, Yang Momo produced the shattered soul token of Yang Xiao. Upon witnessing this, the crowd instantly tensed. They understood that while the trial grounds were perilous and death therein might stem from one's inadequacies, Yang Momo was, after all, Yang Xiao's elder sister. How could she possibly remain indifferent to her brother's death? I had previously seen my brother enter a secret realm alongside Li Wuyue. That's why there was no projection of him. Regardless of whether my brother was killed by Li Wuyue or not, I have already marked that woman for retribution. After making her fierce proclamation, Yang Momo turned to leave. In response, Mu Yunhuang furrowed her brow. Although she disapproved of Yang Momo's demeanor, she chose not to intervene. After all, in the realm of the weak and the strong, while chaos was prohibited within Yunqing's sect, she could not obstruct Yang Momo's private vendetta against Li Wuyue. Yang Momo's declaration served as a warning to those elders who valued Li Wuyue. Even if Li Wuyue performs excellently, do not take her as a disciple, or you will be opposing me. Congratulations, host. You have slain Yang Xiao and made Li Wuyue take the blame. Yang Momo is now furious and has resolved to kill Li Wuiyue in revenge for her brother. You have plundered 5,000 fortune points. At that moment, in the cave, Su Li paused upon hearing the notification. Is that even possible? Su Li was perplexed by how Yang Momo could connect Yang Xiao's death to Li Wuiyue. As long as she didn't harbor any hatred towards him, everything was fine. Just then, Su Li cast a sympathetic glance at Li Wuiyue, only to find her writhing and crawling over like a kitten. Su Li, you look so handsome. Li Wuiyue's face flushed a deep crimson, clearly intoxicated by the effects of the medicine. Her fair, delicate hand naturally found its way to Su Li's shoulder, sending a shiver down his spine. Please don't be reckless. I am a respectable person. Su Li swallowed hard, admitting to himself that he was indeed stirred, especially when Li Wuiyue's long legs coiled around him like a python, causing his heart to skip a beat. Pervert. Lung Wuyan, witnessing this, spat disdainfully and retreated to her spirit stone to rest. She could easily deduce that Su Li would not let such a prime opportunity slip by. However, 10 minutes later. Senior, are you asleep? What about the incantation? Hurry and teach me. I need to collect the sacred eye. Lung Wuyan suddenly heard Su Li's transmission. She was momentarily taken aback before responding in a mocking tone. Little Su, so it appears you're lacking in that department? What nonsense. At this moment, Su Li rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, Senior, your thoughts are rather impure, aren't they? Lung Wuyan suspected that Su Li was merely putting on a brave front, so she stepped out to investigate. Upon seeing that Su Li and Li Wuiyue were both fully clothed, yet noticing the glistening moisture seeping from where Li Wuiyue had been sitting, her face flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, Did you help her with your hands? No, no, no. Su Li shook his head earnestly, clarifying. I am a physician. I should say, I helped her detoxify. Upon hearing this, Lung Wuyan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But she quickly transmitted the incantation to Su Li. Simultaneously, she found herself thinking that Su Li was quite impressive, at least discerning between priorities. Previously, Lung Wuyan had seen that Li Wuiyue was under the influence of a potent drug and uncontrollable. She was certain Su Li would not let such a delicate beauty go unscathed, and her previous fondness for him had evaporated, as she despised taking advantage of others. However, upon realizing that Su Li had merely assisted Li Wuiyue in detoxifying, she found his willpower remarkable and deemed him a reliable person. Ping. The host has gained favor from the Empress Lung Wuyan, earning 2,000 fortune points. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Su Li's lips. He was no fool. Cold Wuyan had not forged any soul contract with him, allowing her the freedom to depart at any moment. In order to retain her presence and to ensure her future assistance, Su Li deemed it necessary to present himself in a more favorable light. Furthermore, effortlessly subduing Li Wuiyue would yield little satisfaction. Nevertheless, as a form of compensation for her assistance in detoxifying, Su Li resolved to take possession of Li Wuiyue's Qinji compass. For he was not one to act as a sycophant, offering his aid without reason. Buzz. Following the incantation, as Su Li summoned the sacred eye before him, he undeniably established an inexplicable connection with the withered eyeball. In the next heartbeat, he was astounded to witness the eyeball burrowing into his consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of terrifying violet beams erupted from the orb, careening wildly within his mind. What in the world? Senior, what is happening? Su Li was taken aback, initially fearing an attack from the sacred eye. Fear not. This is your sea of consciousness. To subjugate it, you must rely solely on your own prowess. Cold Wuyan remarked, turning away to return to the soul-nurturing stone, offering Su Li not a shred of advice. Chapter 107. The Sacred Fist of Confronting the Heavens. The Eye of True Vision. Indeed, it is no surprise that the Empress possesses such a vivid character, thought Su Li, both amused and exasperated. However, he lacked a spiritual connection with Lung Wuyan, leaving her unaware of his thoughts. Before Su Li could actively submit, the sacred seal of battle within him surged forth, entwined with his mental power, launching an assault of its own. In an instant, the sacred seal of battle collided with the eye of true vision, unleashing a torrent of formidable energies that ravaged his mind. Yet, to Su Li's delight, amidst the relentless clash between the sacred seal of battle and the eye of true vision, he discerned profound insights emerging from the interplay of their forces. Ding. Detection of the sacred fist of confronting the heavens. Do you wish to comprehend it? Comprehend. A wave of elation swept through Su Li. How wonderful. He had just been concerned that his insights were insufficiently complete, yet the system provided him with a fortuitous enhancement. Truly, the system was reliable in critical moments. Boom. In an instant, a formidable sequence of domineering martial techniques flooded his mind. With a single strike, it rendered all opponents invincible. The overwhelming momentum, capable of overturning mountains and splitting seas, was the very essence of the sacred fist of confronting the heavens. Ding. Detection of the eye of true vision. Do you wish to comprehend it? Comprehend. At that moment, Su Li felt a tingling sensation in his eyes, as if countless faint currents coursed through him. When he opened his eyes again, he was astonished to find Li Wuiyue reclining before him in a state of undress. Gasp! Su Li was taken aback. Li Wuiyue's fair skin resembled pristine jade, curled up like a delicate rabbit. Her voluptuous curves were partially concealed by her slender arms, tantalizingly veiled. Had she not been exhausted to the point of sleep? However, as Su Li attempted to avert his gaze, he noticed that Li Wuiyue had donned black lace-trimmed shorts and a belly wrap. When he tried to look away again, he beheld her clad in dark garments, lying there. Now Su Li understood. This eye of true vision could penetrate all things? What a remarkable treasure! Henceforth, would it not be effortless for him to scrutinize formations, secret realms, and even the protective garments adorning women? Have you subdued it? Suddenly, Lung Wuyin appeared, her expression a mixture of surprise and inquiry. If I cannot subdue such a mere eyeball, how could I possibly navigate this world? Su Li scoffed, fully aware that the sacred eye was not easily tamed. Yet now, under the suppression of the sacred seal of battle, the eye of true vision obediently hovered beneath it, nourished by Su Li's spiritual force. However, Su Li instinctively employed the eye of true vision to gaze at Lung Wuyin. Gasp! In an instant, he was left utterly astounded. What are you doing? Lung Wuyin exclaimed, suddenly alert, her arms crossing defensively. Just moments ago, she had felt an inexplicable sensation, as though Su Li had glimpsed a certain part of her being. Although Su Li was merely at the void-breaking stage, and logically speaking, he should not have been capable of such a feat. Had he not just acquired the eye of true vision? In the event that this mischievous little rabbit were to gaze upon her with that holy eye. However, upon recalling that her ethereal form had conjured garments, Lung Wuyin instinctively relinquished her grip. Thus, in a state of complete vulnerability, she found herself meticulously examined by Su Li from head to toe. Strangely, although she felt no peril, Lung Wuyin discovered, with a sense of bewilderment, that it seemed as though a pair of shadowy eyes had scrutinized her soul entirely, a sensation she had never experienced in her millennia of existence. Have you got a nosebleed? Suddenly, Lung Wuyin was momentarily stunned. Yet, Su Li merely chuckled. How could one not bleed? Lung Wuyin's figure, both in its fiery allure and exquisite grace, was the epitome of perfection. To sway before Su Li was enough to make any man swoon. What is wrong with me? At that moment, Li Wuiyue stirred from her slumber, propping her head and shaking it gently. Observing this, Lung Wuyin promptly returned to the soul-nurturing stone. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her, though she could not articulate it. Cough, cough, it's nothing. You were poisoned earlier, right? I've already administered the antidote. Su Li reassured as he helped Li Wuiyue to her feet. Poisoned? Upon recalling her encounter with the Chuan herb, Li Wuiyue's complexion paled, and she pushed Su Li away to inspect herself. Only when she discovered her clothes intact did she breathe a sigh of relief. Su Li, thank you, she expressed. A touch bashfully, she could envision her own disoriented state under the herb's influence, undoubtedly feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Su Li had not taken any liberties with her. It's nothing. After all, I have already collected my fee, so we are even, Su Li remarked with a flourish, brandishing the 1,000 mechanisms compass with a generous air. What? Li Wuiyue's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing the compass's potential, which she had always deemed one of her trump cards. While it may not serve in combat, it was undoubtedly an invaluable tool for treasure hunting. Did Su Li truly warrant such a substantial price for merely dispelling the Chuan herb's effects? What did you give me as an antidote? Was it expensive? At this moment, Li Wuiyue's countenance fluctuated between apprehension and suspicion. She was tempted to confront him, but recalled Su Li's formidable strength, opting instead to indirectly inquire whether the antidote was costly, as she hoped to negotiate a fee to reclaim her 1,000 mechanisms compass. Not expensive at all, merely the expertise is costly. Su Li, tucking away the compass, raised his hand with a knowing smile. After all, you mistakenly ingested a considerable amount of antidote, and the Chuan herb's effects were quite potent. I had to assist you manually, but fret not. I was careful. See, you were not harmed, were you? As he spoke, he noticed the sudden distortion of Li Wuiyue's expression, swiftly morphing into rage. Hey, I saved you, and you dare draw your blade? Su Li exclaimed, his heart racing as he turned to flee just as Li Wuiyue lunged at him with a furious strike. At this moment, Su Li accelerated to his utmost, and with the effect of the eye of true vision, he effortlessly discerned the passage connecting this secret realm to the outside world. bursting forth from the cave and returning to the marshlands. Su Li, I swear I will make you pay? Yet, Li Wuyue relentlessly pursued him, previously puzzled by the dampness she felt. It was as though a jar of honey had been overturned. Now she realized it was all the doing of that scoundrel Su Li. Moreover, he appeared so smug, flaunting that wretched hand of his. The mere thought of how Su Li had groped and kneaded her made Li Wuyue nearly weep in rage. Ding! The host has provoked Li Wuyue, causing her to feel a pang of anger and desire to cry, earning 3,000 fortune points. At that moment, Li Wuyue followed Su Li out of the cave. But the shockwave that met her head-on swiftly jolted her anger back to clarity. Li Wuyue looked up in astonishment. Above the marshlands, aside from the fierce battle between Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and Mo Shan, which had reached a boiling point, Yi Qing, who had broken through in the midst of combat, was now at the critical juncture of ascending to the realm of divine abilities. Chapter 108. A failed breakthrough. Has Yi Qing lost his mind? Success. I must succeed. I will trample you all beneath my feet. Roaring with fervor, Yi Qing's aura surged, the power within him accumulating relentlessly. His blood surged like a tide, striving towards a higher realm. At this moment, his eyes burned crimson with vengeance and resentment. Recalling his past failures, he remembered the faces of Luo Qinghan, Yi Liuli, Li Wuyue, and even Leng Wuyan, who had all turned their backs on him. The disdainful and hostile gazes of others haunted him still. In this moment of reflection, he realized that aside from the solace provided by his mother, he felt no warmth from those around him. I must grow stronger. I must grow stronger. As his obsession deepened, a faint possibility of breaking through to the divine ability realm began to emerge within him. Hiss! In the marshes, Li Wuyue gazed into the distance in astonishment, exclaiming, "This fellow, has he really ascended to the divine ability realm so swiftly?" I recall his cultivation had plummeted to the 7th or 8th level of the void-breaking realm. Sensing Yi Qing's burgeoning energy as he sought a higher tier, and recalling the explosive power displayed during the fierce battle of Wang Lin and Ji Chong, Li Wuyue realized that her own proud strength and talent were utterly crushed by Su Li, and even against these prodigies, she might not prevail. A sense of urgency intensified her anxiety. However, just as Yi Qing was on the verge of taking that final step into the divine ability realm, a voice echoed in his mind. Yi Qing, focus on your breakthrough. Even if you fail, I will take good care of your mother. It was Su Li's voice, suddenly surfacing within his thoughts. Bastard, where are you? Yi Qing's eyes flew open in fury as he scanned his surroundings, desperate to locate Su Li. Yet, Su Li had perfectly concealed his presence, and with the innate stealth of the heavenly gaze, Yi Qing could not uncover his whereabouts, no matter how fervently he searched. Don't concern yourself with my location. Just remember this. Even if you fail your breakthrough and are gravely injured, I will look after your mother well. Su Li sneered from the shadows, deliberately provoking Yi Qing. Initially, Yi Qing dismissed it, but then an image flashed through his mind. Boom. In an instant, it felt as if Yi Qing's head had been struck by lightning. Su Li had used the heavenly gaze to project the scenes recorded with the memory stone of his encounters with Xiao Yun into Yi Qing's consciousness. At this critical moment of his breakthrough, Yi Qing was frozen in place. The next moment, his blood surged chaotically. Rage consumed him. Uffed. Yi Qing spewed forth a mouthful of blood. He could never have anticipated that his only source of warmth, his sole concern, his mother, had been entangled in such matters with Su Li, especially the memories of his mother pleading for mercy under Su Li's advances, and the countless positions she had been manipulated into, caused Yi Qing's head to feel as though it would explode. He had failed his breakthrough. Ha ha. Yi Qing is truly pathetic, isn't he? TCH. I had thought that his earlier vigor indicated a successful breakthrough. At this moment, Wang Lin's loyal subordinates, who had not participated in the battle, exchanged mocking glances. Meanwhile, in the square of the Yunqing sect, the disciples and elders, who had initially harbored little hope for Yi Qing's breakthrough, shook their heads in disappointment. In their minds, Yi Qing was utterly finished. After all, they were unaware that at the critical moment of his breakthrough, Yi Qing had witnessed visions that had thrown him into chaos and rendered him so enraged that he nearly spat blood. Thus, they deemed him nothing but a failure. Su Li, I will kill you. Yet, Yi Qing's furious roar left everyone inside and outside the trial grounds momentarily stunned. Above the marshland, Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and others stared in disbelief at the enraged Yi Qing. The name he mentioned, Su Li, seemed to be absent from this place. Has this guy lost his mind? This thought flashed through Wang Lin and the others' minds, and their gazes towards Yi Qing were now filled with disdain. In the square, those who heard the roar through the projection were equally astonished, especially by Ximiao. Su Li? Isn't he dead? Why is Yi Qing suddenly calling his name? This child must be hallucinating. Mu Yinhuang shook her head in disappointment. She had previously held a glimmer of hope for Yi Qing. If he could refine the tainted blood and restore his foundation, he might recover his peak. But he was too greedy, too ruthless, having absorbed the blood of his fellow disciples, leading him to this state. Particularly when Yi Qing mentioned Su Li, Mu Yinhuang scrutinized the projection closely. It was worth noting that her strength surpassed that of ordinary beings, yet even she could not detect Su Li's presence. Did that not serve as evidence of Yi Qing's deteriorating mental state? Boom, boom. At this moment, the frenzied Yi Qing disregarded everything and unleashed a barrage of terrifying sword energy in all directions, fueled by the boiling spiritual power within him. Even encroaching upon the battlefield of Wang Lin and Ji Chang. Die. You all must die. Yi Qing's eyes were bloodshot as he, unable to find Su Li, charged recklessly towards Wang Lin and Ji Chang. Damn it, this fool. Wang Lin's eyelids twitched. He was already facing two opponents. Although he held an advantage in realm, Ji Chang and Mo Shan were no ordinary adversaries. Now, even though Yi Qing had failed his breakthrough to the divine ability realm, he was at the cusp of that level, and with his burning vitality, his attacks and destructive power demanded respect, even from Wang Lin. However, Wang Lin was not incapable of killing him. He simply did not wish to waste time on this madman. After all, Wang Lin suspected that Yi Qing must have encountered some inner demons during his breakthrough. Otherwise, why would he be attacking them while shouting Su Li's name? Yi, brother, please regain your senses. Yi Qing, have you lost your mind? Why are you attacking us? Ji Chang and Mo Shan, who had privately been displeased with Yi Qing, now found themselves helplessly calling out. They did not wish to engage in a deadly confrontation with Yi Qing. To them, Yi Qing's failure to break through to the divine passage realm no longer posed a threat to their future. Engaging in battle with such a worthless individual would only be detrimental to them. However, Yi Qing seemed to have gone mad, disregarding the shouts of Wang Lin and the other two, as if determined to fight to the bitter end. This left Wang Lin and the others bewildered. Ha! Meanwhile, beneath the marsh, Su Li was laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Ding! Detected that the three prodigies, Wang Lin, Ji Chang, and Mo Shan, are exasperated and harboring animosity towards Yi Qing. The host subtly takes advantage of the situation, claiming 10,000 fortune points from the three prodigies. What? It can be done this way? Su Li was momentarily stunned, realizing his fortune points were about to accumulate to 100,000. This additional 10,000 points arrived just in time. Chapter 109. The appearance of Su Li. Has Su Li lost his mind? However, after a brief moment of observation, Su Li found it utterly uninteresting, regardless of whether it was Wang Lin, Ji Chang, or Mo Shan. Even if Yi Qing were to intrude unexpectedly, the three renowned talents had everything under control and displayed no inclination to engage in a fierce confrontation with Yi Qing. Conversely, with the three exceptional individuals engaging in a game of pass the ball, Yi Qing's previously intense rage gradually subsided. Why am I like this? Su Li is indeed not nearby. Could it be that what I just witnessed was merely a figment of my imagination? At this moment, Yi Qing realized that he had failed in his breakthrough. Stagnating at the threshold of the divine passage realm, and upon regaining his composure, he recalled that even if there were a telepathic communication, an image could not possibly manifest before him. In that fleeting instant, Yi Qing was overwhelmed with despair. Furthermore, deep within his heart, he was reluctant to accept the events that transpired between his mother and Su Li. This led him to mistakenly interpret the visions he had seen earlier as mere illusions born from his failed breakthrough. However, as Yi Qing's offensive weakened, Su Li grew impatient. How ridiculous! Was Yi Qing truly such a coward? He had been the first to attack Wang Lin and the others. How could he suddenly relent? I wonder, after fighting for so long, are you not exhausted from holding back? Su Li's voice echoed throughout the marshland, momentarily freezing Wang Lin, Yi Qing, and the others in place. None of them noticed that Su Li was indeed present. You, how could you? Yet, at that moment, the most shocked of them all was Yi Qing. He never anticipated that after searching for so long, Su Li, who had seemingly evaded capture, was actually nearby. Did that mean the sounds he had heard and the images he had seen were indeed real? However, he had only heard of telepathy. He had never known it could convey images. Yet, one could hardly blame Yi Qing, after all. He lacked the heavenly eye and was unaware of what could achieve such feats. It's you, Su Li. Wang Lin abruptly thrust Yi Qing and the others aside, his expression turning vigilant as he instinctively scanned the surroundings. The sudden emergence of Su Li made Wang Lin apprehensive about the possibility of more powerful figures lurking nearby. However, it was not only the atmosphere in the marsh that felt peculiar. The real shock was at the Yunqing sect's plaza. The high-ranking sons and daughters of the sect, along with the sect leader Mu Yunhuang, were astounded. This boy is actually alive? Mu Yunhuang's lips parted slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. It was worth noting that such an occurrence was unprecedented in her experience. Can you believe it? Su Li is not dead. Hiss. Not only is he alive, but his aura also appears to have grown even more profound, clearly indicating he has become stronger. Wait, if he is alive, then where did his spirit points go? The disciples and elders exchanged glances, pondering where they could have gone. Surely, he must have discarded them. At that moment, Changsun Hanlong regarded Su Li with an appreciative gaze, and upon seeing the confusion among his fellow disciples, he explained, "Consider this. Having too many points can easily make one a target." As Su Li discarded the integral, it inadvertently led to a fierce clash among Wang Lin and the others. Now, the strength of Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and even Yi Qing had been mutually depleted, and it was certain that Su Li would reap substantial benefits from this situation. Upon hearing Changsun Hanlong's words, the disciples and elders of Yunqing sect, as well as the holy sons and daughters, couldn't help but exhibit expressions of intrigue. What a masterful strategy of retreating to advance. This rascal truly startled me. However, at this moment, the most delighted was undoubtedly by Si Miao, who patted her chest, finally relieved from her earlier anxiety. She had genuinely believed Su Li was dead. Now it appeared, as Changsun Hanlin had said, that Su Li was indeed scheming against these prodigies. Even if such cunning strategies yield advantages, what of it? Yet, the ninth sequence holy son, Chun Tian, sneered disdainfully, openly expressing his contempt. Ultimately, it remains a tactic of opportunism. Moreover, Wang Lin and the others had not suffered significant losses in strength. If they united, Su Li would surely face dire consequences. Chun Tian's words prompted many to nod in silent agreement. Some even considered Su Li to be rather foolish. He should have waited a bit longer. At least until Wang Lin and the others had inflicted severe injuries upon one another, right? Chun Shengzi's assertion was astute. Elder Gu, stroking his white beard, commented on Su Li. This Su Li, while possessing a profound aura and solid foundation, lacks a certain temperament. If he could have remained hidden for a while longer, waiting for those prodigies to sustain casualties before making his appearance, he would have effortlessly reaped the benefits. Yet, by hastily revealing himself now, it only indicates his impatience. Elder Gu's remarks resonated with many disciples and elders of Yunqing sect. After all, initially, they were indifferent to whether Su Li was concealing himself or even if he had intentionally instigated the fierce battle among the prodigies in the marshlands. On the contrary, if these were indeed Su Li's schemes, they would have regarded him as exceptionally clever, even feeling a sense of awe towards him. Yet now, with Su Li foolishly leaping forth at a moment that was not optimal for maximizing his interests, they naturally perceived him as rather inexperienced. But just as the majority began to shift their opinions, deeming Su Li to be nothing extraordinary, the sect master Mu Yunhuang's gaze flickered with intrigue, especially as she fixed her eyes upon Su Li. It was evident that her expression harbored a glimmer of expectation. It is crucial to note that Mu Yunhuang is not of a level that the disciples and elders can easily comprehend. As a formidable being surpassing even the realm of great powers, she is confident in her ability to discern even the slightest changes in Su Li. When Su Li stood forth, devoid of any greed or haste for immediate success, instead wearing an expression tinged with impatience, Mu Yunhuang perceived within his gaze a latent yet palpable confidence. Indeed, it was confidence. This confidence was not born of blind arrogance, but stemmed from an utter disregard for Wang Lin and Yi Qing. It was precisely because Su Li held them in contempt that he dared to step forward so boldly. Su Li, what audacity do you possess? I am genuinely eager to witness your subsequent performance. As Mu Yunhuang's lips subtly moved, a hint of anticipation emerged. Among so many prodigies, Wang Lin was acutely aware of her own standing. Yet, it was Su Li who left her feeling somewhat inscrutable. Su Li, do you intend to take action against us? Wang Lin's expression turned icy as she distanced herself from the other talented individuals, casting a wary gaze at Su Li. She sensed that the number of formidable talents present was overwhelming, compelling her to exercise caution. Moreover, she was the only one among them in the realm of divine prowess. Should Su Li conspire with the others against her, it would amount to 1 against 4. No matter how confident Wang Lin was, she lacked the audacity to confront such odds. I harbor no interest in you, Su Li stated, shaking his head amidst the vigilant stares of the other prodigies. Just when everyone assumed Su Li would refrain from attacking, his next words nearly caused Wang Lin and the others to bite their tongues in disbelief. I am solely interested in the points you possess. As Su Li's declaration echoed, a chilling aura enveloped the marshy ground above. Meanwhile, hidden below, Li Weiyue tightly covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed intently at Su Li's retreating figure. She thought to herself, Su Li must have lost his mind. Chapter 110. Su Li stunned? The shock of Leng Wuyan. What did you say? Wang Lin's face was a portrait of astonishment. Upon comprehending that Su Li demanded his points, he instantly erupted into a fit of rage-laden laughter. You? You wish to claim my points? Haraha. Do you even possess the qualifications? Wang Lin strode forward with an air of dominance, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. Previously, he had regarded Su Li's late emergence with suspicion, believing him to be cunning and deeply calculating. Perhaps this was a trap devised by Su Li in collaboration with Yi Qing and others, intended to lure him into a swamp of ambush. Yet now Su Li, without having formed a coordinated assault with the others, audaciously sought his points? Was that not laughable? No. Just as Ji Chong, Mo Shan, and Yi Qing wore expressions of perplexity, Su Li shook his head and declared, "It is not your points that I seek, but rather the points of all of you." At this revelation, the previously enraged Wang Lin stood frozen in disbelief. Even Ji Chong, Mo Shan, and Yi Qing's expressions underwent a dramatic transformation. Is this fool out of his mind? Has he been bewitched by this poisonous gas? How else could he utter such foolishness? These thoughts raced through the minds of Wang Lin and the others. Only Yi Qing was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, on the verge of a scream. An opportunity. The chance to eliminate Su Li. He finally discerned it. Everyone, why are we wasting breath on this arrogant fool? He must think himself fortunate to have triggered an extraordinary phenomenon, thus dismissing us entirely. Seizing the moment, Yi Qing stoked the flames further. Now, if we eliminate him, shall we not divide the secrets he possesses among ourselves? Yi Qing's words ignited a fervor among the crowd. It must be noted that Ji Chong and Mo Shan had previously allied with Yi Qing. Had it not been for Wang Lin's presence, they would have struck against Su Li long ago. Now, this oblivious Su Li dared to demand their collective points? Was that not a death wish? In an instant, all four prodigies, including Wang Lin, reached a consensus. Eliminate Su Li. Seize the fortune. As Wang Lin, Yi Qing, and the others encircled Su Li with cold laughter. A chilling voice echoed in Su Li's mind. Kid, this trouble is of your own making. I will not come to your aid. It was Leng Wuyan, who evidently misinterpreted Su Li's intentions as a plea for her assistance. After all, Su Li had promised to help her restore her soul and reconstruct her body. However, Su Li's seemingly suicidal act led Leng Wuyan to feel that he and Yi Qing had merely used themselves as bait to coerce her into action, leaving her somewhat disillusioned. Men, they are all the same. Who said I required assistance from my seniors? Nevertheless, a faint smile graced Su Li's lips, as the fighting Saint Seal and the heavenly insight's sacred eye within him stirred with anticipation. Leng Wuyan paused. Could it be? This lad truly possesses confidence? Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the encircling Wang Lin, Yi Qing, and the others unleashed their full spiritual might. For radiant beams of light soared skyward. The pure intent to kill emanating from the four individuals was unequivocally directed at Su Li. At this moment, the disciples and elders of Yinqing's sect, who had been rendered speechless by Su Li's earlier remarks, could not help but turn pale. From the moment Su Li challenged the four prodigies, they had been utterly befuddled. Even Elder Gu Yun had jestingly wagered that Su Li would flee before the encirclement could take shape. Yet, as the trap closed in, the sight of Su Li remaining steadfast and unyielding left the cunning Elder Gu Yun momentarily speechless, his gaze fixated on Su Li's figure. This is madness. The fellow is truly insane. He is doomed. Chun Zhantian, the ninth-ranked Holy Son, was equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. It is worth noting that he was audacious enough to provoke even the first-ranked Holy Son, Xiao Wuji. What made Qin Zhantian's embarrassment even more pronounced was that he had just dismissed Su Li's strategy as a mere underhanded ploy, unworthy of serious consideration. But now, Su Li was boldly challenging four opponents. Was this still a scheme? It was a resounding slap to his face. Furthermore, even at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, Qin Zhantian would not dare to engage for comparable prodigies simultaneously. One of them, Wang Lin, was still in the first tier of the Divine Passage realm. What else could this indicate but that Su Li was courting death? Was he truly serious? However, at that moment, Bai Simiao clenched her delicate fists in excitement. Having interacted with Su Li, she believed in his cunning. Despite the skepticism of the Holy Sons, Holy Maidens, and Elders, she knew Su Li was no fool. He would not walk willingly into his demise. Yet now, he stood there, facing four formidable prodigies who rendered his peers breathless, and he did not even flinch. Boom. A sudden, thunderous noise startled everyone. Just as they believed an intense battle was imminent, the expressions of the Yunqing sect members shifted to one of peculiar surprise. Meanwhile, in the marsh, the four prodigies, including Wang Lin and Yi Qing, who had just encircled Su Li, were also startled by the terrifying sound, which echoed from outside their perimeter. They nearly suspected it was a trap set by Su Li. However, as they hurriedly turned to face the source of the noise, their expressions changed dramatically. There, charging toward them, was a colossal purple rock crocodile, massive as a small mountain. Though its speed was not particularly swift, each thud of its feet sent tremors through the ground. Even more terrifying were its blood-red eyes, radiating pure rage. This beast, it is actually at the third tier of the Divine Passage realm. Hiss. This is one of the 9 fearsome beasts from the trials, the purple rock crocodile. Retreat. We must withdraw quickly. It is said that within its aura, no one can fly, and even teleportation techniques and artifacts would be hindered, potentially leading to immediate annihilation. Wang Lin, Yi Qing, and the others exchanged glances and decisively abandoned their pursuit of Su Li. Yet, in the instant they began to retreat, they were astonished to find Su Li still standing in place, utterly unmoved. At first, everyone assumed that Su Li did not believe their words and that he would soon depart. However, when the purple rock ferocious crocodile approached the marsh, coming within 100 meters of Su Li, its nostrils, as large as grinding wheels, exhaling a breath that nearly enveloped Su Li, everyone was left in astonishment. What on earth is this fellow doing? Wang Lin, having fled 1,000 meters away, stared at Su Li in disbelief. Could it be that this guy has been rendered speechless by the purple rock ferocious crocodile? Haha, splendid. It's even better that this useless one hasn't escaped. Whether he is paralyzed by fear or genuinely foolish, he is doomed this time, and we need not lift a finger. Ji Chong, Yi Qing, and others began to mock him. So he is waiting for the purple rock ferocious crocodile to come to his aid? At that moment, within Su Li's being, Lung Wuyin instinctively entertained this thought. Yet as she realized that the purple rock ferocious crocodile was now less than 50 meters away, and Su Li had entered its aura, she experienced, for the first time since becoming a wisp of a soul, a sense of trepidation. No, he intends to slay the purple rock ferocious crocodile. Chapter 111. Is it fake? A collective shock. It is important to note that Lung Wuyin had never been so astonished even when confronted by the beast with Yi Qing. Her thoughts were not born from mere whimsy. She recognized the unmistakable glint of murderous intent that had surfaced on Su Li's face. Indeed, as Lung Wuyin had surmised, Su Li was genuinely enraged. After all his efforts to persuade Wang Lin, Yi Qing, and the others to join forces with him in battle, aiming to fully unleash the power of the Battle Saint Seal, how could the Xian fierce crocodile come to thwart his plans? Little beast, hand over my egg. At that moment, the Xian fierce crocodile remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarities. To it, whether Su Li fled, concealed himself, or regarded it with a hint of lethal intent mattered little. All it desired was its egg. After all, many sought its life, yet since its inception, no human had ever managed to slay it, nor even inflict serious injury. What chance did this mere void realm individual have against it? However, the Xian fierce crocodile's furious roar elicited laughter from Wang Lin, Yi Qing, and their companions. No wonder it was fixated on Su Li rather than pursuing them. It had been provoked into defending its nest. How audacious to steal the Xian fierce crocodile's egg. Haha. What other talents does Su Li possess besides sneaking around? Su Li was doomed, trapped within the aura of the Xian fierce crocodile. Even a practitioner of the divine ability realm like Wang Lin could not escape. The glances exchanged among Wang Lin and the others were laced with pity. To provoke the Xian fierce crocodile was to court death. Contrary to Wang Lin's expectations, at the Yunqing Sect's plaza, aside from the sect leader Mu Yunwang, even Bai Simiao could not help but exclaim that Su Li was as good as dead. Previously, when hearing of Su Li's prowess, Xiao Wuji had silently shaken his head in disappointment, pondering how a person paralyzed by fear of the Xian fierce crocodile could be of any worth, regardless of their talent or extraordinary phenomena. Yet, at that very moment, as Su Li slowly raised his head to meet the blood-red eyes of the Xian fierce crocodile, every heart in the Yunqing Sect's plaza seemed to skip a beat. It can't be, this thought flashed through the minds of the crowd. Su Li? Did he intend to battle it? In the next instant, Su Li's actions provided the definitive answer to all. Boom. As the violet and crimson energies erupted, Su Li radiated an aura akin to a tempest of thunder and molten lava, dazzling beams of light erupting from him. Each arc of lightning and burst of magma roared forth like an enraged dragon unfurling its scales, unyielding even before the formidable Xian fierce crocodile. Extreme thunder strike. In an instant, Su Li shot upward like a bolt of lightning. The space around him erupted with brilliant flames and electric arcs, resplendent as a comet that could change its course in an instant. Die! The Xian fierce crocodile, incensed, lashed out with its elongated forelimb, as formidable as a mountain ridge, striking towards Su Li with unrestrained fury. Boom, boom, boom. The epitome of brute force. A chilling sound of sonic booms echoed, sending shivers down the spines of Wang Lin and Yi Qing. What heightened their excitement was the realization that the purple rock crocodile seemed to anticipate every evasive maneuver of Su Li, its terrifying limbs appearing slow, yet effectively blocking Su Li's path forward. It was a scene so suffocating that it rendered the onlookers breathless. At that moment, as Su Li charged towards the purple rock crocodile, he acutely sensed the overwhelming force before him, akin to a mountain collapsing. Nevertheless, with the battle Saint Seal within him radiating an intense heat, his already peak speed in the void-breaking realm was inexplicably accelerated by a third. In an instant, he dashed through the gaps between the claws of the purple rock crocodile. Bang! In a heartbeat, Su Li delivered a heavy punch to the crocodile's cheek. This strike caused the spectators' pupils to constrict in shock. No one had anticipated that Su Li would actually land a hit. However, a cold smirk remained on Wang Lin's face, for he understood all too well the true terror of the purple rock crocodile, a beast of the third tier of the divine ability realm. Boy, are you merely scratching an itch? Indeed, the purple rock crocodile shook its head, swiftly forcing Su Li away, mocking him with a derisive tone. It now regarded Su Li as its prey, convinced that he could neither harm it nor escape. Yet, in the next moment, as Su Li charged once more, the infernal prison and thunderstorm spiritual power enveloping his battle saint fist struck the purple rock crocodile's face with tremendous force. Boom! The once merely white mark left by his fist now exploded, shattering large chunks of its rocky armor. Die! Su Li's eyes burned with fury as he pushed his two streams of spiritual energy beyond their limits, unleashing a flurry of punches. Just as the purple rock crocodile began to react and swat him away, he summoned the Flame Radiance Thunderblade and hurled it fiercely towards the wound. With a sharp cry, the blade manifested a fiery red phoenix upon its edge. As the Flame Radiance Thunderblade tore through the exposed wound in the crocodile's armor, the half-meter-long sword plunged into its facial bone. Roar! You little beast! Get away from me! The purple rock crocodile howled in pain, trying to shake off the cursed blade as torrents of blood gushed from its wound. Su Li, flung backward, steadied himself, not even pausing to wipe the blood trickling from his mouth. He subtly activated the divine eye to obscure the purple rock crocodile's vision and launched another heavy punch. Boom! The blow struck the hilt of the Flame Radiance Thunderblade. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated the enraged crocodile's head. With a swift motion, Su Li grasped the Flame Radiance Thunderblade that had emerged from the crocodile's skull, instantly returning it to his grasp. At that moment, both the trial ground and the spectators watching through projections were in disbelief, their eyes wide as they beheld the staggering sight of the purple rock crocodile collapsing. It was only when a deafening crash resounded, sending dust soaring hundreds of meters into the air, that the onlookers snapped back to reality. Is this real? Wang Lin's heart raced wildly, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Yet the truth lay before their eyes. After the purple rock crocodile's facial armor was shattered, it had failed to defend against Su Li's relentless assault. Logically, the azure rock crocodile, being a formidable beast of the third tier of the divine realm, should have responded with sheer fury and total engagement in battle the moment it was injured by the Inferno Flame Thunder Swamp. Under such circumstances, the occurrence of an error would seem nearly impossible. Yet, just moments ago, the azure rock crocodile behaved like an inexperienced cub, wildly flailing about. It was incapable of even obstructing Su Li, allowing a mere peak void-breaking realm practitioner to seize the opportunity. This young man has actually slain the azure rock crocodile. How fortunate he must be. The beast must have sustained a blow to its face, or perhaps to the nerves connecting its face to the brain, resulting in this misjudgment. Otherwise, how could the azure rock crocodile possibly have perished? Indeed, just before, the creature had struck Su Li with a single palm, sending him flying and spitting blood. Ji Chang and Mo Shan exchanged glances and murmured in disbelief. However, despite their words suggesting that Su Li was merely lucky, apart from Yi Qing, who had rushed forth in rage, even Wang Lin hesitated. He sensed that Su Li was rather extraordinary and deemed it wiser not to take unnecessary risks. Chapter 112. The First Kill of Yi Qing. A Generous Gift Package. Su Li, die, perish at once. At this moment, Yi Qing observed that Su Li had indeed taken a solid blow from the purple rock ferocious crocodile and had yet to recover. Without hesitation, he rushed forward to launch a surprise attack. In a fit of fury, Yi Qing drew his sword, and a dark azure phenomenon erupted behind him, resembling a swarm of toxic clouds descending ominously, sending chills down one's spine. Clang! However, Yi Qing's strike, aimed at Su Li's neck from an exceptionally cunning angle, was thwarted as Su Li raised his hand to block it with the Inferno Radiance Thunderlight. The toxic fluid swirling on Yi Qing's sword clashed with the flames and lightning of the Inferno Radiance, resulting in a cacophony of crackling sounds. Yi Qing's pupils dilated in shock. Just as he intended to withdraw his sword in defense, he was horrified to discover that the lightning seemed to cling to his blade, surging down his arm with alarming speed. How is this possible? Yi Qing was astounded to realize that, despite having endured a strike from the purple rock ferocious crocodile, Su Li not only appeared unharmed, but merely exhibited slightly labored breathing, while the spiritual energy within him was even more robust than Yi Qing's own half-step to the divine passage realm. He found himself utterly unable to withstand the ferocious onslaught of the lightning and fiery spiritual energy. Enveloped in this tempest of power, the outside world could scarcely discern the chaos within. Are you astonished? At this moment, Su Li didn't even spare Yi Qing a glance. His gaze remained fixed, imbued with a provocative essence, directed towards Wang Lin and Ji Chang. For at this juncture, Yi Qing had become too inconsequential for Su Li to regard with any seriousness. No, this cannot be. I cannot possibly be unable to shake you. I am a half-step to the divine passage. Yi Qing's voice erupted in a frantic shout. Yet, before he could finish, he was deeply provoked by the contemptuous look cast upon him by Su Li. That expression was reminiscent of the scornful glances he had thrown at Su Li during his days as a prodigy. It was the same disdainful look he had given when he saw Su Li receiving a few silver coins, willingly accepting him as a tool. It was also the arrogant gaze he had held in his dreams, believing himself destined to be a true disciple of the Yunqing sect, looking down upon his peers. But now, this very gaze had transferred to Su Li, a former wastrel. By what right? You must be enraged, are you not? Despite being a prodigy, with a beloved woman, a sister who depends on you, and a teacher who is always by your side. Yet now, you lack even the strength to break free from my spiritual energy? Su Li's words pierced Yi Qing's heart like a series of steel needles, particularly the mention of teacher. Instantly, Yi Qing's eyes widened in disbelief. He found it hard to fathom that Su Li was aware of Lung Wuyan's existence. How? How could you possibly know? At this moment, Yi Qing struggled to breathe, resembling a trembling mouse ensnared in Su Li's overwhelming shadow. All this time, it was you who had schemed against me from the shadows? Through Su Li's mocking gaze, Yi Qing suddenly seemed to grasp something, unable to contain his fury. Schemed? Let me ponder your inquiry. Are you referring to the various families in Yun City conspiring against you? Or perhaps the first time Luo Qinghan was seized? Or perhaps it was Yi Liuli who lost the precious gem you bestowed upon him? Su Li observed Yi Qing's face contort several times, shifting between shades of green and crimson, and a sense of delight blossomed within him. This Yi Qing, who had previously regarded him as a mere tool, painting grand dreams for him daily, was now filled with regret. Alas, it is too late. So it was all you. All these deeds were committed by you. Why? If you truly harbored ambition, then why did you rescue my mother before? Yi Qing trembled violently, his voice rising to a hysterical shout. At present, his internal energy was in disarray, and after the fierce battle, he was already in a weakened state. Upon learning this truth, despair engulfed him. Under the onslaught of Su Li's thunderous flames, his struggle for survival became ever more tenuous, let alone breaking free. Who told you I am your father? Su Li's seemingly infuriating words struck Yi Qing as if he had been struck by lightning. Indeed, just as you suspect, your mother is, to be precise, already mine. Therefore, theoretically, you are my son. Of course, if you insist on calling me godfather, I would not object. I will kill you. Yi Qing gritted his teeth in rage, his blood-red eyes welling with tears of blood. He finally grasped the harrowing truth. The visions that had once danced in his mind were all real. His mother was ravaged by this beast, Su Li, and in various positions, no less. With what right? Su Li coldly smiled, releasing his grip and allowing Yi Qing to thrust his sword toward him. Thud! The sword, unexpected by Yi Qing, plunged into Su Li's chest. At first, Yi Qing was overwhelmed with joy. He believed Su Li had grown too complacent, too confident, or perhaps his vital energies had faltered, thus allowing him this opportunity. But as Su Li countered with a blade aimed at Yi Qing's head, The edge swiftly grazed his neck, leaving only a thin line of blood. Yi Qing's terror dawned upon him. Su Li had intended this all along. He had deliberately allowed Yi Qing to approach, deliberately allowed himself to be struck. The purpose was to leave him with no chance of escape. However, Yi Qing's vision began to blur. An endless darkness surged forth, instilling a profound fear within him. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, your sword can't harm me. Your proud and beautiful master has entrusted me with her ultimate soul origin technique, the everlasting green art. Because she declared you to be a waste, utterly unworthy of learning her foundational arts. As Su Li spoke, he carelessly extracted Yi Qing's sword from his chest and tossed it aside as if it were refuse. Yet, the last remnants of Yi Qing's flickering hope shattered completely. His worldview, his will, the final vestiges of hope were ruthlessly torn asunder. Yi Qing could never have anticipated that the cold Wu Yin he had awakened would impart her soul origin technique to Su Li. He was unwilling. He did not wish to die. Bang! Su Li retaliated, smashing the back of Yi Qing's head, obliterating it. Simultaneously, the celestial eye of observation opened, thoroughly annihilating Yi Qing's soul, leaving no chance for escape or possession. Ding! Congratulations, host, on defeating the Child of Fortune, Yi Qing. You have successfully received the first kill grand gift package. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50,000 points of fortune value. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an item, one-time conception pill 1. Note, upon usage, the one-time conception pill guarantees pregnancy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a tome, Divine Physician's Treasure Record 1. Congratulations, host. You have received a magical artifact, Mandarin Duck Mother-Child Ring 1. Note, when utilizing the Mandarin Duck Mother-Child Ring on a target of the opposite sex, it will instantaneously seal their cultivation. The number of child rings will increase by 1 with each significant elevation of the host's cultivation level, though it is ineffective against the Child of Fortune. Wow, such an abundance of rewards. Su Li's eyes sparkled, especially at the sight of the Mandarin Duck Mother-Child Ring. Although it bore no rank, its functionality was truly exceptional. Beep. System notification. In 3 days, the Fortune Halo will transfer. What? Only 3 days. After the trial concludes, I must swiftly strategize. Upon learning that the Fortune Halo would shift, indicating the emergence of another Child of Fortune, Su Li's expression momentarily darkened. Fortunately, this time the rewards were substantial, instilling him with considerable confidence. Chapter 113. To be compared with Lord Xiao Wuji? As Yi Qing's lifeless body was discarded, Su Li dissipated the terrifying thunder and flames surrounding him, standing proudly in midair. Unlike the secret joy of Wang Lin and Ji Chong, who had received numerous rewards, the expressions of others shifted as they realized that Yi Qing, who had only approached the realm of divine communication, had been slain by Su Li, who bore no severe injuries. What a terrifying ability of recovery. The sword wound on his chest must have been left by Yi Qing, yet it was visibly healing. Wang Lin and the others were unaware of the dialogue exchanged between Su Li and Yi Qing. After all, they, like the members of Yunqing's sect who had witnessed the scene through projection, had only seen Su Li enveloped in torrents of thunder and fire spirit energy, subsequently wrapping both himself and Yi Qing within it. When the thunder and flame aura receded, Yi Qing lay lifeless. Friends, should you wish to take action against him, I hold no objections, but I must take my leave first. Emoshan glanced at Su Li with trepidation before abruptly retreating. He sensed that, prior to his own breakthrough to the divine communication realm, he had no chance of defeating Su Li. Brother Wang Lin, our recent exchange has been immensely beneficial to me. I too shall take my leave. Ji Chong, not foolish, instantly turned to depart, emphasizing the term exchange as if to suggest that he and Emoshan had merely engaged in friendly sparring with Wang Lin, rather than a desperate fight. Wang Lin understood that this was Ji Chong extending an olive branch. Clearly, Ji Chong perceived Su Li as their greatest adversary, thus avoiding further conflict. Deep within Wang Lin's heart, although reluctant to admit it, the series of events from Su Li's decisive annihilation of the purple rock crocodile to the eradication of Yi Qing had left an indelible mark on his mind. He realized that if Su Li were to remain alive, his position as a true disciple would be precarious. Brother Ji, Brother Mo, do take care. Once you both ascend to the divine communication realm, we shall gather again. Wang Lin's words carried a deeper implication. However, both Emoshan and Ji Chong understood perfectly. Clearly, all three believed that only when they had all reached the divine communication realm could they securely contend with Su Li. Subsequently, Wang Lin swiftly vanished, retreating into the distance. Hey, don't run away. Su Li, Noticing the top talents fleeing faster than rabbits, felt a surge of frustration. He had merely assumed a victorious pose, eagerly anticipating an assault from Wang Lin and the others. Yet these rascals, despite their superior numbers and realms, fled with such swiftness. At most, I could let you use one hand. Su Li's voice resonated across the expanse, nearly causing Wang Lin and Ji Chong, who were retreating, to stumble. Especially Wang Lin. He was a figure of divine communication, previously confident in his invincibility, believing that within this realm, none could rival him. Yet now, Su Li had indeed instilled a sense of caution in him. Damn, these fellows are utterly unreliable. At this moment, witnessing the three resolutely escaping, Su Li could not help but shake his head before departing. He still needed to find a place to tally his rewards. What had just transpired? Upon discovering that Yi Qing had been slain, Lung Wuyan's heart was filled with mixed emotions, yet she did not blame Su Li. After all, she too had witnessed Yi Qing attempting a sneak attack on Su Li. However, even Lung Wuyan was unable to perceive the true nature of the situation, as Su Li's internal lightning and fire spiritual energy had isolated her from the soul-nurturing stone. Furthermore, the illusion created by the sacred eye of heaven prevented her from uncovering any pertinent images during her investigation. By the time Su Li withdrew his spiritual energy, Yi Qing was already dead. Yi Qing ambushed me, and I retaliated successfully. You do not harbor resentment towards me, do you, senior? After all, it was Yi Qing who awakened you. Su Li cautiously probed. Indeed, he was the one who awakened me. But I have also saved him on multiple occasions and personally guided him. Regrettably, he lacked discernment. As for resentment, in truth, I should be expressing my gratitude to you. Lung Wuyan replied, her sense of right and wrong clear and unwavering, emotions not easily swayed. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the level of an empress. Her expression of gratitude was indeed heartfelt. Nevertheless, Su Li smiled faintly, acutely aware that Lung Wuyan's gratitude was not purely sincere. Had he not single-handedly vanquished the purple rock crocodile? Would she have regarded him with such esteem? To say gratitude was more akin to extending goodwill. Clearly, Lung Wuyan also perceived Su Li as extraordinary. Once you recover, senior, you must express your gratitude to me properly. Ha! Su Li laughed heartily and soon departed from the area. He still needed to cultivate the divine physician's treasure record. According to its descriptions, it not only documented various powerful alchemical techniques and medical practices, but also detailed the weaknesses of many unique physiques in this world, their potential ailments and remedies. Truly, it lived up to its name as the divine physician treasure. With this knowledge, the beauties, nay, the patients, need no longer worry about their ailments. However, after the trials concluded and the various prodigies dispersed, the Yunqing sect square fell eerily silent. Previously, those who had mocked Su Li, such as Chun Zhantian and Elder Kanyan, wore ashen expressions, muttering phrases like Wang Lin, and those fools were actually frightened away by Su Li, their faces devoid of color. Chun Zhantian felt an intangible pressure emanating from Su Li. It should be noted that although he was the Holy Son, he ranked ninth. Should Su Li enter the realm of divine abilities and contemplate challenging him, Chun Zhantian, while not afraid, could not help but feel concerned about the potential for embarrassment if he were to fail. Wow, Su Li has truly surprised us. Earlier, I thought he must be out of his mind to challenge for opponents alone, but it seems his capabilities far exceed our expectations. Indeed, he is worthy of the rare prodigy title, reminiscent of the illustrious Lord Xiao Wuji in his prime. Though Su Li is indeed remarkable, must he compare himself to Lord Xiao Wuji? Let us not forget that when Lord Xiao Wuji participated in the intersect trials, he defeated 7 opponents of the same rank, earning the respect of the prodigies of that generation. What qualifications does Su Li have to stand alongside Lord Xiao Wuji? What I mean to convey is that he possesses certain qualities reminiscent of the esteemed Lord Xiao Wuji, though it does not imply that he can be compared to him. As numerous inner disciples and elders clamored, a profound shock manifested on by Simiao's face. She chose to disregard the words of the crowd, for she remained lucid and impartial. In her eyes, Su Li's ability to vanquish the 3rd level of the divine passage realm, the purple rock fierce crocodile, though perhaps aided by a stroke of luck, undeniably attests to his formidable prowess. How could he not be deemed worthy of comparison with Xiao Wuji in those terms? To put it bluntly, not even 7 peak void-breaking realm practitioners, let alone 7 from the divine passage realm, could claim to have emerged unscathed from a confrontation with the purple rock fierce crocodile. Yet Su Li accomplished this alone while still in the void-breaking realm. Even Xiao Wuji in his prime may not have reached such a level. Those who belittle Su Li are clearly seeking to curry favor with Xiao Wuji. Chapter 114. The Grand Elder, the Sect Master seizing a talent? The Heaven-Mending Pavilion, comes to observe. At that moment, the usually composed Xiao Wuji unexpectedly remarked, "He indeed possesses the demeanor of a holy son." Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Not only the outer and inner disciples, but even those within the ranks of holy sons and holy maidens could not suppress a flicker of surprise. Since Xiao Wuji ascended to the position of holy son, he had never before stated that anyone possessed the potential of a holy son. This was an undeniable affirmation of an individual. For centuries, only Su Li had received such recognition from Xiao Wuji. Su Li is decisive and composed. Beneath his seemingly absurd actions lies a hidden strategy. Had Wang Lin and the others truly stayed to confront him, they might not have succeeded in ending his life. At this moment, even the previously silent Grand Elder, Xinghan, offered a subtle commendation. Before anyone could fully comprehend the implications, Grand Elder Xinghan took the initiative to request from Sect Master Mu Yunhuang. "Sect Master, if this young man can become a true disciple, may I personally mentor him? I assure you, within 10 years, he will reach the pinnacle of the divine realm." Upon hearing this, many inner disciples and even elders were taken aback. What? The Grand Elder wishes to personally nurture Su Li? My heavens, this is the Grand Elder. It is said he has only taken a handful of disciples in centuries. How fortunate Su Li is. Indeed, I recall that decades ago, our esteemed holy son sought to become a disciple under Grand Elder Xinghan, but was coldly refused. Who could have anticipated that the Grand Elder would now actively seek a disciple? In the square, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting awe and envy towards Su Li. This lad is extraordinarily fortunate. Even Grand Elder Xinghan favors him. However, just as the elders began to worry that Su Li might be claimed by the Grand Elder, the sect master's words rendered everyone speechless. If Su Li can become a true disciple, I, the sect master, shall personally teach him. Mu Yunhuang cast a glance at Grand Elder Xinghan, her tone imbued with an irresistible authority. Even Grand Elder Xinghan's heart skipped a beat. He had never anticipated that the sect master would take on a disciple herself. It is worth noting that although those ranked as holy sons and holy maidens are nominally disciples of the sect master, in reality, before they ascended to such ranks, they were imparted a portion of true teachings by various elders. Only after they distinguished themselves and became holy sons or holy maidens were they accepted under the sect master's tutelage. Even the esteemed holy son Xiao Wuji was no exception. Yet now, the sect master declared that upon Su Li's elevation to true disciple status, she would directly accept him as her disciple. The shock was evident not only on Grand Elder Xinghan's face, but also on the countenances of Changsun Hanlin, Chen Zhantian, Bai Ximiao, and others. As for Xiao Wuji, his expression remained as frigid as ever, concealing his true feelings. It is well known that Sect Master Mu Yunhuang was once taken directly under the wing of the previous Sect Master. Now, with the succession of the Cloud Clear sect's leadership still undecided, Mu Yunhuang has unexpectedly stirred the waters. Even if her intentions stem from a genuine appreciation for talent, it is unavoidable that such actions might incite wild speculations among the holy sons and daughters. In an instant, the name Su Li has been thrust into the spotlight. Su Li, I hope you find success. Bai Ximiao bit her lip. To claim that she held no interest in the position of sect leader would be a falsehood. Yet, she was acutely aware of the multitude of individuals above her, rendering her chances virtually non-existent. Moreover, her foremost priority now was to expel the malevolent spirit residing within her. She considered her relationship with Su Li to be quite favorable. The stronger Su Li became, the brighter her own future would be, and she would naturally bask in his glory. Furthermore, Su Li's circumstances reminded Bai Ximiao of someone. Her betrothed, Yi Xian. In the past, as the son of the sect leader of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion, Yi Xian was scorned due to his innate frailty. He could not even pass the assessments for outer disciples. Were it not for his prestigious lineage, no one would have paid him any heed. However, 3 years ago, Yi Xian unexpectedly activated his dormant potential, mastering the restoration technique to great success within a mere month, shattering records that had stood for centuries, and earning the title of the pavilion's most gifted disciple. From then on, he transformed from a figure of derision into a holy son of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion just recently, through sheer strength. Yet, due to his late start in cultivation, he has consistently been overshadowed by his elder brother, Yi Chun. Thus, while outsiders might view Yi Xian's situation as glorious and promising, Bai Ximiao understood that he had faced significant suppression during this period, especially with the old pavilion master's lifespan nearing its end, which could potentially pave the way for Yi Chun to ascend as the new leader. Yi Xian's future would be precarious indeed. After all, Yi Xian and Yi Chun had never gotten along. Meanwhile, Su Li, despite being favored by sect leader Mu Yunhuang and the elders, still had to contend with Xiao Wuji looming ahead of him. Bai Ximiao's concern was that Xiao Wuji might seek to undermine Su Li. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed throughout the cloud-clear sect. As the disciple responsible for announcements concluded, the holy son of the heavenly restoration pavilion, Yi Xian, accompanied by a cadre of inner disciples and an elder, made his grand entrance into the square. Yi Xian, under the pavilion master's orders, had come to extend his congratulations to the cloud-clear sect for their joyous occasion of accepting disciples and to witness the ceremony. Clad in a flowing green robe and bearing a massive, unadorned sword, he was strikingly conspicuous. His tall frame, handsome visage, and piercing gaze immediately captivated the attention of numerous young women within the cloud-clear sect, causing several among the holy maidens to be enshrouded in swirling mist. Evidently stirred by Yi Xian's arrival. "Ah, young Yi has come. Please, find a place to observe, as if it were your own home," Mu Yunhuang remarked with a slight smile, showing no pretense of politeness towards Yi Xian. As Yi Xian and his entourage of disciples and the elder appeared, they exhibited no signs of awkwardness, clearly comfortable in each other's presence. It turns out that the Yunqing sect and the Butian Pavilion share a bond that transcends mere camaraderie. The former leader of the Yunqing sect, who was also Mu Yunhuang's mentor, once rescued the current leader of the Butian Pavilion. This historical connection has fostered a profound closeness between the two formidable forces. Consequently, the Bai Ximiao family wholeheartedly supports the betrothal between Bai Ximiao and Yi Xian. Although, in the past, the Bai family harbored intentions to delay or decline due to Yi Xian's reputation as a waste. And even Bai Ximiao herself was initially disinterested in Yi Xian, fate dictated otherwise. Yi Xian's unwavering kindness towards Bai Ximiao, particularly during her most challenging times, had a lasting impact. Therefore, deep within Yi Xian's heart, he has always regarded Bai Ximiao as his own. His relentless pursuit of greatness, rising from the depths of being labeled a failure, is largely motivated by his feelings for her. This inner drive remains an undisclosed truth, even to Bai Ximiao herself. Chapter 115, Yi Xian's Gift. The Thunder Spirit Crimson Flame Flower. As the disciples of the Butian Pavilion and Yunqing sect mingled and continued to observe the trials, Yi Xian, after exchanging pleasantries with Mu Yunhuang, naturally approached Bai Ximiao. "Ximiao, this Thunder Spirit Crimson Flame Flower was procured at great expense from an auction house just a few days ago. Do you think it might aid in your recovery?" Yi Xian's expression was gentle as he presented the precious flower. "This Thunder Spirit Crimson Flame Flower is far too valuable. I cannot accept it," Bai Ximiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting astonishment. After all, had Yi Xian not mentioned his recent financial struggles? How could he afford such an expensive medicinal herb? It is worth noting that the Thunder Spirit Crimson Flame Flower is a rare 6th-grade medicinal item, possessing both thunder and flame attributes. It is said that consuming it might grant insight into a wondrous technique, though this notion is more folklore than fact. Considering the flower's scarcity and the potent guardians that protect it in its natural habitat, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to harvest. One such flower would cost no less than 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, equivalent to nearly 5 million low-grade spirit stones. How can you say that? What is our relationship? I am, after all, your fiancé. Yi Xian's expression turned serious as he firmly pressed the Thunder Spirit Crimson Flame Flower into Bai Ximiao's hands. Feeling the warmth of her small hand, a wave of warmth spread through his heart, and he cheerfully added, "Rest assured, although I may lack spirit stones, the techniques of our Butian Pavilion do not rely on them. The natural spiritual energy of the world is the key to my cultivation. Therefore, if this flower can help you, I would not hesitate for a moment, regardless of the millions of spirit stones it represents." Yi Xian's sincerity was evident. Yet Bai Ximiao could only smile bitterly and shake her head. "Ximiao, what is it? Do you not wish to heal your body as soon as possible?" Yi Xian asked, puzzled, for he understood that Bai Ximiao needed the powers of thunder and flame to enhance her constitution. Yet he remained oblivious to the terrifying malevolent spirit residing in her mind. This matter entailed more than just the malevolent spirit. It was also connected to certain actions from Bai Ximiao's past, secrets she was eager to keep hidden, even from Yi Xian. "Not at all. My body has improved significantly under Su Li's treatment. Moreover, with just a few more sessions." Bai Ximiao's thoughts drifted to Su Li's treatment method, which required massaging from her thigh all the way to her head to eliminate the remnants of the malevolent spirit's energy. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hesitated to reveal the truth to Yi Xian. "I should be cured soon." However, upon hearing this, Yi Xian was filled with excitement. He cared not whether Bai Ximiao was treated by Su Li or Su He. All that mattered was her recovery, and that brought him immeasurable joy. Moreover, Bai Simiao's blush led Yi Xian to mistakenly believe that her strength would soon be restored, causing him to become overly excited. Wait, if that Su Li is capable of curing your ailment, why not administer a complete treatment at once? However, Yi Xian ultimately remained composed, swiftly realizing something was amiss. Logically, if one addresses the root cause, a cure should typically follow suit, should it not? Even without medication, alternative methods shouldn't be this cumbersome. Yet, Yi Xian's inquiry sent a jolt to Bai Simiao's heart. What could she possibly say? She certainly couldn't admit that Su Li's touch merely fell short of the requisite mastery. Wouldn't that drive Yi Xian into a frenzy? The truth is, Su Li's cultivation level is too low, and his internal spiritual energy cannot fully restore me. Nevertheless, with this precious thunder spirit red flame flower, he will find it relatively easy to break through to the divine passage realm. Bai Simiao could only offer a half-truth in her explanation. However, when she mentioned giving the invaluable thunder spirit red flame flower to Su Li, Yi Xian was instantly taken aback. Although his face bore signs of reluctance and pain, he did not outright oppose the idea. After all, as long as Bai Simiao could recover sooner rather than later, that would suffice. He is Su Li? At this moment, through the discussions of the disciples and elders, Yi Xian directed his gaze towards the projection trial, focusing on the diminutive figure of Su Li. Since the projection was a bird's-eye view, they could only witness Su Li silently meditating unless a grand battle erupted somewhere to zoom in on the scene. Thus, Yi Xian and the others could only see Su Li quietly seated, seemingly engaged in some form of cultivation. Yes, it is indeed him. Just moments ago, the Grand Elder was eager to take him as a disciple, yet the esteemed sect master declared he would personally nurture him, an event unprecedented in our Yunqing sect for centuries. Upon hearing Yi Xian mention Su Li, Bai Simiao also turned her gaze in that direction. However, as Yi Xian noted the change in Bai Simiao's tone when she spoke of Su Li, he discerned an undercurrent of joy and excitement, even tinged with a hint of envy and admiration. This immediately stirred a sense of unease within Yi Xian. Furthermore, could it be that this Su Li, who garnered Mu Yunhuang's attention, possesses talent more terrifying than Xiao Wuji? He appears to be rather unremarkable, does he not? After casting a deep glance at the projection, Yi Xian remarked in a teasing tone. However, Yi Xian did not intend to belittle Su Li. Rather, he mistakenly thought that Su Li's meditation indicated genuine cultivation. In Yi Xian's perception, the intensity of a cultivator's energy or the manifestations of heavenly phenomena during their practice could reflect their inherent prowess. Yet, Su Li's cultivation appeared rather ordinary, not much different from that of any typical prodigy. In stark contrast, Yi Xian's situation was entirely different. Previously labeled as a waste, Yi Xian's heavenly desolate sacred body was uniquely special, requiring an ancient lineage or heritage to awaken its potential, thus enabling the sacred body to function and absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, prior to the activation of this heavenly desolate sacred body, he was merely an ordinary person. 3 years ago, he was exiled by his father to the ancestral tomb of the past masters of the Butian Pavilion, tasked with honoring his ancestors and observing filial piety, all to avoid further conflict with his elder brother. In truth, this was an attempt to marginalize him. However, to his astonishment, Yi Xian's Tianhuang's sacred body unexpectedly awakened a remnant soul of an ancient ancestor who imparted to him the most ancient teachings of the Butian Pavilion, the Butian Sutra. It can be said that the oldest and most formidable legacy of the Butian Pavilion now resides within Yi Xian. Yet, the members of the Butian Pavilion remain oblivious to this fact. This explains Yi Xian's meteoric rise in cultivation, effortlessly reaching the pinnacle of the divine passage realm within a mere 3 years. He is now but a step away from the great ability realm. Unfortunately, he faces suppression from his elder brother Yi Chun, resulting in a scarcity of resources. Moreover, the Tianhuang sacred body is an exceedingly ancient one, demanding vast quantities of resources for its advancement. Thus, he does not yet possess the absolute confidence to flawlessly break through to the great ability realm. Chapter 116. Something awry in the secret realm? The identity token becomes ineffective. Yet, Yi Xian remained oblivious. Su Li was not engaged in cultivation at all, but rather in comprehending the divine physician's treasure record. However, Yi Xian's complaints caused Bai Simiao to furrow her delicate brows. She felt that Yi Xian, much like those who flattered Xiao Wuji, only perceived the surface of matters. This was one of the reasons Bai Simiao felt indifferent towards Yi Xian. In her eyes, although Yi Xian had transformed from a past waste into the renowned saint of the repairing heaven pavilion, Certain aspects of his demeanor made her feel he still resembled a childish, immature individual. For instance, the thunder spirit scarlet flame flower, while undeniably precious. Did Yixian not pause to consider whether he truly needed it before purchasing? What if it proved useless to him? Would that not render his time and the substantial spirit stones spent a waste? Su Li was indeed formidable, much like Xiao Wuji, having activated a special phenomenon. If you doubt it, simply observe his subsequent performance. Bai Ximiao instinctively sought to correct Yi Xian's poor habit, thus her tone was somewhat rigid. Yet, Yi Xian's pupils constricted sharply. He had not anticipated that his casual remark about Su Li would elicit a somewhat irate response from Ximiao. At that moment, Yi Xian subconsciously regarded Su Li as an adversary, his expression growing cold as he gazed intently at the trial projection. He truly wished to discern what unique qualities Su Li possessed that had garnered Bai Ximiao's concern and defense. However, it soon became apparent to all that something was amiss. Ever since the battle in the marshlands, the beasts within the trial's secret realm seemed to have grown increasingly agitated. Even the 9 formidable beasts, which previously remained within their territories, began to roam about. Although this phenomenon alone did not signify much, as the remaining 8 fierce beasts continued their restless movements. The space available to nearly 1,000 outer disciples was further constricted. While this escalation led to fiercer battles between the prodigies and the beasts, it also resulted in greater casualties and heightened risks. Strangely, it appeared as though these beasts were orchestrating a planned encirclement of that area. Yet, unlike the astonishment of the others, Mu Yunhuang, as the sect leader, possessed a powerful eye that governed the evolutionary secret realm. Although she was unaware that the orb in her possession was merely a projection of the heavenly inside eye, she naturally believed herself to be well acquainted with the secret realm. According to her understanding, both the 9 formidable beasts and other creatures were manifestations evolved from the secret realm itself. In truth, they were but spiritual entities. Therefore, despite possessing some level of intelligence, their awareness was limited, and they did not exist in reality. Logically, they should not exhibit such coordinated and strategic encirclement tactics. Why did it seem as though I had lost control over the secret realm? Suddenly, as Mu Yunhuang attempted to manipulate the orb to compel the spiritual beasts back to their designated positions, she was taken aback to discover that she could no longer intervene in the secret realm, as if it had ceased to belong to her. In an instant, Mu Yunhuang felt a surge of panic, but she quickly regained her composure. She contemplated various methods to reclaim control over the secret realm. However, she soon realized that the issue did not lie within the realm itself, but rather in her spiritual energy and consciousness, which seemed utterly ineffective against the realm, as if it had found a new master. Gasping at this thought, Mu Yunhuang immediately dismissed it. Impossible. I have safeguarded this orb for centuries. Not only I, but even my master has never managed to subdue it. How could a new master suddenly emerge? She believed that if someone had indeed claimed it, she would have perceived it. Her beautiful eyes swiftly scanned the crowd around her, suspecting that a powerful figure might be lurking nearby, controlling the orb left behind by a formidable being. Yet, she found no unusual fluctuations in the vicinity, indicating that no one had tampered with the orb. Cursed be this situation. What in the world is happening? As she attempted several times without any success, anxiety crept upon her. The encirclement of ferocious beasts and monsters within the projection was tightening. Meanwhile, the talented individuals trapped within, having dispersed and lacking the perspective of the projection, remained oblivious to this burgeoning threat. At this rate, it would not take long for the remaining hundreds of talented individuals to be eliminated. The loss of their trial would be one thing. The uncontrollable situation of the orb left Mu Yunhuang at a loss. Suddenly, the third sequence saintess, Morong Duo, exclaimed, "Have you all noticed something peculiar? Ever since the purple rock crocodile was slain, the ferocious beasts have grown increasingly restless, and it seems that for the past half hour, none of the talented individuals whose scores have been reset have emerged from within. In the square, it had been a full half hour since any talented individual had appeared." Morong Duo's words sent shivers down the spines of those present. Indeed, they had been preoccupied with discussions about Su Li and the breakthroughs of Ji Chong and Imo Shan, even placing bets on whether Su Li could triumph over Wang Lin and the others. Yet now, a full half hour had passed, with at least over 100 talented individuals' scores reset. Logically, they should have had an opportunity to emerge after their demise. But how could it be that not a single person had returned? Surely, it was impossible for over 100 individuals to follow Su Li's example and intentionally reset their scores. After all, Morong Duo had just witnessed a talented individual being obliterated by a beast of divine abilities, who had shattered their identity token. That individual should have been transported out. This is dire. The secret realm has encountered a problem. The identity tokens are malfunctioning. The Elder Star mark, upon Murong Dwudwa's reminder, observed the situation keenly and instantly grasped the gravity of the matter. What? Is this a jest? How could there be an issue with the secret realm? Alas, are we to comprehend that all of those over 100 prodigies perished in vain? Many of them, prior to their demise, shattered their identity tokens in a desperate attempt to be teleported away. Wait, it appears that the ferocious beasts have indeed begun to encircle us. If this is the case, shall the remaining individuals meet their end in the imminent tide of beasts if they do not vacate this secret realm? The disciples and elders of Yinxing's sect gasped in unison. An atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the entire square, even causing Mu Yunhuang's countenance to shift slightly. Previously, she had been concerned that the encirclement by the ferocious beasts would lead to the swift slaughter of her disciples, resulting in their elimination without an opportunity to showcase their abilities. But now, it seems those disciples may simply perish within. And yet, she, as the sect leader, feels utterly powerless. After all, the entity behind the evolution of this secret realm's eye is beyond her comprehension. Mu Yunhuang is acutely aware that the master of this eye must have possessed powers surpassing her own in the void spirit realm, and it is quite possible that it belongs to a certain sage. Yet now, all Mu Yunhuang can do is feign calmness. She cannot possibly admit that as the esteemed leader of her sect, she is left merely to watch helplessly. Chapter 117. Another heavenly eye of observation? Goodness. The resolve of your sect master is indeed formidable. As expected, Mu Yunhuang's calm demeanor led Yixin to mistakenly believe that all of this was orchestrated by her, with the intention of subjecting those prodigies to the most brutal selection process. Yet, this seems rather inhumane. In response, Bai Simiao rolled her eyes, though a deep concern was evident on her delicate face. She was not afraid of Su Li failing, after all. Even if he lost under the assault of Wang Lin and the others, he could still calmly crush his identity token to teleport away. As long as he remained alive, he could assist her with healing. However, now, even if he shattered the identity token, escape was impossible. This meant that even Su Li could potentially find himself in peril. Nonetheless, Bai Simiao failed to notice that her repeated expressions of concern sent a shiver down Yi Xian's spine. It was the first time he witnessed Bai Simiao showing such care for an outsider. Meanwhile, within the trial's secret realm, Su Li gradually digested the knowledge contained in the divine physician's treasure tome, flooding his mind. Now, as long as his cultivation level increased, his alchemical and medical skills would likely achieve an unobstructed breakthrough. Although Su Li did not yet possess an alchemy furnace, his experience in refining pills was unparalleled, rivaling that of any esteemed alchemist. Yet, before Su Li could revel in his quiet joy, he suddenly sensed the heavenly eye of observation. Trembling? Su Li cautiously focused his perception and discovered that once enveloped by his spiritual power, the heavenly eye of observation fell back into silence. Senior, what is happening? He relayed this situation to Lung Wuyan. I'm not certain. Perhaps the heavenly eye of observation still harbors remnants of the rules set by a sage. It might also be that after you subdued it, it remains within this evolving secret realm, thus adjusting the realm's circumstances on its own, leading to these anomalies. Lung Wuyan's conjecture was evidently speculative, and even she felt uncertain about her own words. After all, the relics of powerful beings, particularly those like these eyes, bones, and limbs, often carried significant karmic ties. It was evidently implausible for Su Li to subdue it without experiencing some aftereffects. By the way, since this secret realm is a manifestation of the heavenly eye of observation, could it be that I can use it to peer into the realm's conditions? Suddenly, a thought sparked in Su Li's mind as he infused his spiritual power into the suspended heavenly eye of observation within his consciousness. Indeed, the imagery of this secret realm materialized in his mind in an aerial perspective. Yet, in the next moment, Su Li's expression shifted. He discovered that 8 ferocious beasts, surrounded by a multitude of demonic creatures, were relentlessly advancing toward the central area where he resided. Wherever these ferocious and demonic beasts roamed, prodigies and spiritual plants were slaughtered and obliterated. What astonished Su Li even more was that numerous prodigies, despite having shattered their identity tokens, did not teleport away. Instead, they were brutally slain on the spot within the secret realm. What a disaster! What is happening? A sense of dread gripped Su Li, and he could not help but grow solemn, just as he noticed that Yi Liuli was in danger and was preparing to rise to her rescue. A chilling intent coursed through Su Li, sending shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he peered through the eye of heaven, gazing towards the depths of the secret realm, where a dimly lit lair of monstrous beasts lay. The scenery around him blurred into linear forms, and within an instant, he discerned the full visage of the colossal beast mountain. Atop the mountain stood a humanoid beast, its body encased in glossy black armor, adorned with a dark red horn sprouting from its head, towering at 5 meters. Its limbs were as sturdy as thick tree trunks, muscles coiling with strength. And in its right hand, it gripped a blood-red warhammer. To his astonishment, the creature was also observing him. Indeed, at the center of its forehead, there appeared a heavenly eye just like his own. Through its gaze, Sully unmistakably sensed that the beast had locked onto him. How could this be possible? Withdrawing his sight, Sully hurried towards Yi Liuli for support and relayed this astonishing discovery to Lung Wuyan. Upon hearing that the creature bore an identical heavenly eye upon its brow, she was evidently taken aback. Senior, could that heavenly eye be one of the two from the heavenly seer? Perhaps mine is the left eye, and his is the right? Su Li's imaginative speculation nearly elicited laughter from Lung Wuyan. Do you think the heavenly eye can sprout a second one? While I may not comprehend the existence of that heavenly eye on its forehead, I can assure you that the one you captured is indeed authentic. As for the truth, I am under no obligation to assist you in uncovering it. Moreover, I have absorbed enough spiritual essence. I must take another rest. Abruptly, Lung Wuyan vanished into the depths of the soul-nurturing jade, leaving no trace behind. What the hell? After consuming my resources, she disappears at the first sign of trouble? Su Li grimaced, feeling as if Lung Wuyan were a cunning individual. Was she hoping for his demise at the hands of that humanoid beast, thus refraining from aiding him in seeking the truth? At that moment, within the monstrous beast's lair, the giant humanoid beast raised its arms. Surrounding trees and moss-laden boulders seemed to come alive, each exuding an aura comparable to that of transcendent beings, a dark mass numbering in the hundreds. Crucially, their immense sizes gathered around the humanoid beast, akin to an honor guard, revering it immensely. Suddenly, the heavenly eye upon the beast's forehead twisted and emitted an eerie sound. It is time. The true eye has been activated. I require your assistance to seize it. As for those human cultivators outside, fret not. Once I possess that youth, mastering the heavenly eye, I shall lead you all out of this secret realm and annihilate those humans. Upon hearing this, the humanoid beast exuberantly raised its war hammer and roared. Children, charge forth. Exterminate these humans. Crush their bones. Ha ha ha. With that, the beasts surrounding the humanoid creature surged wildly towards the direction of the human champions. Simultaneously, the 8 great ferocious beasts, as if in synchrony with the humanoid's command, echoed with fervor. Kill. Annihilate these wretched humans. Cackling with mirth. They have dared to imprison us for millennia. Now it is our turn to exact vengeance. How infuriating. My very soul has been shackled for 3,000 years. And with each awakening of the secret realm, I am condemned to relive my slaughter anew. Even in those fleeting moments when I vanquished humans, those wretched beings managed to shatter their identity tokens and escape. But now, with the Grand Commander disrupting the realm, they shall never find freedom again. At this moment, the entire trial realm is ablaze with turmoil. Many prodigies, witnessing the demise of their companions, were not teleported away but were instead reduced to mere fragments. They have come to their senses. However, even as numerous prodigies attempted to flee, having covered only a few hundred miles, they were confronted by the ferocious beasts and the tide of monstrous creatures encircling them. The sheer force of the overwhelming horde instilled terror in the hearts of those who fled in despair, nearly reducing some to tears. I must escape. I must get out. Why? I shattered my identity token. Why am I still here? Oh dear. Help. Many prodigies were so frightened that their very souls seemed to flee. At that moment, Yi Liuli was also cornered in a canyon by over 20 formidable beasts. Wailing, she cried out, "Do not come any closer. Please, do not approach." Covered in wounds, her identity token had been shattered mere moments ago. Yet she too had not been teleported away, and her face was marred with utter terror. Chapter 118, The Absolute Deadly Zone. With a slithering sound, a peak void-breaking beast, leading the pack, licked its lips, its bovine-sized eyes glistening with greed. What a tender young girl. Even among human cultivators, such innocence is rare, isn't it? Let us take her down. I want her legs. I shall feast upon her delicate head. It must be delightfully crunchy. Around it, more than 20 void-breaking beasts erupted into sinister laughter. Yi Liuli, feeling wronged, burst into tears. The grotesque creatures before her were each more terrifying than the last. Some could walk upright like humans, others were half human, half demon, and some were viciously bloodthirsty, still gnawing on flesh that had not yet been fully devoured. She was certainly no match for them. Please, no? In despair, Yi Liuli screamed as she saw the horde of beasts charging towards her. Boom. However, as a crimson blade, entwined with violet thunder, came crashing down, it cleaved a path of lightning fire between Yi Lioli and the beasts. The sheer force of the impact instantly forcing the 20-odd beasts to retreat. Brother Su Li. Yi Lioli recognized a familiar silhouette descending gracefully from above. Like a war deity dropping from the heavens, he landed upon the hilt of the blade. Even alone, she felt an overwhelming sense of security emanating from his back. Yi Lioli's previously despairing and broken expression vanished, replaced by admiration and excitement, her eyes sparkling with little stars. Damn it! Attack together! Kill him! The leading peak void-breaking beast's expression darkened as it hefted a massive axe and swung it fiercely at Su Li. It sensed that Su Li's realm was comparable to its own, and it had so many minions to assist. Logically, failure should be impossible. You bunch of useless fools. Su Li sneered coldly, not even considering using the Yan Huang Thunder Abyss. His body surged with tyrannical lightning and fire spiritual power, which flooded into his arms as he unleashed the heavenly combat fist. The two immense forces of lightning and fire surged into the fist imprint, which began to expand at a visible rate from the size of a fist. Get out! Run quickly! A few of the quicker beasts, clearly frightened by the terrifying aura of Su Li's fist imprint, turned and fled. Boom! As the fist imprint came crashing down, aside from the leading peak void-breaking beast that barely managed to withstand it for a second, it was obliterated by the heavenly combat fist and the lightning fire spiritual power, while the other beasts were utterly annihilated. Hiss! This scene left Yi Lioli utterly dumbfounded. Oh my heavens! Brother Su Li, your punch is too powerful. Have you broken through to the divine ability realm? Yi Lioli, whose legs had been trembling, now dashed to Su Li's side, wrapping her soft, delicate hands around his arm and gazing at him with adoration, studying him intently. How long had it been since they last met? Yi Lioli felt that Su Li's combat prowess had significantly increased since the beginning of their journey into the secret realm, and he hadn't even attempted to break through yet. Su Li playfully tapped Yi Lioli's delicate nose, then promptly informed her of the impending encirclement by the ferocious beasts. Upon realizing that they were surrounded by a multitude of demon creatures led by several formidable beasts, Yi Lioli felt a wave of panic wash over her, leaving her uncertain of what to do next. Brother Su Li, now that we cannot shatter the token to escape, are we destined to be trapped here? Although she initially felt quite aggrieved, she soon found solace in the thought of being with Su Li. Even if they were indeed confined here, it mattered little. There will be a way, she reassured herself. Su Li smiled faintly, having also discerned the gravity of the situation. However, he suspected that this entire predicament was orchestrated by a humanoid demon beast residing within the demon's lair, particularly due to the eerie heavenly eye on its forehead. This peculiar eye might have disrupted the rules of the trial realm, rendering even him incapable of exiting the domain. Yet, if they could eliminate that creature. With determination, Su Li set off with Yi Lioli towards a towering mountain at the heart of the realm. This location was the sole direction left for all the prodigies seeking refuge. Simultaneously, within the trial realm, numerous prodigies were being relentlessly pursued by the demon beasts. Some adept at concealment or adept at employing formations managed to evade capture temporarily, but many were eventually discovered and dragged out. A significant number of prodigies met their demise at the hands of the beasts, while others were mercilessly tortured or killed en route. The air was thick with cries of anguish and despair, enveloping the entire realm in an inescapable shroud of death. Damn it, these wretched beasts. I wish I could storm into the trial realm to assist them. The sect leader's methods appeared excessively cruel. Was it truly necessary to sift through the disciples in such a manner? Hush. The trial realm is under the control of the sect leader. Her actions surely have their own rationale. Meanwhile, in the plaza of Yunxing's sect, disciples and elders alike were filled with rage and sorrow, yearning to rush into the trial realm to help. Even Mu Yunhuang could not suppress her frown. Despite exhausting every means at her disposal, she found herself unable to influence the trial realm. This signified that none of the disciples could possibly survive the encirclement of the demon beasts. They were destined to face annihilation. However, in stark contrast to the curses and lamentations of those in the plaza, the mountain where the disciples had gathered was enveloped in a deathly silence. The majority of those who had fled from all directions, seeking refuge in this central location, bore wounds all over their bodies. Their eyes reflected a grim desperation, having expended their earlier hope and excitement during their flight. Now, they were consumed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair, grappling with the incomprehensible reality of their situation. Why were they unable to shatter their identity tokens and escape? Meanwhile, Ji Chong and Mo Shan had both recently ascended to the Divine Passage realm. They had anticipated that reaching this level would allow them to unite with Wang Lin to hunt down Su Li. However, they never anticipated that upon emerging from their seclusion, they would nearly fall victim to the beasts themselves. Had it not been for their prowess in the divine passage realm, forcing their way through with sheer determination, they would have perished long ago. Yet, even so, many of their loyal followers and confidants met a tragic end along the way. At this moment, Mo Shan was bleeding profusely from his chest, injured and weary. He had narrowly escaped the relentless pursuit of a ferocious beast at the third level of the divine ability realm, driven solely by sheer willpower. Meanwhile, Wang Lin stood in stunned silence, gazing at the horde of monstrous creatures surging from the horizon, his mind in a state of shock. Was this truly the so-called trial? It felt as though he had stumbled into the lair of the beasts. Previously, he had never heard of such a terrifying trial for inner disciples. It was nothing short of a life-and-death ordeal. Nay, a scenario where survival seemed utterly impossible. After all, those beasts of the divine ability realm far outnumbered them, both in strength and quantity. Together with Ji Chong and Mo Shan, along with Li Wuyue and her peak void-breaking realm companions, they could barely contend with 2 or 3 of those formidable beasts. The remaining creatures, whether ordinary or otherwise, would likely crush them to a pulp with a mere step. It was an absolute death trap, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Chapter 119. The prodigies were stunned. Where on earth is that fellow Su Li? Li Wuyue, with her enchanting figure, stood proudly atop the mountain, not shedding tears like most girls would in despair. It wasn't that she feared death, but rather she refused to perish in such a humiliating manner. Moreover, she was perplexed as to why Su Li had vanished. Logically, any prodigy with a modicum of strength would instinctively seek an escape upon sensing the movements of the monstrous beasts, thus naturally congregating in this central area. Surely, he must have perished, right? Luo Qinghan, with her right arm wounded by a ferocious beast, blood gushing forth, was in the midst of healing. Upon hearing Li Wuyue's murmured words, she instinctively blurted out her thoughts. To be honest, Luo Qinghan felt a tumult of emotions within her. Before she even arrived here, she had heard of Yi Qing's ambush on Su Li, which had resulted in his counterattack. With the knowledge that her vengeance had been avenged by Su Li, she found herself left with only him as her enemy. However, to put it plainly, their relationship had been one of mutual benefit. Neither owed the other anything. Yet upon discovering Su Li's impressive capabilities, a twinge of discomfort stirred within her heart. Thus, she instinctively declared that Su Li was already dead. Impossible. Li Wuyue shook her head resolutely, asserting, if he were to die, we would have known long before we arrived here. Clearly, Li Wuyue possessed a profound understanding of Su Li's strength. She had no doubt that he would survive. At least, he would not perish before they did. Hey, look quickly. Suddenly, a girl, sobbing while covering her face, caught a glimpse of the horizon out of the corner of her eye, where the monstrous horde was steadily encroaching. To her astonishment, she noted an opening in their defenses. Moreover, a series of thunderous roars echoed from the distant horizon. The prodigy's expressions turned serious. Even many of the weeping disciples stood up to gaze into the distance. Initially, they assumed that the beasts were engaged in internal conflict. Just as they began to feel a glimmer of hope for their salvation, Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and Mo Shan, 3 prodigies of the divine ability realm, with their keen eyesight, were astounded to discover that this was not a dispute among the beasts at all, but rather a single figure, ruthlessly slaughtering the beasts within their ranks. In an instant, upon recognizing the figure, Wang Lin and the others exclaimed in unison, "It's him. Su Li. Oh my goodness." The 3 exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting disbelief. This was the line of ferocious beasts. Not only were there countless monstrous creatures, but also formidable beasts of the divine ability realm overseeing them. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, they would not dare linger in such a perilous location. Yet, to their shock, they witnessed Su Li going on a rampage. He was even pursuing a divine ability beast to strike down. Was it truly Su Li? Li Wuyue, only at the peak of the void-breaking realm, had not found the opportunity to break into the divine ability realm during this trial. And thus her vision did not extend as far as Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and the others. Nevertheless, upon hearing it was Su Li, she and Luo Qinghan could not help but rush forward. At this moment, all the outstanding individuals turned their expectant gazes towards Wang Lin and his companions. Everyone eagerly awaited clarity on Su Li's current predicament. Was he being besieged? Was he struggling for breath? Or had he truly breached the enemy lines? What was his condition? Li Wuyue, noticing the silence from Wang Lin and the others, grew anxious and exclaimed, "If Su Li is in danger, we must go to his aid now and consolidate our strength before the army of beasts completely surrounds us." Perhaps there will still be a chance for resistance. Although Li Wuyue's rationale was somewhat feeble, it was not without merit. However, the subsequent words from Wang Lin and his companions nearly caused Li Wuyue, Luo Qinghan, and the others to lose their grasp on reality. That must be the winged iron rhinoceros beast, right? Ji Chong struggled to articulate, his expression peculiar. Indeed, that is the one that struck me. Mo Shan's face darkened with hatred. How could Su Li dare to pursue it in battle? Wang Lin trembled, doubting his own senses. How could he possibly witness Su Li not only shattering the beast's line, but also relentlessly pursuing the leading winged iron rhinoceros beast and delivering a fierce beating? What? Su Li is hunting the winged iron rhinoceros beast? Among so many beasts? This seemed preposterous. Many disciples, who had been stealthily wiping away tears, now widened their eyes in disbelief. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from that direction, a deafening sound that shook the very mountain beneath them. Yet, the several hundred surviving elites did not react with fear. Rather, they stood in stunned silence, gazing towards the source of the sound. Even those of the Void Realm could see the winged iron rhinoceros beast soaring through the air, only to be struck down by a shadow that descended from above. Evidently killed on the spot. According to Wang Lin and the others, that shadow was none other than Su Li himself. Could it be that he has slain a monstrous beast of the Divine Passage realm? Li Wuyue felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing her footing. In truth, she felt as though she barely knew Su Li at all. Each time, he exceeded her understanding of his capabilities. First, it was the purple rock fierce crocodile, and now the winged iron rhinoceros beast. Was it possible that Su Li possessed the raw strength to kill beasts of the Divine Passage realm? He must have broken through to that level. Wang Lin's expression, initially one of shock, soon turned grave as he pondered the implications. Even if Su Li had indeed ascended to the Divine Passage realm and slain a beast, what difference would it make? They would all still meet their demise here. At that moment, the crowd beheld Su Li racing towards them, drawing nearer and faster. So you all are here. When Su Li, bearing the shocked Yi Liuli on his back, descended into the midst of the crowd, brandishing the blood-soaked, formidable Yan Huang Luais. The gazes of the onlookers mirrored that of Yi Liuli, filled with disbelief. Su Li, you were carrying her while battling the winged iron rhinoceros beast? Wang Lin took a deep breath, realizing that he had indeed underestimated Su Li, carrying a person and confronting a ferocious beast of the divine ability realm, only to slay it. Even Wang Lin himself lacked the confidence to accomplish such a feat, however. As he scrutinized Su Li closely and recognized that he remained at the pinnacle of the void-breaking realm, Wang Lin's heart was suddenly gripped by an invisible force, almost causing him to falter. The pinnacle of the void-breaking realm? How could that be possible? Su Li, did you truly just slay the winged iron rhinoceros? Why did you kill it? At this moment, Ji Chong and Mo Shan's inquiries appeared somewhat bewildering. Su Li nearly laughed at their naivety. What did they mean by asking why he killed the winged iron rhinoceros? As a human, he was compelled to eliminate the ferocious beast that sought his life. Was it not his duty to vanquish the winged iron rhinoceros? Chapter 120. Surrender him to me. However, Su Li clearly misunderstood the situation. Mo Shan's inquiry stemmed from the fact that he could hardly fathom how Su Li, who had not even reached the level of a divine passage, could dare to confront a flying wing iron rhinoceros beast, a mere peak of the void break realm. Such an act was utterly contrary to common sense and their worldview. They were bewildered as to why Su Li would act in such a manner. If a reason must be given, it was simply that the creature had been incessantly fluttering above his head, and he found it bothersome. At that moment, witnessing the puzzled expressions of the crowd eager for an explanation, Su Li could only shrug and admit it. Yet, the hundreds of prodigies were left utterly petrified. Was that truly the reason? For heaven's sake, that was a beast of the third layer of divine passage, while others would dread its persistent circling above. Fearing it might launch an attack, Su Li, on the other hand, boldly took to the skies to chase it down and strike. However, it was not solely these hundreds of prodigies who were astounded. On the plaza of Yinqing sect, the disciples and elders who had witnessed Su Li pursuing the flying wing iron rhinoceros beast were equally mesmerized. To speak candidly, they were dumbfounded. After all, there were numerous peak void break disciples within Yinqing sect, and throughout its history, many prodigies had slain divine passage ferocious beasts. Indeed, among the ranks of saints and saintesses, many had achieved such feats. Yet none believed they could do so as Su Li had, chasing and hacking at the flying wing iron rhinoceros amidst a horde of thousands of beasts, ultimately slaying it. The flying wing iron rhinoceros was a creature of the third layer of divine passage. If his previous victory over the purple rock crocodile was merely luck, could this instance also be attributed to fortune? Even the likes of Chun Zhantian and those saints could hardly reach such heights in the Voidbreak realm, could they? Alas, whether due to the malfunction of the secret realm or the deliberate actions of the sect master, Su Li and his companions were doomed. In the plaza, even many saints and saintesses exhibited expressions of regret. If Su Li were to survive, they believed he would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to vie for the title of saint in the future. Miao, do not be too disheartened. It is merely unfortunate luck for Su Li. Rest assured, once I ascend to the great ability realm, I shall certainly find a master of similar lightning and fire attributes to heal you. Yi Xian, as a saint of the Celestial Forge Pavilion, could not help but feel a deep sense of astonishment after witnessing Su Li's exploits. Although he too could achieve such feats in the Voidbreak realm, this was unknown to all. Meanwhile, Su Li, despite the perilous circumstances within the secret realm, had garnered all the attention. Even by Miao, who had recently experienced a mixture of surprise and joy, now bore a face of concern for Su Li's safety. Yi Xian noticed that his fiancée's emotions seemed to be swayed by Su Li's situation, and he felt a twinge of displeasure. Thus, he sought to console by Miao. Yi Xian, what are you saying? However, after casting a glare at Yi Xian, Bai Miao retorted with some irritation. Su Li is not merely a tool, he is my friend. He has expended considerable effort to heal my injuries. So how can you expect me to be indifferent to his peril? Bai Miao's furious voice instantly rendered Yi Xian motionless. Noticing the displeased expression on Bai Miao's face, Yi Xian hurriedly exclaimed, Miao, that was not my intention. Observing her distressed demeanor, on the brink of tears, he became flustered, hastily attempting to comfort her while apologizing, entirely devoid of the demeanor expected of a saint, firmly ensnared by Miao's emotions. However, Bai Miao remained oblivious to this. Yi Xian noticed her repeated mentions of Su Li, each time accompanied by a significant emotional upheaval. An undercurrent of vigilance and apprehension towards Su Li began to stir within him. Yet, he felt little concern, convinced that Su Li could not possibly emerge alive from the secret realm, even if he were to slay a fierce beast. There were still 7 remaining. Furthermore, within the projection, those 7 ferocious beasts, along with a myriad of demonic creatures, had completely encircled the mountain. Wait a moment. What was the situation with that humanoid demon beast? Indeed, it seemed he had never encountered such a being within this secret realm before. The aura of that demon beast was astonishingly at the 5th level of the divine powers realm. How could such a humanoid demon beast come into existence? At that moment, numerous disciples and elders in the square observed that the remaining 7 fierce beasts within the encirclement were responding to the commands of the humanoid demon beast, clearly indicating that this siege was orchestrated by it. The Grand Elder Xinghan immediately turned his gaze towards the sect leader, Mu Yunhuang. As far as he was aware, only Mu Yunhuang possessed the ability to manipulate that eye, altering the circumstances within the secret realm. However, Mu Yunhuang silently shook her head, evidently signaling to the Grand Elder that she too was unaware of the situation. This was disastrous. Upon witnessing this, Grand Elder Xinghan's pupils constricted sharply, his heart plummeting into despair. At this point, not only the Grand Elder but also several other saints began to sense the anomaly. They realized that the sect leader had lost control over the secret realm, and the emergence of the humanoid demon beast irrevocably declared one thing: the prodigies within the secret realm were doomed. Indeed, within the secret realm, the swarm of demonic creatures had completely surrounded the imposing mountain. The faces of the prodigies turned pale as death. Yet, only Su Li gazed curiously through the throng of beasts, fixating on the humanoid demon beast. According to the assertions of those fierce beasts and demonic creatures, this humanoid demon beast was their supreme leader? Run away. Why aren't you fleeing? Hee. At that moment, the towering figure of the demon leader pushed through several ferocious beasts, stepping forward. Its hoarse voice struck the souls of the prodigies like a heavy hammer. Flee. All they wished for now was to weep, to simply die swiftly. After all, many of them had witnessed their companions being brutally tormented to death by the demonic creatures before reaching this place. What have you done to the secret realm? What do you intend to achieve? Finally, Wang Lin mustered the courage to shout out. He exerted his aura at the divine powers realm to intimidate the demonic creatures. Yet, upon hearing his shout, the demon leader chuckled with amusement. I desire nothing. In fact, I could even spare you. The proclamation of the beast sovereign left all the prodigies momentarily stunned, even causing Su Li to furrow his brow. Spare them? What a ridiculous notion. Why would these ferocious beasts go to such lengths to encircle them otherwise? What could it possibly mean? Indeed, Ji Chong shared the same skepticism. Unable to refrain from posing a counter-question, He understood that even if these monstrous creatures truly intended to cease their assault, there would undoubtedly be an ulterior motive. It was quite simple. At that moment, the beast sovereign did not spare a glance at Wang Lin or Ji Chong, his cold gaze fixated solely on Su Li, whom he pointed at and declared, "As long as you willingly surrender him to me, all of you shall escape unscathed." The moment these words escaped the beast sovereign's lips, not only were the prodigies in the trial left dumbfounded, but even the members of Yinxing's sect outside the secret realm were equally bewildered. To demand the prodigies to hand over Su Li? Why? It must be noted that Su Li had only just arrived at Yinxing's sect and was entering this secret realm for the very first time. Aside from having slain 2 ferocious beasts and a few void-breaking realm monsters, there was no animosity between Su Li and this enigmatic beast sovereign that had seemingly materialized from nowhere. Chapter 121. Brother Su Li will not die in vain. However, upon hearing this, Wang Lin and the others immediately misconstrued that Su Li had committed some heinous act against the beast leader. After all, why would it point at Su Li and demand that he be handed over? Su Li, what have you done? This time, it must be your fault. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he admonished Su Li in a reprimanding tone. Did you steal something of value from this leader, prompting it to rally so many beasts to besiege us? Do you have any idea how many lives have been lost because of you? Indeed. Su Li, what have you taken from them? You better hand it over quickly. Su Li, we can no longer protect you. You should leave. Wang Lin, Ji Chong, and Mo Shan. These 3 extraordinary individuals had never intended to meet their demise here, given their already unfavorable view of Su Li. Upon hearing that surrendering him could spare them from the beast's wrath, they were more than eager to cast the blame onto Su Li. Even if it was not Su Li's fault, they would not allow him to remain among them. Nevertheless, Su Li merely chuckled coldly. Having deduced the reason the leader sought him out, it was undoubtedly due to the heavenly eye of insight. However, in this world, where the strong prey upon the weak, treasures belong to those capable of obtaining them. Even if the leader intended to annihilate everyone present due to the heavenly eye, Su Li would never surrender it. How can you behave this way? At that moment, Li Wuyue furiously stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Li like a mother leopard guarding her cub. She chastised Wang Lin and the others. How can you call yourselves human prodigies when you cower at the words of a beast, ready to sacrifice your own kind? Are you even men? And you blindly believe everything it says? What if, after handing over Su Li, they still decide to attack us? Li Wuyue's words ignited a flicker of agreement among several of their peers. Indeed, these beasts were known for their treachery and cruelty. Could it be that they had realized Su Li's formidable strength and feared a costly confrontation? Hence, they devised this scheme to sow discord among us. Suddenly, even Luo Qinghan instinctively nodded in agreement. Su Li cast her a surprised glance, aware that her support was not solely for his sake. Rather, it stemmed from her rational desire to survive, recognizing that, compared to the beasts, a human like Su Li was far more trustworthy. That was all there was to it. At the very least, Su Li would not attack them as the beasts would. Everyone was united for the time being. Yet, just as the group began to waver and uncertainty crept in, a chilling voice emerged from the crowd. Brother Su Li, at this juncture, do you possess the confidence to annihilate these beasts and lead us to safety? If not, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for our chance at survival? This voice, having been obscured, left no clue as to its origin. However, the words resonated with everyone present. Even Luo Qinghan clenched her delicate fists tightly. For indeed, the individual spoke with undeniable truth, since Su Li lacked the certainty of rescuing them all, and he was fated to perish in this predicament. Why would he not be willing to sacrifice himself? After all, death awaited them all. Who was it that unleashed moral coercion from the shadows? If one possesses courage, let them step forth and speak. Yi Lioli, both angered and amused, felt tears welling in her eyes as she scanned the crowd, searching for that person. It must be understood that her brother Su Li bore no obligation to save these individuals. Why should he be compelled to sacrifice himself? Yi Lioli, refrain from this lofty display of righteousness. Everyone knows of your close ties to Su Li. Suddenly, that sarcastic voice echoed once more. Yet the speaker concealed himself so well that none could discern his presence. Moreover, senior brother Su Li would not die in vain. He sacrifices himself to save us. And in turn, we will seek vengeance for him. However, before the individual could finish articulating the word revenge, he was met with Su Li's icy glare. Hiss! The hidden prodigy instinctively sought to flee. Bang! Yet, Su Li delivered a forceful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. The impact elicited a grimace from the young genius. But before he could beg for mercy, Su Li seized him by the collar and, akin to discarding refuse, hurled him directly into the midst of the monstrous beasts. Amidst his frantic screams and wails, he was promptly devoured. "Rest assured, I too shall avenge you," Su Li remarked, a slight smile gracing his lips. Dusting off his hands, he turned to face the other prodigies. However, those who had previously supported Su Li's notion of self-sacrifice instinctively averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. For the swiftness of his actions had instilled a profound fear within them. They were apprehensive that a misstep in their words could lead to being cast out by Su Li as well. This scene elicited derisive laughter from the ferocious beasts, who observed the humans engaging in infighting, driven by the fear of being slain by them, seeking to harm their own kin. The beasts suddenly felt that humanity was even more shameless than themselves. After all, even when confronted with formidable humans, they would never cast their own kind to their doom. "Who among you wishes to join me in exterminating these beasts?" Yet, Su Li's subsequent proclamation of dominance ignited the fury of the vicious creatures. What did he mean by eradicating them? It was they who were currently allowing these wretched humans to retain a semblance of life. Li Wuyue, emboldened perhaps by the inevitability of death or the realization that following Su Li might offer a glimmer of hope, stepped forward without hesitation to stand beside him. "I shall join." Yi Liuli raised her hand eagerly, her heart pure, willing to face death alongside her brother Su Li. "Su Li, I am willing too." Luo Qinghan's expression was complex. While she desired to live, reason dictated that remaining with Wang Lin and the others offered no chance of survival. In contrast, Su Li might hold the key to her survival, for she had witnessed him vanquish those beasts with her own eyes. Though she harbored resistance against Su Li, she still approached him. "Senior brother Su, count me in. Count me in as well, ha ha ha. If death is the only alternative, it is preferable to languishing in this state of despair. Brother Su Li, I am willing to fight alongside you. Damn it, those wretched beasts have taken my sister from me. I shall confront them with all my might." Soon, over 20 individuals stepped forward, a mix of men and women. Though their strength was not among the elite, their spirits were fervent. Despite their grim expressions, there was no hint of retreat. However, compared to the hundreds present, these 20-some were pitifully few. At this moment, in the plaza of Yunqing's sect, Su Li faced his dire predicament without a trace of fear. In fact, he inspired those around him to engage in a fierce battle against the beasts, demonstrating a spirit that, even in his void-breaking realm, surpassed that of Wang Lin and his companions by a considerable margin. The elder Xinghan, with a keen eye for talent, exhibited a profound sense of regret within his heart. Alas, Su Li's fate was sealed. Wait, what is that above? Just as Bai Simiao was praying for Su Li, her beautiful eyes narrowed in surprise, and she exclaimed, Chapter 122, The Golden Thunder Tribulation. A threefold arrow? Is that the Thunder Tribulation? Through the projected images, Yi Xian discovered that above those prodigies and monstrous beasts, golden arcs of electricity appeared, accompanied by terrifying storm clouds swirling and converging on the majestic mountain. Yi Xian was greatly alarmed. After all, this bore a resemblance to the scale of the Thunder Tribulation he had triggered when he broke through to the Divine Passage realm. Yet, he had done so by practicing the celestial repairing scriptures. Could it be that among those prodigies in the projection, there existed beings who could rival him? Hiss, the Thunder Tribulation? Is that the Thunder Tribulation for breaking through to the Divine Passage realm? My heavens, how could this be possible? In that secret realm, there are prodigies capable of invoking the Thunder Tribulation? Indeed, if I recall correctly, it is impossible for ordinary prodigies to trigger a Thunder Tribulation during their breakthroughs. Even among our saints, only Lord Xiao Wuji has ever provoked such a phenomenon, right? The once clamorous square was now even more fervent. Yet, all eyes were fixated on Su Li in the projection, for they knew that apart from Su Li, there likely existed no other prodigy with such an ability. As expected, within the trial's secret realm, all the prodigies and monstrous beasts turned their astonished gazes towards Su Li. This was due to the terrifying aura he emanated, which was far clearer and more fearsome than what could be perceived through the projection. While Yi Liuli, Li Wuyue, and the other 20 or so individuals stared blankly at Su Li, he waved his hand, and the power of thunder and flame surged forth from within him, instantly enveloping those who were courageous enough to believe in him with protection. Su Li, senior brother Su, what are you planning to do? At this moment, Li Wuyue and the others sensed something was amiss. Rest assured, I shall not allow those with courage to perish here. Su Li smiled broadly, then swiftly summoned the Flame Radiance Thunder Marsh to strike at Wang Lin and his prodigies with fury. As everyone gasped and the monstrous beasts were left bewildered, Su Li locked his gaze onto Wang Lin, whose eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and anger, and coldly stated, Do not think I am unaware that the person just now was one of your subordinates. Wang Lin's lips twitched violently as he retorted angrily, Su Li, what on earth do you intend to do? Die? However, Su Li did not grant Wang Lin the opportunity to argue, for he not only remembered that the individual was Wang Lin's subordinate, but he had also used the eye of heavenly insight to overhear Wang Lin's sound transmission to that person. Since Wang Lin sought to harm him, Su Li had no intention of allowing him to live. Boom, 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 boom. Just as Su Li took the initiative to strike, forcing Wang Lin to retreat in shock and anger towards the monstrous beast leader, the previously entertained monstrous beast suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait, stop him, stop them. The monstrous beast leader, belatedly realizing the danger, felt a chill rise from its feet. It glanced towards the heavens, and, upon discovering that the terrifying thunder tribulation was shifting along with Su Li, advancing towards its location, the monstrous beast leader was evidently alarmed. If Su Li were to approach any closer, the thunder tribulation would engulf them as well. This Su Li intends to drag them down with him. Roar. Su Li, what in the world are you doing? You are inflicting harm upon your fellow practitioners. Begone. Wang Lin was the first to realize that he too was targeted by the impending tribulation. His involvement led the tribulation to conclude that Su Li had sought assistance, which caused what should have been a mere tens of thousands of meters wide calamity to expand alarmingly to a staggering 100,000 meters. The golden-hued cumulonimbus clouds obscured the sky, illuminating the entire area with an almost blinding brilliance. Yet, a suffocating sense of impending doom permeated the atmosphere beneath those thunderous clouds. This was the terrifying, murderous intent of the tribulation, where not a single blade of grass could survive, and even the faintest flicker of life was extinguished, instilling a deep-seated dread in all. However, Su Li showed no signs of hesitation. Instead, he forcefully propelled Wang Lin into the midst of the horde of beasts. Damn it! The leader of the beasts turned pale, attempting to flee. Yet, with its presence and that of the surrounding beasts, the once 100,000 meters wide tribulation surged once more, expanding to 200,000, 300,000, even 500,000 meters. It was over. He was locked in. At that moment, the leader of the beasts turned ashen, sensing the fear of the demonic spirit within its mind. Indeed, as more beings were drawn into the realm of the tribulation, the vast, golden storm continued to swell, nearly covering the entire sky. Su Li, spare me, I beseech you. I cannot remain here. I do not wish to. Wang Lin could hardly fathom that he would not perish at the hands of the beasts, but rather be doomed by Su Li's tribulation. It is worth noting that his lineage was illustrious, having produced two formidable experts. Yet, within the entire genealogy of the Wang family, not a single individual had ever triggered a tribulation while breaking through to the realm of divine abilities. Wang Lin had only heard tales in the Yunqing sect of Xiao Wuji, who once activated a 30,000-meter tribulation. However, he nearly perished in the process and required 3 months of recuperation post-tribulation to recover. But now, compared to this seemingly endless calamity above, what did Xiao Wuji's 30,000-meter tribulation amount to? Though he had reached the realm of divine abilities, he held no confidence in withstanding the might of such a tribulation. Ha ha ha, do you still have a choice? Su Li laughed maniacally, but his madness was but an act. The reason he chose to break through at this moment and amplify the tribulation was to enhance its power. Only a sufficiently potent tribulation could fully merge his thunder and flame spirit body, propelling him towards the legendary state of transcending the sacred body, the luminous flame divine body. This divine body, which Su Li had encountered in the divine physician's treasure record, was extraordinarily unique. It required the terrifying amalgamation of thunder, flame, and golden attributes to manifest. Previously, Su Li had felt hopeless, as he had no time to accumulate the golden attribute. However, upon reaching the realm of divine abilities and realizing that this tribulation embodied the golden attribute, Su Li acted without hesitation. Firstly, he had the opportunity to strike the fiery divine body, and secondly, he could eliminate Wang Lin. However, the most crucial factor was the presence of another heavenly eye within the body of the beast leader. Upon closer inspection, Su Li discerned that this heavenly eye was merely a counterfeit. Within that orb resided a formidable soul. Only by harnessing the expanding thunder tribulation could Su Li hope to obliterate that powerful soul. Thus, the notion of achieving 3 objectives with a single arrow was conceived. Nevertheless, the demonic soul within the heavenly eye of the beast leader swiftly grasped the critical situation and urged, "Eliminate that brat. While the thunder tribulation has yet to fully manifest, there remains a chance." This warning ignited a spark of realization in the beast leader. Indeed, if he were to extinguish this pest, Would the thunder tribulation not dissipate on its own? Kill all ferocious beasts and monsters. Heed my command. Slay him. The beast leader surged forward in an instant, wielding a blood-red colossal hammer aimed directly at Su Li's head. Su Li, I shall end your life. Witnessing the swarm of beasts rushing towards him, Wang Lin, too, went berserk, launching a frenzied assault on Su Li. He understood that this was the sole opportunity to thwart the impending thunder tribulation. Thus, he was willing to ally with the beasts to ensure Su Li's demise. Chapter 123. It flees. He pursues. It soars beyond reach. The fury of the ocean devouring the sky. Wang Lin revealed no hint of restraint, his entire being radiating with an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, carelessly cascading forth. Within a 100-meter radius, a multitude of demonic beasts were forcibly repelled by the sheer ferocity of his spiritual aura, the resulting offensive akin to a monstrous wave, crashing relentlessly towards Su Li. Kill. Subdue this brat. The leader of the demonic beasts and his 7 formidable subordinates simultaneously launched an onslaught, a suffocating deluge of attacks descending upon Su Li, as if sealing every potential escape route in all directions. In that moment, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. Li Wuyue, Yi Liuli, and Luo Qinghan were rendered speechless in shock, for this exceeded their most pessimistic expectations. After all, they could never have anticipated Wang Lin would turn his hand against Su Li. Yet, it soon dawned upon them why Su Li had utilized his spiritual power to isolate them here. He sought to prevent them from entering the targeted range of the impending lightning tribulation. As long as they remained within the protective barrier of the Thunderfire's spiritual energy, the tribulation would not actively strike at them. However, just when everyone assumed Su Li would muster every ounce of strength to defend or flee from the oncoming assault, he broke into a radiant smile and produced 2 exquisite brocade boxes. In that critical moment, Wang Lin was the closest to Su Li, his attack barely 3 meters away. Yet, as Su Li opened the 2 suspended brocade boxes, a brilliant spectacle unfolded. 2 spiritual fruits, one crimson, the other deep purple, erupted simultaneously, radiating dazzling light, their rich fragrance enveloping the air, warming the soul. As Su Li consumed the 2 fruits, their potent energy erupted within him. But beneath his carefree demeanor, his heart bled. For these 2 spiritual fruits were the crimson flame heart fruit and the purple smoke cloud thunder fruit, each valued at 70,000 fortune points in the system market. Merely acquiring these 2 fruits consumed more than half of Su Li's accumulated fortune points. Nevertheless, both fruits were of the 5th rank. They would significantly enhance his Inferno and Thunder Spirit body, allowing him to absorb the power of the gold element lightning tribulation and fortify his Luyin divine celestial body. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying spiritual energy generated by the crimson flame heart fruit and the purple smoke cloud thunder fruit shattered Wang Lin's assault. Even in the face of the 5th layer leader of the demonic beasts and the 3rd layer ferocious beasts, Su Li remained unfazed, bravely enduring thanks to the 2 5th-rank spiritual fruits. It is important to note that Su Li, being of the Inferno and Thunder Spirit body, could nearly convert the 2 like-attribute spiritual fruits with absolute efficiency. And 5th rank corresponds to the realm of the mighty. Were it not for Wang Lin and the ferocious attacks of the demonic beasts, Su Li might have faced the risk of being overwhelmed. Boom, boom. In that moment, a flurry of heavy impacts rained down upon Su Li. However, instead of succumbing to death, it seemed to forge Su Li's body, rendering him more spirited than ever. Even after enduring dozens of relentless strikes to his neck and chest, Su Li provocatively exclaimed, "Go ahead and strike here again. I still have a reservoir of spiritual energy that I have yet to digest." In that instant, the beast leader and 7 ferocious creatures were nearly overwhelmed with rage. Wang Lin, too, trembled with indignation. Was there truly such an absurd situation? This Su Li seemed to thrive on the very punishment he received. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderclap echoed above, as the expanding golden tribulation of thunder enveloped an area exceeding 1 million meters. The horizon was filled with golden arcs of electricity, and at the center, where Su Li was located, brilliant columns of electricity began to form. Indeed, columns. A cluster of golden pillars as thick as buildings swirled upon the surface of the clouds, ready to strike down at any moment. It's over. There is no time left. Flee. The farther away from this little beast, the better. The beast leader's mind was pierced by the frantic warning of the demonic spirit within. In a flash, the beast leader turned and fled. The 7 ferocious creatures and numerous surrounding beasts, only just realizing the peril, were suddenly confronted by a terrifying golden pillar that crashed down. In that instant, The 7 ferocious beasts, along with the nearby creatures, and a pallid-faced Wang Lin, felt an electrifying terror rise within them. Despite not yet being touched by the pillar, their hair stood on end, an instinctual fear emanating from the depths of their souls. At that moment, Wang Lin's mind was consumed by a singular thought: run. Just run. Boom. Yet it was too late. As the massive golden pillar descended with a resounding crash, the area within 1,000 meters of Su Li was instantly engulfed by the golden arcs emanating from the pillar. The soil beneath Su Li evaporated into mist, and the bodies of countless ferocious beasts were shattered into fragments. Even Wang Lin was reduced to a charred state amidst his screams as the electric arc struck him. With the warning of the demonic spirit still echoing in his mind, the beast leader barely managed to escape the 1,000-meter radius, only to feel an irresistible force pushing him forward, nearly causing him to regurgitate the human cultivator meals he had previously consumed. Boom. The beast leader was hurled to the ground by the residual shockwave of the golden pillar, tumbling several meters before landing awkwardly. Blood splattered from his body. What in the world was this thunder tribulation? I ran so far and nearly ended up gravely injured. That kid must surely be finished. Struggling to rise, the beast leader felt his back ache as though it were about to shatter. He even worried whether the celestial eye required by the demonic spirit would be obliterated by the tribulation. However, as the beast leader struggled to turn back and assess the situation, he was taken aback to find Su Li, with a face as dark as charcoal and a gleeful grin revealing teeth so white they could reflect light, standing merely a few meters away. His body was covered in singed hair and wounds from the golden thunder, rendering him a pitiable sight. You came over here to collect fur, didn't you? However, the beast leader was nearly paralyzed with fear. It had managed to escape for a kilometer, yet here was Su Li, relentlessly pursuing. In an instant, the beast leader fled as if driven mad, discarding the blood-red giant hammer it wielded, fearing that its weight would hinder its speed. Don't run. Did you not wish for them to surrender me? Now that I am here, why won't you halt? Su Li exerted all his strength in the chase. Although he could not match the beast leader's 5th-tier speed in the realm of supernatural powers, he still maintained a gradual closing distance. Consequently, after several seconds, the beast leader had only managed to create a gap of a few dozen meters. Meanwhile, the second electric pole was already brewing. At this moment, both the beast leader and the demonic spirit within its mind were utterly stunned. It ran. He chased. It found escape impossible. This scene left the 20 or so individuals enveloped in Su Li's spiritual energy on the mountain with expressions so complex that they were rendered speechless. Chapter 124. The God of War. He is undoubtedly the reincarnation of a war deity. For, after the first lightning pillar struck, the 7 ferocious beasts of the divine realm suffered devastating losses. Even though 2 managed to survive by hiding behind their companions, they were left in a state of near death. As for Wang Lin, he was utterly obliterated. Moreover, aside from being isolated within Su Li's spiritual energy shield, when the initial lightning pillar descended, numerous smaller lightning strikes followed, targeting the creatures below the tribulation. Among these were Ji Chong and Mo Shan. However, their fortune was only marginally better than Wang Lin's. They were still struck and coughed up blood. Mo Shan fared worse, as he was already injured and the strike nearly pierced his chest, leaving him gasping on the ground, his face etched with despair and terror. After all, Su Li possessed the Crimson Flame Earth Core Fruit and the Purple Smoke Cloud Thunder Fruit as foundational resources to replenish his spiritual energy. Coupled with the Eternal Verdancy technique and 2 spiritual bodies of the same attribute as his fruits, he was revitalized. Though Su Li appeared to be in dire straits, he had not suffered significant damage. In contrast, Ji Chong and Mo Shan were not endowed with such advantageous attributes of spiritual energy, nor did they have the same protective fruits as Su Li. Enduring such a blow left them severely weakened. Here it comes, here it comes. Despair washed over Mo Shan as he saw a thicker lightning pillar forming above Su Li's head, while a smaller lightning pillar began to gather above him as well. In a moment of panic, he cast a pleading glance at Ji Chong. However, Ji Chong, in a state of ecstatic relief, realized that no lightning was forming above him this time. This was his chance to recuperate. Save me, Brother Ji, save me. Mo Shan, clinging to the last vestige of hope, dashed towards Ji Chong. What the hell? Ji Chong, witnessing this, was instantly struck with fear, his complexion drained. He had just managed to catch his breath, and now this fool sought him out. Was he not courting his own death? Boom. At that moment, the second lightning tribulation struck down with ferocity. This time, centered around Su Li, an area of 1,500 meters was engulfed by the descending lightning pillar. No. The leader of the demonic beasts was truly caught within the explosion of golden arcs of electricity. The terrifying arcs struck his flesh like golden steel blades, causing the leader to nearly recoil in agony. Yet, having endured the excruciating pain, the arcs that penetrated his skin seemed intent on hollowing out every bone within him. The heart-wrenching torment causing the leader to faint on the spot. Do not be deceived by his 5th level of divine realm. The exponentially expanded tribulation could likely obliterate even those at the pinnacle of the divine realm. What the hell? Indeed, this severe blow left Su Li reeling in pain, nearly rolling his eyes back. He collapsed to the ground, his body rendered limp. Fortunately, the leader of the demonic beasts lay less than 100 meters away, unconscious. If the tribulation were to strike once more, it was likely that the leader would meet his end, and at that moment, Su Li was pleasantly surprised to discover that the blood and spiritual energy within him seemed to have been imbued with a golden brilliance. As his internal vitality and spiritual force surged, the residual power of the metallic lightning tribulation within him further deepened the fusion of the already intertwined fiery and thunderous spiritual energies. Within Su Li's body, a turbulent ocean of purple and red spiritual energy surged, teeming with golden arcs of electricity. However, he was equally beset by the excruciating pain that tore at his flesh and soul, rendering him momentarily speechless. Despite the apparent integrity of his form, after enduring 2 successive bolts of lightning, he felt as though his consciousness was on the verge of shattering. At that moment, Emo Shan, seeking refuge with Ji Chong, clutched the latter's leg tightly. Yet, both were struck by a small bolt of lightning, and what they had hoped would be a slim chance of survival for Ji Chong ended with his crown being blasted away for several meters. No, I cannot accept this. Emo Shan's eyes grew vacant as he too was penetrated by the force of the lightning, as if he were nailed to the ground. Yet, he could not withstand it any longer. As the 3rd bolt of lightning gathered its ferocity, Emo Shan's soul shattered, his head tilted, leaving his eyes wide open and unblinking, fixated on the heavens. He clearly did not foresee such a grim fate. As the power of the tribulation grew increasingly terrifying, on the square of Yinqing's sect, everyone realized that the layers of golden clouds were indeed the tribulation, but could not discern the circumstances within the secret realm. They felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness towards the million-meter-long tribulation and simultaneously expressed their sympathy for the beings caught beneath it. It was evident that the continuous expansion of the tribulation was due to Su Li charging into the beast horde to seek protection. However, under such a terrifying onslaught, how could Su Li possibly survive? It was well known that legendary experts, upon breaking through to the ethereal realm, faced tribulations of a similar magnitude. Yet, Su Li's breakthrough from the void-breaking realm to the divine transformation realm had already unleashed such formidable power. Even if he wished to survive, it seemed utterly unrealistic. See Miao? This time, Su Li is truly finished. Yi Xin feigned a look of regret, but internally he was overjoyed. After all, Su Li's brief interaction with Bai Si Miao had already stirred her concern. If Su Li were to succeed in the trial and become a true disciple, how much more would she care for him? That simply could not be allowed. Bai Si Miao could only rely on him. What a pity for Su Li. Bai Si Miao, after a moment of hesitation, could not help but sigh. Clearly, she too did not believe Su Li could survive. Or rather, it was safe to say that the entirety of Yinqing's sect, including Mu Yun Huang, shared this skepticism. Alas, Su Li's potential demise in the trial was indeed a colossal loss. Indeed, this young man had only recently entered the trial and had already brought us so much astonishment. It was hard to imagine what kind of splendor he would possess if he lived on to become the true disciple of our sect leader. I feel he could rival Lord Xiao Wuji, perhaps? What do you mean by rival? If that young man can survive this tribulation, he is destined to surpass Lord Xiao Wuji in the future. However, if he manages to endure, I shall perform the astonishing feat of defecating while standing on my head. In the square, numerous disciples and elders were engaged in fervent discussions. Yet, 3 minutes passed, then 5, until a full 15 minutes had elapsed. As the crowd noticed that the tribulation had not dissipated, they exchanged bewildered glances. The tribulation exists in relation to the one undergoing the trial. Should the individual perish, the tribulation would swiftly collapse and vanish as though it had never occurred. This is the immutable law of the heavenly way, impervious to human will. Yet, after 15 minutes, the tribulation had unleashed no less than 5 or 6 strikes, perhaps even 8 or 9. Coupled with the immense length of the tribulation, its destructive power was such that even the most formidable elders dared not claim they could withstand it. Could it be that Su Li is still alive? However, as this thought surfaced in their minds, it was quickly dismissed. unless Su Li were something other than human. At this moment, within the secret realm, he was indeed something beyond mere humanity. Li Weiyue gazed in a daze at Su Li's indistinct figure several thousand meters away. She could only vaguely perceive that after enduring 7 strikes from the tribulation, Su Li radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling a golden Buddha seated upon the ground. This divine scene compelled her to murmur, "A war god. He must be the reincarnation of a war god." Meanwhile, Yi Liuli, Luo Qinghan, and the remaining 20 or so prodigies were also filled with awe and admiration. Whether Su Li was truly a war god remained uncertain, but he was undoubtedly the most steadfast man they had ever encountered. Remarkably, he was still alive. Chapter 125, Strive. If you dare, exert yourself further. Boom. At this moment, beneath the magnificent expanse of golden lightning, stretching 1,000,000 meters long, aside from Su Li and the individuals enveloped in his spiritual energy, such as Li Weiyue, all the prodigies, demonic beasts, and even the leaders of the demonic beasts had already been reduced to mere ashes. The terrifying lightning tribulation was still brewing, its thunderous roar akin to the very creation of the world, seemingly capable of piercing through space itself. Yet, Su Li's bones, muscles, and skin were continuously nourished by the formidable restorative power of the 4th volume of the Everlasting Vitality Technique. The Qingling Scroll, the horrifying golden lightning danced through Su Li's limbs and bones, surging through his meridians like a golden warhorse, rampaging with a chilling ferocity. However, most astonishing was the fact that every time the golden lightning flashed, the flames of his inferno and the power of myriad thunders within Su Li's body inexplicably merged in a wondrous manner, as if they were destined to fuse under the stimulus of the golden lightning. This state, however, was fleeting. When the power of the lightning tribulation dissipated, the two types of spiritual energy naturally separated once more. Just a bit more. Just a little more. In that moment, Su Li rose with an air of dominance, observing the giant lightning tribulation exhibiting signs of waning. A spark of madness suddenly flickered in his eyes as he immediately summoned his spiritual energy. "What are you planning to do, young man?" Lung Wuyin felt a chill run down her spine, sensing an ominous premonition. "Hiss, Brother Su Li is standing up. My heavens, he is not only unscathed but moving freely? Goodness, what on earth is he? Is he a human or a deity?" After being struck by such terrifying bolts, his aura has actually grown stronger. In the distance, Li Weiyue, Yi Liuli, and the other women gasped in astonishment. The male cultivators gazed at Su Li with increasing admiration and reverence. If it weren't for Su Li, they would have long been obliterated. "Senior, your everlasting vitality technique combined with my spiritual body has an astonishing restorative power. I must push it further, or else my divine body will never be successfully forged." Su Li's spiritual energy surged within him. Yet, his actions undoubtedly provoked the lightning tribulation. Boom. In an instant, the once waning lightning tribulation surged violently once again, akin to boiling golden water, causing the very ground to tremble. It turned out that Su Li already possessed formidable restorative abilities. The two spiritual bodies intermingled and compensated for one another, elevating his physical strength to the level of divine transcendence. With the addition of the everlasting vitality technique imparted by Lung Wuyin, albeit only the first 2 volumes, Su Li's physical prowess had reached the 5th or 6th tier of divine transcendence. With the relentless tempering from the lightning tribulation and Su Li's breakthrough to divine transcendence, he activated the 3rd volume, Yugu, and the 4th volume, Qingling. His physical strength soared once more, particularly due to the 4th volume, Qingling Scroll, which could convert half of the damage sustained from each attack into vibrant life force and spiritual energy within himself. Under such terrifying restoration and augmentation, Su Li suspected that his physical recovery power was comparable to that of a transcendent being. Even if it had not reached that level, it was certainly close. And as for the lightning tribulation before him, no matter how vast or ferocious it was, it ultimately remained a tribulation transitioning from the void realm to the divine transcendence realm. Thus, Su Li felt that the onslaught of the thunder tribulation always left something to be desired, as if there were but a thin veil separating him from its true power. Perhaps if he pierced through it, he would be instantaneously obliterated by the overwhelming force of the thunder. Yet, there also lay the possibility that he could harness the might of this tribulation to perfectly fuse the golden thunder's essence with the flames of the inferno and the myriad thunder spirits, sculpting it into a transcendent form beyond the spiritual body, a divine body of blazing flames. At this moment, Lung Wuyin, who faintly discerned Su Li's intentions, could not help but display a bittersweet expression. It is vital to recognize that while her eternal green art was immensely powerful, provoking the wrath of the Thunder Tribulation would lead to irreversible consequences. Even if she wished to, she could not safeguard Su Li in such a state of spiritual peril. Senior, to prevent being struck down by the thunder and implicating you, I shall remain here for the time being. However, as Su Li placed a soul-nurturing stone on the ground, he exhibited no longing or hope for Lung Wuyan's assistance. This scene, however, evoked a profound psychological contrast within her. Had Su Li truly relinquished her, granted her freedom? Although they had not forged a soul contract, the soul-nurturing stone was ultimately Su Li's possession. Her existence within the stone was akin to being a parasite on Su Li himself. She could not peer into his thoughts as she could within Yi Qing's body. Yet, at this moment, Su Li had the option to silently take her along, compelling her to act in times of danger as Yi Qing had done, but he chose instead to confront the tribulation alone. To be honest, as she contemplated Su Li's actions, Lung Wuyan found herself reflecting on Yi Qing. Suddenly, she felt that leaving Yi Qing had been the wisest decision she had made since her awakening. Moreover, this man, who was unwilling even to take her along into death, stirred within her a belief that Su Li would one day fulfill his promise to help her reshape her physical form. Su Li, just as he rose, Lung Wuyan called out from within the soul-nurturing stone, "You must persevere." The resplendent image of Lung Wuyan materialized in Su Li's mind. Even the mere vision of her clenched fist in encouragement filled him with joy and fervor. To receive the encouragement of the Empress was indeed a rare fortune. However, Su Li sensed that the bond between him and Lung Wuyan seemed to have grown closer. Suddenly, the terrifying roar of the Golden Thunder Tribulation jolted Su Li back to reality. He cleared his mind of distractions, stomping his foot onto the ground with force, and in the next moment, he soared into the sky like a rocket. The Inferno Thunder Sea in his palm ignited with purplish-red spiritual flames, and behind him, a dazzling phoenix apparition rapidly expanded, accompanying him toward the heart of the storm of thunder. "Push harder. If you dare, exert even more strength." Su Li's furious shout as he ascended into the heavens left Li Wuyue, Yi Liuli, and the others utterly astounded, especially Luo Qing'an. At that moment, her captivating eyes were fixed on Su Li's ascending figure, filled with shock and regret. What had she done before? Su Li, such an exceptional man. How had she failed to see that he was a hidden gem, nay, a peerless prodigy? How fortunate she once relied on her limited talents and beauty, harboring such arrogance. She even looked down upon Su Li. Now, the man she let slip through her fingers is audaciously challenging the heavens. To dare confront such a terrifying thunder tribulation, and to utter words like "put in more effort, strike harder," is simply brazen. Any ordinary person, upon witnessing this thunderous wrath, would surely be paralyzed with fear. Yet, Su Li boldly incites it to strike even more ferociously. Thunder rumbled. At last, Su Li's provocation ignited the wrath of the Golden Thunder Tribulation, unleashing a bolt of lightning, several times thicker than before, as if it were a tangible force, descending from the heavens with the intent to obliterate Su Li into mere dust. Chapter 126. The enigmatic demoness, Xiaoji. Father Master? Thunderous roars reverberated as a terrifying golden lightning pillar engulfed Su Li in an instant. Yet, amidst the fury of the electric surge, Su Li, despite his flesh being torn and battered, surged upward toward the golden column. With each approach, his corporeal form not only resisted obliteration, but, under the formidable augmentation of his spiritual essence and the first 4 volumes of the Eternal Verdancy Technique, continuously regenerated new flesh. Boom, boom, boom. This time, the Golden Tribulation appeared to be provoked to the extreme, unleashing 3 successive lethal golden lightning pillars. As the third strike descended, only a skeletal remnant marred by a trace of flesh remained of Su Li, yet he continued to ascend. His hair, skin, and even his muscles had been entirely vaporized. However, with each powerful throb of his heart nestled within his ribcage, pumping blood, the Eternal Verdancy Technique and his 2 spiritual powers intertwined, enabling his body to regenerate flesh at an astonishing rate. Kill. At last, Su Li reached the vortex at the center of the tribulation, swinging his blade downward. Crack. After several strikes from the lightning pillars, a vulnerable point in the heart of the tribulation was instantly torn open. As Su Li plunged through the breach, enveloped in endless torrents of lightning, the newly formed flesh was obliterated, threatening to shatter his bones and heart. Yet, in that moment, Su Li's spirit transcended into a state of oblivion. He fervently operated the Eternal Verdancy Technique, disregarding the grievous injuries to his body. Fortunately, the effects of the 2 5th-grade spiritual herbs were still in play. as a wisp of infernal flame and the power of myriad thunders within his heart melded together under the stimulation of the golden lightning. They transformed into a deep purple gilded spiritual essence, causing the very space around Su Li to appear as if it had come to a standstill. The tribulation, which sought to erase him, now seemed to recoil in terror from an overwhelming force, on the verge of disintegration. Devour. Abruptly, Su Li opened his eyes wide and, with a swift motion, opened his mouth. In an instant, the rolling golden thundercloud was drawn into his belly. The deep purple gilded spiritual essence within him continuously rejuvenated his flesh and hair. When Su Li perfectly fused the three powers, he finally forged the legendary luminous flame divine body. Its strength, restoration, and destructive capability surpassed that of any sacred body. No. Yet, Su Li soon discovered a drop of dark blood erupting from his bones. This blood, if he remembered correctly, was splattered upon him during the slaughter of the monstrous beast leader. At the time, he had not noticed its presence. However, now, Su Li sensed that this drop of dark blood harbored a feeble aura of a demon sage. Though frail, as he attempted to seize it, it fled into his storage space. Clearly, this drop of demonic blood carried the essence of the demon sage's soul. It was terrified of being absorbed and devoured by his divine body, thus fleeing in a panic. However, when Su Li opened his storage ring, preparing to extract it, he was astonished to find that the drop of demonic blood had directly plunged into the imperial beast egg. Is this even possible? Su Li was momentarily taken aback as he suddenly perceived a flicker of vitality emanating from the imperial beast egg. At that moment, he extracted the egg, and with a resounding rumble, it began to absorb the surrounding thunderous tribulation energy. This unexpected development elicited a look of delight from Su Li. As he noticed the aura of the egg growing increasingly robust, it seemed as if some entity was on the verge of breaking free from its confines. Crack, crack. Before long, the imperial beast egg began to fissure. In the next instant, with a loud pop, the shell was thrust aside to reveal a young maiden. Adorned with elegant purple horns atop her head and cascading, fluffy lavender hair that fell gracefully to her waist. Her skin, as smooth and radiant as jade, glimmered with an ethereal glow, reminiscent of a slumbering maiden stretching languidly. The delicate pink plum blossom swayed, capturing Su Li's undivided attention. Goodness, a succubus? Su Li instinctively exclaimed, but to his astonishment, the maiden, upon awakening from the egg, displayed no signs of panic. Instead, she leapt towards him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Mummy, you've finally hatched me." Su Li found himself enveloped in the warmth of her enthusiasm, nearly gasping for breath. And what was this mummy nonsense? Ahem, are you a demon beast or of imperial beast lineage? By the way, you should call me daddy, not mummy. As he attempted to correct her terminology, he quickly realized he was not her father at all. Clearing his throat, he asserted, "To be precise, I am your master, do you understand?" As he was embraced tightly by this precious creation, Su Li soon discerned that this succubus, possessing the bloodline of an imperial beast, had already established a soul bond with him, becoming his beast servant. He surmised that during the thunderous tribulation, some of his flesh must have splattered onto the imperial beast egg. "I understand now, Master Daddy," the succubus replied obediently, nuzzling her cheek against Su Li's chin with a childlike affection. He realized that while she appeared to be 17 or 18, her physique was strikingly well developed. Yet her intellect seemed akin to that of a young child, accepting whatever he said without a hint of skepticism. "Wait a moment. How is it that you emerged from the shell so fully grown? Moreover, I cannot very well bring you to Yinxing's sect like this. Surely, a demon beast of your lineage should be capable of altering your size at will?" Su Li prodded her skin, discovering its remarkably tactile reality. "Master Daddy, I waited a long time inside the egg, but I was always hungry, so I grew to this size long ago. I only just felt full enough to emerge," she explained. "As for shrinking, is it like this?" At that moment, she harnessed her bloodline power and caused the grand scenery before them to diminish in size. Stop! Stop! Su Li exclaimed, nearly striking his thigh in exasperation. "I meant for you to shrink your entire body or revert to your demon beast form, understand?" As he watched the magnificent sight before him swell once more, he finally sighed in relief. Of course, Su Li was not a villain. The succubus, after all, addressed him as Daddy Master. He certainly could not allow her to enter the world lacking in any regard, could he? "Daddy Master, is that so?" This time, the succubus transformed into a diminutive demon with 2 purple horns, cradled in Su Li's arms. She appeared far from terrifying. In fact, she was adorably chibi. "Very well. You shall be named Xiao Zi from now on." Su Li gently ruffled Xiao Zi's head and nestled her in his embrace. he noticed that this little one, having just come into existence, already possessed the strength of the Void Realm, truly a testament to her imperial beast lineage. With a modicum of guidance in the future, she would undoubtedly evolve into a being of at least the holy beast caliber. Chapter 127. The Divine Body of Fiery Radiance. At this moment, the golden thunderstorm had completely dissipated. Protected by the aura shield, Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli rushed out as the spiritual energy dispersed. The landscape within 1,000,000 meters was strewn with scorched earth and ruins. Countless prodigies and beast corpses lay reduced to mere fragments, not a single intact bone in sight. They are dead. They have all perished. Luo Qinghan surveyed the surroundings and took a deep breath, directing his gaze towards the sky where Su Li hovered. There, Su Li stood proudly in midair, as if bathed in golden sunlight. Long live Senior Brother Su Li. How mighty he is. It's indeed Senior Brother Su Li. He is alive. He is well. Ha ha ha. Senior Brother is invincible. Senior Brother is so formidable. In an instant, many young men and women knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Su Li in gratitude. However, at this moment, the Yunqing sect plaza was eerily silent. Not only the disciples, but even the elders, including the seasoned sect master Mu Yunhuang, found themselves speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had not anticipated that after the thunderstorm, Su Li would emerge unscathed. Moreover, he had even advanced to the realm of divine abilities. It seemed that Su Li's physical form had undergone a unique refinement, emanating an aura far more terrifying than the two spiritual bodies he had previously activated. Su Li, it is indeed Su Li, Bai Ximiao exclaimed in delight, her excitement causing her to jump on the spot. Despite her status as a saintess, the fact that Su Li had survived such a terrifying thunderstorm filled her with both amazement and joy, particularly because he could help heal her ailments. However, Yi Xian beside her sensed a profound sense of threat. This Su Li was even more formidable than Xiao Wuji in his prime. Most significantly, his fiancée, he seemed to hold a considerable affection for Su Li. Unbelievable. This young man had actually survived? Not only did he survive, but he had also saved so many disciples. It was truly unexpected to witness such nobility from Su Li. Ha ha ha, splendid. Our Holy Moon sect has gained such a prodigy. Who among the younger generation could possibly rival Su Li? Perhaps in the forthcoming moonshot contest, Su Li will shine even brighter. Numerous elders exclaimed in astonishment. And as Elder Gu Yun mentioned the phrase moonshot contest, even the hearts of those holy sons and daughters skipped a beat, evidently sensitive to the term. At this moment, many also noticed that Su Li's points had reached a staggering number. Although the beasts and prodigies had perished beneath the thunderstorm, as the calamity was instigated by Su Li, all the spiritual points from the slain beings were attributed to him. Unquestionably, Su Li's ranking soared to first place, with points exceeding 700,000. This was far beyond the second place, Li Wuyue, who had 680,000. At this moment, due to the prior deaths of those ranked higher. Aside from Li Wuyue in second place, Yi Liuli remarkably secured sixth place, while Luo Qinghan fortuitously landed in 11th place. In other words, aside from Su Li, who is destined to be the first chosen as a true disciple, the 10 disciples, including Li Wuyue and Luo Qinghan, shall ascend to the inner sect. This event is poised to become the most brutal and sanguinary trial for inner disciples in the annals of Yinxing sect's history. Meanwhile, within the trial's secret realm, Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli rushed to Su Li's side, surrounding him with curiosity, inspecting him closely, as if fearing that some part of him might be damaged by the thunder tribulation. However, when Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli's delicate hands made contact with Su Li, they were taken aback by a jolt of electricity, a sensation that was both delightful and bewildering. Initially startling, this tingling feeling soon became addictive, as though they were electrified, bringing an unexpected comfort. This was one of the abilities of the Luyin Xintian body, Xintian Thunder. When Su Li actively channeled his deep purple and gold spiritual energy, a formidable golden electric field would envelop him, impacting all living beings nearby. Naturally, Su Li wielded complete control over this power, causing it to manifest only when necessary. Yet, even without invoking this ability, anyone who touched him would experience that pleasant tingling sensation, akin to euphoric rapture in their minds. This was precisely why Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli found their heartbeats quickening and breaths hastening after just a few tentative touches, prompting them to refrain from further contact, lest they embarrass themselves in front of their fellow disciples. Simultaneously, Su Li gleaned the truth from the memories of the demon saint's blood he absorbed from Xiaozi. His ability to freely explore the memories of beasts revealed that the drop of demon blood was, in fact, from a demon saint, slain in a fierce battle against the Sage of Heaven. A single drop had landed upon the sage's eye, and before it could be refined, the demon saint perished in that catastrophic event. That drop of blood survived quietly within the secret realm fashioned by the Sage of Heaven, and over the years, it even simulated the sage's loss. The Sage of Heaven's eye that Su Li previously glimpsed atop the beast leader was, in fact, an evolution of that very demon saint. Alas, all of this was detonated by Su Li's thunder tribulation, reducing the demon saint to mere nutrients for the imperial beast egg. Swiftly, Su Li discreetly activated the Sage of Heaven's eye, extricating everyone from the trial. However, he did not close the secret realm, fearing that the secrets of the Sage of Heaven's eye might be discovered by outsiders, particularly Mu Yunhuang. After all, without Mu Yunhuang's intervention, this previously uncontrollable Sage of Heaven's eye had autonomously transported everyone out. At that moment, Mu Yunhuang was fully alert, scanning the surroundings with utmost concentration. Yet, noting the silence of the secret realm, which now hung motionless in the heavens, she could only shake her head in resignation before stepping forward to announce to all present, the first place in this intersect trial goes to Su Li. Furthermore, I shall personally take you as my true disciple. As Mu Yunhuang's words resonated in the air, even the disciples who had previously witnessed her contention for suitors with the Grand Elder Xinghan could not help but gasp in astonishment. Only Xiao Wuji, who had maintained his usual composure, cast a lingering glance at Su Li before turning away, devoid of any expression or hint of congratulations. Though accustomed to his own arrogance and disdainful of other prodigies, even disregarding Long Sun Han Long when he was selected as a true disciple, this time, Xiao Wuji's departure following Mu Yunhuang's announcement seemed to carry an undercurrent of discontent. However, the onlookers dared not speculate further, and instead erupted into fervent applause. Subsequently, the 2nd through 11th ranked disciples were accepted as inner disciples by their respective elders. Among them, Luo Qinghan, upon hearing that Elder Changqin had taken her under her wing as an inner disciple, bore an expression of incredulity. After all, she was merely at the 9th level of the Void Realm, while several peak disciples of the same realm ranked below her. She had never anticipated being chosen. Chapter 128. Yi Xian Little Tower. Have you awakened? Just as Luo Qinghan began to comprehend the situation, she cast another lingering glance at Su Li's silhouette. Su Li stood at a distance, towering above her, evoking a profound sense of hopelessness regarding her quest for vengeance. Yet, upon reflecting on her selection as an inner sect disciple, she could not sever her ties with Su Li, leaving her heart awash with mixed emotions, uncertain whether to feel anger or joy. Shimios, take Su Li around for the next couple of days to familiarize him with the mountain gates. In 3 days, you disciples can select your rewards from the treasure pavilion based on your accumulated points. Mu Yunhuang imparted these words before swiftly departing, clearly eager to return and study that peculiar eye. After all, she could not allow the secret realm to remain open indefinitely. Once Mu Yunhuang exited, the already boisterous square erupted in a chorus of congratulations. Hee, Su Li, congratulations. Being personally accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader is a rare event in the history of Yinxing's sect. Your future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of us lesser saints. Su Li, you are truly impressive. Surviving that lightning tribulation is beyond imagination. I can hardly wait for the day when your cultivation reaches new heights, so we can spar together. Su Li, I am Lu Suxin, your senior sister. Should you encounter any matters in Yinxing's sect, simply mention my name. I will protect you. Amidst the flurry of pleasantries, Su Li was finally pulled away by Ximiao. However, when Ximiao grasped Su Li's arm, a jolt of electricity surged through her, causing her to involuntarily emit a sound of surprise. Soon, Ximiao discerned the unusual nature of Su Li's condition. Yet, upon learning that it was a new ability stemming from Su Li's unique physique, she did not dwell on it further. After all, such extraordinary physical traits were not uncommon, though the electrifying sensation was indeed quite fascinating. At that moment, Luo Qinghan fortuitously crossed paths with Su Li and Ximiao. Su Li, congratulations. However, as Luo Qinghan awkwardly attempted to offer her congratulations, she noticed that Su Li did not even glance her way, continuing to converse with Ximiao as they walked away. In that instant, Luo Qinghan felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She had anticipated that Su Li might harbor anger towards her, perhaps even disdain, but she never imagined he would completely disregard her. This blatant indifference was not merely the casual neglect afforded to fellow disciples. It was a genuine lack of concern for her. In that moment, Luo Qinghan's heart ached even more. Yet, as memories of Su Li's past affections for her flooded her mind, a sudden realization jolted her. Su Li had once pursued her, Could she not reciprocate those feelings now? After all, though she had lost her innocence, it was Su Li who had taken it. By all accounts, she was still considered Su Li's woman. Nonetheless, the thought of this notion made Luo Qinghan feel somewhat shameless, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Qinghan, do you have feelings for Su Li? Suddenly, the elegant elder Changqing approached gracefully, a knowing smile adorning her face, one that any woman would recognize. Master, what are you saying? How could I possibly like him? Luo Qinghan inhaled deeply, yet her voice trembled with undeniable agitation. With a playful glance, Elder Changqing lightly chided her, from the way you covertly gazed at Su Li. It is evident that you harbor feelings for him. As my disciple, how could you conceal such emotions from me? Regardless of your sentiments towards him, you must strive to strengthen yourself. Su Li is indeed exceptional. If you wish not to be left behind, you must put in the effort. Elder Changqing's words struck a chord with Luo Qinghan. Indeed, no matter her current feelings towards Su Li, she should not succumb to despair. She must grow stronger. She must pursue Su Li. Do not heed their flattery. They merely speak sweetly, but when faced with adversity, they might betray you. Particularly Lu Suxin. Do not be deceived by her delicate appearance. Her heart is far from pure. At that moment, Bai Simiao, who had brought Su Li into the conversation, spoke gravely. Seeing Bai Simiao's seriousness, Su Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. After all, he was no fool. He would not be swayed by the superficial compliments of those esteemed disciples. White Saintess. Su Li began to speak. Just call me Senior Sister Bai. Bai Simiao replied, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Clearly, Su Li's performance during this trial had overturned her previous perceptions of him. In her eyes, Su Li would undoubtedly prove to be her equal, if not superior. In the future, such a presence, if slighted, must be dealt with before he rises to prominence. However, if one needed his favor or maintained a pleasant rapport with him, it was wise to treat him kindly. Such is the nature of reality. All right, Senior Sister Bai, I shall remember your words. However, that young man seems to have been calling for you. Su Li nodded, gesturing towards a youth hastily approaching from behind Bai Simiao. Bai Simiao turned, suddenly recalling that she had left Yi Xian behind in the square. She saw him rushing towards her, a look of concern etched on his face. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she said, Yi Xian, I was so excited to see Su Li alive that I completely forgot about you. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is Su Li. Bai Simiao extended her delicate hand, introducing Yi Xian. This is the saint son of the Bu Tiange. Yi Xian. Hello, I am Simiao's fiancé, Yi Xian, he said, a smile gracing his features, though internally he felt a twinge of jealousy over being forgotten by Simiao. After all, Yi Xian was unaware of the dynamics within the Yunqing sect. He did not realize that Bai Simiao was concerned about Su Li being taken by those esteemed disciples, fearing that if he were to heed their counsel instead of helping her with her poison, it would spell trouble. The weight of the title fiancé lingered heavily on Yi Xian's tongue. In response, Su Li exhibited little reaction, merely offering a smile and a nod. His thoughts were consumed by the impending transfer of the fortune ring 3 days hence. He had little inclination to engage with Yi Xian. You may return now, Yi Xian. I still need to guide Su Li around the mountain gate. Upon hearing the term fiancé, Bai Simiao felt an innate aversion, as her sentiments towards Yi Xian were neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. She simply deemed him unappealing. Yet, Yi Xian persistently invoked terms such as fiancé and fiancé, which left her feeling somewhat discontented. Deep down, Bai Simiao was not the type of girl who willingly heeded the commands of her family's elders. As Yi Xian observed Bai Simiao laughing and conversing with Su Li, a flicker of animosity towards Su Li stirred within him. However, given that the trial had concluded and despite the amicable relations between the Butian Pavilion and Yunqing sect, he found himself without a compelling reason to remain. Just as he prepared to depart, a light suddenly emanated from a pagoda pendant around his neck. Little pagoda, have you awakened? Yi Xian exclaimed with delight, sending a thought to the pagoda. It was, in fact, one of the trump cards that had facilitated his rise over the years, the Reincarnation Tower. Chapter 129. I wish to visit my son's grave, alas. After the Reincarnation Tower aided him in acquiring the complete scriptures of mending the heavens, he fell into a deep slumber, rendering him unable to provide assistance during this period. Consequently, he had not yet confronted his elder brother, Yi Chun. After all, this was a divine-grade treasure, a formidable tower spirit that had survived from an ancient battlefield. Yi Xian's current stature was, in no small part, due to its influence. However, now that the small tower had awakened, Yi Xian felt a renewed sense of fortitude. Yi Xian, you have made remarkable progress, reaching the pinnacle of the divine ability realm. In due time, I shall assist you in seeking the rare materials necessary to break through to the Great Ability Realm. The small tower's transmission filled Yi Xian with immense joy. The Great Ability Realm. Even within the ranks of Yunqing sect and the Mending Heaven Pavilion, only the elders could attain such heights. Yet, the most crucial aspect was that once Yi Xian ascended to the Great Ability Realm, the divine ability he obtained through the Thunder Tribulation during his breakthrough in the Void-Breaking Realm, the Reincarnation Divine Eye, would achieve perfection. At that juncture, he could easily suppress his elder brother, Yi Chun, and seize the position of Pavilion Master of the Mending Heaven Pavilion. Subsequently, he would approach Yunqing sect, seeking to marry Mu Yunhuang to Bai Ximiao, at which point even if Bai Ximiao felt shy or attempted to delay, she would have no choice. Ha ha ha. As Yi Xian mused on this, he turned and departed with the disciples and elders. The melancholy that had previously weighed on him lifted considerably with the awakening of the small tower. In recent days, Su Li, under Bai Ximiao's guidance, had nearly familiarized himself with all of Yunqing's sect. His future residence would be at the foothills of the sacred peak, where the sect leader resided. Ascending further, one would reach Mu Yunhuang's abode, a prospect that left Bai Ximiao exceedingly envious. While Su Li was consolidating his mastery over the divine ability realm in Yun City, the Yi family received shocking news. What? Qing'er has died? Upon receiving this news, the head of the Yi family was struck as if by lightning. Initially, his face flushed crimson with rage, and he contemplated avenging Yi Qing. However, upon realizing that the young prodigy who had established themselves within Yunqing's sect and slain Yi Qing was undoubtedly formidable, far beyond what their humble Yi family could contend with, he was overwhelmed with dread at the prospect of retribution. The thought that this individual might seek to eradicate the Yi family after committing such an act prompted him to consider relocating the entire family. What? Yi Qing was slain by Su Li? When the head of the Yi family learned of this, he was not alone in his astonishment. Even the elders flanking him were left utterly speechless. This news utterly shattered the perceptions of the Yi family members. However, there was a singular piece of news that offered some solace to the Yi family. Yi Liuli had been accepted as an inner disciple of Yunqing's sect and taken under the wing of Elder Yunqing, thereby establishing her foothold within the sect. Furthermore, they had heard that Yi Liuli's relationship with Su Li was rather promising. While the Yi family was engulfed in shock and disbelief, in a room belonging to Xiao Yun, a sudden thud echoed as she collapsed to the ground upon receiving the news from Yunqing's sect. Qing'er, why must you torment Su Li so? Yet, it is not the death of Yi Qing that torments Xiao Yun with such anguish, but rather the revelation from Yunqing's sect's news that Yi Qing had been targeting Su Li all along. Even during his confrontation with the Xian fierce crocodile, he ambushed Su Li, leading to his own demise at her hands. In this moment, Xiao Yun reflects on the years spent nurturing Yi Qing, only to find that since his ascendance in strength, he scarcely cared for her. Had it not been for Su Li's timely rescue, which nurtured her weary heart, Xiao Yun truly wonders how she would have endured these past years. Moreover, during these 2 days of torment, her emotions have fluctuated wildly. Deep down, she wishes for no conflict between Yi Qing and Su Li, yet the harsh reality remains. Yi Qing is dead. She is left with only Su Li. However, in these 2 days, she has not seen Su Li return, and panic begins to seize her. Su Li, you heartless scoundrel. At last, on the evening of the following day, Xiao Yun quietly sheds tears towards the direction of Yunqing's sect, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Su Li. She believes that had Su Li truly cared for her, he would have informed her of Yi Qing's death at the first opportunity, even bringing her to Yunqing's sect to fulfill his previous promise. But now, Su Li has not returned, not even a word. It feels as though she has been discarded by Su Li after being used. And the pain of hope being extinguished is far more excruciating than the loss of her husband, especially now that Yi Qing is also gone. She truly feels utterly alone. Suddenly, a loud knocking interrupts her thoughts. After wiping her tears, Xiao Yun gracefully approaches the door and opens it. Excuse me, are you Xiao Yun? A young servant, grinning broadly, stands before her. I am. What is it? Xiao Yun's eyes are slightly red, her tone icy. This is an urgent message from Yunqing's sect. It is from the esteemed true disciple, Lord Su Li, who has instructed us at the transmission tower to deliver this urgent matter to you post-haste. Lord Su Li warned us that any delay would cost us our heads. Could you perhaps grant us a 5-star review? The young man chuckled. While the transmission tower serves as the special force responsible for messaging and deliveries across this continent, it is known that even the fastest flying vessel from Yunqing's sect to Yun City takes about a week. Aside from some internal communication networks within Yunqing's sect that can relay messages swiftly to Yun City, Many times, significant deliveries are handled by the transmission tower. Although Su Li has become a true disciple, the intelligence network is only accessible to the sect master and a select few elders. Thus, even he is unaware that the intelligence network of Yinqing sect can convey such messages. Su Li. Upon hearing Su Li's name, Xiao Yun nearly erupts with rage. She had thought Su Li had intentionally sent Yi Qing's belongings to torment her. In front of the young servant, Xiao Yun decisively opens the urgent message, only to be stunned by the sight before her. Within the urgent parcel, a multitude of high-grade spirit stones spills forth, enough to ensure a life of wealth for an ordinary person for generations. Simultaneously, there exists a memory stone, inscribed with the name of the true disciple Su Li, alongside the jade token of identity from the Yinqing sect. Upon activating the memory stone, Xiao Yun fervently declared, "Madam, it was I who took the life of Yi Qing. If you must harbor hatred, let it be directed at me. Madam, I, Su Li, alone bear the consequences of my actions. I shall offer no explanations. Yet I assure you that my promise to you remains unwavering. With that identity token, you may come and go freely from the Yinqing sect. Madam, I miss you dearly. Should you still hold even a fragment of affection for me, allow the transmission tower to escort you to the Yinqing sect. From this day forth, I shall provide you with a warm home, eternally safeguarding and cherishing you. By the way, I have buried Yi Qing's grave behind my dwelling. Should you visit, you may offer incense on festive occasions." Within the memory stone lay Su Li's tender confession, profoundly sincere. Yet, the more Su Li refrained from explanations, the more Xiao Yun's resentment grew towards this adversary, especially upon learning that it was her own unworthy son, Yi Qing, who had initially ambushed Su Li. The thought of confronting Su Li at the Yinqing sect left her in turmoil, just as the servant from the transmission tower wore a bittersweet smile. Believing Xiao Yun would not depart and turning to leave, she suddenly quivered, biting her lip and uttering, "Wait. Take me to the Yinqing sect. I wish to visit my son's grave." Chapter 130, The New Child of Fortune, the Holy Son of the Sky Mending Pavilion, Yi Xian. Xiao Yun ultimately could not bear to part with her nemesis, Su Li, even though she deceived herself into believing that her visit to Yinqing sect was solely to pay respects at her son, Yi Qing's grave. She knew deep down that the person she longed to see most was Su Li. At this moment, within the cave abode of the true disciples at the waist of Yinqing Peak, Su Li had spent the past few days in diligent cultivation, perfectly solidifying the Luyan Xinxiao body. In just half a minute, the ring of fortune would shift, and he had no inkling of which individual it might land upon. As Su Li opened his eyes, a sense of anticipation welled up within him. Ding! Countdown to the transfer of the ring of fortune. 29:28. 3-2-1. Ding! Transfer of the ring of fortune successful. The new child of fortune, Holy Son of the Sky Mending Pavilion, Yi Xian. Ding! Details of the child of fortune. Name, Yi Xian. Cultivation, peak of the 9th layer of the divine power realm. Physique, heavenly, desolate, sacred body. Fortune value, 100,000 points. What? Is it really him? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. This Yi Xian was none other than Bai Simiao's fiancé. Ding! Task activated. Task 1. Cut in on Yi Xian's fiancé E, Bai Simiao. Reward, 30,000 fortune points. Task 2. Sabotage Yi Xian's attempt to break through to the great power realm. Suppress Yi Xian. Reward, 50,000 fortune points. Indeed, upon hearing the system's notification, Su Li was both amused and exasperated. Fortunately, he had previously interacted with Bai Simiao, and she harbored a fairly favorable impression of him. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss as to how to proceed. At the same time, Su Li discovered that during his cultivation, Bai Simiao had sent him over a dozen voice transmissions. Triggered voice transmission. Junior brother Su, how are you feeling? The new cave abode is quite satisfactory, isn't it? Junior brother, would you like me to find some renowned craftsmen to enhance your cave abode? Junior brother, have you rested well today? Are you suffering from any injuries? Junior brother. Listening to these messages, Su Li couldn't help but smile. The holy maiden Bai had not mentioned anything regarding him healing her wounds, yet each of her words brimmed with concern and urgency, as if she feared that if anything happened to him, she would be unable to receive his healing. At this moment, Su Li replied with a voice transmission. Senior sister Bai, I have rested well. If it is convenient for you now, I can come to assist you with your injuries. With a whoosh, the voice transmission flew through the air. In the adjacent cave abode of Bai Simiao at Yunxia Peak, a joyful sound emerged. It turned out that the past few days had felt like an eternity for Bai Simiao. Although she understood that Su Li needed time to consolidate his cultivation after his trials, She was truly impatient, hoping that Su Li could help her resolve the lingering evil spirits within her. Even if Su Li could not completely eradicate the evil spirits at present, she firmly believed that with Su Li having entered the divine power realm, he would undoubtedly be able to eliminate a significant portion of them. At that time, her physique would also be greatly unsealed. Before long, Su Li received a response. He rose and made his way to Yunxia Peak. Upon arriving, he found Bai Si Miao already adorned, standing gracefully at the entrance awaiting his arrival. "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." "Greetings, Senior Brother Su." At this moment, numerous disciples of Yunxia Peak extended their salutations to Su Li. He smiled and nodded, but was soon pulled by Bai Si Miao into the cave dwelling, her eagerness palpable. Yet, as Bai Si Miao's delicate hand brushed against Su Li's arm, she was instantly reminded of that electrifying sensation from before, causing her to involuntarily emit a soft hum. She shot a glance at Su Li and remarked, "Junior Brother Su, can't you suppress this electrifying ability of yours?" Pouting slightly, she thought it rather embarrassing to find herself humming every time she touched him. It was just the two of them here. If anyone else happened to draw near, they might mistakenly believe she was intentionally trying to entice Su Li. Moreover, Bai Si Miao quickly realized that when Su Li helped her with her ailment shortly, he would likely need to touch her again. If that electrifying feeling persisted, she could hardly fathom how she would endure it. The thought of revealing any embarrassment before Su Li made her cringe at the prospect. "I'll give it a try." With Bai Si Miao's reminder in mind, Su Li felt it was indeed reasonable. However, just as he was about to step into the cave with her, he attempted to suppress the celestial thunder within him. To his astonishment, this passive ability suddenly surged forth, like electric serpents racing down his arm and into Bai Si Miao's body. In an instant, even with her peak physical prowess at the 9th layer of the divine passage realm, Bai Si Miao gasped as she was overwhelmed by the electric charge. What shocked her further was that this current not only circled her exterior, but also delved deep into her muscles and bones, penetrating to the very depths of her soul. The intensity of the sensation made her legs tremble, forcing her to half squat on the ground. Her face flushed with an evident crimson hue. "I am sorry, Senior Sister. I will suppress it immediately." Su Li's expression shifted. He had not anticipated the celestial thunder within him to be so uncontrollable. Just a mere attempt to contain it had caused it to run amok. As he intensified his efforts to suppress it, the thunder within him surged like a rampant python, once again bursting forth into Bai Si Miao's delicate form. "Ah, stop. Su Li, you must cease. Senior Sister can't take it anymore. I feel as if I might burst." Bai Si Miao, overwhelmed by the electric current, collapsed onto the ground, her body quivering uncontrollably. This scene elicited curious glances from many young disciples of Yunxia Peak. Senior Sister, are you all right?" Su Li's lips twitched as he hastily withdrew the suppressive force, allowing the celestial thunder within him to return to its previous, tingling state. "It's nothing, I'm perfectly fine." Bai Si Miao waved her hand. Upon sensing the gazes of her disciples, she felt almost too embarrassed to remain there, hastily pulling Su Li inside. She forced a smile and said, "Junior Brother Su, after enduring the tribulation, your physique has become rather peculiar, hasn't it? Fortunately, you harbor no ill intentions towards me. Otherwise, my spiritual energy would have instinctively resisted, and you could have been harmed." Bai Si Miao shot Su Li a glance, still feeling a bit shaken. "Senior Sister, I truly didn't intend for that to happen." Su Li replied, shaking his head innocently. Though the system's task urged him to outsmart Bai Si Miao, he had not anticipated the peculiar effects of the divine thunder. Observing Bai Si Miao's flushed cheeks, he found her even more enchanting. However, he chose not to reveal his thoughts. In her eyes, he still played the role of a dutiful junior brother. Who knows if you're not doing this on purpose?" Bai Si Miao remarked with a teasing glint as she noticed Su Li scratching his head in confusion. "Junior brother, you wouldn't truly dare to bully your senior sister, would you?" "Senior Sister, how could I?" Su Li quickly raised his hand in protest. "The other day, your fiancé's eyes were as wide as saucers. If I were to harbor any improper thoughts towards you, I fear he would unsheath his sword and strike me down." Chapter 131. Bai Si Miao, what is the rush? Continue. "You mean Yixian?" Upon hearing Su Li's words, Bai Si Miao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, saying, "Do not pay him any mind. To be honest, I do not harbor too many feelings for him." As she spoke, her gaze noticeably dimmed. For her, the commands from her family elders felt like shackles. And since Yixian had shed his reputation as a waste, his actions had become somewhat domineering. This was one of the reasons Bai Si Miao found him unappealing. In her heart, she believed that a true hero should remain unfazed by praise or blame, and should extend kindness to the weak, much like Su Li did when he saved those fellow disciples during the trials. At that moment, Bai Ximiao stole a glance at Su Li and suddenly felt that he quite embodied her ideals. Ding. The host's performance has touched Bai Ximiao's heart, resulting in her developing a favorable impression of the host. Reward, 2,000 luck points. The sudden reward left Su Li in a state of bewilderment. What had he done? Since their meeting today, he had merely electrified her a few times by accident. Could it be that Bai Ximiao enjoyed that sensation? Clearly, Su Li had misunderstood. Ever since the transformation of the luck ring, anything related to Yi Xian that benefited Su Li and was detrimental to Yi Xian would naturally increase his fortune. Well then, let's not dwell on him. Back to the matter at hand. Do you think we can completely eradicate the evil spirit this time? Bai Ximiao sat before the tea table, personally pouring a cup of fragrant tea for Su Li. Deep down, she hoped for a one-time resolution, so she would not have to face such awkwardness again. However, as expected, Su Li shook his head. Sister, you know that I have just broken through to the divine realm. Although my strength has significantly increased, the evil spirit within you is no ordinary entity. I estimate that resolving 1/3 of it this time would be quite satisfactory. Su Li's words did not arouse any suspicion in Bai Ximiao. In reality, with the power of his divine body, he could completely eliminate the evil spirit within her. However, Su Li had not forgotten his task. Even if he could effortlessly resolve it now, he would not hasten to assist Bai Ximiao. He desired to have more contact with her. Then, let us begin. Bai Ximiao took a deep breath. After drinking the cup of tea before her, she suppressed her racing heart and lay down on the nearby bed. Su Li's lips curled into a slight smile. Bai Ximiao's room was adorned with warmth. The furniture and bed were intricately carved from special pure wood, particularly the bed, which seemed spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 4 people comfortably. Seeing Bai Ximiao lying upon it, Su Li leaned closer. Sister, may I begin? Su Li quietly glanced at Bai Ximiao, who had her eyes tightly closed. Bai Ximiao's response was as faint as a whisper. At that moment, her prior experience made her aware of what needed to be done for the treatment that Su Li was about to provide. Today, she deliberately donned an exceedingly sheer white nightgown and matching pants. Upon lifting her skirt, Su Li was astonished to discover that, since his last treatment of Bai Ximiao, her skin's hydration had evidently ascended to a new level. It appeared as though a mere pinch could elicit moisture. For the sake of recovery, for the sake of breaking through, just endure a little longer. Ximiao, hold on a bit more. At this moment, Bai Ximiao continuously encouraged herself, reminding herself not to squander her previous efforts. Knock, knock, knock. Ximiao, I have come to see you. Suddenly, the sound of knocking startled Su Li. It was Yi Xian. Su Li jumped up in fright. If Yi Xian were to discover him treating Bai Ximiao in such a manner, it would surely lead to an immediate and disastrous conclusion. Why panic? However, at this critical juncture, Bai Ximiao exhibited an unprecedented calmness. She shot Su Li a glance, and upon noticing he was frozen in place, commanded in a tone reminiscent of a queen, continue. This. Su Li was filled with confusion. Continue indeed? Was Bai Ximiao truly unafraid of being discovered by Yi Xian? Rest assured, my sanctuary is warded, while I can hear the sounds from outside. He cannot hear us unless I choose to transmit my voice to him. Even for the sake of restoring her strength, Bai Ximiao could not disclose anything to Yi Xian. And as Yi Xian continued to knock, he called out, Ximiao, have you encountered any issues in your cultivation? Could Ximiao hear him? Yi Xian's tone grew increasingly anxious when Bai Ximiao failed to respond. Yi Xian, do you need something? Bai Ximiao, worried that Yi Xian might resort to forceful entry if he received no reply, could only convey her thoughts helplessly. Upon hearing Bai Ximiao's transmission, Yi Xian furrowed his brow, a look of perplexity crossing his face. Ximiao, what is the matter? Is there truly a problem with your cultivation? Can you come out and let me see? I have brought plenty of spiritual herbs and elixirs for you, as I am soon to embark on an expedition to the ancient relics, preparing to gather materials for a breakthrough into the realm of great power. I may not return for quite some time. Chapter 132 Yi Xian. Ximiao, you remain as tenacious as ever. Yi Xian, I am fine. It's just that I encountered a minor setback during my cultivation. Since you are eager to depart, you should hurry along. When you return, I shall, celebrate your success. Bai Ximiao's trembling voice startled Yi Xian momentarily. Ximiao, what is wrong with your voice? Yi Xian's expression turned to one of concern, fearing that Bai Ximiao might have fallen into a state of madness. I said I am fine. You should leave quickly. No need for unnecessary fuss. Bai Ximiao was evidently irked. Why should Yi Xian feel the need to report to her? It made her current efforts to have Su Li cure her ailment feel like a clandestine affair. Ximiao, you remain as strong-willed as ever. I vow to break through to the realm of the mighty and welcome you into the Butian Pavilion in grandeur. By the way, you gave the Thunder Spirit Scarlet Flame Flower to Su Li, didn't you? I have another one here, a 5th grade elixir, the Divine Pearl Jade Dew Pill. No matter how severe your injuries in the Divine Power realm, it will save your life. Since it is inconvenient for you to come out, I shall leave the elixirs and herbs at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that Bai Si Miao had fallen silent, Yi Xian anxiously placed the elixirs down before reluctantly departing. Ding! The host, in the presence of Yi Xian, instructs Bai Si Miao, evoking feelings of both embarrassment and joy within her, while simultaneously inciting a sense of aversion towards Yi Xian's incessant chatter, thereby robbing Yi Xian of 20,000 fortune points. Su Li, be gentle. At that moment, within the cave, Bai Si Miao hardly grasped what Yi Xian had uttered. It turned out that Su Li had just discovered a considerable accumulation of malevolent residual souls in Bai Si Miao's lower abdomen, thus intensifying his spiritual output. Senior sister, endure a little longer. It will soon be over. Su Li was drenched in sweat, feigning a weak demeanor. Yet, as his large hand moved along Bai Si Miao's slender waist, ascending toward her bosom, he abruptly withdrew his hand, gasping heavily as he sat beside her. Senior sister, I cannot continue. My cultivation is too low. I am still a third short. I must enhance my strength further to resolve this. At that moment, Bai Si Miao had already lost her strength. Her chest rose and fell, her heart racing as she recalled the sensations from mere moments ago. Especially when Su Li's hand had grazed her firm bosom, a thrill more electrifying than anything she had experienced surged through her delicate mind, leaving her utterly enraptured. Senior sister, what did your fiancé say about the Thunder Spirit Scarlet Flame Flower and the Divine Pearl Jade Dew Pill? He truly cares for you, Su Li remarked knowingly, a smirk gracing his lips. However, as Bai Si Miao recalled the Thunder Spirit Scarlet Flame Flower, she instinctively handed it to Su Li. I almost forgot. This was intended for you. As for the Divine Pearl Jade Dew Pill and other resources, I have no use for them. Su Shidi, when you leave later, please take those resources with you. Consider this as a compensation from your senior sister for the resources expended during your breakthrough into the Divine Passage realm. Rest assured, in a few days, your senior sister will provide you with the necessary materials to ascend to an even higher level. You can trust that she will keep her word and will not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Bai Si Miao cast a glance at Su Li with an expression reminiscent of a rival. Her lips quivered, and after uttering a few words, she could hardly contain her breath. For the lingering sensation of electric thrill had bestowed upon her an unprecedented joy. Indeed, joy. Unbeknownst to Bai Si Miao herself, she had quietly developed an affinity for that feeling. At present, she found herself unable to rise and see Su Li off. After all, her bed was already damp, and the thought of Su Li discovering this made her feel even more embarrassed. Thank you, senior sister, Su Li said as he took the Thunder Spirit Crimson Flame Flower and stood up to bid farewell, showing no hesitation. After all, this was a precious treasure painstakingly obtained by Yi Xian. To refuse, it would be sheer folly. Ding! Intercepted the precious spirit medicine that Yi Xian, having emptied his pockets, procured for Bai Si Miao, claiming 2,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune value. Ding! Intercepted the life-saving elixir that Yi Xian cherished and gifted to Bai Si Miao, claiming 10,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune value. Ding! Intercepted the spirit stones and materials that Yi Xian had accumulated to present to Bai Si Miao, claiming 3,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune value. Outside the cave, upon acquiring the storage ring left by Yi Xian, Su Li's eyes brightened. This venture was indeed profitable. He had not anticipated being able to so thoroughly extract value from Yi Xian. His prompt departure stemmed from a desire to avoid being perceived as a scoundrel by Bai Si Miao. Meanwhile, as Bai Si Miao watched Su Li leave, her gaze flickered with surprise. She had assumed that the intense reaction within her body would embolden him to take bold actions. At that moment, Bai Si Miao had mentally prepared herself, contemplating that perhaps she would endure some discomfort for the sake of regaining her strength. However, she did not expect Su Li to be such a paragon of virtue, harboring no inclinations to take advantage of her. Reflecting on Yi Xian's audacity to disturb her during his escapades in the ancient ruins, Bai Si Miao felt a wave of displeasure. She even mused that had Yi Xian not interrupted with his sudden knock, Su Li might have been less startled, potentially leading to a more effective treatment today. Ding! Detected that Bai Si Miao has developed fond feelings for the host, gaining 2,000 points of fortune value. Upon exiting the cave, Su Li felt in good spirits. Simultaneously, the transmission from Mu Yunhuang caused a tightening in his chest. Come to the treasure pavilion. Mu Yunhuang's voice was cold and direct. Yet Su Li could discern a hint of irritation within. Initially, Su Li had assumed that Mu Yunhuang had uncovered the secret of the heavenly eye. However, upon further reflection, He speculated that perhaps Mu Yunhuang had attempted various methods without success in finding a means to influence the secret realm through the eye projected by his heavenly eye. Thus, her frustration and anger stemmed from the loss of control over that eye. Consequently, Su Li felt reassured as he made his way to the treasure pavilion. At this moment, Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli had long been awaiting, evidently waiting for Su Li to arrive. You may enter now. Each of you has 1 hour to carefully select the rewards you desire. Every item inside is marked with corresponding points, which your master has undoubtedly explained to you. The enchanting figure of Mu Yunhuang imparted a profound sense of pressure upon the disciples. They nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from stealing glances at her. However, after the group entered in succession, Mu Yunhuang noticed Su Li approaching her with a cheerful smile. Su Li, why are you not entering? Upon seeing Su Li, Mu Yunhuang's expression softened momentarily, yet the thought of losing her grip on that precious eye caused a flicker of discontent in her heart. Master, they all have their seniors to guide them, but since you took me in, you have yet to offer me any guidance. What if I go in and cannot find a suitable treasure? Su Li shrugged innocently, her demeanor conveying a sense of helplessness. Chapter 133. The warning from Mu Yunhuang indeed. Mu Yunhuang quickly regained her composure and lightly patted her forehead, realizing that she had been too preoccupied in recent days. Upon seeing Su Li's innocent expression, a twinge of guilt stirred within her. You are a true disciple, entitled to access the treasury at any time. As for your 70,000 points, it is likely as some many elders would envy, so there is no need for concern. After analyzing your physique and cultivation method, I find them commendable. However, your weapon requires refinement, and you will also need additional magical artifacts and armor to ensure your invincibility in battle. The highest level of the treasury should possess what you seek. Mu Yunhuang evidently acknowledged Su Li's capabilities while candidly addressing his shortcomings. After all, though the Yin Huang Lei was extraordinarily powerful, it would not suffice when Su Li eventually faced formidable opponents at the late stage of the Divine Ability realm or even those at the Great Power realm. Furthermore, aside from his inherent strength, Su Li lacked certain magical artifacts. In silent agreement, Su Li nodded, recognizing Mu Yunhuang's astuteness. Fortunately, he possessed ample points to exchange for formidable materials to enhance the Yin Huang Lei, alleviating any worries. As for other magical artifacts, he was open to exploration. By the way, Master, are you familiar with the ancient land ruins? Seizing the opportunity, Su Li inquired about the location mentioned by Yi Xian outside by Ximiao's cave. As it was one of his 2 tasks, with the other being to assist Yi Xian in ascending to the Great Power realm. The ancient land ruins? Mu Yunhuang's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a look of surprise crossing her face as she regarded Su Li. How did you come to know of this place? Her tone bore an air of inquiry, and her gaze turned scrutinizing. After all, the ancient land ruins were shrouded in mystery within the Yunqing sect and the Butian Pavilion. Only the holy sons, holy maidens, and elders of various sects were deemed worthy to venture there for training. It was said that deep within the ruins lay undiscovered legacies of those at the sacred and emperor realms, though merely a legend. Numerous powers had sent their elite to explore its depths, with the grim reality that most perished in the attempt, leaving few who returned alive. I heard it from the White Saintess while accompanying her. Her fiancé, Yi Xian, mentioned it. It seems he intends to prepare for a breakthrough to the Great Power realm. So he is seeking opportunities in the ancient land ruins, Su Li replied candidly, feeling no need to conceal such information. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunhuang exhaled in relief. Given the numerous events unfolding within the Yunqing sect during this period, she had even entertained doubts about Su Li's connections, suspecting he might be a spy sent by another faction to glean information about the location. To clarify, the ancient land ruins are, in fact, an ancient battlefield, teeming with countless opportunities and equally daunting dangers. Moreover, one of the prerequisites for our Yunqing sect to produce a holy son is to retrieve a complete legacy from the ancient site of the void spirit realm. Only then can one aspire to ascend the ranks of the holy son. When Mu Yunhuang mentioned the holy son sequence, she cast a profound glance at Su Li, hoping to discern from his expression whether he harbored an intense yearning for such a title. To her disappointment, Su Li merely nodded in a daze, displaying no signs of excitement. This lad, could it be that he is truly so composed, so unhurried, convinced of his inevitable ascension to the role of holy son? A fleeting thought crossed Mu Yunhuang's mind. After all, she was indifferent to Su Li's flaws, as long as he was devoid of any faults. It is worth noting that should he possess any shortcomings, she could point them out and correct them. This would only deepen their teacher-student bond, ensuring that when Su Li achieves great success, he would naturally draw closer to the Yunqing sect. However, if Su Li were flawless and error-free, It would instill in Mu Yunhuang a sense of uncontrollability. Master, may I venture to the ancient site? Suddenly, Su Li's unexpected question left Mu Yunhuang utterly bewildered. What? What? Clearly, she had not anticipated that Su Li wished to go to the ancient site. Had he not been paying attention to her earlier words? Did he not grasp the inherent dangers of that location? Master, is something amiss? Am I not allowed to visit the ancient site? I recall that any disciple who has stepped into the realm of divine abilities is eligible to challenge for the position of Holy Son, correct? If I were to venture to the ancient site early and return with a legacy, it should pose no significant issue, should it? Su Li noted Mu Yunhuang's startled reaction and felt a chuckle bubbling within him. This master of his was acting rather peculiar. But this time, Mu Yunhuang's expression grew even more animated. She scrutinized Su Li from head to toe, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "You? Go to the ancient site? What a jest!" At that moment, her tone took on a noticeably sharper edge, tinged with irritation. "Su Li, do you realize that even those disciples at the 6th and 7th levels of divine abilities would not dare to recklessly approach the ancient site? For instance, Chun Zhantian and Bai Si Miao, even as true disciples, only ventured there after attaining the pinnacle of the divine abilities realm. The holy son of the Butian pavilion you mentioned earlier, Yi Xian, did likewise. But here you are. You have only just joined the Yinqing sect for a few days. How can you aim so high? What do you believe you would accomplish by going to the ancient site?" Clearly, Mu Yunhuang did not endorse Su Li's notion. She even feared that he might leave without permission and immediately stated with gravity, "Even though you possess an extraordinary talent and your combat prowess surpasses that of your peers, you must not venture to the ancient site before reaching the 5th level of divine abilities. Do you understand? Even Xiao Wuji, at the 6th level of divine abilities, took the risk of going to that ancient site." As she spoke, Mu Yunhuang's tone became earnest. She undoubtedly held high hopes for Su Li. Yet the disparity between her expectations and his intentions was simply too stark. Previously, she had regarded Su Li as composed and reliable, only to find him now contemplating a venture to the ancient site mere moments after entering the realm of divine abilities. Is that not a path to demise? Yet, Su Li's expression shifted slightly, still wishing to negotiate. "Enough. There is no buts. Unless you can demonstrate your capability to defeat the Holy Sun right now, I shall not permit you to take such risks. Moreover, challenging the Holy Sun is a matter of life and death. Should you fail, even I will have no authority to prevent the Holy Sun from delivering a fatal blow. Do you understand?" Mu Yunhuang constrained Su Li with this nearly insurmountable task. Particularly, she mentioned that even she would be powerless to intervene should the Holy Sun, upon his victory, harbor intentions to kill him. This served as a grave warning to Su Li not to act recklessly. "Understood, master." However, upon hearing this, Su Li felt a surge of determination. He must venture to the ancient ruins. Otherwise, Yi Xian would grow stronger, and his own mission would ultimately fail. Chapter 134. The Grey Mist Emperor Pearl. However, since Mu Yunhuang adamantly refused to let him go and was certain that he would not dare to challenge a certain saint, Su Li resolved to prove her wrong and demonstrate his capabilities. After bowing respectfully to Mu Yunhuang, he turned and entered the treasure vault. Yet, Mu Yunhuang's gaze remained fixated on Su Li's retreating figure, revealing an unmistakable sense of gravity. She noted that Su Li exhibited no signs of discouragement. Rather, he seemed to be quietly gathering strength, poised for action. While this state of being could greatly aid in overcoming obstacles on the path of cultivation, if it veered too closely to blind confidence, it could lead to significant hardships for Su Li. Sighing inwardly, she lamented yet another cause for concern, hoping that Su Li would exercise some wisdom and focus on nurturing his growth. Upon entering, it was evident that Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli were not in haste to seek their rewards. Instead, they eagerly approached him. Having previously experienced the sensation of touching Su Li, Li Wuyue had learned to be more cautious this time. She merely stood by, smiling, and said, "Su Li, I've heard that the sect master is rather difficult to deal with. How have you fared during your time with her these past few days?" "Indeed, brother Su Li," Yi Liuli chimed in. "I've heard tales of the sect master's temper, though she is exceedingly beautiful. There were instances when several saints and saintesses who dared to speak back nearly faced dire consequences. Although the sect master later treated their injuries, those saints and saintesses have since been too frightened to challenge her again." Yi Liuli instinctively linked her arm with Su Li's, a familiar gesture that sent a tingling sensation coursing through her, leaving her in a euphoric daze. Brother Su Li, please, whatever you do, avoid confronting the sect master," she cautioned, struggling to suppress the electric thrill. "Is everything all right? I haven't seen my master in the past few days." I'm not sure what she has been preoccupied with. I only just encountered her as you did, Su Li replied, intrigued by the revelations regarding Mu Yunhuang's character. It made sense why she had appeared so serious earlier. However, have you sensed that my master seems a bit? As Su Li contemplated Mu Yunhuang's assertive demeanor, he completely overlooked the frantic gestures from Li Wuyue and Yi Lioli. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he exclaimed, "Symptoms of menopause?" In that instant, both Li Wuyue and Yi Lioli were rendered speechless. It was only then that Su Li noticed their peculiar expressions, their eyes locked on something behind him. A chill raced down his spine, a cold wave surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Su Li. He turned to find Mu Yunhuang, who had entered unnoticed, her face pale with fury, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief as they fixed upon the awkwardly grinning Su Li. Though she felt an urge to scold him, the presence of so many disciples and the fact that she had only just taken him and made it seem inappropriate to unleash her wrath upon him. Master, when did you arrive? Well, I shall first select my magical artifact. Lioli, Wuyue, did I not mention? My esteemed master treats me the best, even advising me on what to choose for protection. I shall head up now. Su Li mustered the courage to extol the virtues of Mu Yunhuang. Just before Mu Yunhuang was about to erupt in displeasure, he swiftly escaped upstairs. Master, we shall also proceed to select our rewards. Farewell, master. Li Wuyue and Yi Lioli shrank their heads, frightened by Mu Yunhuang's displeased countenance. They dared not linger for a moment longer and hurriedly fled. At this moment, Su Li was on the 4th floor of the treasure vault. Noticing that Mu Yunhuang had not followed, he finally exhaled in relief. This woman, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, had a history of assaulting the Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden. Should he consider implanting the dual rings of love on her? Su Li had indeed sensed a murderous intent earlier, compelling him to contemplate measures for his own safety. The reward for slaying Yi Qing, the dual rings of love, seemed to present itself as a particularly secure option. Furthermore, Su Li felt that his possession of the heavenly eye would eventually be uncovered. It would be wiser to act preemptively rather than wait for Mu Yunhuang to take action against him. With this thought solidifying in his mind, Su Li resolved to seek an opportunity to implant the dual rings of love after procuring the artifact. At present, he was at the 1st level of the divine realm and capable of using the rings on 2 anomalies. Just as Su Li was contemplating, an unusual cabinet caught his attention. Inside, he found a tray displaying a staggering value of 300,000 points for exchange. On the tray lay a few scattered bronze fragments, and nothing else. Intrigued, Su Li reached out with his perception. In the next moment, information regarding these fragments flooded his mind. It turned out these were remnants discovered by an ancestor of the Yunqing sect in an ancient relic. According to the ancestor's own account, the site was that of a powerful emperor, and these fragments bore enigmatic imperial patterns, though they were too fragmented to coalesce into a whole. This led the ancestor to conclude that they were remnants of some imperial-grade magical artifact. Possessing them might allow one to locate other fragments within the ancient site. However, the likelihood was slim, as that ancestor had searched many locations within the ancient relic without gathering all the pieces. The fragments were highly valued due to the underlying patterns containing a certain law of power, making them excellent materials for the remaking and forging of weapons. Alas, they were of no use to me. Su Li shook his head and expanded his spiritual awareness to conduct a broad search. On this 4th floor, most artifacts were of peak earth grade, heaven grade, or even quasi-sacred grade, with only rare complete versions of sacred and higher grade artifacts, often in a broken state. However, when Su Li arrived before a peculiar grayish treasure pearl, he felt his spirit being drawn into it. This was an emperor pearl. Prolonged observation was unwise. Suddenly, Mu Yunhuang tapped Su Li on the shoulder. Master? Su Li's pupils dilated sharply, instantly awakening from his reverie, but the next moment, his expression drastically changed. For within the treasure pavilion, there was no one else present. Only she and Mu Yunhuang remained. Indeed, several hours had elapsed. Had I not roused you, you would have found yourself in grave peril. Mu Yunhuang's tone carried a hint of seriousness. Yet it was evident she had deliberately allowed Su Li to be captivated by the imperial pearl for so long. Her intent was to impart the lesson of humility, to illustrate that there are always greater powers beyond one's ken. This single pearl had nearly cost him his life, serving as a reminder of the consequences of arrogance. So long, I felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. A peculiar force seemed to reside within this imperial pearl, ensnaring his very essence. Su Li's face expressed astonishment, for he possessed the heavenly eye. Although he had not actively summoned it, he had fully adapted to its partial capabilities. Logically, even if the imperial pearl could induce illusions, he should have been able to see through it. However, upon hearing Su Li's description, Mu Yunhuang could not suppress her surprise. It is well known that even formidable beings of great power, upon gazing at this imperial pearl, experienced no enlightenment. They merely perceived time elongating, as though enduring eons. Yet Su Li, astonishingly, felt as if only an instant had slipped by. How utterly remarkable. Chapter 135. The Reincarnation Celestial Pearl. Su Li, do you truly believe that only a fleeting moment has passed? Mu Yunhuang's beautiful eyes narrowed with concern, fearing that Su Li's description might be inaccurate, thus influencing her judgment. Nevertheless, Su Li nodded, his expression devoid of any intention to conceal the truth. Indeed, it was merely a moment. Had it not been for my master awakening me, I would have thought I was merely lost in thought for an instant. Su Li's gaze was sincere. After all, there was no need for him to obfuscate such matters. This grayish pearl was inadvertently brought back by a saint of our Yunqing sect hundreds of years ago. Yet, shortly after his return, he perished, and the pearl has remained unused ever since. Even I find it easy to be drawn into the powerful rules contained within it just by gazing at it. Thus, if you genuinely feel that time has passed swiftly, unlike others, you might consider attempting to activate it. Mu Yunhuang, sensing Su Li's hesitation, added reassuringly, rest assured, if you remain in a daze for more than a stick of incense, I will awaken you. Excellent. Su Li's eyes sparkled at her words. He had not anticipated the peculiarity of this gray pearl. However, this only underscored its terrifying nature. It was no wonder that, despite being an imperial pearl, it had not been exchanged by other saints, saintesses, or elders within the Yunqing sect. After all, the price tag of several 100,000 points, while formidable, was still remarkably reasonable compared to an intact imperial pearl. Many elders might take decades to scarcely accumulate such points, especially without expenditures. If costs were factored in, it might take countless years for many elders of the Yunqing sect to amass this amount. Consequently, it was no surprise that this treasure remained unclaimed. However, Su Li currently possessed over 700,000 points, so retaining it was not an issue. If he could employ the celestial eye of insight to neutralize or penetrate the laws within this enigmatic pearl, there might indeed be a possibility for Su Li to master and wield it. With this thought in mind, Su Li decided to act. He immediately activated the celestial eye of insight within his consciousness. Nevertheless, this method was quite discreet. The power of the celestial eye merely flickered at the corner of his eye. After all, Su Li was apprehensive that Mu Yunhuang might discover the presence of the celestial eye upon him. In the next moment, as Su Li reached to grasp the gray pearl, he indeed felt the strange power of the laws surging within it, swirling like a vortex that silently ensnared one's soul and consciousness. If drawn into such a vortex, even the mightiest of spirits would succumb to a myriad of illusions. System, please analyze this pearl for me. Ding. System scanning. Item details. Name, Reincarnation Celestial Pearl. Component, grade, Imperial grade. Function. Upon activation, the Reincarnation Celestial Pearl can draw the gaze and spirit into the realm of reincarnation laws. Note, this pearl is a component. When merged with the Reincarnation Celestial Tower, it will unleash its original power. The Reincarnation Celestial Tower? Su Li was momentarily taken aback. This tower sounded rather impressive, didn't it? Refined. However, Su Li did not dwell on it for long. With the assistance of the sacred eye of heaven, he disregarded the formidable reincarnation laws and began to refine them, achieving remarkable results. At that moment, Mu Yunhuang was filled with astonishment. This fellow actually succeeded? Initially, when Mu Yunhuang saw Su Li standing there motionless, she mistakenly believed he had failed once again. Yet, she soon realized that Su Li was indeed refining the imperial pearl. Moreover, Mu Yunhuang had an inexplicable sensation, as if a familiar yet elusive aura had briefly passed through Su Li. This feeling perplexed her. After all, although she had taken Su Li as her personal disciple, it was their first formal meeting. Prior to this, she had not bestowed anything familiar upon him. So, from where did this recognizable aura emanate? Although the sensation was fleeting, Mu Yunhuang, having perceived it, could not dismiss it as mere coincidence. As a formidable being, she held great confidence in her senses. Just as Mu Yunhuang pondered this, cold sweat trickled down Su Li's forehead. He had just refined the imperial pearl when he vaguely noticed a shift in Mu Yunhuang's gaze towards him, one tinged with surprise, suspicion, and speculation. Clearly, the aura emanating from his reckless use of the sacred eye of heaven had been detected by Mu Yunhuang. However, Su Li observed that she did not take any hostile action against him, which relieved him greatly. Finally, Su Li successfully refined the imperial pearl and stowed it away. Instantly, his points were reduced by 500,000, leaving him with approximately 200,000 points. Although this was a significant loss, 200,000 points remained formidable, capable of exchanging for numerous treasures. Master, what is this? Su Li, unwilling to let Mu Yunhuang's thoughts wander, casually pointed to a damaged sacred tier artifact and curiously inquired. Mu Yunhuang, her train of thought interrupted, reluctantly explained it to him. Thus, Su Li successfully diverted Mu Yunhuang's attention and eased the tension that had weighed on his mind. By the way, Master, Su Li suddenly thought of something and tentatively asked, now that I have grasped such a powerful imperial pearl, surely you will permit me to venture into the ancient ruins? This bold inquiry, indeed, displeased Mu Yunhuang. After all, she had just cautioned him against going to the ancient ruins, and now he dared to ask again. Did he truly take her words as mere breezes passing by? Su Li, although you have mastered this imperial pearl, which indeed possesses formidable suppressive power against those at the level of divine ability and even great powers, can you guarantee your success every time you use it? Furthermore, there are always stronger beings and hidden realms. How can you be certain that others lack countermeasures against you? Although Mu Yunhuang was reluctant to admit it, she understood well that even if treasures or techniques capable of countering this pearl existed, they would not easily surface. After all, her sect, Yinqing sect, had employed numerous methods and still failed to suppress or weaken the power of the laws contained within this pearl. Her words were intended to discourage Su Li from aspiring too high. Why not simply focus on cultivating diligently within the Yinqing sect? After all, Mu Yunhuang had witnessed countless prodigies, many of whom brimmed with confidence about their destined greatness. Yet how many truly achieved substantial growth? If one cannot mature, even the most exceptional prodigies are rendered worthless. I cannot guarantee success, but my master previously stated that if I were to defeat a saint's son in challenge, I would be permitted to visit the ancient ruins. This was a promise made by my master. A slight smile graced Su Li's lips as he boldly brought up the matter of challenging the saint's son. Indeed, Mu Yunhuang found herself momentarily speechless. Bang! However, she quickly delivered a playful knock to Su Li's forehead. Chapter 136, Restoring the Body of Xianxia? Another transaction? Su Li clutched his head in agony, feeling as though a painful lump had formed upon it. Humph, Mu Yunhuang scoffed, turning to leave. Defeat me first, and then we shall talk. At that moment, Mu Yunhuang contemplated revealing to the potential challengers, the holy sons and daughters, the existence of the imperial pearl in Su Li's possession. With their foreknowledge, she was confident that Su Li would lose any advantage he might have had. However, just as Mu Yunhuang was about to depart, she recalled the peculiar aura that had briefly enveloped Su Li, which bore a striking resemblance to that of the eye pearl. Ah, Su Li, come to my cave tonight. I have matters to inquire of you. With that, Mu Yunhuang paused, casting a detached glance back at him. Her words sent a chill through Su Li's heart. Visiting Mu Yunhuang's cave at night? What could be the matter? If there was something urgent, why couldn't she ask him now? Suddenly, a sense of danger flickered in Su Li's mind, yet he suppressed the thought of infusing the Yuanyang mother and child ring into Mu Yunhuang's body. After all, they were in public, and should the child ring attract undue attention upon entry, he would find himself in dire straits. Thus, Su Li resolved to take action as soon as he arrived at Mu Yunhuang's cave. If the ring performed as described, it could silently penetrate any opposite sex's body. And even if Mu Yunhuang suspected that he possessed the holy eye, he would still have means to assert control over her. With this plan in mind, Su Li exchanged some of his resources for essential treasures and tools for tracking and elimination, leaving him with over 30,000 points for future needs. As for the elixirs and materials, he could count on Yi Xian, that troublesome companion, to gather what was necessary. The supplies Yi Xian had previously delivered to Bai Ximiao would be more than sufficient for him to ascend to the third or fourth tier of the divine realm. However, as Su Li exited the treasury, he spotted a familiar figure standing forlornly on the stone bridge at the entrance. The figure was strikingly beautiful, with an exquisitely delicate face and an indomitable spirit shining through her brows. It was Luo Qinghan. Su. At that moment, upon seeing Su Li emerge, Luo Qinghan mustered a strained smile and intended to greet him, but Su Li brushed past her, ignoring her entirely. In that instant, her already heavy heart trembled. Yet she remembered her purpose for being there and quickly called out, Su Li, wait for me. Lifting her skirt, her fair and tender legs hastily approached him. What do you want? Su Li furrowed his brow. Although Luo Qinghan was indeed beautiful and possessed an admirable figure, he had encountered women of equal or greater allure. When he had once shown her kindness, she had been indifferent. Now, he intended to let her realize she could no longer aspire to his attention. Thank you. If not for your timely rescue, I would not have survived, nor could I have become an inner disciple under Elder Changqing. Luo Qinghan hesitated, refraining from revealing her true intentions, instead opting to express her gratitude. It was evident she sought to repair their relationship. At the very least, do not be as rigid as before. I apologize, but I am not well acquainted with you. When I saved you, I merely acknowledged your courage. To me, as well as to them, I, Su Li, treat everyone equally. Upon hearing this, Su Li brushed off Luo Qinghan's hand and prepared to depart. However, the phrase treating everyone equally ignited a fury within Luo Qinghan. The so-called equality merely implied that she was regarded by Su Li as just another ordinary disciple, but in reality, she had shared a more intimate relationship with Su Li. Su Li, aside from gratitude, I wish to borrow some points from you. Not much. Just about 30,000 points should suffice. Yet, Luo Qinghan clearly did not wish to hesitate any longer. Observing Su Li's demeanor, she feared worsening their already strained relationship and felt compelled to reveal her true intentions. At that moment, Su Li regarded Luo Qinghan with an expression akin to that of a fool. Did he truly appear to be so servile? Hadn't Luo Qinghan noticed the oddity in his previous behavior? Now, what audacity did she have to request points from him? Setting aside the fact that Su Li had nearly depleted his own points, originally left with only a few tens of thousands. Even if he had 700,000 points untouched, he would not bestow them upon Luo Qinghan without cause, let alone lend them. After all, he was not a sycophant. Luo Qinghan, although we have indeed had a prior relationship, it was merely a transaction. To put it plainly, as it stands, we currently share no bond. And you possess no utility for me. Why should I lend you my points? Furthermore, 30,000 points. When would you ever repay that? Su Li coldly chuckled and shook his head, mercilessly exposing the truth. You. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan trembled in anger, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In response, Su Li ignored her and took a step to leave. But then, what if I said I might be able to restore the Xincha body? Suddenly, Luo Qinghan's voice caused Su Li to freeze in place, and his expression shifted to one of extreme peculiarity. He had never anticipated that Luo Qinghan possessed such a capability. Wait, what do you mean by restoring the Xincha body? Does it mean reverting to virginity? Or can it regain the efficacy of the Xincha body, allowing one to enhance their cultivation merely by practicing with you? Su Li turned back, but upon mentioning the word virginity, Luo Qinghan's face flushed with embarrassment. It should be possible, right? My master, Elder Changqing, mentioned that within the Yunqing sect, there exists a sacred technique called Hua Zhao Fan Yuan Gong, which is exceptionally suitable for my Xincha body. If I cultivate with it, not only will my cultivation speed significantly increase, but each time my Xincha body is damaged, it can also be repaired. Therefore, as long as you are willing to lend me the points, I can negotiate with you again once the restoration is complete. As Luo Qinghan spoke the word transaction, her face blushed so deeply that it seemed she might weep. She longed to find a crevice in the ground to hide within. However, for the sake of becoming stronger, for the sake of the technique, she had no choice but to take the plunge. Moreover, Luo Qinghan felt that since she had already traded with Su Li, having given her soul's deepest acknowledgement in that first instance, why not engage in another transaction? Excellent. Su Li's eyes lit up. Now, this truly exemplified a transaction. However, upon noticing the fierce glare from Luo Qinghan, Su Li hastily chuckled. I meant to say, this cultivation technique is remarkable. It can even restore itself? If so, wouldn't that mean each experience would feel like the first time cough? Wait a moment. How long would it take to achieve restoration? Please don't tell me it requires decades. I'd rather forfeit my points. Yet, as Su Li regained his composure, curiosity quickly overtook him. I don't know, but it could take up to 6 months. Or as little as 10 days to 2 weeks, perhaps? Oh dear, will you lend it to me or not? Luo Qinghan, upon being asked this, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and could not help but stomp her little foot. Chapter 137, A Year and a Half in the High Tide. Why not lend? Upon hearing this, Su Li thought, even if it's just for 6 months, I would still profit. It is certainly better than letting the points languish in waste, isn't it? However, you must swear by your soul, otherwise, I cannot trust that you will honor your word later. A slight smile curved Su Li's lips as he spoke directly. A vow it is. Luo Qinghan bit her lip, fully committed to the matter. As Luo Qinghan made her oath, Su Li took a moment to check her fortune value. Name, Luo Qinghan. Physique, mysterious and elegant body. Fortune value, 25,000. Su Li was astonished to find that Luo Qinghan's fortune, which had been nearly depleted, had inexplicably increased and even surpassed its previous level. He speculated that her newfound resilience, coupled with his presence, had initiated a butterfly effect in this world. Nevertheless, Luo Qinghan bore no animosity towards him. So Su Li was untroubled by her potential strength. Moreover, she had sworn by her soul that after restoring her mysterious and elegant body, she would fulfill her contract with him. Su Li was certainly not at a loss. Ding. The host has preemptively reserved Luo Qinghan's favor, causing her to feel a mixture of anger and delight, thereby developing a peculiar fondness for the host. The host gains 2,000 fortune points. Is that possible? Su Li's eyes brightened. Excellent. Points, please. Luo Qinghan produced her identity token, pouting as she spoke. 30,000, right? Su Li deducted the 30,000 points. The next moment, Luo Qinghan dashed into the treasure pavilion like a startled rabbit. Watching her retreating figure, Su Li smiled faintly. He truly hoped that this girl's cultivation method could indeed restore her mysterious and elegant body. Otherwise, wouldn't his 30,000 points be in vain? At that moment, after Su Li departed, he remained unaware that Luo Qinghan stood at the entrance of the treasure pavilion, watching his silhouette with a complex expression. During the course of their agreement, Luo Qinghan realized that Su Li seemed to care for her, not a shred beyond his need for the benefits of her mysterious and elegant body. Truth be told, although Luo Qinghan frequently spoke of transactions, she was not so base as to be merely an object. She felt deep regret for misjudging Su Li, longing for the time when he treated her with kindness. Yet, she understood that those days were irrevocably lost, at least until she regained his affection. Su Li would not shower her with the same attention as before. However, instead of feeling disheartened, Luo Qinghan resolutely marched into the treasure pavilion, her small fists clenched. She believed that once she became sufficiently exceptional and powerful, Su Li would no longer overlook her. Meanwhile, at Yunxiao Peak, Su Li had just passed through, preparing to return to his cave dwelling to enhance the Yanhuang Thunder Pool, when he was halted by a telepathic call from Bai Ximiao. Junior brother Su, what treasures did you exchange at the treasure pavilion? As soon as Bai Ximiao's voice resonated, Su Li looked down and saw her petite hand playing with the strands of her hair, cascading over her chest, standing at the entrance of the cave dwelling. Gazing at him, this sight surprised Su Li, yet he approached her nonetheless. Sister Bai, how do you feel now? He inquired. Noting that Bai Ximiao had donned a pale pink dress, he surmised that her previous discomfort had likely subsided to a normal state. I'm fine now. Junior brother Su, please come in, Bai Ximiao replied, graciously opening the door to the cave and inviting him inside. To be honest, she herself was astonished by her earlier impulsive action. Merely half an hour prior, she had just recovered from the overwhelming sensation that had coursed through her. At that moment, she felt as if her precious water-honey body was entirely ensnared by Su Li's divine thunder. Each stimulation not only passively elevated her cultivation, but also induced an intoxicating pleasure from which she struggled to extricate herself. Fortunately, she managed to regain her composure and suppress those feelings. Otherwise, she feared she would be bedridden for several days. Unconsciously, Bai Ximiao had intended to call out to Su Li, unaware that, deep down, she yearned for more interaction with him, thus prompting her to invite him further into the cave for conversation. I'm glad Sister Bai is well. As for the treasure vault, nothing else is worth mentioning. But this orb is indeed a pleasant surprise, Su Li said, producing the reincarnation sky pearl. He was not concerned about Bai Ximiao harboring ulterior motives, as her condition still required his assistance. Furthermore, he wished to inquire whether Bai Ximiao was aware of the so-called reincarnation sky tower, considering this pearl was merely one of its components. Assembling the complete reincarnation sky tower would constitute a formidable imperial-grade treasure. Oh, Bai Ximiao exclaimed in surprise, her attention drawn to the orb. However, in the next instant, she was unexpectedly pulled into the orb by the inherent force of the reincarnation laws. It is worth noting that when Bai Ximiao was with Su Li, she felt relaxed and comfortable, thus had no defenses against him. She certainly did not anticipate that Su Li would swap out the pearl. Sister? After a prolonged moment, Su Li noticed that Bai Ximiao stood frozen in place. Initially, he thought she was captivated by the pearl, but upon realizing that she had been drawn into the reincarnation laws, he quickly patted her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. Ah. At that moment, Su Li was utterly taken aback as he observed Bai Ximiao's face flush a deep crimson. Her graceful figure began to sway alluringly before the coffee table. What on earth is happening? Su Li exclaimed, startled by her reaction. Although Bai Ximiao possessed the water-honey body, her demeanor had previously been cool and distant, especially after he had expelled some malevolent spirits from her mind. Even now, she still exuded the aura of an icy beauty. Yet now, after merely a couple of touches, her response was far more intense than he had anticipated. The younger disciple, Bai Ximiao, trembled with delicate agitation, her breath quickening. She felt as though she had been ensnared in the cyclical laws of the reincarnation pearl, experiencing the passage of what seemed like several arduous years. In that moment, a torrent of dread and panic surged within her heart. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, she was astonished to discover that familiar tingling sensation returning once more. The reason for her perception of time stretching interminably due to the reincarnation pearl was so profound that even the gentlest of touches from Su Li felt as if that exquisite tingling sensation persisted for a year and a half. How could such a reaction not be intense? Chapter 138. The Art of Revitalization. It can be said that Bai Simiao's reason had already succumbed within the cycle pearl. At this moment, gazing upon Su Li's handsome visage, she could scarcely suppress her inner desires, instinctively crawling towards him. Indeed, Bai Simiao lacked even the strength to walk. Her delicate cherry lips gasped for breath, her flushed cheeks resembling ripe apples, undeniably alluring. "Sister, what are you?" Su Li momentarily froze, only to be toppled by Bai Simiao. In the next instant, she was kissing him fervently, yet Su Li did not wish to bear the reproach of taking advantage of her vulnerability. "Sister, please bear with me. I shall employ the art of revitalization." Fortunately, Su Li was experienced. At this juncture, under the influence of his art of revitalization, Bai Simiao regained a modicum of her senses. Yet this only intensified her embarrassment. The interplay of rationality and madness swirled tumultuously within her mind, threatening to overwhelm her. Su Li's expression shifted subtly, as he began to harbor a suspicion. Perhaps it was his divine force that evoked an electrifying sensation deep within Bai Simiao's soul. He could only assist her in resolving this predicament at a profound level. "But, sister, you do have a fiancé." No other option remained. As soon as Su Li's words fell, Bai Simiao's delicate form trembled markedly. Subsequently, her gaze towards Su Li transformed from panic and shyness to a profound blush and joy. Bai Simiao, already too embarrassed to face anyone, covered her face with a pillow and murmured, Su Shidi, you must not disclose this to anyone, understood? If Yi Xian finds out, he might truly kill you." At this moment, Bai Simiao's heart was a tumult of complexities. She vowed that she had genuinely begun to relish this sensation. It was not merely the sensory stimulation brought forth by Su Li, but also the psychological thrill that accompanied it. She felt herself on the brink of surrender. Moreover, Bai Simiao even pondered how wonderful it would be if her fiancé were Su Li. Then, she would not have to endure this torment in secrecy. She could fully unleash her true self with him. With this thought, Bai Simiao's discomfort regarding her fiancé, Yi Xian, intensified. "Sister, what just transpired?" "I remember nothing." Su Li blinked in astonishment, realizing that Bai Simiao's presence had also contributed to the enhancement of his cultivation. He had just recently broken through to the first layer of the divine realm, and now he was nearing the pinnacle of that stage. "Su Shidi, you truly are so understanding. If only Yi Xian possessed even half of your gentleness and consideration." Upon hearing Su Li's words, Bai Simiao couldn't help but sigh, instinctively voicing her discontent regarding Yi Xian. When Su Li learned that Bai Simiao had long harbored some dissatisfaction towards him, he slapped his thigh in regret. It turned out that Su Li had indeed contemplated seizing the opportunity to win over Bai Simiao. However, he had feared that if he forcibly claimed her, she might retaliate against him due to her ties with Yi Xian or harbor resentment towards him. If only Su Li had known earlier that Bai Simiao had never held any affection for Yi Xian, and even considered Yi Xian's behavior after regaining his strength to be rather pretentious, which was in stark contrast to the modest and humble demeanor of her ideal prince. Su Li certainly would not have let the earlier opportunity slip by. Congratulations, host, for making Bai Simiao feel both joy and affection. As Yi Xian's fiancée, she has been thoroughly charmed and has grown increasingly disdainful of Yi Xian, earning the host 10,000 fortune points. Detected that Bai Simiao has opened her heart to the host, sharing everything, earning an additional 5,000 fortune points. At this moment, Su Li felt no remorse. He sensed that through their recent interactions, he had gained the confidence to win over Bai Simiao. However, it was indeed too late now. As he was about to head to the sect leader's cave, "By the way, senior sister, I am preparing to challenge Chen Zhantian in a few days. Could you offer me some advice?" Without hesitation, as Bai Simiao had opened her heart to him, Su Li took off his shoes and lay down beside her, even gently wrapping his arms around her trembling form. The moment his hand brushed against her slender waist, Bai Simiao initially stiffened. Yet, soon after, she closed her eyes in enjoyment, as if silently consenting to Su Li's actions. However, when Bai Simiao realized that he intended to challenge Chen Zhantian, the look of pleasure on her face vanished, replaced by concern and confusion. You don't have a grudge against Chen Zhantian, do you?" Why would you challenge him right after becoming a direct disciple? You must know that Chun Zhantian is at the peak of the 8th level of the divine ability realm, just a step away from the 9th. Bai Simiao hesitated, clearly unwilling to see Su Li walk into danger. Regardless of whether Su Li had a personal vendetta against Chun Zhantian, openly challenging him would undoubtedly be perceived as a provocation. To secure his position as the Holy Son, Chun Zhantian would likely seek to eliminate Su Li to establish his authority. If Chun Zhantian were to defeat Su Li without killing him, it would only invite more challengers. A scenario Chun Zhantian would never permit. I have no enmity with him, but I wish to venture into the ancient ruins. My master said that only by defeating a holy son or holy maiden can I gain permission to enter the ruins. Besides, I have that pearl, don't I? Senior sister, what do you think my chances are? As Su Li spoke, he caressed Bai Simiao's delicate waist. If he could catch Chun Zhantian off guard with that pearl, he would surely be defeated. But you must be careful. Chun Zhantian's fierce battle body is particularly adept at countering mental attacks. If he has any hidden trump cards to counter the influence of that pearl, even for just a moment, you could be severely injured. Why don't you challenge me instead? Bai Simiao suddenly laughed. After all, you only need to defeat any holy son or holy maiden. I could feign a weakness to let you win, and the sect leader wouldn't have any objections. Would she? Chapter 139, Targeting Mu Yunhuang. Locking on successfully. It must be said that Bai Simiao genuinely cares for Su Li. After all, whether they are a holy son or a holy maiden, anyone within the hierarchy, regardless of their ranking, would never wish for someone to surpass them. The fear of being defeated even once could easily lead to a second defeat. Even if Bai Simiao intentionally holds back, it might still provoke a competitive spirit among some disciples. In such a scenario, Bai Simiao could be perceived as someone who can be bested by the inner sect disciples. No, I cannot allow myself to bring shame upon my senior sister. Furthermore, I truly wish to ascertain my current strength. However, upon hearing this, Su Li outright rejected Bai Simiao's idea. Yet, Bai Simiao was still determined to persist. Hush! Su Li placed her index finger directly on Bai Simiao's delicate lips and asserted in a commanding tone, "No means no. You have already been exceptionally kind to me. Senior sister, you didn't even get angry when I accidentally brushed my tongue against you, which clearly shows you do not regard me as an outsider. In this situation, I absolutely cannot allow you to lose." At that moment, Bai Simiao gazed at Su Li's handsome and resolute demeanor, momentarily taken aback. She felt Su Li was truly remarkable. Moreover, this dominance, unlike Yi Xian's attempts to win her over with various resources and elixirs, was not intended to elicit her gratitude. It represented a state of mutual honesty. At the very least, Bai Simiao did not feel any aversion. In fact, she felt respected by Su Li, a sensation that was profoundly significant to her. After all, prior to being invaded by that malevolent spirit, Bai Simiao was already the 5th-ranked holy maiden. Although her strength had since stagnated, many still sought to curry favor with her due to her status as a holy maiden. But such gestures were not what Bai Simiao truly desired. She despised the charity of others. Thus, she regarded Yi Xian's previous sycophantic behavior with indifference. Yet, with Su Li, she experienced a strange feeling. Of course, Bai Simiao acknowledged that this sensation was partly due to Su Li's electrifying presence. But she appreciated Su Li's sincerity that did not seek to manipulate her emotions or calculate her responses. This made Bai Simiao feel genuinely respected by another. All right then, this treasured garment. I shall lend it to you. Suddenly, Bai Simiao bit her lip and extracted a beautifully embroidered pouch adorned with azaleas from her inner clothing. This pouch emanated her fragrance and warmth. Su Li was momentarily bewildered upon seeing the pouch. What kind of treasure is this? Do not underestimate it. Bai Simiao shyly handed it over, unable to meet Su Li's gaze, and explained, "This was crafted by my grandmother shortly before her lifespan drew to a close, using her own spiritual energy and the exceedingly rare, holy silkworm thread. Once activated, it can perfectly withstand a full-force strike from a powerful expert without being damaged. Moreover, due to the holy silkworm thread's abundant spiritual essence, it can heal itself and will be fully restored in almost a month. Thus, by donning it, one would gain an opportunity each month to withstand a full-force strike from a powerful adversary." Bai Simiao's words were quite direct. As long as she lent this treasure garment to Su Li, even if Chun Zhantian remained vigilant, he was destined to fail. "Sister, you are truly kind to me. Once I defeat Chun Zhantian, I shall return this garment to you." Upon seeing this, Su Li refrained from saying more and directly donned the garment. Although it was designed for girls, he would wear it just this once. Moreover, it was Bai Simiao's heartfelt offering. He certainly would not refuse, provided it enabled him to triumph over Chun Zhantian. Good luck then. Bai Simiao regarded Su Li with admiration. taking in his streamlined physique, which was neither exaggerated nor unseemly. Indeed, Su Li was not only handsome, but also remarkably well built. Su Li, where on earth have you gone? Are you not coming to the cave to see me? Suddenly, Mu Yunhuang's voice echoed in his mind, startling Su Li. It was only then that he noticed the darkness enveloping the outside world. In an instant, he hastily changed his attire and bid farewell to Bai Miao. Sister, the master is calling for me. I must head to her cave. Even after Su Li had departed, Bai Miao continued to cradle her fragrant cheeks in her small hands, her mind replaying the moments shared with him. To be honest, she had never anticipated that the nature of their relationship would progress so swiftly. Everything felt like a dream. She had even bestowed upon Su Li the treasured garment she cherished, a symbol of her familial memories. Reflecting on it now, Bai Miao could not help but stifle a gasp, wondering if she had been too audacious. Would her overtures lead Su Li to perceive her as a frivolous girl? At that moment, Bai Miao remained blissfully unaware that her feelings for Su Li had surpassed her concerns regarding her betrothed's status with Yixian. She even indulged in fanciful thoughts. How wonderful it would be if she could sever the engagement with Yixian. Yet, doing so would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Bai family and the Butian Pavilion. The mere thought of her father, mother, and those elders' reverence for the Butian Pavilion made her sigh involuntarily. Meanwhile, at Yunqing Peak, within the Grandmaster's cave. Upon entering the cave, Su Li was astonished to discover a realm distinct from his own and Bai Miao's abode. It resembled a paradise, replete with a radiant full moon, quaint bridges, flowing water, and even vibrant roses cultivated by Mu Yunhuang herself. However, Su Li had little time to admire the scenery. Upon noticing Mu Yunhuang waiting for him in a stone pavilion at the center of the lake, he cautiously approached. Simultaneously, Su Li activated the Mandarin Duck Mother and Child Ring, targeting Mu Yunhuang. With only the two of them in the cave, he promptly unleashed the Child Seal against her. Ding! Child Ring locking in progress. Ding! Congratulations, host. Locking successful. Item: Mandarin Duck Mother and Child Ring uses. 1-3 target locked. Mu Yunhuang. Virtual Divine Realm. Third layer, success. Upon hearing the notification, Su Li's spirits lifted, and the initial wariness that had enveloped him dissipated in an instant. One must understand that the Swallowtail Ring is a formidable weapon capable of instantly stripping its target of their cultivation. Moreover, judging by Mu Yunhuang's reaction, it seems she remains oblivious to any anomaly. In that case, even if Mu Yunhuang were to suspect him in the near future, Su Li need not be overly concerned. After all, he has firmly grasped her Achilles heel. Su Li, hand over that eyeball. Indeed, Mu Yunhuang, with her back turned to him, coldly declared as if she could see through all his intentions. What eyeball? Su Li inwardly chuckled. He was no longer the timid disciple who had to tread carefully around Mu Yunhuang. Now, he could very well play the role of her father. At this moment, Mu Yunhuang furrowed her brows, casting a puzzled glance back at Su Li. His tone seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that this fellow truly lacked possession of that eyeball? The one that could unlock the secret realm? Yet, just as Mu Yunhuang was about to remind him, she was astonished to see Su Li saunter into the stone pavilion and, without so much as a by your leave, nonchalantly take a seat. And to top it off, he was eating and drinking, as though he were there to enjoy a performance. Outrageous. In an instant, Mu Yunhuang's fury ignited. She had thought her previous leniency towards Su Li had led him to become so utterly disregarding of decorum. Chapter 140. The Panic of Lung Wuyan Master. Why are you so angry for no reason? Be careful of your menopause. Su Li thought it amusing, yet wore an innocent expression as he took a bite of the crimson spiritual fruit. Indeed, as the sect leader of Yinqing's sect, the fruits he consumed were of the 7th and 6th grade. The texture and aroma, it enveloped Su Li's very being. Disobedient disciple, what nonsense are you spouting? However, upon hearing the term menopause, Mu Yunhuang's exquisitely beautiful face flushed crimson with anger. At that moment, her aura brimmed with a murderous intent, and her flowing black hair seemed to sway without wind. Under such an imposing presence, any ordinary disciple, even the holy sons and daughters, would have quaked in fear, lacking the courage to even meet her gaze. Yet, Su Li, having planted a seed of confidence within himself, felt emboldened. Master, do not play this angry charade with me. With a resounding bang, Su Li slammed his palm against the stone table. Under Mu Yunhuang's wide-eyed scrutiny, he stood defiantly and retorted. You've taken me as your disciple for so long, and now you think of seeing me? Have you ever truly regarded me as your disciple? Or did you take me in merely to exploit my talents in the future? Furthermore, as your direct disciple, what is wrong with me enjoying a couple of your fruits in your cave? Don't think you can vent your anger on me. If you push me too far, I might just stop serving you. With that, Su Li hurled his wine cup at Mu Yunhuang's feet. Instantly, the splattering wine stained her foot, dampening her exquisite red lace shoes. Yet Mu Yunhuang trembled with fury. Very well. Good. She realized she had indeed pampered Su Li too much. Did he truly think that a hint of talent and a display of exceptional phenomena granted him the liberty to act recklessly? Her previous leniency had only emboldened him further. At this moment, Mu Yunhuang's anger morphed into a chilling smile, her captivating gaze scrutinizing Su Li's oblivious face. Only those familiar with her would recognize her genuine wrath. With fury veiled in mirth, Mu Yunhuang's eyes calculated how much of a beating Su Li could endure. After all, she didn't wish to waste such a prodigious talent by truly harming him. Rather, she aimed to impart a stern lesson to ensure he understood who held the authority. In Yunxing's sect, the consequences of defeat were dire. Does this mean it was all my fault just now? Mu Yunhuang approached Su Li. Her previously scrutinizing gaze now turned icily resolute. Deep down, she had already sentenced him to a severe punishment, even if Su Li were to plead for mercy thereafter. She felt it imperative to discipline him harshly. After all, in the latter part of Su Li's remarks, as a disciple personally chosen by the sect leader, indulging in food and drink within the master's abode was, of course, nothing unusual. However, Mu Yunhuang, by nature, was not one to be easily offended. Yet she found herself incensed. Her intention in summoning Su Li was to probe whether he had indeed taken that eye. To her surprise, Su Li was entirely unpredictable. He not only displayed no signs of the submissiveness she expected, but even dared to feast before her, as if he were reclining in leisure. For someone accustomed to wielding power at the pinnacle of Yunxing's sect, this was utterly intolerable. In that moment, Mu Yunhuang perceived Su Li as nothing short of a blatant challenge to her authority. If she were to let him off the hook, would he not then regard her as a master to be trifled with? But Su Li's retort left her utterly speechless. How dare he imply that the fault lay with her? Ah, how fortunate it was that she had accepted him as her disciple. Otherwise, a mere elder might not have the heart to discipline him. Yet, alas, Su Li had overestimated himself. Do not presume that your exceptional performance would grant you the liberty to disregard your superiors. Boom. As Mu Yunhuang's words fell, a terrifying aura surged forth, instantly bearing down upon Su Li. Just months prior, you were nothing more than an ordinary physician in Yun City, hardly remarkable in any sense. Even if you were adept at concealing your true capabilities, what right did you have to defeat numerous prodigies and shine so brightly during the intersect trials in such a short span? What secrets do you harbor? With each step she took, Mu Yunhuang posed a question, her suffocating presence enveloping Su Li, rendering escape impossible. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Su Li's mind, urging him to flee. Hurry, Su Li. I have discovered that she has set up a formidable confinement array around us. An ancient formation left by the predecessors of Yunxing's sect, capable of temporarily restraining even the souls of the saints. Though I am of Imperial realm, I am but a remnant soul. Run. If you don't escape now, it will be too late. The usually composed Lung Wuyin was now panicking, her voice rising in alarm. After all, this continent was rife with instances of powerful beings whose souls lingered after death. Yet many of those souls ultimately fell prey to beings of great power, if fortune favored one. As it did with Lung Wuyin encountering the likes of Yi Qing and now Su Li in their weaker forms, they could cultivate a beneficial relationship. However, should luck turn, one could easily be dominated or even refined by those already formidable in strength. Mu Yunhuang was undoubtedly among such individuals, possessing the cultivation of the virtual divine realm. And as the sect leader of Yunxing's sect, her depth and methods were beyond question. Even though Lung Wuyin was an empress, she now existed only as a fragment of a soul, able to defend herself at best or escape, with no possibility of defeating Mu Yunhuang. Moreover, even a mere attempt to flee could lead to her capture. Therefore, she had to ensure that Su Li took her away first. Only by breaking free from this formation could she regain the confidence to preserve her own existence. Senior, what do you fear? With my presence, no harm shall come to you. However, Su Li urged Lung Wuyin to remain calm. After all, with the paired rings of the Mandarin ducks in hand, the formidable Mu Yunhuang would not pose a threat. Su Li, you are being reckless. Do you not realize she is at the Void God realm? That is 3 significant tiers above your current level. She could crush you with a mere finger. Lung Wuyin exclaimed in exasperation, nearly driven to madness by Su Li's audacity. Yet, Su Li furrowed his brow and immediately drew the soul-nurturing stone into the all-seeing eye. Simultaneously, Lung Wuyin, who was within the soul-nurturing stone, found herself temporarily ensnared in the realm created by the all-seeing eye. Su Li, you fool, you imbecile, you are sealing our doom. In the extraordinary world crafted by the all-seeing eye, Lung Wuyin unleashed a torrent of curses. She mistakenly believed that Su Li's recent confidence had inflated to the point where he dared to underestimate even Mu Yunhuang. Such a path could only lead to inevitable demise. Chapter 141. Please bestow teachings upon your disciple. However, after a few scolding words, Lung Wuyin anxiously began to gather her strength. She understood that even if she were drawn into the celestial eye of insight, should Mu Yunhuang take action against Su Li and activate the Great Formation, Su Li's secrets would undoubtedly be exposed. At that moment, not only would the celestial eye of insight be revealed, but she too would be discovered by Mu Yunhuang. Therefore, Lung Wuyin believed that her only chance of escape lay in the moment Su Li desperately resisted when Mu Yunhuang struck. Yet, after waiting for a while, she found that the anticipated upheaval did not occur, leaving her somewhat perplexed. What was happening? Why had Mu Yunhuang not yet made her move? Master, you have spoken at length, merely surmising that I harbor astonishing secrets, correct? Surprisingly, Su Li, facing the relentless pressure from Mu Yunhuang, exhibited no fear. Instead, he began to confess voluntarily. A single sentence from Su Li left Mu Yunhuang, who wore a face of skepticism, momentarily taken aback before he candidly admitted, "Regardless, Master, your guesses are not entirely incorrect. I indeed possess many secrets. However, all my strength has been cultivated through my own efforts, without reliance on any external forces. As for your lingering suspicions regarding the celestial eye of insight," Su Li's confession gradually illuminated Mu Yunhuang's expression. Especially upon hearing the term celestial eye of insight, Mu Yunhuang appeared to experience a moment of clarity, revealing an expression of realization. It was evident that she was aware of the existence of the celestial eye of insight, but had not anticipated that the eye passed down within her sect was, in fact, the legendary celestial eye. Noticing the intriguing change in Mu Yunhuang's demeanor, Su Li paused momentarily before exclaiming, "Indeed, I have refined it." At this, Mu Yunhuang burst into laughter, a joyous laughter. "Su Li, I didn't expect you to be quite sensible, understanding the importance of clarity in your revelations. How about this? In light of our master-disciple bond, return the celestial eye of insight to me, and allow me to see those astonishing secrets of yours. Fear not, for I have no intention of seizing your fortunes. As long as you diligently cultivate your abilities and serve the Yunqing sect well, all shall be well." Feigning magnanimity, Mu Yunhuang hoped to achieve her own objectives. As for whether she would be astonished by the astonishing secrets of Su Li, or whether ill intentions would arise, only she could ascertain that. Moreover, Mu Yunhuang felt that Su Li's deliberate emphasis on relying solely on oneself further convinced her that he intended to showcase his talents, aiming to demonstrate his value for her to consider cultivating him, thus sparing him from being silenced. Yet, the more Su Li behaved this way, the more perceptive Mu Yunhuang became, sensing that Su Li harbored ulterior motives. "Master, you are mistaken once more." With a slight smirk, Su Li shrugged beneath Mu Yunhuang's astonished gaze, saying, "That celestial eye of insight was a perilous refinement of mine. It was never yours, Master. What you have possessed all along is merely its projection. To put it plainly, Master, your lengthy hair has hindered your insight, preventing you from reclaiming that sacred eye. How can you demand that I return the heavenly eye to you?" Su Li articulated the words "return to you" with a pronounced emphasis. "What did you say?" At that moment, Mu Yunhuang was on the verge of striking out in anger. What did she mean by saying that she was mistaken again? Moreover, this wretched disciple dared to claim that her long hair equated to a narrow perspective? Did she honestly believe that she was reluctant to discard Su Li, this exceptional prodigy? "I declare, the heavenly eye belongs to me, and I shall not relinquish it to you." Su Li grinned defiantly, showing no fear. "Wretched disciple, you seek your own demise." At long last, Mu Yunhuang could contain her fury no longer. She recognized that while Su Li possessed undeniable talent, his audacity was excessive. He dared to challenge her even before his growth was fully realized. If he were to become a formidable force in the future, it would be akin to turning the heavens upside down. "Oh dear, Master, are you truly contemplating silencing me?" Su Li remarked mockingly, sensing the tension in the air. "To harbor such intentions towards your own disciple, you truly excel as a master." Observing the escalating situation, Su Li decided to drop the pretense and openly scoffed. "Wretched disciple, if I do not strip away your skin, then I have wasted these years as the sect leader." Mu Yunhuang's chest heaved with indignation, and she began to regret accepting Su Li as her disciple. It was purely a source of vexation. Spirit binding formation. Activate. With a forceful stomp, Mu Yunhuang reached out to grasp Su Li. Yet in the next instant, she was astounded. Su Li's right hand shot towards her palm, and their hands clasped together. Subsequently, Su Li began to knead and squeeze her delicate hand, while muttering something about pleasant texture. Boom. In an instant, Mu Yunhuang's mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. It dawned on her with shock that the formation she had set in advance had failed to respond. Even more astonishing was the inexplicable sensation of her cultivation level being entirely drained in an instant. What was happening? Mu Yunhuang's lips quivered in disbelief, and an ominous premonition surged within her heart. What do you say? Those who humiliate others will inevitably face humiliation themselves. Master, if you intend to bully me, should I not be allowed to retaliate? Su Li chuckled, one hand entwined with Mu Yunhuang's while the other unexpectedly grasped her chin. It was important to note that without her cultivation, Mu Yunhuang could not even muster the strength of her physical form. Reduced to the status of an ordinary woman in this predicament, how could she resist Su Li's advances? Wretched disciple, what have you done to me? The once proud visage of Mu Yunhuang now bore traces of fear, confusion, and shock. Her cultivation had vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. This was utterly inconceivable. What sent chills down her spine, leaving her in disbelief, was that this wretched disciple not only held her delicate hand, but also dared to caress her exquisite chin in such a provocative manner. She was the sect leader, his master. How dare Su Li act in such a manner? Master, what else could I possibly do to you? Did you not summon me to your cave dwelling? At this moment, Su Li smiled, surprised that Mu Yunhuang still felt fear. Previously, she had been so arrogant, exuding an air of confidence that she had Su Li firmly in her grasp. Now, however, she resembled a startled fawn, barely able to articulate her thoughts. I sought you out to impart your techniques, knowledge. I never intended any harm towards you. Enough, Su Li. Do not jest. Quickly release the restraints upon me. Mu Yunhuang exclaimed, her mind clouded with confusion, almost instinctively blurting out her plea. For the first time within her own sect, even within the confines of her cave dwelling, she experienced an overwhelming sense of imminent danger. She sensed that if Su Li did not cease her actions, dire consequences would surely follow. Oh, so now it has transformed into a desire to bestow techniques and knowledge upon me? Su Li responded with laughter. Ha, splendid. Master, I have heard you possess the physique of the purple gold spirit phoenix. If I were to train alongside you, not only could I heal the wounds inflicted by the thunder tribulation, but I could also significantly enhance my own strength, correct? Then, without hesitation, Su Li scooped Mu Yunhuang into her arms, all the while under her astonished and fearful gaze. I implore you, Master, please enlighten your disciple. Chapter 142, The Discipleship. I shall end your existence. Mu Yunhuang found herself engulfed in a sense of panic. In the past, even when navigating perilous realms and confronting formidable adversaries, she had never felt such trepidation. However, her cultivation had been inexplicably sealed, leaving her devoid of any opportunity to break free. To her astonishment, this wayward disciple had the audacity to lift her into his arms. What filled her with even greater dread was Su Li's bold demand for her assistance in his cultivation, claiming that her purple gold phoenix body would be beneficial to him. In an instant, Mu Yunhuang's delicate features twisted in shock. Cease this instant. Release me. Finally, unable to contain herself, she shrieked, Wayward disciple, should you dare to overstep your bounds any further, I swear, once I regain my powers, I shall crush you to the point of oblivion. Yet, the more she struggled and threatened, the more exhilarated Su Li became. Truly, she was a stunning sect leader, a powerhouse in the ethereal realm. He surmised that Mu Yunhuang must be several hundred years old. As she found herself placed upon the stone table, her embarrassment and fury nearly drove her to despair. For she was cradled by Su Li as one would hold a child. Mu Yunhuang felt utterly defeated. In her shame and rage, she writhed, yet there was no chance of escape. As the sect leader, prior to attaining her current strength, she had devoted herself entirely to her training under the guidance of the previous female leader, with the singular goal of becoming one of the most formidable female cultivators in existence. True to her aspirations, she had entered the powerful ethereal realm by the age of 300, establishing a reputation that deterred surrounding forces from encroaching upon the Yunqing sect. In her heart, matters of romance had always been secondary. Far more crucial was the belief that no man was worthy of her. Even those who had lived for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, had failed to meet her standards as a partner. This was the very reason she had chosen to remain single and forego finding a companion. Yet today, she, the illustrious sect leader, a master of the ethereal realm, reduced to such indignity by this wayward disciple. In that moment, Mu Yunhuang wished fervently to rend Su Li asunder. However, to her horror, she discovered that the chest discomfort and agitation that had plagued her began to dissipate under Su Li's strange electric touch. Goodness, master, Have you yet to experience such matters? Su Li was elated to realize that Murong Huang was indeed injured. I shall end your existence. At that moment, Murong Huang bit her lip, her body trembling with a mix of shame and fury. Indeed, she felt utterly ineffectual. Ding! Murong Huang, both astonished and delighted, experienced a surge of emotions towards her host, gaining 20,000 fortune points. Master, it seems your words do not align with your heart. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Li's eyes lit up. He had suspected as much. After centuries devoid of earthly tribulations, it was no wonder Murong Huang had exhibited such a volatile temper prior. Now, under his influence, it would be strange if she did not feel a sense of relief. As Murong Huang heard Su Li whispering such sentiments in her ear, her cheeks flushed with heat, and an unsettling sensation coursed through her entire being. Master, when did I ever say that you were fond of me? You are unwittingly confessing. Su Li couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, the esteemed leader of the Yunqing sect, hailed as the most gifted female sect master in millennia, was thoroughly subdued by Su Li, leaving Mu Yunhuang feeling utterly ashamed to face the world. Fortunately, this was her secluded abode, inaccessible to outsiders. Otherwise, she would have truly wished for her own obliteration. Yet the grim reality was that even if Mu Yunhuang desired to self-destruct, she was utterly incapable of doing so. Her cultivation had been instantaneously sealed, rendering her strength akin to that of an ordinary woman, devoid of any self-destruction capabilities. Nevertheless, Mu Yunhuang's ethereal spirit radiated a resplendent illusion. This allowed Su Li to embrace her during their cultivation, akin to holding a noble phoenix, resulting in immense satisfaction for both. An hour later, Mu Yunhuang lay languidly upon the stone table. This, however, did not diminish her murderous intent. To her, it felt as if her body had become sullied. Yet, after their session, Su Li was pleasantly surprised to discover that the spiritual energy within him had become even more refined. As a divine body, Su Li recognized the advantages of cultivating alongside Mu Yunhuang's unique spiritual form in the future. Meanwhile, as Mu Yunhuang reclined on the stone table, she continued to glare at Su Li with a murderous gaze. She was resolute in her belief that this state of being sealed would not persist indefinitely. Once she broke her seal, she would strike Su Li down with a single blow. However, Su Li was disinclined to explain, for once the child ring was locked, there was no expiration. As long as he wished, he could perpetually seal Mu Yunhuang's cultivation. Furthermore, upon Su Li's demise, the explosion of the mother ring would trigger the detonation of the child ring, annihilating all locked targets of the opposite sex. Chapter 143, Dragon Patterned Black Gold, Fusion. Album recording. This implies that when Su Li placed the child ring upon Mu Yunhuang, her fate was irrevocably entwined with his. System, open the shop. At this moment, having solidified his cultivation through training with Mu Yunhuang, Su Li was prepared to enhance the Yanhuang Luais. It is worth noting that Su Li has now reached the divine realm, and the adversaries he will face in the future will only grow more formidable. Previously, during the trials, Su Li discovered that while Yanhuang Luais was indeed fearsome, its damage against ferocious beasts and the demonic overlords of the divine realm's third and fourth tiers was, in fact, quite limited. Were it not for Su Li's reliance on the celestial eye, he might not have even been able to vanquish the purple rock ferocious crocodile. Later, he had to depend on the thunder tribulation to eliminate those beasts and prodigies. Otherwise, even if he could emerge victorious, it would come at an exceedingly grave cost. Thus, in light of the imminent challenge posed by the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, as well as the forthcoming expedition to the ancient relics to reap the benefits from Yixian, Su Li recognized the necessity of wielding a suitable weapon. In a swift motion, Su Li exchanged his remaining 122,000 points for a piece of dragon-patterned black gold. This extraordinary material was adorned with resplendent dragon-shaped patterns, its enigmatic black and gold surface gleaming ominously. Upon acquisition, an ear-piercing dragon's roar resonated forth, accompanied by an overwhelming aura that swept across the surroundings. Hiss! What is this aura? At that moment, Mu Yunhuang, who had finally regained her composure at the stone table, gazed incredulously with wide, beautiful eyes. She fixated on Su Li, for from the dark and lustrous stone in his possession, she sensed a terrifying pressure that seemed innately constraining to her spiritual essence. Fusion. As Su Li summoned the Yanhuang Luais, under the system S fusion, the originally radiant blade of the Yanhuang Luais was instantly enveloped in terrifying black arcs of lightning. In a heartbeat, the divine phoenix apparition, born from the fusion with the blood of the phoenix, expanded. As the black electric arcs intertwined with the divine phoenix specter, A black malevolent dragon gradually coalesced from the blade of the Yanhuang Luai's roar. In an instant, the black and crimson malevolent dragon and the divine phoenix shimmered and clashed, entwining with one another, causing the already resilient Yanhuang Luai's to undergo a process of strengthening and refinement under the onslaught of these two formidable forces. This wicked disciple, he possesses such materials? What other secrets does he harbor? Mu Yunhuang trembled, struggling to rise from the stone table. Once steady, she clenched her delicate fists, wishing fervently to smash Su Li's head from behind. Yet, after several attempts, not only did she fail to provoke her own cultivation, but she also felt the remnants of Su Li's essence flowing from her thigh. Bastard! Wicked disciple! Upon sensing the warm sensation, Mu Yunhuang's body trembled in fury. In a state of despair, she took out a piece of cotton paper to wipe herself. However, Su Li, fully engrossed in the fusion, paid no heed to Mu Yunhuang. After all, her cultivation was sealed. Even if she wished to take vengeance, she could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Ding. Dragon Pattern Black Finance Integration. Ding. Congratulations, host. The integration of Dragon Pattern Black Finance has been successful. Boom. In an instant, the malevolent dragon entwined around the blade of the Flame Radiance Thunderblade and the ethereal phoenix merged seamlessly. The resplendent surface of the Flame Radiance Thunderblade was adorned with two luminous dragon and phoenix patterns. As Su Li infused the three-colored spiritual energy into the golden divine body, a radiant multicolored light enveloped the entire cave, illuminating Mu Yunhuang's flushed face with vibrant hues. This wayward disciple, has he truly succeeded in merging? Clearly, with Mu Yunhuang's keen perception, she discerned the crux of the matter. However, her current cultivation was sealed, rendering her incapable of confronting Su Li. She even harbored fears that he might silence her permanently. It is done. Clenching the Flame Radiance Thunderblade, Su Li was elated to discover a significant enhancement in its strength. Yet, he had no time for testing. His gaze shifted to Mu Yunhuang, whose face was a mix of embarrassment and indignation, unwilling to admit the exhilaration she felt. With a smile, Su Li addressed her, Master. Had you allowed me to venture to the ancient relic sooner, we could have avoided all this turmoil. Now, what do you propose I do with you? He emphasized the word dispose with a certain weight. After all, Mu Yunhuang was the leader of the Yunqing sect. If he were to silence her, chaos would surely ensue within the sect. Any investigation would inevitably lead back to him, for he was the only one present in her cave today, while others remained oblivious to her whereabouts. Conversely, if he spared her, what if she commanded others to eliminate him in public? Su Li would find it difficult to evade the combined assault of those elders and saints. Moreover, he feared that even if he conveyed to Mu Yunhuang that they were now tied together by fate, her pride would lead her to a mutual destruction. Wayward disciple, if you have the audacity, kill me. But rest assured, once I regain my strength, I will surely have my revenge. I shall crush your bones to dust, tear your soul asunder, and ensure you never rise again. Mu Yunhuang attempted to intimidate him further, but before she could finish, she was horrified to see Su Li produce a recording stone. He approached her with a smirk, weighing the stone in his hand. Wayward disciple, what are you planning? You shameless wretch. Suddenly, it dawned on Mu Yunhuang, and her previously panicked expression turned a deep crimson. She never anticipated that a dignified sect leader like herself would find herself in such a predicament. Ha ha ha, master. You have only yourself to blame for being so obstinate. Alas, I must preserve some evidence. But fret not, as long as you refrain from spreading tales or taking action against me, I shall ensure that the recording remains confidential. Otherwise, not only the Yunqing sect but other sects and factions would soon be privy to our image. As Su Li finished speaking, amid Mu Yunhuang's startled struggles, he pressed her against the pillar of the stone pavilion and activated the recording stone to capture her from various angles. A recording of the album titled The Secrets of the Stone Pavilion Between Me and the Beautiful Sect Leader has commenced. In this visual compilation, Mu Yunhuang is filled with astonishment and fury, overwhelmed by a sense of shame and indignation. However, as the potent currents of divine power from Su Li's celestial body stimulate her, she transitions from a state of despair to one of reluctant acceptance, even experiencing a flicker of enjoyment amidst the intricate guidance and progression orchestrated by Su Li. Nevertheless, Mu Yunhuang remains obstinately defiant, despite the evident pleasure etched upon her visage. She incessantly shouts her intent to slay Su Li. As the recording sessions persist into the third day, panic begins to set in for Mu Yunhuang. She is struck with dread as she observes that Su Li, like an unyielding beast, shows no signs of fatigue. Each time they conclude, he merely requires a brief respite of an hour or two before resuming his relentless pursuits. More critically, with no one to oversee matters at Yinqing's sect during these days. The initial calm yields to chaos, as various elders, disciples, and holy maidens urgently transmit messages, pressing her for updates. How is Mu Yinhuang to respond? Should she confess that the esteemed leader of the beautiful sect is presently being subjected to the whims of this impudent young man? Chapter 144. The Rider's Annihilation of the Ancestor. Disciple, it has been 3 whole days. What more do you desire? Spare me, and I shall offer you the treasures and spiritual herbs of the Yunqing sect. Even if you wish to journey to the ancient ruins, I will grant you permission, if that pleases you. At this moment, Mu Yinhuang found herself suspended in a stone pavilion by Su Li, her legs and arms bound together behind her. Her graceful figure arched in a captivating bow. The ropes pressed against her fair skin, accentuating her curves in an enticing manner, evoking a visceral response that stirred the senses. For 3 long days, she had nearly despaired. Although the sensation of being dominantly controlled and the peculiar feelings coursing through her body brought her an undeniable thrill, it was a pleasure she found too shameful to acknowledge. Truth be told, Mu Yinhuang had never anticipated that the countless cultivators she had once scorned over the centuries could bring her such fulfillment. She discovered that her dignity and lofty status were being trampled upon by her disciple, and to her astonishment, there was a certain exhilaration in it. Ding! Detected that Mu Yinhuang is both delighted and enamored, lingering in this sensation, earning 20,000 points of fortune. What? Upon realizing this, Su Li regarded Mu Yinhuang with an odd expression, as if he wished to strangle her. It seemed that beneath her beauty lay a penchant for submission. Had a miraculous switch been flipped? Nevertheless, Su Li chose not to expose Mu Yinhuang's secret. After all, she was a proud figure, and he desired to mend their relationship. He could not perpetually chastise her, could he? Master, in truth, I do not care for resources. What I truly cherish is you. With a slight smile, Su Li embraced the suspended Mu Yinhuang from behind, leaning in to whisper in her ear, Master, who could resist your beauty and charm? I simply cannot help myself. Mu Yinhuang felt a tingling sensation at her earlobe, nearly driving her to madness. Impossible, you rogue. Stop this at once, you wretched disciple. Biting her lip, if her gaze could kill, the fierce glare she cast on Su Li would have ended his life 1,000 times over. Yet, if emotional satisfaction could save, it would have spared him 1,000 times as well. Mu Yinhuang was a whirlwind of embarrassment, anger, joy, and astonishment towards Su Li. She was elated that, for the first time in centuries, someone had allowed her to experience such joy without regard for her position as the sect leader or her status as a transcendent being. Unlike the elders, saints, and maidens who bowed before her daily, she felt she could be genuine in Su Li's presence, calling him out when necessary, reprimanding him without pretense. But her anger surged at the audacity of her disciple, who showed no sign of restraint or intent to cease. If this continued, what if some elder or saint, worried for her well-being, intruded upon the cave? If their clandestine affairs were exposed, how could she face the Yunqing sect? Finally, after another hour had passed, she felt utterly drained. Due to her cultivation being sealed, her spiritual body was in a state of being plundered by Su Li. After several attempts at cultivation, she experienced nothing but fleeting pleasure, with all the benefits derived from her spiritual essence siphoned away by Su Li. Wretched disciple, let us negotiate. At worst, I shall spare your life. After all, you are still my apprentice. Shall I gift you the eye of heaven? Just help me break this seal on my cultivation. I truly must get outside. Many elders, sons of saints, and daughters of saints are calling for me. If I do not respond, they will certainly intrude. Mu Yinhuang was genuinely frightened. Moreover, she believed that once she regained her strength, she could easily eliminate this wretched disciple. At that moment, she could dismiss these past few days as nothing more than a fleeting dream, erasing those memories at will. She refused to believe that as the esteemed leader of the sect, she would be entangled in such absurdities for a lifetime. Master, I have told you that I will strive for myself, without your favoritism. Just as you said, if I cannot defeat even a son of a saint, how could I venture into the ancient ruins without courting death? Do you truly wish for my demise? However, if you wish to restore your cultivation, that will depend on my mood. After Su Li untied the ropes binding Mu Yinhuang, he lifted her trembling figure onto the stone table. At that moment, upon hearing Su Li's reluctance to help her regain her cultivation, Mu Yinhuang glared at him with fierce eyes. Yet, she thought perhaps she could seek assistance from other trusted confidants to see if they could help her break free. By the way, Master, let me remind you, the restrictions I placed on you cannot be undone unless a sovereign-level expert comes in person. Do not even think about seeking someone else for assistance. If word gets out that you have lost your cultivation, I may not dare to kill you, but others will undoubtedly take the opportunity to act against you. Moreover, even if one day I am in a good mood and help you break the seal, do not think you can ambush me. For if I were to perish, the restrictions within you would simultaneously explode, and you would perish as well. As Suli spoke, he waved the 30 or so recording stones, which captured various angles of their recent encounters. I will replicate these hundreds of times. If I die, these will be disseminated across the entire continent. In that case, everyone will witness the grand spectacle of our master-disciple battle. The shame would not only fall upon you, master, but the entire Yunqing sect might suffer disgrace. He revealed a villainous smile. With such assurances, he doubted Mu Yunhuang would dare to take a risk. Ah, shameless, despicable, wretched disciple, you truly deserve to die. Mu Yunhuang trembled with rage, unable to suppress her scream. However, Su Li, filled with self-satisfaction, turned and walked away, leaving her to glare at his jubilant figure. Moreover, she felt sticky all over. She needed a bath. No, she needed to scrub herself clean. It requires 100 repetitions to achieve. However, Su Li remained indifferent to the hateful gaze directed at Mu Yunhuang. Although the act of annihilating one's ancestry was undeniably wicked, who could blame Mu Yunhuang for attempting to strike first? Were it not for Su Li possessing the Yinyang mother and child ring, he might have lost his life by now. Chapter 145, The Foremost of the Younger Generation? Meanwhile, within the domain of the Yunqing sect, in the depths of the Xiantai dynasty, lies the illusory spirit cave. This sacred refuge is under the aegis of the Yunqing sect and serves as a training ground for many of its inner disciples. The Xiantai dynasty is but one of a myriad of dynasties governed by the Yunqing sect. The illusory spirit cave, thus, falls under their jurisdiction. At this moment, several cultivators tasked with guarding the cave were languidly yawning in boredom. The captain of the squad, Lu Sun, after stretching lazily, cast an admiring glance towards the depths of the cave. Brother Lu, these prodigies of the Yunqing sect are truly formidable. Just yesterday, that enchanting young woman shattered our records in the illusory spirit cave. I heard she has already ascended to the realm of divine powers at such a tender age. It's truly astonishing, remarked one of the guards, filled with awe. Do not be deceived by their youth. Their strength barely reaches the void-breaking realm. Usually, they are merely tasked with guarding this place, preventing outsiders from inadvertently entering the illusory spirit cave. Upon hearing this, Lu Sun smirked disdainfully and replied nonchalantly. What do you know? That captivating maiden from yesterday, named Li Wuyue, is among the most powerful prodigies of the latest cohort of disciples in the Yunqing sect. However, the truly formidable one is a certain Lord Su Li. He has been chosen as a direct disciple of the sect master. Alas, it seems we are fated never to behold him. Lu Sun's words prompted the guards to exchange glances in astonishment. They had not anticipated that Li Wuyue, formidable as she was, had an even more powerful counterpart among the prodigies. A true monster. Compared to these geniuses, our so-called strong cultivators in the dynasty might as well be insignificant. Brother Lu, could it be true? Is there truly a prodigy more terrifying than Li Wuyue? Indeed. Brother Lu, do not jest with us. Ha ha ha. Brother Lu simply loves to exaggerate. I heard that Li Wuyue recently activated a remarkable phenomenon, placing her among the most distinguished in the entire Yunqing sect. How could there possibly be someone with greater natural talent, unless they are among the esteemed sons and daughters of the saints? At this moment, several guards shook their heads, expressing disbelief. However, as the captain, Lu Sun had connections within the royal family of the Xiantai dynasty. Just 2 days prior, he had listened intently as a princess, selected as an inner disciple of the Yunqing sect, vividly described Su Li. Thus, after casting a stern gaze at the group, he spoke in a chastising tone. What do you comprehend? It is because you have never seen it with your own eyes. You have all heard of the illustrious title of Princess Lanxiang, our Xiantai dynasty's foremost prodigy. Just the other day, she herself spoke of that young man named Su Li, who not only single-handedly vanquished a divine powers realm beast, but also summoned a colossal lightning calamity measuring 1,000,000 meters in length and width. An overwhelming multitude of ferocious beasts stretching beyond the horizon. And do you know what the outcome was? As Lu Sun recounted this, the expressions of the guards grew wide-eyed in disbelief. A divine powers realm beast? 1,000,000-meter-long lightning calamity? Such entities were beyond the realm of their imagination. The individual charged directly into the throngs of demonic beasts, resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus, effortlessly cleaving through the horde. From one side to the other, he struck down one fearsome creature after another with a single stroke of his blade. One must wonder, which youthful prodigy could possibly achieve such a feat? Even if we were to combine the prowess of our esteemed princess and the inner disciples of the Cloud-Clear sect from the illusionary spirit cave, they would still fall short. Is this true? The skeptical cultivator, taken aback, exclaimed, "To what extraordinary strength must one ascend to accomplish this? Is the individual known as Su Li even human? Brother Lu, how is it that we cannot compare ourselves to such a person? My son is already in his 20s and has yet to reach the void-breaking realm, while this Su Li appears even younger. Surely, unless he began his cultivation in the womb, he could not have progressed so rapidly or fearsomely. How do these prodigies achieve such strength?" Upon hearing this, Lu Sun nearly chuckled. Of course, Lord Su Li is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy of the Cloud-Clear sect, the foremost among the younger generation. Could your foolish son possibly compare? Lu Sun saw no need to engage in discussions about talent or cultivation techniques. He simply countered with disdain. However, upon hearing the phrase foremost among the younger generation, a wave of respect washed over the crowd. Their perspectives were too narrow to grasp the intricacies of techniques or legacies, but the weight of the term foremost resonated deeply, leading many to murmur Su Li's name, as if it might serve as a topic of conversation in the future. Yet, at that moment, who is Su Li to us? Have we, the younger generation, ever recognized him? A young man with a cold demeanor approached, exuding an imposing presence. His physique resembled a spear forged through endless trials. Accompanying him were two elderly men, their hair grizzled and their aura formidable, who followed closely in a respectful manner. "Who are you?" Lu Sun regarded the young man, sensing his formidable aura. Yet, recalling that this was the territory of the Xiantai dynasty, he boldly questioned. "Even our esteemed princess has publicly acknowledged Lord Su Li, and given his remarkable achievements, what else could he be but the foremost among the younger generation? Indeed, who do you think you are, to emerge here? How audacious! This is the illusionary spirit cave, not a playground for you." Several cultivators encircled them simultaneously. "Huh, the princess you speak of, is it Lu Lanxiang?" The tall young man's eyes glimmered with disdain. Among the latest disciples of the Cloud-Clear sect, she ranks at the bottom. Had it not been for the numerous prodigies perishing in the Thunder Tribulation, she would likely never ascend to the status of an inner disciple. "You dare insult our princess?" Lu Sun's expression shifted dramatically as he glared fiercely at the young man before him. Concurrently, the surrounding cultivators began to stretch their necks and wrists, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, clearly preparing to teach this young man a harsh lesson. Insult? However, the young man curled his lips in disdain, proclaiming, "The mere fact that I can evaluate her is already a blessing for both her and your Xiantai dynasty." In an instant, the audacity of this young man left Lu Sun and the others utterly speechless. To presume to comment on their royal princess and consider it a privilege? Was he attempting to ascend to the heavens with such arrogance? Just then, the young man approached the barrier of the illusory spirit cave and reached out to touch it. With a resonating hum, this formidable barrier unleashed an aura comparable to that of a late-stage divine transformation realm practitioner. "Ah, this is the barrier your emperor, Luong, has painstakingly established. I assent to it?" "Quite impressive," the young man remarked nonchalantly after sensing its power. What are you trying to do?" Lu Sun's pupils constricted in alarm as he instinctively exclaimed. It turned out that any ordinary person who dared to touch this barrier would be instantly obliterated by the force it unleashed. Yet, this young lad appeared completely unharmed. He even dared to utter their emperor's name. But in the next moment, the young man astonishingly plunged one hand into the barrier and, as if drawing back a curtain, effortlessly tore a large opening, before leisurely stepping inside as if entering a garden. "What the?" The guards were left utterly astonished. Chapter 146. Do you still wish to flee before this holy sun? It is imperative to recognize that this is a restriction laid down by none other than His Majesty of the Xiantai dynasty himself. This is the formidable barrier of a peak 8th layer practitioner. Any ordinary void-breaking realm, or even a divine ability realm expert who dares to make contact would find themselves grievously injured, with no chance to evade the repercussions. Yet, that lad just now, astonishingly, managed to open it with a single hand? Even their royal princess and the magnificent beauty, Li Weiyue, could not accomplish such a feat. It is feared that even Su Li, who has been lauded as the foremost prodigy by the princess, would find this impossible. At this moment, the guards were utterly astounded. Their faces a canvas of disbelief, their mouths agape in shock, failing to comprehend the situation until the two aged elders cast them a disdainful glance. Only then did they come to their senses and hastily use their tokens to lift the restrictions of the illusory spirit cave, rushing inside. However, upon entering, they were left utterly dumbfounded. The young talents of the Yunqing sect, stationed at the periphery of the illusory spirit cave, knelt before this young man. as if he were a significant figure of their sect, not daring to breathe a word. Saint's son? At that moment, Princess Lu, who had just emerged from the depths of the illusory spirit cave, changed countenance upon spotting the youth, and immediately knelt down. This scene left Lu Sun and the others, who had followed closely behind, completely petrified. The youth before them was none other than Chun Zhantian, the 9th sequence saint's son of the Yunqing sect. He had a close relationship with the 5th sequence saintess, Yang Momo. Upon learning that her younger brother, Yang Xiao, had been slain by Li Wuyue, Chun Zhantian had volunteered to seek vengeance on her behalf. Yang Momo, preoccupied with preparations for an expedition to the ancient relic, could not afford to intervene personally, as doing so might provide fodder for gossip among the sect members. When Yang Momo heard of Chun Zhantian's willingness to eliminate Li Wuyue to please her, she readily acquiesced and informed him of Li Wuyue's exchanges for techniques and her forays into various trials. Upon discovering that Li Wuyue had come to the Xiantai dynasty, Chun Zhantian naturally sought her out. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Although the illusory spirit cave was under the actual control of the Yunqing sect, it was governed by the Xiantai dynasty. As the saint's son of the Yunqing sect, Chun Zhantian could act with impunity. No one could obstruct him, nor would he be blamed for internecine strife among peers. In the event of any mishap, it would merely take a word from him to cover it up. Ultimately, Chun Zhantian's intent was to seize the opportunity to eliminate Li Wuyue, while the illusory spirit cave lacked oversight from the elders of the Yunqing sect. Thus, if Yang Momo were to be pleased, perhaps she would even grant him the chance to invite her on a date. At this thought, a faint smile graced Chun Zhantian's lips. Yet, upon perceiving Lu Lanxiang's hesitant expression, he displayed a hint of impatience. "Speak, holy son." Boom. At that very moment, the terrifying pressure emanating from Chun Zhantian, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of the divine ability realm, swept through the area. The inner disciples, who had originally knelt in greeting, were compelled to bow their heads even deeper under the immense weight. Chun, saint's son. Li Wuyue was in the midst of her training within the illusion, a crucial moment indeed. Princess Lu had intended to ask Chun Zhantian to wait, but unexpectedly, he let out a cold snort and advanced directly into the depths of the illusion, while simultaneously conjuring a formidable surge of spiritual power in his palm, as if to strike at Li Wuyue hidden within. Hiss! Princess Lu gasped in alarm upon sensing the impending danger, hastily sending a message. "Wuyue, wake up quickly. Chun Zhantian is coming to trouble you." Although Lu Lanxiang was unaware of any animosity between Chun Zhantian and Li Wuyue, it was evident even to her that Chun Zhantian was brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. If Li Wuyue were to be caught off guard in the illusion, she might not even realize who had struck her down. At that instant, roused by Lu Lanxiang's warning, Li Wuyue broke free from the illusion, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, she had no time to comprehend the situation, immediately employing her concealment techniques. Boom! With a devastating wave of spiritual energy crashing into the depths of the illusionary spirit cave, the very spot where Li Wuyue had been moments before was violently torn apart by the shockwave. The explosive sound sent shockwaves through the surrounding area, where several talented individuals were undergoing trials in the illusion, causing them to wail in terror. Oh, quite the swift escape. Just then, as Chun Zhantian entered the illusionary realm and discovered that Li Wuyue had vanished, a cruel smirk crossed his face. It seemed that, prompted by Lu Lanxiang's warning, Li Wuyue, though equally unaware of Chun Zhantian's fierce approach, had deduced that it was somehow connected to Yang Momo. When Li Wuyue became an inner disciple, she learned that Yang Xiao was the brother of Yang Momo. Although she wished to clarify that she was not the one who had killed Yang Xiao, she knew the misunderstanding had already taken root. Even if she tried to mend fences with Yang Momo, the latter would only perceive her as weak, possibly even as someone to be bullied. Furthermore, it was Su Li who had killed Yang Xiao to save her, and Li Wuyue did not wish to implicate him. Thus, upon learning that a saint's son was coming to seek her out, specifically Chun Zhantian, who had a good relationship with Yang Momo, Li Wuyue decided to flee. Humph. Do you think you can escape before the saint's son? At that moment, Chun Zhantian retaliated by summoning a blazing killing seal, preparing to unleash it towards the exit of the illusionary spirit cave. He had clearly sensed Li Wuyue's intention to flee. However, just as Chun Zhantian was about to release a strike that could annihilate Li Wuyue, a graceful figure boldly stepped in front of him, fuming. "Stop. Chun Zhantian, you are the saint's son of Yunqing sect, and Wuyue is also an inner disciple of Yunqing sect. Do you intend to turn against your own kind?" This figure was none other than Yi Liuli. It turned out that both Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli had joined the Yunqing sect from Yun City and shared deep connections with Su Li. Naturally, they were closer in their daily interactions. Given Yi Liuli's innocent and kind nature, she could not bear to watch Chen Zhantian unjustly attempt to take Li Wuyue's life. You are courting death. However, the way Chen Zhantian gazed at Yi Liuli was akin to looking at a corpse. Just as he was about to unleash his kill seal, an elderly man with white hair hastily intervened. Holy Son, do not, he exclaimed. This girl has a profound connection with Su Li. It seems she is even recognized as his sister. This white-haired elder, a long-standing elder of the Yunqing sect and one of Chen Zhantian's protectors, possessed a peak strength in the realm of divine abilities that even commanded Chen Zhantian's respect. Yet, upon mentioning the name Su Li, Chen Zhantian hesitated, retracting the kill seal. Nonetheless, in a fit of rage, he retaliated with a sharp slap, striking Yi Liuli's face. Ah, Wu, why did you strike me without cause? The resounding slap left a vivid five-finger mark upon Yi Liuli's cheek, causing her to fall to the side, tenderly clutching her small face, her expression filled with sorrow, evoking deep sympathy. Chapter 147. Is Su Li's foundation too shallow? Humph. Upon realizing that Li Wuyue had escaped, Chen Zhantian cast a glance at the aggrieved Yi Liuli and coldly remarked, do not presume that your connection with Su Li renders you immune. That slap was merely a warning. Should you dare obstruct my path again, even if Su Li is present, I shall personally ensure your demise. With that, Chen Zhantian contemptuously surveyed the trembling inner disciples present. He then hurriedly exited the cave with two elderly men with white hair, intent on pursuing Li Wuyue. However, Chen Zhantian evidently underestimated her expertise in assassination and stealth. Upon leaving the illusory spirit cave, she employed various techniques to conceal her aura. Consequently, he quickly lost her trail. Damn it, this wretched girl runs so swiftly. Chen Zhantian could scarcely believe that a mere novice in the realm of divine power could slip from his grasp. Nonetheless, he promptly attributed his failure to Yi Liuli's interference. It's all her fault. I should have eliminated her earlier. He recalled Yi Liuli's stubborn visage and remembered how Su Li had garnered the attention of not only the other holy sons and daughters at Yunqing sect, but also the sect master, who had personally taken him as a disciple. Truth be told, to claim that Chen Zhantian felt no jealousy would be disingenuous. Holy Son, perhaps we should return? One of the elderly companions suggested. Indeed, Holy Son, we may regroup and act next time. But lingering here could lead to complications if we are caught by the inner elders. That would certainly be troublesome. The two elderly men were concerned that should Chen Zhantian truly harm Yi Liuli, it would inevitably provoke significant conflict with Su Li, especially considering the latter's backing from the sect master. Contemplating the elders of the inner sect, even Chen Zhantian could not help but exhale in resignation, opting to return to the sect. After all, those who served as inner sect elders were formidable in their own right, with the weakest being at the fusion law realm, and some even at the level of great powers. They were accountable only to the sect master and the elder, frequently inspecting the various forces under the Yunqing sect's jurisdiction. The prospect of being apprehended by a powerful elder was certainly not a pleasant one for Chen Zhantian. Thus, with no other choice, he reluctantly led the two elderly men back to the sect. Meanwhile, those left in the illusory spirit cave, including Lu Sun and Princess Lu, were drenched in sweat from fear. Many rushed to support Yi Liuli, urging her not to oppose Chen Zhantian, given his status as the Holy Son. At this moment, Lu Sun and the others, having observed the palpable fear among the gathered talents towards Chen Zhantian, could not help but feel a sense of relief. It now appeared that Su Li was not the unparalleled prodigy of the younger generation after all. After all, Chen Zhantian, being merely the 9th-ranked Holy Son, had already imposed such pressure that it left others gasping for breath. Moreover, upon learning that Yi Liuli was Su Li's sister, Chen Zhantian showed no inclination to extend any courtesy. This alone spoke volumes to cultivators like Lu Sun, who dares to say that my brother Su Li is not his match. If brother Su Li were aware of Chen Zhantian's shamelessness, having ambushed sister Wu Yu and suddenly attacked me, Yi Liuli was about to assert that Su Li would assist them in teaching Chen Zhantian a lesson, but upon further reflection, she realized that no matter how formidable Su Li might be, he was merely at the first layer of the divine power realm, whereas Chen Zhantian was a prodigious figure at the 8th layer. It was said that Chen Zhantian was but a step away from the 9th layer. Yet, as Yi Liuli's words hovered on the tip of her tongue, especially under the gaze of the onlookers, she could not simply retract her statement, could she? Surely, he would not let Chen Zhantian slip away unscathed. Reluctantly, Yi Liuli could only utter a statement that was neither soft nor hard. However, Princess Lu and others, upon hearing her words, could not help but inwardly lament that Yi Liuli was indeed quite young. The girl, after all, was just a girl. For the sake of her pride, she could only suppress such harsh words. It seemed apparent that Yi Liuli had recognized the chasm between Su Li and Qin Zhantian, hence her proclamation of not letting him off. To be candid, such words were best left unspoken, for to oppose a saint was no trifling matter. Despite Su Li's astonishing capabilities, he was still fundamentally too inexperienced. Indeed, such fierce declarations were merely the bravado of a young girl. And who could say when Su Li would truly be in a position to not let Qin Zhantian go? What if that were to take 10 years, 20 years, or even 100 years? Would she have to wait until Su Li's fortune aligned to confront the saint? At that moment, many were silently pondering these thoughts and shook their heads, believing the matter would come to naught. Even Princess Lu Lanxiang sighed helplessly. In fact, at this juncture, she had lost the courage to invite Yi Liuli and her companions to the royal court. Initially, her intention to foster a relationship with them stemmed from a desire to repay Su Li's kindness and to cultivate a closer bond with him. However, with Wu Yu and Yi Liuli having offended Qin Zhantian, Princess Lu, well-versed in the ways of power struggles, understood all too well that drawing too close to them now might incite resentment. Meanwhile, confronted by the peculiar gazes of the crowd, Yi Liuli felt a wave of grievance that nearly brought her to tears. It was not that she sensed doubt in their eyes, but rather that she felt wronged. She had done nothing wrong, for it was Qin Zhantian's reckless actions that had caused this turmoil. Yet, no one seemed to care about her distress, and even those who had supported her seemed to disregard her plight, as if isolating her because of Qin Zhantian. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Yi Liuli lost all motivation to continue her cultivation and tearfully made her way back to Yunqing's sect. She needed to inform brother Su Li of everything. Even if Su Li were truly no match for Qin Zhantian, she at least wanted to alert him to the threat posed by that individual. Half a day later, at Yunqing's sect, within Su Li's cave dwelling, after emerging from his esteemed master Mu Yunhuang's cave, Su Li was diligently consolidating his cultivation. He refrained from using the spiritual energy gained through his training with Mu Yunhuang to break through to a higher realm. Instead, he focused on solidifying his foundation at the first layer of the divine power realm. After enduring the baptism of the thunder calamity, Su Li's current realm, though still merely at the pinnacle of the first layer, has reached a level of physical strength, spiritual power, and combat capability that could rival the adept practitioners of the 6th and 7th layers of the divine passage realm. With the addition of various techniques, he is confident that he could engage in a fierce battle with a peak expert of the divine passage realm. If he were to summon the eye of the heavenly gaze and the reincarnation pearl, Su Li believes that as long as his opponent is not among the very top echelon of prodigies and has yet to attain the fusion law realm, he possesses the confidence to vanquish them. However, Su Li suddenly realized that Luo Qinghan had sent him a sound transmission talisman. Upon activating the talisman, Su Li's expression changed instantaneously. Boom. In an instant, Su Li erupted in fury and dashed out of his cave dwelling, startling many of the servants on Yunqing Peak, who were taken aback by the unexpected rage of the previously amiable Su Li. Upon reaching the Xiaoyu Peak, where Li Wuyue, Yi Liuli, and Luo Qinghan were located, he found Yi Liuli sobbing outside Li Wuyue's cave. As soon as she laid eyes on Su Li, she immediately burst into tears, feeling utterly aggrieved. Chapter 148. An invitation? A challenge? Brother Su Li. Sister Li Wuyue was nearly slain by Qin Zhantian. Yi Liuli suddenly threw herself into Su Li's embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls unrestrained. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan could only stand by, feeling a bittersweet pang as she observed the scene. After all, her relationship with Su Li was quite peculiar. Even though she yearned for reconciliation, she felt too shy to approach him at that moment. Moreover, the one who had harmed Li Wuyue was Qin Zhantian, the saint's son of the 9th sequence. Naturally, she believed that Su Li was not yet a match for Qin Zhantian. Thus, she refrained from adding fuel to the fire, wishing to spare Su Li any embarrassment. Liuli, did Qin Zhantian strike your face as well? Su Li raised an eyebrow, gently caressing Yi Liuli's cheek, where a vivid red handprint lingered. Damn it. He hadn't even sought trouble with that saint's son yet, and now Qin Zhantian had provoked him first. Furthermore, he was reluctant to even pinch Liuli's delicate face with force. How dare that scoundrel slap Liuli? Brother Su Li, Qin Zhantian said I obstructed his path, so he struck me. He even said that if I dared to stop him again, even with you present, he would. Yi Liuli, feeling aggrieved, was about to voice her frustration when Luo Qinghan interrupted. Liuli, let us first take Su Li inside to check on Wuyue's injuries. Luo Qinghan was not foolish. She understood that Qin Zhantian had surely issued a stern warning. If Yi Liuli were to disclose this, how would Su Li respond? Would he retaliate or remain silent? In such a scenario, he would undoubtedly feel exceedingly awkward, so she instinctively encouraged Yi Liuli to avoid escalating the matter further. What did he say? However, Su Li shot a fierce glare at the meddlesome Luo Qinghan before turning his attention back to Yi Liuli. You. Luo Qinghan sensed Su Li's irritation and silently cursed him for lacking awareness. She had extended a helping hand, yet he seemed to blame her for meddling. At that moment, Yi Liuli appeared to regain her composure, hesitating to speak. My dear girl, do not hold back. Su Li's expression darkened. Damn it. Whether it was Li Wuiyue or Yi Liuli, both had journeyed from Cloud City alongside him, and their bond was quite strong. How could he tolerate Chen Zhantian's provocation? He had initially contemplated challenging a saint or a saintess. Now that Chen Zhantian had delivered himself right to his doorstep, how could he refrain from teaching him a harsh lesson? After all, that scoundrel was not Yi Xian, the fated child of fortune. What did Su Li have to fear? He had been troubled by the lack of a sparring partner since breaking through to the Divine Passage realm. He said that even if you were present, he would strangle me to death next time. As Yi Liuli spoke under Su Li's comforting touch, she could no longer contain her tears, crying out in anguish. In that instant, the disciples and elders surrounding Xiaoyu Peak exchanged glances, unable to hide their astonishment. They were not deaf. Such a significant incident at the entrance of Li Wuiyue's cave abode was impossible to ignore. Let's see how you resolve this. At this moment, Luo Qinghan rolled her eyes. Believing that Su Li had been thoroughly placed on the hot seat, particularly since Yi Liuli had made such a statement. If he remained silent, it would be tantamount to admitting that he was overshadowed by Chen Zhantian. Yet, should Su Li respond, any such response would appear insipid, leading others to perceive him as lacking confidence. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, in the eyes of Luo Qinghan and the surrounding disciples and elders, it was deemed inappropriate for Su Li to meddle in this extraneous matter, or to allow Yi Liuli to voice it in front of so many witnesses. At that moment, an elder from the Xiaoyu Peak stepped forward, smiling warmly as he addressed Su Li. Young man, I once offered guidance to Chen Zhantian in his early days and have a measure of goodwill towards him. How about this? Allow me to intervene on your behalf to mend the rift between him and your sister, so you need not worry about it any further. This elder clearly sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Su Li. After all, Su Li's extraordinary talent and terrifying potential had drawn the attention of Mu Yunhuang, which was nothing short of remarkable. In the future, even if Su Li did not ascend to the position of the sect leader of Yinqing's sect, he would undoubtedly hold a significant role, perhaps that of a grand elder. While it might take Su Li decades, or even centuries, to reach such heights, the elder felt that this investment was exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, a simple word from him could ease the relationship between a true disciple of the sect leader and Chen Xingzi, thereby enhancing his own standing within Yinqing's sect. Luo Qinghan observed the scene and could not help but scoff internally. She had just been eager to witness Su Li's embarrassment. In fact, she had been calculating what flimsy excuse Su Li might conjure to reconcile with Chen Zhantian. However, it now seemed unnecessary. With this inter-sect elder acting as a mediator, Chen Zhantian would certainly grant some measure of respect. Even Yi Liuli cast a gaze of anticipation at Su Li, her expression suggesting that she was no longer perturbed. Deep down, she did not wish for Su Li to be ensnared in trouble, having sensed his concern and warmth. Her grievances had dissipated. Now, her sole feeling was one of pity for Li Wuiyue, who had nearly faced death at the hands of Chen Zhantian and was currently recuperating in the cave dwelling. Yet, at this moment, Su Li felt a surge of amusement, for he had learned from Luo Qinghan that Li Wuiyue and Yi Liuli had narrowly escaped, and considering the relationship between Chen Zhantian and Yang Momo, Su Li surmised the motive behind Chen Zhantian's intent to harm Li Wuiyue. It was highly likely related to Yang Momo's brother, Yang Xiao. This matter was entwined with him, and out of both emotional and rational obligation, Su Li could not remain a passive observer. You have some connection with Chen Zhantian, do you not? Resolute in his decision, Su Li exchanged a mere 500 fortune points in the system marketplace for a prank invitation and transformed it into a challenge letter, which he then thrust into the hands of the astonished inter-sect elder. With a cold demeanor, he stated, "Please deliver this challenge letter to him. Tomorrow afternoon, at the sect's square arena, I shall challenge Chen Zhantian." As soon as Su Li's words fell, the entire Xiaoyu Peak descended into a profound silence, especially the elder, who stood there, dumbfounded, clutching the challenge letter. He even questioned whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Was this a challenge invitation, or merely an invitation? Su Li? Indeed, even Luo Qinghan widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Su Li's face with an expression of disbelief. Were it not for the unwavering seriousness reflected in Su Li's countenance, she might have thought he was jesting. Brother Su Li? At that moment, Yi Liuli could not help but exclaim, You You intend to challenge Qinjiantian? He is the Holy Sun. Moreover, he stands at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of the divine passage, just a step away from the 9th layer. To be honest, Yi Liuli herself found it hard to believe. Before her arrival, Li Wuyue had cautioned her not to trouble Su Li. Thus, she was reluctant to divulge this information to him. Had it not been for Luo Qinghan conveying a message to brother Su Li, she and Li Wuyue might have chosen to suppress this matter altogether. Chapter 149. Then let it be done, I understand. Su Li's tone was remarkably tranquil amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. However, the elder who had accepted the challenge letter, along with Yi Liuli herself, was already engulfed in a tempest of emotions. Brother Su Li, particularly for Yi Liuli, tears glistened in her eyes, for she was acutely aware of Su Li's affection towards her. Yet, she had never anticipated that he would dare to confront Qin Shengxi on her behalf. He even went so far as to publicly challenge him. It was imperative to recognize that this challenge letter would send shockwaves throughout the entire sect, especially considering Su Li had only recently joined the Yunqing sect, daring to challenge Qin Zhantian's position. Though he was merely the 9th sequence Saint Sun, the title of Saint Sun alone commanded immense reverence, making him an object of admiration for the disciples and elders of Yunqing's sect, who would tremble at the thought of provoking him. Even if he were a Saint Sun, the audacity to strike at you would incur consequences. At this moment, Su Li affectionately ruffled Yi Liuli's delicate face, a hint of playful mirth glimmering in his eyes. He was certainly not foolish enough to provoke Qin Zhantian solely for the sake of this little girl. As a villain, Su Li's true objective lay in dealing with Yi Xian, who had just been favored by the Ring of Fortune, given the perilous nature of the ancient land ruins. And with Su Li being well-equipped, he naturally sought to test his abilities against someone. Even if Qin Zhantian did not harm Yi Liuli, it was highly probable he would still target Su Li. Most crucially, as a villain, Su Li needed to establish his own faction. He could hardly place his trust in the current Saint Sons and Saint Daughters, having painstakingly subdued Mu Yunwang. If he could also take this opportunity to eliminate those Saint Sons and Daughters who bore animosity towards him, his position would be considerably more secure. Furthermore, during his dealings with Mu Yunwang, he had unexpectedly learned that to enter the inner sanctum of the ancient land ruins, one needed not only strength but also the identity tokens of the various factions Saint Sons and Saint Daughters. In other words, if Su Li truly sought to obtain powerful legacies, or to confront Yi Xian, he must first eliminate a Saint Son. Thus, Qin Zhantian had essentially walked into the line of fire. Ding! Yi Liuli's soul has been touched by the host, lowering all defenses. Reward, 5,000 fortune points. The sudden announcement of a reward brought a smile to Su Li's heart. Did Yi Liuli truly believe that his actions were solely for her benefit? However, given the current circumstances, it seemed that this peach of hers had already ripened. When to harvest, it would undoubtedly be his decision alone. At that moment, witnessing all this, Luo Qinghan felt a tumult of emotions within her. Ever since she realized that Su Li had ascended to a height beyond her reach, she was filled with regret. Now, Su Li dared to challenge Qin Zhantian for Yi Liuli, and while reason told her that such an act was tantamount to courting death, Su Li, as a true disciple of the sect leader, possessed an identity and strength that he was willing to risk his life for Yi Liuli. Luo Qinghan's heart was consumed with envy. Su Li, could you possibly be serious? Finally, the elder regained his composure, fixing an exceedingly peculiar and complex gaze upon this true disciple of the sect leader before him. He was undoubtedly aware that such matters were not to be trifled with. Yet, Su Li's audacious challenge to Qin Zhantian bore an uncanny resemblance to a jest. Was he not courting death? The elder, perceiving that Su Li did not even spare him a glance, immediately darkened his expression and turned towards the holy peak where Qin Zhantian resided. If Su Li was intent on courting peril, he had no qualms about making the journey. Moreover, he had a favorable rapport with Qin Zhantian, owing him a debt of gratitude. They were, after all, allies. Now, with Su Li showing him such blatant disrespect and openly provoking Qin Zhantian, the elder could hardly suppress his eagerness for Su Li to embarrass himself or even be killed by Qin Zhantian. In the aftermath of the elder's departure, the news swept through the various corners of Yunqing's sect like a whirlwind. Su Li, the recent true disciple accepted by our sect leader, he dares to challenge the Holy Sun Qin? Ha ha ha, I must be mistaken. That Su Li is merely at the first level of the divine passage realm, and he has barely been with us for a few days. Does he truly not recognize the difference between greatness and insignificance? Surely, he cannot believe that being the sect leader's true disciple grants him the audacity to look down upon all others. Qin Zhantian is known for his volatile temperament, and after having attained the position of Holy Sun, he has faced much criticism, often accused of having the backing of Lord Changsun Hanlong. Su Li's blatant challenge is nothing short of a provocation. Indeed, while other holy sons or holy maidens might show leniency due to the sect leader's influence, Chen Zhantian could very well decide to eliminate Su Li entirely. At this moment, within the confines of Yinxing's sect, disciples and elders alike were abuzz with speculation. Meanwhile, at Lingquan Peak, within a bamboo house nestled halfway up the mountain, Changsun Hanlong, Chen Zhantian, and several trusted confidants were enjoying tea. When the elder from Xiaoyu Peak arrived and presented Su Li's challenge letter, silence enveloped the bamboo house. After a prolonged pause, a female inner disciple, nestled beside Chen Zhantian, could no longer contain her laughter. Brother Zhantian, has Su Li lost his wits? How dare he challenge you? Indeed, another chimed in. Su Li is utterly oblivious. Brother Zhantian merely slapped Yili. They are not even siblings. How dare he defend that little vixen? They chuckled. Does he truly think that because he vanquished those beasts with the thunder tribulation, he is invincible? Around the two holy sons, many confidants shook their heads in disbelief, clearly dismissing Su Li as a fool. This imbecile dares challenge me? Chen Zhantian scoffed as he took the challenge letter, his disdain palpable. However, the next moment, a foul, verdant stench erupted from the letter, startling everyone present. The odor caused the alluring inner disciple in Chen Zhantian's embrace to cover her nose, shrieking and retreating. Instantly, the expressions of everyone in the room, including Changsun Hanlong, turned extraordinarily peculiar. Because, caught off guard, Chen Zhantian found himself besieged by the noxious fumes, his hair disheveled, and the lingering stench clung to his face, refusing to dissipate. The nauseating stench not only threatened to induce retching among the gathered crowd, but even Chen Zhantian had to constantly channel his spiritual energy to block his nostrils, lest he expel the remnants of his previous day's meal. Simultaneously, a phantom of Su Li emerged from the challenge invitation. Chen Zhantian, this is a gift from me. A true man must accept the challenge. Do not make me lose respect for you. Bang! Chen Zhantian's face darkened in exasperation as he shattered the challenge invitation with a single slap. Yet, the lingering foul odor clung to him, refusing to dissipate. This audacious wretch truly seeks his own demise. At that moment, a profound murderous intent surged in Chen Zhantian's eyes. However, with each word he uttered, the noxious air naturally escaped from him, particularly affecting Changsun Hanlong, who sat across from him, nearly choking on Chen Zhantian's earlier statement. Cough. Cough. Then let us kill him. Changsun Hanlong unfurled his jade fan, fanning the air while coldly declaring, I originally sought an opportunity to eliminate him, and now he has delivered himself to us. Therefore, Zhantian, you need not show him mercy. Tomorrow, he must not be granted a chance to survive. Changsun Hanlong's words were resolute, sending a shiver through the hearts of several confidants and elder bai. Even Chen Zhantian paused momentarily, although he was incensed by the surprising provocation. He was not a fool. Ultimately, Su Li was a direct disciple of the sect leader. To truly kill him would mean incurring the wrath of the sect leader himself. Chapter 150. The Task of Lord Yixian Brother Long. What do you mean by that? It must be said that Chen Zhantian, being one of the sequence saints, possesses a certain level of intellect. Not to mention his prior actions against Li Wuyue and Yi Liuli in the illusory spirit cave. Even if he genuinely harbored enmity towards Su Li, it would remain a personal matter between them. Although Changsun Hanlong serves as his backing, it is unreasonable to expect him to bear the burden of offending the sect leader by ordering the assassination of Su Li. Please, you may step back, Changsun Hanlong said, his hand with the fan momentarily pausing. Yes, as you command. The few trusted aides and elder bai dared not linger and promptly exited the bamboo house. However, this scene left Chen Zhantian even more astonished. While it was understandable for elder bai, who merely owed him a slight favor, to be wary of him, it was quite another matter for Changsun Hanlong to dismiss his most loyal disciples, those he had painstakingly cultivated. They would not hesitate to ambush the sect leader if commanded. Yet, at this moment, Changsun Hanlong had ordered them to withdraw as well. Unbeknownst to Chen Zhantian, Changsun Hanlong's feelings towards him were beginning to sour. After all, it was Chen Zhantian whom he had nurtured and positioned within the ranks of the saints. While outsiders viewed Chen Zhantian as a saint, Changsun Hanlong had always regarded him as one of his subordinates. Typically, he would afford Chen Zhantian some semblance of face, refraining from issuing commands too brusquely. Chen Zhantian would dutifully execute whatever Changsun Hanlong requested without a trace of hesitation. However, when Changsun Hanlong instructed him to eliminate Su Li, he dared to question him? Was this a sign that Chen Zhantian, having ascended to the status of a saint, had begun to entertain ulterior motives? Did he now weigh the consequences of his actions? Nevertheless, Chang Sun Hanlong chose not to dwell on this matter excessively, as he was confident in his ability to keep Qin Zhantian under his control. Even though it was Qin Zhantian who had taken the initiative against Yi Liuli, they lacked any blood ties. Su Li's overt challenge was nothing short of provocation. I commanded you to kill him. What is there to hesitate about? Yet, before revealing the truth, Chang Sun Hanlong cunningly probed. Is it not the concern of displeasing the sect leader and the Grand Elder? Brother Long, we are in this together. If I were to slay Su Li and the sect leader and Grand Elder were to lay the blame at your feet, it would trouble my conscience. Qin Zhantian, sensing the enigmatic glint in Chang Sun Hanlong's eyes, felt a twinge of guilt. After all, this was the first time he had not promptly acted upon Chang Sun Hanlong's orders. However, his excuse was still somewhat plausible. Chang Sun Hanlong remained non-committal, merely referencing another figure. In fact, just a couple of days ago, Lord Yixian instructed me to assist him in eliminating Su Li. Upon hearing these words, Qin Zhantian's expression shifted dramatically. The weight of the title Lord Yixian compelled him to take the matter with utmost seriousness. It was well known to outsiders that Yixian was the saint of the Butianga and the younger brother of the current sect leader. However, few were aware that when Yixian rose to prominence, he had subdued Chang Sun Hanlong in a hidden realm. This secret is known only to Qin Zhantian within the entire Yinqing sect, for he witnessed, years ago, the formidable Chang Sun Hanlong, who was a whole realm above Yixian, being defeated by him. As an eyewitness, Qin Zhantian understood the significance of Chang Sun Hanlong referring to Yixian with the honorific master. After all, the Yinqing sect has close ties with the Butian Pavilion, and many of the sect's holy sons and daughters often mention Yixian. However, it was only when Chang Sun Hanlong added the title master that it indicated his role as a follower, prepared to execute the plans of Master Yixian. Wait, Master Yixian should have no grievances with Su Li, right? Nonetheless, Qin Zhantian quickly recalled that in his memories, the encounters between Yixian and Su Li were infrequent, making it difficult for Su Li to offend Yixian. Even if Yixian perceived Su Li's potential as formidable and noted that he had been accepted as a true disciple by the sect leader Mu Yunhuang, any threat posed by Su Li could not possibly be greater than that of Xiao Wuji. Furthermore, Su Li was merely at the first level of the divine ability realm. If Master Yixian truly wished to eliminate Su Li, there would be no need for haste. This brings us to our white saintess. In response, Chang Sun Hanlong chuckled coldly, a hint of amusement on his face. A few days ago, when Master Yixian attended the selection of inner disciples at our Yinqing sect, he noticed the closeness between Su Li and Bai Simiao. After discovering that the sect leader had taken Su Li as his true disciple, his resolve to eliminate him grew even stronger. Moreover, Master Yi explicitly stated that his visit to the ancient ruins was to achieve his own path to fusion, to return in a grand display of power and annihilate Yi Chun, taking command of the Butian Pavilion. At that time, Master Yi will wield the power of the Butian Pavilion to eliminate Xiao Wuji and help me become the next sect leader of Yinqing sect. As Chang Sun Hanlong spoke, Qin Zhantian's expression transformed, reflecting his astonishment. After a moment of pause, he solemnly placed a reassuring hand on Qin Zhantian's shoulder and said, Zhantian, you are my protege. When I become the next sect leader, the position of the foremost holy son of Yinqing sect will undoubtedly be yours. Therefore, do the anger of the sect leader or the Grand Elder truly matter? We must simply fulfill the tasks entrusted to us by Master Yixian and eliminate Su Li. Then, the entirety of Yinqing sect will belong to us. To be candid, the implications of Chang Sun Hanlong's words were staggering. Even though Qin Zhantian had speculated somewhat before, he was now utterly shocked, his countenance frozen in disbelief. However, upon realizing the closeness between Su Li and Bai Simiao, it became clear why Master Yixian sought to have Su Li eliminated. After all, Bai Simiao was a cherished disciple of Yixian. The ambition of Master Yixian to accomplish the monumental feat of fusion at the ancient ruins commanded Qin Zhantian's profound respect. It is important to note that beyond the divine ability realm lies the fusion realm, a particularly extraordinary stage. To describe it as a realm would be misleading, for it does not possess divisions such as first, fifth, or seventh layers. Rather, it is a state wherein practitioners amalgamate their prior learnings, comprehending the true essence of the laws that belong uniquely to them. Consequently, the intensity of the laws grasped by each practitioner at this level largely stems from the techniques they have mastered. This signifies that while some may achieve enlightenment in this realm in a singular moment of insight, others find it exceedingly challenging to ascend. Furthermore, there are those who, upon completing their integration of the laws, discover that their earlier techniques were too feeble, resulting in a meager comprehension of the law's potency. Thus, even if they succeed in the integration and step into the realm of the mighty, they remain vastly inferior to those who possess superior or extraordinary laws. For instance, Yi Xian, as the scion of the Heavenly Restoration Pavilion, wields power that surpasses even the techniques of his own sect. Once he completes the integration and enters the realm of the mighty, his future combat prowess will undoubtedly be astonishing. Chapter 151. The Turmoil at Yinqing Sect. It is precisely this that has solidified Changsun Hanlong and Chun Zhantian's conviction that Yi Xian has a motive for extinguishing his own brother, Yi Chun, and possesses the capability of the Butian Pavilion. Now, do you understand? A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Changsun Hanlong's mouth as he cast a glance at the exhilarated Chun Zhantian. I understand completely. At this moment, a torrent of immense spiritual power surged within Chun Zhantian, instantly dissipating the foul air that lingered above him, revealing a cruel smile. Since that is the case, I have no reservations and can act without restraint. In that instant, Chun Zhantian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, unfazed by any perceived challenges. To him, Su Li was merely a fool, emboldened by the shame of being struck by Yi Liuli, thus daring to provoke him. Moreover, he had previously heard Mu Yunhuang mention that Su Li possessed a mesmerizing pearl that could captivate the soul. It was likely that Su Li's audacity to challenge him was an attempt to leverage the pearl's formidable power. Although he felt no pressure in killing him, caution regarding that pearl was still warranted. After pondering for a moment, Changsun Hanlong produced a talisman adorned with intricate golden patterns. This purple light clarity talisman could dispel all illusions generated by treasures and techniques, and was of considerable value. Unless that young man invoked the pearl, there was no need to employ it. That lad is merely relying on that pearl, probably hoping to catch me off guard, Chun Zhantian remarked, taking the talisman into his possession and adding with a playful tone, "Fortunately, the sect master warned us beforehand. Otherwise, that brat could indeed have posed a threat. But now, with the purple light clarity talisman as my safeguard, I could eliminate him with one hand." Upon finishing his words, he exchanged a knowing glance with Changsun Hanlong, and the two young masters erupted into laughter. Su Li, in their eyes, he was little more than a mere clown. Simultaneously, news of Su Li challenging Chun Zhantian spread like wildfire, even reaching the ears of the Grand Elder, Xinghan, who was deep in meditation. What? Su Li dares to challenge Saint Sunshun. The sect master has not intervened? Upon hearing this report, Grand Elder Xinghan sprang to his feet in agitation, exclaiming nonsense, as he rushed out of his dwelling towards where sect master Mu Yunhuang resided. It was crucial to note that Xinghan had always valued Su Li's talent. He feared that if the sect master remained indifferent, allowing Su Li to recklessly court disaster, he might as well reclaim Su Li and nurture him himself. After all, this was far better than letting Su Li be mercilessly slaughtered by Chun Zhantian, was it not? Meanwhile, within the confines of Mu Yunhuang's dwelling, Grand Elder Xinghan stormed in angrily, approaching the illusory stream, where Mu Yunhuang sat serenely playing the guqin, seemingly oblivious to the chaos outside. Unable to contain his frustration, he rolled his eyes and exclaimed, "Sect Master, do you still have the leisure to play the guqin? Are you not concerned about that Su Li? He has audaciously challenged Chun Zhantian. Even if Chun Zhantian does not kill him, he will undoubtedly suffer a severe blow to his spirit, which could instill a psychological barrier for his future cultivation and pursuit of higher realms. Can you truly bear to let such a precious disciple suffer?" Evidently, Xinghan holds Su Li in high regard. He does not deny that the rise of a prodigy is often accompanied by trials and tribulations. However, Su Li is merely at the first level of the Divine Passage realm, and he has only recently achieved this breakthrough. In the eyes of the Grand Elder of Xinghan, Su Li resembles a tender shoot that requires nurturing and care. Only when he is somewhat capable of weathering storms should he be allowed to face adversities. This is the established standard for cultivating prodigies at Yinqing Sect. Yet, to place Su Li, who is at the first level of the Divine Passage realm, in direct confrontation with Chun Zhantian, who stands at the pinnacle of the 8th level of the Divine Passage realm, that transcends mere adversity, in the eyes of Xinghan, it is akin to a death sentence. However, upon the mere mention of Su Li, Mu Yunhuang's delicate fingers, which were skillfully playing the strings of her zither, tensed involuntarily, snapping one of the strings. The thought of Su Li's previous actions towards her darkened her expression considerably. "Grand Elder, how can you be so certain that Su Li is inadequate? As his mentor, I believe he may not necessarily be defeated." Though Mu Yunhuang was indeed agitated, she had witnessed Su Li's fusion with the Yanhuang Thunder Marsh, revealing that he harbored numerous secrets beyond her comprehension. In fact, he had even taken advantage of her vulnerability. The very notion that her cultivation had been sealed, rendering her akin to an ordinary person, weighed heavily on Mu Yunhuang. After having immersed herself in the stream over 100 times, what else could she do aside from playing the zither and waiting? Yet, it was her unsightly complexion and the severed string that caused a shiver of alarm to run through the Grand Elder. At that moment, he was astonished to realize that he could not sense Mu Yunhuang's cultivation aura. It is worth noting that the Grand Elder himself is a master at the virtual deity realm. Although he is merely at the peak of the first level, he is not far from Mu Yunhuang, who stands at the pinnacle of the third level. Previously, even when Mu Yunhuang suppressed her aura, he could vaguely perceive her formidable power, but now he could not detect her presence at all. This led the Grand Elder to mistakenly believe that Mu Yunhuang had broken through to the fourth level. After all, the only circumstances under which he would be unable to sense her aura would be if she had indeed become stronger or had regressed to an ordinary state, an idea that was evidently unfathomable to him. Thus, it was only natural for the Grand Elder to assume that Mu Yunhuang had grown even more powerful. Currently, even Mu Yunhuang contended that Su Li might not be defeated. Although the Grand Elder found this difficult to believe, he was at a loss as to how to counter her assertion. Sectmaster, have you perhaps bestowed some secret weapon upon Su Li? He instinctively speculated. Grand Elder, spare yourself the wild conjectures. The outcome will reveal itself tomorrow. At this, Mu Yunhuang nearly trembled with indignation, for she had lost even her own. To Su Li, what could she possibly bestow upon him? To be frank, she wished for Chun Zhantian to eliminate that despicable apprentice of hers. Yet, the thought that if Su Li were to perish, she too would face her demise filled her with considerable trepidation. Nonetheless, she understood that if Su Li dared to challenge, he must possess his own confidence. Su Li, though detestable, though a thorn in her side, was not someone who would recklessly march towards death. Otherwise, that day would not have led to Su Li repeatedly manipulating him. Very well. The Grand Elder noticed that Mu Yunhuang's expression was grim, seemingly indicating her anger, which made him realize that he had been somewhat impulsive and overstepping his bounds. Moreover, it was evident that Mu Yunhuang held a firm confidence in Su Li. Thus, the Grand Elder had no choice but to withdraw. However, he was perplexed. Su Li had just entered the Yunqing sect. Could he truly grasp any hidden cards the sect master might bestow upon him so swiftly? At this moment, in the Li Wuyue's dwelling on Xiaoyu Peak, what? When Li Wuyue learned that Su Li had been outside her dwelling but had not come in to see her, instead leaving behind the remark that he would present Chun Zhantian's head as a gift to meet her, she was utterly astonished. Chapter 152. Xiao Yun's worries. At the same time, Li Wuyue clearly misinterpreted Su Li's true intentions. Thus, she instinctively exclaimed, Su Li, he intends to kill Chun Zhantian for my sake? The mere thought of Chun Zhantian's terrifying presence filled her with dread. However, upon learning that Su Li sought vengeance on her behalf, she felt a warmth bloom within her, despite her shock. Yet, reason cautioned her that Su Li's decision was tantamount to courting death. This was unacceptable. Chun Zhantian was far too powerful, and Su Li could lose his life. Li Wuyue struggled, yet felt powerless. She wished to have Yi Liuli and Luo Qinghan convey her concerns to Su Li, only to discover that he had already retreated into seclusion to prepare for the impending battle, completely out of reach. This knowledge deepened her anxiety. As the night slipped away, dawn broke. The square of Yunqing sect was already overflowing with people. Even many true disciples and elders who had received news but were away the previous day could not resist returning to witness the duel between Su Li and the Holy Sun. Chun Zhantian. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun, who was but half an hour's journey from Yunqing sect, also learned of this news. What? Su Li dares to challenge the Holy Sun? In the days leading up to this, Xiao Yun had been restless on the flying vessel, unable to sleep or eat. Her feelings for Su Li were a complex mix of love, resentment, and primarily, dependence. Upon learning that the person Su Li intended to challenge was none other than Chun Zhantian, she panicked. To be honest, Xiao Yun was filled with fear and trepidation. She could not bear the thought of losing her only support in this world. Moreover, she had endured much during this time. Accompanied by the skilled protectors from the transmission tower, she had faced several attempts at robbery. Yet every time those assailants saw her brandishing the token of a true disciple of Yunqing sect, they would turn pale with terror, some even kneeling and begging for mercy. It was then that she realized just how formidable Su Li had become. Such a man, who was both kind to her and possessed great strength, was truly the one she cherished deep within her heart. As for the death of her son, Yi Qing, she had already lost hope after his reckless actions. Furthermore, during the time Yi Qing was at Yunqing sect, he had not even inquired about her well-being. At that moment, Xiao Yun felt as though her heart had perished. She understood that only Su Li was her true anchor. At this moment, in the square of Yunqing sect, crowds gathered from all directions. Even many disciples from the Plundering pavilion rushed over after receiving news last night. For them, witnessing the Holy Sun in action would be a significant gain. After all, as the Holy Sun, Chen Zhantian, despite being merely in the ninth sequence, was still a figure revered by disciples from various sects and powers. It was often difficult for disciples to even catch a glimpse of the Holy Sun or the Holy Maiden. With such a grand spectacle on the horizon, they were determined not to miss it, despite their collective belief that Su Li was overestimating his own abilities, and that Chen Zhantian would likely not even exert his full strength to vanquish him. The fervent enthusiasm for the exalted Holy Sun was undeniable as the audience continued to swell. With her injured body, Li Wuyue arrived, her teeth clenched tightly, her pallid visage fixed on the arena where Chen Zhantian stood, already present and cradling a long spear of obsidian, his eyes half closed as he savored the moment, indifferent to the throng surrounding him. On that fateful day, Chen Zhantian had refrained from employing this weapon against her. Otherwise, Li Wuyue believed she would have had no hope of survival. Now, confronted once more by Chen Zhantian, a torrent of resentment and fear surged within her. Considering that Su Li was of comparable realm, albeit perhaps stronger, she could not fathom him being Chen Zhantian's match. This thought only deepened her anxiety. Brother Su Li, you must prevail. You must. Beside her, Yi Lioli clasped her hands together, pouring her sincerest hopes into a prayer. Upon witnessing the chilling aura of authority emanating from Chen Zhantian, Luo Qinghan couldn't help but shake her head in bitterness. In her eyes, Su Li might possess greater talent and potential than Chen Zhantian, yet his foundation was lamentably weak. Despite Chen Zhantian being a second-tier anomaly, he had honed his skills to reach the pinnacle of the 8th level of divine ability. Moreover, in recent years, his cultivation had surged, rendering even those at the peak of divine ability potentially inferior to him. Rumors suggested that he had slain a master of the merging law realm in the ancient ruins. All these factors led Luo Qinghan to conclude that Su Li was undoubtedly destined for defeat. As for death, she believed Chen Zhantian would spare Su Li. Considering his status as the true disciple of the sect leader, is Su Li's identity as the sect leader's true disciple truly your safeguard? Luo Qinghan murmured. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, the crowd remained oblivious to Su Li's appearance. Many voices rose in clamorous discontent, particularly those of Chen Zhantian's followers. Has Su Li overslept, or does he simply lack the courage to show himself? They jeered. How laughable. The one who challenged our Holy Sun is now hiding away. Does he think that he can evade the consequences of his challenge? Indeed, I recall a true disciple who, in his hubris, dared to challenge a holy maiden, only to cower on the day of reckoning and subsequently have his cultivation revoked by the sect leader, resulting in a woeful expulsion from Yunqing's sect. Frankly, I would relish the sight of Su Li hiding, only to witness the sect leader personally strip him of his status as a disciple. Now that would be entertaining. Amidst the uproar, Chen Zhantian could not suppress his disappointment, shaking his head. That fool. Is he truly so frightened that he is now pleading with the sect leader and the elder for mercy? Chen Zhantian surmised that Su Li's prolonged absence was a clear indication of his fear, as he sought to find a way to maneuver out of this predicament. However, he was acutely aware of the stringent rules of Yunqing's sect regarding challenges. Should the challenger fail to appear or breach the agreement, they would be deemed a traitor, suffering not only disgrace but also severe repercussions. The consequences would be far worse than death at the hands of the Holy Sun or the Holy Maidens. Indeed, a fate worse than death. Thus, even Mu Yanhuang would be powerless to protect Su Li. Yet just when everyone believed that Su Li dared not make an appearance, he had already brought Xiao Yun back to Yunqing Peak. Su Li, are you really going to challenge Chen Zhantian? Please, promise me you won't go. Xiao Yun expressed her deep concern and care the moment she arrived at Su Li's cave dwelling, guided by a servant. My lady, you are already aware? Su Li was taken aback. He had assumed Xiao Yun was oblivious to the matter. The reason he had not rushed to the arena was precisely because he had received news of Xiao Yun's imminent arrival. Naturally, he wished to ensure her comfort before attending to the confrontation. Indeed, there are countless rumors circulating outside, each more sensational than the last. Yet regardless, Chen Zhantian is, after all, the saint's son. You have only just attained the esteemed status of a direct disciple of the sect leader. Why must you place yourself in harm's way? Before Xiao Yun could finish her sentence, Su Li gently pressed his finger against her rosy lips. In that moment, Xiao Yun's alluring figure tensed, caught in Su Li's embrace, feeling a mix of shyness and exasperation. Chapter 153, the sensation of hitting the bullseye after all this time. How could Su Li still find the mood for flirtation? Chen Zhantian was targeting Yi Lioli, who happened to be Yi Qing's younger sister. Although Yi Qing had betrayed me first, I could not emulate his heartlessness. Moreover, Yi Liuli regarded me as her brother. She had been wronged, and how could I refrain from standing up for her? As Su Li spoke, leading Xiao Yun toward the back mountain where Yi Qing's grave lay, he declared with unwavering determination, "In the future, I shall protect you for a lifetime, ensuring you are never bullied. If I cannot even safeguard Yi Liuli, how could you trust that I would be able to protect you?" It must be said, Su Li's words instantly rendered Xiao Yun's beautiful eyes misty with emotion. She realized that Su Li's affection for her was so candid and profound. She believed him, of course she did. At that moment, Xiao Yun beheld Yi Qing's tomb. Suddenly, the eagerness she previously felt to see it dissipated, replaced by a reflection that if her son had not acted so outrageously, they would not be in such a predicament today. With this thought, she could no longer harbor resentment towards Su Li. Instead, the realization of his willingness to care for and love her filled her heart with guilt. "My lady, regardless of the circumstances, Yi Qing is already gone." Su Li tenderly caressed Xiao Yun's exquisite face, and as her breath quickened, he leaned in for a kiss. "But rest assured, in the future, I will cherish you. You will be immensely happy." As he kissed her, his hands began to wander, and despite her protests, the sensation coursing through Xiao Yun made her tremble. A glance at Yi Qing's tombstone brought her back to reality, prompting her to instinctively push Su Li away. "My lady, do you still harbor hatred toward me?" Su Li feigned a hint of grievance, speaking gently. "No, not at all. It's just that you are about to battle Qin Shengzi, and I fear it may distract you. And my son's grave is right here. How could I engage in such activities before it?" Truthfully, Xiao Yun's heart raced, having previously found the thrill of nearly being discovered by her son exhilarating. Yet now, in front of Yi Qing's grave, she found it difficult to let go of her inhibitions. "My lady, you misunderstand. At my level, it is all about the clarity of thought. Consider this. If I believe you still resent me, I would undoubtedly feel distressed, and that distress would hinder my performance, potentially leading to my demise at the hands of Chun Zhantian." Su Li attempted to further entice her with a playful suggestion. Yet Xiao Yun hastily covered his mouth, preventing him from continuing. "Then I shall accompany you well, and you will be happy, and you will feel that I no longer resent you, correct?" Xiao Yun's face, resplendent in its beauty, for the first time revealed a serious demeanor. Su Li nodded eagerly. "Then, I will accompany you well, and you promise me, no matter what, you must return alive." At this moment, Xiao Yun resolved to express her feelings to Su Li, revealing that she harbored no animosity towards him. Rather, she regarded him as her sole source of support. Thus, she naturally embraced him, offering Su Li the long-awaited warmth. This time, Su Li unhesitatingly consumed the surefire pill. As the antagonist, after eliminating Xiao Yun's son, he felt compelled to adequately compensate her. Just as Su Li and Xiao Yun engaged in a fervent clash at Yi Qing's grave, chaos erupted in the square of Yin Qing's sect. The clamor of the crowd grew increasingly fervent. How much time had passed? Did that fellow dare to show himself? Damn it, could it be that Su Li was truly toying with us? Rest assured, even if Su Li were afraid, he could not evade retribution. I suspect he merely intended to make Chun Shengzi impatient, employing psychological tactics to wear him down. Indeed, such petty tricks may suffice against common folk, but they are laughable when aimed at Chun Shengzi. Ha ha ha, indeed. They fail to recognize the grandeur and remarkable presence of our Chun Shengzi. He likely regards Su Li as nothing more than a jester. At this juncture, nearly everyone believed that Su Li was not only dull-witted but also utterly incompetent, lacking even the courage to emerge. Yet they were unaware that Su Li was engaged in a different battle prior to this grand confrontation. An hour later, Xiao Yun felt her rationality overwhelmed by a surge of warmth. Her delicate form lay upon Yi Qing's grave, unable to suppress her shudders. Meanwhile, Su Li felt invigorated, having consummated his union with her mother at the grave, even providing Yi Qing with a half-brother through the surefire pill. The sense of accomplishment left Su Li quite satisfied. "My lady, might it be too chilly here? Perhaps you should return to my cave abode to rest?" Su Li said with a gentle smile, helping the weakened Xiao Yun to her feet. "You wretched man, you dare say that? Had it not been for you pinning me to Qing'er's grave, I would not feel so cold." However, she mused, just now, I sensed something peculiar, as if something had struck me. With a hint of suspicion, Xiao Yun rubbed her lower abdomen, perplexed. Struck? Su Li's eyes brightened as he realized the surefire pill had taken effect, and he curiously inquired, "Did it feel akin to an arrow hitting the bullseye?" "Oh, what nonsense are you uttering?" Xiao Yun initially hesitated, but upon reflection, she flushed and playfully struck Su Li's chest with her delicate fist. Nonetheless, she did indeed experience that sensation of being struck dead center by an arrow. Ha ha ha. my lady. Regardless, do take care of yourself. When I return, I shall tend to you properly." Su Li emphasized the word tend, causing Xiao Yun to blush deeply. "My husband." Yet, just as Su Li was about to head to the arena, Xiao Yun unabashedly declared, "You must return alive. I shall be waiting for you at home." Su Li trembled at her heartfelt words, the tenderness of her husband resonating within him. With a gaze filled with longing as she awaited his return, Su Li felt her confidence swell. A beauty he desired. Power he sought. Chen Xingzi was it? If blame were to be cast, let it fall upon you for provoking me, Su Li. Meanwhile, at the plaza of Yunqing sect, numerous disciples and elders clamored to ascend Yunqing Peak and confront Su Li. The elder responsible for the judgment suddenly cast his gaze into the distance. He has arrived. Su Li has come. In that instant, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a profound silence. Almost all eyes turned toward that direction. There, beneath the clear azure sky, Su Li approached on the wind, his striking and commanding presence akin to that of a celestial being. The fearless demeanor he exhibited in the face of danger radiated a confidence that astonished both the disciples and elders alike. As Su Li landed on the arena, the entire venue was enveloped in an eerie stillness. No one had anticipated it. Su Li truly dared to make an appearance. Chapter 154 was Su Li instantly defeated? At this moment, on the square of Yunqing sect, the crowd held their breath. Their expressions varied. Apart from Yi Liuli and her companions who silently prayed for Su Li, most others harbored disdainful smirks. After all, challenging a peak 8th level practitioner in the Divine Passage realm while being merely a 1st level practitioner was akin to courting death. Moreover, the opponent was none other than the illustrious Chen Xingzi. "Su Li, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to think you would come crying. Begging the sect master to spare you from this challenge." Chen Zhantian rose slowly, his tall figure resembling a spear that commanded respect. However, in the face of Chen Zhantian's mockery, Su Li had no intention of engaging in banter. He was entirely confident about this battle. To the ordinary eye, Chen Zhantian was a prodigy, a celestial among the gifted, but to Su Li, he was merely a slightly more seasoned youth. Someone who had simply spent a few more years in cultivation. Buzz. As Su Li silently infused his aura into the arena, both his and Chen Zhantian's spiritual energies were locked in by the platform. Instantly, the entire arena transformed dramatically. "It has begun." Hiss. "Is it really starting now? My goodness." Su Li hasn't uttered a word. How audacious. Below the stage, many disciples and elders were clearly taken aback. After all, Su Li's decisiveness was astounding. It should be noted that he was facing the notorious Chen Zhantian. Even the older generation of true disciples would feel trepidation in the presence of this Xingzi. Not to mention, Su Li had only recently joined the Yunqing sect. As the arena shifted, a scene reminiscent of a serene lake appeared before the audience. It turned out that the Yunqing sect's arena could simulate various landscapes. Once the combatants infused their spiritual energies, the arena's environment would randomize, transcending the confines of a mere narrow stage. At this moment, inside the arena, it resembled a vast new world. Chen Zhantian and Su Li stood proudly on opposite bamboo rafts atop the lake. Chen Zhantian, spare the pleasantries. Su Li cast a glance at the battlefield simulated by the arena. As he locked onto Chen Zhantian, his eyes suddenly ignited with a terrifying triad of purple, gold, and crimson light. "I am here to claim your life." No sooner had Su Li's words echoed than he took a decisive step forward. Instantly, the formerly tranquil lake erupted into colossal waves that threatened to engulf the flimsy bamboo rafts, which danced like dead leaves in a tempest. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Li propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, creating a streak of flickering lightning across the tumultuous lake. Where he passed, the waters exploded violently. This blinding arc of lightning surged forth like a thunderous dragon from the depths of the lake, aimed directly at Chen Zhantian's face. The distance between them, initially several hundred meters apart on the battlefield, was annihilated in an instant by Su Li's relentless advance. As Su Li's foot descended, he had already closed in on Chen Zhantian, mere meters away. With the simultaneous invocation of Yan Huang Leize, a crimson fire phoenix took flight in a fierce sweep, sweeping past Chen Zhantian's neck with a ferocious intent to deliver a fatal blow. "You seek your own demise," Chen Zhantian exclaimed sharply. In an instant, the bamboo raft beneath him shattered, launching him several meters into the air, narrowly evading Su Li's strike. In that fleeting moment, the spear in Chen Zhantian's hand erupted with a dark, ominous radiance fueled by his spiritual energy. The next second, the spearhead manifested a shadowy silver eagle. Its trajectory aimed directly at Su Li's brow, striking like a silver thunderbolt. The fierce brilliance of the spear seemed to embody a diving eagle. poised to rip apart the fire phoenix that surrounded Su Li. Kill. Unfazed by his initial failure to land a blow, Su Li swiftly retaliated, raising the Yin Huang Lei for a counterattack. As he did, the blazing fire phoenix surged upward amidst the tumultuous mist of splashing lake water. Die! Chun Zhantian's eyes glinted with ferocity as he thrust his spear downward. Instantly, the shadowy eagle collided with the fire phoenix, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In that brief moment of confrontation, the simulated arena erupted into chaos, with silver and crimson shadows fracturing and exploding like a magnificent display of fireworks. The spectacle caused the onlookers, disciples and elders alike, to widen their eyes in astonishment. The initial clash between the two had resulted in a stalemate. This Su Li, merely at the first level of the spiritual realm, possessed spiritual energy akin to that of the fourth or fifth levels. Coupled with his formidable weapon and enchanting attributes, the destructive force of that last strike surely reached the 8th level of the spiritual realm. Good heavens, Su Li truly possesses the audacity to challenge the Holy Sun. It became clear why he dared to engage in battle without hesitation. He was undeniably ruthless. An 8th level combat power in the spiritual realm? How remarkably strong was this youth? At that moment, several sharp-eyed elders voiced their surprise, prompting gasps from those disciples and attendants who had initially doubted Su Li's capabilities. Yet, while many were astonished, they were not overly shocked. After all, Chun Zhantian, as a peak 8th level spiritual realm expert and the esteemed Holy Sun, would be deemed weak if he merely possessed 8th level combat power. Boy, no wonder you dared to stand up for that girl. You have indeed not disappointed me. On the battlefield, Chun Zhantian cast a cold glance at Su Li. Although Su Li's strength had caught him off guard, if Su Li were to halt his progress here, he would not warrant Chun Zhantian's serious attention. Furthermore, Su Li had shown no courtesy upon his arrival, engaging in combat without preamble. He clearly held the Holy Sun in contempt. In light of this, Chun Zhantian found no reason to maintain any pretense of courtesy. The oppressive spiritual energy within him surged dramatically and simultaneously. Strange silver lightning erupted from his arms and brow, transforming into a resplendent silver armor that enveloped him. Rather than mere armor, it could be described as a magnificent ensemble adorned with ethereal wings and a helmet, both infused with the essence of spiritual power. At this moment, Chun Zhantian aimed the silver spear at Su Li, and as the silver wings unfurled behind him, his speed escalated to the pinnacle of divine prowess, creating a brilliant silver flash in the air. Like an eagle swooping through a silver rainbow, he struck with unparalleled swiftness. This assault was so rapid that many disciples failed to catch a glimpse of Chun Zhantian's figure before he materialized behind Su Li. At this moment, the silver wings of Chun Zhantian fluttered autonomously, each movement stirring up tumultuous waves upon the lake's surface. With an imposing demeanor, he stood with his back to Su Li, who seemed momentarily unresponsive, a smirk gracing his lips. Young one, this is the chasm that separates us. This battle has reached its conclusion. In an instant, a rip echoed as Su Li's garment tore open at the chest. This scene sent a shiver through the hearts of the disciples and elders alike, particularly those, like Yi Lioli, who had fervently hoped for Su Li's victory, nearly fainting in shock at the sight. Could it be that Su Li had been vanquished in an instant? Chapter 155, Fierce Battle. A bizarre scene. Is this the terrifying prowess of the Saint's Son? That shot just now, so swift and fierce. Despite being at the 8th level of the divine realm, I couldn't even catch a glimpse of it, let alone you. I just stepped into the 9th level of the divine realm half a month ago, and even I failed to see it clearly. This indicates that the Saint's Son's strike has reached the pinnacle of the divine realm, perhaps even transcended into the realm of fusion techniques. It's truly unimaginable. If I were to engage in combat with the Saint's Son, he would likely not even take me seriously. He has been defeated. Su Li has fallen. He was annihilated by the Saint's Son. At this moment, the disciples and elders who had initially supported Chun Zhantian erupted into chaos. But in the next instant, as a drop of silvery blood fell into the lake, the spectators were struck as if by a heavy blow, stunned in disbelief at the thought that Su Li was surely dead. Meanwhile, Chun Zhantian's expression of confidence and dominance morphed into something exceedingly peculiar, for that drop of silvery blood had fallen from his own waist. What? Chun Zhantian, now sensing a sharp pain emanating from his waist, gasped and quickly looked down, only to discover that a slender gash had appeared on his side without him even realizing it. The Saint's Son? Suddenly, Su Li, who had appeared momentarily dazed, calmly spoke, turning to face Chun Zhantian and the astonished elders and disciples, declaring with an air of authority, "Is that all you've got?" Boom. The moment Su Li's words fell, An overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from within him. His outer garments were instantly shattered by the force. At this juncture, the crowd's pupils constricted as they realized that the wound on Su Li's chest was merely a faint white scratch, with not even a break in the skin. In stark contrast, although Chen Zhantian had launched the attack with utmost speed, he had failed to breach Su Li's defenses. This was utterly bizarre. What? This fellow isn't scathed? My heavens, could it be that the tearing of his garment was merely a result of the fabric being sliced? How is that even possible? The Saint Sun's previous strike was undoubtedly comparable to the peak of the divine realm. This young man, even if he were a prodigy, the strongest talent our Yinqing sect has ever seen, should not have emerged unscathed. Could it be false? Did the Saint Sun hold back? At this moment, exclamations and speculations echoed continuously. Everyone was left in a state of shock. After all, this scene transcended their understanding, threatening to shatter their worldview. Yet only Chen Zhantian understood that he had indeed exerted 70 to 80% of his strength, logically, against someone at the first level of the divine realm. His strike should not have missed. Yet the reality was right before him. He had failed to even draw blood from Su Li. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Chen Zhantian erupted into laughter, his eyes reflecting not shock or fear, but rather a surge of even more savage battle intent. No wonder. I was puzzled. You, Su Li, should not be an imbecile. It turns out you possess genuine confidence to engage me in combat. I must concede. Your physical prowess is unparalleled among those at the first level of the divine passage realm. Given time, should you transcend this stage and master the fusion of laws, stepping into the realm of great powers would be well within your grasp. Alas, you have encountered me today. At this moment, Chen Zhantian was truly enraged and dared not relax for even a moment. He lunged fiercely towards Su Li. Behind him, the silvery phantom of a hawk expanded once more. As the hawk circled, an eerie phenomenon unfolded, enveloping Chen Zhantian in an ethereal atmosphere, with clouds and mists spreading outward from his very center, making him increasingly formidable amidst the fray. Each strike was a lethal assault. Kill. Su Li understood that Chen Zhantian was now utterly serious. He, too, remained vigilant, unleashing the blazing thunder of flames with fervor. Bang, 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 bang. In a matter of seconds, their figures intertwined dozens of times, a dazzling spectacle that left onlookers astounded. While Su Li's speed was indeed not as terrifying as Chen Zhantian's, each of his retaliatory strikes found him wounded multiple times by Chen Zhantian's relentless onslaught. Yet, as Su Li sustained more injuries, it became increasingly apparent to the overconfident Chen Zhantian that something was amiss. That was, the wounds on Su Li's body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. What left Chen Zhantian's scalp tingling with dread was the peculiar current that surged forth whenever his weapon clashed with Su Li or pierced his flesh, significantly hampering the speed of his maneuvers and transitions. Though this sensation was subtle to outsiders, Chen Zhantian, known for his swiftness, realized that his speed had been reduced by at least 30% due to this bizarre current. Otherwise, this Su Li would have been nothing but a punching bag. Indeed, Chen Zhantian's earlier strike had wounded Su Li's chest. Fortunately, the terrifying regenerative power of the everlasting green technique, combined with the formidable defense of his luminous flame divine body and the enhancements from the undergarment gifted by Xi Miao, rendered Su Li's defenses nearly indistinguishable from those at the pinnacle of the divine passage realm. As for his restorative abilities, they were simply fearsome. Thus, even as Chen Zhantian fought furiously, attempting to overwhelm Su Li with sheer offensive skill without unleashing his truly fearsome trump card was a mere fantasy. Moreover, in the face of Chen Zhantian's relentless assault, Su Li had yet to unleash the full potential of the divine thunder within him. Su Li was also biding his time for the right opportunity. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, Su Li, equally furious, felt the intense radiance of the battle saint seal within him. That terrifying combat awareness rendered Su Li seemingly impervious to pain, a relentless machine of destruction. Despite Chen Zhantian's exquisite marksmanship, Su Li withstood the blows with his flesh, retaliating with a strike that left Chen Zhantian wounded and bleeding. The fearsome power of the blazing thunder of flames was gradually bridging the gap between Su Li and Chen Zhantian. Damn it! Damn it! At this moment, a fierce roar erupted from the depths of Chen Zhantian's heart, his veins surging with adrenaline. He had never anticipated that his frenzied assaults would not only fail to subdue Su Li, but would also result in numerous wounds upon himself. Had it not been for Chen Zhantian's remarkable speed, he would have suffered fatal injuries from the two strikes that nearly cleaved his vital points. Nevertheless, despite occupying the offensive advantage, he was now a pitiful sight, drenched in blood, in stark contrast to the remarkably resilient Su Li. The scene evoked a profound astonishment among onlookers. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel that the more Chun Shengzi fights, the more wounds he accumulates? Could it be that Su Li possesses the legendary counter-injury artifact? Why does Chun Shengzi appear to be suffering even more visibly? If this continues, will Chun Shengzi face defeat? To be honest, this bizarre spectacle left many disciples, both from the outer and inner sects, wide-eyed in disbelief. Chapter 156. Su Li, will you still be defeated? What has become of the promised domination? What of the anticipated instant annihilation? Is Chun Zhantian not the Holy Son? Why does he struggle so against Su Li, who is merely at the first level of the Divine Passage realm? There is an unsettling sense that Chun Zhantian may be at a disadvantage. However, many direct disciples, including the Holy Son and Holy Maiden present, wore expressions of dawning realization. Clearly, they discerned that Su Li's advantage lay in his formidable defense and remarkable regenerative abilities. In terms of injuries, while Chun Zhantian appeared bloodied, these were superficial wounds that could hardly shake his foundation. Conversely, if this truly represented Su Li's limit, he had lost any hope of defeating Chun Zhantian. After all, countless minor injuries would amount to naught. Su Li, is this all you have? Chun Zhantian, growing increasingly ruthless, recognized Su Li's true condition, not an invincible defense, but an astonishing recovery rate that rendered his attacks nearly futile. Yet, this defensive capability did not imply that his trump card could not utterly obliterate Su Li. Boom. After Chun Zhantian forcefully repelled Su Li with a strike, a cruel intensity radiated from his countenance. Now, it is time for this to end. Injured yet undeterred, Chun Zhantian's spirit energy surged forth like a myriad of silvery threads. Expanding outward, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, he proclaimed with authority, "Common folk know only that my spirit energy enhances speed, but they are unaware that years ago, in preparation for breaking into the fusion realm, I ventured to the frozen mountain range to merge with a form of ice spirit energy. While it may not rival that of spiritual bodies, it endows my energy with chilling properties. As Chun Zhantian's peculiar spirit energy pierced the air like shimmering threads, frost suddenly descended upon the misty pavilion lake, causing its rippling surface to freeze. His gaze bore down on Su Li, filled with mockery and ruthlessness. Su Li, you can only blame your ill fortune for battling me in such an environment. This misty atmosphere serves as a natural magnifier for the destructive power of my ice spirit energy." No sooner had Chun Zhantian spoken than countless water vapors coalesced into gleaming silver strands. The vast lake was completely encased in ice, with the phenomenon within him unfurling. Silver-hued ice strands bore down upon the lake, transforming it into a colossal ice falcon that blotted out the sun, nearly engulfing the entire battlefield. Amidst this terrifying shadow of the ice falcon, Su Li's diminutive and solitary figure, despite exuding an indomitable spirit, remained overshadowed. Let us see who shall perish. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Li leaped forward, his formidable form wielding the Inferno Thunderblade as he deftly traversed the steel wires formed from condensed mist, charging toward Chun Zhantian with relentless fervor. Fool! Yet, upon witnessing the perilous scene unfolding before him, Chun Zhantian could not help but chuckle. You have fallen into my trap. No sooner had Chun Zhantian spoken than the previously traversed icy steel wires, which Su Li had momentarily utilized to his advantage, abruptly intertwined. Countless icy steel strands, akin to lethal ropes, sought to ensnare Su Li within this deadly snare. Boom, boom, boom. Even though Su Li wielded his blade with fervor, conjuring a multitude of fiery phoenix illusions to dismantle the icy strands layer by layer, he could not withstand Chun Zhantian's chilling spiritual energy enveloping the entire battlefield. Each melted icy wire swiftly reformed, launching relentless attacks once more. Su Li, you may sever them 100 times, but can you sever them 1,000? Or even 10,000 times? Even if your recovery is astonishing, do you truly believe my methods are limited to this? As Chun Zhantian's words hung in the air, he plunged his battle spear into the icy surface. Subsequently, his hands moved with the grace of a celestial musician, manipulating the enigmatic icy steel wires from afar. In mere moments, the suffocating web of icy wires transformed, sometimes resembling ice blades, other times steel cables, assaulting Su Li from all directions with a rapidity and ferocity that was nothing short of terrifying. The peculiar ice sliced through Su Li's flesh, swiftly freezing the wounds and severely hampering his healing abilities. In that instant, Su Li found himself perilously ensnared. This was Chun Zhantian's trump card, a myriad of strands that he had not anticipated employing against Su Li. Now, Su Li was in dire straits. Each icy strand, infused with spiritual energy, possessed destructive power rivaling that of a ninth-tier adept. The razor-sharp ice blades could halt the healing process with their cuts, and under such a relentless barrage, even Su Li's formidable strength could not liberate him from this prison. Indeed, ultimately, while Su Li's combat prowess was commendable, his foundation was insufficient. Alas, had Su Li possessed Chen Zhantian's level of mastery, unleashing his full potential, he might have dismantled this myriad of strands with ease. Yet now, he remained just short of breaking free from this confining tether. At that moment, many esteemed disciples, saints, and holy maidens offered their commentary. Although defeat loomed for Su Li, apart from Long Sun Hanlong's cold smirk, others deeply felt that Su Li succumbed to the constraints of time and foundation. Had he and Chen Zhantian been of equal realm, perhaps merely at the 4th or 5th tier of the divine realm, he might have possessed the ability to defeat Chen Zhantian. However, at present, Su Li was still lacking. Moreover, the colossal icy eagle looming behind Chen Zhantian had yet to descend. That strike, imbued with Chen Zhantian's vast spiritual energy, would inevitably deliver a cataclysmic blow if combined with the relentless assault of the icy strands. Even with Su Li's formidable defenses and recovery, he could very well be annihilated in an instant. So formidable, Saint Chun is terrifying. Indeed, though each icy steel wire appears incredibly slender, and each ice blade is no larger than a palm, the ability to simultaneously manipulate thousands upon thousands of units of spiritual energy speaks to Chen Zhantian's prodigious mastery. It is evident that he has dedicated immense effort to attain such prowess. Is this what it means to be a saint? Harnessing the ethereal energies of the world, wielding them with the finesse of a master. I truly wonder when I shall attain the realm of the esteemed Chen Xingzi. In truth, Su Li has already demonstrated formidable strength. Indeed, his ability to reach this stage is a testament to his status as a prodigy favored by the sect leader. For one of lesser standing to compel Chen Xingzi to unveil such hidden tactics speaks volumes. I doubt even the most esteemed disciples are afforded such an opportunity. At the edge of the arena, the presiding elder judge wore a grave expression, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Alas, it seems that Su Li is destined to face defeat. At this moment, the grand elder, Xinghen, stood by, shaking his head in resignation. While he acknowledged the strength that Su Li undeniably possessed, what does strength matter in the face of such overwhelming odds? Even if the sect leader harbored hopes for Su Li's victory, the stark reality remains. In this environment, Su Li is pitted against the indomitable Chen Zhantian, who holds an unassailable advantage. Defeat is, without a doubt, inevitable. Chapter 157. What transpired? A collective shock. To speak frankly, the Grand Elder was preparing to intervene. In the event that Chen Zhantian intended to strike with lethal intent, he found himself torn between adhering to the rules and rescuing Su Li. Even if it drew criticism, nurturing such a prodigy was worthwhile. He could potentially become a formidable saint's son, rivaling Xiao Wuji. However, as torrents of terrifying ice ropes and blades descended upon him, akin to an onslaught from countless ninth-level masters, Su Li exhibited no signs of fear. Rather, he became increasingly frenzied. Each jolt of pain, each spurt of blood, did not instill dread. Instead, it invigorated the battle saint seal within him. Moreover, with the assistance of the heavenly eye, Su Li gradually discerned the patterns in Chen Zhantian's attacks. Initially, he struggled to defend and evade amidst the barrage, but now he could actively carve a path for himself, wielding a blazing sword of flame and thunder, rendering himself impervious to ice ropes and blades. This little creature, how could this be? At that moment, those outside may have been oblivious to the unfolding situation, but the once confident Chen Zhantian began to perspire lightly. He suddenly realized that the true terror of Su Li lay not in his myriad hidden cards, but in his remarkable capacity to learn. The techniques he had painstakingly developed were being unraveled by Su Li. Very well. Although he had intended to withhold his full strength, Su Li had indeed exceeded his expectations. To fulfill Lord Yi Xian's directive, I must eliminate you at all costs. As Chen Zhantian mused within, the aura of his peak 8th level power surged dramatically, instantly ascending to the 9th level. This surge not only amplified the strength of his ice ropes, but also imbued the colossal ice-sculpted silver eagle behind him with a suffocating deep blue luminescence. It was the essence of extreme cold, and the strength of this ice sculpture rivaled that of metal. Go forth, Eagle's Grave. At this moment, Chen Zhantian unveiled his final trump card. He did not anticipate that the power of the 9th level would obliterate Su Li. Rather, he placed all his hopes on this ultimate strike. By reinforcing the ice ropes, he aimed to prevent Su Li from escaping. This solid blow from the ice-sculpted silver eagle would likely spell doom even for a master of the fusion realm. Hiss! Chun Jiantian was unleashing his lethal intent. It was over. These thoughts echoed in the minds of nearly all present. Su Li, brother. No. Yi Liuli could hardly fathom that the seemingly unassuming Chen Saint had concealed such depth. Possessing not only the strength of the 9th level, but also having bolstered his final strike with enhanced ice ropes, leaving Su Li with no chance of escape. Su Li was doomed. At this moment, Luo Qinghan's heart sank, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Initially, she had looked down upon Su Li, only to later realize he had far surpassed her. But now, Su Li was on the brink of annihilation, a consequence of his own arrogance and hubris, soon to be vanquished by Chun Jiantian. The sensation of witnessing the rise of towering edifices, attending grand banquets, only to behold their subsequent collapse, relentlessly battered the soul of Luo Qinghan. She understood that if she failed to grow stronger or remained as foolish as Su Li, even if she were to become a disciple of the inner sect of Yinqing sect, her fate would inevitably lead to a grim demise at the hands of others. Finally, it was drawing to a close. At that moment, in the distance, Changsun Hanlong's gaze was slightly frosty. He was not astonished by Su Li's performance. Rather, he was taken aback by Chun Jiantian's concealed cultivation. Even he had never mentioned it. Had it not been for Su Li pushing him to this extent, this fellow might still be hiding his true abilities. Nevertheless, as long as he could eliminate Su Li, Changsun Hanlong was indifferent to such matters. After all, in his eyes, even if Chun Jiantian had a hidden card, he posed no real threat to him. It was Su Li's remarkable growth that was genuinely alarming. Even without the directive from Lord Yixian, they had to eradicate Su Li, otherwise, their status as saints would be precariously endangered. Boom, boom. At this moment, as the ice-sculpted silver eagle descended like an imposing iceberg, the suffocating pressure astonished the disciples and elders below the arena, who dared not gaze for long. After all, should such a devastating blow land, it would surely reduce Su Li to mere fragments, rendering him undeniably dead. Is this your trump card? Yet, no one noticed that amidst the entrapment of countless strands, Su Li boldly raised his head, murmuring to himself. To be candid, the oppressive force emanating from the ice-sculpted silver eagle was indeed terrifying, a strike that could only be described as the pinnacle of divine abilities. Alas, Su Li was no longer the same as he had been during the intersect trials. Back then, he would have had to resort to secret techniques such as the heavenly eye to carve out a sliver of hope. However, just days prior, Su Li had fortified his Yanhuang Thunder Abyss and the mystical power of his Luyin Divine Celestial Body, the Celestial Thunder, which he had yet to fully unleash. As the fearsome ice-sculpted silver eagle, akin to a colossal snow mountain, bore down to obliterate Su Li, he unleashed the Celestial Thunder. Black Dragon Slash. Suddenly, a maelstrom of densely packed purple-golden lightning erupted around Su Li. This terrifying lightning, imbued with the essence of metallic thunder and the power of flame, instantaneously melted the myriad strands of entrapment. With a roar, as Su Li activated the power of the dragon-patterned black gold, a massive black ink dragon surged forth. The scales of this ink dragon shimmered with streaks of dark golden lightning. As it passed, the ice-sculpted silver eagle, already hindered by the celestial thunder, was instantly torn apart by the black ink dragon. With the black ink dragon piercing the ice-sculpted silver eagle, Su Li surged through the wound, swiftly arriving before the astonished Chun Jiantian. What? Chun Jiantian had no time for further contemplation, unleashing a full-force strike once more. This thrust was devoid of defense or evasion. The merciless spearhead descending with fury, almost sacrificing his life to rend the black ink dragon apart. Yet simultaneously, Chun Jiantian's defenses and the silver wings behind him were swept away by the destructive force of the ink dragon, leaving him grievously wounded and cracked. Bang! Yet, at the same time, Chun Jiantian's gun barrel pierced through the ink dragon, directly plunging into Su Li's heart. However, a wave of intense ecstasy washed over Chun Jiantian's face. One cannot deny that Su Li is indeed formidable. Alas, Chun Jiantian stands at the 9th level of the divine power realm. This furious strike, how could Su Li possibly withstand it? No. This scene similarly prompted a shriek from Yi Liuli below the arena, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief, brimming with tears as she witnessed Su Li's chest being struck by that bullet. Yet, in the very moment when everyone believed Su Li was undoubtedly destined for death, swish, Su Li retaliated with a knife. There was not the slightest hesitation, nor even a hint of being affected by Chun Jiantian's gun. The blade ruthlessly and coldly glided across Chun Zhantian's neck. What? What just transpired? This thought flashed through the minds of nearly everyone present. Chapter 158. The Unscathed Slaying of the Holy Sun. A tremor in the northern domain. No, this is impossible. However, the one most taken aback was none other than Chun Zhantian himself, for he distinctly felt his strike penetrate Su Li's body. The overwhelming spiritual force capable of obliterating Su Li's heart. In such circumstances, Su Li's survival was a testament to his formidable physique. Yet, after that strike, how could Su Li muster the strength to deliver a counterblow, slicing through his neck? As Chun Zhantian's mind faltered and struggled to comprehend the situation, he was horrified to discover that the scene before him was gradually fading into obscurity. Darkness enveloped him, and it felt as if he were spiraling into chaos before crashing heavily onto the icy surface below. Thud! As Chun Zhantian's head rolled off that mirror-like neck, every heart present collectively skipped a beat. What? Indeed, the equally astonished Changsun Hanlong sprang to his feet, his expression mirroring disbelief as he gazed at Su Li. It was imperative to note that Chun Zhantian had just exhibited combat prowess that could rival even that of a formidable figure in the realm of law. Although he had yet to comprehend his own principles of power, the terrifying synergy and destructive force of the Thousand Ropes and ice sculpture Silver Eagle made it exceedingly difficult for ordinary laws to counter, leaving one to merely endure that onslaught. Yet this Su Li not only broke free and pierced through the ice sculpture Silver Eagle, but also, after enduring a lethal strike from Chun Zhantian, retaliated with a swift decapitation. That blade was so swift it left one in awe. Even the elder Xinghan was taken aback. This young man is extraordinary. At that moment, even the astute elder Xinghan could not discern how Su Li had managed to disregard that formidable strike. Logically, no one should have emerged unscathed from such a powerful assault, let alone counterattack simultaneously. Su Li's survival was already an impressive feat. Meanwhile, Chun Zhantian had been severely hindered by Su Li's black dragon slash, which had damaged his silver wings and considerably slowed him down. He had not anticipated that Su Li would emerge without a single injury, retaliating with full vigor. At this moment, as Su Li leaped from the ice, placing a foot upon Chun Zhantian's head, the disciples and elders of Yinqing's sect stood in stunned silence. Their minds nearly shrank in disbelief. This was absolutely unfathomable. However, only Bai Simiao understood that Su Li's ability to withstand Chun Zhantian's lethal strike was due to the protective garment she had gifted him. Though that garment offered only a single opportunity each month to withstand a full force attack from a divine realm, for Su Li, that opportunity sufficed. This fellow did not even resort to the pearl and yet managed to slay Chun Zhantian. It seems his potential exceeds my previous estimations. At that moment, Bai Simiao, realizing her palm had begun to sweat profusely, acknowledged the tension she had felt while observing the battle, fearing for Su Li's safety. Yet now, with Chun Zhantian's demise, her anxious heart finally found solace. No, no. Suddenly, Chun Zhantian's soul escaped his severed head, screaming in despair and struggling. You shall pay for this. With a single stroke, Su Li shattered Chun Zhantian's soul. Amidst the astonished gazes, Su Li exhibited not the slightest hesitation. He swiftly seized Chun Zhantian's storage ring and pouch, simultaneously obliterating his physical form, leaving him no chance for revival. Subsequently, as Chun Zhantian's soul faded into oblivion and the arena declared Su Li the victor, the simulated scene transformed abruptly back to its original state. Standing resolutely on the platform, Su Li cast Chun Zhantian's lifeless head into Li Wuyue's arms. Startled, Li Wuyue let out a brief scream, instinctively releasing her grip, allowing the head to fall. It took her a moment to grasp the gravity of her vengeance, her expression shifting to one of gratitude, admiration, and even a hint of reverence as she gazed at Su Li with a complex mix of emotions. For Li Wuyue understood that the chasm between her and Su Li was widening. Perhaps she would never again have the opportunity to train him as she once envisioned. He had triumphed. He had truly prevailed. However, as Luo Qinghan witnessed this spectacle, she found herself momentarily breathless. It was not that she wished for Su Li's defeat. In truth, his ability to utilize her points had already fostered a sense of gratitude within her, despite framing it as a mere transaction. The notion of her physique being involved in a trade with Su Li was far from shameful. Yet, upon learning of Su Li's audacity in challenging Chun Zhantian, Luo Qinghan began to perceive him as overly ambitious. She did not believe he could secure victory. Yet the reality was undeniable. Chun Zhantian's head had been severed. Su Li had indeed won. At this moment, the most astounded were not only Yi Liuli and her companions, but also those disciples and elders who had witnessed the event, particularly those powerful individuals from the Yunqing sect. As seasoned members, they were acutely aware of the significance of Chen Zhantian's status as a holy son, one earned through genuine combat prowess. Thus, when Chen Zhantian's head was cast forth, they were rendered speechless. Shock, astonishment, dread. Not only did the inner disciples feel immense pressure, but even the holy sons and daughters, ranked slightly lower, now regarded Su Li with changed eyes. Initially dismissive of him, they had come to recognize his extraordinary potential. Yet they believed their own substantial backgrounds allowed them to overlook such disparities in talent. However, the realization of Chen Zhantian's demise served as a resounding slap in the face, forcing them to confront the harshness of reality. It is crucial to note that while Chen Zhantian possessed only a second-tier anomaly, his combat awareness and strength were by no means weak. Even many lower-ranked holy sons and daughters would not dare claim absolute dominance over Chen Zhantian. Yet now, not only had Chen Zhantian perished, but the one who had slain him, Su Li, appeared to have sustained minimal injuries. Did this not imply that Su Li's true combat prowess was even more formidable than they had perceived? Did it not suggest that Su Li, having only recently entered the fray, posed a genuine threat to their esteemed positions as holy sons and daughters? At this moment, not only were the holy sons and daughters filled with astonishment, but even Changsun Hanlong and the absent Xiaowuji, upon sensing the outcome within their own abodes, were momentarily frozen. He actually emerged victorious. In the cave where Xiaowuji resided, it was not only he who was taken aback, even his master, Elder Han Lin, seated across from him, was rendered speechless. No wonder the sect leader chose to personally take him as a disciple. Xiaowuji, you truly have a formidable rival in the future. As a powerful practitioner of the Grand Master realm, Elder Han Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. Even from a considerable distance away from the arena, he could still perceive the commotion occurring there. Below the stage, the elder responsible for officiating the match had a gaze that pierced through the air. He had witnessed numerous prodigies conquer the odds and soar to greatness, yet he had never encountered anyone like Su Li. At this moment, he fixed his intense gaze upon Su Li's commanding figure, every word resonating with strength, and scathed, "He has slain the Holy Sun." From this day forth, the name Su Li will undoubtedly reverberate throughout the Yunqing sect and the northern region. Chapter 159. The Eavesdropping Stone After Vanquishing Chen Zhantian. Su Li indeed unearthed the Holy Sun's token from his storage pouch. With this artifact in his possession, there was no longer a need to linger at the periphery of the ancient ruins like the inner disciples of various formidable factions. The news of Su Li's triumph over Chen Zhantian spread like wildfire throughout every corner of Yunqing sect. Those disciples and elders who had not attended the spectacle were taken aback by the revelation. Among them, the fifth sequence saintess, Yang Momo, was particularly astounded. What? Chen Zhantian is dead? At the flowing water peak, within the confines of the saintess's abode, Yang Momo was preparing for her imminent expedition to the ancient ruins when she learned of Chen Zhantian's demise on the arena. It was she who had been too preoccupied to avenge her brother against Li Wuyue, allowing Chen Zhantian, the sycophant, to take on that task. Naturally, she was aware of Su Li's reckless challenge to Chen Zhantian. At that moment, both Yang Momo and everyone else, including Chen Zhantian himself, believed that Su Li stood no chance. Su Li was doomed. However, upon hearing that Chen Zhantian had been slain, and that Su Li had even done so without sustaining injuries, Yang Momo could no longer remain composed. Like many others, she was secretly astonished and mistakenly believed that Su Li's actions were driven by a sense of loyalty to Yi Liuli, leading him to eliminate Chen Zhantian. This only fueled her anger towards Su Li for having disrupted her plans. It is crucial to note that within the ancient ruins, not only were the elites of Yunqing sect and Butian Pavilion present, but also disciples and elders from surrounding factions. Yang Momo had originally intended to form a team with Chen Zhantian and his companions to delve into the inner sanctum of the ruins. Now, with Chen Zhantian gone, she would have to seek new allies. At this juncture, Yang Momo found herself restless and made her way to the abode of Changsun Hanlong, the holy son with whom she had formed a clandestine alliance. Her willingness to forge ties with Chen Zhantian stemmed from Changsun Hanlong's support for him. With Chen Zhantian's death now a certainty, Yang Momo felt compelled to gauge the situation and inquire about the future of the expedition into the ancient ruins. Yet, upon arriving at Changsun Hanlong's residence, it was evident that he was in a state of furious agitation. The death of Chen Zhantian had become an irrevocable fact. What were they to do next? Yang Momo's brows furrowed slightly. She was, in truth, indifferent to Chen Zhantian's fate. Her primary concern lay in the potential opportunities awaiting them within the ruins. Humph, that worthless Chen Zhantian has been slain by Su Li. However, I witnessed their confrontation. and it was clear that Su Li did not truly achieve a flawless victory, had it not been for the bizarre treasure garment that deflected Chen Zhantian's final strike. Su Li would have perished long ago. Changsun Hanlong's eyes glimmered, a smirk slowly forming on his lips. A treasure garment? At this, Yang Momo felt a shiver run down her spine. Why did she have the faintest inkling that Changsun Hanlong's description of such an invulnerable garment sounded eerily familiar? Indeed, I caught a glimpse of that garment's edge. If my deductions are correct, it must be the treasure bestowed upon him by the White Saintess. Changsun Hanlong's tone was resolute, and within him, a thought began to take root. Had someone else bestowed such a treasure upon Su Li, he might have remained indifferent. Bai Ximiao is the fiancée of Lord Yixian. At present, Lord Yixian's plan to eliminate Su Li has been thwarted by his own betrothed, and astonishingly, it is due to Bai Ximiao's most intimate and cherished garment. It is evident that the relationship between Bai Ximiao and Su Li is far more complex than the ordinary perception would suggest. Are you implying that Su Li and Bai Ximiao share a secret liaison? At this moment, Yang Momo felt a surge of caution, yet she was also somewhat bewildered. No wonder Su Li dared to confront Xinjiang. It seems there is Bai Ximiao supporting him from behind. Recently, I sensed something amiss between them, as they appeared too close for comfort. Thus, a few days ago, I deliberately dispatched someone to stealthily eavesdrop on Su Li after he entered Bai Ximiao's dwelling using a sound-stealing stone. Just now, my spy delivered this very stone to me. If I were to present this stone to Lord Yixian, would he be incensed enough to return and eliminate Su Li? I must admit, Changsun Hanlong is indeed a venomous serpent, poised to strike at any moment. He deftly retrieved the sound-stealing stone, and, under Yang Momo's curious gaze, activated it. Su Li, be gentler. Su Li, please, it hurts. Suddenly, the fragmented and peculiar sounds emanating from the stone left Yang Momo utterly astounded. She never anticipated that the revered Bai Ximiao would clandestinely engage in such activities with Su Li within her secluded abode, especially considering she is already betrothed. Not to mention that Yi Xian is the holy son of the Patching Heaven Pavilion. How audacious of Bai Ximiao. However, in reality, both Changsun Hanlong and Yang Momo had misconstrued the situation. The strange sounds captured by the stone were merely Bai Ximiao's pleas, involuntarily elicited by the divine stimulation from Su Li, and were not indicative of any illicit behavior, despite their suggestive and tantalizing nature. Bai Ximiao and Su Li's interaction is undoubtedly pure. I shall hand over this sound-stealing stone to Lord Yixian. He will certainly not let Su Li escape unscathed. Changsun Hanlong swiftly performed a hand gesture, propelling the stone into the void. With his speed of spatial transmission, it would not be long before Yixian was apprised of the entire situation. As for the subsequent journey of Changsun Hanlong, Yang Momo, and others to the ancient ruins, after much deliberation regarding Xinjiang, Changsun Hanlong resolved to invite Yang Momo to join his party. Meanwhile, within Su Li's dwelling. Wonderful, brother Su Li. You've brought Aunt Xiao here? I never expected you to be so kind to Yi Qing, especially after how he wronged you before. You still care for his mother. Oh, brother Su Li, had it not been for your assistance this time, who knows how Xinjiang might have bullied me and sister Wu Yue in the future. Following their previous battle, Yi Liuli's admiration for Su Li had escalated immensely. At this moment, as she conversed with Su Li, her eyes sparkled with heart-shaped admiration, brimming with gratitude. Yet, upon hearing Yi Liuli's words, Su Li nearly burst into laughter. He did not take action against Xinjiang for the sake of that foolish girl, Yi Liuli. Yet, she insists on thinking that way, leaving Su Li with no choice. After all, Yi Liuli possesses commendable talent. Nurturing her could yield a remarkable disciple, allowing her to one day become the holy maiden of the Yunqing sect, thereby strengthening his own foundation. Moreover, Su Li has observed that with the emergence of subsequent children of destiny, their power and backgrounds are likely to expand significantly. If he, Su Li, were to lack even a modicum of foundation, the potential for calamity looms, despite the assistance of the system. Presently, having already secured the beautiful sect master of Yunqing, it should not be overly difficult for him to cultivate a solid foundation within the sect. Liuli, it is getting late. You should return to rest. I still need to cultivate in preparation for tomorrow's journey to the ancient relics, Su Li remarked. Noticing that Yi Liuli lingered longer than necessary, he considered that had he not feared frightening her and Xiao Yun by taking her completely tonight, he would have indeed resolved to claim her for himself. Chapter 160, Infuriated. Very well, Aunt Xiao, when you have time, do come to visit me. I reside at the nearby Xiaoyu Peak. Yi Liuli, with a lingering reluctance, rose to bid farewell. As she departed, a fervent determination brewed within her heart. Acknowledging the kindness bestowed upon her by brother Su Li, she resolved to diligently cultivate her skills, vowing to repay Su Li in kind and ensure he would never feel disappointed in her. 2 hours later, in the deep of night, Xiao Yun had been thoroughly exhausted and succumbed to a deep slumber. Su Li, too, intensified his focus on solidifying his cultivation. The previous battle had proven immensely beneficial for him. At this moment, within the ancient ruins, a resounding boom echoed. A terrifying blade aura erupted from the massive sword on Yi Xian's back, instantly obliterating the head of a formidable peak-level beast of divine power. As that beast, filled with extreme unwillingness and despair, collapsed, the stunning array of handsome men and beautiful women accompanying Yi Xian from afar stood in awe. Brother Yi Xian's strength is simply astonishing. The ability to slay the Azure Dragon Tooth Beast in one strike undoubtedly reflects a mastery of the fusion of laws. It is truly unexpected how rapidly Yi Xian has progressed. It won't be long before he completes his mastery of the fusion of laws. At this juncture, those esteemed prodigies hailing from various powerful factions gasped in astonishment. Among them were the saintess of a great sect, a prince of a dynasty, and disciples nurtured by ancient recluses, each of whom, in their respective factions, would be considered unparalleled amongst the younger generation. Yet even they, at this moment, would find it taxing to slay a peak-level beast of divine power, an endeavor they could not accomplish with the ease demonstrated by Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian struck a rather ostentatious pose, presenting his back to the crowd. This was his signature victorious settlement gesture. In former times, when he was but a waste in the Butian Pavilion, he held no standing, and even his words went unheard. Now, with the assistance of the little tower and the full potential of his formidable holy body unveiled, he had transformed remarkably, even after vanquishing a powerful beast. Such a simple gesture would elicit admiration from countless onlookers. Moreover, Yi Xian discovered that every time he astonished these prodigies, it became exceedingly easy to bring them under his influence. For instance, Long Sun Han Long and Chun Jiantian from Yunqing sect had once been subdued by him, now bowing in reverence to his imposing stature. Indeed, this aloof and flamboyant demeanor, coupled with the adoring gazes of those around him, brought Yi Xian considerable satisfaction. He chuckled. This Azure Dragon Tooth Beast possesses a trace of pseudo-dragon blood. Those of you in need may take your share. I am soon to enter the inner realm, and only the holy sons and daughters of the major factions may accompany me. The rest should continue their training in the outer area. Yi Xian maintained an excellent rapport with these prodigies, as they represented the clandestine alliances he was forging beyond the Butian Pavilion. Among them, 3 held the esteemed titles of Holy Son or Holy Daughter within their respective factions: the Holy Daughter of the Red Lotus sect, Lian Ruoxin, and the twin Holy Sons of the Sword-Dominant sect, Gu Zhua and Gu Yu. Among the 2 men and 1 woman, Lian Ruoxin harbored a secret infatuation for Yi Xian. However, due to her pre-existing engagement with Gu Zhua from the Bajian sect, she chose to follow Yi Xian under the guise of seeking to enhance her own strength. Meanwhile, the Gu brothers, Gu Zhua and Gu Yu, had previously combined their efforts yet were still defeated by Yi Xian, naturally rendering them as his sycophants. At this moment, Su Li was likely already dead. A smirk graced Yi Xian's lips as he observed these prodigies gratefully dividing the materials from the demon beasts he held in little regard. Just half a day prior, he had received a transmission from Changsun Hanlong, learning that Su Li had audaciously challenged Qin Jiantian. Now, it seemed that Su Li had met his demise at Qin Jiantian's hands. Yi Xian cast a glance at the teleportation passage they had discovered. Given the ancient ruins' enigmatic and peculiar nature, the various passages leading from the outer circle to the inner circle would change randomly almost daily. Thus, it posed a considerable challenge for many saints and saintesses to locate a route to the inner circle. However, he had the assistance of the little tower. Ever since the little tower awakened, it had saved him a great deal of time, particularly in guiding his path. Although utilizing its abilities to sense the entrance to the inner circle consumed some of the little tower's spiritual power, it had regained its strength over the years and could now perform formidable forbidden techniques. The expenditure of spiritual power for merely finding a route was negligible. Once Yi Xian discovered powerful legacies or treasures within the inner circle, he could always replenish the little tower in return. Buzz. At that moment, the soundstone sent by Changsun Hanlong arrived beside Yi Xian. However, when the secret message from Changsun Hanlong echoed in Yi Xian's mind, his expression shifted slightly. Lord Yi Xian, that fool Qin Jiantian was killed by Su Li. However, one cannot place all the blame on Qin Jiantian, for he possessed the precious garment gifted by the White Saintess. Additionally, I have been tasked by you to eavesdrop outside the White Saintess's cave, where I overheard some voices. Please do not be enraged upon hearing them. This secret message from Changsun Hanlong caused Yi Xian's pupils to constrict sharply. By Ximiao, his fiancée, she had secretly aided Su Li, and had even gifted him that cherished garment? While Yi Xian pondered this bewildering situation, he silently activated the soundstone. Su Li, be gentle. Su Li, no. It hurts so much. As this blush-inducing whisper echoed, Yi Xian's body felt as though it had been struck by lightning. Ximiao, how dare she betray me? In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within him, akin to 1,000 barrels of gasoline being set ablaze. The explosive rage surged forth uncontrollably. Even though he had sealed the surroundings with barriers to prevent outsiders from hearing the sound, Lien Ruoxin and the Gu brothers, who had been closely observing him, sensed the terrifying killing intent radiating from him. Brother Yi Xian? Yi, what is the matter? Yi Xian, what is happening to you? At this moment, Lien Ruoxin, Gu Zhua, and Gu Yu approached with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Yi Xian, consumed by fury, was momentarily delayed. Just as he intended to conceal the listening stone, Lien Ruoxin and the others had already encroached upon his restricted area. Su Li murmured hesitantly, pleading, no. Please don't. Within the listening stone, Bai Ximiao's voice, sweet as spring honey, reached Lien Ruoxin and the others, causing their cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Lien Ruoxin, feeling both shy and astonished, was also secretly elated, for she had always known that Bai Ximiao was Yi Xian's cherished one, having guided him through the depths of despair, alleviating his suffering. Yet now, it appeared that Bai Ximiao was entangled with someone named Su Li. The very essence of their conversation was captured by the listening stone. In an instant, Lien Ruoxin felt a surge of hope, believing she had a chance to ascend in status. Chapter 161. He is actually a jester? Brother Yi, how could the holy maiden Bai act in such a manner? She actually committed such an act within the Yinqing sect? Lien Ruoxin immediately displayed a concerned demeanor, stepping forward to support the trembling Yi Xian. Little did Lien Ruoxin know that Yi Xian's anger stemmed not only from Bai Ximiao's betrayal, but also from the fact that the humiliation of being cuckolded had become known to his followers. How would they perceive him now? He could no longer conceal the truth. After all, Yi Xian had risen from being a despised waste to his current stature. Deep down, he was exceedingly concerned about the opinions of others. Those who disrespected him or dared to confront him would be dealt with through ruthless means. In the eyes of outsiders, he was decisive and merciless. Yet now, this figure of lethal resolve found his fiancée entwined with another. If he did not exact a severe revenge, his reputation as a decisive figure would surely shatter. How could he command respect in the future? Ding. The host has treated Bai Ximiao, resulting in a misunderstanding that incites extreme hatred towards her, bringing the relationship between the child of destiny and his fiancée to the brink of collapse, thus depriving Yi Xian of 10,000 fortune points. Ding. Yi Xian's followers perceive him as having been cuckolded, secretly amused, speculating whether Yi Xian is lacking in that regard, which leads to a slight disdain for him, resulting in the extraction of 5,000 fortune points. Suddenly, within his secluded chamber, Su Li was bewildered by these two inexplicable notifications. What was happening? Su Li opened his eyes in astonishment. If memory served him right, he had treated Bai Ximiao several days ago. If Yi Xian was to misunderstand, it should have occurred then. Why was the system only now notifying him? Furthermore, why did Yi Xian's followers think he had cuckolded him? He had not intimately interacted with Bai Ximiao. As Su Li pondered, even questioning whether the system was malfunctioning. In the ancient ruins, outside the perimeter, I must return to Yinqing sect. I shall slay that pair of wretched souls. Upon realizing that his humiliation had been discovered by his followers, Yi Xian ceased to feign composure and assertively declared, if Yinqing sect chooses to shield Bai Ximiao, I shall not hesitate to take the initiative against them. To be honest, Yi Xian was truly infuriated. Moreover, although he engaged in a power struggle with his brother Yi Chun, he was nonetheless the holy son of the Butian Pavilion. His fiancée's betrayal meant that even Yinqing sect could not protect her. Yi Xian's audacious proclamation aimed to establish his authority before his followers, demonstrating that even Yinqing sect held no fear for him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Xian's followers were taken aback, hesitating in their thoughts. After all, if Yi Xian escalated this matter, it would transcend the personal conflict between him and Bai Ximiao, evolving into a confrontation between Butian Pavilion and Yinqing sect. Even if Yinqing sect were likely to punish Bai Ximiao severely for the sake of their relationship with Butian Pavilion, even potentially delivering her to Yi Xian for resolution, the inevitable rift would surely arise between the two factions. Of utmost importance, How could Yi Xian so readily abandon the hard-won passage into the inner circle? Many saints and saintesses might search the ancient relics for months without discovering such a route. Yi Gu, should you not reconsider? Indeed, Yi Gu, it would not be too late to return after you have ascended to the realm of the mighty. Yi Gu, that mere Bai Ximiao. Her betrayal reflects her lack of vision. Surely, you will encounter women far superior in your future. Why should you concern yourself with such a wretch? At this moment, a chorus of persuasion surrounded him. Even the reincarnation tower around Yi Xian's neck silently conveyed its thoughts. Yi Xian, I expended considerable mental energy to locate this passage, and it is likely in close proximity to the legacy that aligns with your cultivation. I can sense the essence within the passage. However, should you leave now, it may not be here upon your return. I would then need to invest even more mental fortitude to find another passage that resonates with your cultivation to such a degree and is so near. The tone of the small tower was frigid, asserting that it was unwise to squander time over a woman. To the small tower, Bai Ximiao was merely a girl of decent talent. Nevertheless, the words of his followers and the small tower fell on deaf ears for Yi Xian. Consideration? This was not my fault. It was Bai Ximiao who betrayed me first. My visit to the Yunqing sect demands substantial compensation, does it not? Their cultivated saintess is of such low character. Does the Yunqing sect bear no responsibility? None of you shall hinder me. In that moment, Yi Xian outright dismissed the opinions of his followers. Perhaps they held some truth, yet the thought of his beloved Bai Ximiao entangled with that worthless Su Li. The realization of all he sacrificed for Bai Ximiao. He could scarcely muster the courage to hold her hand, and yet she nestled in another's embrace, making those indecent sounds? Suddenly, Yi Xian recalled his visit to Bai Ximiao's cave dwelling, where she had emitted similar peculiar sounds, refusing him entry to see her. The thought that, at that very moment, Bai Ximiao might have been entangled with Su Li while he foolishly left behind numerous elixirs and treasures filled him with a sense of folly. A Navi benefactor indeed. Perhaps that detestable Su Li, in defeating Qin Zhantian, owed part of his success to the very elixirs and materials he had gifted? The anger surged within Yi Xian, almost bursting from his chest. Little tower, this matter is different. I have been wronged. If this issue remains unresolved, what credibility will I have? Moreover, taking a bit more time to merge my techniques should pose no issue, should it? You cannot expect me to carry these burdens in my heart. What if they lead to failure in my merging? Would that not render all my efforts futile? At this moment, Yi Xian, filled with agitation, communicated his decision to the reincarnation tower to cease this trial. He understood the small tower's good intentions, aiming to help him attain a stronger legacy and achieve the realm of merging techniques to challenge the mighty. Yet, he truly cannot let go of the feelings within his heart. He had once believed that by diligently striving to become stronger, he would eventually share a lifetime of love with Bai Ximiao. However, he finds himself reduced to a mere jester. If he does not eliminate Su Li and fail to impart an unforgettable lesson to Bai Ximiao, he will never be able to turn the page. Alas, for the sake of a single woman, he has squandered precious time that could have been devoted to his cultivation. Very well, if you must go, then go. The reincarnation tower, having existed for an extensive duration, understands that matters of love are ephemeral. When one lacks sufficient resources and strength, even those who profess love may look down upon you. Yet, while it comprehends this truth, it refrains from imposing its will upon Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian still appears as a child in its eyes. Should he resolve this matter and wholeheartedly commit to his cultivation under its guidance, it would be willing to tolerate his actions. Chapter 162. The fortunate one misses the divine level inheritance. Alas, behind this passage, there is likely a divine level inheritance. The spirit of the reincarnation tower cast a profound gaze at the vanishing passage, unable to suppress its speculation. Although it dared not assert what inheritance lay within, the peculiar fluctuations of inheritance undoubtedly indicated the presence of something remarkable. Regrettably, Yi Xian insisted on returning. As the passage faded and subsequently reappeared at another location within the ancient ruins, a new day dawned. You all continue your training nearby. I shall return shortly, Yi Xian declared, hastening towards Yunqing sect. Yet, neither Yi Xian nor the little tower anticipated that his decision would lead him to miss a golden opportunity to acquire a powerful divine-level inheritance. Perfecting his cultivation in the realm of fusion law. Ding. The intimacy between the host and Bai Ximiao has incited Yi Xian's fury, causing him to miss the divine-level inheritance. The host has plundered 30,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune. At this moment, Su Liren in the cave was utterly bewildered. He had not even developed intimacy with Bai Ximiao. How could this have caused Yi Xian to miss the divine-level inheritance? As Su Li unintentionally amassed tens of thousands of fortune points, he nearly burst into laughter. After all, this fortune was a generous gift, and Su Li was not one to refuse such a windfall. He would soon need to exchange for many valuable items, and it was likely that even 100,000 points would not suffice for anything worthwhile. Time swiftly passed. As dawn broke that day, Su Li bid farewell to Xiao Yun and exited the cave, only to discover that Mu Yun Huang had been lingering outside his dwelling all along. "Oh, has my master come specifically to seek me?" Su Li quipped, surveying Mu Yun Huang's visibly irate countenance. "Su Li, will you help me break the seal? It has been many days, and there are numerous matters within the sect that I cannot attend to. If you continue this sealing, the elders will uncover the truth. And even if I do not wish for your demise, you will be besieged by them." Since learning that Su Li had indeed triumphed over Chen Zhantian, Mu Yun Huang felt a tumult of emotions. She was pleased that the disciple she had taken on had not let her down, yet troubled by how swiftly Su Li was advancing, surpassing her control. The very ability he possessed to seal her cultivation left her powerless to resist. Should this continue, it would not take an enemy's arrival. The elders of Yinqing's sect would soon discover the issues at hand. It was not impossible to break the seal, but Su Li smirked slightly, for he was about to depart Yinqing's sect for the ancient ruins. Releasing Mu Yunhuang's cultivation posed no threat to him, and moreover, keeping her sealed was indeed a precarious situation. If her lack of cultivation were to be exposed, it would spell trouble for both Yinqing's sect and Su Li. However, as a villain, Su Li would ensure that Mu Yunhuang could not reclaim her powers so easily. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Mu Yunhuang inhaled deeply, suppressing her fury. "In the future, the treasure vault, pharmacy, and other sacred places of the Yinqing sect shall be opened to me without charge. I shall take what I desire without any deduction of points. If you agree to this, I will restore your cultivation." Su Li, audacious and self-assured, had deftly maneuvered Mu Yunhuang. Indeed, upon hearing his demands, although her expression turned grim, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced. While Su Li's terms practically transformed the Yinqing sect into his personal repository, it was clear that he could not entirely deplete its resources. Furthermore, Mu Yunhuang, candidly speaking, feared for Su Li's safety outside. Although she was uncertain about his prior claims regarding the consequences of his death, her own potential obliteration, her inability to decipher the nature of the ring indeed suggested such a possibility existed. Thus, Mu Yunhuang naturally wished for Su Li's well-being, at least until she could discover a means to break the ring's constraints. She did not wish for any misfortune to befall him. "By the way, although I am not yet a saint's son and have not undergone the sect's evaluation, I would like to borrow Chen Zhantian's identity token for the time being." Seeing Mu Yunhuang concede, Su Li instinctively released her seal. His casual request prompted no further consideration from her. After all, it was evident that he sought entry into the inner circle of the ancient relics. However, just as Su Li was about to depart, Mu Yunhuang's gaze sharpened, and she suddenly struck towards him. This strike was both a test and a genuine expression of her ire. Yet, before Su Li could once again seal her powers, Mu Yunhuang, sensing an overwhelming dread in her mind, a sixth sense that sent her into disarray, realized that if her strike were to land, it could lead to her own annihilation by some unseen force. Terrified, she immediately withdrew her attack. "Master, you are being naughty." Su Li turned his head and smirked. He understood that Mu Yunhuang's retraction of her attack was likely due to her awareness of the ring's effect. Although she had not struck him, the shadow of death emanating from the ring had undoubtedly cast its gloom over her. "You scoundrel!" At that moment, Mu Yunhuang's chest heaved with indignation. Yet she could only glare fiercely at Su Li. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. Since she could do nothing to him at present, she resolved to return and properly address the matters that had accumulated within the Yinqing sect during this time, and perhaps seek a way to lift the constraints within her. Once free from this wretched control, she vowed to make the little beast, Su Li, pay dearly. Su Li, sect master. At that moment, Bai Simiao arrived. It turned out that upon learning of Su Li's slaying of Chen Zhantian, Bai Simiao had been waiting for him to set out. She believed she should accompany Su Li to the ancient relics, not only to safeguard him from perishing outside, but also to eliminate the malevolent spirit within her once Su Li's cultivation reached the 4th or 5th level of the divine ability realm. Bai Simiao clearly had not anticipated that the sect master would be present so early in the day. Mu Yunhuang cast a deep glance at Bai Simiao, puzzled by their apparent closeness, yet she chose not to interfere further. After all, Mu Yunhuang is currently entangled in her own troubles. "Sister Bai, I am truly grateful for the precious garment you bestowed upon me, and I shall return it to you." At this moment, Su Li reluctantly retrieved the pink undergarment belonging to Bai Simiao and offered it back to her. However, Upon seeing Mu Yunhuang beside them, Bai Ximiao was taken aback. How could Su Li present such an item before the sect leader? What must the sect leader think? In an instant, Bai Ximiao's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Mu Yunhuang's expression shifted from surprise to a knowing realization. She had been perplexed by Su Li's unscathed defeat of Chen Zhantian. But now it was clear that Su Li had Bai Ximiao's backing. Yet, it was one thing for Bai Ximiao to assist him. Why had she even given him such intimate apparel? Ximiao, you are still engaged to Yixian. Such matters should remain our secret. You must not err again, and certainly, you must not appear so close to Su Li in front of Yixian. For the sake of the relationship between Yunqing sect and Butian Pavilion. Mu Yunhuang chastised Bai Ximiao on the spot. Just as Su Li appeared indifferent and Bai Ximiao hurriedly sought to defend herself, a sudden roar erupted from outside Yunqing sect, shaking everyone within and without to their core. All were startled into silence. Chapter 163. Su Li, Yixian must kneel and apologize to us. Initially, Mu Yunhuang's expression turned icy, as the pent-up rage she had harbored for several days almost erupted. It is worth noting that Bai Ximiao is the saintess of her Yunqing sect. To witness such blatant humiliation directed at her was akin to a slap in the face for the entire sect. However, when Mu Yunhuang's formidable spiritual power discerned that the perpetrator was none other than Yixian, she quickly realized that a conflict must have arisen between Yixian and Bai Ximiao, prompting such insults. Yixian? At this moment, Bai Ximiao appeared bewildered, standing frozen in place as she watched Yixian approach, utterly unsure of how to react. After all, she had not anticipated that Yixian would confront her in such a manner. Meanwhile, Su Li, positioned behind Mu Yunhuang, felt a sudden jolt of intuition, sensing that something was amiss. He even instinctively connected Yixian's fury with the previous system's reward notification. Could it be that the system was not malfunctioning, but rather that a rift had genuinely formed between Yixian and Bai Ximiao? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Li couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. No wonder the system had previously indicated that Yixian had missed out on the divine-level inheritance. This was fortuitous indeed. He had been concerned that his late arrival at the ancient relics would allow Yixian to seize some extraordinary opportunity, standing behind Mu Yunhuang as a shield. Su Li inadvertently caused Yixian to overlook him in his furious advance. Instead, upon seeing Bai Ximiao, he delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack of the slap stunned many disciples and elders who had rushed over in response to the commotion. Bai Ximiao was struck by Yixian? What on earth was happening? Even if Mu Yunhuang wished to mediate, she understood that reconciliation was no longer feasible. Regardless of the fact that Yixian and Bai Ximiao were betrothed, Yixian striking someone within Yunqing's sect, especially their saintess, was an affront that could not be overlooked. Even if Bai Ximiao was at fault, as the sect leader, it was her duty to intervene and prevent further escalation. Otherwise, the reputation of Yunqing's sect would be irreparably tarnished. You hit me? Bai Ximiao touched her swollen cheek, nearly on the verge of tears. She had never been struck before in her life. How could Yixian dare to hit her? What had she done wrong? What is wrong with hitting you? You wretched girl, do you not deserve it? Yixian, seeing Bai Ximiao's innocent expression, felt a pang of sympathy. Yet, the thought of his beloved woman betraying him ignited a furious laughter within him. Despite Mu Yunhuang's presence, he had evidence. Once she heard the incriminating voice from the sound stone, he was certain Mu Yunhuang would be compelled to silence herself, perhaps even take the initiative to cleanse the sect. Sister, how are you? At that moment, Su Li's eyes sparkled with realization that this was an excellent opportunity to ensnare Yixian. He hurriedly stepped forward, feigning concern as he gently rubbed Bai Ximiao's cheek. Feeling the warmth of Su Li's fingertips, Bai Ximiao could no longer contain her tears. She was utterly overwhelmed with grievance. You little wretch, how dare you come out? At this moment, upon seeing Su Li, Yixian's fury intensified, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual power surged within him, akin to a tangible force, directly bearing down upon the seemingly defenseless Su Li. Stop. However, just as Yixian's attack was about to strike true, Mu Yunhuang could no longer remain passive. An oppressive aura emanated from her, instantly dispelling the tension. With a swift movement, she countered Yixian's assault effortlessly, positioning herself protectively before Su Li and Bai Ximiao. It was imperative to understand that Su Li's life was now intricately linked to hers, even witnessing Yixian's intent to harm Bai Ximiao. Mu Yunhuang could not allow him to lay a hand on Su Li. In her heart, Su Li was a cherished treasure. Yixian, what has transpired that compels you to act against Ximiao and Su Li in such a manner? Is it not possible to clarify this? Despite her attempt to intervene, Mu Yunhuang was acutely aware of Yixian's identity and wished to preserve the relationship between the Yunqing sect and the Butian pavilion. Thus, she suppressed her anger and pressed on with her inquiries. Although Yi Xian was exceedingly displeased by her obstruction, he nonetheless established a barrier and activated the sound of the recording stone. As Mu Yunhuang heard Bai Simiao's moans, interspersed with the mention of Su Li's name, her expression shifted dramatically, and she shot a cold glare at the bewildered Bai Simiao. After all, Bai Simiao had not anticipated that her voice would be captured by Yi Xian. Moreover, when had he recorded it? Senior sister, do not be afraid. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Those sounds were merely the result of your involuntary cries during my treatment. Does Yi Xian intend to prevent me from healing you? However, Su Li appeared to have already assessed the situation, remaining unperturbed even upon hearing the ambiguous sounds. Indeed, Bai Simiao, upon hearing Su Li's words, felt a surge of confidence. What on earth is happening? At this juncture, Mu Yunhuang refrained from questioning Su Li, as she believed that even if Su Li and Bai Simiao were involved, she could only address Bai Simiao's actions. At least prior to her encounter with the Zihuan, she was powerless against the mischief caused by Su Li. Master, I assure you that my relationship with junior brother Su Li is pure. In that moment, Bai Simiao trembled with rage, yet after wiping away her tears, she asserted vehemently, this recording must have captured my cries of pain during treatment, and it does not imply any wrongdoing. Yet, as soon as Bai Simiao finished speaking, Yi Xian erupted in laughter, both manic and furious. Ha! Bai Simiao, how could you proclaim your love for me while uttering words like Su Li? Do not. Do you still dare to claim your innocence? Must I broadcast this recording for all in Yinxing sect to hear before you will admit the truth? Yi Xian's words carried an unmistakable threat. After all, should this be revealed, Bai Simiao's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Yi Xian, I misjudged you before. I could have chosen silence, but since you have spoken thus, let us resolve this matter today. If I am innocent, our engagement is hereby nullified, and our paths shall diverge henceforth. If I am not of pure character, I shall submit to your judgment without a word of complaint. I must say, Bai Simiao's resolute demeanor momentarily stunned both Yi Xian and Mu Yunhuang. Even Yi Xian found himself momentarily dazed. After all, whether Bai Simiao is innocent can be easily discerned if she allows them to probe her spirit, revealing the truth of her virginity. But if she were not pure, would she dare to behave in such a manner? Wait a moment. Just as Bai Simiao released her spirit to let Mu Yunhuang and Yi Xian investigate, Su Li stepped forward. Amidst their astonishment, Su Li provocatively remarked, Sister, how can you claim to be innocent when your fiancé harbors such distrust? Is it really as simple as just breaking off the engagement? He just struck you in the face. If you are indeed innocent, Yi Xian must kneel and apologize to us. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, Yi Xian was nearly infuriated. How dare he? If Bai Simiao were truly innocent, then the most he would do is kneel and apologize to her. What does this have to do with Su Li? Moreover, was this not a deliberate provocation? Did Su Li believe that Yi Xian would shy away from embarrassment and thus tacitly acknowledge Bai Simiao's purity, refraining from investigating her true circumstances? Did he think they could deceive him so easily? Such petty schemes could never escape his keen perception. Chapter 164. Yi Xian is stunned. Well, if I am indeed at fault, I shall not only kneel and bow my head in apology, but also strike my own face thrice as penance. At this moment, Yi Xian was devoid of fear. In his eyes, Su Li's utterance was merely an attempt to shield Bai Simiao from the shame of their misdeeds. If he were to shy away from responding due to a trivial sense of pride, it would only serve to empower these two deceitful individuals. However, upon hearing this, Bai Simiao realized that Yi Xian truly harbored doubts about her, lacking any semblance of trust. Consequently, a deep sense of disappointment flashed in her eyes. The notions of self-flagellation and apologies no longer held any significance for her. She was profoundly disillusioned with Yi Xian. Ding. Detection indicates that the host has caused Bai Simiao to be utterly disappointed, wishing to dissolve their engagement, thereby seizing Yi Xian's fortune with a value of 20,000 points. Then let them see whether I am indeed a maiden. In an instant, Bai Simiao cast aside all constraints, allowing Mu Yunhuang and Yi Xian's spiritual energy to probe her condition. At their level of power, it was effortless for them to discern the purity of her state. At that moment, Yi Xian, witnessing Bai Simiao's composure, was momentarily taken aback. After all, if Bai Simiao had truly engaged in betrayal, she ought not to exhibit such fortitude. Humph. Nevertheless, gripping the sound-stealing stone in his hand, he remained unconvinced that, with the evidence firmly in hand, Bai Simiao could evade exposure. Thus, he believed she was merely putting on a brave front. Surely, she intended to leverage his affection for her, feigning innocence and vulnerability. I refuse to believe that nothing has transpired between you and him. At this juncture, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and resolutely unleashed his consciousness. To be candid, upon witnessing Bai Simiao's defiance and her seemingly aggrieved demeanor, he hesitated to delve deeper. After all, should he confirm her and Su Li's innocence, he would find himself in a dire predicament. Yet Yi Xian was not foolish. He trusted that Changsun Hanlong would not err in this matter, compounded by the ambiguous recordings within the sound-stealing stone. Unless Su Li possessed divine prowess, how could Bai Simiao possibly have had no relations with him? However, as Yi Xian's consciousness penetrated further, his once confident and wrathful expression gradually morphed into one of astonishment, followed by a hint of panic, and eventually, embarrassment. How could this be? A maiden. Simiao truly is a maiden. In that fleeting moment, Yi Xian was thrown into a frenzy. His cherished Bai Yueguang had not betrayed him? At this instant, he was engulfed by a tumultuous whirlwind of emotions, simultaneously wishing for Bai Simiao to be innocent, yet longing for her to be pure. Regardless of the outcome, he sensed that he had been ensnared by Changsun Hanlong's folly. What is happening? Yi Xian momentarily froze, instinctively casting a pleading glance toward Mu Yunhuang. In this gathering, she was the only elder present. It dawned upon him that he had erred, that he had indeed misunderstood Bai Simiao. Yi Xian, the consequences of your actions are yours to rectify. At this moment, Mu Yunhuang retracted her divine consciousness, having clearly discerned that there was no mingled aura within Bai Simiao. Even her maidenhood remained intact, making any prior relations with Su Li utterly impossible. To be candid, Mu Yunhuang had initially been both astonished and enraged. Infuriated by Su Li's audacity to take advantage of her, and equally incensed by the embarrassment Bai Simiao had brought upon the Yunqing sect, leading to Yi Xian's unwelcome visit. However, the truth now revealed that her suspicions were unfounded. Indeed, nothing had transpired between Su Li and Bai Simiao. Yet, for this very reason, before departing, Mu Yunhuang coldly issued a warning. Yi Xian, although our Yunqing sect shares a profound bond with your Butinga, should you unjustly bully Simiao, I will not remain passive. If you fail to satisfy her, I shall personally confront your brother Yi Chun at Butinga to seek justice. With that, Mu Yunhuang vanished from sight. At that moment, Yi Xian was left in utter shock. How had he suddenly become the instigator of conflict? Moreover, judging by Mu Yunhuang's demeanor, she appeared disinclined to defend him. If Mu Yunhuang were to approach Butinga, his brother would undoubtedly be aware of his wrongdoing and would likely continue to suppress him. Most critically, Yi Xian's reckless behavior at Yunqing sect would surely lead the disciples and elders of Butinga to deem him utterly unreliable, making his ambitions to usurp his brother Yi Chen's authority all the more arduous. Desperation. He needed to remedy this situation. Instantly, this singular thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind. It must be said, Yi Xian, as the holy son of Butinga, possessed both exceptional talent and intellect. Upon realizing the gravity of his predicament, he acted without a trace of hesitation or embarrassment, shamelessly approaching. Simiao, I apologize. Smack. However, Bai Simiao retaliated with a resounding slap. This sudden strike left Yi Xian momentarily frozen in place. Ho! Su Li, observing from the side, nearly burst into laughter as he beheld Yi Xian's cheek rapidly swelling. It seemed that upon witnessing Mu Yunhuang's support, Bai Simiao's previously suppressed grievances erupted forth, revealing her feelings of doubt and misunderstanding. As tears streamed down her face, she glared at Yi Xian with intense hatred. Yi Xian had never been her type. Were it not for familial obligations, Bai Simiao would never have acquiesced to having Yi Xian as her fiancé. It is worth noting that prior to the interference of the malevolent spirit, Bai Simiao's talents were undoubtedly on par with those of other holy sons and daughters, and her pride was immense. Little did she expect that the kind-hearted Yi Xian she once consoled would, after becoming her fiancé, overstep his bounds and even question her loyalty. Long Sun Hanlong, come here this instant. However, feeling guilty and having initiated the conflict by striking Bai Simiao first, Yi Xian dared not express his anger. Instead, he felt relieved that Bai Simiao was willing to strike him, for at least it provided him with an opportunity to salvage the situation, prompting him to shout out in desperation. In the distance, those observing with a cold laugh, believing that Yi Xian would slay Su Li and Bai Simiao, were utterly bewildered. After all, the dialogue between Yi Xian and Bai Simiao was shrouded by a barrier, leaving Long Sun Hanlong and the onlookers from Yunqing sect only able to witness their heated exchange, which nearly escalated into a physical confrontation. They remained oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding between them. Moreover, Long Sun Han Long was entirely unaware that the content of his listening stone was grossly misaligned with reality. Brother Yi, what is the situation? He inquired hastily, not daring to delay. However, Yi Xian, filled with rage, flung the listening stone at his feet and retorted vehemently. Did you not claim that Si Miao and Su Li were involved? You even went so far as to record those sounds. Tell me, Si Miao is clearly a maiden. Why do you slander her? Chapter 165. Yi Xian's bribery to speak candidly. Changsun Hanlong was utterly bewildered. Who wouldn't he be in such a predicament? The sound-stealing stone was indeed recorded at his behest, and the content bore a striking resemblance to a live broadcast. Yet, how could he possibly know that Bai Si Miao had emitted those peculiar sounds? Astonishingly, she was still a maiden. The most embarrassing moment for Changsun Hanlong occurred when Yi Xian publicly summoned him, and faced with Bai Si Miao's furious gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. After all, Bai Si Miao was a saintess. If he were to admit to eavesdropping, it would be an unconscionable act. If Mu Yunhuang and the others were to discover this, who could fathom the punishment he might receive? I am unaware of the truth. Yi Gu, did you not ask me to keep an eye on the holy maiden Bai? I merely delivered the sound-stealing stone recorded by my subordinates to you. I believe I never claimed that Bai Si Miao and Su Li had truly engaged in anything, did I? It must be said that Changsun Hanlong's seeming explanation, which was, in fact, an attempt to shift blame, momentarily left Yi Xian speechless. When Changsun Hanlong delivered the sound-stealing stone through secret means, he indeed did not mention these particulars, only stating that Su Li had killed Chen Zhantian with Bai Si Miao's assistance. In that moment, Yi Xian felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. He had gestured repeatedly, hoping that Changsun Hanlong would take the fall. Yet, Changsun Hanlong was no fool. After all, if he were to monitor Bai Si Miao because of Yi Xian, the higher-ups of Yinxing sect would likely say nothing. Given that Yi Xian and Bai Si Miao were betrothed, Changsun Hanlong, as the second sequence Saint Sun, would only face mild reproach from Mu Yunhuang. However, if Changsun Hanlong failed to clarify why he was secretly eavesdropping, the gravity of the situation would escalate significantly. Thus, even as Yi Xian's eyelids fluttered as if they were cramping, Changsun Hanlong maintained an expression of innocent naivety. Just when Yi Xian was as restless as an ant on a hot pan, Su Li's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He seemed to have uncovered a secret. If his memory served him correctly, in this world, prior to Yi Xian obtaining the aura of fortune, he had spent nearly his entire life strategizing to overthrow his brother Yi Chen's rule, tirelessly cultivating alliances with many prodigies and even some high-ranking figures. However, after Su Li eliminated Yi Qing, causing a butterfly effect in this world, the trajectories of the characters in the story had evidently shifted. Nevertheless, the inherent natures of Yi Xian and Changsun Hanlong remained unchanged. Moreover, what obligation did Changsun Hanlong, as the second sequence Saint Sun, have to provide such supervisory services for Yi Xian? Not to mention, creating a sound-stealing stone? Unless, of course, Changsun Hanlong was secretly acting as Yi Xian's sycophant. In that moment, Su Li could not help but feel a tremor of realization. No wonder the events that transpired between him and Bai Si Miao before he defeated Chen Zhantian had led to such misunderstandings for Yi Xian. All along, it was Changsun Hanlong pulling the strings. However, truth be told, Yi Xian ought to express his gratitude toward him. Were it not for him, he would not have so easily ensnared Yi Xian, causing him to miss the divine tier inheritance. With this thought, Su Li felt an immense sense of delight within. As Su Li hesitated, contemplating whether to send a message to Bai Si Miao to further sow discord, perhaps by reminding her that Yi Xian had dispatched someone to covertly watch her, Bai Si Miao's intelligence suddenly illuminated the situation for Su Li. She had also realized the implications and, disregarding Changsun Hanlong, confronted Yi Xian with incredulity. You actually sent someone to secretly follow me and eavesdrop? At that moment, Bai Si Miao trembled with indignation. It was crucial to understand that if Yi Xian had previously overheard anything from the eavesdropping stone and mistakenly believed she had any illicit dealings with Su Li, it would merely indicate his distrust or a problematic attitude towards her. However, to now discover that Yi Xian had covertly assigned someone to monitor her private life? Even outside her cave, there were eavesdroppers. Such tactics were typically employed against enemies, where cunning cultivators would bribe those close to their adversaries to gather intelligence. Yet now, this scoundrel Yi Xian had applied such underhanded methods against her. This revelation obliterated the scant goodwill Bai Si Miao had left for the saints of the Yunxing sect. She felt that apart from Su Li, who was reliable and warm-hearted, none of the others were worthy of her trust. No, it's not like that, Si Miao. Please let me explain. However, upon observing Bai Si Miao's reaction, Yi Xian panicked. His swollen face contorted as he stammered, I was merely concerned for your safety. Which is why I asked Changsun Hanlong to protect you in secret. I absolutely did not intend to eavesdrop or follow you. If you do not believe me, I can swear on my soul that I will no longer allow anyone to follow you. At that moment, he extended several fingers, displaying a semblance of sincerity. So, you indeed sent someone to track Sister Bai, didn't he you? Su Li's unexpected remark nearly sent Yi Xian into a fit of rage. Su Li. Yet, as Yi Xian was about to unleash his wrath upon Su Li, he noticed Bai Simiao's expression darken at his harsh demeanor towards Su Li. Consequently, he swiftly altered his tone. Junior brother Su, I was indeed concerned for Sister Bai. By the way, Junior brother Su, you must have exerted considerable effort when you treated Sister Simiao's injuries, right? A few days ago, I ventured to the outskirts of the ancient ruins and gathered numerous spirit herbs, even vanquished a few rogues, acquiring some treasures from them. Please take a look at these items. Perhaps they will aid in your recovery. Upon realizing the necessity of maintaining a good relationship with Su Li, Yi Xian understood that apart from him, no one else in the Yunqing sect seemed to be close to Bai Simiao. However, when confronted with Yi Xian's offerings, Su Li could not help but chuckle. This Yi Xian was indeed adept at bending and yielding, even presenting him with gifts. If only Yi Xian knew that he had missed out on the divine level inheritance and was so scorned by Bai Simiao, all due to Su Li's words. One could only wonder if he would explode with rage. Furthermore, Su Li discerned that Bai Simiao appeared to be Yi Xian's Achilles heel. If he could skillfully utilize her, would it not allow him to reap another bountiful harvest from Yi Xian's servile admiration? Restoration certainly offers some assistance. Su Li casually took possession of the storage ring. Yet before Yi Xian could exhale in relief, Su Li swiftly changed the subject. However, brother-in-law, do not hold it against me for speaking candidly. There was never anything between me and senior sister, yet you insisted on misunderstanding her and even struck her. Now, if you do not fulfill your prior promise, you must kneel and apologize to senior sister. I fear she may not grant you forgiveness. The term brother-in-law from Su Li made Yi Xian feel lightheaded, but the subsequent demand for him to kneel and uphold his commitment left him in a quandary, especially since he had stubbornly agreed to the wager without considering that Bai Simiao might still be a maiden. Chapter 166. The Moment of Skillful Performance. I do not require him to kneel, nor do I demand an apology. However, when Bai Simiao heard Su Li refer to Yi Xian as brother-in-law, an unbidden ache pierced her heart. After she uttered those words, Bai Simiao felt they lacked clarity. As Yi Xian and the others stood in stunned silence, she coldly declared, Yi Xian, do not forget that we have severed our ties. Do not pursue me any longer. With that, Bai Simiao turned and pulled Su Li towards the ancient ruins, leaving Yi Xian and Changsun Hanlong frozen in place outside. Wait. Yet, Yi Xian, with unwavering determination, quickly pursued them. Ridiculous. Would he foolishly let go of Bai Simiao? Realizing that Bai Simiao had not betrayed him, but rather that he had misjudged her, Yi Xian felt a profound sense of regret. Thus, as he caught up, he dared not approach her too closely, instead smiling brightly. Simiao, I understand that my previous actions have caused you distress, and I do not expect your immediate forgiveness. You and Su Li are headed to the ancient ruins, right? As it happens, I am also going there. Shall we go together? At this moment, Yi Xian maintained his composure, showing no signs of disappointment. He could not fathom that with his formidable strength and amiable demeanor, Bai Simiao would remain unforgiving. Moreover, even if Bai Simiao had insisted on severing ties, could such a bond truly be dissolved with mere words? Their engagement was a commitment made by both families. Thus, Yi Xian was aware that Bai Simiao's words were merely spoken in anger. Meanwhile, within the flying vessel, Su Li did not genuinely wish for Bai Simiao to completely sever ties with Yi Xian. Rather, he hoped she would fully distance herself from him before reaping the rewards of their prior connection. Therefore, he gently reassured Bai Simiao, sister, I believe Yi Xian is quite earnest. Why not forgive him? Since there were no restrictions within the flying vessel, Su Li's encouragement reached Yi Xian, who was outside. This lad, is he actually speaking on my behalf? Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a rush of complex emotions. After all, he had previously instructed Changsun Hanlong to eliminate Su Li. Who would have thought that Su Li would now advocate for him? Nevertheless, despite his inner turmoil, Yi Xian did not exhibit any feelings of guilt. He understood that human motives are inscrutable. What if Su Li was merely putting on a facade? Or perhaps he was intentionally saying those things for Yi Xian's benefit. Junior brother, have you accepted his favors, and now you speak for him? Meanwhile, Bai Simiao's emotions were so intricate that even Su Li found himself somewhat overwhelmed. She even questioned him with a hint of irritation. How could that be? Su Li responded, promptly retrieving a storage ring and handing it to Bai Simiao. Sister, I merely wish to elevate my abilities swiftly, so I can help you completely resolve your ailments. If you cannot even trust me, then I have nothing more to say. Take this storage ring. After all, it belongs to your fiancé. With that, Su Li rose to leave the flying vessel. Wait. As Bai Simiao observed Su Li's unwavering demeanor, she was taken aback, realizing that he was acting out of concern for her. In a moment of panic, she stood up and grasped Su Li's wrist firmly. Simultaneously, the formidable power of divine thunder surged within Su Li, enveloping Bai Simiao's delicate form. The electrifying sensation coursed through her, and fortunately, her prior experience allowed her to stifle any sounds of surprise. Senior sister, your fiancé is still outside. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to be so entangled. Su Li felt a sense of triumph within, knowing that Bai Simiao was currently reliant on him. His earlier feigned anger was a deliberate ploy to assert control over her. It was only upon hearing Su Li's laughter that Bai Simiao regained her composure. Nevertheless, she did not release her grip. Instead, she cast a barrier around the flying vessel, rendering all external sounds and perceptions null. Simiao? Outside the vessel, Yi Xian had just caught a faint snippet of their conversation, mentioning something about inappropriate entanglements. Upon noticing Bai Simiao's barrier, his curiosity was piqued, yet he was left bewildered about what transpired within. Although he considered using brute force to breach the barrier, he was reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Bai Simiao, especially after having offended her moments earlier. Inside the vessel, Bai Simiao, with utmost seriousness, addressed Su Li. Junior brother Su, you misunderstand. I do not doubt your intentions in speaking on his behalf. It's just. Tears welled in her enchanting eyes. Had she not felt that both Yinqing sect and Yi Xian were unreliable, and that only Su Li treated her with genuine kindness, she would never have revealed her vulnerable side. It's just so unfair, I assenti it. At that moment, the corners of Su Li's mouth lifted as he noticed Bai Simiao's barrier and felt a surge of confidence. Without hesitation, he reached out to wipe away her tears. As Bai Simiao's exquisitely beautiful face felt the warmth of Su Li's hand, a tingling sensation coursed through her. She was unsure whether to respond to his words or to stifle a sound of emotion. Sigh, senior sister, I understand. But Yi Xian is, after all, the holy son of the heavenly restoration pavilion. It's not as simple as wishing to call off the engagement, is it? He harbors distrust and doubts towards you, and even resorts to violence. I comprehend your grievances, but you are not a child anymore. You are aware that without sufficient strength, both of us are destined to be swayed by external factors. Unless one day we attain such power that we need not fear the heavenly restoration pavilion. At this moment, Su Li's acting prowess reached new heights. His gaze locked onto Bai Simiao with an expression of unspoken words. Initially, Bai Simiao felt that Su Li understood her too well. She nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of kinship with his words. However, upon hearing we are destined to be swayed by external factors, she trembled slightly, mistakenly interpreting Su Li's sentiments as a confession of affection. Could it be that junior brother Su harbored feelings for me as well? At that moment, Bai Simiao's mind was flooded with memories of her experiences with Su Li. She suddenly felt that, although her acquaintance with Su Li had not been long, she was profoundly captivated by Su Li's integrity and gentle nature. Reflecting on how Su Li had gone to great lengths to aid her in her illness, she realized that her earlier suspicions were no different from Yi Xian's previous actions. In that instant, Bai Simiao was drenched in a cold sweat, as she feared she had nearly lost her most cherished friend. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning Bai Simiao's affection, causing her to develop romantic feelings for the host. Reward, 5,000 luck points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Li was momentarily taken aback. His intention had merely been to comfort Bai Simiao, to persuade her to assist him in managing Yi Xian for his own benefit. Yet, to his astonishment, Bai Simiao had developed feelings for him for the very first time. Chapter 167. Yi Xian's Hidden Cards? The Tower Spirit's Disdain. Could it be that my previous words have led Bai Simiao to misunderstand something? However, as long as I can obtain the fortune value, Su Li finds little reason to dwell on such matters. On the contrary, if Bai Simiao develops feelings for him, he welcomes it, as it allows him to utilize her assistance more effectively. Junior brother, I certainly trust you. Nevertheless, I believe this storage ring should be returned to Yi Xian, for I wish to avoid entanglements with him at this moment. However, rest assured, senior sister shall not forget our prior agreement. Until you reach the 5th level of the Divine Passage realm, all resources shall be provided by me, Bai Simiao declared. And with a determined bite of her lip, she retrieved a rare herb from her storage ring. This climbing orchid, a 6th grade spiritual herb, contains the purest essence of spiritual energy. It not only enhances the purity of a cultivator's spiritual power, but also significantly boosts their cultivation without any adverse effects. With half a day's journey remaining to the ancient ruins, Junior Brother, focus on absorbing this. Once we arrive, I will safeguard you and assist in locating suitable inheritances and cultivation materials. One must acknowledge that Bai Simiao, in her efforts to placate Su Li and prevent him from accepting Yi Xian's bribe, was indeed sacrificing her own resources. After all, even a powerful cultivator would benefit from this climbing orchid, experiencing a minor elevation in their realm. Yet, one must not underestimate this minor elevation. Each level in the Divine Passage realm requires spiritual energy 100 or even 1,000 times that of the previous realm. Thus, even a slight enhancement at this stage could translate to a 2 or 3 level difference in the Divine Passage realm. The most crucial aspect is that this herb has no side effects and can enhance the purity of spiritual energy. Even Bai Simiao herself hesitated to use it. However, for the sake of winning over Su Li and expediting the purification of the malicious soul within her, Bai Simiao was willing to make this sacrifice. All right, senior sister, I shall heed your advice. Su Li responded, his heart swelling with delight. He had never cared much for Yi Xian's meager resources. His prior acceptance of Yi Xian's storage ring was merely to vex him. Now, with Bai Simiao presenting something far superior and appearing eager to please him, Su Li was more than willing to indulge her. With that, he tossed Yi Xian's storage ring back, saying, "Senior sister, I shall return this wretched ring to him." With a resonant hum, the storage ring was ejected from the containment, and Yi Xian, lost in thought outside, instinctively grasped it as it returned to his hand. "Simiao? Junior Brother Su? What is happening?" Yi Xian exclaimed, astonished to see the very storage ring he had gifted to Su Li being discarded. He initially assumed Su Li had decided against aiding him any further. At that moment, Yi Xian feared that Su Li and Bai Simiao might act out of anger towards him. In a reflexive motion, he began to activate the containment barrier, attempting to force it open. However, upon hearing Su Li's words, Bai Simiao, being a perceptive individual, understood that while her anger was justified, she could not alter the intentions of her family in the Celestial Pavilion. Thus, she promptly deactivated the barrier. As Bai Simiao stepped out of the starship's resting chamber, she discovered Yi Xian manipulating hand seals, poised to force his way through the barrier. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Simiao had decided to lift the restriction. Yet, he maintained his stubborn demeanor, as if he were entirely oblivious to the situation. "Yi Xian, are you attempting to eavesdrop again? I was just about to grant you a chance, but you need to leave. Get away from me." Bai Simiao's chest heaved with indignation as she kicked Yi Xian away. "Simiao, I'm wronged." Yi Xian nearly burst into tears, feeling utterly cursed. Recently, he had suffered a string of misfortunes. First, Su Li had killed his protege Zhantian, and then he was deceived by Changsun Hanlong. Now, just as Bai Simiao was prepared to offer him an opportunity, he had impulsively tried to breach the barrier, resulting in another debacle. Meanwhile, Su Li, standing beside Bai Simiao, couldn't help but roll her eyes. This Yi Xian, such a devoted sycophant. Perhaps he fears something might develop between him and his goddess? Nevertheless, Yi Xian pretended to be genuinely hurt by the kick, yet he shamelessly pursued her. Relieved to find that Bai Simiao was no longer angry enough to re-establish the barrier, he also noticed that Su Li was still advocating on his behalf, stirring a sense of guilt within him. Could it be that I have misunderstood? He pondered. Su Li had previously referred to him as brother-in-law. If he truly harbored ulterior motives, he could have taken advantage of his moment of vulnerability when Bai Simiao was disheartened. At that moment, Yi Xian even began to question his own judgments. Gratefully, he cast a glance at Su Li before solemnly swearing to Bai Simiao, "Simiao, I was mistaken. I truly was. From this day forth, I will heed your words, never doubting or mistrusting you again. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west. Please forgive me, will you?" Seeing that the only other person present was Su Li, Yi Xian's desire for reconciliation bore a hint of pleading and humility. After Su Li's counsel, Bai Simiao recognized that rather than remaining angry, it would be more advantageous to harness Yi Xian's potential to bolster her and Su Li's strength. If they could attain formidable legacies, they would have no fear of the Tianbu Pavilion once they rose to power. "That depends on your performance," Bai Simiao replied coolly, neither affirming nor denying his plea. "Performance? I will certainly excel," Yi Xian exclaimed, his spirits soaring. In his darkest hour, it was Bai Simiao who had reignited his hope. He understood that she had not betrayed him, making it impossible for him to truly part ways with her. Moreover, in his eyes, Bai Simiao was not the type to harm him. Therefore, even if he were to be obedient, it would merely serve to uphold Bai Simiao's dignity. He felt no shame in this. Rather, he was elated that by conceding a little, he could earn by Simiao's forgiveness for such a grave mistake. His heart brimmed with joy. Next, let us assist junior brother Su in seeking treasures that will enhance his cultivation. After all, I wish to achieve a complete recovery, and it relies on junior brother Su. Upon noticing Yi Xian's willingness to comply, Bai Simiao felt a slight alleviation of her inner grievances. It's quite simple. However, Yi Xian immediately erupted into laughter, for in his eyes, the resources required for someone at the 5th layer of the divine ability realm were hardly substantial. He would swiftly gather them for Su Li. Moreover, his intention to bolster Su Li's strength was fundamentally to aid Bai Simiao in her recovery. Yi Xian held no doubts in his mind. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the small tower within the necklace around his neck felt quite displeased at that moment. It was disheartened by Yi Xian's recent demeanor, as he had humbled himself for a woman, showing not an ounce of the might expected from a formidable being. Chapter 168. The Tower's Intent to Kill. Moreover, it directed Yi Xian to the ancient relics in pursuit of a divine-level inheritance site, with the ultimate goal of propelling Yi Xian swiftly into the realm of the mighty. Only by reclaiming the Pavilion of Heaven Restoration could the tower fulfill its true aspirations. Yet now, this fellow seemed intent on appeasing a mere first-tier practitioner, Bai Simiao. Ding. The Reincarnation Tower's spirit has detected a hint of disdain towards Yi Xian, siphoning away 3,000 points of his fortune. Su Li, who had been observing Yi Xian's shameless display, was suddenly startled by the notification sound. The Reincarnation Tower? The Tower Spirit? Could this be Yi Xian's hidden card? Astonishingly, it was a divine-level tower spirit. No wonder Yi Xian could rise so rapidly from a position of worthlessness. A jolt ran through Su Li's mind as he contemplated that this tower spirit was certainly not weaker than the cold and aloof Wu Yin he had nurtured within his soul-nurturing stone. However, the fact that the spirit looked down upon Yi Xian's actions indicated its strong focus on benefits, and it was likely displeased with Yi Xian's attempts to curry favor with Bai Simiao. After all, a being born from such a divine treasure must have endured countless ages. Furthermore, as a spirit of a tool, it lacked the emotional depth of humanity. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Su Li's lips as a myriad of ideas began to form. However, the very term reincarnation caused Su Li's pupils to constrict sharply. He suddenly remembered that his reincarnation pearl was indeed a part of some treasure. Could it be? In that moment, Su Li instinctively glanced towards the small tower nestled at Yi Xian's neck. That object must be the reincarnation tower, right? Just as he intended to lean closer to inspect whether there were any missing pieces from the reincarnation tower, he heard Yi Xian's voice. Junior brother? What's wrong with you? Yi Xian noticed something peculiar in Su Li's gaze, which sent a chill down his spine. It felt as if he were a piece of delectable meat, ready to be devoured by Su Li at any moment. It's nothing at all. I was merely wondering if you would be able to help me find materials to enhance my strength, without hindering your own cultivation. You intend to elevate your own power to the realm of the mighty during this trip to the ancient relics, correct? A shiver ran through Su Li's heart as he realized he had been too unsettled. His explanation, though raising some suspicion in Yi Xian, did not provoke further thoughts. Junior brother, you may feel that advancing from 1st tier to 5th tier in divine abilities is exceedingly difficult. However, with my strength, I can effortlessly procure numerous heavenly materials for you. Thus, it is quite trivial for me. Seeing Su Li display a rare moment of embarrassment, Yi Xian seized the opportunity to feign humility. His statement was influenced not only by Simiao's words, which he found hard to contradict, but also stemmed from a desire to recruit Su Li. It was essential to note that Su Li's ability to slay Chun Zhantian demonstrated formidable prowess in surpassing levels, yet Yi Xian himself was capable of such feats as well. With the assistance of the Reincarnation Tower, even when faced with an initial stage mighty expert, Yi Xian remained unfazed, perceiving Su Li primarily as a minor threat. There was no cause for alarm. Additionally, Su Li's previous advocacy for him had kindled a sense of appreciation in Yi Xian. Indeed, Yi Xian fundamentally perceives Su Li as youthful and inexperienced, lacking the cunning of figures such as Chang Sun Hanlong and Xiao Wuji. By the time Yi Xian attains the realm of a formidable being, Su Li will undoubtedly still be lingering in the realm of divine abilities. Even if Su Li possesses the capability to slay adversaries beyond his level within the divine realm, he would certainly be unable to defeat Yi Xian. However, should he manage to recruit Su Li, not only would he secure the foremost prodigy among the younger generation of the Yunqing sect as his subordinate, but he could also monitor Bai Simiao more effectively, ensuring that Su Li harbors no inappropriate aspirations towards her. Yet, as Yi Xian believed his plan to be flawless, he, along with Bai Simiao, arrived at the ancient relics where they commenced their hunt for mystical beasts and assisted Su Li in gathering rare treasures. 3 days later, as Yi Xian gazed upon the newly uncovered cavern within the ancient relics, he observed Su Li and Bai Si Miao absorbing the blood essence of a formidable beast from the 9th tier of the divine realm that they had slain, as well as several rare treasures they had gathered, including a 6th-grade spiritual herb, the red moon 6-leaf flower. However, Su Li showed no signs of breaking through. Inside the cavern, while Bai Si Miao was also absorbing the beast's blood essence and the spiritual herbs, she was astonished to discover that her own 9th-tier strength was being outpaced by Su Li's absorption. The vast resources were predominantly being consumed by Su Li, although Bai Si Miao was not exerting herself to compete fiercely, naturally partaking in the absorption. She initially approached the situation with concern that Su Li was absorbing too slowly and sought to assist him. Yet, the more she absorbed, the more she realized. Her assistance was nearly negligible. "Junior brother Su, won't your body suffer from such excessive absorption?" At this moment, Bai Si Miao could no longer contain her exclamation. She noticed that within Su Li, it was as though a black hole had opened, voraciously devouring the blood essence of the 9th-tier beast and the spiritual energies of the rare treasures Yi Xian had painstakingly gathered. Logically, even though Su Li's physique had been tempered by the lightning tribulation, enhancing his absorption ability far beyond that of an ordinary person, such a chaotic influx of spiritual energy would likely cause issues for anyone, even potentially leading to calamity. Rest assured, senior sister, all these diverse spiritual energies are filtered through my spiritual body, transforming into the purest essence. Moreover, I sense that I am on the verge of breaking through to the 2nd tier of the divine realm. Su Li's lips curled upwards as he intensified his absorption. It turned out that the Luyan Shinshio body, as a divine physique, possessed a passive ability to filter and cleanse various spiritual energies. Although it appeared that Su Li was absorbing a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, nearly half of it was filtered out and converted into pure spiritual power to nourish his physical form. Only about 1/3 of the most refined spiritual energy was actually absorbed. Coupled with his divine physique, which inherently had a remarkable appetite, the quantity of spiritual energy sufficient for an ordinary person to break through 3 or 4 tiers would barely elevate him by 1 tier. To attain the 2nd tier of the divine realm, Bai Si Miao gasped in astonishment. Just as Su Li was striving to break through to the 2nd tier of the divine realm, outside the cavern, Yi Xian furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. It is indeed perplexing. With such an immense abundance of spiritual energy, this young man, even possessing 2 spiritual bodies and undergoing the tribulation of lightning refinement, ought to have ascended to the 3rd or 4th tier of the divine passage realm. Why, then, is he still striving to break through to the 2nd tier? Moreover, considering the current trajectory, how many magical beasts and rare treasures must I procure to enable his advancement to the 5th tier? Yi Xian, upon witnessing the fruits of his labor insufficient for Su Li's consumption, felt a surge of frustration. Yi Xian, I sense something amiss with this individual. Just a few days ago, he inadvertently exuded an aura that felt familiar. I believe he cannot be allowed to remain alive. We must seize an opportunity to eliminate him and, in the process, uncover the secrets he harbors. Suddenly, the cold voice of the small tower resonated within Yi Xian's mind. Chapter 169, Falling from Grace? A display of exceptional skill. To kill Su Li? Upon hearing the words of the small tower, Yi Xian was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a myriad of complex emotions surged across his face. After all, had it been earlier, without the small tower's reminder, Yi Xian would have already instructed Changsun Hanlong and the others to take action. He had felt uneasy about Su Li's close association with Bai Si Miao. However, having just misjudged the relationship between Bai Si Miao and Su Li, he felt guilty towards them. Moreover, Bai Si Miao had yet to truly forgive him. Should he harm Su Li and Bai Si Miao discover it, she would likely harbor a deep resentment towards him. Most importantly, Su Li possessed the ability to heal Bai Si Miao's ailment. Therefore, regardless of the small tower's intentions, Yi Xian could not recklessly act against Su Li. Are you afraid that Bai Si Miao will despise you? Suddenly, the small tower, sensing something, transmitted a faint thought. Even if I were to eliminate him, it must be done without Bai Si Miao's knowledge. Furthermore, I require his assistance in treating her condition for the time being, so I cannot act against him just yet. It would be wiser to wait until he ventures deeper into the ancient ruins with us. Then I can use the traps within to dispose of him. In that case, his demise would be attributed to his own recklessness in delving too deep, and Bai Si Miao would not blame me. Yi Xian replied with a level-headed rationale. Yet, upon hearing this, the small tower fell into a contemplative silence. It was acutely aware that Yi Xian possessed the capability to eliminate Su Li at that very moment. As for Bai Si Miao, the The small tower had never regarded her as particularly remarkable. A mere saintess, she was of little consequence aside from Yi Xian's deep affection for her. Additionally, the small tower urged Yi Xian to take action not out of malice, but to prevent him from wasting time on Su Li. For 3 consecutive days, Yi Xian had been scouring for rare materials and the blood of fierce beasts to aid Su Li's breakthrough. With that time, he could have delved deeper into the ancient ruins and unearthed formidable legacies. In the end, Yi Xian was simply too young. At that moment, the small tower itself was unaware that a flicker of disappointment had emerged within it towards Yi Xian. However, this was not due to an excessive harshness on the part of the small tower, but rather a reflection of its extensive existence and lofty perspective. Previously, Yi Xian had been almost entirely obedient to its guidance, displaying remarkable execution. This was also the reason for Yi Xian's rapid ascent in such a short span of time. Ding. Detection of the host delaying the actions of the Child of Destiny, resulting in a slight grievance from the small tower towards the Child of Destiny Yi Xian, robbing him of 2,000 points of destiny value. Boom. In the cave, as Su Li received the system's notification, a torrent of immense spiritual power surged forth from within her. Instantly, she ascended to the second layer of the divine passage realm. As the rich spiritual energy converged from all directions, a smile graced Su Li's lips. Not only in awe of the power that surged following her breakthrough, but also in delight at the prospect of inciting dissatisfaction from the small tower towards Yi Xian. It felt like a tremendous gain. After all, Su Li had myriad ways to keep Yi Xian occupied in the days to come. Junior brother, the commotion you caused during your breakthrough is rather remarkable. I assent it. When I ascended to the 5th layer of the divine passage realm, I only made half as much noise. Bai Simiao remarked, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she witnessed the event unfold. She implied, quite evidently, that she was juxtaposing her own circumstances with those of Su Li, lamenting that Su Li had merely breached the 1st layer of the divine passage realm. Yet it was comparable to her own situation at the 5th layer of the same realm. Sister, I must express my gratitude to you and my brother-in-law for your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have progressed so swiftly. By the way, is my brother-in-law waiting outside impatiently? Su Li opened her eyes and, with a display of acting, feigned a sense of guilt for having kept them waiting for so long. It was of no consequence to make him wait a little longer. However, upon hearing Su Li refer to him as brother-in-law, Bai Simiao felt a twinge of displeasure, which was compounded by memories of previous grievances with Yi Xian, prompting her to respond coldly. Shall we head out? Su Li maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Bai Simiao's mood. Yet, as Su Li took a couple of steps, her expression suddenly shifted. Su Li? Bai Simiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively supporting the trembling Su Li. In an instant, Su Li deliberately expelled a mouthful of pus and blood from her body, collapsing into Bai Simiao's embrace. As Bai Simiao caught Su Li, she felt a jolt of divine thunder coursing through her. But having grown accustomed to such sensations, she hardly reacted. However, with Su Li's entire body pressed against her, the contact area increased significantly, and the sensation of electric current made Bai Simiao gasp softly, causing her smooth, fair thighs to tremble slightly. Junior brother? What has happened to you? Yet, Bai Simiao had no time to savor this feeling. Her delicate features were visibly etched with anxiety. Sister, I sense a tumult within me. It feels as though the blood essence of that beast was too potent, resulting in instability in my spiritual energy after absorption. Cough, cough. I feel as if I am on the verge of a decline in my realm. Su Li lay in Bai Simiao's arms, feeling fragrant and soft. But this was all an act. The intention was to thoroughly vex Yi Xian. What? Bai Simiao gasped upon hearing that Yi Xian's essence might lead to a decline in Su Li's realm. What has transpired? At that moment, Yi Xian, who had been attentively monitoring the situation in the cave, stormed in with a grim expression. Initially, upon seeing Su Li reclining in Bai Simiao's arms, nearly pressing her face against her ample bosom, a surge of murderous intent welled within him. However, upon noticing Su Li's waning vitality and the expulsion of a significant amount of blood, he was momentarily taken aback. This is Su Li? I hadn't even decided to take action against him, and he is already in such a state? Yi Xian, Su Li absorbed the essence of the beast you provided, and this is the result, undoubtedly. The essence was overly fiery, and Su Li's low realm made it difficult for her to assimilate it. You must think of a solution quickly. If he declines in realm, it could leave lasting harm to his body. Bai Simiao exclaimed anxiously as she observed Yi Xian's entrance. Surely not. Yet, upon hearing this, Yi Xian's lips twitched in disbelief as he rushed forward, grasping Su Li's arm. As he assessed Su Li's condition, he discovered a turbulent surge of chaotic blood essence within her, which caused his expression to contort in an unusual manner. For he realized he had overestimated this waste of space. Su Li. Previously, Yi Xian observed Su Li absorbing an abundance of heavenly materials and the essence of beast blood, initially believing that his prolonged stagnation in breaking through was due to an exceptionally robust physique, necessitating a greater influx of energy. However, Yi Xian has now discerned that the spiritual energy within Su Li, derived from the essence of those ferocious beasts and celestial treasures, is rather scant. It is akin to Su Li facing a sumptuous feast, yet lacking the capacity to consume it in its entirety. This realization elucidates the reason behind his continued stagnation. After much contemplation, it turns out that he is simply incapable of absorbing the energy effectively. The essence of that formidable beast, at the 9th tier of the divine realm, is indeed too potent, presenting a significant dilemma. It is imperative to procure other, more temperate heavenly materials to assist him in stabilizing his spiritual energy. Otherwise, he may truly risk a decline in his cultivation. At this moment, Yi Xian inwardly berated Su Li as a veritable waste. Yet he could only wear a grim expression while endeavoring to remedy the situation for him. Chapter 170. Who did you just refer to as Jinren? But who caused this predicament? If left unattended, will Su Li's descent in cultivation be disregarded? By Simiao's ailment, will it ever be treated? Brother-in-law, do not trouble yourself over me. It is my own impatience. I yearn for progress so ardently, so that I may better tend to my senior sister's injuries. Yet, I never anticipated that the blood of the demon beast you provided, brother-in-law, would be so volatile. Suddenly, Su Li spoke with a tone of self-reproach, causing the expressions of Bai Simiao and Yi Xian to shift dramatically. So it was for my sake that junior brother Su absorbed it so rapidly? That scoundrel Yi Xian, fully aware of junior brother Su's low cultivation, he deliberately chose such a formidable demon beast, as if he wished for junior brother Su to encounter difficulties in absorption. A pang of sympathy flickered across Bai Simiao's face as she silently pondered this. Simultaneously, she shot a fierce glare at the innocently oblivious Yi Xian. Simiao, I did not foresee this. I believe Su Li's dual constitution and his outstanding performance in the intersect trials would allow him to endure such blood. Please, do not be angry. I shall take Su Li to seek other rare materials to restore his condition right away. Upon seeing Bai Simiao respond to his justification, Yi Xian's countenance darkened further, and he waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate any further. However, internally, he was nearly trembling with rage. It must be understood that Su Li's earlier words, though lacking direct blame, bore an undertone of self-blame, seemingly for the sake of Bai Simiao's swift recovery. Yet, upon deeper reflection, weren't those words precisely implying that the demon beast's blood he provided was excessively powerful? Under normal circumstances, Yi Xian would have dismissed Su Li as incompetent for being unable to absorb such exceptional blood. However, he had previously misjudged Su Li, and he knew that whatever he said now would not be believed by Bai Simiao. Thus, he opted for silence. Once Su Li was healed, he would simply exercise greater caution when providing him with rare materials in the future. Moreover, to avoid any delay, Yi Xian, while searching for rare materials, had contacted his previous associates to enlist the aid of those prodigies. He felt this would ease the situation considerably. Several hours later, aboard the flying vessel, Bai Simiao exclaimed, Brother Yi Xian, I have arrived. The saintess of the Red Lotus sect, Lian Ruoxin, clad in crimson robes, descended gracefully on her sword. Brother Yi. At the same time, the twin saints of the Bajian sect, Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu, followed suit. As the three saints and saintess landed upon the vessel, unaware of the events that had transpired between Yi Xian and Bai Simiao, they mistakenly assumed that Yi Xian had resolved the matter concerning his cuckolding. Brother Yi, you have returned so swiftly. Have you dealt with that wretched Bai Simiao? The Yunqing sect will not trouble you, will they? However, do not worry, Brother Yi. As the saintess of the Red Lotus sect, should the Yunqing sect dare to confront you due to this matter, I will undoubtedly stand by your side. Lian Ruoxin smiled brightly, embodying the image of a devoted admirer of Yi Xian. To be honest, upon hearing of Bai Simiao's betrayal, Lian Ruoxin was first taken aback, then elated. She had long hoped for an opportunity to be with Yi Xian. Currently, there exists no possibility between Bai Simiao and Yi Xian. This is her opportunity. However, in response to Lian Ruoxin's candid remark, Yi Xian hastily gestured for silence. He had not anticipated that Lian Ruoxin would be so indiscreet. Brother Yi, are you injured? She exclaimed. Brother Yi, did someone from Yunqing sect harm you? I swear, I shall deal with those beasts from Yunqing sect in the future. Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu, upon noticing Yi Xian's cough, mistakenly assumed he had sustained a hidden injury and promptly expressed their concern. It is not as you think. Yi Xian began to clarify, but his lips twitched in exasperation. He had intended to explain. Who do you call a wretch? Suddenly, Bai Simiao's frigid voice echoed within the confines of the flying vessel. Oh no! Yi Xian stiffened, smacking his forehead in frustration. He had momentarily forgotten the extent of his subordinates' concern for him. Had he known they would be so attentive, he would have communicated with them earlier. Now, he had been caught by Bai Simiao in an unfortunate moment. Of course, it is Bai from Yunqing's sect, Lian Ruoxin instinctively retorted. But upon realizing the identity of the person before her, Bai Simiao, she faltered. Bai Simiao? What brings you here? At this moment, Gu Zhua and Gu Yu exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions mirroring their confusion. What is going on? Wasn't Bai Simiao supposed to be the one to disgrace Brother Yi? Why is she here? Did he not deal with her? I ask you again, who did you just label a wretch? And you too. What do you mean by calling my Yunqing sect members beasts? Bai Simiao's fury was palpable, her countenance icy enough to freeze water. After all, she had not anticipated that Lian Ruoxin, Gu Zhua, and Gu Yu held such a close relationship with Yi Xian, addressing him as brother. Hearing these so-called holy son and daughter insult her as a wretch while disparaging Yunqing's sect was intolerable. I was referring to you, Lian Ruoxin declared defiantly, feeling the pressure of Bai Simiao's wrath. The thought of being overshadowed by Bai Simiao, and thus jeopardizing her chances with Yi Xian, spurred her on. Moreover, having heard the recording, she believed Bai Simiao had undoubtedly betrayed Yi Xian. Therefore, she retorted without hesitation, you, Bai, should not assume that just because Brother Yi once favored you, you can act with impunity. What qualifications does a shameless woman like you have? Before Lian Ruoxin could finish, a sharp slap resounded through the air as Yi Xian instinctively struck her face, his expression one of barely contained fury. Enough, he nearly roared. He had worked hard to dismiss any misunderstandings concerning Bai Simiao, and for several days, she had refrained from mentioning the past. Yet Lian Ruoxin's lack of awareness was infuriating. Although he appreciated Lian Ruoxin's loyalty, he had never regarded her as particularly significant, merely viewing her as one of his subordinates. Thus, the slap bore no weight on his conscience. At that moment, Lian Ruoxin, along with Gu Zhua and Gu Yu, stood frozen in place, particularly Lian Ruoxin. With her delicate alabaster hands trembling, she covered her flushed cheeks, gazing incredulously at Yi Xian. After all, since their acquaintance, he had never treated her in such a manner. Yet now, he had struck her because of Bai Simiao, that wretched woman who had betrayed him. She found it utterly incomprehensible. Yiga, how could you do this? As devoted followers of Lian Ruoxin, Gu Zhua and Gu Yu instinctively positioned themselves in front of her. Meanwhile, Su Li, standing beside Bai Simiao, observed the unfolding scene. Just as Yi Xian was about to clarify the situation, Su Li interjected with a smile. Ah, you all have misunderstood my senior sister and brother-in-law. Her words instantly drew bewildered looks from Lian Ruoxin and the others. Misunderstanding? What could possibly be misunderstood? Chapter 171, Sowing Discord. Yi Xian observed that Su Li seemed intent on speaking up for him, yet maintained a sullen demeanor, choosing to remain silent in defense. After all, he had just witnessed Gu Zhua and Gu Yu standing protectively in front of Lian Ruoxin on his behalf, which stirred an unsettling feeling within him. He couldn't shake the notion that their allegiance might not stem from genuine loyalty to him, but rather from their connection to Lian Ruoxin. My senior sister has not betrayed Yi Xian. On the contrary, it was he who misjudged her intentions and, in a gesture of atonement, willingly took it upon himself to ensure our safety. Since you are subordinates of my brother-in-law, you are, by extension, servants of my sister. Should you dare to overstep, it is only natural for my brother-in-law to discipline you, even to the point of death. Initially, Su Li's words prompted a nod of agreement from Yi Xian, as they did not seem entirely unreasonable. However, as the conversation progressed, Yi Xian's expression shifted. What did he mean by labeling them as mere servants of Bai Simiao's household? While there was a degree of truth in this assertion, to proclaim it in front of Lian Ruoxin and the Gu siblings was undeniably hurtful. Moreover, these three were esteemed sons and daughters of powerful factions, figures to be revered in wider society. Though they followed him, it hardly reduced their status to that of menial servants. Who do you think you are? Gu Zhua exclaimed, his anger igniting. He, along with Gu Yu and Lian Ruoxin, clearly misinterpreted Yi Xian's allowance for Su Li to speak as an endorsement of Su Li's remarks. Otherwise, why would Yi Xian permit him to voice such sentiments? It must be acknowledged that Gu Zhua and Gu Yu held Yi Xian in high regard, willingly aligning themselves with him. However, they possessed pride. Loyalty did not equate to servility. If Yi Xian truly disregarded their worth, it would wound them deeply. I am, Su Li began to reveal his identity. He is my brother. Yet, before he could finish, Bai Ximiao, who had been enjoying the exchange, interjected decisively. She articulated Su Li's identity, revealing her awareness of Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu's noble lineage. Even though Su Li was a true disciple of Yinqing sect, if he lacked a close relationship with her and Yi Xian, he could easily become a target for their disdain. Having spent time with Su Li, Bai Ximiao felt no qualms in acknowledging him as her brother, especially since he had stood up for her. Indeed, Bai Ximiao is my sister, and Yi Xian is my brother-in-law. Since you serve my brother-in-law, it follows that you also serve my sister and me. What? Was my earlier statement incorrect? Do you wish to defy the heavens themselves? Su Li felt a surge of joy at Bai Ximiao's words, not expecting her support. However, he was not naive. He quickly seized the opportunity to retort against Gu Zhuo, causing the latter to visibly twitch, struggling to find his words. Yet, Gu Zhuo was not intimidated by the fact that Su Li was Bai Ximiao's brother. Rather, Su Li's identity implied a familial bond with Yi Xian, firmly establishing their connection. Unless he wished to sever ties with Yi Xian, what options did he have? Could he possibly eliminate Su Li in front of Yi Xian and Bai Ximiao? Suddenly, Yi Xian emitted a cold snort. Yi Xian intended to interrupt Su Li's words, urging him not to go too far. However, his cold snort resonated differently in the ears of Lian Ruoxin and Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu. After all, not long ago, Yi Xian had struck Lian Ruoxin hard across the face for Bai Ximiao's sake. Now, with Yi Xian's countenance so grim, it was only natural for them to misconstrue that he believed they harbored rebellious sentiments, as Su Li had suggested, hence the warning. Realizing this, Lian Ruoxin parted her lips, feeling a twinge of grievance as she said, Yi Xian, I understand now. I misjudged the holy maiden Bai, and I shall apologize to her. After uttering this, her small fist clenched tightly, almost drawing blood. It would be a miracle if she genuinely intended to apologize. At this moment, she harbored a profound resentment towards Bai Ximiao, and even felt that Yi Xian had been a tad excessive. After all, even if she had misunderstood Bai Ximiao, couldn't Yi Xian have clarified it instead of resorting to such a brutal act? Was it truly, as Su Li claimed, that her respected Yi Xian regarded them merely as servants? In that instant, Lian Ruoxin's heart felt a chill. Yi Xian, you summoned us for a reason? Gu Zhuo observed Lian Ruoxin's reluctant admission and deemed it unwise to prolong the matter. Thus he spoke up. Yes, I called you here primarily to assist Su Li in searching for some rare treasures. Yi Xian noticed a hint of displeasure in Gu Zhuo's tone, yet he remained composed. After all, he too found Su Li's remarks somewhat excessive. However, as he began to explain the purpose of summoning them for Su Li, Lian Ruoxin and the twins, Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yi Xian, he is merely at the second level of the divine ability realm, while we are at the 9th level. Is it truly necessary to gather us all just to guide him in his training? Gu Zhuo blurted out instinctively. In all honesty, had Su Li not previously humiliated them, they would have been more than willing to accompany him to enhance his abilities. After all, this would also serve to strengthen their ties with Yi Xian. Yet, after Su Li had just referred to them as servants, now Yi Xian expected them to take this enemy under their wing and even seek out treasures for him? Did Yi Xian truly regard them as mere pawns? Were they so easily dismissed? Ding. Detected successful instigation by the host, causing Lian Ruoxin to develop doubts towards Yi Xian, siphoning 5,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune. Ding. Detected successful instigation by the host, leading Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu to harbor doubts towards Yi Xian, siphoning 10,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune. Su Li, observing the situation with a concealed smirk, almost burst into laughter upon hearing the system's notifications. Prior to his transmigration, he had been aware of Yi Xian's penchant for covertly gathering subordinates to assist him in the future. Now, as the child of fortune, Yi Xian attracted extraordinarily capable allies, including the likes of Chang's son Han Long, and now several prominent, holy sons and daughters from major factions. Yet, Su Li never anticipated that his initial maneuver against Yi Xian would incite disloyalty among his staunch followers. Once the foundation of Yi Xian is shattered, dealing with him in the future will become significantly easier. However, Su Li did not anticipate that his attempts at sowing discord were only just beginning to bear fruit. The momentum is still building. Deep down, Yi Xian had always regarded Gu Zhuo and Gu Yu as defeated subordinates. His previous decision to accept them into his ranks was driven by the need to garner loyalty after being severely suppressed by his own brother, Yi Chun. Now, however, Gu Zhuo and the others dare to openly defy his wishes? Must he appease these subordinates with unnecessary conditions to enlist their assistance? Does this imply that in the future, should he require their help, they could refuse on the grounds of it being non-essential? This is nothing short of a blatant rebellion against him. So are you dissatisfied? Yi Xian's voice turned icy, laced with a subtle hint of murderous intent, startling Gu Zhua and the others. Chapter 172. The Saintess? Unable to steady a tea tray, Yi Xian's frigid demeanor instantly rendered Lian Ruoxin and her companions speechless. Nevertheless, they harbored discontent in their hearts. Yet, before Yi Xian, they dared not voice their grievances. Observing their silence, Yi Xian's expression softened somewhat as he reassured them, I certainly will not let your efforts go unrewarded. Once we reach the 5th layer of the divine realm and remedy Si Miao's condition, I shall personally escort you into the inner sanctum of the ancient ruins. Wouldn't that be splendid? His words brought a sense of relief to Lian Ruoxin and Gu Zhua, Gu Yu. At that moment, they refrained from further comments, silently nodding as they followed Yi Xian into the cabin of the flying vessel. However, Bai Si Miao walked ahead, with Su Li trailing behind, casting smug glances at Lian Ruoxin and the other 3 prodigies, inciting annoyance in them. After all, Su Li's demeanor, brimming with self-satisfaction, was truly infuriating. Yet, given Yi Xian's presence and the recent commotion, the trio could only suppress their irritation. Once inside the cabin, Su Li naturally settled beside Bai Si Miao. This scene, however, caused Yi Xian to furrow his brow in irritation as he exclaimed, Su Li, take a seat over there. Previously, he had refrained from entering the cabin due to his displeasure with Bai Si Miao. Now, with his subordinates present, he could not allow Su Li to sit beside his fiancée in front of these esteemed young talents. Such a display would surely tarnish his reputation in their eyes. Yet, Yi Xian's brusqueness left Bai Si Miao's expression somewhat frosty. Su Li was her junior, and they shared a close bond. Now, was she to let these other disciples from various sects sit beside her instead? Let us not forget that they had nearly quarreled moments ago. As for Yi Xian, Bai Si Miao was even less inclined to share space with him, still nursing her irritation. Cough, brother-in-law, you can sit there, I'll take the side. Su Li thought with a smirk, opting not to contest this trivial matter with Yi Xian. Additionally, Su Li harbored ulterior motives, intending to sow discord between Yi Xian and the other young prodigies. Under Bai Si Miao's discontented gaze, Su Li feigned reluctance and rose. Subsequently, he boldly took a seat beside Lian Ruoxin. It must be said, the saintess of the Red Lotus sect exuded a subtle fragrance, making Su Li feel quite at ease in her company. However, his rapturous demeanor immediately darkened the expressions of Gu Zhua and Gu Yu, who shot him glances filled with utter displeasure. They had long harbored secret affections for Lian Ruoxin, yet had always kept their distance, viewing her with a sense of reverence that deemed her untouchable. But here was this fellow, brazenly seated beside their idol, appearing utterly enraptured. Gu Zhua and Gu Yu had never been close enough to experience the fragrance of Lian Ruoxin. Nevertheless, Yi Xian paid no heed to Su Li's antics. Originally, upon noticing Su Li's tactful retreat, Yi Xian instinctively drew closer to Bai Si Miao, akin to a devoted admirer. However, before Yi Xian could flatter Bai Si Miao, Su Li initiated his antics. You, pour the tea, he commanded, pushing the tea set forward with an authoritative tone directed at Lian Ruoxin, who cast him a scornful glance. At that moment, Lian Ruoxin, displeased with Su Li, gasped in surprise, raising her delicate finger to her chin, seemingly questioning Su Li's audacity to instruct her to pour tea. After all, she was the holy maiden of the Red Lotus sect. You, Su, should not overstep your bounds. I am a holy maiden, and you expect me to perform such menial tasks? Do you truly believe yourself to be in a position of privilege, lounging here in comfort? Seeing Su Li's earnest expression, Lian Ruoxin could no longer contain her ire. To be candid, had Yi Xian been seated beside her, she would have unhesitatingly poured him tea and engaged in light-hearted conversation without needing any prompting. But what was Su Li to her? Merely a novice at the first level of divine ability. Did he truly think that being Bai Si Miao's brother elevated him above them? Is he without hands and feet? No wonder he required his sister to escort him for training at such a low level. Su Li, have you grown accustomed to being pampered? Do you not understand that without a solid foundation, any advancement in cultivation is merely a fleeting illusion, destined to be undone? At that moment, the Gu brothers chimed in with their sardonic remarks, mocking Su Li's audacity to demand tea from Lian Ruoxin. Dream on. Neither of us enjoys such privileges. Yi Xian, overhearing, regarded Su Li with a look of incredulity, showing no inclination to defend him. From the outset, Yi Xian's sole concern was Bai Si Miao, and later, the little tower urged him to take decisive action against Su Li. Had he not feared that Bai Si Miao would be upset and cease her interactions with him, he would have acted long ago. Now, Su Li, oblivious to the gravity of his situation, believed that by antagonizing Lien Ruoxin, he could command her? What a farce. After all, in terms of both strength and status, Lien Ruoxin surpassed Su Li by a considerable margin. Though Su Li bore the prestigious title of an inner disciple of the Yunqing sect, he had only recently joined and lacked the strength to instill fear in these prodigies. Was he out of his mind? Yet, no one anticipated that Su Li would openly reprimand Lien Ruoxin. I meant for you to serve tea to my sister. You have just offended her, and you think a mere apology suffices? You cannot even show respect through a simple act of pouring tea. Is this how the Red Lotus sect trains its disciples in civility? It became clear that Su Li had anticipated Lien Ruoxin's refusal to serve him, thus invoking Bai Simiao's name to assert his point. Bai Simiao, already irked, recognized that Su Li was attempting to restore her dignity by having Lien Ruoxin serve her tea, and her gaze turned to Lien Ruoxin with a hint of amusement. It is worth noting that while both Lien Ruoxin and Bai Simiao were holy maidens, Lien Ruoxin held the distinction of being the sole holy maiden of the Red Lotus sect, whereas Bai Simiao was merely the 9th-ranked holy maiden. Were it not for Yi Xian, Bai Simiao would have approached Lien Ruoxin with utmost caution. However, with Yi Xian beside her, signaling for Lien Ruoxin to align herself with Bai Simiao, and Su Li providing support, Lien Ruoxin found herself in a tempest of frustration, her delicate form trembling with indignation, yet utterly powerless. She reached for the tea set with a quivering hand, her agitation palpable. In the next moment, a large hand clasped her wrist firmly. The sudden jolt of electricity coursed through her, momentarily short-circuiting her thoughts. To her dismay, she realized it was Su Li's hand that enveloped hers, guiding her as if instructing her in the art of pouring tea into Bai Simiao's cup. Just as she was about to express her anger, Su Li remarked with a serious tone, "And you call yourself a saintess? You can't even hold a cup steady?" Chapter 173, Junior Brother. You have the final say, scoundrel. You. At that moment, Lien Ruoxin longed to tear Su Li apart. Yet, when she angrily turned her head, she found that not only did Su Li wear a serious expression, but his eyes also bore no trace of malice. To complicate matters, her hand was being held as he poured tea for Bai Simiao. Lien Ruoxin found it quite difficult to withdraw her hand in anger. If she accidentally spilled the tea, wouldn't Bai Simiao have yet another excuse? This rascal dared to touch Ruoxin's delicate hand. However, seated nearby, Gu's eyes bulged with jealousy, nearly compelling him to rise and eliminate Su Li. After all, neither he nor his brother Gu had ever so much as brushed against Lien Ruoxin's hand. Yet here was Su Li, brazenly squeezing it. Fortunately, after pouring the tea, Lien Ruoxin swiftly withdrew her hand, which brought a sigh of relief to the Gu brothers. Nevertheless, unbeknownst to them, a myriad of emotions swirled within Lien Ruoxin. It turned out that Su Li's earlier action had startled her. Yet she was astonished to discover that upon touching Su Li, the familiar sensation of her heart racing and the electric thrill she once felt when Yi Xian saved her surged forth once again. Lien Ruoxin was unaware that this electric sensation was not a mere product of her emotions, but rather a manifestation of Su Li's unique physique. Therefore, she mistakenly believed that she had just experienced a moment of infatuation for Su Li. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated, as Lien Ruoxin inherently felt displeased with Su Li. At that moment, having regained her composure, she poured another cup for Yi Xian, saying, "Brother Yi Xian, you should drink too." As she spoke, she cast a tender glance at Yi Xian, only to be taken aback when she realized he did not even spare her a glance, his entire focus on Bai Simiao, showing no hint of acknowledgement or consideration for her, as if he truly regarded her as a servant. "Saintess Lien, you are so beautiful and kind-hearted. Could you pour me a cup as well?" Suddenly, Su Li discreetly transmitted a message to Lien Ruoxin. Startled, she felt as if her very being had erupted in indignation, her delicate arms bristling with tension as she glared at Su Li with a bewildered expression. After all, she had never anticipated that the very person who had nearly driven her to fury would now lavish her with compliments. Humph. Yet, Lien Ruoxin was not foolish. She believed that such unsolicited flattery could only stem from ulterior motives. Thus, when she deliberately poured tea for Su Li, she remained cautious, anticipating some trap he might have in store for her, planning to seize the opportunity to turn the tables on him. However, Lien Ruoxin did not foresee that as Su Li accepted the teacup, his finger deliberately brushed against the back of her hand. That electric sensation swept over her once more. In that instant, her breath quickened. This rascal? How dare he tease her in front of so many people? But as Lien Ruoxin glanced around, she noticed that Bai Simiao was engrossed in listening to Yi Xian's flattery, while Gu and Gu Yu were whispering to each other, completely oblivious to what Su Li had just done beside her. Initially, Lien Ruoxin had intended to teach Su Li a stern lesson. Yet, considering she was at the 9th layer of the divine power realm and had just quarreled with Su Li and Bai Simiao, coupled with the fact that she had left no evidence of his misdeeds, she hesitated. Even in the midst of turmoil, Yi Xian would undoubtedly stand by Simiao's side, supporting Su Li, wouldn't he? At this moment, Lien Ruoxin's heart was tumultuous and complex. Yet, she chose to endure it. For, in truth, she too found the electric thrill of contact with Su Li to be quite enchanting. Although it was merely an illusion, Lien Ruoxin did not dwell on that thought. "Thank you, Saintess Lien, for pouring me a cup," Su Li suddenly said with a smile, addressing Bai Simiao, who was somewhat vexed by Yi Xian's incessant chatter. "In light of your sincere gesture, let us forgive her previous recklessness, shall we?" "Very well, junior brother, as you say," Bai Simiao thought with a silent sneer, feeling that Su Li had restored her dignity while simultaneously vexing Yi Xian. After all, Yi Xian had just been flattering and appeasing her, insisting that Lien Ruoxin and the others had not acted with malice, but such assurances did little to elevate Bai Simiao's spirits. For her, it mattered not whether these individuals acted intentionally or not. All she desired was for a man to defend her honor. Though Su Li was not her fiancé, his recent conduct had brought her great delight. The sight of the esteemed Saintess Lien serving them tea like a servant, while being utterly powerless against them, filled Bai Simiao with a sense of satisfaction. However, her words turned Yi Xian's expression a shade of green with envy. Was all his prior flattery to Bai Simiao for naught compared to Su Li's single remark? This fellow must die. At that moment, Yi Xian's heart was devoid of hesitation. He had resolved to eliminate Su Li. However, he understood that he could not reveal his intentions just yet. Even while assisting Su Li in ascending to the 5th level of the Divine Passage realm, he had to conceal any animosity towards him. For should Su Li meet his demise, Bai Simiao would undoubtedly suspect him. Just as Lien Ruoxin's countenance darkened, feeling powerless against Su Li, the Gu brothers, Gu Zhua and Gu Yu, suddenly realized that Lien Ruoxin had poured tea for Su Li. Yet, they had to serve themselves. In that instant, both twin brothers felt a pang of jealousy. However, amidst the myriad of thoughts swirling in everyone's minds, Su Li began to stir the pot. "Oh no. My body." As he deliberately summoned the thunderous power of the divine body, creating a chaotic aura within himself, the hearts of everyone present skipped a beat, especially Bai Simiao and Yi Xian, who regarded him with concern. Bai Simiao's worry for Su Li was genuine, while Yi Xian was primarily anxious that all his previous efforts would be in vain. After all, he had painstakingly helped Su Li reach the 2nd level of the Divine Passage realm. If he were to fall now, all of his efforts would have been for naught. What should I do? Su Shidi's condition has worsened. It must be because he was enraged by witnessing my humiliation, which has exacerbated his internal turmoil. You must think of something quickly. Save him. In her frantic state, Bai Simiao placed all her hopes upon Yi Xian. After all, she had previously expended all her resources to enhance Su Li's strength and heal his injuries. She currently possesses no extraordinary treasures. Among the present company, Yi Xian stands as the most formidable. Aside from him, there is no one else capable of stabilizing Su Li's condition. Don't worry, Simiao. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed Bai Simiao was at a loss, her tone softening considerably as she spoke to him. He mused internally that in critical moments, it ultimately relies on him. Just as Yi Xian basked in his own self-satisfaction, he suddenly recalled that he too lacked medicinal materials. However, he was not foolish. His gaze promptly shifted towards Lien Ruoxin and Gu Zhua, Gu Yu, and the others. He had summoned Lien Ruoxin and the others precisely to enlist their assistance. As luck would have it, he could first borrow the extraordinary treasures they possessed. Chapter 174, Severing Yi Xian, then harvesting his little brother's resources. Brother Yi? What is it? Yi Ge? What do you see us doing? Lien Ruoxin and the Gu brothers exchanged puzzled glances. To be candid, several of you. Su Li previously consumed the blood essence of a 9th-tier demon beast from the Divine Passage realm. However, his cultivation level is too low to assimilate it, which puts him at risk of a drop in his realm. He must reach the 5th layer of the Divine Passage realm to treat Simiao's injuries. We have exhausted all the medicinal materials on hand. Could you lend me a few? Once we enter the inner sanctum of the ancient ruins, I assure you I will repay you 10-fold, 100-fold. Although Yi Xian's tone was one of negotiation, it was quite direct. Moreover, Lien Ruoxin and Gu Zhua, Gu Yu were originally his followers. Hearing Yi Xian's words, they were both shocked by Su Li's incredible fortune in obtaining blood essence from a 9th-tier demon beast, but were also bemused to learn that he was so inept as to risk a fall in his realm. Reluctantly, they could only produce the medicinal herbs from their storage rings. Brother Yi, you jest. This 5th-tier blue light spirit herb does not require repayment. Indeed, ye go. Whatever medicinal materials you desire, merely say the word. Take this 5th-tier moon scythe 6-colored flower to treat Su Li. Stabilizing his condition should not be difficult. Brother Yi, you know my situation. I've already used all the rare materials I had, but I do have an extra 6th-tier Yuan-born spirit herb. Please take it for Su Li's use. Lien Ruoxin and the other 3 rummaged through their belongings, producing 3 oddly shaped herbs. This nearly caused Su Li to lose his composure. Was it so simple to enact this charade? After all this effort, Lien Ruoxin and the others offered him such meager provisions? Were they trying to dismiss him like a beggar? However, Yi Xian and Bai Simiao breathed a sigh of relief. While 6th-tier spiritual herbs were not particularly rare, the aura emanating from those 2 6th-tier herbs was rather robust. It seemed that stabilizing Su Li's condition would not prove to be a daunting task. But just as everyone presented the 3 herbs to Su Li to assist him in absorbing and refining them, Su Li's eyes darted, and a smile crept across his lips. Yet, in the next moment, as Su Li had only absorbed half of the essence, he could not help but convulse violently. What the hell? Guzhou was clearly startled by Su Li's reaction, and he shot to his feet, fearing he might be swindled, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Hiss! Guyu's pupils constricted sharply. He felt as though Su Li was having a fit. Had he worsened after consuming those spiritual herbs? At that moment, Lien Ruoxin murmured softly. But upon hearing the phrase worsening condition, Bai Simiao and Yi Xian instantly panicked. If it truly worsened, what would they do? They couldn't afford for Su Li to become a cripple before stabilizing his condition, while Yi Xian secretly wished for Su Li's demise. He at least wanted to ensure Bai Simiao was healed first. It must be the herbs you provided. They are too potent. Are you all trying to harm him? Do not presume I am unaware. As the esteemed scions of various factions, how could you possess such meager treasures? At this moment, the flustered Bai Simiao, disregarding all notions of courtesy and decorum, began to reprimand the group. Upon hearing this, although Lien Ruoxin and the others wore grim expressions, they hesitated to respond. Deep down, they felt a twinge of embarrassment. The spiritual herbs they presented, while indeed of the 6th and 7th rank, were rather obscure materials, seldom utilized in alchemy or medicine, which is precisely why they were willing to part with them for Su Li. Little did they realize that the insufferable Su Li was quite discerning and often had his whims. You ought to produce something genuinely useful. At this juncture, Yi Xian noticed Bai Simiao's genuine ire and, with an authoritative tone, almost compelled Lien Ruoxin and the others to comply. However, upon observing their discomfort, he softened his stance, adding, "Please, help this fellow." Sighing, Lien Ruoxin, acknowledging Yi Xian's plea, reluctantly retrieved her cherished 5th-rank spiritual herb, the falling fragrance blue rock flower. As a 5th-rank herb, it possesses exceptional properties that enhance the recovery of one's physical constitution. Had it not been for its incompatibility with her own physique, she would have consumed it herself long ago. Brother Yi, this 5th-rank earth flame scarlet fruit bears similarities to his constitution and should prove beneficial, Guzhou remarked, feeling compelled to contribute, as Lien Ruoxin had. He was somewhat pained to relinquish this spiritual fruit, having previously intended to trade it at the market, but given the circumstances, he felt obliged to offer it to Yi Xian. Cough, cough. Brother Yi, you know my. Guyu attempted to follow suit, but Yi Xian, concerned about Su Li's precarious condition and the potential for deterioration, shot him a fierce glare. This prompted Guyu to awkwardly produce a 5th-rank spiritual herb, the Thunderfire mushroom. Witnessing the trio's generous contributions, Su Li nearly leaped with joy. After all, 5th-rank spiritual herbs were coveted even by formidable experts. 3 of them at once. With his cultivation already nearing the threshold of the 3rd layer, he felt himself on the cusp of ascension. Upon absorbing these 3 spiritual herbs, Su Li's condition indeed stabilized. Yet, in truth, it was merely the calming of the thunderous energy within him, rendering it tranquil. However, the onlookers wiped the sweat from their brows, exhaling deeply, especially Yi Xian. He realized that not only had Su Li's realm not declined, but there was also an implicit trend of consolidation and enhancement, making Yi Xian feel that his efforts were not in vain. Just as Su Li was engaged in absorbing these spiritual treasures, Bai Simiao, now at ease and focused on piloting the flying vessel, suddenly spotted a locust brimming with rich spiritual energy, encased within a protective formation, a medicinal field. Oh, who would dare to cultivate a medicinal field in such a place? Unperturbed by the threat of being looted, Bai Simiao was momentarily taken aback. To her knowledge, it was not uncommon for the elite and powerful from various factions to practice their skills outside the ancient ruins. with some artisans and alchemists specifically engaging in the forging or concocting of elixirs in the prime locations surrounding these relics. The environment here was considerably more favorable than that of the outside world. These prime locations possessed certain attributes that enhanced the quality of the treasures and elixirs formed within such an environment. However, it was her first encounter with someone daring enough to cultivate herbs within the ancient ruins. After all, many factions and sects within these ancient sites were at odds with one another, embroiled in conflict. Should word spread that someone had the audacity to cultivate spiritual herbs here, especially on such a grand scale, it was certain that their enemies would wreak havoc upon this place. Yet, as Bai Simiao piloted her vessel closer, Su Li seemed to have stumbled upon a splendid opportunity to confront Yi Xian, his eyes suddenly alight with realization. Chapter 175, Elder Yuan Guang's Sister. This seems to be the medicinal field of the Butian Pavilion. As the flying vessel approached, Su Li leaned out, keenly observing the fields below with great interest. Enveloped by the medicinal field's great formation, he could not discern the spiritual plants within. Yet, from the aura and radiance emanating from those spiritual herbs and fruits, it was evident they were no ordinary items. Oh, in response, Bai Simiao did not ponder much, merely nodding in astonishment. Only Yi Ji's Butian Pavilion would dare cultivate spiritual herbs and fruits in such a place, wouldn't it? Indeed, if it were our Bajian sect here, we would have been eyed by others long ago. Gu Zhua and Gu Yu seized the rare opportunity to extol Yi Xian. After all, the previous interactions had been somewhat strained, and they did not wish for Yi Xian to harbor any ill feelings toward them. Upon hearing their words, Yi Xian could not help but let a hint of pride flicker at the corners of his mouth. Brother-in-law, if I could absorb these spiritual plants, wouldn't that save you a great deal of time? You wouldn't have to tirelessly search for heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance my cultivation alongside sister. However, Su Li's unexpected remark left everyone momentarily stunned. Bai Simiao initially wondered if this was inappropriate, but upon reflection, she realized Su Li had a valid point. After all, Yi Xian was the holy son of the Butian Pavilion, and these medicinal fields belonged to the pavilion. What difference did it make if they were also considered Yi Xian's? Moreover, since Yi Xian was already tasked with assisting Su Li in searching for materials and spiritual fruits to elevate her strength, it would be far more efficient for her to absorb them here and enjoy the process. In this way, her body could achieve complete recovery. Yet, upon hearing this, Yi Xian visibly hesitated. This might not be appropriate. After all, these herbs are cultivated by the elders of our sect. Even as the Holy Son, I cannot arbitrarily claim the spiritual plants and fruits of the elders, for they have invested considerable effort. Yi Xian was clearly apprehensive, especially since he had a brother, Yi Chun, who kept him in check within the Butian Pavilion. To be honest, very few elders supported Yi Xian in the pavilion. Most preferred to distance themselves from him. Not at all, Yigo. There are so many herbs here. How much can Su Li possibly absorb? Exactly, Yigo. Even if these herbs are cultivated by the elders of Butian Pavilion, they are still part of your Yi family, aren't they? Your brother has been suppressing you. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take advantage of this opportunity? Brother Yi Xian, I also believe this place is quite favorable. If we can elevate Su Li to the 5th layer of the Divine Passage realm, it would ease our entry into the inner circle of the ancient ruins. By the time you ascend to the Great Ability realm, those elders will think twice before speaking against you. Surely, even your brother Yi Chun would regard you with more caution. Surprisingly, Gu Zhua, Gu Yu, and Lian Ruoxin all expressed their agreement, appearing as if they were advocating for Su Li. In truth, however, they were weary of further delays with her and were eager to enter the inner circle of the ancient ruins to obtain powerful legacies, aspiring to challenge the Great Ability realm in the future. Yi Xian, you need not make a decision that contradicts your true feelings because of me. My body will recover in due course, and that is of little consequence. However, as a supporting character, Bai Simiao's words struck directly at Yi Xian's heart, particularly her pitiful and endearing expression, which made him yearn to embrace her tightly and offer her protection. How could this be against my will? As you all said, this medicinal field belongs to my Butian Pavilion. As the Holy Son, what is there that I cannot decide? In an instant, Yi Xian stood tall, producing the Holy Son's token to activate the protective barrier around the medicinal field. Brother-in-law, your affection for my senior sister is undoubtedly genuine, Su Li exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with delight. The next moment, he dashed deep into the medicinal field, specifically seeking out the 6th and 5th grade spirit plants and fruits. Eager to charge into the 5th layer of Divine Passage and follow Yi Xian into the ancient relics to take advantage of him once more. For Simiao, what is there that I would not sacrifice? Upon hearing Su Li's words, Yi Xian felt a twinge of being taken advantage of. Yet, at least in front of Bai Ximiao, he felt a sense of pride. However, Bai Ximiao smirked inwardly, as her true intention was to collaborate with Su Li and take full advantage of Yi Xian. Her resentment towards him still lingered, and she realized that some of the spirit plants and fruits Su Li had collected were particularly suited for her cultivation, which she carefully stored in a spatial ring. This brought her secret delight, knowing that even as Su Li advanced, he had not forgotten about her, his senior sister. Junior brother, you are indeed considerate. Ding. The host's actions have pleased Bai Ximiao, utilizing the resources of the Child of Fate to woo his woman, plundering Yi Xian's fortune by 5,000 points. This sudden notification left Su Li momentarily stunned. What was happening? He had merely hidden some spirit herbs that he had no use for. Adhering to the principle of not leaving anything for the Bution Pavilion, how could Bai Ximiao be pleased by this action? Regardless, he thought it best to take full advantage of the situation. During this time, Su Li had noticed that Bai Ximiao was quite intelligent, albeit perhaps overly so. She was exceedingly sensitive, and one could even say her imagination was quite vivid. Nevertheless, her fanciful thoughts posed no harm to him, and he was too indifferent to clarify. In fact, he hoped for Yi Xian's fortune to dwindle even further. But just as Su Li was busy harvesting over 100 6th-grade spirit plants and fruits, including 6 or 7 5th-grade ones, a tumultuous aura suddenly swept in from one side of the medicinal garden. Who dares to steal my Bution Pavilion's spirit herbs? In an instant, the atmosphere of the entire medicinal garden shifted dramatically. Bai Ximiao, Guzhua, and Guyu were all startled. It was evident that the mere roar of the intruder's oppressive aura instilled a sense of dread in them, the 9th-layer strong ones of the divine passage realm, suggesting that the intruder had likely achieved the integration of methods. A powerful cultivator indeed. As the elderly figure in tattered robes charged forward in a fury, everyone recognized his presence. He is indeed one of the 5 esteemed elders of the Bution Pavilion, the revered Elder Yuan Guang, a master of formidable prowess. Furthermore, he holds another significant title as one of the early protectors of the Pavilion Master, which elevates his status within the Bution Pavilion to an exalted level, making him a trusted confidant of Master Yi Chun. Elder Yuan Guang is, indeed, a friend of mine. At this moment, Yi Xian's expression darkened as he charged forward without hesitation. However, he was taken aback to discover that the medicinal field was cultivated by Elder Yuan Guang himself. When Yi Xian turned his gaze towards Su Li, he found that Su Li had already begun to absorb the spiritual energy of the mystical plants. At this juncture, even if Yi Xian wished to intervene, it was too late. Nevertheless, emboldened by his identity as the Holy Son of the Bution Pavilion, he remained resolute and defiant. Chapter 176. Waste of Heavenly Treasures? Yi Xian? Upon encountering Yi Xian, Elder Yuan Guang was initially taken aback, but his countenance soon hardened, revealing a frigid demeanor. In a cold voice, he remarked, I wondered who could stealthily infiltrate this place to pilfer spiritual herbs. So it is you who has utilized the Holy Sun token to breach the restrictions? Regardless of your affiliations, I demand that you leave immediately. Elder Yuan Guang's disdain for Yi Xian was palpable, each word resonating with authority, culminating in a sudden, thunderous command. Make them leave. The piercing shout, laden with Elder Yuan Guang's spiritual energy, sent a chill down Lian Ruoxin's spine. Neither Guzhua nor Guyu, the 2 holy sons, could have anticipated such audacity from Elder Yuan Guang. Yi Xian, are you not the holy son of the Bution Pavilion? Why does this elder treat you with such contempt, accusing you of sneaking in to steal spiritual herbs? However, Bai Ximiao's attention was clearly diverted. Her brows furrowed as she stepped forward, questioning in a skeptical tone. It should be noted that within the Yunqing sect, the status of holy sons and holy daughters far surpasses that of ordinary elders. Even those elders with considerable seniority would not dare to compete with the holy sons and daughters. Yet, Elder Yuan Guang's demeanor and tone towards Yi Xian were far from familial. An outsider might mistake Yi Xian for an adversary. In such circumstances, if Bai Ximiao and the others were to depart, would they not indeed be perceived as thieves? This was something Bai Ximiao could not tolerate. Elder Yuan Guang, what do you mean by that? Is it theft for this holy son to return to his own medicinal fields and allow friends to gather some spiritual herbs to restore their strength? Do you intend to act against me if I do not leave? At this moment, Yi Xian was incensed by Elder Yuan Guang's earlier tirade. It was evident that he held little allegiance to the Bution Pavilion, but that did not grant Elder Yuan Guang the right to treat him with such disdain, especially not in regard to his elder brother Yi Chen's associates. It mattered not that Elder Yuan Guang was merely at the 1st level of the great ability realm. Even if he were at the 9th level, Yi Xian would not be intimidated. After all, unless Elder Yuan Guang sought his own demise or was unafraid of the wrath of the elder clansmen within the Yi family, he would not dare to act with lethal intent against him, regardless of his ties to Yi Chun. Yi Xian's final remark, "Act against me," evidently prompted Elder Yuan Guang to regain his composure. At this juncture, the elder's lips twitched in frustration, wishing nothing more than to slap the arrogant visage of Yi Xian. Yet, he took a deep breath, suppressing his fury, and replied, "I would not dare. However, Holy Son, is it truly as simple as your friend coming in to gather a few spiritual herbs to restore his strength? My Xianguang precious fruit, my dear heart grass. Those are top-tier spiritual plants amongst the 5th grade. He has plucked so many in one go. Does he not fear bursting himself?" As Elder Yuan Guang spoke, his expression twisted, akin to one afflicted with apoplexy. After all, those spiritual herbs represented his painstaking efforts, and he had intended to refine them into pills to break through to the 2nd level of the great ability realm. In the early years of his life, Elder Yuan Guang sustained grave injuries from a formidable mid-stage practitioner during a protective mission involving Yi Chun, which left him stagnant at the 1st level of the formidable realm. In gratitude, Yi Chun not only granted him access to the treasures of the Butian Pavilion, but also allowed him the free use of medicinal recipes and elixirs. However, over the years, that mysterious internal injury had not only failed to heal, but had worsened due to the indiscriminate consumption of various spiritual medicines. In recent years, Elder Yuan Guang, reflecting on his plight, expended considerable effort to discover a remedy for his affliction. Yi Chun, eager to assist, permitted him to utilize the resources and connections of the Butian Pavilion to procure numerous rare spiritual plants and fruits, allowing him to cultivate them in ancient relics. At this moment, with but a command from Elder Yuan Guang, a team of law enforcement from the Butian Pavilion, stationed nearby, would promptly arrive. This illustrates the profound gratitude Yi Chun harbored towards Elder Yuan Guang. Now, as Elder Yuan Guang softened his tone, Yi Xian felt compelled to relent, offering soothing words. "Elder Yuan Guang, my friend is in a somewhat unique situation. However, once he attains the 5th level of the divine ability realm, he will no longer absorb the spiritual energy of your plants. How about this? You can account for any loss of spiritual plants and fruits on my behalf, and upon my return from the ancient relics, I shall compensate you double. What do you say?" Yi Xian's demeanor was serious, and his tone sincere. Upon hearing that Su Li was aiming for the 5th level of the divine ability realm, Elder Yuan Guang, who had already reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level, hesitated and ultimately acquiesced. His primary concern was Yi Xian's promise to reimburse him double for the spiritual plants and fruits. Despite their differences, he recognized Yi Xian's rapid progress over the years. Although Yi Xian was merely at the peak of the 9th level of the divine ability realm, his rumored combat prowess was formidable enough to contend with the mighty, instilling genuine apprehension in Elder Yuan Guang. Otherwise, even if Yi Xian were a holy son, Elder Yuan Guang could have expelled him without hesitation, leaving Yi Xian with no recourse. Should this matter escalate to the Butian Pavilion's headquarters, Yi Chun would undoubtedly side with him, sparing no trouble for Yi Xian. Now, a cold glimmer flickered in Elder Yuan Guang's eyes as he let out a suppressed snort, temporarily choosing to endure. Ding. Detection indicates the host has outmaneuvered Yi Xian, inciting mutual animosity between him and Elder Yuan Guang, resulting in Elder Yuan Guang harboring murderous intent towards Yi Xian and siphoning off 10,000 points of Yi Xian's fortune. Su Li was fervently absorbing the essence of spiritual energy contained within the spiritual plants and fruits. Upon hearing the notification, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, Su Li's judgment was not amiss, whether for the sake of his pride or for Bai Simiao. Yi Xian had begun to absorb the spiritual energy and chose to confront Elder Yuan Guang head-on. This, however, further deteriorated Yi Xian's already tenuous relationship with the pavilion's elders, adversely impacting his standing within the Butian Pavilion. And thus, the narrative unfolds. Su Li's actions caused a subtle change in Elder Yuan Guang's expression, who had finally managed to regain his composure. Before him, Su Li was carelessly absorbing the essence from several 6th and even 5th grade spiritual herbs and fruits, discarding the remnants, resembling rotten fruit and decayed leaves, on the ground. Such behavior could only be described as a gross waste. What on earth is this little rascal doing? How could he cast aside those herbs without fully absorbing their essence? Damn it! At this rate, how many more spiritual herbs will I have to provide for him to consume? Elder Yuan Guang's face turned ashen, and just as he was about to intervene, he was once again obstructed by Yi Xian. Naturally, Yi Xian was also displeased with Su Li's conduct. Therefore, he coldly addressed Su Li, saying, "Junior brother Su, Elder Yuan Guang has painstakingly cultivated these spiritual herbs and fruits. You should not squander them in such a manner. At the very least, you ought to absorb all of their spiritual energy." At that moment, it was not only Yi Xian who deemed Su Li's actions reckless. Even Bai Simiao felt that Su Li had gone too far. Chapter 177, The Elder of Round Light's Wrath. Although Bai Simiao stood by Su Li's side, it was indeed a considerable effort for him to cultivate these spiritual plants. Allowing him to absorb them was already a concession made out of respect for Yi Xian. If Su Li were to greedily consume all of them, no one would dare to raise an objection. However, Su Li's earlier actions did appear to be an extravagant waste. Brother-in-law, senior sister, it is not that I am unwilling to absorb those spiritual energies, but these herbs are exceedingly peculiar. The spiritual energy is so chaotic that I can only extract their essence. Otherwise, I risk falling in rank once again. Su Li expressed, I am merely trying to reach the 5th level of the Divine Passage realm as swiftly as possible to cure senior sister's ailment. I truly bear the weight of wasting these herbs in my heart. At that moment, Su Li's candidness left Yi Xian and Bai Simiao momentarily stunned, particularly Bai Simiao. Upon realizing that she was the one who had put Su Li in such a predicament, she inwardly chastised herself for her earlier unfounded suspicions. I knew it. Su Shidi does not strike me as someone who would waste resources. In truth, however, Su Li's situation was quite different from what he had described. The spiritual energy from those plants and fruits had already been filtered through his body and distilled into the most refined essence. Yet, even with a divine physique, the immense compression and purification of the spiritual energy resulted in some impurities. These impurities, despite being of a higher purity than ordinary spiritual energy, led others to mistakenly believe that they originated from the plants themselves, thus creating a misunderstanding. Naturally, Su Li was not foolish enough to reveal the truth. On the contrary, allowing them to think he was incapable of absorbing such concentrated spiritual energy would serve to underestimate him further. This fool. As Yi Xian heard that Su Li feared falling in rank and could not fully absorb the spiritual energies, a sense of disdain arose within him. Not wanting Su Li to encounter further complications, he could only offer an awkward smile to Elder Round Light. Elder Round Light, for my sake, please show him some understanding. At that moment, Elder Round Light felt an overwhelming urge to punch Yi Xian in his arrogant face. Face. If it weren't for Yi Xian's status, he wouldn't give a fig about face. Humph. Reluctantly, Elder Round Light snorted coldly, waved his sleeves, and departed, choosing to ignore the matter and instead tending to the medicinal garden he had painstakingly cultivated for years. Yet, the more he looked, the more his heart sank. His lips trembled uncontrollably. What in the world? 20, 30, 50. Over 100 6th grade and 5th grade spiritual herbs have been plucked by these individuals. In total, there are only about 150 6th grade herbs in this entire garden. After all, most of the plants are 7th grade or even 8th grade in nature. It is impossible for all to be 6th grade. My Sanchin dark light grass. My clear wind cloud fragrance fruit. My Emolon 7-bone flower. As Elder Round Light dashed into the garden, resembling a madman, shouting and leaping, Yi Xian, Lian Ruoxin, and the others in the distance all changed their expressions. It was better if Elder Round Light did not return. Looking back now at the devastating state of the medicinal fields, one might be driven to a frenzy. Ahem, well, Brother Yi, how about I wait outside with my younger sibling? Indeed, Brother Yi Xian, I too feel a bit stifled in this medicinal field. I shall join you outside as well. Guzhua, sensing the ominous atmosphere, wiped his cold sweat and exchanged glances with Lian Ruoxin, both speaking in unison. However, at that moment, Yi Xian's complexion darkened ominously. He had not anticipated that in the mere blink of an eye, Su Li could harvest so many spiritual herbs. Observing the impending fury of Elder Yuan Guang, Yi Xian felt uncertain about the situation. Moreover, he had promised a double compensation. Yet, collecting such a multitude of spiritual plants would consume a considerable amount of time, even for someone of his caliber. If he failed to appease Elder Yuan Guang, would this fellow not harbor intense hatred towards him? Let me see who dares to leave. Finally, after a fruitless tour, Elder Yuan Guang, his beard askew from anger, roared from a distance. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth once more. How infuriating! These little wretches, do they still wish to escape? To be frank, Elder Yuan Guang was not foolish. He did not genuinely believe that all his herbs had been plundered by Su Li. In contrast, although Su Li had wasted some, he had only a handful of 6th and 5th grade spiritual herbs. This implied that the remaining 100 or so plants were likely taken by Yi Xian and the others, including Lian Ruoxin. Upon realizing that Yi Xian had connections with the various saints from the major factions, Elder Yuan Guang's wariness towards him ascended to unprecedented heights. At that moment, Elder Yuan Guang loomed over the crowd with an imposing presence. Yi Xian, this was intentional, was it not? You brought so many people to my medicinal fields and plundered my treasures. Tell me, will you compensate me for those 100 or so herbs? Double? As he spoke, Elder Yuan Guang produced a recording stone, clearly seeking a commitment from Yi Xian. Otherwise, in his wrath, he would not hesitate to eliminate both him and Lien Ruoxin. What 100 or so herbs? Elder Yuan Guang, what exactly are you talking about? Did Su Li truly take that many? Upon hearing the figure of over 100, Yi Xian was taken aback and instinctively retorted. After all, over 100 6th and 5th grade spiritual plants were no trifling matter. He estimated that Su Li had only harvested a few dozen at most. Could it be that Elder Yuan Guang was attempting to seize an opportunity to exploit him? However, Yi Xian's reaction only provoked Elder Yuan Guang to rage with laughter. So, you intend to default, do you? Very well, even if you are a saint. I shall seek justice today. Return my precious herbs. Suddenly, in a fit of fury, Elder Yuan Guang stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy that engulfed the entire medicinal field in an instant. Simultaneously, his withered hands donned 2 gleaming golden gauntlets, bearing stains of darkened blood that time had failed to erase. Among them, the lingering scent of blood from the masters of the godly and mighty realms pervaded the atmosphere, unmistakably remnants of the formidable bloodshed that Elder Yuan Guang had encountered during his early battles in the northern domain. The sight instilled a profound sense of dread. With a sudden surge, Elder Yuan Guang unleashed the Starfall Fist. In an instant, he struck forth with a powerful punch. Brilliant spiritual energy coursed through the meridians of his right arm, erupting like a shotgun blast, unleashing a barrage of terrifying fist lights. This Starfall Fist bore a strikingly different visage from the typical colossal fist shadows. Beneath each punch, it resembled a meteor shower. Yet every minuscule beam of fist light harbored a destructive force that could instill fear even in a 9th-tier godly realm expert. The concentrated energy of his punches was comparable to that of 100 or even 1,000. Elder Yuan Guang, truly formidable. Yi Xian, quickly dodge. At this moment, Lien Ruoxin and the others were evidently startled, exclaiming in alarm. However, from a distance, Su Li could hardly contain his laughter. Well done. It would be best if you could eliminate Yi Xian outright. Chapter 178. Unpopular? Old man, do you truly believe I fear you? A surge of indignation ignited within Yi Xian as he retaliated, striking down with the immense sword behind him. At that moment, Lien Ruoxin and the Gu brothers were taken aback. Even Bai Si Miao could hardly fathom Yi Xian's audacity to confront a formidable adept head-on. With a resounding crash, the air trembled. However, Yi Xian's subsequent display was even more astonishing. Although he was merely at the fusion law stage, the ethereal manifestations of the laws surrounding him seemed to suppress the almost tangible fist intent of Elder Yuan Guang. As the interior of the medicinal garden erupted with tumultuous roars, the clash between Yi Xian and Elder Yuan Guang grew increasingly ferocious. Initially, Elder Yuan Guang intended to use his martial prowess merely to chastise the impudent Yi Xian. He sought to impart a lesson, emphasizing that despite being a scion and the rising star of the Butian Pavilion, Yi Xian was far from qualified to contend with a great elder of his caliber, given their disparate realms. Yet, as the battle raged on, Elder Yuan Guang's astonishment only deepened. For here was Yi Xian, seemingly just at the fusion law stage. Yet he possessed an uncanny ability to absorb and refine Elder Yuan Guang's fist intent attacks with remarkable precision. Thus, each of Elder Yuan Guang's strikes was reduced to a mere fraction of its full might, barely inflicting harm upon Yi Xian. In stark contrast, Yi Xian not only absorbed and digested the elder's power, but also harnessed it to strike back. Even wielding the colossal sword, the blade began to shimmer with the astonishing fist intent previously exhibited by Elder Yuan Guang. In that moment, the elder, whose fury had intensified, found himself unable to breach the defenses of this younger opponent. Suddenly, employing an enigmatic footwork akin to a wisp of smoke, Yi Xian appeared behind Elder Yuan Guang, despite the weighty sword upon his shoulder, and delivered a crushing blow to the elder's back. What? Elder Yuan Guang was caught off guard, and the fist intent surrounding him shattered at the impact. Staggering, he found himself spitting blood after less than 100 exchanges with Yi Xian. This scene left Lien Ruoxin and the Gu brothers utterly dumbfounded. Even Elder Yuan Guang, who had been brimming with confidence, now felt a chilling dread creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. To be candid, Elder Yuan Guang was astounded. Though he had not exerted his full strength nor fought with his life at stake, the fact that Yi Xian could injure him, even causing a fracture in his laws of power, was unfathomable. Such talent, such combat prowess. It was truly more formidable than the rumors suggested. Old man, do you wish to continue this fight? With his head held high, Yi Xian thrust his enormous sword into the ground, establishing a profound connection with it. As if in that moment, Yi Xian was the sword, and the sword was Yi Xian. The essence of the sword reached its zenith, embodying a seamless unity. Elder Yuan Guang, despite his extensive experience, felt his pupils constrict and cold sweat begin to bead upon his brow. To comprehend the concept of integration of law, one must recognize that it involves a comprehensive assimilation of various traditions and the profound essence of techniques, subsequently refining and realizing a personal set of principles. Among these, the rules of fist intent and elemental law are notably prevalent, representing the most common categories among formidable practitioners. In contrast, the laws of sword intent are rather rare, with the likes of Yi Xian's colossal sword law being exceedingly scarce. However, what truly astonished Elder Yuan Guang was that Yi Xian had already grasped such an advanced level of sword intent without yet completing the integration of law to ascend to the realm of the mighty. What does this signify? It indicates that Yi Xian's comprehension has far surpassed this stage. In other words, once Yi Xian achieves the integration of law, the principles he has elucidated will undoubtedly transcend the sword intent law. At that moment, upon hearing Elder Yuan Guang's exclamation, Yi Xian merely scoffed with a trace of mockery. This old fellow would do well to understand. To be candid, Yi Xian's current demeanor was strikingly impressive, despite being at the level of divine abilities. He exuded an aura suggesting he could continue to battle and potentially vanquish Elder Yuan Guang. This led to Elder Yuan Guang, already burdened by previous injuries and not fully recovered, being unable to muster the resolve to engage in a life-and-death struggle against Yi Xian after being overpowered by his formidable strength and peculiar footwork. Yet, for Elder Yuan Guang to back down in such a manner was unbearable. At that moment, he recalled the sacrifices he had made for the development of the repairing heaven pavilion and for the current pavilion master, Yi Chun. Tears welled in his aged eyes as he lamented, Yi Xian, had it not been for my efforts to protect Yi Chun back in the day, which resulted in my foundational injuries, do you truly believe you could have harmed me? I merely sought to cultivate some spiritual plants and regain my strength. Whom have I offended? Yet, as the holy son of the repairing heaven pavilion, instead of seeking the welfare of its members, you stand with these individuals and even harm me on their behalf. Very well, I shall relinquish this medicinal garden to you today, but I will return to seek justice from the pavilion master. Elder Yuan Guang, unable to defeat Yi Xian and reluctant to engage in a lethal confrontation, saw no option but to retreat and report to the repairing heaven pavilion, convinced that Yi Chun would side with him. It must be noted that Yi Chun had contemplated eliminating his own brother on multiple occasions, especially as Yi Xian's recent rise to prominence posed an increasing challenge to him, arousing Yi Chun's apprehension. Moreover, Elder Yuan Guang believed that Yi Chun would undoubtedly be intrigued by the fact that Yi Xian had gathered so many subordinates, possibly using this as an excuse to eradicate him. Elder Yuan Guang, wait. At this moment, Yi Xian realized that his relationship with his elder brother, Yi Chun, was quite strained. If Elder Yuan Guang returned to lodge a complaint, it would surely provide Yi Chun with a reason to take action against him. After all, how could the esteemed holy son of the repairing heaven pavilion be allowed to harm one of its elders? Even if this matter were to reach the Yi clan, the ancient beings within would not side with Yi Xian. However, Elder Yuan Guang was exceedingly swift. In the blink of an eye, he tore through the rift in space and vanished from the medicinal garden. Brother Yi Xian, you are truly formidable, capable of wounding even those in the realm of the mighty. Ah, Yi Gu, I was genuinely concerned for you earlier. That old fellow fled with such swiftness, perhaps out of fear of being vanquished by you? At that moment, Lian Ruoxin, along with the two brothers Gu Zhua and Gu Yu, eagerly approached, their faces alight with joy. It was as though their previous friction with Yi Xian had evaporated entirely. After all, to have injured a formidable being, their leader evidently surpassed their expectations in strength. Yet, amidst their celebration, Bai Simiao stood to the side, shaking her head in disappointment. As Yi Xian's betrothed, her concerns extended beyond his combat prowess. She was more invested in whether he could foster good relations with members of her sect. To put it plainly, if Yi Xian, as the holy son, would engage in conflict with the elders of his own sect over a trivial matter concerning the medicinal garden, it would surely render him unpopular within the Butian Pavilion. Chapter 179. Resources to eliminate his enemies? Although Elder Yuan Guang initiated the confrontation, in Bai Simiao's eyes, This was also a reflection of Yi Xian's failure to manage the situation adequately. Ding. The host has harvested a significant number of spiritual plants, inciting Elder Yuanguang's fury and resulting in a rift between him and Yi Xian, deducting 5,000 fortune points. Ding. The host has sown discord, causing Bai Ximiao to perceive Yi Xian as lacking composure, deducting 3,000 fortune points. As Su Li cursed Elder Yuanguang, deeming him utterly incompetent. These two notifications suddenly brightened his perspective. Well, regardless of Yi Xian's fate, at least he himself had not incurred a loss. However, upon reflecting on Elder Yuanguang's earlier words, Yi Xian, not being foolish, realized that offending such an elder for no reason was highly disadvantageous. Moreover, Elder Yuanguang had made significant contributions to the Butian Pavilion in his earlier years. Even if Yi Xian were to eventually triumph over his brother and reclaim leadership of the pavilion, he would still need to rely on these elders. Thus, after some contemplation, Yi Xian felt as though he was the only one at a disadvantage. Conversely, Su Li, who was absorbing the essence of those spiritual plants, was reaping immense benefits. Therefore, despite the flattery from Lian Ruoxin and Gu Zui, Yi Xian maintained a grim demeanor and walked towards Su Li, who was striving to break through to the third layer of the divine ability realm. At that critical moment, even as Yi Xian opened his mouth, he ultimately suppressed the urge to reprimand Su Li. He planned to wait until Su Li reached the fifth layer of the divine ability realm and then have him return the surplus spiritual plants. This way, he could not only return the plants to Elder Yuanguang, but also use Su Li's theft of a large number of spiritual plants as a pretext to hand Su Li over to Elder Yuanguang for a little venting after Su Li cured Bai Ximiao's ailment. This would not only resolve the thorn in his side, but also leave Elder Yuanguang and the other elders of the Butian Pavilion without grounds for complaint. With this thought, Yi Xian's previously disgruntled disposition improved considerably. Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Xian, his actions and expressions were being closely observed by Su Li's spiritual sense. Su Li was not foolish. Particularly when Yi Xian's gaze swept over his storage ring, he subtly surmised what Yi Xian intended to do next. It was nothing more than using his excessive harvesting of the spiritual plants as a pretext. However, a slight smile played on Su Li's lips, for he had his own trump card. As Su Li absorbed the abundant essence of the spiritual plants and stepped into the third layer of the divine ability realm, he did not halt, but continued to absorb and consolidate. Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the others grew impatient. After instructing Bai Ximiao to guard Su Li, they took the opportunity to disperse and seek random passages into the inner circle of the ancient ruins. Yi Xian calculated that once Su Li reached the fifth layer, he would use the pretext he had devised to dispose of Su Li, have him sent back to the Butian Pavilion, and then enter the inner circle to cultivate. However, after Yi Xian and the others departed, Su Li handed the storage pouch filled with numerous spiritual plants to Bai Ximiao. "Junior brother? What is this?" Bai Ximiao asked, momentarily taken aback and displaying a hint of confusion. "Sister, the medicinal herbs contained herein are those I previously harvested. They closely align with your constitution. Given that you were previously tormented by that malevolent spirit, your cultivation has stagnated for quite some time. Once I assist you in healing your injuries, you shall be able to flawlessly consolidate your strength with these herbs, and perhaps even advance further." Su Li spoke with a cheerful smile, placing the pouch into Bai Ximiao's embrace. "However, is it truly appropriate? Such an abundance of herbs. Wasn't Elder Yuanguang angered precisely because they were harvested?" Upon opening the pouch, Bai Ximiao was nearly taken aback. Inside lay 4 or 5 dozen 6th and 5th grade spiritual plants and fruits, all radiant and shimmering. It was evident they had been meticulously cultivated by Elder Yuanguang. "Sister, you are mistaken. As you have just witnessed, that old fellow has a contentious relationship with my brother-in-law, and it is inevitable that my brother-in-law and his brother Yi Chen will clash. We are merely aiding in the eradication of his adversary's resources. This is a fortuitous circumstance, not a detrimental one. Furthermore, you and Yi Xian are betrothed. Since this medicinal field belongs to the Putian Pavilion, it rightfully belongs to the pavilion's holy son. What is the harm in utilizing a fraction of your fiancé's resources to solidify your health?" I must admit, Su Li's words deftly ensnared Bai Ximiao's reasoning. Nevertheless, Bai Ximiao was not naive. She understood Su Li's intentions. "Junior brother, you are acting this way towards Yi Xian and Elder Yuanguang to assist me, are you not?" In that moment, Bai Ximiao felt a surge of delight within. Having previously quarreled with Yi Xian, she now felt unburdened as she accepted these resources. For as Su Li had stated, she too required these herbs to strengthen her abilities. Indeed, she aspired to advance even further. After all, the interference from that malevolent spirit had caused her cultivation to stagnate. Those who once stood on par with her, the fourth and third ranking holy maidens, had now ascended to the third and fourth levels of the formidable realm. If she did not exert herself, she would soon find herself left behind. Hence, she would never forget this favor. Yet, upon hearing her, Su Li could not help but smirk inwardly. For her, what a jest! Were it not for Su Li's awareness that Yi Xian might seek to claim more herbs after his breakthrough, he would not have wished to part with a single spiritual herb for Bai Ximiao. Alas, he was currently not powerful enough to confront Yi Xian head-on, so he could only make use of Bai Ximiao for the time being. With a smile, Su Li continued to absorb the vast energies of the spirit, even drawing in the essence from the spiritual plants in his grasp, turning his focus to the entire medicinal field. Bai Ximiao remained blissfully unaware, believing that Su Li's actions were a silent expression of affection for her. Ah, if only Yi Xian possessed half the thoughtfulness of junior brother Su. How wonderful that would be. At this moment, Bai Ximiao's heart was tinged with bitterness. It was not that she was unwilling to part with Yi Xian. Rather, the engagement between the Bai and Yi families made it difficult for her to sever ties. After all, should she decide to break off the engagement, the Bai family would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely, leaving her with no choice but to forsake her family and parents for the rest of her life. As time passed, 3 days later, the immense spiritual energy within Su Li had almost solidified into substance. His meridians were filled with a chilling surge of spiritual power, causing dazzling phenomena to manifest around him. However, Su Li suppressed this extraordinary display to the utmost. To the outside world, he merely appeared to be an exceptionally gifted prodigy. In a state of breakthrough, he was on the verge of reaching the 5th level. At this moment, Yi Xian returned to the medicinal field with Lian Ruoxin and the others, his face alight with joy. Yet, as soon as Yi Xian spoke, he realized that the spiritual energy in this field, along with the thousands of spiritual plants, had been almost entirely depleted by Su Li. Yi Xian felt a wave of panic wash over him. How on earth was he going to explain this to the Butian Pavilion? Su Li had plucked over 100 6th and 5th grade spiritual plants and fruits, and had utterly ravaged this medicinal garden. If Elder Yuan Guang returned with his people, would he not be furious? Boom. Finally, as Yi Xian's expression grew increasingly grim, Su Li achieved the 5th level of the divine ability realm. Su Li felt that if he were to face Chun Zhantian now, without resorting to any hidden cards, he could vanquish Chun Zhantian in just 3 moves. Chapter 180. Has Yi Xian become a criminal? As for Yi Xian, Su Li had just opened his eyes, still attempting to assess the disparity between himself and Yi Xian, when he saw Yi Xian approach with a fierce demeanor. Junior brother Su, you have finally broken through to the 5th level, but haven't your previous actions been rather excessive? As a true disciple of the Yinqing sect, why resort to such underhanded tactics? Indeed, upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Su Li immediately understood that trouble was brewing. Brother-in-law, what do you mean by that? When have I ever engaged in such underhanded dealings? Su Li rose, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Bai Ximiao also furrowed her brows, casting a disapproving glance at Yi Xian. She evidently sensed that Yi Xian was venting frustration from Elder Yuan Guang and had chosen to confront Su Li instead. Humph, you dare claim you haven't engaged in such actions? I instructed you to gather those herbs, yet you took all the 6th and 5th grade spiritual plants. If it were not for you, would Elder Yuan Guang have misunderstood us? Today, you must return those herbs and confess at the Supplementing Heaven Pavilion. Yi Xian's tone was frigid. It was only after he had calmed down that he realized he had been led astray by Su Li. However, this realization secretly pleased Yi Xian, as it presented an opportunity to eliminate Su Li. After all, although Su Li had thoroughly harvested the other spiritual plants from the medicinal field, most of them were worthless 7th and 8th grade herbs, hardly worthy of Yi Xian's attention. In total, they could not compare to even a few 6th grade herbs. Thus, he was certain that Su Li could not have absorbed all the remaining 6th and 5th grade spiritual plants. This implied that Su Li must still possess a considerable number of high-grade herbs. Su Li, our brother Yi Xian has treated you well, aiding in your cultivation and granting you access to the sect's medicinal field. Yet you repay this kindness with such thievery. It is truly disgraceful. Su Li, in front of your senior sister, have the audacity to openly admit that the herbs were stolen, lest you suffer later and lose face. Lian Ruoxin and Guzwa eagerly fanned the flames as they observed Yi Xian's confrontation with Su Li. Among these prodigies, Su Li was certainly not held in high regard. What they truly wished to witness was Bai Ximiao's embarrassment. After all, Su Li was her junior brother. She had brought him along, yet now he had committed such thieving acts. How could Bai Ximiao not feel humiliated? When Yi Xian and Lian Ruoxin noticed Bai Ximiao's pallor, they quickly concluded that she, too, deemed Su Li's actions utterly shameless, leaving her unable to defend him. Yet, The crowd was entirely unaware. The reason for Bai Simiao's distress was that Su Li had given her those materials, all for her benefit. Yet Yi Xian had the audacity to criticize Su Li? Was it now a mistake for Su Li to have acted kindly towards her? Brother-in-law, your misunderstanding of me is quite unbearable. I can only say that I absorbed all the spiritual plants I could under your orders, barely managing to reach the 5th level. I do not possess a single extra herb. If you don't believe it, see for yourself. Su Li secretly sneered, immediately opening the storage ring. After all, his true treasures resided within the system's inventory. There was nothing of value in the storage ring. Nothing at all. Yi Xian, with a look of suspicion, took the storage ring and, upon confirming its emptiness, his expression turned icy as he coldly declared, I understand now. You must have hidden those spiritual herbs while we were away. Your master instructed you. Where have you concealed those materials? As Yi Xian spoke, a chilling pressure swept towards Su Li. Despite Su Li's formidable strength at the 5th layer of the divine ability realm, he could not suppress the discomfort rising within him, his breath becoming labored. At that moment, Su Li was astonished. Yi Xian, not yet having entered the realm of the mighty, managed to give the impression of being a formidable opponent. It was evident that Su Li might not possess the strength to eliminate Yi Xian after all. I only absorbed what I could. I have not hoarded any excess herbs. Brother-in-law, if you wish to slander me, you must have irrefutable evidence. Otherwise, you tarnish the reputation of Yinqing sect. Faced with Yi Xian's intimidation, Su Li showed no signs of yielding, even refraining from revealing what Bai Simiao had said. This deeply moved Bai Simiao. Moreover, she felt that Yi Xian was being excessively unreasonable. Enough. As Yi Xian continued to intensify the pressure, Bai Simiao, noticing Su Li trembling, could no longer contain herself and rebuked. Yi Xian, those herbs are in my possession. As soon as Bai Simiao finished speaking, she produced the storage pouch. Simiao? Yet. Yi Xian was taken aback. How could those herbs be in his fiancée's hands? Before Yi Xian could comprehend the situation, Bai Simiao, already extremely disappointed in him, immediately retorted, these herbs were collected with Su Li's help, as I need them to solidify my physique after healing. Are you suggesting that I am also a thief? Bai Simiao's words left Yi Xian momentarily speechless. He certainly could not say that. However, the thought of Elder Yuan Guang returning and possibly prompting his brother Yi Chun to take action against him drove him to exclaim in frustration, Simiao, you are being utterly thoughtless. If these herbs were mine, you could take them freely, but they belong to Elder Yuan Guang. What will he think of me if you take them? Are you not making an enemy of me? To be honest, Yi Xian's words held a degree of validity. Yet, upon hearing them, Bai Simiao erupted in anger. What did he mean by her being thoughtless? Clearly, it was Yi Xian who regretted fighting Elder Yuan Guang for their sake. Yi Xian, are you blaming me? It was common knowledge that Yi Xian and Yi Chun had a strained relationship, and Elder Yuan Guang was inherently his adversary. If you fear Yi Chun, just say so. Why drag me into your conflicts? Since you hold me in such disdain, then let the Yi family annul the engagement with the Bai family. After Bai Simiao finished speaking, she tugged at Su Li's hand and stormed away, visibly upset. To be honest, she was on the verge of tears due to Yi Xian's earlier remarks. Her feelings towards Yi Xian had never truly blossomed into love, and ever since he transformed from a mere underachiever into a celebrated prodigy, she found him increasingly domineering. His tendency to shift blame left her feeling exceptionally wronged. At that moment, Yi Xian, having just engaged in a fierce argument, felt his face flush and his breath grow ragged, his chest heaving with emotion. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He never anticipated that he had sacrificed so much for Bai Simiao, even severing ties with Elder Yuan Guang, merely to elevate Su Li to the 5th level in order to assist Bai Simiao in her healing. Was it truly Bai Simiao who felt wronged? After all that, was she blaming him? Did Yi Xian now find himself cast as the villain? Chapter 181, Internal Collapse. Seeds of Dissent arise. Ding. The host has successfully sown discord. Yi Xian and Bai Simiao have fallen out, creating a significant rift between them. Enraged, Yi Xian has coughed up blood, and 20,000 points of fortune have been seized. Just as Su Li was taken away by Bai Simiao, he received the system's notification. At that moment, he could hardly contain his amusement, almost bursting into laughter. Yet, he maintained a facade of feigned embarrassment, apologizing, Sister, it's all my fault. If I hadn't taken the liberty to gather those herbs for you, Yi Xian wouldn't have scolded you. However, I never anticipated Yi Xian to be so petty, unwilling to part with even those herbs. Su Li's words carried a hint of insincerity. However, Bai Simiao, currently in a fit of anger, did not perceive his remarks as inappropriate. On the contrary, in comparison to Yi Xian, Su Li's kindness made him seem like a celestial being. while Yi Xian appeared to be beneath the earth. If only Su Shidi were my betrothed, I would have no cause for such distress, she mused, her gaze towards Su Li becoming somewhat complex. And she startled herself with her own thoughts. Evidently, Bai Simiao had not anticipated the rapid progression of their relationship. Shidi, this matter is not your fault. You merely wish to cure my ailment as soon as possible. Now that you have reached the 5th level of the divine ability realm, you should be able to completely cleanse the evil spirits within me, correct? Her tone was imbued with deep hope, having waited so long for the moment of her complete recovery. Of course, at this moment, Su Li nodded emphatically. In truth, his divine power had long been capable of resolving Bai Simiao's predicament. However, he intended to use her to thoroughly ensnare Yi Xian. With Bai Simiao and Yi Xian now at odds, Su Li felt no need to conceal his intentions any longer. Moreover, he had not forgotten the task previously activated by the system, to court Bai Simiao and completely secure the fiancé of the child of fortune, Yi Xian. Thus, Su Li and Bai Simiao swiftly located a cave and set up several formations around it. Meanwhile, the enraged Yi Xian, chest heaving, struggled to suppress the murderous intent surging within him. He had never expected that his initial plan to either subdue Su Li or hand him over to Elder Yuan Guang to ease relations with the older generation of the Butian Pavilion would end in a fierce quarrel with Bai Simiao. To make matters worse, he found himself vilified for what was ostensibly a good deed. Ever since I encountered that scoundrel, I have not experienced a moment of ease. Soon, Yi Xian's mind flashed with Su Li's visage, and he suddenly felt that his recent misfortune was inexplicably severe. Brother Yi, are you all right? Lien Ruoxin, having witnessed the entire scene, approached him with a look of concern, feigning sorrow for his plight as she attempted to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Truth be told, when she saw Yi Xian coughing up blood in anger, she secretly thought him rather pathetic. How could he, the paragon of excellence, be so easily provoked by a woman like Bai Simiao? Even Gu Zhua and Gu Yu felt, in their hearts, that Yi Xian was overly sentimental. Was such a man truly worthy of their allegiance in the future? Brother Yi Xian, it's for the best that that wretched Bai Simiao has left. You need not worry about her vexing you anymore. Rest assured, with us by your side, we shall not cause you distress like those two disreputable individuals. Lien Ruoxin seized the opportunity to disparage Bai Simiao. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as an enraged Yi Xian struck her, leaving her left cheek flushed. The abrupt fury from Yi Xian caused both Gu Zhua and Gu Yu to feel a pang of sympathy for Lien Ruoxin. Yet, after receiving another blow, Lien Ruoxin trembled, her mind nearly fracturing. Why was Yi Xian hitting her again? Bai Simiao was on the verge of severing ties with him. Bai Simiao is my fiancée. To call her a wretched person and those two disreputable individuals, are you implying that Bai Simiao and Su Li are the true couple? Do you intend to humiliate me? A fierce glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. His composure had unraveled, leaving no room for Lien Ruoxin's whispers. However, it was this very slap that nearly shattered Lien Ruoxin's spirit. A man scorned by a woman, and yet he directed his wrath at her for offering solace? Previously, Lien Ruoxin had perceived Yi Xian as powerful, cool, and promising. Yet of late, she felt as though she had seen through him. The allure he once possessed seemed to have faded, rendering him less captivating than the seemingly intentional touch of Su Li. At least Su Li, in the presence of Bai Simiao and her, exhibited no signs of servility. In stark contrast stood Yi Xian, practically a sycophant before Bai Simiao. At that moment, noticing the silence among the three, Yi Xian coldly commanded, "Do not mention them in my presence again. Furthermore, the next time you encounter that Su Li, eliminate him." With that, Yi Xian led the three towards the passageway to the inner circle of the ancient ruins, determined to ascend to a higher realm. He had come to a realization. If not for his insufficient strength, which necessitated consideration of Yi Chun and the elders of the Butian Pavilion, he would not have quarreled over those herbs and Bai Simiao. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that hindered him. Thus, Yi Xian resolved to break through to that higher realm this time. Once achieved, the hardships before him would surely dissipate. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that as he trudged onward, seeking those passageways with the assistance of the small tower, Lien Ruoxin, Gu Zhua, and Gu Yu were discreetly exchanging thoughts through sound transmission. The expressions in their eyes, once filled with unwavering loyalty, had grown increasingly intricate. Ding! Congratulations, host. Manipulating Yi Xian's emotions has caused him to vent his frustrations on his followers, sowing seeds of doubt in Lien Ruoxin and Gu Zhua, Gu Yu. And thus you have garnered 5,000 fortune points. Meanwhile, Su Li and Bai Simiao had just set up the formation and entered the cave, only to receive this news. Su Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. He glanced over and discovered that Yi Xian's previously abundant fortune of 100,000 had dwindled to less than 35,000. Although Yi Xian's cultivation still remained at the fusion law realm, this was sufficient to impede his progress. Junior brother Su? Suddenly, Bai Ximiao gently poked Su Li's dazed head with her alabaster finger. Senior sister? Su Li was jolted back to reality by Bai Ximiao's action. I'm ready. You may proceed. At that moment, Bai Ximiao lay upon the stone bed in the cavern, her breaths gradually becoming more labored. It was precisely because she recalled her previous treatment experiences that she felt increasingly anxious. Yet, unbeknownst to Bai Ximiao herself, there lingered within her heart a flicker of anticipation. After all, that sensation was truly exquisite. Ahem, shall I begin then, senior sister? Su Li cast a fleeting glance at Bai Ximiao, who lay on the stone bed. Her delicate form subtly visible beneath her sheer garments, causing his throat to dry. Chapter 182. The Art of Frantic and Sinful Desires. Complete Madness? As Su Li was treating Bai Ximiao, outside the forbidden grounds of the Butian Pavilion, a sudden, thunderous explosion startled Elder Yuan Guang, who had been vigilantly stationed there for 2.5 days. Following the direction of the blast, he beheld Yi Chun, adorned in resplendent attire and crowned with a jade hairpin, striding forth with the commanding presence of a dragon and tiger. The formidable aura emanating from Yi Chen's being unmistakably signified his ascension to the realm of great power. Congratulations, Pavilion Master, on entering the realm of great power. Elder Yuan Guang's pupils constricted in astonishment, quickly followed by unrestrained elation. It must be noted that although Yi Chun had inherited the Butian Pavilion due to his bloodline, he had been in a constant struggle for supremacy with Yi Xian. Particularly in the years of Yi Xian's rise, he had become the holy son of the Butian Pavilion, standing merely a step away from the Pavilion Master. Thus, as long as Yi Chun remained outside the realm of great power, the threat posed by Yi Xian loomed ever present. However, now that Yi Chun had flawlessly stepped into this exalted state, he had harnessed the power of his own rules. Not only had he become a formidable figure in the realm of great power, but he could also wield the pavilion's treasured artifact, the Butian Divine Stone. Legend has it that should a master of the Holy Realm utilize the Butian Divine Stone, they could summon the divine patterns nurtured within, even challenging those in the Imperial Realm. Of course, legends are but whispers of possibility. Nevertheless, even in the absence of Holy Realm masters, past Pavilion masters had demonstrated the capacity to unleash a significant portion of the Butian Divine Stone's power at the great power level, making it no trivial matter to engage in battles beyond one's rank. Elder Yuan Guang, you have been waiting here for me for 2 days. Have you prepared the elixir? Yi Chun inquired with an air of poise and steadiness. Though he bore some resemblance to Yi Xian, a more pronounced ruthlessness lurked in the depths of his eyes. This unabashed ambition rendered him irresistibly charismatic, compelling the elders to yield to his authority. Pavilion Master, please help me. Elder Yuan Guang's face, once lined with age, now glistened with tears at the mere mention of the elixir. He promptly relayed the events that had transpired in the ancient relics with painstaking detail. Half an hour later, within the conference hall of the Butian Pavilion, Yi Chun was appalled to discover that his own younger brother had allied with outsiders to bully Elder Yuan Guang, robbing him of the 6th and 5th grade spiritual herbs he had cultivated, and even injuring him. Rage boiled within him. With a resounding slam of his palm upon the table, Yi Chun exclaimed, Yi Xian has gone too far. Where is the law enforcement elder? His furious declaration sent shockwaves through the heart of the law enforcement elder on duty outside the hall. Pavilion Master, I am here. Mu Tiexin, the law enforcement elder, had never witnessed Yi Chun in such a state of fury. He immediately assembled a law enforcement team to accompany the Pavilion Master into the ancient relics and apprehend Yi Xian for trial. Should he dare resist, he would be judged with the utmost severity and executed on the spot. Clearly, Yi Chun intended to seize this opportunity to deliver a severe reprimand to his own brother. With the formidable law enforcement elder Mu Tiexin and an entire squad of law enforcement officers at his side, Yi Chun felt assured of victory. At your command. Mu Tiexin bowed respectfully and promptly set about making arrangements. It was well known that the law enforcement elder ranked among the top 5 in combat prowess within the Butian Pavilion, a relentless force at the pinnacle of the 4th layer of great power, only a step away from the mid-stage of the great ability realm. The weakest members of the law enforcement team are practitioners at the fusion law realm. Once they ascend to the great ability realm, they can transform into elders of the Butian Pavilion, making this enforcement unit the most formidable force within the pavilion, and also Yi Chen's trusted faction. Master, I wish to join. Elder Yuan Guang exclaimed, his lips trembling with excitement. He had long harbored displeasure towards Yi Xian, and now, with Yi Chen's support behind him, he was determined to teach that scoundrel a lesson. Very well, Yi Chen replied succinctly, his demeanor authoritative. Turning, he led the fully equipped law enforcement team on their mission. Yi Chen's personal involvement in this endeavor drew quiet sighs from some ancient figures deep within the Betion pavilion. Although no one explicitly informed these elder beings about the unfolding events, their elevated realms granted them keen insight into all that transpired within the pavilion. It was clear to them that Yi Chen was headed to confront Yi Xian. However, while some of these ancient beings regarded Yi Xian as a potential talent, a future pillar of the Betion pavilion, they understood that they could not oppose Yi Chen's intentions. Yi Chen had long wished to eliminate his own younger brother. At that moment, within the cave where Su Li and Bai Ximiao resided, Bai Ximiao felt as though countless currents of electricity surged through her entire being. Every cell in her limbs and bones seemed to undergo profound cleansing, an indescribable sensation of exhilaration. Under Su Li's relentless treatment, the malevolent spirit concealed within Bai Ximiao attempted to evade capture, darting from her feet to the back of her head, prompting Su Li to meticulously purify every reachable part of her body. No. The malevolent spirit, in utter desperation, found itself cornered at Bai Ximiao's brow. It had no choice but to either flee or face annihilation. Yet, the grim reality dawned upon it. Su Li was fully prepared, and should it attempt to escape, it would be instantly obliterated by her formidable spiritual power. Spare me, otherwise I shall fight back." The spirit shrieked in despair, realizing that Su Li showed no sign of hesitation. It could only harbor boundless resentment as it launched its final counterattack. "Indulge me in utter madness." With that, the dark malevolent spirit exploded, its terrifying curse transforming into a shadowy light that surged into Bai Ximiao's soul. Su Li's eyes widened in alarm as she realized that this spirit had once possessed the cultivation of the sacred realm, indicating that it had been a formidable being in life. However, now it was gravely weakened and had sought to parasitize Bai Ximiao, only to be suppressed by her will. Even as Su Li wielded her divine body to deliver a devastating blow, the spirit managed to retaliate in its final moments. As Bai Ximiao's aura fluctuated dramatically, Su Li stood momentarily stunned, witnessing the tumult of emotions: greed, fury, ecstasy, and sorrow, as a myriad of emotions emanated with profound intensity from Bai Ximiao. Su Li discerned that she seemed to be ensnared in a state of excruciating torment and struggle. It was as if countless feelings, accompanied by an irresistible force, sought to engulf her in the tumult of passions and desires. Suddenly, an astonishing aura of murderous intent erupted from within Bai Ximiao, sending Su Li staggering backward several paces. "Senior sister, what has happened to you?" Su Li's heart raced, bracing herself to flee. Junior brother, run." This frenzied desire technique is incessantly awakening my myriad emotions. I feel myself teetering on the brink of madness, unable to extricate myself. Bai Ximiao's delicate hands, in anguish, tangled in her flowing hair, as she shook her head in desperation. She could only sense that her emotions were spiraling out of control. Chapter 183, Lung Wuyan, a plea or a transaction. The incantation resembled a nourishing elixir when poured upon her fury. It would incite an overwhelming rage within her. Conversely, when infused into her sorrowful thoughts, it would plunge her into deep despondency. These myriad states could only be alleviated if she could entirely satiate one of the 7 emotions or 6 desires that had been fully activated. Otherwise, she would exhaust her vital essence and perish. Yet, in reality, once her anger was thoroughly ignited, she would need to slaughter tens of thousands of beings merely to vent her wrath. Setting aside whether this wretched place contained so many souls, even if it did, time was not on her side. As for the other emotions such as greed, joy, sorrow, and the sensory experiences of taste and touch, they were exceedingly difficult to fulfill. At present, while she still possessed a modicum of rationality, she was able to urge Su Li to leave at once. Otherwise, if it were too late, Su Li would also meet his demise alongside her. "Esteemed senior, have you heard of the frenzied passion and wicked desire technique?" However, Su Li immediately inquired about Lung Wuyan, who was still recuperating within the realm of the heavenly eye. "How do you know of such dark sorcery?" "Oh, esteemed senior, there is no time for explanations," Su Li exclaimed, noting that Lung Wuyan had made significant progress in her recovery. Her previously indistinct silhouette now exhibited a semblance of reality, though her face remained shrouded in obscurity, revealing only a striking outline. Thus, Su Li felt that she would divulge the information he sought. Indeed, Lung Wuyan appeared to be in good spirits, smiling as she remarked, The frenzied passion and wicked desire technique can be disregarded if your mental fortitude is sufficiently robust. However, if one has already fallen victim to it, it is preferable for the afflicted individual to consciously choose an emotion or desire to release rather than allowing the technique to dictate their response. This may offer a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Lung Weyin realized that Su Li had not succumbed to the enchantment, so she did not dwell on it further. Yet, just as Su Li was struck by a moment of enlightenment, Lung Weyin suddenly interjected, "Young man, have you not been at Yinqing sect these past few days? I sense that you have ventured into a remarkable locale, and I felt a powerful aura of heritage surrounding you just a couple of days ago. You haven't stumbled into the tomb of some great being, have you?" Lung Weyan's unexpected inquiry left Su Li momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that she, ensconced within this miniature world, would be aware of the events unfolding outside. Although their interpretations differed somewhat, they were not far apart. After all, this ancient site was originally a battleground, where many formidable figures had met their demise, and thus, the lingering auras of their legacies could indeed be sensed by an empress like Lung Weyan. Esteemed senior, does this imply that you can detect the powerful auras of heritage nearby? Perhaps we could discuss this further later? Just wait. Once I finish my business, I shall return to seek your counsel. However, just as Su Li began to contemplate asking Lung Weyan for assistance in locating the potent legacies of the ancient site, he was abruptly yanked back to reality by the almost frenzied Bai Ximiao. Boom. At that moment, Bai Ximiao struck Su Li, forcing him back several steps, and with an authoritative tone, shouted, "Su Shitty, we must leave at once." However, Su Li recounted the method that Lung Weyan had previously shared with him. "Senior sister, give it a try and see if you can actively stimulate the appropriate desires. Perhaps we still have a way to break the spell." Su Li grimaced against the sharp pain in his shoulder, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. He certainly did not wish for Bai Ximiao to perish so soon. After all, if she were to die, it would be more fitting for it to occur after he had successfully won her over. But in her current state, he found himself unable to approach her, let alone establish any form of intimate connection. At this moment, Su Li couldn't help but regret not having engaged in a more profound exchange with Bai Ximiao earlier. Now, he found himself in a predicament, unable to move forward or retreat. Activating voluntarily? Yet, Su Li's suggestion was akin to a mirage in a desert, offering Bai Ximiao a glimmer of hope. Indeed, how had she not considered it? Since she was unable to fulfill those extreme emotions such as murderous intent or rage, what about the others? For instance, the desires between men and women? After all, Su Li was a man. Wait, were there other possibilities? However, as Bai Ximiao anxiously sifted through her emotions, a final flicker of rationality urged her to explore the activation of other desires, for at her core, she remained the fiancée of Yixian. Even though she had quarreled fiercely with him, until their marriage contract was wholly severed or one party deceased, she was still bound to him. Deep down, Bai Ximiao was not inclined to have a murky relationship with Su Li. Even if she genuinely thought well of him, she realized that aside from Su Li's ability to assist her, nothing else could be fulfilled. As Bai Ximiao attempted to evoke the desire between men and women, the sensation akin to an electric current from the depths of her soul seemed to find its release, causing that power to surge forth, flooding into the realm of this desire like quicksilver. "Ah, junior brother, please save your senior sister. I implore you." As Bai Ximiao approached with deliberate steps, each one like a drop of water, Su Li stood there in astonishment. Could this truly work? Half a day passed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Successfully wooed the fiancée of the Son of Fortune, Bai Ximiao. Task reward, fortune points, 20,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, for securing the fiancée of the Son of Fortune, significantly weakening the Sun's support, and plundering 10,000 fortune points from Yixian. System notification. The Son of Fortune, Yixian, has 5,000 fortune points remaining. Critical. As Su Li made the final push, the system's notification filled him with ecstatic joy. This half-day's effort had not been in vain. Furthermore, the large critical sign indicated that Yixian was on the verge of downfall, did it not? Upon entering the small world of the heavenly eye, Su Li felt a peculiar gaze from Lung Weyan. "What on earth have you been up to out there, little one? How did I become so weak?" Cold Wu Yin frowned slightly, feeling somewhat vexed. She had perceived Su Li to be quite spirited earlier. Now, he seemed to struggle even with walking. However, upon hearing this, Su Li nearly burst into tears. For heaven's sake, was it his desire to appear weak? Who compelled Bai Ximiao to choose only the matters that required his assistance? Coughing lightly, he addressed her, "Senior, I have been slightly consumed by my practice, which has left me feeling rather feeble." He quickly fabricated an excuse, eager to probe further. He wished to uncover the truth, while Bai Si Miao slumbered deeply. If cold Wu Yin could indeed guide him, he would soar to new heights. Wait a moment. Are you seeking my assistance, or do you wish to negotiate? However, cold Wu Yin was no fool. She had no intention of aiding Su Li without recompense. What difference did it make whether he sought her help or proposed a transaction? Upon hearing this, Su Li inwardly cursed, recognizing that cold Wu Yin was indeed worthy of her title as empress, with thoughts as profound as the abyss. She was not easily deceived like Yi Lu Li and the others. If you are merely seeking my aid, I see no reason to entertain your request and may very well refuse you. Yet, should this be a negotiation, you must present adequate sincerity. Cold Wu Yin extended her delicate hand, having yet to offer any assistance. How audacious of her to demand benefits from Su Li. By the way, I only require items that would aid in the restoration of my soul. Any other trifles are of no interest to me. At that moment, cold Wu Yin benevolently reminded him. Subsequently, she regarded Su Li with a playful glint in her eyes, as if she had him firmly in her grasp. Yet, upon witnessing this, Su Li couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How audacious! Was she trying to take advantage of him? He had yet to fully explore the value of this empress, and she was already attempting to ensnare him? If Su Li were so easily deceived, he would have no place in this world. Chapter 184. Do not speak, just kiss me. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, esteemed senior. However, Su Li smiled gently and stated, it is not a plea, nor is it a transaction, but rather, assistance. In an instant, the cold and aloof Wu Yin froze, her hands spread wide in disbelief. What nonsense is this? Surely she had not misheard. Assist her? Wasn't it Su Li who had sought her counsel regarding where to find a formidable legacy? How could this fellow speak such absurdities with such confidence? While Wu Yan's expression turned peculiar, Su Li calmly elaborated, Senior, the endeavor of repairing your spirit, even reconstructing your physical form, will undoubtedly be fraught with peril. Wouldn't my desire to enhance my strength equate to aiding you? He continued, speaking of transactions. Do you possess any powerful techniques or methods that might assist me in confronting adversaries while I aid you in reconstructing your body? Oh, please, esteemed senior, do not leave. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, Wu Yin flicked her sleeve and turned to depart. At that moment, Su Li failed to notice that the turned-away Wu Yin was so enraged that her teeth were nearly grinding in frustration. She had encountered many individuals with thick skin, but someone as audacious as Su Li was indeed a rarity. How dare he request benefits from her? Were it not for her lack of a physical form, Wu Yin would have gladly slapped Su Li and sent him far away. You have already taken my foundational technique. Now you wish for more? Dream on. However, I did sense several powerful legacies nearby. Among them, one even contained the essence of divine soul power, likely from some ancient being who, though not entirely dead, had ensnared living beings into a trap he had set using his legacy. Though Wu Yin was within Su Li's celestial eye realm, she was acutely sensitive to any divine soul presence. Additionally, during this period, her soul had been nurtured rather well, having recovered to 1/10 of her peak condition. Yet, this also rendered the soul-nurturing stone increasingly ineffective for her. A trap? At this, Su Li's heart trembled. Such fallen, yet not entirely deceased ancient beings, who set legacy traps to lure creatures, ultimately ensnaring them to absorb their divine soul essence and blood as sustenance for their restoration, were indeed rare nowadays. However, with the passage of time and the relentless exploration of powerful beings in ancient ruins, such occurrences had become infrequent. Therefore, not only will I assist you in seeking a formidable legacy, but once you acquire it, you must also take me to that trap. I require a portion of that ancient being's soul to restore some of my strength. Wu Yan's voice flowed naturally, as if all of this were perfectly logical. In her eyes, those fearsome ancient beings seemed to be mere prey, as she felt a sense of confidence due to their shared divine soul essence. Esteemed senior, are you truly going? Do you not fear being devoured in return? Su Li's lips twitched involuntarily as he murmured instinctively. However, do not blame Su Li for being cautious. It is evident that any ancient entity capable of surviving within the ruins of the ancient lands is surely no simple foe. It is quite possible that their spirit has already regained its peak strength, or even begun the process of reconstituting their physical form. If Lung Wuyin were to falter, would it not be akin to delivering oneself into the jaws of doom? You needn't concern yourself with that, as the illustrious empress. I possess sufficient assurance in this matter. Just tell me whether you will take me along. Lung Wuyin shot Su Li a glance, exuding confidence. Of course I will take you. Upon hearing this, Su Li found it unnecessary to ponder whether Lung Wuyin truly had the confidence she claimed. Regardless, She had stated her intent to guide Su Li to the formidable site of heritage. Once Su Li had grown stronger, even if the place Lung Wuyin sought was fraught with peril, Su Li was unafraid of encountering danger. At that moment, Su Li withdrew from the gaze of the heavenly eye, and as he turned, he discovered Bai Simiao feigning sleep. Indeed, ever since their passionate encounter, Bai Simiao's hair lay in disarray, her delicate features still flushed with color, and only her nose, slightly lowered, quivered with each breath. A stark contrast to her previously aloof demeanor. In fact, she bore an endearing quality. "Ah, don't look at me." As expected, Bai Simiao sensed Su Li's gaze lingering on her face, and she blushed, unable to maintain her pretense. She instinctively raised her small hand to cover Su Li's eyes, her expression a tumult of emotions. However, Bai Simiao's hand was promptly seized by Su Li. No matter how much she struggled, Su Li showed no inclination to release her grasp. In that moment, Bai Simiao felt an intense desire to vanish into the ground. After all, she was the fiancée of Yi Xian. Although nothing had transpired between them, it was inevitable that one day she would marry him. What if, on their wedding night, Yi Xian were to discover that she was not a maiden? The entire Bai family would bear the brunt of the wrath. Moreover, the thought that her own succumbing to carnal desires had led to this predicament filled her with shame in facing Su Li. "Junior brother, let us pretend that nothing ever occurred between us, shall we?" At last, Bai Simiao mustered her courage. She did not wish for Su Li to bear the brunt of Yi Xian's ire, planning instead to shoulder the anger of both Yi Xian and the Celestial Pavilion alone in the future. "Senior sister, I am aware that each exertion leaves an indelible joy within the depths of your soul. Even if I could forget, could you?" Su Li replied sincerely. "Furthermore, you are now mine. I cannot allow you to face Yi Xian alone." At that moment, Su Li wrapped his arms around Bai Simiao's slender waist, his gaze earnest. What a jest! With Bai Simiao's physical condition resolved, she will soon have the opportunity to ascend to the realm of the mighty. Such a capable ally, especially as Yi Xian's fiancée. How could Su Li allow her to sever ties with him? Even if he were to discard her afterward, it would be after ensuring Yi Xian's demise. "Master, junior brother." Yet Bai Simiao was struck with astonishment, captivated by Su Li's resolute spirit. She had not anticipated that, having witnessed Yi Xian's terrifying prowess, Su Li would still be willing to face him alongside her. "Do not speak, kiss me." Su Li gently caressed Bai Simiao's delicate head, leaning closer to her. Indeed, one could not underestimate Yi Xian's discerning eye. This time, as Su Li took the initiative to indulge, Bai Simiao's enchanting beauty, reminiscent of pure ivory, truly evoked a sensation akin to flight. An hour later, Bai Simiao donned her attire and, with a fierce glare, spat at Su Li. "I have just recovered. Do you wish to exhaust me to death? I shall venture into the inner circle of the ancient ruins shortly. This time, without the interference of that malevolent spirit. I am confident that I can consolidate my cultivation and discover a suitable inheritance to ascend to the realm of great power. Junior brother Su, take this soul talisman with you. Should you encounter any peril, crush it, and I shall arrive post-haste." Bai Simiao did not feel an urgent need to depart immediately. Rather, she sensed that lingering any longer would lead her to succumb entirely to the bliss shared with Su Li. In such a case, her cultivation would stagnate, rendering her incapable of opposing Yi Xian in the future. However, just as Bai Simiao prepared to leave, Su Li's words struck her like a thunderbolt. "Senior sister, if the one who seeks to end my life is Yi Xian, would you still stand by my side?" Chapter 185, The Cunning Yi Xian Boom. At this moment, Bai Simiao, who simply wished to depart and find solace alone, felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She stood frozen in place, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Deep down, her heart naturally leaned towards Su Li. Yet, Yi Xian was ultimately her fiancé. Moreover, even if she desired to align herself with Su Li, the Bai family would never support such a choice. Should she opt for Su Li, the entire Bai family would incur the wrath of the heaven-supplementing pavilion and face annihilation. Rip. Just as Bai Simiao hesitated, Su Li unexpectedly tore the soul talisman to shreds. "Junior brother?" Bai Simiao's beautiful eyes widened in shock, momentarily stunned. "Senior sister, I do not wish for you to feel indebted to me for my healing, nor do I desire to bind you with such gratitude. I merely find joy in your company. Thus, I will not compel you to do anything. Your happiness alone suffices." Su Li calmly elucidated. In an instant, Bai Simiao's heart was flooded with emotion. She gazed at Su Li, feeling an unprecedented sense of respect emanating from him, not the kind born of fear or subservience, but a profound admiration for her character. "Junior brother, take care." After a deep and lingering look at Su Li, Bai Simiao turned and departed, fearing that if she lingered any longer, she would find it impossible to leave. Ding. Congratulations. Host. You have completely grasped by Miao's soul, fulfilling her both physically and emotionally, thereby doubling her affection for you. You have gained 5,000 fortune points. Is that even possible? However, as Bai Miao walked away, Suli could hardly contain his laughter. The reason he had torn the soul talisman was not because he no longer required Bai Miao's assistance. On the contrary, he would welcome her as his ally. Yet, Suli understood well that utilizing Bai Miao against others would not fully exploit her potential. It was only by having her confront Yi Xian at a critical moment that this card would prove invaluable. Moreover, Suli had not anticipated that his acting skills would lead Bai Miao to believe that he genuinely respected her. Was she beginning to resemble someone caught up in romantic notions? Senior, we can set off now. Soon, Suli conveyed his thoughts to the resting Lung Wuyan. 500 miles to the southeast, Lung Wuyan replied lazily, unwilling to leave her position at the heavenly eye, directing from within the miniature world. Got it. Suli's eyes sparkled with excitement. He turned to depart in the opposite direction of Bai Miao. Meanwhile, 500 miles to the southeast, Yi Xian, guided by the small tower, finally led Lien Ruoxin and the others to their destination. Brother Yi, I never expected that we would find this entrance in less than a day. Haha. Indeed, Brother Yi, judging by the aura emanating from this entrance, it must connect to a powerful place of inheritance. We are bound to prosper from this venture. Guzhua and Gu Yu exclaimed with fervor, though their strength paled in comparison to Yi Xian's. Following Yi Xian into the depths, they could at least savor the broth and gnaw on the bones. With a stroke of good fortune, they might even discover a suitable place to inherit the legacy, perfecting their fusion of laws. Let us proceed. Yet, Yi Xian merely smiled faintly, neither affirming nor denying. After all, the inner circle entrance, which the little tower had painstakingly located, could not possibly be lacking in merit. It is crucial to remember that although the little tower now lay in a state of disrepair, it once was a divine artifact. Even though its current strength is but a mere fraction of its former glory, finding such treasures is still within its capabilities. Regrettably, the passage that connects to this legacy site is not as favorable as the one encountered previously. At this moment, the little tower expressed some disappointment, believing that while this legacy site was decent, it was not the finest in this ancient ruin. Although it attempted to rediscover the previous passage, the enormity of the ancient ruins made it a formidable task, with entrances appearing randomly each day. If the distances were too great, the little tower would be unable to sense them clearly. No matter, let us first venture inside. If the nearby legacy site proves unsuitable, we can always search again. With that, Yi Xian took the lead and dashed in. However, the little tower couldn't help but chuckle. When it comes to opportunities, missing them means they are lost. There is no simple matter of searching again. Moreover, it is not Yi Xian who expended his efforts to sense these locations. Thus, he speaks so lightly of it. As Yi Xian and his companions entered, Suli arrived nearby in less than half a stick of incense. Wait. However, Lung Wuyan halted Suli, Senior. What is the matter? Suli was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he was positioned behind a small hill, gazing upon the deep transport passage that hovered in midair, leading directly into the inner circle of the ancient ruins. It was now dusk. If they did not enter soon, the passage would close. Buzz. Yet, before Lung Wuyan could explain, Suli noticed her actively setting up a barrier around them. But soon, he realized the problem. At the entrance of the passage, a dozen powerful figures approached. It was the people from the Butian Pavilion. Suli was taken aback, then noticed the furious expression of Elder Yuan Guang among the crowd, exclaiming without restraint. At that moment, even from a distance, Suli could hear Elder Yuan Guang cursing Yi Xian. Master, you must have seen it previously, right? So many spiritual herbs were wasted. Not a single one was spared for me, and even my medicinal fields were stripped bare. It was deliberate. Yi Xian must have intended to drive me to my grave. Elder Yuan Guang fumed, his anger palpable as he wished to flay Yi Xian alive. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and the members of the law enforcement team wore cold expressions, casting pitying looks at Elder Yuan Guang. Just as the group was tracking Yi Xian's aura and was about to enter the passage, a sense of crisis suddenly gripped Elder Mu Tiexin. However, they had been too preoccupied with pitying Elder Yuan Guang. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted from the passageway. The terrifying vortex of spiritual energy mercilessly strangled the formidable experts of the Buidian Pavilion who had triggered this formation. This scene startled Su Li as well. Good gracious, it seems these individuals from the Buitian Pavilion tracked Yi Xian's aura to this location, only to find that Yi Xian is even more cunning than I had anticipated. He even had contingencies in place for entering such a passageway. While Su Li was lamenting, Mu Tiexin swiftly summoned a large seal. Bang! This palm-sized square seal expanded at a visibly rapid pace, resembling a small mountain that swiftly crushed the chaotic torrents within the killing formation into their most primitive state. However, after breaking through this sudden killing array, everyone still appeared disheveled. Our esteemed Saint's son is indeed too cunning. Could it be that he has realized we are pursuing him? Impossible. I suspect Yi Xian is merely being cautious. Indeed, if he had truly discovered us, he would never have dared to remain in the ancient relics. He would have fled long ago. As the group murmured, they finally surged into the passageway. Chapter 186. Yi Xian, come out and face your fate. Senior, shall we proceed inside? Su Li inquired, glancing around the vicinity and finding no further anomalies, preparing to rise and take action. Wait a moment. However, Lung Wuyan suddenly seemed to have discerned something, her tone laced with a hint of astonishment. 200 miles to the southwest, there appears to be a newly emerged passage. The aura of inheritance there is significantly stronger than here, but the dangers are undoubtedly greater. The choice is yours. Lung Wuyan did not elaborate further. After all, she was not Su Li's caretaker. Their relationship leaned more towards cooperation. Moreover, she suspected that this passage might have been inadvertently revealed when Mu Tiexin disrupted the formation. The formation laid out by Yi Xian was positioned right at the entrance of the passage Mu Tiexin intended to enter. The repercussions from Mu Tiexin's destruction of the formation likely caused the chaotic emergence of these passages. Therefore, Lung Wuyan could not guarantee where they might lead or whether they were safe. Of course, we shall venture to the stronger location. Su Li, however, was even more resolute than Lung Wuyan anticipated. He had realized that Yi Xian and the members of the Butian Pavilion had already entered this place. Should he follow suit, he might encounter them. Rather than contend with them for resources, it would be wiser to seek out a more formidable inheritance. Besides, the inner circle of the ancient relics was similarly competitive. Once he acquired a powerful inheritance, confronting Yi Xian and his companions would be far more manageable. As Su Li arrived at the passage emanating a more potent aura of inheritance, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! System detects the relic of the Tai Su Divine Palace. Do you wish to enter? Before Su Li could step inside, the system had already provided its prompt. The Tai Su Divine Palace? Su Li's eyes lit up. The very name sounded impressive. Enter. As Su Li was drawn into the passage, he was astonished to discover that it resembled a time-space tunnel, with its lines winding and adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors. Simultaneously, in the location where Yi Xian and his companions resided, amidst a dense bamboo grove, stood a quaint bamboo house and courtyard, elegantly arranged and imbued with an ethereal aura reminiscent of a secluded paradise. It is worth noting that such a tranquil environment was rare within the ancient relics. Typically, it signified either the presence of a powerful being residing there or that a formidable individual, prior to their demise, had utilized their own inheritance to shape the surroundings into their desired visage, akin to a mausoleum for their eternal rest. At this moment, outside the bamboo house, cheers erupted. Congratulations, Brother Yi. How splendid. Ha! This is indeed a sacred place of inheritance. How marvelous. Brother Yi Xian, your fusion realm is sure to reach perfection now. Guzhua, Guyu, and Lian Ruoxin were filled with envy and admiration as they beheld the life of this saint inscribed on the stone tablet at the entrance of the bamboo house. The saint of Qin Feng, a terrifying existence who transcended through the art of the Qin, mastering the laws of melody. It must be noted that some places of inheritance are fraught with rigorous trials and obstacles, making the emergence of a sacred site shortly after entering a passage exceedingly rare. Caution remains paramount in such perilous locales. However, Yi Xian is far from naive. Rather, he possesses remarkable cunning, particularly regarding the inheritance that seems to be effortlessly acquired. He feels compelled to assess its nature. He deliberates whether this legacy belongs to a category that aligns with his aspirations. Should it prove unsuitable, perhaps a lesser saintly inheritance, he would deem it unworthy of his pursuit. After all, reaching the realm of fusion requires the essence of profound arts, not the crude and inferior methodologies or legacies. Should the process of fusion be tainted by a grasp of inferior principles, it could significantly hinder his ascent to the realm of greatness, diminishing the intrinsic value of his achievements even if he were to attain such heights. The inheritance from the saint of the Qinin appears accessible, contingent solely upon meeting the stipulated age and strength requirements to enter the bamboo dwelling and receive the legacy. Thus, upon clarifying this, Yi Xian found himself in a state of hesitation. Little Tower, I cultivate the path of the sword. Such an inheritance, seemingly superficial, may offer me little assistance, correct? Clearly, Yi Xian values Little Tower's counsel. As a divine tower with vast experience, it can provide him with invaluable insights. However, Little Tower merely chuckled and shook its head. Can the essence of the Qin sound not be transformed into the path of the sword? For instance, your sky repairing technique absorbs various forces for your own use. Provided you are not excessively distracted by the principles of the Qin sound, it may even unveil further possibilities for you. Little Tower's response illuminated Yi Xian's mind. Indeed, previously, through the stone tablet, he had glimpsed the life experiences of that saint. Sensing that if his heavy sword were to meld with the ethereal nature of the Qin sound, it could achieve astonishing results. Guard me. I shall enter to receive the inheritance. With that declaration, Yi Xian dispelled any lingering doubts. Yes, rest assured, Brother Yi. Lian Ruoxin and the others exchanged glances, eager for Yi Xian to proceed. Firstly, they had observed the vicinity of the inheritance site teeming with precious spiritual herbs. Secondly, given the layout of the inheritance site, it was plausible that remnants of the saint might also be present. Moreover, Yi Xian's early attainment of the realm of greatness would be beneficial to them. Yet, as Yi Xian effortlessly surpassed the targets set by the saint of the Qinin and entered the bamboo dwelling, he initially felt no sense of disquiet. However, as the inheritance deepened and certain tenets of the saint began to conflict with his prior understanding of the heavy sword path, a look of perplexity soon crossed Yi Xian's face. For instance, among the pivotal teachings of the Qinin saint was the concept of self-forgetfulness, which mandated practitioners to relinquish all attachments. Only by forgetting both body and mind, even forsaking previous techniques and insights, could one master the path of the Qin sound flawlessly. Suddenly, the colossal sword behind Yi Xian trembled violently. It perceived Yi Xian, sensing that he was about to be influenced by the theories of the Saint of Qin Feng, and that he might subconsciously sever his connection with it, rendering it an unclaimed entity. This realization instantly provoked the great sword into a frenzy. Wait, no. The essence of the art of mending the heavens is to embrace all, absorbing everything tangible and intangible. If I forget, would I not also forget the art of mending the heavens? At this moment, Yi Xian appeared visibly alarmed, as if suddenly awakened. He sought to extricate himself from the legacy of the Saint of Qin Feng. However, just as he was on the verge of breaking free from this inheritance, a thunderous roar erupted outside the bamboo house, propelling the unsuspecting Yi Xian several meters away. Bang! He crashed against the wall of the bamboo house, sustaining injuries. In the fleeting moment before he lost consciousness, the legacy he was on the brink of emptying unexpectedly seeped back into his consciousness and the depths of his soul. This is bad. On Yi Xian's neck, the small tower, unable to ascertain what was happening outside, was astonished to discover that as Yi Xian fell into unconsciousness, the musical principles of the legacy had completely fused with him. This resulted in many of the techniques and inheritances Yi Xian had previously mastered being forgotten by his subconscious. Even a portion of the core technique of the pavilion of mending the heavens had been lost. This forgetting was not merely a transient loss of memory, but rather a state, as if he had never comprehended it at all. Even more shocking to the small tower was that, due to Yi Xian's unconscious acceptance of this legacy, a portion of his own memories had been obliterated. Yi Xian, come out and face your demise. At that moment, the furious voice of Elder Yuanguang reverberated through the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lian Ruoxin and the others, who were outside gathering spiritual herbs and scavenging the relics of the Saint of Qin Feng, were left in a daze. They had only just departed. And Yi Xian had already been attacked? They had previously vowed to protect Yi Xian, and now, not only had they failed to fulfill their promise, but the enemy had also come knocking at their door, and yet they had received no warning at all. Chapter 187. Has Yi Xian lost his memory? Awaken. Yi Xian, you scoundrel, awaken. At this moment, the little tower forcefully summoned the fainted soul of Yi Xian, finally coaxing him to gently rouse from his stupor. Little tower, you have awakened? However, as Yi Xian's eyes fluttered open in a state of confusion, his first words were a surprised inquiry about the little tower's return from its prior slumber. This left the little tower utterly flabbergasted. How much memory has Yi Xian lost? Now is not the time for such musings. The people from the Butian Pavilion are here to hunt you down. You must flee. The little tower, lacking time for further explanation, could only hastily urge him. What? This revelation caused Yi Xian's complexion to change drastically. The Butian Pavilion is pursuing him? His brother? Yi Chen. Impossible. I have been obediently heeding your counsel lately, and I did not provoke him before your recovery. Why would he come after me? Moreover, where am I? Yi Xian shook his head vigorously, striving to recall what had transpired. Yet this statement left the little tower in sheer disbelief. Heeding my counsel? Those were words they had exchanged years ago while it was in slumber. This lad, could he have lost all memories from these past years? Meanwhile, outside the bamboo house, Lian Ruoxin and the Gu brothers, Gu Zhua and Gu Yu, had just arrived nearby, only to be struck with terror at the sight before them. The pavilion master of Butian, Yi Chun, the chief of the enforcement team, Mu Tiexin, alongside Elder Yuan Guang and Deputy Chief Zhao Lin, 4 formidable beings in total. In addition, the members of the Butian Pavilion's enforcement team were all exuding the aura of fusion realm experts. Among them, 2 were likely only a half step away from attaining the great ability realm, poised to complete their fusion at any moment. Such a powerful assembly, viewed against the surrounding major forces, would deter all but the most ancient and formidable entities, or the venerable sect leaders of the Void God realm. After all, Yi Chun himself was the newly appointed pavilion master of Butian. Behind him stood the ancient powerhouses of the Butian Pavilion. What shall we do? Brother Yi is surrounded. Shoo, it seems they have yet to notice us. Gu Zhua and Gu Yu exchanged glances, their expressions grave, filled with hesitation. At this moment, their gazes turned towards Lian Ruoxin, for both harbored affections for her. Lian Ruoxin had always played the role of a sage among them. Should she suggest action, they would not hesitate. Yet, if she held other thoughts, they would support her as well. Are we not courting death by going out now? Moreover, Brother Yi is so powerful, he should possess the means to turn this peril into safety. Faced with the expectant gazes of the Gu brothers, Lian Ruoxin suddenly recalled the moment when Yi Xian had previously struck her. Whether it was due to trepidation over Yi Chun and the others, or an ingrained thorn in her heart, the once bold Lian Ruoxin hesitated this time. She even sought excuses for her own lack of loyalty. Upon hearing this, the Gu brothers exchanged astonished glances, subsequently falling silent. After all, they were not foolish. Initially, they merely sought to inquire of Lian Ruoxin how to assist Yi Xian in extricating himself from his predicament. Should they charge forth recklessly or devise a more tactical assault? However, upon hearing Lian Ruoxin assert, Yi Xian should possess the means to turn danger into safety, the Gu brothers grasped the underlying implication. This was merely a suggestion for Yi Xian to carve his own bloody path. If Yi Xian survived, they would assess the situation before deciding to intervene. Should Yi Xian perish, they would certainly not be foolish enough to oppose Yi Chun and his faction. While Lian Ruoxin and her companions lay in wait, the door of the bamboo hut creaked open. Yi Xian emerged with an imposing presence. Yet, the predominant emotion etched upon his countenance was a profound hatred for those before him. It turned out that the little tower had insufficient time to elaborate, only communicating to Yi Xian that his brother indeed sought to hunt him down. The decision to flee or to confront was solely his to make. Having lost part of his memory, Yi Xian believed he had committed no wrongdoing. On the contrary, he considered himself the son of the former sect leader. Even if Yi Chun harbored intentions to eliminate him, he could not so brazenly bring disciples of the Batian Pavilion to do so. Could he? Thus, upon his emergence, Yi Xian felt no trace of guilt or trepidation. Instead, he boldly questioned, "Elder brother, our father has just passed. Do you wish to secure your position as sect leader by hastily turning against your own kin?" Yi Xian's words left the little tower, Yi Chun, and even the concealed Lian Ruoxin in utter bewilderment. After all, no one anticipated Yi Xian would invoke the memory of the late sect leader. Even Mu Tiexin momentarily froze at the mention of the old leader, for Yi Xian was indeed the biological son of the late sect leader. However, Yi Chen's expression turned cold as he retorted angrily, "Brother, how many years has it been since our father passed? Do not invoke his name. Moreover, if he were alive and learned that you, for the sake of outsiders, pilfered the medicinal resources of our Batian Pavilion and even harmed Elder Yuan Guang, do you think he would forgive you?" Yi Chen's vehement words swiftly restored the composure of the Batian Pavilion members. Indeed, the old sect leader had departed many years ago. Yi Xian's current references only served to delay matters. They were here to cleanse the sect of impurities, following the current sect leader. Even if they were to eliminate Yi Xian, it would be for the greater good of the Batian Pavilion. What was this talk of collusion with outsiders? What of the medicinal resources? Furthermore, had their father not just passed away mere months prior? At that moment, Yi Xian, as if engulfed by the fog of lost memories, murmured to himself, "Yi Xian, cease your pretense." Yet suddenly, Elder Yuan Guang, filled with rage, produced a memory stone. As the stone activated, vivid images unfolded, revealing how Yi Xian had fiercely defended Su Li and others, and how he had inflicted harm upon his own kin. Witnessing this, Yi Xian was left further bewildered. He simply could not recall having committed such actions. However, the concealed Lian Ruoxin and her companions exchanged glances of concern, for they misconstrued Yi Xian's bewilderment as an act of feigned ignorance. And who, pray tell, would resort to such ruse. It is precisely when one feels inadequate to compete with another that the possibility of feigning ignorance arises, an attempt to muddle through. Consequently, Yi Xian's inadvertent actions only led Lian Ruoxin and the others to perceive him as even more cowardly. After all, Yi Chun had boldly confronted them. Yet Yi Xian still harbored the audacity to evade the situation by pretending to be oblivious. I had long anticipated your excuses. Now, what further words do you have to offer? Meanwhile, Elder Yuan Guang, who had presented the evidence, stood resolute, his confidence unwavering. As soon as he finished speaking, fearing that Yi Xian might seek further excuses, he swiftly struck towards Yi Xian's neck with a palm, the great wind hand. However, this strike caused Yi Xian's countenance to change dramatically. Kill. Instinctively, Yi Xian retaliated, drawing the massive sword from behind him. In an instant, standing within the realm of fusion, Yi Xian, relying solely on the formidable ancient sacred body, unleashed a killing intent akin to a desperate fight for survival. A colossal sword aura surged forth, crashing against Elder Yuan Guang's palm energy. Boom. With this strike, the sword aura and palm energy erupted in a spectacular explosion in midair. Chapter 188. The divine artifact emerges. The crowd gasps. This individual is capable of contending with Elder Yuan Guang, a being of immense power. While still in the realm of law integration, this sight caused Yi Chun's pupils to constrict sharply. It is essential to note that Yi Chun, through the abundant resources, techniques, and legacies of the Sky Repair Pavilion, has only just stepped into the realm of great power. Previously, when he was still in the realm of law integration, even if he could engage in fierce battle with Elder Yuan Guang, who was at the first tier of great power, the odds were at best 3 to 7 in his favor. Relying on his formidable Sky Repair technique, he might manage to avoid a swift defeat. Yet it would be exceedingly difficult to slay an opponent a whole realm above him. Now, having entered the realm of great power, Yi Chun possesses the confidence to engage with formidable opponents at the 3rd and 4th tiers of great power. This confidence stems from his newfound status as a great power. He can still leverage the potent techniques of the Sky Repair Pavilion to bridge the gap between these minor tiers. However, Yi Xian remains in the realm of law integration, and he is currently displaying such ferocity. Once he truly ascends to great power as an elder brother, Yi Chun dares not imagine who, apart from a few ancient monsters of the Sky Repair Pavilion, could possibly restrain him. Even Mu Tiexin, the peak 3rd-tier law enforcement elder by his side, might not suffice. Elder Yuan Guang, stand down. I shall personally eliminate him to rid the Sky Repair Pavilion of this menace. At this moment, Yi Chun could no longer contain himself, adopting an impatient demeanor as he pulled Elder Yuan Guang aside, intending to engage in what appeared to be a fair one-on-one duel to slay his younger brother, who still resided in the realm of law integration. To justify his actions, he proclaimed, "This is for the sake of the Sky Repair Pavilion, devoid of any selfish motives." In truth, those who had accompanied Yi Chun were all his trusted confidants. Even if they understood that Yi Chun sought personal vengeance, they would not intervene. "Brother, allow me to witness the fruits of your endeavors over these years." The Great Monument Reincarnation Technique. An aura of great power erupted from within Yi Chun, deep and dark forces of law swirling around him, exuding a regal presence that surveyed the surroundings with authority. As Yi Chun struck down with his palm, the very fabric of space began to distort. Hiss! Great power! In the face of his elder brother's terrifying onslaught, Yi Xian was prepared to risk everything. However, as he executed his profound sword technique, the 3 styles of peaceful order, upon delivering the first style, catastrophic warfare, he managed to barely dissipate Yi Chun's suffocating palm strike, but he forgot the essence of the second style. Wait, my sword technique. The reason Yi Xian overlooked the second style was due to the core principle of self-forgetfulness from the inheritance of the Saint of String Music, which had taken effect while he was unconscious. Thus, he could not recall how to pursue victory or how to execute the sword style. Perish. Suddenly, Yi Chun discovered that his proudly executed palm strike was blocked by Yi Xian, and his fury surged as he pointed a finger. The 6 paths of reincarnation finger. Boom. This time, Yi Chun's assault left Yi Xian, whose mind was still reeling, unable to react in time. Yeshuan stood motionless, as if drained of all strength, confronted by the terrifying 6 paths of samsara finger. In that moment, he could not conceive of a counterattack and instinctively resorted to evasive footwork. However, battles between formidable opponents often unfold in the blink of an eye, determining victory or defeat. Lacking any advantage in cultivation, Yeshuan found himself at a disadvantage despite relying on his sacred body and the complete inheritance of the sky patching technique. As Yeching's assaults grew increasingly fierce, Yeshuan, despite landing several effective counterstrikes, faltered due to forgotten techniques, nearly spitting blood from the frustration of his ineffective offense. How could this be? How could this be? Why do I feel as though I can no longer fight? No, I must kill. At this moment, Yeshuan was consumed by a frenzy, instinctively clashing with Yeching, relying solely on his sacred body. Though his demeanor appeared fierce, it instead left an impression of reckless bravado among the onlookers. This fellow has endured 2 of my attacks yet remains uninjured? Yet, at that instant, Yeching was the most astonished. During their fierce confrontation, he was shocked to discover that his attacks seemed to inflict minimal damage on Yeshuan. Had it not been for his superior realm and deeper foundation, he might have been injured by Yeshuan's savage counterattack. Just as Yeching felt the pressure mounting, Elder Yuanguang urged the others, "Why are you still standing there? Assist the sect master in eliminating this scourge." Elder Mu Tiexin, having perceived Yeshuan's formidable prowess, shared the concern for Yeching's safety. He exchanged glances with several teammates, and they simultaneously launched their attacks from various directions against Yeshuan. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, Yeshuan, who had been relying on his sacred body and rage to sustain the battle, felt as if struck by lightning. His back, right arm, and thigh shattered in an instant. Thud. When Mu Tiexin's punch sent Yeshuan crashing into the pit below, even Yeshuan's formidable sacred body began to show signs of cracks and fractures under the continuous assaults from numerous formidable opponents. Gasping for breath, his eyes brimmed with fury and unwillingness. He could not comprehend why, despite having concealed himself so well, he was ambushed by Yeching and his companions. Moreover, in his memories, Yeching was only at the 5th or 6th level of the divine ability realm. How had he suddenly reached the level of a great power? At this moment, Yeshuan's memories were in disarray, yet he understood that only the small tower could save him now. Die! Yeching's face twisted into a sinister grin as a slender sword, as light as a feather, sliced down towards Yeshuan. Clang! However, as a colossal tower erupted from Yeshuan's body, expanding rapidly like a small mountain, it sent Yeching's sword flying back, causing Yeching's heart to tremble, for the aura of this tower was overwhelmingly powerful. What is this? A divine artifact. Hiss. The divine tower. This is the tower of reincarnation. Mu Tiexin and Elder Yuanguang, as esteemed members of the Butian Pavilion, were naturally aware of the various divine artifacts. The formidable tower before them emanated an aura that sent shivers down the spines of even the mightiest among them, instilling a deceptive sense that it possessed the power to ensnare both body and soul. This revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from Mu Tiexin and the others. Yet, none felt fear. Instead, their eyes glimmered with palpable greed. Had Yi Xian severely injured them or held his ground against them, they might have refrained from coveting the treasures of this divine tower. However, the reality was that Yi Xian was on the verge of defeat. No matter how powerful this tower might be, it required a master to wield it. Furthermore, it appeared that the tower bore some imperfections. Even if it were once a divine artifact, its destructive capabilities might not be as formidable as they had once been. Once they vanquished Yi Xian or seized the tower, their futures would be limitless. Little tower, attack! Yi Xian's eyes blazed with fury as he propelled the reincarnation divine tower directly towards the greedy assembly led by Yi Chun. Chapter 189, Supporting the Elderly? A great fortune awaits. At this moment, the observers nearby, including Lian Ruoxin and her companions, were utterly astounded. They were aware of Yi Xian's formidable prowess, yet they had never anticipated that he possessed such a divine artifact. It is worth noting that even in their most loyal moments, upon encountering such a relic, feelings of discord could easily arise. Now, given the existing rift between them and Yi Xian, the situation was precarious. Although this rift had not yet culminated in open hostility, it resembled a fissure that would undoubtedly widen as interests grew. If the stakes were sufficient, Lian Ruoxin and her allies might even resort to severing ties altogether. As the conflict between Yi Xian and Yi Chun escalated, far away in the inner circle of the ancient relics, Su Li was leisurely standing in line. Indeed, at this moment, Su Li glanced at the lengthy queue before him, feeling somewhat exasperated. Upon being drawn into this passage by the system, he found himself directly at the entrance of this formidable inheritance site, which had already attracted numerous powerful individuals. Before him stood a colossal palace, resplendent and magnificent. However, entrance required passing through the palace's trials to qualify for the inheritance. This was none other than the Taishu Divine Palace, the fabled resting place of Taixuzi, a cultivator rumored to have ascended to the divine realm. As Su Li grew concerned about the overwhelming number of competitors potentially claiming the palace's treasures before him, An unexpected notification chimed. Ding. Detection of successful extraction of spiritual energy from the medicinal garden by the host, resulting in a rift between Yi Xian and the Butian Pavilion. Due to Yi Xian being gravely injured by Yi Chun, the host has seized the fortune of the Son of Destiny, gaining 10,000 fortune points. Ding. Detection of the Son of Destiny exhausting the power of the Reincarnation Divine Tower, causing him to lose his greatest support. Seizing the fortune of the Son of Destiny, Yi Xian has yielded an additional 5,000 fortune points. Ding. Detection of the Son of Destiny, Yi Xian, having his fortune reduced to 0. This sudden revelation nearly caused Su Li to leap in astonishment. Yi Xian? On the brink of death? My goodness, the Butian Pavilion is indeed ruthless. They are mercilessly beating their own holy son. Upon reviewing his own fortune points, which had accumulated to nearly 200,000, Su Li realized he was only 100,000 points shy of the required amount to exchange for the Thunder Emperor Sutra, thus bringing him remarkably close. Moreover, with Yi Xian's impending demise and his fortune now depleted, barring any unforeseen events, he would only descend further into misfortune. At that moment, with his substantial fortune points, he would have no trouble manipulating the situation to his advantage. Just as Su Li smirked, contemplating Yi Xian's inevitable fate, a sudden commotion caught his attention. An elderly woman beside him doubled over in pain. It was Granny Xiao. Beside her stood an extraordinarily unattractive young girl, yet her voice was melodious as she anxiously supported the elderly woman, her eyes filled with concern. Elder, what troubles you? Su Li instinctively supported the elderly woman for a moment. However, in the next instant, the old lady's body, stimulated by the divine thunder, felt electrified, sending tingling sensations from her head to her toes. What astonished her even more was that the internal injuries she had harbored for years were, at the mere touch of this young man, penetrated by the unique lightning energy emanating from him. With a sudden gasp, she expelled a mouthful of dark, purulent blood. What have you done to Granny Xiao? At that moment, the remarkably unattractive young girl shrieked, raising her hand to strike Su Li. To his astonishment, Su Li noticed that while the girl was channeling her energy, her aura surged, yet her face remained utterly impassive, as if her grotesque features had become petrified, showing no sign of expression whatsoever. Is this a disguise? The term flashed through Su Li's mind, but he had no time to delve into the girl's true appearance as he summoned his own energy to defend himself. Just then, the old woman, who had just coughed up a large quantity of blood, unexpectedly grasped the girl's wrist and, with an expression of profound complexity and excitement, shook her head, exclaiming, Mississippi. I am fine. Moreover, it seems that the dark injuries left by the Shadow Demon King within me are beginning to heal. As soon as the old woman's words fell, she attempted to harness the spiritual energy surrounding her. In the next moment, a suffocating force erupted from her body, wildly radiating outward. What on earth? Su Li was startled by this sudden commotion and swiftly darted back several thousand meters. At that moment, the other powerful figures queuing to enter the Taishu Divine Palace were equally taken aback. What is this? The aura of a virtual deity. How is this possible? A virtual deity? This old woman? Granny, you have actually recovered so easily? Unlike the astonished gasps of those around her, the remarkably unattractive girl muttered in disbelief. I have recovered. My dark injuries have truly healed. At that moment, the old woman, now exuding a formidable aura of a virtual deity, was not only regaining her poise and countenance under the overwhelming absorption of spiritual energy, but her appearance was transforming from that of a frail old woman in her 100+ years to one resembling someone in their 60s or 70s. It is worth noting that the dark injuries inflicted by the Shadow Demon King had plagued her for decades. Throughout these years, she had relied on the latent energy within her to survive. This had caused her cultivation level to plummet from that of a virtual deity to an earlier stage of power over the decades, drastically aging her appearance as well. It seemed that the malevolent, chilling power of the Shadow Demon King had encountered its nemesis in the young man's thunderous aura and was effortlessly dissipated. With the old woman regaining the aura of a virtual deity, the transformation was complete. She immediately fixed her gaze on the equally bewildered Su Li. Young friend, come here. At that moment, the elderly woman wore a beaming smile, gesturing kindly towards Su Li. Su Li pointed to his own chin, yet instinctively stepped forward. His vigilance had reached its peak. As the saying goes, one should harbor no malice but remain ever cautious. Even though it seemed that the old woman had unexpectedly regained her strength due to his touch, Su Li could not shake the concern that she might harbor ill intentions. Young friend, you have entered the 5th level of the divine passage at such a young age, Your innate talent and aptitude are commendable. Which sect do you belong to? If you are without a master, I would be honored to take you as my disciple and impart my profound teachings." As the old woman expressed her heartfelt sentiments, not only were the onlookers rendered speechless, but even the young girl beside her, who appeared to be a maid yet was referred to as Miss by the old woman, was taken aback. In the girl's recollections, ever since that day when the elderly woman rescued her from impending doom at the Heavenly Ascension Palace, she had maintained a stoic demeanor for all these years, never displaying kindness to outsiders. Even when facing her, the former saintess of the Heavenly Ascension Palace, she had always assumed the role of a strict mentor. Yet, this young man seemed to have captured the old woman's affection. However, the most perplexed of all was Suli himself. Supporting the elderly lady? Gaining great fortune? Am I truly basking in the serendipity bestowed by my luck? Could it be that his current 200,000 fortune was simply too overwhelming? Chapter 190. A fortuitous acquisition of a matron? At this moment, the entire assembly of cultivators surrounding the Taishu Divine Palace was astir with astonishment. The realm of Void Divine. To consider accepting this young lad as a disciple? It is well known that among the various sects and factions, there exist several formidable disciples who have attained the 8th or 9th layer of the divine ability realm at a tender age. Yet, even those with exceptional talents seldom receive mentorship from a master of the Void Divine realm. More often than not, it is the esteemed elders of the great realms who impart their wisdom to those at the divine ability level. To catch the attention of a Void Divine expert is indeed a coveted opportunity for many aspiring prodigies. Although those permitted access to the inner circle of the ancient relic are typically the sacred sons and daughters of prominent factions, as well as esteemed elders and caretakers, such fortuity is not something one encounters every day. This lad appears somewhat familiar. To which sect does he belong? He seems remarkably youthful and is merely at the 5th layer of the divine ability realm, yet he has ventured into the inner circle alone. Judging by his attire, he ought to be a disciple of the Yunqing sect, but I do not recall such a figure among their sacred offspring. As the crowd cast envious glances towards Su Li, he merely smiled amiably and calmly stated, "Senior, the head of the Yunqing sect, Mu Yun Huang, is indeed my esteemed master, and I am her newly accepted direct disciple." This declaration rendered the previously boisterous scene utterly silent, particularly the individuals who had been whispering and pointing at Su Li. No one had anticipated that this young man was the direct disciple of the head of the Yunqing sect. It must be noted that the Yunqing sect holds a prestigious position among the top 3 factions. Ordinary individuals would not dare to impersonate even the inner disciples of the Yunqing sect, let alone a direct disciple of the master herself. Moreover, it seems there were whispers during the trials of the inner disciples regarding Mu Yun Huang taking on a disciple. What? You are the direct disciple of Mu Yun Huang from the Yunqing sect? Suddenly, the expression of the venerable matron from the Void Divine realm shifted dramatically. Her countenance filled with a complex array of emotions. "Senior, is something amiss?" Su Li inquired, a shiver running down his spine as he silently cursed the Yunqing sect, wondering if they had an enmity with this elderly woman. Otherwise, why would she and her maid regard him with such peculiar glances? As Su Li's heart raced with heightened vigilance, the old woman stepped forward, her excitement palpable as she grasped Su Li's hands. Just as he was about to break free, he noticed her eyes glistening with overwhelming joy as she appraised him from head to toe. Before Su Li could comprehend the situation, she elaborated. "Mu Yun Huang is akin to half a disciple to me. Years ago, I guided her through trials in the central domain. For many days, I have journeyed from afar to seek her for an important matter. Young friend, by lineage, you are my grand disciple." The elderly woman regarded Su Li with the endearing gaze of a grandmother looking upon her grandson. This left Su Li utterly bewildered. Assisting an elderly lady out of the door had unexpectedly resulted in him gaining a matronly figure. Madam, why do you not head directly to the Cloudclear sect, but instead find yourself here?" At this moment, despite the fact that the elderly woman before Su Li showed no signs of anything amiss, he remained vigilant. After all, who wouldn't he feel bewildered in such a situation? Moreover, there were indeed some suspicious aspects. If this old woman was in such haste to find Mu Yun Huang, why venture into the inner circle of this ancient relic? That is a long story. Once we enter the Taishu Divine Palace, I shall explain everything to you in detail. At this juncture, the old woman, holding Su Li's hand, disregarded the powerful figures from various factions present and boldly pushed her way forward. The crowd around them, upon witnessing this, instinctively parted ways, making no effort to obstruct their passage. It is worth noting that while everyone had initially queued, it was based on the understanding that their strengths were relatively equal. In truth, Had the crowd been aware of Su Li's true identity from the outset, even though he was merely at the 5th level of the divine ability realm, they would have readily allowed him to proceed first. This illustrates the immense worth of being a direct disciple of the sect master of the Cloud Clear sect. Moreover, had it not been for the formidable aura radiating from this elderly woman of the Void God realm, accompanied by her forbidding demeanor that discouraged any approach, many of the prodigies and elders who had learned of Su Li's identity would have eagerly sought to befriend him, just as the old woman, accompanied by the extraordinarily unattractive girl, and Su Li, was about to enter the Taishu Divine Palace. A sudden, thunderous shout erupted, enveloped in an overwhelming killing intent. A young man appeared against the ominous backdrop of dark clouds, traversing the sky with a terrifying radiance that was nearly blinding. In his grasp, a small tower spun rapidly, exuding an aura that even late-stage experts would regard with trepidation, akin to a deity, evoking an instinctual fear of direct confrontation. Yi Xian, you cannot escape. Yi Xian, you rebellious wretch. How dare you sever my arm? I swear I shall flay you alive. Yi Xian, if you possess any courage, you shall flee for eternity. Should I capture you, I will rend your body to pieces. As these furious roars echoed from behind the swiftly advancing figure toward the entrance of the Taishu Divine Palace, the crowd, already in line, was startled by the commotion. Yi Xian, the holy son of the Celestial Restoration Pavilion? He is being pursued? The overwhelming aura was astonishing. That tower, it was undoubtedly of sacred artifact caliber. At this moment, the old woman, instinctively halting and turning back, expressed her astonishment. It is important to recognize that having reached her level of power, although she had been unable to recover due to an internal injury, the recent surge of spiritual energy revitalizing her had restored her to the Void God realm. Even if she could not fully wield her peak strength, she could still utilize a significant portion of it. Thus, her perception was undoubtedly sharper than that of the elder experts present. The instant she laid eyes on Yi Xian, she discerned the formidable nature of the small tower in his possession. Madam, is he truly the one hailed as the most powerful holy son of the Celestial Restoration Pavilion in a millennium, who, at the 9th level of the divine ability realm, has slain formidable experts? However, upon observing his aura, I perceived a certain complexity within it, lacking in purity. Suddenly, the exceedingly unattractive girl beside Elder Xiao, her eyes glinting with sharp acuity, remarked. Although Yi Xian presently stood at the pinnacle of the fusion law realm, his cultivation surpassing that of the individual before her, she discerned that the techniques and insights he possessed were undeniably less refined than those of Su Li. As for the depth of understanding, it was even more incomparable. In fact, during their brief encounter, the girl felt that Su Li's demeanor was excessively understated, emanating an enigmatic quality that left her with an elusive impression. It is worth noting that such a sensation had only manifested in her presence when encountering the extraordinary prodigies revered as celestial beings in the central domain. Chapter 191. The matron will annihilate him for you. At this moment, Su Li cast a surprised glance at the remarkably unattractive young girl. To be candid, he had sensed something unusual when Granny Xiao had addressed her as Miss. Moreover, despite the considerable distance between them, this girl had discerned that Yi Xian was in a troubling state. Although Su Li was unaware of the specifics surrounding Yi Xian's predicament, he was certain it was connected to the relentless pursuit by Yi Chun and his companions. The thought of Yi Xian's dire situation caused a slight smirk to appear on Su Li's lips as he remarked playfully, Matron, that Yi Xian bears a grudge against me. Judging by his current demeanor, it seems he wishes to enter the Taishu Divine Palace. Should he succeed, he might acquire a legacy. If you could assist me in eliminating him, my worries would be entirely alleviated. Su Li's words elicited a look of astonishment from Granny Xiao. She had not anticipated that her disciple harbored enmity towards Yi Xian. However, even without Su Li's prompting, Granny Xiao had already set her sights on Yi Xian's tower. Such is the reality. Despite Yi Xian's distinguished background and formidable strength, should he reveal treasures that do not align with his personal power, even the identity of the saint son of the Butian Pavilion would not deter those who covet such artifacts from harboring murderous intent. After all, in this world governed by the law of the jungle, rare treasures belong to the capable. Moreover, having endured great hardships to reach this place, Granny Xiao and her companions not only sought the inheritance of the Taishu Divine Palace, but also required formidable treasures for their support. At this juncture, Yi Xian was at his wit's end. Any cultivator in the Void God realm, when faced with the temptation of such treasures, might readily take action. In that case, I shall eliminate him on your behalf, Granny Xiao declared without reservation. Firstly, upon her arrival in the northern region, She had vaguely heard of the formidable influence of the Yunqing sect in this area. Given that Su Li was a direct disciple of Mu Yinhuang, no one would dare to challenge her if she acted to extinguish Yi Xian. Secondly, her identity and circumstances were largely unknown to outsiders. Even if she were to slay Yi Xian, they might not connect it back to Su Li's instigation. When the time came, she would seize that tower and lead Su Li and the others into the Taishu Divine Palace, employing various means to discreetly infiltrate the Yunqing sect without arousing suspicion. Thus, Granny Xiao felt no apprehension whatsoever. "Thank you, matron," Su Li exclaimed, barely able to contain his delight. "Yi Xian, this time, you are surely doomed." It is essential to recognize that Yi Xian, as the child of destiny, was intricately tied to his immense fortune. However, following Su Li's prior maneuvering, Yi Xian's fiancé Yi, as well as his subordinates, and even the small tower he relied upon, appeared to have suffered considerable setbacks. Presently, Yi Xian found himself utterly isolated, with no allies to support him. With Granny Zhao's assistance, Su Li felt confident that even if Yi Xian did not meet his demise, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Child's play. Granny Xiao, relishing the rare opportunity to drop her disguise, unleashed an overwhelming aura of the Void God. Behind her, a dazzling and colossal projection of her formidable divine form materialized. "Brat, surrender." At this moment, Granny Xiao pointed her cane decisively. The seemingly mundane tip of the cane transformed into a phantom, hurtling toward Yi Xuantian's crown like a fiery meteor. What? At that moment, Yi Xian, merely a few hundred meters from the Taishu Divine Palace, felt as if struck by lightning. He never anticipated that outside the Taishu Divine Palace, a formidable being of the Void God realm awaited him. Moreover, without a word, they launched an attack upon him. Just as despair gripped Yi Xian, as if he were caught between two encroaching threats, he suddenly noticed a rather infuriating grin beside the old woman. Su Li. How could that scoundrel be with the old lady? This undeniable thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, accompanied by a surge of unwilling fury. "Little tower, lend me your strength once more." In that moment, Yi Xian, nearly frantic, summoned the power of the reincarnation divine tower, causing the already cracked tower to tremble dangerously. On the brink of total collapse. Boom. Yet, it was the eruption of an orange beam from the reincarnation divine tower that pierced through the old woman's phantom. "This is impossible." The old woman trembled violently. Her vast Void God avatar shattered in an instant, forcing her to stagger back 2 steps, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. Granny, Master, the exceptionally ugly girl, and Su Li were both taken aback simultaneously. No one had anticipated that during Yi Xian's life and death struggle, the artifact in his grasp would wield such formidable power. Humph. At that moment, after repelling the old woman, Yi Xian dashed like an arrow into the entrance of the Taishu Divine Palace, disappearing from sight while casting a fierce glare at Su Li and the others, clearly harboring resentment towards them. "This brat, that weapon is not merely a sacred artifact, but a divine weapon. Otherwise, even if he were not gravely injured, it would be impossible for him to shatter my avatar." The old woman's complexion turned ashen. She would not have been so severely harmed otherwise. She had already lost far too much vitality previously and had only recently begun to recover. The strength of the Void God realm had yet to stabilize. Otherwise, even with the exhausted little tower, it would not have been able to injure her so severely. "Granny, are you all right?" The exceptionally ugly girl hurriedly sought to provide medicine for the old woman. "I'm fine. That boy's attack was merely a last gasp, incapable of injuring my internal organs. Although my avatar has been breached, I will recover before long. Moreover, from that strike, I sense that the boy's vitality and spirit have withered to their limits. Without an extraordinary stroke of fortune, he would never be able to recuperate." The old woman waved her hand, speaking calmly. "Master, rest assured, I will certainly slay that scoundrel." Upon hearing this, Su Li breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest in assurance. "Vitality and spirit withered to their limits? That is splendid. It saves me from being wary of his realm when I inevitably encounter Yi Xian." Whoosh. Swish. Just then, the members of the Buitian Pavilion, including Yi Chun, descended in succession. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for thwarting the rebellious disciples of our Buitian Pavilion. I am Yi Chun, the current leader of the Buitian Pavilion." "Oh, you are Su Li?" Yi Chun politely greeted the venerable elder Xiao, a formidable figure in the realm of the virtual deities, only to be astonished to find that standing beside her was none other than the direct disciple of the sect leader of the Yunqing sect. It is well known that the relationship between the Buitian Pavilion and the Yunqing sect is exceptionally significant. Although Yi Chun had never encountered the esteemed Su Li in person, He had seen Su Li's projection before. "Greetings, Pavilion Master Yi," Su Li thought to himself, yet his countenance betrayed little emotion. On one hand, he was aware of the discord between Yi Chun and Yi Xian. On the other hand, his own status granted him the privilege to maintain a certain composure in the presence of Pavilion Master Yi. It is noteworthy that in terms of lineage, Yi Chun, aside from his title as Pavilion Master, was nearly on par with Su Li, were it not for the passing of the former Pavilion Master, Yi Chun and Yi Xian. Being the progeny of the late elder would hold a comparable rank to that of Su Li, the direct disciple of the sect leader. Chapter 192, Sister Xiangling? The second level of great power. The master of the bountiful heaven pavilion? Isn't that lad your pavilion's holy son? At this moment, Granny Xiao wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why this family had turned against each other. Humph. That Yi Xian defied my command, and even killed several members of my enforcement team, including the arm of our captain, old Mu Tiexin. He has already been expelled from the bountiful heaven pavilion. Once we capture him, there will be no escape for him. Yi Chun, however, was not one to linger on words and spoke plainly. In truth, he was neither foolish nor eager to expose family disgrace. On the contrary, he deliberately proclaimed Yi Xian as a traitor of the bountiful heaven pavilion. Even if captured, he could be executed. Moreover, the possessions on Yi Xian were also the property of the pavilion. No one would dare to seize them. Thus, even if someone were to kill Yi Xian, the pavilion could use this as an excuse to reclaim what was theirs from that powerful individual. As the existence of the divine tower was enough to drive the bountiful heaven pavilion to madness. Understanding dawned on Granny Xiao as her pupils constricted, sensing the underlying message in Yi Chen's words. Master Yi, you need not concern yourselves here. Once we enter and confront Yi Xian, we shall certainly aid in his demise. At this moment, Su Li subtly hinted, eager for Yi Chun and his companions to pursue inside, hoping for a mutually destructive confrontation with Yi Xian. Although Yi Chun, Mu Tiexin, and Elder Yuan Guang appeared quite disheveled, with several enforcement team members slain, Su Li truly wished to see one of the two formidable figures, Yi Chun or Mu Tiexin, perish. This way, Yi Xian's small tower would remain uncontested. Very well, we shall enter first. After casting a grateful glance at Su Li, Yi Chen dashed into the Taishu Divine Palace. It should be noted that despite being the master of the bountiful heaven pavilion, Yi Chen was well aware of the dynamics among various forces. His brother, Yi Xian's fiancé Yi, was the saintess of the Yunqing sect, Bai Simiao. According to his intelligence, Bai Simiao shared a close relationship with Su Li, the chief disciple of the sect's master. Logically, if something were to befall Yi Xian, Su Li would lend some assistance. Even if he did not dare to confront them directly, he would likely buy Yi Xian some time. However, Su Li's candid declaration of support for him instilled a sense of solidarity in Yi Chun. The struggle with Yi Xian was merely a contest of who could garner more support. Presently, within the bountiful heaven pavilion, Yi Xian possessed little capability to rival him, and Yi Chen's only concern was the potential aid Yi Xian might receive from outside the pavilion. Yet now, it seemed his previous worries were unfounded. His younger brother's self-proclaimed champions appeared to lack the courage to stand against him. With this thought, a more arrogant smile spread across Yi Chen's face. Should he eliminate Yi Xian and simultaneously acquire the legacy of the Taishu Divine Palace, he was confident that within a century, he could transform the bountiful heaven pavilion into one of the most formidable forces in the northern region. After Yi Chun and his companions entered, Su Li and the young woman awaited Granny Xiao's recovery. Evidently, Su Li was not concerned that this inheritance would be abruptly seized by some unscrupulous individual. After all, from the conversations among the queue, he learned that the Taishu Divine Palace had recently made its appearance, yet the conditions for inheriting its legacy were exceedingly stringent. Indeed, one might even deem them grotesque. At this moment, Yi Xian's fortune had dwindled to naught. Su Li found it hard to believe that in his current disordered state, he could claim this inheritance. Therefore, he naturally sought the backing of Granny Xiao, believing that with her support, it would be almost certain to eliminate Yi Xian. I am nearly restored. Let us proceed inside. Soon, Granny Xiao opened her eyes and, accompanied by the young girl and Su Li, ventured into the Taishu Divine Palace. However, as soon as the three entered, they sensed a terrifying pressure sweeping towards them. Bang! The moment Granny Xiao's rejuvenated form was struck by this force, she was sent flying. Being over 100 years old yet not having reached the Saint Realm, she was deemed unworthy to step into the Taishu Divine Palace. With the proclamation echoing away, Granny Xiao's figure became increasingly indistinct. No matter how she struggled to remain, her efforts were futile. Ultimately, she was expelled from the Taishu Divine Palace. This scene left Su Li utterly astounded. Over 100 years? The Saint Realm? What a jest! Even the youngest Saint Realm cultivator in the northern region was rumored to have taken nearly 150 years to achieve such a status. It was no wonder that the conditions of the Taishu Divine Palace were deemed so severe. Practitioners at the Void God realm were almost entirely disqualified from contending for this inheritance. Subsequently, Su Li and the young girl beside him distinctly felt a force sweep over their bodies. Yet it did not possess the same expelling nature as that which had affected Granny Xiao. It seems we have a glimmer of hope. After sensing the dissipating force, Su Li exhaled in relief. By the way, what is your name, young lady? At this moment, Su Li cast a curious glance at the extraordinarily unattractive girl. You may call me Xiangling, senior brother Su, she replied. Before Granny Xiao was expelled, she instructed me that we must work together to increase our chances of obtaining the inheritance. Xiangling tilted her head, her remarkably unappealing visage betraying no change in expression. However, Su Li understood that this was due to her insufficiently sophisticated disguise. Her grotesque appearance was merely a crude facade. Although he was unaware of her reasons for adopting such a guise, he refrained from probing further into that matter, instead asking with curiosity, "Did you come here with Granny Xiao from the central domain?" "Yes." At this moment, Xiangling nodded, although her gaze revealed a hint of hesitation. Upon recalling that Su Li was a direct disciple of Mu Yin Huang, she chose not to conceal any longer and candidly confessed, "In truth, my real identity is that of the Holy Maiden of the Tianji Palace. However, after the palace suffered a catastrophic downfall, I was forced to flee here with Granny Xiao's assistance. Throughout this journey, we have kept our identities hidden, and Granny Xiao has been grievously wounded by the Shadow Demon King, which has limited her strength. Despite her persistent efforts to heal, she has been unable to resolve the underlying affliction. I never expected that it would be you who aided her. Regrettably, the Divine Palace is fraught with peril. Without the assistance of Elder Xiao, it would be exceedingly difficult for us to attain the inheritance, would it not?" A trace of gravity flickered in Xiangling's eyes. Throughout this journey, she has encountered numerous failures and setbacks. Had it not been for Elder Xiao's companionship, she would have nearly become desensitized. The Celestial Palace? Su Li, however, had little recollection of it. Yet, she sensed that this young maiden harbored many astonishing secrets, prompting her to employ the system to examine her fortune. To Su Li's astonishment, the results were startling. Name: Xiangling cultivation level. Pinnacle of second layer of great power physique. Fragrant jade, sacred body fortune value. 98, 700 points. Goodness, nearly 100,000 fortune points. Moreover, she is at the pinnacle of the second layer of great power. Had it not been for Su Li's proactive inquiry, he would have never realized just how formidable this young maiden truly is. Chapter 193. The Fury of Yi Xian. Even with the remarkable fate of Yi Xian still intact, Su Li found himself doubting that the fortune of the girl before him was not vastly different from Yi Xian's prime. Moreover, nearly 100,000 fortunes had been chased down to such a desperate state. What kind of terrifying entity could possibly annihilate the Celestial Palace? It is no wonder that Xiangling has survived thus far. Had her cultivation not been so well concealed, she might have been targeted long ago. Indeed, senior brother Su, have you heard of the Celestial Palace in the northern regions? Xiangling's beautiful eyes sparkled, and despite her grotesque disguise, Su Li could still discern that her eyes must be exceptionally lovely at close range. I have not heard of it, but there is something you said, junior sister, that I find somewhat inaccurate. Oh, Xiangling paused momentarily upon hearing this. Junior sister Xiangling, you've endured so much hardship alongside Master Nai, and I believe you have faced numerous injustices along the way. I am confident that you possess the capability to seize this inheritance, and when the time comes, you shall personally eradicate those scoundrels who obliterated the Celestial Palace. One cannot deny that Su Li's words appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat patronizing, as if he were comforting an innocent little girl. However, after years of lurking and concealing her identity, Xiangling had never been truly cared for by anyone, nor had anyone inquired if she had suffered along her journey. In the past, when she presented herself with this visage, even amongst her peers, many, regardless of gender, had cast disdainful glances her way, subjecting her to unfair treatment. Yet, before her now was Su Li, whose kind assistance to Elder Xiao upon their first meeting and the respectful gaze he held while looking into her eyes were devoid of any contempt, instead radiating a genuine respect for her as a junior sister. This instantly warmed Xiangling's heart. Ding! The encouragement from the host has touched Xiangling's heart, leading her to acknowledge the host's demeanor, resulting in a fortune value of 2,000 points. A thought stirred within Su Li, realizing that Xiangling was receptive to such encouragement. After all, a girl in the outside world, no matter how exceptional her talent or strength, ultimately craved tenderness and care. Thank you for your encouragement, Senior Brother Su. I will certainly seize the inheritance. At this moment, Xiangling nodded vigorously, her smile radiant. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but smile inwardly. He encouraged her. Yes, but he too desired that inheritance. Did Xiangling truly believe that a few words of concern would dissuade him from competing with her for it? Nevertheless, Su Li did not reveal his thoughts and merely nodded in agreement. After all, while Elder Zhao's assistance was temporarily unneeded, Xiangling possessed formidable power at the pinnacle of the second layer of the great ability realm. If utilized wisely, even against a restored Yi Xian, he stood a considerable chance of victory. Meanwhile, deep within the Void Divine Palace, Little Tower, how fares your condition? Is the Tai Su Divine Fire you mentioned earlier the one contained within? Upon entering the Divine Palace of the Void, Yi Xian, guided by the small tower, deftly circumvented several preceding challengers and arrived directly at the heart of the palace. Before him stood a magnificent hall, wherein a colossal bronze cauldron was prominently situated at its center. Within the cauldron, resplendent flames danced, casting a mesmerizing glow. Even someone as formidable as Yi Xian found his gaze wandering, succumbing to a drowsy sensation when he beheld the flames. This was merely a projection of the divine fire of the void. Yet, even such a mere projection was potent enough to refine oneself, allowing him to incinerate the worthless legacy of that melody saint. Once he regained his peak condition, he could effortlessly seize this legacy. Yi Xian, I cannot endure any longer. I must succumb to slumber. I hope you find success. After conveying the situation, the small tower could no longer maintain its consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. As the light in the tower's neck dimmed, a profound hatred surfaced on Yi Xian's face. Yi Chun, Su Li, and you, Lian Ruoxin, wretched beings. Once I obtain the divine fire of the void and inherit the legacy of the divine monarch, I shall personally shatter you all. At that moment, engulfed by deep-seated hatred, Yi Xian eagerly commenced the process of refining this projection of divine fire. He was acutely aware that attempting to directly refine the true essence of the divine fire of the void at this juncture could lead him astray. Fortunately, few had ever managed to reach the final trial within the divine palace. Yi Xian, owing to the reincarnation divine tower and having shared the same era as this divine monarch, had accompanied its master into the divine palace multiple times, thus gaining knowledge of certain pathways. He could bypass the arduous trials and enter the grand hall directly. Originally, Yi Xian had not forgotten portions of the techniques due to the legacy of the Melody Saint, and despite his injuries, he would have been able to absorb the divine fire of the void and complete the inheritance. However, presently, his sacred body teetered on the brink of collapse, and his understanding of the techniques and laws was exceedingly muddled. He needed to eradicate the Melody Saint's legacy entirely, otherwise, he could not concentrate sufficiently to refine the divine fire of the void. As Yi Xian began to absorb the projection of the divine fire, the excruciating pain threatened to overwhelm him. This agony only intensified his animosity towards Yi Chun and Su Li. He even believed that had it not been for treating by Miao's ailment, he would not have wasted precious time entering the inner circle of the ancient ruins for Su Li's sake. It was precisely because of Su Li that he felt his fortunes dwindling, nearly losing his life at the hands of Yi Chun and the others. And now he could not even directly absorb the divine fire. Once he regained his strength, even if by Miao sought to protect Su Li, he would not let her off the hook. He would surely take her life. At that moment, Su Li, standing before the first trial of the divine palace, sneezed several times in succession. Noticing Xiangling's astonished gaze, Su Li rubbed her nose and jested, "Sister, I am fine. It is likely that some cur is secretly cursing me. Brother, the first trial tests the challenger's physical prowess, so do take care." Xiangling spoke and stepped inside first. However, she secretly observed Su Li's situation, for she believed that although Su Li was at the 5th level of the divine passage realm, his physique was undoubtedly formidable. Perhaps he possessed some kind of powerful sacred body. "Junior sister, wait for me." Su Li had just entered the first trial and was instantly bewildered. Was this truly a challenge? It turned out that the first trial required traversing over 100 steps, each nearly 100 meters long and several meters wide, leading to the true entrance of the Tai Su Divine Palace. Only those who could cross these 100 steps would gain entry to the genuine Tai Su Divine Palace. However, after taking just a few steps, Su Li nearly burst into laughter. The first 2 steps, though enveloped by 2 forces, felt as fluid as flowing water. There was no sense of obstruction whatsoever. In fact, Su Li felt as if he were simply walking through a stream, utterly at ease. In contrast, the other participants, including Xiangling, who was at the 2nd level of the great ability realm, had only managed to ascend 20 or 30 steps. Although she quickly caught up with some practitioners of lesser talent, she clearly began to show signs of slowing down. Chapter 194. Xiang Ling's Astonishment. It was, rather, Su Li who found it astonishingly effortless. It turns out that the 100 steps correspond to different physical realms. The first 30 steps relate to the spirit body, the next 30 to the holy body, and the final 30 to the divine body, with only the most formidable among the divine body capable of traversing the last 10 steps. Thus, the trial of the Taishu Divine Palace is not predicated on cultivation level or age, as long as one is not excessively aged and possesses sufficient physical constitution. One can pass through. However, even the most formidable holy bodies are exceedingly rare in the northern domain, and many powerful holy sons and holy daughters within the major sects and factions may not genuinely possess the holy body. More often, they are merely of the spirit body variant. Achieving a divine body like Su Li's, particularly the exquisite Lu Yin Xinxiao body, is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, with perhaps fewer than 10 prodigies in the entirety of the northern domain possessing a divine body. This is precisely why Xiang Ling perceived a mysterious aura surrounding Su Li, akin to that of the divine sons and daughters from the central domain. Fundamentally, this emanates from the overwhelming strength of the divine body that exceeds Xiang Ling's capacity for perception. Consequently, Su Li breezed through the first 30 steps with remarkable ease. Greetings, Miss Lu Yu. Hello, young Master Bai. At this moment, as Su Li advanced, he greeted the surrounding prodigies and elders. Initially, everyone smiled and nodded at him, eager to seize the opportunity to engage in conversation with him, as cultivating a rapport with the true disciple of the Yunqing sect's master could potentially strengthen their ties with the external master of the Yunqing sect, an understanding not lost on these prodigies and elders. Yet, before they could exchange more than a few words, Su Li bounded forward, as if traversing an uninhabited realm, ascending with ease. And when he turned back to cast them a smiling glance, they were left utterly astounded. Goodness, did he just ascend so easily? Am I seeing things? No wonder Mu Yunhuang chose him as her true disciple. He may only be at the 5th level of the divine ability realm, yet his potential is astonishing. Amidst the astonished gasps, Xiang Ling, having reached the 5th or 6th step, turned back with labored breath, only to be struck by disbelief upon witnessing Su Li's beaming countenance, devoid of any sign of exertion. It is essential to note that her fragrant holy body was no mere ornament. The natural fragrance emanating from her was the essence of the condensed Xiang Yuan, which rendered her bones akin to jade, cleansing all impurities and bestowing upon her an ethereal quality, delicate and exquisite. To put it simply, Xiang Ling's cultivation speed, bolstered by the Xiang Yuan, was nearly tenfold that of an ordinary holy body. Furthermore, her combat prowess was enhanced by the ability to bewilder her enemies with fragrant mist. And under the protection of the Xiang Yuan, she was immune to all curses, toxins, and illusions. One could assert that even among the holy bodies, barring those particularly adept at combat, few could rival her exceptional advantages. Had it not been for the destruction of the heavenly palace back in the day, with her sacred body and the resources of the heavenly palace, she would now, at the very least, possess the pinnacle of great power, with the potential to challenge the ethereal realm. Moreover, deep within Xiang Ling's essence, there lay an innate pride. Upon witnessing Su Li striving to catch up with her, she instinctively clenched her teeth and exerted herself to ascend further. Meanwhile, Su Li, unfettered by the thoughts of others, casually greeted Yi Chun, who was panting beside him, before effortlessly leaving him behind. What manner of physique does Su Li possess? Initially astonished by Su Li's rapid approach, Yi Chun was taken aback as he observed Su Li effortlessly outpace him with just a few strides. As he neared the 70th step, Yi Chun felt a sharp pang of frustration. It is worth noting that although he was not a divine body, he belonged to a formidable category within the sacred bodies. Logically, it was already disconcerting that a mysteriously unattractive girl could surpass him, yet now Su Li, who held a lower status than him, had also surpassed him. Nevertheless, the thought that Su Li was not aligned with Yi Xian offered Yi Chun a modicum of solace. After all, while he valued the inheritance of the Tai Su Divine Palace, it did not mean he was desperate to possess it. He understood that by vanquishing Yi Xian and obtaining the secrets he held, he could ascend to become the unrivaled master of the Butian Pavilion. Beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, there was no necessity for him to take the risk of opposing Su Li, especially since he was well aware of Mu Yunfang's strength. As various thoughts swirled in the minds of the onlookers, Su Li had already caught up with Xiangling. "Junior sister, it seems I shall arrive first," he declared. Startled, Xiangling turned her head, only to find Su Li slightly out of breath, yet maintaining a calm demeanor as he ascended with unwavering steps. In that fleeting moment, A torrent of emotions surged within Xiangling. She had initially been resolute in her quest for the inheritance of the Tai Su Divine Palace, even persuading Elder Xiao to take risks to bring her here. Yet, she never anticipated that the inheritance she was so close to grasping would be claimed by her junior brother, Su Li, ahead of her. Moreover, it was not merely by a single step. As Xiangling reached the 85th step, she struggled immensely. In stark contrast, Su Li appeared poised to reach the 99th step. He was on the cusp of completing the final ascent. According to Xiangling's knowledge, in the many years since the Tai Su Divine Palace had been discovered in the northern region, despite the limited number of individuals able to ascend, none had done so as effortlessly as Su Li upon reaching the 100th step. Even many sons and daughters of great sects and clans faltered around the 70 or 80 steps. With a resounding thud, as Su Li set foot on the 100th step, a collective sigh of despair resonated among all onlookers. Even Xiangling felt her eyes redden, realizing she had faced defeat. However, rather than harboring resentment towards Su Li, she acknowledged his deservingness of such ability. Moreover, given Su Li's kind nature, she felt she should be happy for him when he eventually obtained this inheritance. Yet, at that moment, the situation encountered by Su Li diverged significantly from the expectations of those around him. To his astonishment, he discovered that with each step he took, the forces that impacted him were not intended to cast him off the steps. Rather, they resembled profound legacies and insights of immense power. Specifically, when Su Li initially refrained from deliberately resisting this force and instead embraced it with natural acceptance, he realized that each impact transformed into a profound understanding of martial techniques. The Taishu Fierce Deity technique unfolded before him, encompassing various forms of combat: fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, finger techniques, and even spiritual attacks, each comprising 18 variations. These corresponded precisely to the 90 preceding steps. The final 10 steps encapsulated the essence of these 90 techniques. With each step he descended, Su Li distilled complexity into simplicity. Ultimately, at the 100th step, he masterfully refined the Taishu Fierce Deity technique into a quintessence of 5 forms. Chapter 195. The Art of the Supreme Void Fiend. However, Su Li did not conclude his endeavors. He realized that the 5 forms of the Supreme Void ultimately stemmed from the creation of the Supreme Void Master. As the 5 forms harmonized and engaged with the Holy Seal of Battle and the Divine Eye of Insight within him, a nascent understanding of a novel combat technique began to emerge, the 6th form of the Supreme Void Fiend art. Su Li sensed that once this 6th form was perfected, its potency would undoubtedly rival that of the Holy Realm, if not reach the divine tier itself. What a remarkable young man! At such a tender age, he has managed to arrive at this juncture, crafting his own techniques. Though much of it derives from the accumulation of predecessors, the insights he possesses indicate a remarkable talent. However, to truly perfect this 6th form, he would require the tempering of the Supreme Void Divine Fire. Within Su Li, the cold and elegant Wu Yin expressed her astonishment. She had encountered numerous prodigies, holy sons, and even divine sons, yet she had never witnessed anyone, like Su Li, rise from insignificance to such heights. It was unprecedented, especially for someone at the mere threshold of spiritual enlightenment to begin creating their own techniques, truly a rarity among millions. As Su Li remained stationary, hesitating to proceed, Xiangling's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be that junior brother Su was waiting for me? In an instant, her emotions became a whirlwind of complexity. She felt touched, bashful, and somewhat at a loss. After all, she was over a decade his senior. Although she appeared as a youthful maiden, her true age was already in her 30s or 40s. Yet, in the realm of long-lived cultivators, such decades were akin to infancy. For many years, aside from some pursuits from various prodigies and holy sons during her time at the Heavenly Pavilion, she had spent the subsequent years evading attention, never having experienced the warmth of affection. Now, she clearly saw that Su Li had completed his trials yet refrained from seizing the inheritance. Was he not purposefully waiting for her? Does junior brother Su understand that I require this inheritance for vengeance? Or does he pity me, thus offering it to me? As Xiangling's thoughts raced within her heart, Su Li, in a state of urgency, nearly sprang to his feet. He had noticed Xiangling steadily approaching, having already ascended the 95th step. If he had not yet grasped the essence of his 6th form, it was highly likely that Xiangling would claim the inheritance for herself, which would leave Su Li utterly exasperated. After all, while the Supreme Void Fiend art was a technique of the Holy Realm and could yield divine-like power when mastered to its fullest, it was still not a complete divine inheritance and could not compare to the Supreme Void Divine Fire. To lose the opportunity would be akin to discarding a watermelon for a sesame seed. Ding! Host has led Xiangling to mistakenly believe he is allowing her to take it, garnering 5,000 points of fortune value in her gratitude. Damn it. I do not desire this fortune. Can't she just stop? Why is she advancing? I need the inheritance. I am certainly not someone who lacks for these 5,000 points of fortune. Su Li, who usually reveled in the blessings of fortune, now found his face turning pale. Compared to the inheritance contained within the void divine fire, these 5,000 fortunes are as worthless as refuse to a dog. At this moment, Xiangling finally ascended the 100 steps. Thank you, junior brother Su. Noticing Su Lihai standing nearby, she mistakenly believed he was concerned about her feelings. So she expressed her gratitude before dashing towards the grand hall. Along the way, Xiangling secretly vowed to seize the inheritance. She would not squander the opportunity bestowed upon her by her junior brother. Damn it. Despicable. Shameless. Who asked for your thanks? At this moment, Su Li inwardly cursed, his face a mask of despair. Yet he soon regained his composure, for he understood that the more one hastens to comprehend, the slower the realization comes. With Xiangling now rushing towards the grand hall, his own urgency was futile. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, upon her arrival, Xiangling spotted Yi Xian refining the void divine fire, causing her delicate visage to change dramatically. However, she quickly discerned that the fire he was refining was merely an illusion, not the true essence of the void divine fire. This fool seems to have misidentified the void divine fire. Well, he is so engrossed that he cannot perceive his surroundings. I can take this opportunity to seize the real divine fire. Xiangling chuckled inwardly, believing that despite Yi Xian's immense reputation, he was ultimately a naive fool. Such an extraordinary opportunity would surely be hers. Upon entering the grand hall, she indeed discovered, before the statue of the Void Master, the radiant essence of the void divine fire, glowing as if eternally undying, resting within the statue's palm. It begins. Taking a deep breath, she decisively consumed the void divine fire. In an instant, a ghostly blue flame illuminated her lips and throat, casting a sheen that seemed to penetrate her very skin. As the fire coursed downward, Xiangling's entire form appeared to become translucent. Simultaneously, the voluptuous figure enveloped in her skirt trembled violently. With each quiver, her thighs threatened to burst free, as if her modest attire could no longer contain her. Oh, the pain. But once I refine it, my bloodline and my sacred body will ascend to new heights. Father, mother, I shall avenge you. Just as Xiangling exerted herself fiercely, channeling her spiritual energy and blood to refine the void divine fire, the excruciating pain made her delicate body shudder uncontrollably. She was on the verge of collapse. Initially, she relied on the formidable techniques of the Celestial Palace to accelerate the circulation of her internal energy and blood, mitigating the destructive force of the void divine fire. Yet, as her essence intertwined with the fire, her entire being began to ignite. The disguise upon her face disintegrated instantly, even with her exquisite bone structure. Impurities were still being burned away. However, this peril was accompanied by immense rewards. Xiangling felt an exhilarating transformation unfolding within her very being. However, just as the terrifying flames of the Tai Su divine fire blazed higher, seemingly ready to burst forth from her crown, Xiangling experienced a moment of panic. At that instant, she felt as though her very soul was being consumed by the dreadful inferno. No, despite Xiangling being mentally prepared to the utmost degree, she still fainted under the overwhelming stimulus of this terrifying divine fire. Nevertheless, even in her unconscious state, the fearsome Tai Su divine fire continued to burn within her, as if she were mere lamp oil meant to be completely consumed. Boom. At that moment, Su Li, who stood on the 100th step, suddenly opened his eyes. The sixth form of the Tai Su fierce god technique, fierce goddess wrath, was subtly taking shape. This was neither a martial art nor a method of spiritual attack. It represented a powerful offensive will. It exuded a natural aura of dominance, intangible yet undeniably real. At that moment, Su Li also became aware of the situation within the grand hall.